A blind box priced at 10 million. Yet it attracts countless people to buy it. Even the poor who have no money want to sell their houses to buy it, simply because these blind boxes can change their fate. Some have opened blind boxes to find life potions, rejuvenating overnight. Some have found unparalleled martial arts techniques, quickly becoming top-tier experts, and some have opened them to find ancient beasts, instantly becoming the beast's food. Wealth and crisis are just a thought away. Yet you casually open the blind boxes without regard for the risks, because you possess the ability to see through the blind boxes and can see everything inside them. When you activated your X-ray vision, you immediately followed your grandfather to the blind box market. As you looked around, all you saw were the most ordinary white blind boxes, which contained either useless ores or mutated ferocious beasts. If you were lucky, you might see a piece of low-level medicinal material. The rarer the color of the blind box, the scarcer it is. After checking more than 20 white blind boxes, just as you were about to give up and plan to come back tomorrow, you suddenly spotted a blind box flickering with white light, inside which was a crystal-clear pill, the size of a thumb. A voice echoed in your mind, inside is a blue jade body pill, which can effectively improve your body, making you more suitable for cultivating martial arts. You felt a surge of joy in your heart and discreetly tugged at your grandfather's sleeve, signaling him to buy it. Since white blind boxes are extremely common, one only costs 3,000 dragon coins. Holding the blind box, you and your grandfather walked to a secluded spot. You placed the blind box on the ground and reached your hands into the white light. As the box disappeared, a pill glowing with a faint blue light appeared in your hand. Bringing it closer, you smelled a faint medicinal fragrance, and its appearance looked quite good. Then you handed the pill to your grandfather, who examined it carefully and suggested that you auction it off to exchange for money to buy more blind boxes. Thus, the two of you arrived at the auction house. After explaining your purpose, the old man Joe from the auction house hurried out to greet you. He took the pill, opened his toolbox, and began testing it on the counter. About 3 minutes later, the appraisal result came out. This was indeed a rare green body pill, highly valuable. Old Joe said that if you sold it directly to the house, they could give you 500,000 dragon coins. You could also consign it for auction at their house, but they would charge a 10% auction fee. Old Joe made it very clear, and after a slight hesitation, you decided to take the money and leave, as it would be less troublesome that way. The grandfather and grandson came out of the auction house, both showing a hint of excitement on their faces. They had made a big profit this time. You said, "Let's go to the blind box market again and see if we can find another bargain." Ding Ziyu was very enthusiastic. With this 500,000 dragon coins, they could do a lot. However, just as they walked into the blind box market, they suddenly heard a huge roar, and a strong wind followed, causing the trees by the roadside to shake violently. Grandfather cursed, "Oh no, someone must have unleashed a powerful beast." Saying this, he pulled you to run. Not far away, a monster over 15 meters tall, covered in black scales, charged out. Its mouth resembled that of a crocodile, with sharp teeth that were particularly frightening, and blood dripped from its mouth. The person who unleashed this monster had probably already become its prey. The monster rampaged wildly, extremely ferocious, able to destroy roadside facilities with a casual stomp, and it showed no mercy when encountering people, biting down and swallowing them whole in just a few bites. At that moment, a figure soared in from the distance, and before the person arrived, their voice reached first, "Beast, do not be so arrogant." It was Deputy Director Yang from the Blind Box Management Bureau's Danning City branch, a third-tier martial saint. A large iron hammer, over a meter in diameter, flew from behind Deputy Director Yang like a meteor and smashed heavily onto the monster. With a loud bang, the massive creature was knocked to the ground, and several trees as thick as wash basins were broken in the process. Just as Deputy Director Yang rushed over, the monster flipped over and stood up. Such a large hammer, such great power, surprisingly did not kill it. "Beast, die." Deputy Director Yang grabbed the hammer, swung it around, and delivered another heavy blow to the monster's head. With a squelching sound, the monster's head exploded under the impact, with various fluids and chunks of flesh flying everywhere, before it crashed to the ground. This explosive scene was something you had never seen before. Instead of being afraid, you felt a bit excited, imagining how exhilarating it would be to smash a powerful monster with a wave of your hand. While you were lost in thought, a chunk of white flesh flew over and landed with a thud at your feet, containing a demon beast's inner core, which could be used to strengthen your physique. The Eye of Truth activated again, and you realized that this ability could do more than just view blind boxes. Inner cores have various effects, but they are not rare. Every exotic beast opened from a blind box will have an inner core. You hesitated for a second, suppressing the nausea and grease, and dug around in the meatball. Sure enough, you found a white inner dan that was the size of an egg. Just as you got the inner dan, Deputy Director Yang's sharp gaze turned towards you. Even from a distance, you felt a chill run through you. A sudden sense of extreme danger arose. but this feeling only lasted for a second before disappearing. Deputy Director Yang's voice came, "Young man, you're lucky. This monster's inner Dan flew to your side. It's fate. I'll give it to you." Yu quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Director Yang." This inner Dan might be insignificant to Deputy Director Yang, but for you, it is a rare good thing. Deputy Director Yang saw through Ding Ziyu's state at a glance and said, "It's a small matter. Your martial arts have entered a new stage. This inner Dan might help you. Keep it up. I hope you can join the Blind Box Management Bureau soon." It was established by the state to maintain order, controlling various resources and wielding great power. After saying this, Deputy Director Yang quickly left, dragging the huge monster's corpse, leaving behind traces of the battle on the ground. After the riot ended, you and your grandfather took a stroll around the blind box market and only found a damaged battle knife. The Eye of Truth indicated that the battle knife still contained a trace of powerful energy, which you couldn't use with your current strength. Hesitating, you still had your grandfather buy it. Just as you were about to leave, a middle-aged woman hurriedly walked in from outside the market, holding a light golden box that was very eye-catching. You looked over, and the Eye of Truth immediately provided feedback. There was a flame demon wolf inside this box, which was very dangerous for you, and this flame demon wolf had a spatial ring in its belly. Hearing this news, you felt a bit excited. Spatial rings have been opened by more than one person, and they are extremely valuable. Even the least valuable spatial ring can sell for over 1,000,000 dragon coins, and the larger ones are worth even more. Therefore, even with the flame demon wolf, you were prepared to take the risk and quickly had your grandfather buy it. After checking the strength of the flame demon wolf, you found a martial arts school that offered blind box opening services. Since opening blind boxes carries risks, the service of opening blind boxes on behalf of others emerged. They charge fees based on the color of the blind box. People in the martial arts school saw you holding the light golden blind box and quickly surrounded you, asking, "Are you here to ask someone to open the blind box?" Although this is a martial arts school, the management is quite loose, and all work is voluntary. After all, opening blind boxes is risky, and if one loses their life, it's uncertain if anyone would help. You also didn't want to take the risk. If you failed to open the box and ended up being eaten by the flame demon wolf, that would be a huge loss. And after eating the person who opened the box, the flame demon wolf might very well take the opportunity to escape. So you found an excuse. "We want to find a warrior of at least 7 segments to open this. This is someone else's first blind box, and it's best not to bother with those who are too weak." The requirement for a 7-segment warrior is not low, and several people listened and reluctantly stepped back. In this day and age, becoming a warrior is already difficult, and there are not many who can reach 7 segments. Most warriors with this strength have gone to the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, the benefits there are generous, and life is guaranteed, which is much better than wandering outside. Just then, a muscular man walked over and said, "My name is Wu Sihai, and I am indeed a 7-segment warrior. However, the fee for opening the box cannot be less than 50,000, and payment must be made before opening the box." Grandpa Ding Shichen instinctively tried to bargain. "Can it be a little less than 50,000? Wu Sihai replied, "No, that's the price. If you are unwilling, you can seek someone more capable." After saying that, he turned to leave. It seems that he really doesn't want to help for less than this price. Ding Shichen still wanted to persuade him to stay, but you tugged at his sleeve. You were still a bit worried. A 7-segment warrior seems strong, but what if he can't defeat the flame demon wolf? Wu Sihai saw this and said, "Kid, what do you mean by not possible?" "Brother, my strength reached level 8 yesterday. I just haven't had the chance to test it yet. Charging you 50,000 is already very cheap." As he spoke, Wu Sihai raised his arms and made a gesture to show off his muscles. 50,000 is not impossible, but let me make it clear. If something unexpected happens, you are responsible for it. We won't take on any other responsibilities. Ding Shichen emphasized. "Don't worry, if something really happens, I definitely won't come looking for you," Wu Sihai said confidently. The two quickly signed the box opening agreement, and Ding Shichen transferred 50,000 dragon coins from his dragon card to Wu Sihai. "Take the box and follow me. We will go to the training ground to open it on site." This is the usual procedure for helping to open boxes, which can reduce risks and avoid the box opener being tempted by the items that others might get from their boxes. The moment the blind box was opened, a demon wolf over 2 meters long and incredibly strong suddenly appeared in the training ground. As soon as the demon wolf appeared, it let out a long roar and then spewed out a flame over 1 meter long. It seemed to have been trapped in a small space for too long and was very agitated. Wu Sihai quickly retreated a few steps after a strike, but he was still burned by the scorching flames, and his clothes caught fire instantly, leaving him in a sorry state. Fortunately, he acted quickly and tore off the burning clothes, leaving only the metal armor on his body. The demon wolf, stretching its body, let out a furious howl and pounced directly at Wu Sihai. its massive mouth revealing sharp fangs as it bit towards Wu Sihai's neck. If that bite landed, it could easily snap his neck. Beast, don't be so arrogant, Wu Sihai shouted, simultaneously pushing his broad knife forward to block in front of him. However, the fire demon wolf showed no intention of retreating and bit down with all its might. Just as it bit into the broad knife, the sharp teeth clashed against the blade, producing a crisp metallic sound. Then, with a clang, the broad knife in Wu Sihai's hand was unexpectedly bitten in half. This outcome was beyond Wu Sihai's expectations. He did not anticipate that the demon wolf from the blind box would be so ferocious that it could not even withstand a knife. However, he was experienced, and at the moment the knife broke, he suddenly swung his fist towards the fire demon wolf's nose. Generally speaking, the nose of a demon beast is a weak point, and being hit there would be quite painful. The fire demon wolf trembled all over, and indeed blood flowed from its nose. It was injured. But the injured fire demon wolf not only did not retreat but became even more ferocious. It leaped into the air and pounced at Wu Sihai again. Just as Wu Sihai was about to be bitten on the head by the fire demon wolf, a black shadow suddenly broke through the air and heavily struck the fire demon wolf. The fire demon wolf was knocked rolling away, creating a pit in the training ground. In an instant, it was engulfed in fierce flames, stronger than before, and the ground emitted a burnt smell, with sand rising in smoke. After quickly rolling on the ground, it stood up again, its wolf eyes fixed on the distance, revealing a strong sense of vigilance. Say hi, get out of the way quickly. This fire demon wolf has already reached the 9th level of strength, and with its fire attacks, you are no match for it, the newcomers said loudly. This person was Chang Shang, the owner of the Bishikaiha boxing gym, who strode over with a large knife over a meter long, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. What was thrown earlier was an iron shield used for training arm strength. Beast, die. Chang Shang took 2 steps to run. His legs kicked hard, and his whole body soared more than 3 meters high, swinging the large knife down with a strong sound of breaking air. The momentum and power were quite impressive. When the fire demon wolf saw the large knife coming down, it immediately turned its head and sprayed out a nearly 2-meter-long flame with all its might, trying to force Chang Shang to dodge for self-preservation. However, Chang Shang had no intention of dodging at all. He braved the flames of the fire demon wolf, and the long knife in his hand still stubbornly slashed down. The wolf's head flew more than a meter away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood flowing everywhere, and the flames on its body were extinguished. Thank you, gym owner, for saving my life. Wu Sihai finally recovered from his shock and hurriedly thanked the gym owner. Be more careful next time. I just happened to pass by, otherwise, I might not have been able to save you in time. Chang Shang glanced at Wu Sihai and then turned his gaze to the two of you. The blind box has been opened. The body of this fire demon wolf is quite good, and its essence, blood and wolf meat are of great help to martial artists. If you don't need it, how about selling it to us? Chang Shang runs a martial arts gym with a group of brothers, and this fire demon wolf is of a high grade, indeed very useful. The body of the demon wolf can be sold to you, but I need the fire demon wolf's inner core. You quickly stepped forward and said, with the eye of truth, you have already seen that the fire demon wolf's inner core and spatial ring are actually in the same place. Ignoring the blood and gore, Ding Ziyu reached his hand into the corpse of the flame demon wolf, and after a while of groping, he finally got his hands on both things, an egg yolk-sized fiery red inner elixir. The style of the ring is very ancient. At first glance, there is no difference with 1 or 2 pieces of dragon coins of the ground. Ding Ziyu was slightly excited. It wasn't easy to finally get his hands on something good. In order not to let others see the clues, he still moved a little, using his body to block the sight of the Changsheng duo, and quickly brought that space ring on his hand. In this way, others would only think that it was just a ring that he himself wore on his hand. Nothing strange. This is a flame inner elixir that can enhance your strength to a certain extent after taking it. The Eye of Truth reported the effects of that inner elixir. This inner elixir is not bad. If you take it away, the value of this demon wolf will be quite a bit lower. At most, I will give you 20,000 dragon coins. Chang Shang looked at the flaming inner Dan in Ding Ziyu's hand and said calmly, 20,000 is 20,000. Buy it. Ding Shichen knew that his grandson's good things had already arrived, so naturally he was not willing to dilly-dally here. Hurrying to leave is the right way. If someone else really sees something, it will be a big problem. Chang Shang also did not expect Ding Shichen to be so quick. Originally he thought that this grandparents and grandchildren would grind the price with themselves. Recovering the 20,000 cost, the two quickly left the Pizza Martial Arts Center. Grandpa. In fact, this helping people open blind boxes is also a good way to make money. On the road, Ding Ziyu said with some excitement. No, it's still too dangerous. Look at that Wu Sihai. If it wasn't for Master Chang Pavilion coming over today, something might have happened. Ding Shichen disapproved of his grandson's statement. Did you forget I have special abilities? Opening a blind box can't be dangerous for me. Ding Ziyu smiled confidently. This job was extremely risky for others, but for him, it was indeed very simple. When you see a dangerous blind box, you're done if you don't take the order yourself. There's no need for that. Such a good ability. How can it be used to specifically open boxes for others? Doesn't it smell good to go to the market to find treasures on your own? It's also not easy to arouse others' suspicion. Ding Shichen had seen the world. You're a martial artist who specializes in opening blind boxes for others, and you're so lucky every time. Won't others become suspicious? Once someone gets suspicious, Ding Ziyu could be in danger. Ding Ziyu thought it was right. Taba on the blind box market is where the greatest value of this ability lies. How much money can you make by helping people open boxes? After returning home, Ding Ziyu removed the ring from his hand. Learning from what the internet said, he concentrated his mind on it, and it was said that this could just open it if it lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. Of course, there was a faster method, which was to use spiritual power. Unfortunately, Ding Ziyu didn't know how to use spiritual power and didn't have any cultivation methods, so he could only use the present method taught online. At the very least, he had to know how much space there was within this space ring before he could determine its value. After about 3 minutes, Ding Ziyu finally developed a vague sense of this space ring. The space on the time surface was not too big or small, about 50 cubic meters. The feeling disappeared as Ding Ziyu's heart rejoiced. Grandpa, following the prices on the internet, the value of this spatial ring is worth at least 10 million dragon coins. How about we take it and sell it? We can't sell it because we don't have the ability to protect 10 million dragon coins. You have to get stronger quickly and then join the blind box authority before no one dares to hit us so easily. Ding Shichen was sober. Wealth had to match one's ability. Otherwise it would be a curse rather than a blessing for ordinary people. Chapter 8. Trouble at the Door. It seems like I need to work a little harder and find some time to test my martial artist segment. Ding Ziyu took out that flame demon pill and directly swallowed it into his suit. Immediately afterward, a hot current quickly spread throughout his body, and the temperature increased extremely quickly. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for Ding Ziyu's body to burn up. Just as Ding Ziyu was feeling very uncomfortable, the suppressive power of the Eye of Truth finally appeared, and the scorching heat slowly receded as the power contained in the inner Dan transformed into a trickle of water that spread throughout his body. Once again, Ding Ziyu clearly felt his power rising, and this time, the speed was still very fast, estimating that after consuming all of this flame inner Dan, he would definitely be able to reach the 5th segment. However, just then, 2 people dressed as martial artists arrived at his home. I heard that you got the demonic pills of the 9th segment Flame Demon Wolf. How about selling them to us? I'll give you 5,000 dragon coins. The youngster who opened his mouth tilted his head to look at Ding Ziyu and said casually. In fact, the market price of a demon pill with 9 stages of strength was at least around 10,000. This guy opened his mouth and slashed the price by half, clearly lacking in sincerity. Sorry, that demonic elixir has already been taken by me. Ding Ziyu spread his hands, stating that there was nothing he could do about it, and what he had eaten, he could not spit out. Taken? You're lying, aren't you? We just got the news and chased over. Did you take it halfway? The young youth was obviously not convinced. Everyone knew that the power contained in the demonic pills was very violent, and to take them without sufficient preparation was an act of looking for death. Really took it? Just 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago? Why doesn't your body have an adverse reaction? Could it be that you ate a fake flame demon pill? Now, both of them sized up Ding Ziyu with skeptical gazes. I don't know. Maybe I'm naturally suited to use this kind of demonic elixir. Of course, Ding Ziyu would not explain carefully, lulling these 2 away and forgetting about it. How is this possible? The flame fist technique that I cultivate isn't that easy. Could it be that your flame talent is even stronger than mine? The youngster's eyes widened by a few points, expressing his inability to comprehend Ding Ziyu's state. However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man next to him was pulling the little youth to one side and muttered a few words in a low voice. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the little youth's eyes instantly lit up. Brother, the ring on your hand looks good. Where did you buy it? After the youngster walked back, his tone of voice suddenly became a lot more polite. I don't know. It's said to be the ground goods my dad bought. I wear him it just to keep a souvenir. Ding Ziyu immediately said the panicked words that he had made up long ago. However, his heart had already realized that he might have been shown something by that middle-aged man. In this world, there were all kinds of capable people. He could have the Eye of Truth, and it was possible for others to exist with some special abilities as well. Groundlings, can you show it to me? If it fits, can you sell it to me? I'll offer 1,000 dragon coins. It's definitely hundreds of times more than the floor stall goods. As the youngster spoke, he also stretched his hand over, just about to directly get his hands on it. I'm sorry, this is something my father left behind. No amount of money will sell it. Ding Ziyu naturally knew the value of the things in his hand. This guy's heart was not generally black. How about 10,000 dragon coins? this is definitely a heavenly price. If you really like a ring like this, I'll go back and buy you a handful of them at the stalls. The styles are all similar. There's no difference when you wear them on your hands. The youngster revealed an eager expression. He really thought that Ding Ziyu didn't know what he was talking about. It's been said that it's not for sale, so you guys go. Ding Ziyu's face darkened, not expecting these two guys to be so insensitive. Little brother, we are from the Blind Box Authority. If you give me this ring, we will guarantee you entry into the Blind Box Authority. The middle-aged man pulled the youngster a bit and said to Ding Ziyu in as gentle a voice as he could, when I say no, I can't. I can enter the Blind Box Authority on my own. I don't need your help. Ding Ziyu was a little impatient. These two guys are obviously trying to force their way in. Where are they? Half the members of the Blind Box Authority? Really not for sale? Don't you honor me by refusing to do so? Hand over the ring or die. A violent look suddenly appeared on the youngster's face. His hands trembled, and flames instantly ignited on his palms, ready to strike at any time. Just then, Ding Shichen walked out quickly, carrying a kitchen knife in his hand. His eyes instantly became as stern as an eagle, and his breath changed, revealing a good amount of strength. Ding Ziyu all looked stunned. He never knew that his grandfather was also a martial artist, and it was estimated that the segment was not too low, at least 5 or more segments. Dingzi, hurry up, I'll hold them off. Wanting to leave, how can it be so easy? A mere martial artist 6th stage's strength, and you dare to speak out of turn. With a disdainful face, the youngster waved his hand and slapped it at Ding Shichen, leaving a trail of burning flames where the palm wind passed. It was scorching hot. Ding Shichen didn't retreat at all and swung his sword at the youngster's head. His thoughts were simple. You fight yours, I'll slash mine. If you can't kill me with a slap, maybe I can kill you with a slash. Young Master Zhou, be careful. The middle-aged man rushed forward in one step, pulling the youngster away by half a step and narrowly dodging Ding Shichen's chopper. This young Master Zhou's flaming palm also fell short, missing Ding Shichen's body by a few inches. Huang Quan, finish them off for me. We must get the ring in that kid's hand today. Zhou Yuchang roared with rage. At this time, he could not care less. He had a backstage at the Blind Box Authority, and their Zhou family was also very strong. Taking out 2 ordinary people wouldn't be much trouble as long as they were slightly covered up. A small matter. The strength of a martial artist's 6th stage is not worth mentioning. Huang Quan drew out a meter-long iron rod from his back, and with a flick of his hand, he vibrated out a series of airborne explosions. This guy's strength was already martial artist 7th stage, and he steadily suppressed Ding Shichen in terms of strength. Dingo go! Ding Shichen was a little anxious. He knew that Ding Ziyu wanted to stay and help, but there were 2 people on the other side. Not only were their segmentation higher than theirs, but they also had special psychic abilities, so if Ding Ziyu stayed, he wouldn't be able to do much at all. Ding Ziyu was a little hesitant. He didn't know how strong his grandfather was and if he could block these 2. The point was that he really wanted to stay and beat these 2 assholes to death. Young Master Zhou, you go and clean up that kid, just leave this old thing for me to deal with. Huang Quan swung his iron rod and charged up, slamming his rod into the top of Ding Shichen's head. Ding Shichen sidestepped and smoothly slashed at Huang Quan's arm. This reaction speed was not really slow, only Huang Quan's reaction was faster. The iron bar did not hit the person. His wrist flipped, the iron bar in his hand flipped over and smashed Ding Shichen's head again. Chapter 9, Dragon-Handled Sword. The guy's core strength was really strong. He should have also practiced a stick type of martial arts. Without some martial arts background, he would not be able to make such a change of moves. Ding Shichen was unable to cope with it, and used his chopper to cut the opponent's iron bar by instinct. There was already a large weight difference between the weapons, and the martial artist segment was not as good as Huang Quan. The chopper in Ding Shichen's hand was crushed by a bar and flew out, flying at least nearly 30 meters away. Without the chopper, Ding Shichen is even more of a loss. Under the dodging, was Huang Quan a baton smashed on the shoulder. Pain bared his teeth, back and forth. As soon as Ding Ziyu saw that his grandfather was at a disadvantage, he copied a meter or so iron bar from the corner of the house and rushed up. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, he rushed at Huang Quan and slammed it, first blocking Huang Quan's iron bar for his grandfather. Yeah, this little brat actually has a strength of around 5 stages as well. Good potential. Huang Quan instantly saw Ding Ziyu's bottom line. A strength of nearly 500 kilograms was already very strong for say an ordinary person. Ding Ziyu's iron club struck out a soundstorm sound, showing a strength that could not be underestimated. Huang Quan was afraid that if he continued to attack Ding Shichen, he would only have to eat a smothering blow from Ding Ziyu. Huang Quan's weapon drew back to block Ding Ziyu's stick, shocking Ding Ziyu back 3 or 4 steps, and the iron stick in his hand smashed and bent. This brat does have some potential, and since that's the case, it's all the more reason not to let him go. Zhou Yuchang gritted his teeth, somewhat jealous of Ding Ziyu's talent. Don't look at the fact that he had practiced the flame fist technique. His martial artist segment was actually much worse than Ding Ziyu's. He was obviously quite a bit older than Ding Ziyu, and it had taken him nearly 3 years to reach the 5th stage of martial artist cultivation. Ordinary people, before the age of 18, basically did not have the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, because the cultivation of martial arts is itself a very money-consuming behavior. Ordinary people, not to mention not having any money, even if they have money, it is very difficult to get the secret method of cultivation that suits them. There are a lot of ordinary martial arts online, but without the power segments to back them up, they really aren't much use. When it comes to the strong ones, any routine is just a fancy punch. As the saying goes, one force is enough. However, some big families, or big powers could get their hands on some rare secret arts. As long as they could fit in with their talents, they could train their children from a young age. By the time they reached adulthood, they were mostly accomplished in martial arts. Zhou Yuchang was only a peripheral child of the Zhou family, and only received attention from the Zhou family after a test revealed that he fit right into the flame fist technique's secret art. This also allowed him to gradually develop arrogant and domineering behavior. As he spoke, Zhou Huang and the two of them struck out at the same time, steadily suppressing Ding Shichen's grandparents and grandchildren. Zhou Yucheng attacked Ding Ziyu, his flaming fists creating a wave of heat that was exceptionally frightening. The iron rod in Ding Ziyu's hand did not pose much of a threat to him. On the other side, Ding Shichen was also being beaten by Huang Quan, losing ground and supporting clumsily from left to right. If this continued, both grandparents and grandchildren would really fall into their hands. Ding Zi, hurry up and don't look back. After dodging Huang Quan's bat, Ding Shichen rushed over as fast as he could, desperately taking a punch from Zhou Yucheng and substituting for Ding Ziyu. As this punch went down, Ding Shichen took several steps back, and not only were all the clothes on his body set on fire, a charred fist mark appeared where he was punched. Zhou Yucheng's flame fist was truly somewhat domineering. The temperature was actually so high. Seeing this situation, Ding Ziyu clenched his teeth and rushed into his room, directly holding out the blue box and opening it without hesitation. In the next moment, a battle sword with a dragon-shaped handle appeared in his hand. The shape of this blade was very special at first glance, only that the tip part of the blade had been broken off, and there were several chips and cracks on the edge. How am I going to be able to use the residual power within this battle sword? Ding Ziyu took the initiative to ask. He knew that the Eye of Truth was able to hear him ask. Whether it answered him back or not was unknown. With your current strength, you are not worthy of using that sliver of power at all. If you forcefully use it, you will pay unimaginable consequences. The Eye of Truth really replied to Ding Ziyu's question. Don't mind that much, just tell me how to use it. Ding Ziyu was anxious. If this continued, Grandpa would be killed by the two souls. Ugh, why are you doing this? Since you want to use it by force, I'll help you out for once. Concentrate your mental energy and just hold the hilt of the battle sword and slash. Remember, you only get one strike. The Eye of Truth sighed, and a strange power was the first to be injected into the battle sword. Holding the battle sword in his hand, Ding Ziyu felt his entire body shudder as both his strength and essence blood were surging towards the mutilated battle sword. Learning that he only had the power of one strike, Ding Zi didn't even think about it and rushed out with his battle sword. Damn dog thief, die for me! Ding Ziyu cursed angrily as the two shameless guys attacked Ding Shichen at the same time. His body had been injured in multiple places and was about to hold out. Ha ha, this kid really didn't run away, but he has a sense of justice. It's a pity that you're all going to die today. Thinking that taking a broken sword will work? Zhou Yucheng laughed out loud. In fact, when they came, they had already looked at the house and there was no back door or anything, so they were not at all panicked when Ding Ziyu rushed into the house. Instead, they wanted to take this opportunity to fight 2 against 1 and finish off Ding Shichen first. Zhou Yucheng let go of Ding Shichen, and his fist blasted at Ding Ziyu again, and that mangled-looking battle sword. He really didn't take it seriously. However, when the battle knife was near his body, he realized how ignorant he was. That battle sword carried a sharp and unrivaled might, easily cleaving through his fist, and in the process, it diagonally cleaved his body into 2 halves as well. Zhou Yucheng fell to the ground. The upper half of his body was still howling miserably, and all his strength was instantly drained away. This miserable degree, with the ancient times of waist-cutting torture, is not much different. Huang Quan was dumbfounded when he saw the situation over here. He was well aware of how strong Zhou Yucheng was, and with the help of the flame fist technique, he couldn't even take much advantage. And yet, he was still killed by Ding Ziyu's slash. If this grandparent and grandson came to deal with themselves, wouldn't they have no chance of survival? Huang Quan repelled Ding Shichen with a stick and turned his head to run, only hating that his parents had 2 less legs. At this moment, if he had looked at Ding Ziyu one more time, it might have been a different matter. Ding Ziyu, after slashing out a blade, not only had his entire body's strength been drained away, even his body had become thin and bony, with his eye sockets deeply sunken. The entire person's appearance became much older. Not only did this strike siphon off most of your essence blood, it also siphoned off at least 30 years of your lifespan. If it wasn't for me helping you, you would have already died the moment you struck the sword, the Eye of Truth said leisurely. Ding Ziyu ignored it. As long as he could save his grandfather, everything was worth it. Ding Zi, why have you become like this? I told you to hurry up and leave. Why didn't you listen? Ding Shichen saw his grandson's appearance and burst into old tears. Grandpa, I'm fine. I'm afraid we can't stay here anymore. Let's hurry up and leave. Ding Ziyu revealed a very ugly smile. Chapter 10, The Nine Lords. Ding Shichen carried his grandson on his back and left his home. Zhou Yuqing's identity was not simple. He was both a member of the Blind Box Authority and a son of the Zhou clan. Killing him would definitely cause great trouble. They couldn't even deal with one Huangquan, let alone the Zhou family and the Blind Box Authority, which was full of experts. Grandpa, why don't you join the Blind Box Authority? Ding Ziyu asked a very confusing question in his mind in order to change the topic. Grandpa's power awakened too late, and the Blind Box Authority is no place to retire. Besides, the Blind Box Authority is vicious when it comes to death. So if something happens to me, who's going to take care of you? Ding Shichen was indeed somewhat helpless. He was almost 60 years old when he awakened his power. By the time his power reached Martialist 5, he was already over 65, and the Blind Box Authority naturally wouldn't want him. Hearing his grandfather say this, Ding Ziyu came to a realization. The Blind Box Authority seemed to be high and mighty, but in fact, the dangers they faced were much greater than others. But wherever something happened, they had to be the first to rush over. If they encountered an overly ferocious demonic beast, they might sacrifice their little lives. Where are we going? Ding Ziyu was a little worried, feeling that there was no longer a place for them in Noidaning City. As for the outside of the city, it was even more unsafe. The powerful demonic beasts that had opened up from the blind box over the years, as long as they hadn't been killed, almost all of them had fled into the wilderness. Outside the city, security is even less guaranteed, and anyone who can live outside the city for 10 days and half a month is a tough guy. Let's go to the Nine Lords Society. Perhaps they are the only ones who can save our lives. What kind of organization is the Nine Lords Society? Just by listening to the name, it feels like it carries dark attributes. The Nine Lords Association is originally an underground dark organization, and they have meddled in many unseen things. They are also the only ones who dared to charge the people who offended the Blind Box Authority. Ding Shichen had also known about the Nine Lords Society. It was said that this organization was also quite large and had extraordinary strength. If not, I'm afraid that it would have been eradicated by the Blind Box Authority long ago. On the southeastern edge of Daning City was a very famous underground black boxing gym, and the one who operated this underground black boxing gym was the Nine Lords Association. Ding Shichen had lived in Daning City for several decades, so he more or less knew some news about this place. Old thing, stop right there. The underground boxing gym is only open at night. No one is allowed to enter now. The grandparents and grandchildren had just walked through the gate when they were stopped by the gatekeeper. We've come to find Steward Lu Yunlu. Please make it easier for little brother. Ding Shichen only knew of such a figure. As for what position this person held in the Nine Lords Association, he knew nothing. Looking for Steward Lu? Then you guys wait here. I'll contact it for you. The janitor hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and sent the message out. It wasn't long before a tall, thin man with a gloomy face walked out. You guys looking for me? What's the matter? Lu Yun looked at the two of them. Ding Shichen, a puzzled look on his face as he did not recognize these two at all. We want to join the Nine Lords Association. We are both martial artists of the entry stage. Ding Shichen spoke directly, fearing that if he spoke slowly, Lu Yun would turn around and leave. A martial artist? Not a high rank, is it? All of them are a handful of years old. Not accepted. Lu Yun blackened his face, clearly not looking at the duo in front of him. The Nine Lords Society was also selective in accepting people, not just anyone who came. This is my grandson, who just turned 18, and he already has the strength of a martial artist at the 5th stage. Ding Shichen pointed to Ding Ziyu on his back. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Does he look like he's 18 years old, or even 38 years old? If you want to say it's your son, I'd somewhat believe it. Lu Yun was unmoved. He's really only 18 years old. It's only because he opened a special blind box today that he became like this. It shouldn't take more than a few days for him to recover. Ding Shichen explained again. There are so many weird things that come out of blind boxes in this world that it seems to make sense when explained this way. Steward Lu, I opened a broken battle sword today, which is extremely powerful and possesses the ability to cut down enemies across segments. I didn't have enough segments and used it hastily before it became what it is now. Ding Ziyu hurriedly explained that he was prepared to contribute this blade in exchange for the two of them resting their bodies. Oh, such a broken sword is so powerful? Can you show it to me? Lu Yun finally had a hint of interest as he looked at Ding Shichen carrying the dragon-handled battle knife. Ding Shichen had the intention of not giving it, but after hesitating for a moment, he still handed over his battle sword. Ding Ziyu had said that the average person would not be able to utilize the strength of this battle sword at all. Those who would not use it would hold it in their hands, and it would just be a slightly sharper broken blade. Lu Yun took the war knife, carefully scrutinized it for a while, and made a few more comparisons, but he really didn't see anything special about it. However, judging from the style of the battle sword, it did have some origins. Now the forging technology is pretty good too, but who has nothing better to do than to build a broken knife for fun? You guys come in with me and stay, I'll find someone to appraise it. Lu Yun took the battle sword and walked inside, really treating him as if he was his own. However, Ding Shichen and his duo had finally entered the territory of the Nine Lords Association, and whether they could join in or not, they were considered safe for the time being. Even if the people from the Blind Box Authority could find their way over in time, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't go hard into the Nine Lords Association. After all, their strength couldn't be underestimated, and they wouldn't go to war without a great deal of enmity. After the grandparents and grandchildren were brought to a humble basement, Lu Yun turned around and left. By the time he returned, it was already an hour later. In the future, you guys will be working in this underground boxing gym, doing some cleaning and sanitation or something. Lu Yun still had that salty expression and didn't say whether they had joined the Nine Lords Association or not. Judging by the jobs assigned to them, it's just a cleaning crew. Right, there are still some things to be done over there in the left cloister, so you guys go over and help out first. As he was about to leave, Lu Yun turned back and greeted again. The two couldn't say anything more, so they followed him forward. During the process of waiting for the appraisal, Ding Ziyu recovered slightly with the help of the Eye of Truth, and was finally able to walk normally. It was just that if he wanted to recover to the 5th stage of strength, he didn't know when he would have to wait until. Lu Yun brought the two of them to a large open area, which was still quite crowded. The two of them are new. You can leave anything to them, Lu Yun commanded and turned his head to leave. Hey old man, I didn't realize you could still be a martial artist at such an old age. It just so happens that there are a few blind boxes over here. Come and help open them. A middle-aged man with 2 pieces of botsy beard sized up Ding Shichen for a few moments, and was really nonchalant, coming up and letting them do the whole job. The blind box is indeed a good thing, but if you open it every day, it still scares people's hearts, and if you open something dangerous, you will be the one who suffers. Chapter 11, The Strange Blind Box. They had gotten some blind boxes recently, and the ones with the flashing white light had basically been opened. There were only a few boxes that looked a bit oddly colored and didn't dare to open them easily. Anyone who opens these boxes knows that the stakes are much higher. Ding Shichen didn't move and glanced at Ding Ziyu, obviously seeking his opinion. These guys didn't have good intentions when they asked them to open the blind box. However, they had just joined, and if they didn't do anything to show their strength, they would be more easily bullied. Go over and take a look. Ding Ziyu did not object. He could see through those blind boxes anyway. If there really was a great danger inside, just don't open it. The bearded man led them to a small room in which 3 blind boxes were stacked. The flashing light of these 3 blind boxes were all very strange. At least Ding Ziyu had not seen such blind boxes before. A box is actually yellow and white gradient color. With the flashing light, the 2 colors change back and forth as if they are flowing. There's a very special bone in this box. It should be the phaseless sacred bone left behind under the holy monk's seated death. Incorporating it into your body will allow your body to strengthen drastically and explode in power. The Eye of Truth had indeed seen through this blind box. When Ding Ziyu heard this, he was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? But once the box was opened, he didn't really have the chance to get it. However, anything of extraordinary quality was opened with no small amount of commotion. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the Nine Lords Society will soon come over and take this bone away. After looking at this gradient-colored blind box, Ding Ziyu looked at another odd box that was hard to describe. It was a black and white zebra print box. Under his concentration, he soon saw a strange-looking animal inside through the colorful light, and with Ding Ziyu's experience, he could not recognize what kind of animal it was. Inside is a monstrous-headed flycatcher. Don't look at it as weird-looking, but it's actually still a violent temper. When it lashes out, ordinary martial saints won't necessarily be able to stop it. However, if you don't mess with it, it usually won't take the initiative to attack you. The true eye gave Ding Ziyu a very dangerous evaluation. The third blind box, on the other hand, was black, as if someone had splashed ink on it. There is a cloud of fainting-inducing poisonous gas in here, and releasing it can instantly poison many people, and it is very difficult to dispel. What the Eye of Truth said caused Ding Ziyu to take a step back. I didn't realize that 2 of the 3 boxes were extremely risky, so how is this going to work? Thinking for a few seconds, Ding Ziyu spoke. How can you open such an odd box without some preparation? Don't you have any box opening equipment? Open box gear? It's all piled up in the corner over there. Go get it yourself. The bearded man pointed to a dirty corner, where there were indeed quite a few messy things piled up. Whether it would work or not, the ghost didn't know. Grandpa, let's go over and pick our equipment first. Ding Ziyu hinted and headed towards the pile of miscellaneous items. What's in there? You're so cautious. Ding Shichen followed up and asked in a lowered voice. A bone, a monster, a cloud of poisonous gas. The bone is not dangerous. The beast opens up. Don't mess with it. Just let it leave on its own. The poisonous gas can cause fainting, so be sure to be prepared. As Ding Ziyu spoke, he rummaged around in the pile of clutter. Unexpectedly, there were really gas masks in there. Of course, more than anything else, there were all sorts of simple armor. For all body parts. Ding Ziyu first those armor to the body set. Just take the gas mask then. Targeted is also too strong point. After that will certainly cause other people's suspicion. After all parts of the body were dressed, only then did Ding Ziyu put the gas mask on his head. This match, it does look a little strange. Normal people should be matched with helmets. These helmets stink. It's better to have a gas mask. Ding Ziyu raised his voice and said. This was, of course, said to those of Hachiko who and the others. This guy is afraid of not being a cutie. What's the helmet stink afraid of? It can save his life. This gas mask is of no use. When you encounter a demonic beast, a claw comes down and your head is slapped to pieces. Who's to say about opening a blind box? In case you open a poisonous gas, won't it work? Someone randomly teased, but this guy was really right. Can you help me collect that bone into the spatial ring first in a moment? Ding Ziyu moved all 3 boxes out, and while doing so, he communicated with the Eye of Truth. He was worried that the phaseless sacred bone would cause a big commotion and be detected by an expert. That spatial ring had already been tied up by Ding Ziyu with a rope and hung close to his neck. This way, it would not be easily seen, and he did not want to cause the same trouble again. Of course, but you have to take control of this thing as soon as possible, so you don't come to trouble me every time. The Eye of Truth looked reluctant. After everything was ready, Ding Ziyu first took out the zebra-printed box. Ding Shichen had already gotten his instructions and reached out to open the box. In an instant, the light around them dimmed, and a monstrous animal with a body length of 4 meters out and a height of over 2 meters was released. The guy's pair of giant eyes stared at the Ding Shichen grandchildren, and a clear disdain actually showed in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The first box released a monster, and I wonder if this monster can be eaten? Some people shouted in surprise, but they didn't run away immediately. These people were all martial artists and had seen quite a few monsters and demonic beasts, so before the monster-headed striker had given out his power, there was no reason for them to be afraid of anything. The monstrous-headed mistletoe seemed to have understood the guy's speech, and actually wanted to eat its flesh, which was something that could never be tolerated, only to see it make a turn and quickly charge towards the guy who spoke. The next moment, a body took off, complete with a loud scream. The group of people were in a mess, desperately hiding, and opened loud shouts, hoping to attract experts to help. Hurry up and open the second box. Ding Ziyu didn't care about this. The more chaotic the scene was, the better. When Ding Shichen went to open the black blind box, Ding Ziyu also reached his hand towards the yellow and white gradient blind box. When the black poisonous gas filled the air, a holy light also appeared, only that holy light disappeared after a slight flash. Instead, those black poisonous gases were quickly dispersed in all directions, and one by one, the poison fell to the ground and quickly fell into a coma. It was the head of that strange head that did not immediately fall down, but rather rushed out a dozen meters away before it fell heavily to the ground. Just this moment of effort, the underground fist gym already had experts rushing over. It was just that these were similarly poisoned by the poisonous gas emitted, and were simply powerless to resist. Hurry up and get out of here. Ding Shichen pulled his grandson and ran outside, worried that the gas mask wouldn't be able to block the black poisonous gas. Chapter 12, Fluke. The people who came behind were much more cautious and didn't dare to go near those black poisonous gases any more easily. Hurry up and spray water to disperse this poisonous gas, or else the gym won't even have to open at night. Someone quickly found a way to deal with it. As a rule, there is a good chance that spraying water will take the poisonous gas away. What's the matter with you guys? Who released this poisonous gas? Steward Liu also ran over and saw the mess inside and sternly inquired. They left a few strange blind boxes for us to open, and then they became like this. Ding Ziyu pointed at the people who fell on the ground. They were poisoned but not dead. If properly rescued, there was a high chance that they could come back to life. As for whether or not the toxins in his body could be eradicated, that was not within the scope of Ding Ziyu's consideration. This guy hadn't had any good intentions in the first place when he asked them to open those 3 strange blind boxes. At this time, another woman in her mid to late 30s came flying from the distance and caught Lu Yun splitting her hairs. Little Lu, just now I sensed a brief fluctuation of strange energy. Did something good open up? Deacon Zhao, I just came over as well. They opened the blind box, Ask them. Lu Yun hurriedly pointed to Ding Ziyu and his grandfather. Deacon Zhao's gaze swept over the two men like a knife, but he did not find anything present that had the same aura as the one before. Tell us carefully, what did you all open just now? Better not lie, or else watch out for your lives. Lu Yun questioned the duo in his gloomy tone, obviously wanting to show himself in front of this Deacon Zhao. Although Ding Ziyu was slightly nervous in his heart, his old face that hadn't recovered well concealed this unnatural look. 3 blind boxes, each opened with a monster, a cloud of black gas, and a beam of white light. The monster is over there, and the black gas and white light have dissipated, Ding Ziyu said as he pointed at the staff that was spraying water inside. Damn it, why don't you guys wait a little bit? Deacon Zhou was a little chagrined. It was not uncommon for things like gas and light to open up in blind boxes. He didn't suspect Ding Ziyu of telling a lie, because she had already sensed it. There was simply no presence of that previous strange energy aura on the two. As for the ancient space ring on Ding Ziyu's body, it was not that easy to detect. Not everyone had Huang Quan's special discerning ability. Forget it, it's not wrong for you to dispose of it like that. I'll take that foreign beast with me. Hurry up and clean it up. The boxing gym still has to start at night. After pondering for a few seconds, Deacon Zhao had no choice but to carry the poison and fainted monster headbird and leave. Such a big demonic beast that hadn't died yet must be of no small value. As for those who were poisoned, she doesn't have to worry about it. Just have Lu Yun here to handle it. You guys go and help too. Move the people to the side first. A car will come over later to pull them to the hospital for treatment. Lu Yun saw that Deacon Zhao didn't blame him and was finally relieved. The grandchildren were busy for a while, mopping the floor 3 times before returning to the same basement as before. Then the bones have to hurry and find a place to use them up, leaving them in your hands for the night. Ding Shichen was worried about this. That Deacon Zhao was too much of a threat to them. When he opened the box, only a trace of holy chi flowed out, and it was sensed by her. If he were to take it out and use it, it would definitely be sensed by her again. At that time, no matter what lies they told, it would be useless. The same aura could not appear on the same person twice at the same time. It's not easy to find a safe place. I guess the people from the Blind Box Authority are searching for us all over Daning City. Ding Ziyu was a little embarrassed. The real I couldn't help him with anything he put in his space ring. They weren't very familiar with this underground boxing gym, and everything was under someone else's control. The slightest mistake. I'm afraid it's a situation where everything will be ruined. No one will recognize you even if you go out in your current appearance, so Grandpa won't be able to go out with you. You go to the South City Martial Arts Hall to rent a cultivation room, and by the way, see if you can buy a cultivation secret method that suits you. Ding Shichen gave his grandson his dragon card. This dragon card is anonymous, and the password is your birthday. There's a total of over 470,000 dragon coins inside. After you go out, first find a bank to take out some of the cash for your convenience. Be sure to pay attention to the fact that your wealth is not exposed, so be careful of getting into new trouble. Here was all of Ding Shichen's savings, including the money earned from selling the blue jade body tempering pill. When Ding Ziyu thought about it, who could recognize him when he had become the way he was now? This was not a makeup trick, but his real appearance. Even if Huang Quan stood in front of him, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize him. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old young man would become middle-aged in less than a day? What's more, his body had withered and thinned a lot, and half of him didn't have the original look of a handsome young man. Grandpa, are you alright over here? Ding Ziyu was still a little worried. This underground boxing gym is by no means a benign place, and the slightest misstep could cost you your life. Don't worry about going. Grandpa also has the strength of a 6th stage. It's not as weak as you think. Ding Shichen pacified his grandson. After leaving the underground boxing hall, Ding Ziyu quickly found a bank and withdrew 50,000 dragon coins out of it before heading straight to the South City Martial Arts Hall. Compared to the average martial arts school, the South City Martial Arts Dojo was much larger, taking up a large chunk of the boss's territory. They also operated quite a few programs. Besides teaching people boxing and kung fu, they also had a small amount of secret arts for sale. As long as you could match them, they could sell them to you if you paid them. Of course, the secret arts that could be sold were basically big-ticket items and could be copied in multiples and sold for a long period of time. For the South City Martial Arts Center itself, there was no loss. It's just that whether or not the secret arts can be sold is also a matter of fate. If they don't match up, everything will be in vain. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Ding Ziyu walked into the boxing gym, and immediately a service lady came over to receive him. I want to rent a cultivation room. Please help me recommend a suitable one. Cultivation room? Ah, we have many over here. Different cultivation rooms have different prices. What kind of cultivation room do you need? The service lady was very enthusiastic in introducing it. Moderately priced, preferably a very quiet, better sealed cultivation room. Ding Ziyu was worried that the aura of the phaseless sacred bone would be transmitted from inside, and purposely mentioned the condition of better airtightness. In that case, we have 10,000 dragon coins for 3 days and 30,000 dragon coins for 7 days over here. These cultivation rooms are all well sealed, so you don't have to worry about people coming to disturb you. Let's go to the 10,000 dragon coins first. Ding Ziyu still wanted to save some money. Making money was really not easy. The service lady took Ding Ziyu to see the cultivation room, which felt really good, and immediately settled on it. After completing the relevant formalities, Ding Ziyu finally walked into the booked cultivation room, and his entire body relaxed. Chapter 13, The Sacred Bone of the Unseen. Please help me take out the phaseless sacred bone. After Ding Ziyu had rested, he then contacted the Eye of Truth. In the next moment, the spatial ring on Ding Ziyu's chest moved slightly, and a half-foot-long crystal and hand bone appeared before his eyes. This bone exuded a very strong divine aura. No wonder it was sensed by Deacon Zhao after only appearing for a split second. Its bone took on a translucent state, as if there was some strange substance slowly flowing inside. That is the sacred power left behind by the holy monks, and if it is absorbed by a Buddhist Tao expert, the benefits received will be even more astonishing. The explanation of the Eye of Truth caused Ding Ziyu to become excited as well. He needed power too much. Whether it was the Zhou family or the Blind Box Authority, they were all behemoths to him. A random hair falling down could easily crush him. The Nine Lords Society was not a good place either, filled with all sorts of disorganized personnel, and living there was just as much of a crisis. That's why he urgently needed to improve his strength before he had enough power to protect himself and his grandfather. How am I going to absorb it? Ding Ziyu tossed back and forth with the phaseless sacred bone, still feeling helpless. After all, he knew nothing, and hadn't even mastered one of the most common cultivation secret methods. Let me help you guide it. This phaseless sacred bone is very strong. You'll have to score at least 3 times to finish absorbing it. The first stage is naturally the quenching of the sinews and bones. Your sinews and bones are severely traumatized. If you don't have this phaseless sacred bone, even if you have my assistance, it will take a long time to mend them back. Ding Ziyu followed the requirements of the Eye of Truth and tried to collect his mind as much as possible, staring at that phaseless sacred bone with all his concentration. Afterward, he saw a trace of sacred substance slowly flowing out of that holy bone, gradually wrapping around his entire body. The next moment, Ding Ziyu felt as if his entire body had been immersed in boiling water, and an extremely strong burning sensation came from all parts of his skin. A mysterious substance was penetrating into his body. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth, not daring to slack off in the slightest, originally thinking that the Eye of Truth would help him as it had done before. However, this time, the Eye of Truth did not suppress that sacred substance at all, but allowed it to keep penetrating into his body. Then, the burning sensation extended towards Ding Ziyu's body, and it felt as if his entire body was about to burst into flames. Hang in there, these divine forces are improving your original constitution. It's a bit painful but you'll only get more out of it, the Eye of Truth encouraged. Ding Ziyu just howled miserably a few times, desperately gritting his teeth and holding on. After about half an hour or so like this, that burning to the point of fainting sensation finally slowly receded, and was replaced by a very comfortable warmth, similar to the previous situation of attracting the demonic beast's inner pills. Thoroughly relaxed, Ding Ziyu had a good night's sleep in the cultivation room for about 10 or so hours. When he woke up, the withered look of his whole body was reduced a lot, and he was counted as a somewhat normal person. Moving his arms and legs a little, he felt that the bone marrow of his whole body was splitting, and there was a certain degree of recovery in terms of strength, so that he would no longer feel tired when walking as he did before. Well, at least it's back to around the 3rd stage of martial artist strength, slightly more self-protective. Ding Ziyu swung a few punches and found the initial feeling. In fact, what he didn't know was that the biggest effect of the sacred substance he absorbed this time was to improve his body's bones. The strength recovery was only incidental, and the real benefit was to improve his cultivation qualifications. The cultivation room was very functional, and Ding Ziyu washed up a bit before walking out. He was going to look for a secret art that was suitable for his cultivation, because the Eye of Truth told him that if he had a secret art to complement it, he would receive more benefits when absorbing the phaseless sacred bone. At this time, it was already morning, and Ding Ziyu ate a haphazard breakfast before going to the top floor trading hall where the secret arts were sold. Sir, what secret arts are you interested in? We are divided into 4 types here, which are force, wind, fire, and thunder. The prices vary for different secret arts. The guide took out a beautifully crafted atlas to come, with 2 or 3 types of secret arts on top of each type. After the names of these secret arts, there were also relevant characteristics, all of which were clearly introduced. However, Ding Ziyu only focused on the staggering prices on it. The cheapest secret technique of strength cost 150,000 dragon coins, And the most expensive kind of lightning secret technique actually cost 400,000 dragon coins. No wonder they all said something about practicing martial arts being a very money-consuming activity, and this time I can really appreciate it. Even if an ordinary person had awakened their powers, it wasn't easy for them to get a secret art that suited them. Can we experiment with matching first? I don't really know which secret art I'm suited to cultivate. Ding Ziyu was confused inside, and if not for the help of the Eye of Truth, he would have even less of a clue as to which direction to work in. The matching experiment requires 10,000 dragon coins, which cannot be refunded if you do not purchase the secret art. Only in the case of purchasing the secret art will the 10,000 be discounted. The guide kindly reminded that 10,000 dragon coins was not a small amount. 10,000 is 10,000. Experiment. Ding Ziyu was a little heartbroken, but the money that should be spent still had to be spent. What Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that more than 10 kinds of secret arts matching experiments down. Actually no one with their own fit. This is very egg-creating. 10,000 dragon coins thrown into the water can still bubble. The result is that now the bubble did not bubble one. In fact, these are all roadkill. Nothing worth practicing. The Eye of Truth said indifferently, as if all the secret arts here were not worth mentioning. Ding Ziyu, however, was heartbroken that he had wasted 10,000 for nothing. This gentleman, if you really want to purchase a secret art, perhaps you can look at another place. The shopping guide lady suddenly lowered her voice and said to Ding Ziyu, "What place?" Ding Ziyu subconsciously asked, "Is it appropriate for you? A secret guide for a martial arts school, to direct customers elsewhere? This is a private business done by my cousin. You can take your chances." The shopping guide lady blocked the surveillance and very quickly shoved a business card into Ding Ziyu's hands. Then she very politely sent Ding Ziyu out the door. It was only after walking out of the Changnan Martial Arts Hall that Ding Ziyu took out that business card. There was only a simple name on it, but the location was at a yard sale not far away. With the mindset of taking a chance, Ding Ziyu ghostly walked over like that old goods market. He hadn't gotten very far, however, when he saw a wanted notice for himself and his grandfather on a roadside bulletin board. It was the same wanted notice issued by the Blind Box Authority. Anyone who provided valid clues would get 30,000 dragon coins, and 100,000 dragon coins if they could catch them. There was some anger in Ding Ziyu's heart. The Blind Box Authority had always been the embodiment of fairness and justice in his impression. He didn't expect them to issue a wanted notice before they had gotten the facts straight. At this moment, their glorious image collapsed in Ding Ziyu's mind. Chapter 14 Bone Hardening Technique for Mundane Bodies. I must get strong quickly. Only if I am strong enough can I not be bullied by others. Ding Ziyu secretly made up his mind, and his will became a few points stronger. No one cared about the performance of this middle-aged man. Ordinary people, whose life wasn't all over the place. Ding Ziyu accelerated his pace and hurried into the thrift market. The things sold here basically had nothing to do with blind boxes. The owner of this business card is called Zhu Ziming, and this store of his really sells old goods, with everything piled up in a disorganized manner and not much taken care of. What would you like to buy, sir? Feel free to look, Zhu Ziming said casually when he saw Ding Ziyu walk in. I heard that you have secret arts for sale here. Is that true? Ding Ziyu didn't have the heart to look at those old goods and directly opened the door. You were introduced here by my cousin? Please come inside with me. I really do have a few secret arts here. There might be one that suits you. A smile immediately piled up on Zhu Ziming's face. A big patron had come to the door. This was much more profitable than selling old goods. Ding Ziyu stood still and didn't move, carefully sizing up the guy to make sure he wasn't running a black store before slowly following him in. The rooms inside are much cleaner and light. Zhu Ziming opened the safe and took out a few exquisite boxes from it, each with the name of a very domineering secret art written on it. For example, the Divine Fire God Fist, the Qingfeng Overlord Gun, the Dragon Soul Palm. Ding Ziyu took a look and wrinkled his eyebrows. What's the difference between this play and those deceptive things on the internet? Don't look at the name to get a very domineering look. The real situation may even not count the secret art. The first few are transcribed from the street goods. No value at all. It's that last box that's a bit of a looker. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu, and the real situation was really similar to what he had guessed. Ding Ziyu looked towards the box that was placed at the end, and it read, Mortal Body Bone Hardening Technique. Compared to the names on the previous boxes, it was several notches down at first glance. This isn't considered a secret art, is it? Ding Ziyu did not bother to open the box. Instead he smiled and asked Zhu Ziming, this is something I opened from a box of white light, and it contains a method of quenching the body, which can barely be considered a secret art. Zhu Ziming was also a bit embarrassed. So many awesome things Ding Ziyu did not look at, but stared at this last box. Why didn't he also get an awesome name on this box? Actually, because that's what it says on it. The most depressing thing for Zhu Ziming is that this thing is still a stump book. He wanted to transcribe it and sell it in a different vest, But he was afraid that other people would buy it and have problems cultivating it, and then he would come to find him in trouble. This thing doesn't seem to require a match to be made. As long as the appropriate thing can be found, any individual can cultivate it. Whether or not it could achieve the effect of the book, that was unknown. Thinking about it again and again, Zhu Ziming placed the original in it. It felt like his box was worth a bit more than that original. Can you open it and take a look? Ding Ziyu asked. Although Zhu Ziming's face was a bit unsightly, he still opened the box. Inside is a book of old and yellowed silk books. The front has been burned by the fire. The back of the book is even more burned, a good part of the residue. Judging from the remaining page roots, at least a dozen pages had been burned. The book itself can be considered an antique item, and the contents inside are afraid that no one would dare to cultivate it easily. Ding Ziyu shook his head and said, "These days, antiques and whatnot really aren't worth much anymore. The antiques that come out of a blind box can sometimes be traced back thousands of years, and the quality is so good that it's scary. At first these were worth a lot of money, then once there were more of them, they weren't worth as much. It's actually a very good secret cultivation art. It's just that it's a bit crippled. If you give 50,000 and sell it." Zhu Ziming was a bit vain. In fact, there were really quite a few people who had read this book, but none of them were interested in a tattered ancient book. This was to be used for cultivation. Cultivating to the back without guidance. How would they mess up then? The thing that the white light box opens out is still a defective item. Giving you 10,000 is already worth it. Ding Ziyu was absolutely not going to offer a high price. He wouldn't have even bothered to look at it more than once if the Eye of Truth hadn't reminded him of it. This, 10,000 is also too low. Why don't you add another 5,000? At least it's an ancient book. Zhu Ziming put on a difficult look, but in fact, in his heart, he had already decided to sell it. Putting it here also sticks in the eyes and doesn't help at all. Just 10,000. Sell it if you want to. Forget it if you don't. Ding Ziyu was very dry, too lazy to bother with him. Ugh, you're really good at haggling. It's okay to sell it to you for 10,000, but I'm going to take the box back. The box alone will cost a few thousand dragon coins. Zhu Ziming died. In the spirit of being able to gouge a little as a gouge, the box will be taken back. Is also money. Fine, just take the box away. Ding Ziyu actually did not want the box. It was too troublesome to carry it on his body. Just the book. Put it on his body and go. How convenient. The two of them completed the deal, and Zhu Ziming wanted to show Ding Ziyu other secret arts, but he was rejected by Ding Ziyu. Although this book has a common name, it is a very accomplished bone hardening technique. It's just that you people are unaware of the goods. As Ding Ziyu walked out of the yard sale, the Eye of Truth spoke once again. How good is it? Even if it's great, it's still a remnant book. What if something goes wrong when you cultivate it at the back? Ding Ziyu was somewhat not taking it seriously. Wait until you go back and take a closer look. If you can really cultivate to the back, you'll be a remarkable person. So, you do know this ancient book? Can you fill it out? Ding Ziyu instantly rose in hope. I just know about it, but haven't cultivated it. My essence was exceptionally strong at birth, and there was no need to cultivate the human bone hardening technique. What exactly is so powerful about this bone tempering technique? Ding Ziyu asked after him. Let me put it to you this way. If you can cultivate successfully, the difficulty of becoming an immortal or a Buddha in the future will be much lower. At the same time, the combat power will also be much stronger than martial artists of the same level. The words of the Eye of Truth were truly thundering Ding Ziyu. Although this world had undergone fundamental changes due to the appearance of the blind box, so far, there really hadn't been any so-called immortals or Buddhas, let alone cultivating oneself to the level of becoming an immortal or a Buddha. For an ordinary person, this is something that is completely out of the question, something that would never even be considered. Instead, the latter point caused Ding Ziyu to have some interest. Cultivating this mortal body bone hardening technique would make one's fighting strength stronger than martial artists of the same level, which would be useful. Won't there be any problems with cultivation? Ding Ziyu was still worried. There are quite a few martial artists who have had problems with quenching their bodies, but it has nothing to do with this body quenching technique. Chapter 15, The Fruit of a Rotten Life. The mortal body bone tempering technique could only be considered a method of tempering the body, and although it could make a martial artist's body stronger, it didn't have much to do with the main secret art. Not having obtained the desired cultivation secret art, Ding Ziyu was a bit unwilling in his heart, and he planned to go to the nearest blind box market to take a look. While walking halfway down the road, she was stopped by a wide-eyed roadie girl. Uncle, do you know where the nearest blind box market is? I seem to be lost. It's just a little bit ahead. It's almost there. Are you going to buy a blind box? Ding Ziyu was somewhat impressed by this girl. In the blind box market in front of the reef from the front at most 100 meters. Actually cannot find the direction. Is also convinced. No, I sell blind boxes, the girl said with some embarrassment. Selling? Where's your blind box? You're not going to pray when you get to the place, are you? Ding Z, you just didn't see a blind box in the girl's hand. A place as noisy as the market was not suitable for praying at all. Who would do something that odd? No, I put the blind box in my pocket. It's like a little bit smaller than normal. The girl was a little embarrassed, and reached into her coat pocket to take out a very pocket-sized blind box. This blind box was only slightly larger than an adult's fingertip, and the color was the most common white light, which was considered a very odd blind box. Ah, so small? Ding Z, you also froze. This is not just a little bit small, simply too small. Okay, normal blind boxes have to be held in the hand, but this one, just put it anywhere. Ding Z, you fixed his eyes on it and immediately realized that inside the blind box was actually a soybean-like object. Inside this is a golden zenbean, which is usually used to record some kind of important information. The Eye of Truth stated the bean's purpose. How are you going to sell this blind box? Sell it directly to me if it's suitable. Ding Z, you moved. What if there really was something good in that golden zenbean? I don't know. Why don't you give 1,000 dragon coins? The girl was not greedy at all. No matter. The main thing was that this blind box was too small, and it was an ordinary white light blind box, so it would be hard to sell it at a high price when taken to the market. Okay, money for you. Ding Z, you immediately took out the money. There was no cheaper blind box than this. Thank you, uncle. The girl is very happy to count the money. This will not have to go to the blind box market. It seems to be a really social terrorist girl. Hurry up and go home. Don't get lost. Ding Z, you looked at the girl's appearance. The stupidity made him want to laugh a little. Thank you, uncle. I'm going back. The girl gave a sweet smile and waved her hand as she walked back. Ding Z, you shook his head and didn't think much of it as he continued to the blind box market. There's a wooden toy inside this blind box. There's a beautiful dress inside this blind box. There's a huge rock inside this blind box. Ding Z, you looked at a number of blind boxes in a row and did not come across a single valuable item. There's the big stone, that blind box. The moment it's opened, will the box opener be stoned to death? Ding Z, you thought wildly. Such a scene was really dangerous. Between walking and stopping, Ding Z, you had already strolled through half of the blind box market. The things in these ordinary blind boxes were all sorts of strange, and very few of them were truly valuable. It was no wonder that most people chose to take them out and sell them. But it was also a rule summarized from years of experience in opening boxes. It's really not that easy to pick up the slack. Ding Z, you steeled himself and continued to look down. An old man had a box with a glistening red light placed at his feet. Ding Z, you saw that inside was a fruit that was about to rot, and a rotten fruit that had been mostly eaten. However, when he was about to leave, the Eye of Truth reported a piece of news that surprised him greatly. Inside this blind box is a remnant of the fruit of life, which is about to rot, but is still of great use to you. Fruit of life? What fruit of life? That fruit of life at the market? Not tasty at all. Ding Z, you responded to him in his head, and through a period of acclimatization, he was able to communicate with the Eye of Truth in his head without having to open his mouth. In Ding Z's impression, the fruit of life wasn't a good thing, and it didn't taste very good either. This is the fruit of life of the Jin Yuan immortal, which blossoms once in 3,000 years, bears fruit only in 3,000 years, and ripens only in 3,000 years. The words of the Eye of Truth immediately made Ding Zi nonplussed. Jin Yuan Desin? You're not fooling me. Do those legendary immortals really exist in this world? Fruit of life is such a good thing, and there are still people who throw it away after eating half of it? Ding Zi was powerless to spit. This was simply too metaphysical. To ordinary people, this fruit of life is naturally a rare commodity on Earth, but to those powerful big shots, it's just a small snack, not that precious. Is it strange to take 2 bites and throw it away? The eyes of truth look like you've never seen the world. As for whether there were any immortals, he didn't bother to explain, because there was no point in explaining. What's the point of you, a small mortal, understanding those strange things? Ding Ziyu stopped gossiping with the Eye of Truth and turned his head to bargain with the old man. The red blind box belonged to one of the 4 colors and had a slightly higher price, and in the end he bought it for 4,700 dragon coins. Being able to find this blind box, Ding Ziyu was already satisfied. The rest of the blind box didn't bother to survey it and went straight back to his rented cultivation room. After returning to the cultivation room, Ding Ziyu immediately opened the red blind box, which actually did not produce much movement. It seems that this so-called fruit of life is just like that. After all, it is a fruit that is almost rotting. There is still less than half left, wilting and a bit moldy. This thing, can it really be eaten? Ding Ziyu took it and rinsed it, feeling that it was still hard to put down. Don't worry about eating it, it won't kill you. Are you talking like a human being? What I want isn't deathless. Ding Ziyu was a little depressed. This Eye of Truth was getting more and more unreliable in its speech. Was it also brought down by the surroundings? With his eyes closed, Ding Ziyu directly threw the few remaining fruit of life into his mouth, intending to swallow it whole. As a result, the moment he entered his mouth, the fruit of life actually transformed into a stream of sweet juice that went down his throat, not giving him a chance to savor it at all. Hasty, this thing turned out to be really tasty. Why would someone throw it away after a few bites? Ding Ziyu spat, unable to think of what kind of person would be so wasteful. I don't think Xin Yuan de Xian would do that. If you can't finish it, you can give it away. A small half of the fruit of life went down, and Ding Ziyu soon developed an indescribably strange feeling. It was as if his entire soul had become lighter. It's said that this stuff is said to last forever when eaten. Can it make up for the lifespan that was siphoned off by the dragon-handled battle blade before? Ding Ziyu was most concerned about this. The lifespan is replenished for sure, but your middle-aged looks will have to be restored slowly. The Eye of Truth replied leisurely. Chapter 16, Diamond Glazed Body. Being able to make up for his lost lifespan, Ding Ziyu was already very happy. As for the change in appearance, it was not that urgent for the time being. He took a look in the mirror and felt that his face was still much younger. Looking in his early 30s, a proper handsome uncle look. This fruit of life has not only repaired your lost lifespan, but it has also allowed you to make great progress in your spiritual power. In the future, you will be able to use that spatial ring easily by yourself. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. This was a problem that he hadn't even noticed, or rather he didn't have any cultivation base or experience at all, and it made sense that he couldn't notice the changes. Hearing the Eye of Truth say so, Ding Ziyu hurriedly took out the spatial ring. Concentrating slightly, he was able to easily inspect the situation within the spatial ring. The phaseless sacred bone that he had used a bit was resting peacefully within it. Ding Ziyu's mind moved as he thought of taking out that phaseless sacred bone, and as a result, in the next instant, the phaseless sacred bone appeared in his hand. When he thought to take it back, it disappeared from his hands again in a flash. After playing back and forth like this for many times, Ding Ziyu's interest then regained its calm. In the future, he would finally not have to beg the real eye for help. It was certainly much more convenient to be able to master it on his own. By the way, with my spiritual power growing, will it be easier to look at those blind boxes in the future? Ding Ziyu was concerned about this issue again. That's for sure. Most of the time before, it was using my spiritual power. When your spiritual power improves, and you find the appropriate secret arts to cultivate later, I will be able to save a lot of effort. Thank you. Ding Ziyu thanked from the bottom of his heart. No need to thank you. In fact, now you and I are considered to be two sides of the same body, living and dying together. Alas, the Eye of Truth sighed. Obviously there were many things he did not tell Ding Ziyu. What could Ding Ziyu say? If an eyeball could be this strong, what kind of existence would his main body be? How strong was the person who could beat his main body to the point where only such an eyeball was left? This was not something that Ding Ziyu could even imagine, and knowing it was better than not knowing it. Both chose to remain silent at this time and not dwell on the issue. Next, Ding Ziyu took out the tiny blind box. When he opened the blind box, a burst of golden light blossomed, which really attracted a lot of commotion. It was a good thing that the ceiling effect of this cultivation room was very good, or else it might really lead to some trouble. That golden Zen bean was lying in Ding Ziyu's hand, still glowing with a burst of golden light, looking no different from real gold. This is a golden Zen bean that has been enlightened by a Buddhist Taoist expert, otherwise it wouldn't be so divine. Focus your spirit on it and see what information is recorded inside? Ding Ziyu did as he was told, and soon a large amount of textual information poured into his mind, lasting for nearly 10 minutes or so before stopping. This golden Zen bean actually contains a Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. What's the use of me wanting this? It's not like I want to become a monk. Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. Buddhism is about wisdom roots. You got the phaseless sacred bone before, and now you've got the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Maybe you really do have a destiny with the Buddhist path? The Mahayana Buddhist Dharma also contains a lot of content. There must be secret techniques to cultivate yourself in it, so you carefully sort it out. The Eye of Truth was not discouraged at all to the point that something that could be recorded by the golden Zen bean would definitely not be just a simple Buddhist scripture. It seems like there really is a secret cultivation technique called the Vajra glazed body. Isn't this thing the same routine as that mortal body bone hardening technique? Both are body refining techniques. Ding Ziyu rationalized the information in his mind and really found out the same cultivation technique. What do you know? The Vajra glazed body is a very powerful secret art in the Buddhist path. It not only refines the body, but also refines the spirit. You quickly try and see if you can fit into this Buddhist secret art. The Eye of Truth was instead more excited than Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu could fit in with this Buddhist secret art, he would be considered to be really on his way in terms of cultivation. Such a secret art could be many times stronger than the roadkill within that martial arts hall. The secret art of the Vajra glazed body was quickly compiled by Ding Ziyu alone. However, a lot of things in it were rather obscure and difficult to understand, and it was impossible to comprehend what it meant. Fortunately, with the help of the Eye of Truth, after he explained it sentence by sentence, he finally felt the way. After the introductory segment was mastered, Ding Ziyu began to cultivate according to the method above. The aura of the phaseless sacred bone that was originally scattered within the cultivation room was actually easily absorbed into his body. Very good. I told you that you have a destiny with Buddhism. Why else would something related always fall into your hands? Perhaps it was already predestined in the underworld. The Eye of Truth was even more excited than Ding Ziyu, chattering non-stop. This was because not only was Ding Ziyu able to fit in with the secret art of the Vajra glazed body, but he was able to cultivate his way up very easily. Hurry up and bring out your phaseless sacred bone. It will help you cultivate. Ding Ziyu hurriedly placed the phaseless sacred bone in his own hand, and the Vajra glazed body mystic art progressed even faster. This cultivation together simply cannot stop the rhythm. 5 or 6 hours soon passed, and Ding Ziyu didn't even feel hungry. A large portion of the magical substance within the phaseless sacred bone in his hand had already disappeared, becoming much grayer. At this moment, Ding Ziyu's muscles all over his body bulged once again, instead having the tendency to turn into a muscle-bound man. The original skin that was thin and yellow became elastic and was developing in the direction of a bronze color. It seems like the chance to become a cream puff is gone. Ding Ziyu looked at his hands, the skin that used to be exposed, with some happiness and some disappointment. Yeah, it seems like my strength has been restored and there's a nice boost. Ding Ziyu stood up and moved his body, feeling like he had an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body. The Vajra glazed body is also graded. Currently Ding Ziyu knows that there is the mortal body, after that there is the bronze body and the brass body. Although Ding Ziyu's strength had increased and he had sort of entered the mortal body, his skin had only taken on a slight bronze color. You will definitely have a good effect by practicing the mortal body bone tempering technique in conjunction with your Vajra glazed body. This Vajra glazed body is made from the outside in, while that mortal body bone tempering technique is made from the inside out, and the combination of the two will definitely greatly accelerate your cultivation speed. The inside of the Eye of Truth was naturally not something that Ding Ziyu could compare to. When these two cultivation methods were put together, they had the implication of being a match made in heaven. Ding Ziyu hastily took out that mortal body bone hardening technique. This ancient book is written much more straightforward. With the foundation of the previous study of the Vajra glazed body secret art, reading this is very easy. Individual places do not understand. The real I slightly nudged. Immediately understood. Chapter 17, Grandpa's Missing. This mortal body bone hardening technique Ding Zi easily got started. Only that he hadn't practiced for long before he felt hungry to the point of being unable to do so, and his muscles that were originally somewhat bulging began to slim down. Ding Ziyu understood that he had to eat. Martial cultivation was really a very money-burning act, and people who cultivated were much larger than ordinary people in terms of food alone. Ding Ziyu had only bought the cheapest food, and as a result, he had eaten nearly 500 dragon coins in one meal before he had developed some feeling of fullness. It's too much of a burnout. Ding Ziyu remembered that when he used to be with his grandfather, the two of them only spent 100 dragon coins a day. Now one person ate 500 dragon coins in one meal. It was really something. Gotta work hard to make money. Ding Ziyu had a strong sense of urgency. The money he had on hand was actually not much, and if he spent it like this, it wouldn't be long before it was spent. Not to mention what was the situation on Grandpa's side. He still had to go back as soon as possible to see. Of course, the 3 days in the rented cultivation room couldn't be wasted. He had to hurry up and cultivate first. 3 days down the line, Ding Ziyu felt that in terms of pure strength, he had already reached the 6th stage of martial artist. Every time he practiced down, his strength was increasing. What surprised Ding Ziyu even more was that his explosive power was quite strong and his staying power was also very exaggerated. If it wasn't for the phaseless sacred bone being consumed by him, he would have even been able to reach martial artist's 7th stage strength in these 3 days. Time to go back to the boxing gym. I don't know how Grandpa is doing. Ding Ziyu could never let go of his grandfather in his heart. It's been 3 days since then. What if the Zhou family or the Blind Box Authority found the Nine Lords Society going? This possibility was also quite high. If the Blind Box Authority exerted pressure, the Nine Lords Association might not be willing to protect Ding Shichen. After all, he could only be considered a peripheral member of the Nine Lords Society at best, and there was simply no need to offend the powerful Blind Box administration for his sake. Coming out of the cultivation room, Ding Ziyu didn't eat anything and directly took a taxi to the underground boxing gym. However, when Ding Ziyu hurriedly rushed to the underground boxing hall, Steward Lu told him that Ding Shichen had disappeared 2 days earlier. These days, 1 or 2 people going missing is no big deal at all. And who cares where you've been if it's not your next of kin? Hearing this news, Ding Ziyu was instantly confused. The grandfather and grandson had always depended on each other, and even if he occasionally went out for a few days, his heart didn't panic, knowing that his grandfather would be waiting for him at home. Now that my grandfather was gone and my home was gone, I felt empty inside. Even where he was going was very confusing. Could it be that the Zhou family suddenly appeared and secretly took Grandpa away? Ding Ziyu pondered over many possibilities and felt that this was the only one that was more likely. If it's the blind box authority that arrests people, there's no need for them to hide. Just take them away openly and honestly. Who would dare to jump out and stop them? Ding Ziyu decided to go and inquire about the news. And anyway, with his current appearance, he wasn't worried about being recognized. A little bit of caution would not be a big problem. The Zhou family's power in Daning City was not small, and a large area in the northwest corner was the Zhou family's territory. Here, even if the people from the Blind Box Authority came over, they would have to yield to them. Other people's forces or clans were even less worth mentioning. When Ding Ziyu went to the Zhou family's territory, he was mercilessly blocked out. They only authorized 3 types of people to enter the Zhou family's territory. The first type was naturally the Zhou family's children. The second type was the Blind Box Authority's people. And the third type was martial artists of the 3rd stage or higher. Although Ding Ziyu's true strength had long since exceeded the 3rd martial artist stage, he had not gone to be tested. And naturally, he had not obtained the corresponding martial artist stage markings. There were quite a few outsiders who wanted to enter the Zhou family, but the Zhou family didn't want everyone. Usually, martial artist 3rd stage was the minimum standard. For martial artists below the 3rd stage, they would not accept them, and they were not even qualified to be a fighter. It was already past 8 in the evening. The martial arts testing hall had already closed long ago, and even if Ding Ziyu wanted to go for testing, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Besides, Ding Ziyu didn't want to go to the Zhou family as an underling. He only wanted to know if his grandfather had been captured in the Zhou family. After some thought, Ding Ziyu decided to find an unoccupied place and climb over the wall to enter. The area occupied by the Zhou family was so wide that it was impossible for every place to be watched. The Zhou clan's family range was all surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall with sharp glass slivers inserted into it, and it wasn't an easy task for martial artists or ordinary people below the 3rd stage to go over the wall. With Ding Ziyu's strength, it wasn't difficult to get up the wall, but he didn't want to get stuck by glass slivers either. After following the wall for a few hundred meters, Ding Ziyu finally found a large tree by the wall. Looking around to see that no one was around, Ding Ziyu very easily climbed up the tree. Looking up, within the fence was a garden, which was silent at the moment. Not a single person was there. Ding Ziyu reached out and kicked the glass slag at the top of the fence, easily stepping onto the top of the fence before jumping into the garden without causing much of a commotion. Since he was unfamiliar with the Zhou family's internal situation, Ding Ziyu could only go towards places where there were people. With such a large territory as the Zhou family, it was impossible for everyone to know each other, and as long as he did not make any out-of-the-ordinary moves, he would certainly not be found to have any problems in a short period of time. However, Ding Ziyu had still underestimated the Zhou family's territory, and although he had not encountered any danger, he had not gained anything either. While he was fretting about what to do, he saw several people walking over from the distance. 2 of them were holding 2 blind boxes, while the others were following them, presumably the Zhou family's guards. Don't worry, the 2 young masters, the blind boxes you picked will definitely open up good things, one of them said somewhat fawningly to the 2 teenagers holding the blind boxes. Ding Ziyu took a look and realized that these 2 teenagers were probably only 13 or 14 years old, not at all old enough to pray for a blind box. Obviously this was the blind box that the Zhou family had gotten for them. The box held in the hands of the slightly taller one was a 2-colored red and white box, while the other teenager held a hexahedral alien blind box that glowed purple. It seemed that the disciples of these great families were indeed much stronger than ordinary people. This kind of relatively rare blind box was something that many people never had the chance to come into contact with in their entire lives. Usually as soon as they show up, someone else buys them. No wonder those big families and big powers are prone to produce talents, and not without reason. Ding Ziyu gazed at the red and white blind box, and immediately saw a dark mass inside that was still active. Inside this blind box is a large mutated demonic pig. Its impact is very strong. You should not mess with it. The Eye of Truth issued a warning to Ding Ziyu. If these guys immediately went to open the box, they were definitely going to suffer a big loss. The boar was already a hot-tempered person, and after being locked up for a long time, it was very aggressive. Chapter 18, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Forget it, it's not my family or friends. What's the point of worrying blindly? Ding Ziyu secretly shook his head and looked at the hexahedral alien blind box again. Just as Ding Ziyu's gaze pierced through the blind box, he saw a familiar holy light shining, quite a bit denser than the phaseless sacred bone he had gotten himself earlier. Inside this blind box is a Vajra relic left behind by a high priest. It seems that this thing has a destiny with you. Reali's voice was raised a bit. Asterisk. Surely this name is not simple. Ding Ziyu looked at the blind box, and in his heart, he began to wonder how he would get his hands on it. You guys go get some guards over here and go over to the square to open the blind box. one of the teenagers said with great excitement. It was so hard to get this thing, it was a bit impatient. Don't be anxious, two young masters, I'll go and call someone. The guards were a bit weak, a few of them weren't very strong. If they really opened up any danger, they wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Ding Ziyu followed a few people not far behind and soon arrived above the square. The Zhou family's territory is indeed not small, and this square is quite a bit larger than those previous school fields. The perimeter was also surrounded by sturdy metal, presumably a place dedicated to opening blind boxes. The two teenagers entered the plaza in a flurry of excitement, and the guy who had gone to call out earlier also came over with several people. Standing at a distance, Ding Zi instantly recognized one of them. It was Huang Quan who ran to his house that day. I didn't realize that this guy was still alive and well. Zhou Yucheng was dead, but he wasn't severely punished. In a moment, if there was an opportunity to capture this guy, he might be able to ask for some useful information. It's best to open that red and white box first and release that mutated boar. Ding Zi mumbled in his mind. Don't look at the fact that there were several guards who came together, but if they were really asked to open the two blind boxes at the same time, they might not have the guts to do so. After all, both boxes were rather special, and the risks involved were not small. Not knowing if Ding Ziyu's chanting had an effect, the group of guards indeed took the red and white blind box over first. The two young masters of the Zhou family stood far away, staring at the blind box with their eyes fixed on it, hoping that something good would come out of it. Lu Er, you go open the blind box. Huang Quan pointed at a guy with a thin body and said, this person also had the strength of martial artist 5th stage, only that he failed the test of the blind box authority and ended up joining the Zhou family as a guard. Lu Er opened his mouth, hesitated a little, and still walked forward. Opening the blind box was indeed dangerous, but if something good came out of it, the young master of the Zhou family might be able to offer a rather generous reward if he was happy, and might even be able to get a ride with the Zhou family's core characters. The identity of these two small children was not simple. So small the family was willing to prepare a special blind box for him. The status in the Zhou family was much higher than some of the side branches. The red and white blind box was right in the middle of the pendulum. Lu Er walked forward alone, and the others retreated to 5 meters away. More so, the two young masters were tightly protected. As Lu Er stretched his hand over, the red and white light quickly dissipated, followed by the figure of a huge black boar appearing above the square. This guy's body size reached at least 7 or 8 meters, and his dispatch was also about 2 meters. In terms of weight, there were at least several thousand pounds. The fangs outside his mouth were half a meter long, and his eyes were bloodshot, ready to rise up and hurt someone. Lu Er has not yet reacted, was suddenly appeared wild boar knocked flying out of the flat, all of a sudden flew out of a few meters away, heavily in the smash on the ground, and that wild boar is not the slightest movement, as if there is no feeling in general. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a big boar. It must be a mutated demonic beast. Don't mess with it. Huang Quan was a bit flustered and hurriedly escorted the two Zhou family young masters back. However, just as his words fell, the mutated boar, which was standing still, let out a roar and charged straight over to his side. Scatter and run. Hurry and run outside the square. Huang Quan scooped up one of the teenagers and without looking back, desperately ran outside. The others quickly dispersed, choosing different directions. As long as they could leave the square in time, they would be able to keep this huge boar within the square. By then, with the Zhou family's experts arriving, they would be able to eliminate this huge boar. There was nothing wrong with Huang Quan's idea. However, what he didn't expect was that the mutated boar looked at the crowd that had separated and fled and froze just a little before charging over to his side. The speed of that impact felt like a loose heavy truck, running with the wind whistling. Damn, how did this stare at me? Huang Quan cursed. He was still holding a teenager in his hands. The speed of escape was really not as fast as that wild boar ran. Give me young Master Zhou. A voice easily came over and took the initiative to greet Huang Quan. Huang Quan didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly pushed the teenager in his hand over, while he himself turned around and ran in the other direction. This time, he moved a lot faster all of a sudden. It was just that the mutated boar seemed to recognize Huang Quan and chased him to death. Young Master Zhou, hurry up and retreat outside. It's too dangerous here. Well, let me hold your blind box for you. Don't accidentally open up any more evil things. Ding Ziyu pulled that teenager towards the outside, the same hand reaching out. The teenager also seemed to be frightened, really afraid that he had opened the box again in his panic. If there was another fierce demonic beast, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to save my life tonight. Watching the young master of the Zhou family run outside, Ding Ziyu did not hesitate to put this blind box into his spatial ring. Everyone was focusing on the huge boar, and no one paid attention to the movements on his side. Even Ding Ziyu himself did not expect to get that hexahedral blind box so easily. Perhaps, as the Eye of Truth said, the Vajra relics in here had a destiny with him. Looking at the square again, Huang Quan was being chased by that wild boar in quite a mess. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy had a strength close to the 8th stage and was physically more flexible than that wild boar, he would have been caught up long ago. Seeing the metal fences that were getting closer and closer, Huang Quan finally let out a sigh of relief. These fences were easy for humans to pass through, but large-sized demonic beasts had a hard time getting through. After Huang Quan crossed the fence, he immediately slowed down, even turning around quickly to observe the boar behind him. Right at this moment, a loud clang came from behind him. The thick and incomparable fence was actually directly deformed by the mutated boar and had the possibility of falling down at any time. This is also too powerful. Right, the power at least reaches the level of martial saint. Huang Quan secretly rushed a breath of air. The fence at the edge of the square is full of arm-thick line of steel pipes. Actually all were hit at once to seriously deformed. This power is also too fierce. Chapter 19, Kill Huang Quan. With such a ferocious impact, that mutated boar was not injured, but instead, this provoked its ferocity. This turned around and backed up about 20 meters, an accelerated boost, and impacted toward that fence with an even more ferocious momentum. This is too raw. Huang Quan was startled and hurriedly ran to the side. Just as he ran away, the fence behind him broke under the charge of the mutated boar. The fence made of steel pipes couldn't even stop it. It was indeed a little too fierce. The boar was red-eyed, and after running out of the fence, it once again charged towards Huang Quan. At this moment, Ding Ziyu finally understood a little bit. This guy had the highest realm, and the mutated boar chased him, mostly for this reason. Under no circumstances, Huang Quan had to drill to the square inside, to avoid the impact of the wild boar. Not long down, the square fence has appeared in a number of gaps, cannot block the wild boar's collision. Ding Ziyu wanted to sneak attack Huang Quan several times, but when he thought about the wild boar behind him, he gave up the idea. He was worried that once Huang Quan fell, the boar would shift its gaze to himself. After all, his own segmentation was almost at the 7th stage of martial artist. Damn you, good guts! A loud voice came from the distance, and this broken cry really drew the boar's attention at once. The person who came was as fast as he could walk, and his speed was extremely fast. Ding Ziyu estimated that this person had at least the strength of a martial artist of the 9th stage or above. This person had just rushed over. His body was so fast that he pulled out a residual shape. His figure was also incredibly nimble, and he circled around to the boar's side and threw a heavy punch at the boar's body. The boar's body stumbled and almost fell to the ground. With just a swing of its ass, it adjusted its body, yet slammed its tusks hard at the visitor. A man and a pig soon fought together. Both sides exchanged positions back and forth, and no one looked like they were taking advantage. On the edge of the broken fence, Huang Quan was holding onto it and gasping for air. If the reinforcements had arrived a little slower, his situation would have been dangerous. Huang Quan, I didn't expect you to live quite well. A voice suddenly came from behind him, and a hand naturally rested on top of his shoulder. Huang Quan turned around violently, trying to get rid of the incoming hand. However, that hand reacted faster and grabbed his neck in a flash. Don't move. Believe it or not, I'll directly pinch your neck off. Ding Ziyu lowered his voice and said, with his current strength, it really wasn't difficult to pinch a person's neck. Who are you? We haven't met before, have we? You struck out against me in the Zhou family's territory. You're quite bold. Huang Quan did not recognize Ding Ziyu, but he wasn't very scared. The Zhou family's experts were right here. Even if he couldn't beat the other party, wouldn't the experts come over if he shouted? You can try and see who moves faster. Ding Ziyu was still calm and was not intimidated by Huang Quan. Huang Quan really didn't dare to gamble. The person who came could easily touch his back and clamp down on his vitals. His strength was definitely not weak. Taking his own life to gamble, how to see is not cost effective. What do you want? You can take all the money and possessions I have on me. If you want to hit the Zhou family, I advise you to most likely dismiss the idea. The Zhou family is not something you can mess with. Huang Quan was half compromising, half threatening. He didn't have much dragon coins on him in the first place, so if he could exchange this loss for his freedom, it would certainly be a very good result. Cut the crap. What I ask, you answer, or I'll get you killed. Ding Ziyu continued to inquire, not having the slightest idea of compromise. Even though there were some guards in this square, most of them still retreated far away. That huge boar was not something to be messed with. Without that strength, who would want to run over there? You ask. I don't know much. I can only say that I will try to answer your questions. Huang Quan wimped out. You guys didn't go to the Nine Lords Club's underground boxing gym to arrest an old man in the last 2 days? Nine Lords Society? No matter. Although the Zhou family is not weak, they don't dare to easily provoke the Nine Lords Society. Huang Quan shook his head repeatedly, stating that he didn't know. Don't be slick. The old man is just a peripheral member of the Nine Lords Association. You and Zhou Yucheng ran to their house to rob them and got one person slaughtered instead. It's impossible to forget this matter so quickly. Ding Ziyu's voice became several degrees more morose. Mentioning this matter, the fire in Ding Ziyu's heart immediately rose upwards. If it wasn't for the soul to go to their house to make trouble, maybe they are still alive and well. How would they be like this now? Becoming a street rat in general. So you're the one they hired to help? We really didn't catch that old man. And the territory of the Nine Lords Society isn't a place where anyone dares to go wild, Huang Quan hurriedly said. From the tone of his voice, it didn't seem like he was lying. Why is the young master of the Zhou family dead? But you are fine? Ding Ziyu still didn't quite trust Huang Quan. The words coming out of this guy's mouth might not have much credibility. Young Master Zhou wasn't killed by me either. And besides, the enemy was too powerful. So I did my best. And I was also fined a year's wages. Huang Quan explained shamelessly. Ding Ziyu didn't actually want to know about the Zhou family's bull asterisk. He just wanted to know if Huang Quan was telling the truth, which was why he asked this question. He didn't say panic. At this time, the voice of the Eye of Truth resounded in Ding Ziyu's mind. Ding Ziyu instantly felt very disappointed. If Grandpa had not been captured by the Zhou family, where had he gone? In this chaotic world, Grandpa has no money on him. Where can he run away alone? The more Ding Ziyu thought about it, the more angry he became. All of this was caused by this guy in front of him. Since this guy was of no use anymore, let's send him on his way. Ding Ziyu slammed his hands together and with a crunching click, he pinched Huang Quan's neck. Then he leaned him against the fence, disguised as resting. At this time, the mutated boar had gradually fallen into the wind. After all, it would attack in just two ways back and forth. The Zhou family's martial artist has a lot of means. The key is flexibility is too much stronger than the boar. From time to time, the cold can give the boar a blow. If it wasn't for this thick skin and thick flesh, the resistance to blows is really terrifying. It would probably have already collapsed. After continuously suffering losses, the mutant boar finally developed a desire to escape. And as soon as it turned its head, it ran off into the distance. Its speed still very fast. Everyone, quickly chase after it. Don't let this run away. The Zhou clan's experts shouted. The value of such a demonic beast is still very high. It depends on whether you can finish it off or not. Several of the guards were bold enough to chase after them. Anyway, there were experts in front of them. They were just making up heads. Ding Ziyu's mind moved, and he followed suit and ran outside. However, he didn't run a few steps, but was stopped by the young master of the Zhou family. Where's my blind box? Hurry up and give it back to me. Your blind box? I gave it to Huang Quan. Go ask him for it. Ding Ziyu casually pointed at the corpse in the distance, shaking off the Zhou family's young master and quickly moving away. Chapter 20, A Coincidental Encounter. The teenager didn't doubt it. He did see Ding Ziyu walking over and chatting with Huang Quan for a while, and thought that Ding Ziyu had really given his blind box to Huang Quan. However, when he walked over to him, he realized that Huang Quan had long since died of gas, and instead, he was scared to the point of shouting, daring to kill in the Zhou family's territory. This was definitely a big deal for the Zhou family. It didn't really matter if a person died. What mattered was that the Zhou family couldn't lose face. That's why several experts soon chased after him, vowing to capture this murderer back. Besides, that mutated boar, although it couldn't beat the expert behind it who was chasing after it, its ability to escape was really nothing to speak of. This or has become its life instinct. The wild boar actually very accurately found its way out. The iron gate was just like papier-mâché in front of it, and in one go, it was smashed into a few big pieces, and collapsed on the ground with a bang. Ding Ziyu followed the guards and easily ran out of the Zhou family's territory. As he watched these people chasing further and further away, Ding Ziyu decisively turned around and ran in the other direction. Relieved, Ding Ziyu felt another bout of confusion. He didn't know where his grandfather had gone, and after thinking about it, he decided to go to the Nine Lords Club's underground boxing gym again, just in case his grandfather had gone back again. However, he hadn't gone far before he realized that quite a few martial artists had chased after him, arresting people all over the place. They didn't even ask for the original reason, first arresting them back. Quite forceful and completely unreasonable. The person in front of you, stop right there. Don't blame my Zhou family for being unreasonable if you go any further. Ding Ziyu's side really did have someone chasing after him as well, and the strength of the person who came wasn't weak, actually being a 6th stage martial artist. Ding Ziyu's face sank, originally wanting to immediately start running, but after thinking for a moment he still stopped where he was. He understood that if he started to run, the guy behind him would definitely call out for help. And by then there would be a bunch of martial artists chasing this way without a care in the world. When the visitors saw that Ding Ziyu had obediently stopped and was very cooperative, his wariness instantly became much smaller. In less than half a minute, the martial artist had arrived at Ding Ziyu's side, only to see him casually take out a smart bracelet and throw it directly to Ding Ziyu. Lock it yourself. And when you get to the Zhou family, if it has nothing to do with you, someone over there will naturally open the bracelet for you and let you leave. The guy swept a glance at Ding Ziyu and said nonchalantly. Ding Ziyu was aware of this thing, and the blind box authority often used it to lock up those criminals. This thing is much stronger than a metal hand grill, and it also comes with a tracking function. As long as you bring it with you, no matter where you run to, others can easily find you. Joe guy is so strong. Also ask you if you want to, and do not care if you have an emergency. First arrest people. I don't know how to use this thing. Why don't you come and help me? Ding Ziyu held it in his hand and fiddled with it back and forth nearly, with a puzzled look. What a bumpkin. Can't even do such a simple thing. The guy saw Ding Ziyu's appearance and walked over with large strides. Just at the moment he reached out, Ding Ziyu's hand suddenly moved, and the smart bracelet in his hand quickly flipped, locking his hands together in one look. Immediately after, Ding Ziyu nonchalantly covered the other party's mouth, and with both hands exerting force at the same time, he snapped the guy's neck. Ding Ziyu threw him into the shadows of the street, and his feet picked up speed as he flew forward. Originally thinking that he could leave very easily, he didn't realize that the Zhou family would actually arrest people on sight, so naturally he couldn't go forward so slowly anymore. Ding Ziyu had just left in a few minutes, and cheaply a Zhou family guard with notable strength chased after him. The smart bracelet was activated and stayed in place, and immediately the others realized that there was a problem over here. Chase this way. Definitely that guy who killed Huang Quan. Even the killing technique is the same. Seeing the dead martial artist in the corner, the Zhou clan martial artist immediately came to the correct judgment. In fact, Ding Ziyu didn't even think that much at that time. He just wanted to utilize the smart bracelet to take out his pursuers in the easiest and least moving way, not expecting to expose his whereabouts instead. Under this person's greeting, several powerful martial artists changed direction and chased over this way, much faster than the one who had caught up earlier. Although Ding Ziyu ran first for a few minutes, he didn't have much of an advantage. Nowadays at night, there weren't many people walking on the street. Someone running fast on the streetlet was actually quite eye-catching. After running for a few consecutive blocks, Ding Ziyu also understood that it would be easy to be caught up by someone if he kept going through the streets. So when he realized that an alley appeared in front of him, he rushed in without even thinking about it. This is a residential area, and the houses have become much lower, and the streets are only about 2 or 3 meters, and there were also a lot of forks in the road, so it was relatively easy to hide people here. The vast majority of the street is closed. Only the dim street lamps illuminated by the shadows of the street is not wide. Seems a little quiet and slightly lonely. Ding Ziyu ran down a few alleys in a row and still did not feel any sense of security. As long as the Zhou family found their way over here and saw someone standing alone on the street, even if they didn't have anything to do with them, there was a high chance that they would be arrested and taken back to talk about it. It was impossible to use the same trick twice. Ding Ziyu considered how he had to find a house to hide in first. Looking up, he noticed a window on the second floor that was open, and there was warm light coming from it. Ding Ziyu swept his eyes, and with an easy assisted run, his body rushed up in a flash, grabbing the edge of the window. He then exerted force in his hands, and very easily tumbled into the window on the second floor, not even making a big noise. However, the moment he let Ting Zi jump into the window, he realized that a pair of big eyes were staring blankly at him. Just as she was about to yell out, Ting Zi rushed forward and covered her mouth in one fell swoop. Don't shout. Someone is chasing me. I'll stay for a while and then leave. Ding Ziyu softly pacified, hoping that the other party would cooperate with him. The girl struggled a few times and realized that she couldn't get rid of Ding Ziyu, so she could only nod her head repeatedly, indicating that she wouldn't yell. However, Ding Ziyu didn't dare to let go of her, but instead led her to the window, and quickly closed the window. Only when she calmed down did Ding Ziyu slowly release his hand. I recognize you. You're the uncle who bought my blind box. The girl spoke in a small voice, looking at Ding Ziyu with some curiosity and some fear. Why you? Why did you run here? Ding Ziyu also recognized her at this moment. It was that somewhat dopey roadie girl. Ding Ziyu had met her at the blind box market in the south of the city during the day, and this place was supposedly still a long way away from there. How could she have traveled so far if she was a roadie? This is my grandmother's house. My mom sent me here, the girl explained. Chapter 21, The Blue Bird. Where's your grandmother? Why are you alone? The world is in such a mess and you dare to leave the window open at night? How dare you? Ding Ziyu was a bit strange. These days there are really not many people who dare to sleep with the window open at night. Grandmother died long ago. I'm waiting for my signet. Without opening the window, I'm afraid it won't find its way back. After the girl finished speaking, she looked at the closed window again with a worried look on her face. A bluebird? Did you raise that? By the way, what's your name? Ding Ziyu was also a bit curious. In today's world, the number of people who kept pets was already quite small. It wasn't easy to live on one's own. Who would have the heart to keep a pet? The poorer you are, the less you have that free time. My name is Long Xiaoyu. That green bird was opened by my mom from a blind box. It's very smart and obedient. Speaking of her bird, Long Xiaoyu's face was filled with a cheerful smile. This Long Xiaoyu looked a little too innocent, and Ding Ziyu was a little unable to believe how she had survived in this chaotic world. It was estimated that if she walked out, she could easily be tricked. Ding Ziyu was about to ask something more when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the window, and at a preliminary estimate, there were at least 4 or 5 people running this way. Ding Ziyu hurriedly signaled Long Xiaoyu to turn off the lights and try not to attract anyone's attention. After those people left, he would be able to leave without any problems. Are those people after you? Long Xiaoyu turned off the lights and lowered her voice. It may or may not be. Ding Ziyu answered ambiguously, and he didn't want to go into details. It was not a good thing to involve such a simple girl. The sound of hurried footsteps came from far and near, and then from near and far again. Yet not a moment later, they came back from the distance. Could it be that they've locked down this area? Ding Ziyu's heart jumped slightly. Normally speaking, he should have already avoided his family's search. My urchin mouse has already smelled the odor on that person. That guy is definitely in this slum area. I just don't know which household he is hiding in. The sound of talking outside clearly came over, but it made Ding Ziyu's heart tighten. I didn't realize that the Zhou family actually had tracking-type creatures. I was inexperienced and careless. The point was that he had dragged Long Xiaoyu into trouble because of this. How could this be good? With his strength, there were still some ways to leave, but the Zhou family had that what's-her-name, the Yujin mouse, and sooner or later, they would find Long Xiaoyu's place to come, which would be very troublesome. Long Xiaoyu was also a bit anxious. Oops, my green bird hasn't returned yet. What can we do? She was still worried about her bird and actually didn't realize the crisis in front of her. Long Xiaoyu, you can't stay in this place. You must come with me. Otherwise, when the Zhou family searches here, you will be in great danger. The Zhou family is not a reasonable place. Ding Ziyu had some regrets. He really didn't think that he would spill over to innocent people. They're right outside. How do I get there? I'll try to think of a way to actively lure people away in a while. Then you notify your mom and ask her to hurry and come pick you up. Ding Ziyu thought about it and came up with a relatively safe method. As long as he showed himself, the Zhou family should not be chasing after Long Xiaoyu. But this place definitely couldn't stay. If the Zhou family didn't catch him, they would definitely come back for clues. My mom had something to do and went somewhere else. She said she won't be back for the last few days. Long Xiaoyu was really a bit anxious now. Originally thinking that Ding Ziyu would take her with him, he ended up leaving her behind again. This left her somewhat at a loss, not knowing how to deal with such a situation. Right at this moment, the sound of a bird fluttering came from outside the window. Long Xiaoyu hurriedly walked forward and gently opened a sliver of the window. A palm-sized bird drilled in very smartly and landed on Long Xiaoyu's palm, but a pair of small eyes were sizing up Ding Ziyu in the darkness. Hey, I didn't realize that this is really a green bird. Marvelous, marvelous. The Eye of Truth suddenly spoke in Ding Ziyu's mind. What do you mean? What's so amazing about a bird? Ding Ziyu clearly did not know the origin of the green bird, much less what was so magical about it. The green bird is a divine bird that specializes in sending messages to the Queen Mother, and once it becomes a year, it is very strong in battle. The key is that the green bird is very smart and good to get along with. If you get along well with Long Xiaoyu, are you still afraid that this green bird won't help you? The explanation of the Eye of Truth again made Ding Ziyu a little dumbfounded. Previously ran out the fruit of Jin Yuanzi's life. Now even the legendary god bird appeared. What's wrong with this world? What's going on here? This bird is still so small. What purpose can it serve? Surviving the immediate crisis is most important. Ding Ziyu forced himself to calm down. He had to find a safe solution. It's not small. It just hasn't revealed its true form. Have Long Xiaoyu tell the green bird to go finish off that ocelot mouse, and with the Zhou family without their tracking ability, you guys will have a much better chance of getting out of the trap. The Eye of Truth immediately gave a very maneuverable solution to come. Ding Ziyu didn't know if it would work, and with the principle of treating a dead horse as a living horse, he told Long Xiaoyu about the method of the Eye of Truth. It's only so small, how can it beat the others? Long Xiaoyu looked at the bird in her hand and said worriedly. As she said this, Cygnus inclined his head to look at her, seeming a bit disconcerted. Just let it try, and run away if you can't beat it. It will fly anyway, and that woolly mouse shouldn't be able to catch up with it. Ding Ziyu continued to persuade. Alright, Xiaoqing, you go and try. If you can't beat them, hurry up and run. Don't punish the energy. Long Xiaoyu was still soft in nature. Seeing Ding Ziyu insisting, she agreed. The green bird looked at Long Xiaoyu very seriously before it flew up from her hand, and very deftly drilled out from between the cracks of the window. At this time, the Zhou family members were getting closer and closer to Ding Ziyu's side of the family, and a large rat nearly 2 feet long was running around on the ground, its fur color appearing ebony and shiny, with a hidden metallic luster flashing. No wonder it was named the Wujin mouse. Compared to the urchin mouse, the green bird's body was only slightly larger than the sparrow's. No matter how one looked at it, it was the weaker party. Even Ding Ziyu was a bit skeptical. How could such a small bird have any transformation ability? Can it beat the winking rat? Ding Ziyu looked carefully through the window cracks into the dimly lit street, only to see a black shadow fly out as fast as lightning, its beak going straight for the big rat's eyes. With a fluttering sound, the scurrying ebony mouse was unable to dodge, and one of its eyes was instantly beaked out by the green bird, emitting a shrill hissing sound. Damn it, where did that come out from? Actually dared to hurt my ebony mouse. The Zhou family guard was enraged and waved his hand at the green bird. It was just that Ayashimakuan's speed was incredibly fast, and the Zhou family guards couldn't hit it at all. Chapter 22, A Strong Strike. Ding Ziyu also did not expect that a small, plain-looking bird was actually fast to such an extent, especially in this rather dim environment. It came and went without a trace. That ebony mouse was even more frightened and fled into the distance, to not dare to stay in the same place at all. Just it has not fled far. The black shadow appeared again, beak to its other eye. The green bird was fast, accurate and ruthless. With 2 attacks, the urchin mouse had become blind. In pain, it kept rolling on the ground. Not to mention that it was just a mutated rat. Even if it was a person, it wouldn't be able to stand such a great stimulus. The Zhou family had gone crazy, lunging headlessly in all directions, not caring if these surrounding houses could withstand such a strong pounding. Anyway, this is a ghetto. It doesn't matter if a house is broken down, and it doesn't matter even more if someone is killed. As the saying goes, the poor have no human rights at all. In just a moment's time, the ebony mouse had collapsed to the ground and was already dying, except for the occasional twitch. Long Xiaoye's dull eyes stared blankly. She had never imagined that the little bird she raised actually had such a strong aggressiveness. If it was allowed to beak a human's eyes, wouldn't it have the same result? Ordinary people's agility. They really couldn't catch up with that ocelot mouse. Who raised? Come out to me. If no one comes out today, I will demolish your street master. The Zhou family members were like madmen, roaring angrily at Street Jean. Those not-so-sturdy houses were blown down by a few of their punches, and there was no telling if there was anyone living inside. These people are so hateful. That's the house of Mr. Zhao's family. Master Zhao already has mobility problems. What's going to happen now? Long Xiaoye was worried. Although she didn't live here for a long time, she still knew a lot of her neighbors. Recall the green bird and have it attack those who have gone mad. Ding Ziyu was also a bit unable to watch. It was just that the street made quite a few of the Zhou family members, and he was worried that another fist wouldn't be able to defeat 4 hands. The green bird was fast enough that if it was willing to attack those who struck out carelessly, it would inevitably leave an indelible mark on them. This is not good. What if they call in more people and really tear this street down? Long Xiaoye was still a little scared. Just then a man opened the door and rushed out. Stop it, you guys. I know the bird and I know who owns it. Birds? What kind of bird is so powerful? Who is its owner? A Zhou family member asked in surprise. The Yujin mouse was killed, and they hadn't been able to figure out what had done it until now. Only a string of black shadows were seen flashing by. That's a green-colored bird. It's owned by a girl. It's on the 2nd floor over there in the residence. The man pointed at Long Xiaoye's window and directly sold her. Just then, the green bird happened to land on the edge of the window, and the Zhou family got a very good look at it. Grab that girl. Maybe she's in cahoots with that murderer guy. The Zhou family quickly rushed over. Their actions were quite fast. Ding Ziyu's heart was immediately a little depressed, not expecting to be exposed so soon. It is estimated that Long Xiaoye usually did not rarely let slip the bird in the street, and had long been remembered clearly. Swallow the Vajra relic in that blind box, or else you're probably no match for those people. Seeing that there was no escape, the Eye of Truth hastily reminded Ding Ziyu. It's all blocked, so why worry about making any noise? Let's just get through this first. At this moment, the people outside the house had already run with a thud, and as long as they rushed over, demolishing the house was a sure thing. Ding Ziyu took out the 6-sided blind box at once, not caring if Long Xiaoye would be surprised, and directly reached out to open the box. In an instant, an incomparably holy aura rose up to the sky, and the entire slum area could feel this divine aura. The Zhou family members who were searching around immediately reacted and rushed over this way at an extremely fast speed. Farther away, there were also quite a few experts who moved, getting up and heading this way to center me. Without even thinking about it, Ding Ziyu swallowed the finger bone-sized Vajra sharp into his mouth with a single bite. Run the Vajra glazed body secret art and absorb the power of the Vajra sharpener with all your might. Ding Ziyu followed the reminder of the Eye of Truth and immediately ran the secret art that he had just learned, and those soft yet massive quantities of power immediately began to merge into Ding Ziyu's body. And the process went as smooth as could be without any repulsive reactions. The power of the Vajra relic can protect you for a long time. Charge out and finish those guys. The Eye of Truth was very excited as it commanded Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu also had this feeling, only that he didn't dare to be sure. Getting a reminder from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu didn't even think about it, opened the window and jumped down. Attention everyone, that murderer is indeed here. The Zhou family guards shouted before they could get a clear look at Ding Ziyu's appearance. Just as his words fell, his entire body flew up, while the sound of bones cracking came from his chest. When this fellow landed on the ground, he had already swallowed his breath. Ding Ziyu blasted out this punch with a power that far exceeded his normal segment. He didn't know how much power he could exert at the moment. He only knew that his entire body had inexhaustible power, the kind that didn't look for someone to step comfortably. Damn murderer, let's see where you can escape today. A few Zhou family guards quickly surrounded them again. Further away, there were already experts stronger than them coming this way, so what was there to worry about? To be a dog, one must have the awareness of being beaten. All of you go to hell. Ding Ziyu's feet violently stomped on the ground, and his entire body leapt up like a fly, while bending his legs and lifting his knees, slamming into a martial artist who wore a 7th Dan martial arts label with a lightning-fast momentum. That guy's reaction was also slow, but it was still quite a bit worse than Ding Ziyu's at this moment. He only had time to raise his arms upwards and block his chest. Immediately after that, there was a dull crash and the sound of crisp bones breaking. This was a knee strike by Ding Ziyu, falling out at least as far as 5 meters. His arms were severely fractured, and his back was also injured in multiple places. Friend, it's too unkind of you to bully a low-division martial artist like that, isn't it? A voice came from afar, and when his voice fell, he had already arrived less than 20 meters away from Ding Zi. Ding Ziyu fixed his eyes on the Zhou clan expert who had tangled with the mutated boar. This person also had no obvious segmentation markings on his body, and his initial estimate was that he should be above the 9th segment of martial artist. Were you guys decent when you were killing innocent people? When you wantonly captured others? But it's all about the weak and the strong. Ding Ziyu sneered back. It seems there's no need to talk to you anymore. Let's do it. The visitor took the initiative to attack. Raising his leg, he struck a high whip kick, causing a series of sonic booms when he struck his leg, and that speed, compared to Ding Ziyu, was even a few points faster. Chapter 23, The West Side Bully. Get the back. Ding Ziyu did not allow it in the slightest. He cultivated the Vajra glazed body, and what he was least afraid of was this kind of hard-hitting canopy. The two men's legs clashed solidly together, the powerful force setting off a wave of air that was quite explosive. Ding Ziyu only felt a slight numbness in his legs, which instantly returned to normal. The opposite guy, however, had a pained look on his face, and it was clear that his physical strength was not really comparable to that of Ding Ziyu, at least under the protection of the Vajra Sherry. Ding Ziyu's endurance was a little stronger than his. Again, Ding Ziyu was excited instead. It was a good opponent, and an even better sparring partner, just the thing to use him to try out his power and the strength of his side. Seeing Ding Ziyu who rushed up, Zhou Fan's heart was a bit bitter. He didn't even know what was going on and the two sides were fighting. The Zhou family has always been strong, and I didn't expect to kick the bucket today. It's all come down to this. Just set your opponent straight and talk about other things. Both of their attacks were wide open. Hard bridge collisions, bang after bang. Each collision made it quite difficult for Zhou Fan, while this kid on the opposite side, it was as if he didn't feel it. The speed of the attack was getting faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of monster is this guy? Actually has such a strong body tolerance? Zhou Fan was puzzled in his heart. He had specialized in the art of copper skin and iron bones, and although he had not yet reached the grand completion, he was still much stronger than the average martial artist. I didn't expect to meet a tough guy than him today. Ding Ziyu was having a very enjoyable fight. He wasn't really good in terms of skill, but had inexhaustible power in his body. The more frantically he struck out, the more comfortable he felt in his body. The power of that Vajra sharpener was integrating into his body even faster. At the same time, his bone strength and muscle resistance to blows were all in the midst of rapid improvement. It could only be said that Vajra Sherry brought him too much benefit and was a completely customized item. After dozens of punches were exchanged in a row, Zhou Fan was already a bit overwhelmed. It was also very difficult for him to face this kind of monster offense. Brother, could you stop for a moment? I apologize to you for the Zhou family's recklessness. Zhou Fan retreated back and forth. He was worried that if the fight continued, he was going to be seriously injured. Old me doesn't accept your apology. Ding Ziyu pressed on with no thoughts of stopping. The two sides had already picked up a deadly feud, and even if he spared this person today, the Zhou family would not spare him. Just as Ding Ziyu was getting more and more courageous, ready to finish off Zhou Fan in one fell swoop, a red light in the distance slammed into his back at an extremely fast speed. Watch your back, Long Xiaoye shouted anxiously. Ding Ziyu also sensed the crisis behind him and immediately withdrew his hand, flashing to the side with all his might. Giggle! The red light easily tore through the clothes on Ding Ziyu's shoulders, grazed his shoulders and flew over, then hit Zhou Fan's chest heavily, only to see Zhou Fan's mouth suddenly spewing out a stream of blood. The red light had been inserted into his chest and half of the blade pierced through his back. This red light was actually a foot-long flying dagger. Very impressive. Deacon Wang, you killed the wrong person. Zhou Fan spat out a few words with incomparable firmness and fell heavily to the ground. He never dreamed that instead of dying under Ding Ziyu's fists, he would be nailed to death by a flying knife from one of the Zhou family's deacons. Kid, you dare to mess with the Zhou family? You're dead today. Wang Yong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Originally, he wanted to save Zhou Fan, but he didn't expect that a knife would backfire. This person is already at the second stage of Martial Saint. You can't defeat him. As Ding Ziyu looked at the visitor, the Eye of Truth had already reported the visitor's true realm. Although he had the strength to powerfully fight martial artists of the 9th or even 10th stage under the enchantment of the Vajra sharpener. However, against a Martial Saint level expert, he was still more than inferior. However, right at this moment, two more experts came through the air, both clearly at the Martial Saint level. Wang Yong, stop it. I, Guan Diren, will protect this person today. One of the bearded middle-aged men. His voice came over even before the person arrived. Guan Diren, the West City's first bully. This is our Zhou family's matter. Are you sure you want to interfere? Wang Yang was a bit colorful. Guan Diren was a veteran Martial Saint powerhouse, and it was rumored that he had reached the 5th stage of Martial Saint long ago, and was called the West City Hegemon of Daning City. Many forces had to give him some face. You Zhou family can only manage up to the northwest corner. Running over here, your hands have stretched too far, haven't you? Look at this street. What has it been reduced to by you guys? Guan Diren was very nonchalant in his accusations. Of course, these were all excuses. He had already sensed that divine aura from Ding Ziyu from before. If he could obtain it, he might be able to advance further in the martial arts. At the martial artist stage, martial artists with a little bit of talent progressed very quickly, but at the level of Martial Saint, it would be very difficult to advance. At every stage of advancement, the strength would rise exponentially. Don't look at the fact that Wang Yang was only about 3 stages away from him, but the real strength was a world of difference. If Guan Diren had made a move, he could have easily killed Wang Yang with a single move. This is the absolute crushing that comes with segmentation. This person killed my Zhou family's guards, and he even took out a member of the Zhou family. If you take him away, have you ever thought about how you will face the Zhou family's wrath? Although Wang Yang wanted to forcefully argue a few sentences, he looked in the distance and saw that the Zhou family did not have any higher-level martial saints arriving. How could he dare to stand up to this West City hegemon? He could only find other reasons to say something. The wrath of the Zhou family? Don't come up with this. Even if your Zhou family's head comes over, you have to speak a little more politely. I, Guan Diren, have a mouthful of spittle and a nail. If I say I'll bail him out today, I'll bail him out. Guan Diren's attitude was very tough, not giving Wang Yang any face at all. Count on you. Then you'll wait for the Zhou family to come looking for you. Wang Yang had no choice but to give up. The rest of the Zhou family guards are not even dare to put a fart. This is a bully in the western city. They are small minions. Really killed the Zhou family will not give them revenge. Only after watching all of the Zhou family members slip away did Guan Diren arrive in front of Ding Ziyu. Your state is fading. It seems that you have taken an external substance to forcefully enhance your strength. Guan Diren saw through Ding Ziyu's state at a glance. Come with me. Staying here will only spill over to others. The Zhou family is not that easy to talk to. I may not have what you want in my hands, Ding Ziyu said in a hurry. In fact, he was also very clear that this one saving him was not an act of chivalry. What are you afraid of? Some things can't be completely digested even if you eat them. Don't worry, I won't hurt your life until it's absolutely necessary. The words that Guan Diren said made Ding Ziyu's heart grow a little hairy. Chapter 24, Drug Testing. It was obvious that this West City first fighter was by no means a good character to deal with. To be able to make the Zhou clan's martial saint expert choose to retreat, it was evident that this person must be a ruthless person. When the others saw Guan Diren standing in front of them, they didn't dare to come closer over, and some even decisively chose to leave. None of them wanted to provoke this ruthless man. It was good that this person did not have the heart to kill him for the time being, so perhaps there was still room for maneuver. No matter what, let's first get rid of the Zhou family and eliminate the danger of killing him. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave with him, Long Xiaoye foolishly ran out. Ding Ziyu hurriedly gave her a wink, telling her not to come over, but it turned out that she didn't get it at all. Uncle, you promised to take me along. Long Xiaoye looked at Ding Ziyu with a pitiful look. Instead, the green bird in her hand turned its head very smartly, seemingly giving way for her to hurry up and leave. Oh, this little girl is not bad. If she wants to go with you, then let's go together. Staying here, turning around will most likely be scourged by the Zhou family as well. Guan Diren looked at the two with some curiosity. It was not really easy to judge the relationship between them from their looks. Having said that, what else could Ding Ziyu say? Long Xiaoye would definitely have problems staying at her grandmother's house, but wouldn't she have problems running after him? Ding Ziyu could only curse in his heart. This girl is really simple. I don't know how her mom raised her. It is really not easy to survive. Guan Diren's residence is really luxurious. Perhaps the area is not as big as the Zhou family, but it is also the oldest piece of area, and there are a whole lot of subordinates at home. Guan Diren handed Long Xiaoye over to his subordinates and led Ding Ziyu himself to a quiet hall. Judging from the decorations and furniture in the house, this was clearly a place of purification. Tell me, what was it that you ate? Guan Diren began to inquire after casually sitting down. Didn't look at it closely. I was under siege by the guy of the week and I felt it was harmless, so I just ate it. I didn't expect that thing to be able to still briefly increase my power. Ding Ziyu didn't tell the truth either. His reason was still very reasonable. The blind box opened out 1,000 different things, and it was impossible to say everything clearly. So Ding Ziyu could boldly talk nonsense, and it would be great if he could muddle through. Without figuring out the nature of something, you dare to eat it indiscriminately? Aren't you afraid that something will go wrong if you eat it? Guan Diren froze for a moment when he heard him say this. How reckless was this person to do such a thing? I have a special ability to intuitively judge whether a thing can or cannot be eaten. Ding Ziyu continued to brag. Of course, with the help of the Eye of Truth. There was nothing wrong with this bragging of his. Since the Skyfall blind box, there were really quite a lot of people with all kinds of strange abilities, and this ability of his was actually still considered to be in a relatively normal range. Yeah? Then do you see if this thing of mine can be eaten? Guan Diren hesitated for a split second and flipped his hand to take out a black pill-like item, and across the distance Ding Ziyu asked about a strange stench. This is the stinking treasure blood congealing pill, used to treat internal injuries. The Eyes of Truth instantly saw the origin of this item and even stated its function. Is this thing also open from inside the blind box? Ding Ziyu didn't rush to answer whether he could eat it or not. Instead he asked a question. I bought a box back from the auction house and this is the pill that opened inside. It stinks to high heaven. I want to throw it away, but I'm a bit reluctant to part with it. Guan Diren really answered Ding Ziyu's question. Although this thing smells foul, I feel that it can be eaten. As for what it does, it is unknown. Naturally, Ding Ziyu would not tell the entirety of this pill's effects. If that were the case, Guan Diren was afraid that he would have to get to the bottom of it. Really? Then I'll get some down for you to eat a little? Guan Diren smiled somewhat wickedly. This guy actually took Ding Ziyu to test the medicine. He was also evil enough. Ding Ziyu immediately revealed a bitter smile. Even if this thing was not bad for people, the stench that it emitted was something that the average person really could not accept. But what could he do in the face of the powerful Guan Diren? Guan Diren used a small knife to scrape off some powder from that pill, and those powders fell into the cup of water, and the entire cup of water turned blood red all of a sudden. Ding Ziyu finally understood why this thing was called the stinking treasure blood congealing pill. Drink it and I'll believe what you say. Guan Diren stared at Ding Ziyu, the expression on his face becoming quite serious. If Ding Ziyu didn't do as he was told, I'm afraid that this fellow would immediately flip out. Unable to do anything else, Ding Ziyu could only pick up the cup of water and drink it all in one go. What he didn't expect was that after this cup of blood-like water entered his mouth, it didn't have that fishy odor, but instead turned into a wisp of strange fragrance. This cup of water is enough to repair the few dark wounds you left behind from the previous battle. The realized words caused Ding Ziyu's heart to secretly rejoice, not realizing that such a small amount of medicinal foam actually had such a strong effect. Guan Diren kept staring at Ding Ziyu, seeing that he did not appear to be in any discomfort, before he slowly nodded, somewhat believing what he said. Hands of this pill he was given a period of time, studied for a while, have figured out what use. Today it is just right to take Ding Ziyu to try to see if he is lying. How do you feel now? It feels like it's become a lot easier. Perhaps this thing also has a healing effect. Ding Ziyu appropriately revealed a bit of information to the other party. Really? Guan Diren's eyes instantly lit up. If this stinky thing could really heal wounds, that would be great. I don't dare to be completely sure. You can find someone with internal injuries to try. Ding Ziyu didn't say anything to death either. Alright, we'll test this stuff later. I'm going to draw some blood on you. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Guan Diren's words changed and came back around to Ding Ziyu. Can I have an opinion? Ding Ziyu was helpless. If he really didn't dare to cooperate, Surname Guan might immediately flip out with him. Well, just so you know, I'll draw a tube of blood for a little experiment, but I'm always fair as a person. I won't draw your blood for nothing. I'll give you a secret art in exchange. Guan Diren flipped his hand and took out another ancient tome. This time, Ding Ziyu finally saw clearly that this one definitely had a space ring on him as well. This is a book of secret arts that I auctioned off, but it doesn't fit with me. There's no way to cultivate it. Now it depends on how lucky you are, Wondirin said as he pointed at the book. In fact, he had already tried this secret art many times. Many people in the circle of martial saints had tried it, and no one was able to fit with this secret art at all. In the end, it couldn't even be auctioned off, and in his hands, it was a proper chicken rib. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out and given it to Ding Ziyu. Chapter 25, Blood Slaves. Ding Ziyu took it over to take a look at it, and there was a very lofty name written on it. Stopping the sky one stick. Literally, cultivating into the stick technique could stop the sky. Is this stuff real? How come it feels a bit braggadocios? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth, and with his insight, he couldn't tell if this thing was real or not. This is the famous stance of a Tongtian stick monk in the Zen sect. This person knows this one move, but he is known as the invincible stick monk by many experts. It's just that the level of this secret technique is too high. It's not something you can learn. The Eye of Truth was indeed powerful, as if there was nothing he didn't know. Can't even a martial saint level expert learn it? As soon as Ding Ziyu heard that it was the real thing, he was instantly hooked. By the way, he had the help of the Eye of Truth, and this thing was a Buddhist item, so wouldn't it be a good thing for himself? According to your grading, perhaps martial saints above the 5th stage can learn a little bit. It depends on whether or not you can fit in with it. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a little hope. Regardless of whether or not there was a chance to learn a little bit of skin, Ding Ziyu still took that secret art over and tucked it into his bosom very nonchalantly. The next thing that follows is the bloodletting. Wondirin took out a big old syringe and looked at Ding Ziyu with a bit of numbness. This old fellow was probably still a monster doctor. Otherwise, what was he going to do with Ding Ziyu's blood? After drawing away a large tube of Ding Ziyu's blood, Wondirin began to experiment with his blood. First, he put it under the instrument to observe it carefully, and then he found some small animals and let them eat the things that were stained with Ding Ziyu's blood. After those little animals ate, each one of them became excited in their state. If they weren't caged, I'm afraid they would be scurrying around. Well, it looks like I was right. You eating that thing has a strong tonic effect. If I drain your blood, I might have a chance to increase my strength for a period of time after taking it. Wondirin's words made Ding Ziyu a little creeped out. This old ghost was actually a blood-sucking devil. If he really did this, it would really be a lot more terrifying than dying at the hands of the Zhou family. Don't worry, I won't draw all the blood at once. Just draw only one tube of your blood per day. You'll stay here with me for a month, then I'll let you go. Wondirin's smile grew more and more hideous. This was to keep Ding Ziyu like a blood slave. You're inhuman, aren't you? Pumping a tube every day. Can my body produce so much blood? Ding Ziyu was instantly enraged. If that's true, maybe in less than a month, he'll die of anemia. He's not a blood-making machine. How can he produce so much blood every day? How dare you? You dare to talk to me like that. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Letting you live for a few more days is already the greatest gift for you. Wondirin finally revealed his true colors, tearing off the veil of his hypocrisy. In front of absolute strength, Ding Ziyu had no room for resistance at all. Eye of Truth, is there any way to get this guy killed? Ding Ziyu secretly hated it, and somewhat regretted giving that dragon-handled battle blade to someone else in the first place. If that knife was there, maybe he could have put up a fight, maybe even finished the old bastard off? With your strength, you don't have half a chance. Unless you can cultivate the Vajra glazed body for more than a year at ease, you might have a chance to defeat this old fellow. The realized words caused Ding Ziyu to have despair. It would be a miracle if he lived another half a month, let alone a year. Perhaps you can find that stupid girl to think of a way out. She must be a blessed woman to be recognized by the green bird. The Eye of Truth ended up giving Ding Ziyu a trick. Didn't you say that the green bird has the ability to transform? Can it beat this old ghost? A glimmer of hope rose again as Ding Ziyu thought of the green bird's power. It's hard to say. It's just a young bird. Even if it transforms, I'm afraid it's no match for this old ghost. The Eye of Truth splashed down another pot of cold water. Ding Ziyu also stopped searching for questions, and he decided to ask Long Xiaoye. Seeing that Ding Ziyu was ready to leave, Wondirin did not stop him, but directly took out a smart bracelet and put it on Ding Ziyu's left hand. This is an advanced smart bracelet. If you leave my home, it will automatically explode, and there is more than a 90% chance that you will be blown up, Wondirin said coldly. Then he continued to study Ding Ziyu's blood. Ding Ziyu looked at the bracelet on his hand, his heart 10,000% depressed. He had really heard of this thing, and the blind box authority detainees often used it. As long as it was put on, it would be hard to escape, unless one really wanted to die. After walking out of Wondirin's cultivation room, Ding Ziyu quickly found Long Xiaoye. Well, that person didn't give you a hard time, right? Long Xiaoyu asked with concern. The old man surnamed Guan is even worse than the Zhou family. Let's go to the side and talk. Ding Ziyu looked at the surrounding area where there were still subordinates and didn't dare to speak casually. It was a good thing that it was already late at night, and many of the Guan family's subordinates had gone to rest. Guan Diren hadn't given any special instructions, and they didn't pay too much attention to these two people who had just been brought back. Where's your green bird? Ding Ziyu saw that Long Xiaoye was empty-handed. It just flew out to look for food. It always goes out at night to forage for food and sleeps during the day. Long Xiaoye said honestly, do you know just how strong it is? Ding Ziyu was actually very curious as well. As this bird came from such a special place, it was indeed somewhat expected. I don't know. If you don't let it attack that ocelot mouse. I didn't even know it could fight. Long Xiaoyu was confused. She truly didn't know that the green bird still had an attack power, and it was still very strong. Never mind. I'll just ask it myself when it comes back. What's wrong with you? Are you going to let Xiao Qing help you fight again? Long Xiaoye was a bit uptight instead. That old devil Guan Diren wants to drink my blood. He draws a large tube every day. At this rate I'm afraid that within a few days, I'll die of anemia. Ding Ziyu did not hide it. Ah, he is also too bad. Actually want to drink human blood. Long Xiaoye immediately revealed a look of horror. She had never experienced such a thing. Listen to his name, West Side One. Can this be a good guy? The old guy also gave me an advanced smart bracelet. I don't even have a chance to run now if I want to. Ding Ziyu was very depressed. This kind of bracelet had to be lifted by Guan Diren himself. Normal people used their fingertips to unlock the door, and some went overboard and even used their genes to unlock the door. In other words, if he couldn't take out Guan Diren, the smart bracelet on his hand wouldn't open at all unless he chopped off his hand. This person is also too hateful. Why don't I pray for a blind box and open a monster to get him killed? Long Xiaoye looked droll even when she was angry. Chapter 26, The Strange Long Xiaoye. Didn't you just sell a blind box 2 days ago? It's not even time. How can you pray for a blind box? Ding Ziyu was surprised and asked. My situation is rather special. I can pray once every 3 days. It's just that the blind box that comes with each prayer is rather odd, such as that finger-sized blind box. Speaking of this, Long Xiaoye was a little embarrassed. There are actually people who can break the 1-month time rule? Ding Ziyu was truly a little less convinced. The time of the prayer blind box was an iron law. So how did it change when it came to Long Xiaoye? Is it just because she's more stupid and cute? Or maybe it's something else? Ding Ziyu can't figure out the reason for this, and can only say that the blind box that this god descended from has become more and more strange. And even the ironclad laws can vary from person to person. God, please give me a blind box. We want to get an evil person killed. Long Xiaoye stared at her big, dull eyes and sat down on her knees next to her and directly put her hopes into words. Ding Ziyu looked dumbfounded on the side. Praying for a blind box could still operate like this? Shouldn't it be a silent prayer in the heart? The internet says to be pious, to be quiet, and to have a calm and natural mind. But that's not how Long Xiaoyu operates at all. She's doing this with a strong intention and has made that intention all known. Which is a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just as Ding Ziyu was doubting life, the world swayed and really gave her a blind box to descend. Only when Ding Ziyu fixed his eyes on it, he was again thunderstruck by this blind box. This blind box was actually in the shape of a black coffin. No, exactly. It was a coffin, just in much smaller proportions. Holding his breath, Ding Ziyu looked at the coffin-like blind box and saw that there was actually a person inside, still wearing a rather familiar official uniform. This is a damn zombie? Ding Ziyu instantly felt ahead of two. Long Xiaoyu actually prayed for a zombie to come. Although he didn't know how strong it was, this guy definitely had the power to do damage. In other words, whatever Long Xiaoye asked for, God gave it to her. What is her origin? Did she save millions of people in her last life? Or did she do something great? This blind box contains a sealed level 4 black-haired zombie. It's very powerful. You mustn't provoke it with your strength. While Ding Ziyu was rambling, the Eye of Truth had already spoken about the situation inside the blind box. What does it mean to be a level 4 black-haired zombie? Zombies are still divided into grades? Ding Ziyu searched his pitiful knowledge base and found that he had almost no knowledge in this regard. All along, he thought that zombies were those old movies and TV dramas made up to scare people, and they didn't exist at all. Now he knew he was wrong. Not only do zombies have levels, but there are many levels, and the most powerful zombie can fight a deity without losing. You just need to know that this zombie is powerful and you can't afford to mess with it. The Eye of Truth did not explain carefully, but his warning Ding Ziyu did not dare to ignore it easily. How am I supposed to open this blind box if I can't mess with it? There's a seal. Open it without worry. It won't attack you as long as you don't remove the seal. Ding Ziyu's communication with the Eye of Truth was completed in almost a second. Long Xiaoye was also startled by the blind box in front of her, turning around and hiding behind Ding Ziyu. On the other hand, she curiously stretched out a head to survey the palm-sized coffin box. Ding Ziyu gazed again and found that the black-haired zombie inside the blind box had a yellow Taoist runic paper attached to its head, with some messy runes drawn on it, and anyway, he couldn't recognize what was drawn on it at all. As long as that Taoist talisman doesn't fall off, it's just a decoration with no offensive power. This time the Eye of Truth made it very clear. Can it beat the old soul surnamed Guan? Ding Ziyu was still uneasy. The old man was simply too ferocious. Don't worry, this black-haired zombie is strong enough. When the Eye of Truth said this, Ding Ziyu was relieved. He fished out the blind box in a flash, cradled it in his hands, and turned around to head towards Guan Diren's cultivation room. Uncle, wait for me, don't go so fast. Long Xiaoye hurriedly followed. Ding Ziyu glanced at her and finally learned to acquiesce to her following. Guan Diren's cultivation room wasn't closed, and what Ding Ziyu was like when he walked out remained the same when he came back. He carefully pushed open the door and found Guan Diren sitting on the carpet with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was cultivating or digesting something. When he heard the door open, he just casually swept his eyes, realizing that it was Ding Ziyu coming in, and lowered his eyes again, not bothering to answer him. Ding Ziyu stood in the doorway, put his opposite finger on his mouth, and made a quiet gesture to Long Xiaoye. Only after Long Xiaoye stopped quietly did Ding Ziyu boldly put his hand towards the coffin box, and with a gentle flick of his finger, he lifted the black coffin box. In the next moment, the coffin box disappeared in a gust of black mist, and a zombie silently appeared inside the cultivation room, and those black mist directly attached itself to its body, turning into thick black hair. Long Xiaoye was so frightened that she took several steps back. A look of fear appeared in her dull eyes, looking somewhat cute and comical. Ding Ziyu waved his hand at her and told her to hurry out. Ding Ziyu then boldly removed the yellow Taoist talisman on the zombie's head, exited the cultivation room as fast as he could, and closed the door to the cultivation room. Knock knock. A very rhythmic beating sound came from inside the cultivation room, and the black-haired zombie moved. Guan Diren had just swallowed Ding Ziyu's blood and felt that his strength was indeed in the midst of a slow increase. Obviously, the sacred item that had been swallowed by Ding Ziyu was definitely not a mortal item. If he himself could drink Ding Ziyu's blood dry, he would definitely be able to break through to the martial saint's 6th stage. Just as he was fully concentrating on his cultivation, a strange-looking person jumped towards him. Yeah, he's either walking or jumping over. It's just that he's bouncing around rather quickly and with a lot of rhythm. Zombies. The moment Guan Diren opened his eyes, he was also startled. There was no need to think to know that it must have been Ding Ziyu who had gotten them in. Guan Diren popped up and swung his fist at the charging zombie. He was not afraid of a martial saint expert. What was there to be afraid of in a mere monster zombie? Besides, he had never seen a zombie, and thought that it was mostly someone Ding Ziyu had found to dress up to scare people. Guan Diren's speed was very fast, yet the fist he swung out did not land on the zombie's body, but was easily blocked by it with its hand. Under the impact of the two phases, the zombie only retreated 1 step, but Guan Diren was instead shaken back 3 or 4 steps. Who are you? Why bother pretending to be a god? Guan Diren's heart hand was scornful, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. He still doesn't believe that zombies really exist in this world. Chapter 27, Trouble in the City. Ding Ziyu stood not far from the cultivation room and almost laughed out loud when he heard Guan Diren's gulp. It was impossible for the black-haired zombie to have any communication with Guan Diren, and what answered him was definitely a tough and incomparable attack. The entire cultivation room thumped. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had been specially reinforced by Guan Diren, I'm afraid that it would have already been pierced through. Guan Diren continuously suffered losses. All the means of his body were taken out, but he still did not have any way to take this black hair zombie. His heavy fist hit the zombie body, just like hitting on the thick wall almost, leaning not much damage, but was counter-vibrated to arm pain. That black hair zombie hit him a bit, but the pain bared his teeth. Very difficult. At this time where there is still a bully of the west side of the wind, Guan Diren tried to escape from the cultivation room several times, but his intentions fell through. This zombie's reaction speed really wasn't normal. Even though it was jumping around, it could accurately block his way every time. Guan Diren thought of a variety of ways, including using words to cajole, lure, or employing sound bites, but none of them eluded him. Unable to do anything else, Guan Diren went all out, putting forth 12% of his strength to blast against the black-haired zombie. The power of this person and the zombie directly smashed the cultivation room into pieces, and continued to blast most of the Guan family's houses into ruins. In this process, Guan Diren repeatedly took to the air, wanting to escape by flying through the air, but the result was that the black-haired zombie had amazing bullet speed, and every time, he was able to use his own black hairs to entangle Guan Diren and drag him directly back. In the end, the ferocious West Side one was actually killed on the spot by the black-haired zombie. Ding Ziyu, 2 people hiding in the distance that called a fear. They are afraid that Guan Diren throw away the zombies. regardless of come over to hammer themselves to death. More afraid of that black hair zombies rushed over. Easy to will be able to solve the two people. Fortunately the black hair zombie recognized Guandiran. Guandiran didn't even have a chance to escape. So naturally he didn't have a chance to free his hands to destroy the two of them. Perhaps Guandiran usually do too much evil. See him die. Guan family members directly dispersed in a flurry. Will be able to bring the property or scrape to clean. Seeing that everyone else had left, Ding Ziyu didn't dare to move. He was still wearing the smart bracelet left behind by Guandiran on his hand, and had to use Guandiran's fingerprints to unlock it. But that black-haired zombie was standing right next to him, not moving at all. So Ding Ziyu didn't dare to go over there at all. Then will Guandiran turn into a zombie? Ding Ziyu inquired. According to the movie's formula, people killed by zombies would basically turn into zombies in the end. Could it be guarding Guandiran, waiting for him to raise his body? The conditions for the formation of zombies are extremely harsh, and it is almost impossible to accomplish this transformation without a special environment. However, the corpse poison of zombies is very powerful, and those who are killed by them will also carry a strong corpse poison on their bodies, so unusual people should be especially careful. But that corpse poison is of little use to you. The Vajra glazed body you cultivate is its natural nemesis. The realized reply made Ding Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. If it was like what happened in the movie, I'm afraid that Daning City would soon become zombie territory. Then why didn't it leave? He should be absorbing the corpse chi emanating from Guandiran's corpse. If you scare it with a Taoist talisman, I guess it will leave. Ding Ziyu hand also really still holding the yellow Taoist talisman uncovered from the zombie's head. He did not know how powerful this thing is. Anyway, can suppress that black hair zombie on the line. When Ding Ziyu raised the Taoist talisman in his hand, the black-haired zombie really reacted, as if it had smelled a peculiar scent. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu boldly took a few steps forward. As a result, the black-haired zombie jumped up in a flash and disappeared into the darkness with great speed. Asterisk 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 too scary. Ding Ziyu let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly ran to the side of Guandiran's corpse, quickly unlocking the smart bracelet with his finger. When he was about to leave, it happened that he was still wearing a ring on his hand. Ding Ziyu's heart stirred, knowing that this must be Guandiran's spatial ring of the same, so he took it off without hesitation. Hurry up! Ding Ziyu pulled Long Xiaoye and quickly ran off into the darkness. However, the two didn't run for a few steps, but they were stopped by someone, a man in black. You guys, come with me, the man in black said nonchalantly. Who are you? Why should we go with you? Ding Ziyu was instantly furious. This night was miserable enough, at first being chased by the Zhou family, and then being brought back home by a bully in the West City. It was not easy to get out of the situation. And then he met this man in black again. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm better than you guys. As the man in black spoke, his feet suddenly left the ground, displaying the strength of a martial saint. Regardless of which stage of martial saint he was, it was enough to easily crush Ding Ziyu, let alone Long Xiaoye. Ding Ziyu's face became ugly. He was worried about encountering someone like Guandiran again. It was impossible to be so lucky every time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person and I won't harm you guys. On the contrary, you guys will have a lot less trouble if you follow me. The man in black saw Ding Ziyu's concerns and opened his mouth to explain a couple of things. Whether the two believed it or not, it was much better for the man in black to be able to say that than to force his hand and take them back, with no choice but to follow the man in black forward. Oops, my little green hasn't come back. Yet just after walking for a while, Long Xiaoye reacted at once. I was in such a hurry to leave before that I forgot all about the green bird. Don't worry, your little green has already been brought back by the sect master. It will be fine. The man in black hurriedly spoke. Ding Ziyu reacted at once. This person had come to them, most likely because of that green bird. Could it be that what's his name sect leader of theirs also saw the origin of the green bird? What sect are you? Can you tell us about it? Ding Ziyu wanted to ask for information. In Daning City, as long as there were organizations with some strength, they were all able to be checked out. Whether these organizations were good or bad, they were also rated accordingly. I can't tell you guys for now. We'll naturally know when we arrive. The man in black accelerated his pace, seemingly not worried at all that the two would not follow. Long Xiaoye's face was anxious. She valued Shaoqing, no matter if it would be dangerous. She naturally had to follow. Ding Ziyu's mind turned several times before he finally decided to follow. Long Xiaoye had helped him a few times. If he left here, wouldn't he be too heartless and uncaring? Of course, the key thing was that the man in black didn't show any malice, which made Ding Ziyu decide to follow him up and take a look. He had nowhere to go now anyway. The two followed the man in black through the streets and alleys, and after about nearly half an hour of walking, they finally entered an underground building. Ding Zi could only roughly judge that they were still in the Western District. As for what exact location, it was unknown. For Long Xiaoye, the roadie, she had already gotten dizzy long ago. Chapter 28, Lord Chengtian. This underground building seems to be very advanced, built of alloy, scanned by electronic eyes, and actually have to have a dynamic password added to open it. After the gate was opened, the inside was brightly lit, and the various pavilions were beautifully repaired and quite exquisite. Classical flavor. It's pretty rare in this day and age that anyone is still willing to pay the price to get these. After all, the slightest thing goes wrong and it's quickly and easily reduced to rubble. After walking through several corridors, he finally came to a large hall outside of the dragon coiling hall. One could only see 3 big words written on the main door of that hall like a dragon flying over the sky. Chengtian sect. This name was domineering enough. Without some strength and level, who would dare to bear the heavens with one force? The Blind Box Authority is such a powerful organization, and their name is not as domineering as this Chengtian sect. Deaconess Wang is back. Sect master has been waiting for her for a long time. A man in his early 30s walked out and respectfully said to the man in black. Ding Ziyu sized up Deacon Wang and noticed that his clothes had 2 silver threads on the cuffs, looking like some sort of uniform. Looking at the man in his early 30s, he was wearing gray clothes with 4 white lines on the cuffs. From this, I'm afraid that this Chengtian sect is a very strict hierarchical organization. It's just that he had never heard of this Chengtian sect before, and even the internet didn't have the slightest rumor about it. You take him down to rest. I'll take this girl child to see the sect master. Deacon Wang pointed at Ding Ziyu. It turned out that the main person he was looking for was actually Long Xiaoye, and he himself was merely incidental. Brother still looks like a low-ranked martial artist. Follow me first. The gray-robed man glanced at Ding Ziyu and said casually. Ding Ziyu did not move, but instead turned his gaze towards Long Xiaoyu. At this moment, Long Xiaoye was also looking at Ding Ziyu with a helpless face. She was truly a bit scared and hoped that Ding Ziyu would accompany her to meet that mysterious sect master. Don't worry and go. The sect leader's strength is heavenly. Do you still need to use means to harm you? Deacon Wang saw that Long Xiaoyu was hesitant and urged again in a loud voice. Can you let him come with me to meet the sect master? Long Xiaoye was still afraid. Everything here was especially unfamiliar to her. Only Ding Ziyu was a little bit familiar with her, so she instinctively took him as her dependence. Deacon Wang's face sank, and he immediately looked like he was about to get angry. It seemed that he was extremely scornful of that sect leader and didn't dare to bring Ding Ziyu over without permission. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful spiritual force swept over. When that spiritual force swept over Ding Ziyu, it caused him to involuntarily shiver. Yeah, this little guy is somewhat interesting. Let him come along. A euphonious and moving voice came over, carrying a bit of a majestic look. Yes, Godfather. Even though Deacon Wang hadn't seen anyone, he still naturally bent down and saluted. Come on, you can come in with us. The 3 of them had just walked inside when the Eye of Truth immediately became unsettled. This sect master Chengtian is so strong. Don't communicate with me when you go over there in a while. I'm worried that she can see through you with a single glance. No, even you are afraid. How strong must this sect master Chengtian be? Ding Ziyu did not expect that the Eye of Truth would also have a time to wimp out. Earlier, when Deacon Wang had said that the sect master was powerful to the heavens, Ding Ziyu had thought that he was just exaggerating. Normally speaking, a strength of martial saint 8 or above was already powerful to the point of being heaven-defying. Ding Ziyu guessed that what's-his-name sect master might be at this level. What realm is this sect master Chengtian roughly? Ding Ziyu asked somewhat sheepishly. I don't know. Anyway, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to mess with such a character in my heyday. The Eye of Truth didn't go into detail, but having put words to this extent, one could imagine how strong this sect master was. After the 3 of them stepped into the Great Hall, the Eye of Truth shut up and refused to say another half a word. Ding Ziyu also knew that the problem was serious and stopped conversing with it. Within the Great Hall, there were actually 2 rows of white-robed people sitting on the floor. Not a large number, just about 10 people. They were dressed in white and actually had varying amounts of gold silk embroidered on their cuffs. Obviously, their status was quite a bit higher than Deacon Wang. At the top of the hall, there was a colorful woman sitting, only that there was a white dense gas flowing slowly around her, and Ding Ziyu could not see her body and face clearly at all. The mystery is quite overwhelming. On the contrary, it was Long Xiaoyu's green bird that was accompanying her as she flew around in a very cheerful manner. Little girl, what is your name? The sect leader's voice sounded once again. My name is Long Xiaoyu. Can Lord Sect Leader return Xiaoqing to me? Long Xiaoyu said boldly. She also didn't know what kind of character the sect master was, but instead, she loved her little bird. Of course I can give it back to you. It was meant to be yours. Do you know the origin of Little Green? The sect master asked in a pleasant manner, not getting angry at Long Xiaoye's words. I don't know. All I know is that it's obedient and smart. Oh yeah, it can also fight. It's very powerful. Long Xiaoye recalled Xiaoqing dealing with that ocelot mouse, beak blinding it in a few strokes. You are also a demented child. The fact that Little Green is willing to recognize you as his master means that you are also someone with great fortune. Would you like to worship under this seat and become a disciple of this seat? As soon as sect leader Chung Tian said this, the 2 rows of white-clothed people sitting down below all opened their eyes at once, and looked towards Long Xiaoye in unison, as if this was a great event that could not be avoided. What can I learn by becoming your disciple? Long Xiaoye was at a loss. Instead, Ding Ziyu was a bit anxious for her. If Long Xiaoye had such a big backer, who would dare to bully her in the future? Even if she was simple, her life should be protected. This seat knows a lot of things. You can learn anything you want, provided that you can learn it. Sect Master Chung Tian laughed, seemingly happy. Her hand gently clicked in the void, and a white ray of light shot out, directly entering into Long Xiaoyu's brow. Take your time to experience it yourself. When you are initiated, you can become my official disciple. Before that, you can only be counted as this seat's named disciple. Sect Master Chung Tian seemed to have passed on something extraordinary to Long Xiaoyu. Congratulations to sect leader for taking in a new registered disciple. All the white-robed men stood up and bowed to sect master Cheng Tian. Their gazes towards Long Xiaoyu became much hotter. From this moment onwards, Long Xiaoye's identity had undergone a fundamental change, and in the Cheng Tian sect, the status was quite lofty. Long Xiaoye froze on the spot, obviously a moment and a half, simply could not digest so much content. Seeing the crowd's expression, she instead revealed a bit of shyness. Young man, who are you again and what is your relationship with Xiaoyu? Sect leader Chung Tian finally landed his gaze on Ding Ziyu. Chapter 29, Buddha's Fate. Reporting to Master. Sect Master. His name is Ding Ziyu. He is my uncle. Long Xiaoye somewhat incoherently grabbed the reply. You girl is just honest. Call me Master in the future. Sect Master Cheng Tian chided Long Xiaoyu. Regardless of the loving intent, it was revealed from between the lines. Ding Ziyu didn't know what to say. It was more of a coincidence that he knew Long Xiaoye. Plus, Long Xiaoye didn't have any bad intentions, so he got along quite well. Ding Ziyu wanted to explain a few things, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by sect leader Chung Tian. This seat sees that you are not shallow in your Buddhist destiny, and you are also considered to have some involvement with this sect. Would you like to join this sect? What are the benefits of joining you? Ding Ziyu asked directly. He understood that it was impossible for him to compare himself to Long Xiaoyu, and that at most, he could only be considered an inconspicuous minor character. You kid, no contribution. Open your mouth to ask for benefits. Sect Master Chigtian's tone was unhappy. After turning his head to look at Long Xiaoye, his tone was then much softer. There is a Buddhist Dharma in the collection of this sect. Join the sect and do your best to cultivation. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your ability. If you are unwilling, then leave. Sect Master Cheng Tian was very bashful, and it was estimated that if it wasn't for the fact that Long Xiaoye was well acquainted with Ding Ziyu, he would have been coaxed out from the moment he opened his mouth to ask for favors. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu hadn't felt anything yet, but the Eye of Truth was a bit agitated and couldn't help but stimulate Ding Ziyu a bit with his spiritual power. However, it was such a slight movement that drew a sidelong glance from the sect master Chung Tian. You brat have some chance. If you join this sect, you can be given the identity of a black-clothed deacon directly. As soon as the sect leader Chimtian's words fell, all of those white-robed experts looked towards Ding Ziyu. It was obvious that the sect master's regard for Ding Ziyu had increased by a few more points, and that Deacon Wang was even filled with shock, knowing that with his strength of martial saint 4th stage, he had barely reached the qualification of a second-level deacon. This kid, who was obviously still just a small martial artist, what virtue and ability could make the sect leader think so highly of him? Ding Ziyu didn't feel anything too special about this, no matter if it was black or white. They were all just congregations under the seat of the Cheng Tian sect master. Maybe the Dharma was great for him but was it really that important to him? With the ability of the Eye of Truth, he could always get unexpected goodies in the blind box market. After joining your sect, can I come and go as I please? Ding Ziyu asked a question once again. No, any congregation that joins this sect must always follow the rules of this sect, and may not enter or leave at will without the arrangements of this sect. Deacon Wang preempted Ding Ziyu's question. The others didn't refute what he said, and sort of acquiesced. I'm sorry then, I'm not willing to join the Cheng Tian sect, so please send me out. Ding Ziyu refused on the spot. He still had to find his grandfather. If he stayed here and couldn't go out, then how could he find anyone? There was even less chance of picking up the blind box market. Ding Ziyu's reply caused everyone to be stunned. As sect master Cheng Tian offered such generous conditions, he had thought that he would definitely agree, but it turned out that he refused instead. Just as well, Deacon Wang, you send him out. Sect leader Chung Tian said coldly, and the others all lowered their eyes. No one looking at him again. Please follow me. Deacon Wang's tone became just as cold as before. When Ding Ziyu came out of that underground building, he was transformed into a black mist in front of his eyes, and when he took more than 10 steps forward, even that construction disappeared. So magical? Ding Ziyu looked so magical that he retreated back again, and as a result, he still couldn't find the previous entrance anymore. Don't look for it, this is supposed to be the legendary heavenly chance concealment method. At your level, even if it's right in front of your eyes, it's impossible to find it. The Eye of Truth immediately dispelled Ding Ziyu's thoughts of continuing to test the waters. Aren't you the Eye of Truth? Can you find it? I don't dare to look for it. In case I provoke that sect master, she can easily destroy me. You brat, you've really missed out on a great opportunity. The Buddhist teachings collected by that sect master Cheng Tian can't be ordinary goods? Such a good opportunity, actually giving it up. The Eye of Truth turned its thoughts around and sighed with some excitement again. In fact, it is not only the collection of Buddhism, join the Cheng Tian church, such as having a big backer, like that Zhou family or something, or a bully in the West City. In the eyes of the Cheng Tian church is nothing? That group of white-robed people should be able to easily kill them if they go out at random. If the chance is gone, you may look for it again later. If Grandpa is gone, it's really gone. Ding Ziyu's thoughts were simple. To put it nicely, it's called obsession. To put it badly, it's mendacity. Who knows where your grandfather went? Why don't you go back to your old house and check? In case he went back alone? Real Eyes came up with a hypothesis. It's not impossible, and there's a real possibility that Ding Shichen snuck back into his house after he disappeared. Listening to the analysis of the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu also felt that this was a possibility, so he ran towards home in a hurry. After 5 in the morning, Ding Ziyu finally ran back to his home. Only the place had become dilapidated and had obviously been deliberately vandalized. Not to mention the contents of the house. Not even the windows were in good shape. There was no one in the house at all, but rather a feral cat scurrying around his old house. I didn't realize that after only a few days, it had turned into this sub. Ding Ziyu was both a little heartbroken and at a loss as to where he should go to find his grandfather's whereabouts. Take a rest first and wait for the dawn. Didn't you get that Guandiran spatial ring? Let's see what goodies are inside. The Eye of Truth saw that Ding Ziyu's mood was a bit low, so it hastened to divert his attention. Speaking of this, Ding Ziyu's mood was indeed much better. He took out that spatial ring and concentrated his mental power, quickly seeing what was inside. The first thing he saw was a large pile of dragon coins. The amount was really quite a lot. The initial estimate was at least 1 million or more. Next to the dragon coins were 2 dragon cards. Only Ding Ziyu didn't have a secret code and didn't know if this dragon card was anonymous or not, so he didn't have much of a chance of getting it no matter how much money was in it. In addition to the dragon coins, there were 2 peculiar blind boxes. One of them was actually a red, white and blue color blind box, which was very rare. The other was an alien blind box, and it was also shining with golden light. In addition to these, there were also 2 secret arts, some items for living, all of which were of great value at a glance. Ding Ziyu was more interested in the blind box and took the lead in taking it out. First, he brought the 3-colored blind box to his eyes. Gazing at it, there was actually a pool of water inside. That's right, it was a pool, and it was as deep as the bottom. Chapter 30, Superiority. There is a spiritual spring inside this blind box. Drinking it for a long time will be extremely beneficial to your body. Spirit spring? How do I get this thing? Will I fall right in when I open it? Or will it turn the ground into a deep pool? Or will it simply pour out a pool of water? Ding Ziyu froze. The consequences of opening this blind box were truly difficult to estimate. Even if he knew what was inside, there was somewhat nothing he could do about it. I'm not sure, but probably the law should be transformed into a deep pool on the spot. It would be best if you could get an immortal mansion and place it in it. The Eye of Truth thought for a moment and gave something that Ding Ziyu hadn't even thought of. What is an immortal mansion? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Well, it's the land within the elephant-bearing heaven sect that is an immortal mansion. It can move at any time and appear in any place you wouldn't expect. The Eye of Truth spoke instantly, causing Ding Ziyu's jaw to drop. No wonder everything he saw within that Cheng Tian sect was so peculiar. So this was the reason. The immortal mansion also uses an electronic alloy for the door and a dynamic password? Ding Ziyu thought again of the scene when Deacon Wang opened the door. This was clearly a technological product, alright. Those are all blindfold techniques. With the Heaven's Chance concealment method, the entrance to the immortal mansion can change into anything they want. When the Eye of Truth said this, Ding Ziyu felt that there was no need for him to open his mouth to inquire. These things are simply not in the scope of his knowledge, and it is useless to ask. It turns out that a lot of things can't be found online either. This tricolored blind box will have to be put aside for now, and it will be impossible to open it for a while. Ding Ziyu looked at another golden alien blind box, which actually contained a kitchen knife. It was just that this kitchen knife was a bit too big to fit in a room. *******. I've heard of a 40-meter machete. This dozen-meter chopper is something I've really never seen. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but spit out, and wondered who used such a chopper. Ha ha, I didn't expect to open it up. This kitchen knife should have been used by the kitchen gods royalty back then. Although it doesn't have a magical power boost or strange attributes, it's exceptionally thick and heavy, and it's also very sharp. Well, it weighs about 1,500 pounds. The Eye of Truth was happy, obviously thinking of something fun. Ding Ziyu was a bit speechless. With his current strength, he could barely hold this kitchen knife. It was just that its shape was much larger than his own, and it was impossible to use it with such a contraption. By now, the benefits of taking the Vajra relic had finally manifested, as Ding Ziyu's strength had already reached the 7th stage of martial artist and was rapidly approaching the 8th stage. The biggest benefit was that his adamantine glazed body had improved significantly. The hardness of his bones was much stronger and was transforming into a bronze body. Well, it's time to go to the official martial arts dojo to test your martial artist segment. Ding Ziyu put everything away. He planned to utilize the Blind Box Authority's coverage ability to find his grandfather. After all, they were an official organization, and explicitly the entire Daning city was under their management. With his middle-aged man's looks, it would be hard for anyone to recognize his true identity. When the time came, he would only need to change his name, and perhaps he would be able to join the Blind Box Authority. In the morning, there weren't too many people testing for segments in the official martial arts hall, and Ding Ziyu paid the testing fee and quickly arrived in front of the strength testing machine, blasting out a punch with all his might. His strength had indeed reached 785 kilograms, not far from being an 8th stage martial artist. Ding Ziyu gave himself the name Ding Dian, which was simple and memorable. He then got the official 7-dan martial artist symbol and entered the name Ding Dian into the official system. From now on, Ding Ziyu was considered to have an official and legitimate identity. Those who weren't even martial artists didn't even have a legal identity, so many inexplicable deaths went unnoticed. Ding Ziyu took his new identity and went straight to the Blind Box Authority. The grounds here were really not that big, and there was an endless stream of people entering. Are you still hiring here? Ding Ziyu didn't know what procedures to follow, and after going in and finding a workstation, he inquired, a 7th stage martial artist? Ha, you can go to the 3rd workstation on the right. Martial artists above the 7th stage are exempt from testing. The staff member looked at Ding Ziyu's identity card, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The Blind Box Authority recruited people, and martial artists of the 5th stage were required to go through a test, and only after multiple people compared and competed to pass the test could they get the qualification to enter the authority. Martial artists above the 7th stage were already much stronger, so naturally they didn't need to go through so much trouble. Ding Ziyu, 32 years old, martial artist 7th stage, awakening time 1 month, superior. The staff member entered Ding Ziyu's relevant information and recited under his breath. Regarding the time of awakening, there were also tests on the side of the Budokan, especially for martial artists going to get certified for the first time. Relevant tests must be made and recorded. Ding Ziyu's reported age was relatively old, but he was able to reach martial artist 7th stage strength in the first month of awakening his powers, and his progress was considered to be quite rapid, which was why he was judged to be superior. Brother Ding, come with me. I'll send you to report to the management center. The staff member was very enthusiastic. She couldn't meet one superior martial artist in a month, so she naturally looked at Ding Ziyu in a different light. The key was that this guy looked quite handsome and had the charm of a mature man. In a normal person, she wouldn't bother with much. Not long after, Ding Ziyu followed this woman with good looks and figure to another building. There were obviously a lot fewer people on this side, so it should be the core area of the Blind Box Authority. The two soon entered a not-so-small office, and when several people saw the woman, they greeted her with smiles and looked at Ding Ziyu with strange gazes. Captain Chen, I have sent you a superior martial artist today. You must thank me properly. The woman came in front of a big man with a sturdy figure and said in a somewhat petulant manner, Sure, see, if you want to rob me, just say so. You have to find a reason. At his age, how can he be judged as a superior martial artist? Captain Chen was obviously a bit disbelieving. There are many martial artists who awakened their power after middle age, and many of them have not made much progress in how many years they have been practicing. It was only natural for Captain Chen to be skeptical. Captain Chen, this is the result of an official test that was just conducted. There must be a record in the system. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. Shirsi sent Ding Ziyu's identity card to Captain Chen's hands, with an obvious look of displeasure in her eyes. Captain Chen was half convinced, and when he opened the work system to check, his eyes widened several times. Hey, within a month you've actually raised to martial artist 7th stage, and you're not far from 8th stage. Not bad, not bad. This has to be superior. Shirsi, I've wronged you. I'll treat you tonight, Captain Chen said happily. and his expression when looking at Ding Ziyu became very rich. Chapter 31, Super Fire Ant. Brother Ding, come over here and sit down. I'm Chen Rulin, the captain of Task Force 18 of the Word Sea. From now on, you'll be a member of our Team 18. Captain Chen was very polite and pulled out a chair for Ding Ziyu to sit down. Captain Chen is polite. I hope that the captain will take care of me more in the future. Ding Ziyu obediently sat down. The blind box authority is really big. Look at the row numbers. At least there are A and B in front of it, and I don't know how many teams are under each font size. We have 3 groups under Task Force C18, and the standard number of members for each group is 10. The first group just happens to be short of manpower recently, so you'll join the first group, and your group leader will tell you exactly what you'll be doing when the time comes. Captain Chen moved quickly and directly placed Ding Ziyu into the task force. Gao Xinyu, come and collect the people. Take Ding Tianyi to familiarize himself with going through the basic process. Captain Chen shouted, and a beautiful woman immediately stood up in a corner of the office. Ding Ziyu swept over with a glance and realized that this one was even prettier than the Shirsi who had sent him over. Standing around 175 tall with standard long legs. What? Never seen such a standard beauty? Gao Xinyu walked over and joked with Ding Ziyu quite frankly. You'll be my man from now on. There's plenty of time to look. Team leader Gao is indeed very beautiful, and I hope that the team leader will take care of her in the future. Ding Ziyu smiled slightly, taking a glance at this group leader's segment sign. She was actually a 10th segment martial artist, and was afraid that she would launch herself into a full-blown mother tyrannical dragon. Count on your kid to talk. Gao Xinyu also returned the smile, then asked, are you going to live at the authority, or will you go home to live on your own? Of course it's the housing authority. Does the authority take care of food? Ding Ziyu didn't even have a place to live right now. Temporarily living within the authority was definitely much better. At least the safety aspect was guaranteed. 2 meals a day are administered. 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, and the midday meal is on your own. Let's go. I'll lead you to the authority's dormitory first. Gao Xinyu walked as she spoke. Our job description is 1 day on patrol and 1 day sitting. If there are no special circumstances, we work 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. You can't leave your post without authorization to do personal business during the work period, and you are free to do as you please outside of work hours. Today it happens to be our group's turn to sit on duty. You're new here, so you don't have to work today. So let's get the living side of things organized first. All of these things were actually very simple, and a casual introduction to Ding Ziyu would make it clear. The dormitory of the authority was simple. A single room package. For a single man like Ding Ziyu, it was sufficient. Bedding and whatnot, as well as the professional uniforms of the blind box authority and so on. Gao Xinyu had helped him to receive them, and with a little casual packing, he could basically live in the house. This row of dormitories are all for our 18th team. I live in the one at the far end. If there's anything you're not sure about, you can go over and look for me later. Gao Xinyu pointed to the end of the row of dormitories and left after speaking a few words. Ding Ziyu knew that she was still at work, and without delaying her, he took it upon himself to organize everything in the room. Just as he had packed up and was about to cultivate a bit, a sharp alarm sounded from outside. Before Ding Ziyu could figure out what was going on, Captain Chan ran over with a group of people, which also included the leader of the first group, Gao Xinyu, and the others. Quickly come with us. There's a big problem over in the West City. Gao Xinyu greeted Ding Ziyu and sped up to run outside. When Ding Ziyu and the others got into the assault vehicle, they rushed all the way to the Western City Center with a sharp whistle. Team leader Gao, what exactly happened over there? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. I heard that someone opened a very large swarm of ants from a blind box, Gao Xinyu said with a crumpled face. Does this bunch of ants need to be so exaggerated? Ding Ziyu was somewhat baffled, clearly skeptical of this news. We'll know when we get to the place. Gao Xinyu didn't explain in detail because she wasn't particularly clear about the specifics either. Several teams from the Blind Box Authority had already gone over, and among them there were Marshal Saint-level experts. The charge went on a rampage, almost drove off the road, and made it to the west side in only 10 minutes. Ding Ziyu and the others got out of the car to take a look, and immediately felt their scalps go a little numb. Fighting was happening all around this side. Not only were there people from the Blind Box Authority, but there were even quite a few martial artists from martial arts schools involved. The street let everywhere are ants. Each ant's head is like a small pig, at least a few tens of pounds of weight, the size of a meter, and the number is also particularly large. Martial artists with low strength rushed up, and once they were bitten by these ants, if they didn't break their feet and legs, they would at least lose a piece of meat on their body. Among the ant swarms, there were also a few that were particularly large and strong like calves. Most of them showed a black and red color on their outer surface, faintly glowing with a metallic luster. These large ants are quite ferocious. That is, the personnel of the Blind Box Authority, a number of them dare not compete with them head-on. They can easily demolish a house and lift hundreds or thousands of pounds of stone to smash at people. Wherever these ants passed, the city immediately turned into a ruin, no matter whether it was the buildings or the streets. Not even a piece of the ground was good. What makes people scalp numb is that these ants are not only particularly aggressive, but also have a very large amount of food. Whether it is fruits and vegetables, or walking animals, as well as humans are their food. These are super iron fire ants. Not only are they surprisingly powerful, their aggressiveness is even more ferocious lord, and they also have an extremely strong ability to reproduce. You guys are in big trouble. If you can't solve them, the entire Daning city might turn into their nest. The Eye of Truth quickly fed back the corresponding information. ******** And ants have gotten so tough? Do they have any weaknesses? Hearing this news, Ding Ziyu felt his scalp tingle a little. He had only just joined the Blind Box Authority, and many things had not even had time to unfold. So how could such a big trouble appear all of a sudden? Yes, iron fire ants are afraid of cold. Attacking them using an ice-cold type of secret art is very effective. An ice-cold type of secret art? Ding Ziyu didn't know if there were any experts in this area within the Blind Box Authority. But with so many super iron fire ants, even if there were a few who knew how to do it, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to keep themselves busy, right? He saw quite a few people using fire-breathing devices to negative these ants, trying to use fire to burn them to death, but the results were not very good. Only the weakest ants were easily burned to death, and the slightly stronger ants were able to easily carry the flames of the flamethrower, and also rushed up to finish off the flamethrower easily. Just the moment they got out of the car, there were already a lot of ants rushing their way. The ones in front of them had already moved in. Chapter 32, Picking Up a Big Bargain. What kind of weapon are you using? The defense of these ants is very strong, especially those big guys. I'm afraid that ordinary weapons won't be able to hurt them. Gao Xinyu asked Ding Ziyu with a sideways glance. Ding Ziyu was stunned. He didn't really have any handful of weapons in his hand. That chopper might work. It was just a little too big. I'm afraid that if he used a few of them, he would tire himself out first. Thinking about the realized speech, Ding Ziyu began to look around. Soon he found several liquid nitrogen bottles sitting inside a store. Wasn't the nitrogen released from this thing a cold ice type of attack? Ding Ziyu quickly ran over, dragging one with one hand, and quickly ran back. What are you doing with this? Be careful of blowing up and hurting yourself. Gao Xinyu asked in disbelief. She could see very clearly how powerful those ants were, not to mention that the nitrogen bottle was thick and solid. With their attack power, they could easily tear it apart, quite ferociously. I just want to use this to blow it up and see if they can withstand it. Of course Ding Ziyu wouldn't say that iron fire ants were afraid of the cold, and it made sense for him to say so. After all, a nitrogen bottle exploding open was still quite ferocious. Oh, then be careful, don't blow yourself up. Gao Xinyu recognized Ding Ziyu's statement. Whether it worked or not, it wouldn't be a disadvantage to try it. Ding Ziyu dragged the several hundred pounds of nitrogen gas bottle and ran as fast as he could, and when he was about to approach the ant colony, he lifted the nitrogen gas bottle with both hands and violently threw it into the ant colony. Only a bam was heard as the nitrogen bottle smashed into the body of the iron fire ants, making a loud metallic clanging sound, but the damage done to those ants was almost negligible. The ant that was smashed was furious, and the two big feet immediately plunged over, and the hard metal bottle sound was actually as fragile as tofu, and it was cut open at once. Boom! The nitrogen bottle exploded into a cloud of white mist, enveloping all the iron fire ants within a dozen-meter radius. The ants that attacked the bottle were even blown into several pieces. Those large ants that were affected by the white mist quickly froze in place and actually couldn't move. The true eye was indeed right. The nitrogen bottles that Ding Ziyu threw out killed a dozen or so iron fire ants at once, the efficiency of which was unknown how much faster than using a weapon. Hey, these ants are afraid of nitrogen. Hurry up and get all the nitrogen bottles around. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to speak, Captain Chen had already discovered the secret. When he spoke up like that, several members of the team acted. Ding Ziyu threw another nitrogen gas bottle out, once again taking out more than 10 iron fire ants, and the pressure on their side instantly loosened. Hey brother, I didn't expect you to be a blessing. Casually throwing out a nitrogen bottle and actually finding a way to deal with these ants. Gao Xinyu rushed Ding Ziyu and gave him a thumbs up. Nitrogen bottles aren't that rare, and a search of the city can still turn up plenty of them. Not long after, some members of Team 18 brought dozens of nitrogen bottles, and they kept smashing them over to the iron fire ants, immediately harvesting a large area of open space. The iron fire ants that were originally raging also started to escape, going in other directions. Hurry up and report this news. Using nitrogen can deal with these very difficult large ants. Captain Chen immediately spread this important news. At the moment, martial artists from several directions were engaged in fierce battles with the iron fire ants and were being beaten back by the huge number of ants. The damage caused by the super iron fire ants was also very serious, and if they were allowed to continue, I'm afraid that the entire Western District would be wasted. Immediately after receiving the news, the Blind Box Authority passed on this important information to the teams. Thus, a citywide search for nitrogen cylinders was quickly launched. In less than half an hour, a large number of nitrogen cylinders are coming to the west side. Ding Ziyu and the others simply threw the nitrogen gas bottles into the ant swarms, and a large number of iron fire ants died under the icy cold attack of the nitrogen gas. Those large iron fire ants have inner pills in their stomachs. Hurry up and do it while no one is paying attention now. The Eye of Truth hastily reminded Ding Ziyu. For such a simple job as throwing bottles, it would be fine if someone else did it, and one less of him would not reduce the fighting force much. When Ding Ziyu took a look, a good portion of the area behind him was filled with the corpses of iron fire ants, and there were at least a dozen or so of the capsized ones. Their bodies were all frozen into several pieces. Ding Ziyu walked over to the nearest large ant and knocked it down with a single punch, and the stomach of the iron fire ant instantly turned into pieces on the ground. Ding Ziyu swept a glance and found an egg-sized fire-red inner elixir, which didn't take much effort at all. This inner elixir is not bad. It should be able to boost my strength a bit. Ding Ziyu had originally sensed that this inner elixir of the iron fire ant was a good match for the Vajra-glazed body that he cultivated. With the Eye of Truth suppressing the raging power of the paying inner Dan, his strength would surely climb by the day. Ding Ziyu's actions were very fast, and after a few minutes, 15 inner elixirs were already in his hands. He then joined in again and continued to move the nitrogen bottles to smash those iron fire ants. Fortunately, the intelligence of these iron fire ants was really low, and after being attacked, they would destroy everything that attacked them. If not for that, it wouldn't be easy to disappear them easily. After half a day of busy work, the swarms of iron fire ants that had appeared were finally wiped out. As to whether there would be a very few iron fire ants hiding in some corner or underground to escape, that was unknown. Anyway, Ding Ziyu had reaped a huge harvest, getting 57 inner Dan. With the help of these, he felt that he would even be able to directly raise his segment to 10. Of course, it would be even better if he could cultivate his Vajra-glazed body to the bronze level. After closing the team, the C-Word 18 team received a commendation from the Blind Box Authority for being the first to find a solution to the iron fire ants. Not only was there a reward of 10,000 dragon coins per person, but they also received a chance to learn secret arts. Everyone in Team 18 wailed with excitement. They were late out of the team, but because they had found a solution to the iron fire ants, no team members had died. Only a few people were injured, and it wasn't very serious. Among the other teams, the casualties caused by this battle were not small. It was rumored that the first two A-Word teams to go over were more than half casualties, and several 10 Dan martial artists had died. From this, we can see how ferocious the iron fire ants are, and if it weren't for Ding Ziyu on the 18th team's side, I'm afraid they would have paid a small price. The whole team will have a dinner tonight, funded by the team. Captain Chen made a very happy announcement. Eating could cost a few bucks, and he was happiest still to have gotten another chance to learn the secret arts. The types of secret arts within the Blind Box Authority were much more varied, and many of them were very precious, not comparable to those street goods outside. Without making a significant contribution, it was not easy to get a chance to learn a secret art. At the end of the day, it's only true that you have the strength to do it yourself these days, and everything else is less important. Chapter 33, Long-Term Investments. The evening potluck was still a blast, with the entire C-Word 18 team participating, sitting at 2 full tables. Today, we managed to get through the difficult times and even received a commendation from the authority. First of all, we have to solemnly thank the newest brother who has joined in, Ding Tianyi. If it wasn't for his accidental discovery that nitrogen bottles can kill those big ants, not only would there be no dinner, I'm afraid that several brothers would have to die in battle. Captain Chen had a serious look on his face. Looking at the casualties of the other teams, there were quite a few teams that had even more than half of their personnel dead. Team C-18 was undoubtedly fortunate, and Captain Chen specifically thanked Ding Ziyu without any fault at all. After he finished his words, a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out from the crowd of players, but Ding Ziyu made a big red face, somewhat unable to adapt to such a scene. Captain Chen, this award, that's just luck, and brothers are very hard. Ding Ziyu also dare not take credit for himself. After all, he is only a newcomer. I'm afraid that there will be many more times in the future with the help of his teammates. Brother Ding, don't be modest. Luck is also very important these days. People with bad luck don't live long. Think about that person who drove those big ants in today, and how unjustly the people who are still in his neighborhood died. Captain Chen's words really hit the nail on the head. By the way, we've also been given a chance to learn a secret art. It's a rare opportunity, so everyone must seize the chance. Learning a secret art will essentially increase our combat power. Everyone try to consider what kind of secret arts you are a good fit with. The authority can't give us every secret art to try out. I estimate that each person will attempt to fit no more than 3 secret arts, so before opening your mouth, you must consider your own situation first, and not choose blindly. If you can't fit all three, this opportunity will be wasted. Captain Chan was aware of the authorities' reward mechanism, which was why he gave everyone a heads up in advance. After a martial artist awakens his power, as the segment slowly rises, he will actually have a clear understanding of the direction of his cultivation, and what kind of secret arts he can fit into will more or less be felt. The three choices are actually good enough, and it really depends on your own chances and the accuracy of your choices as to whether or not you can take advantage of them. Captain, I actually have a secret art here as well, which I opened from a blind box. However, I myself am not attuned to it, so all of you brothers can try it out if you are interested. Ding Ziyu actually had two secret arts in his hands, which he had gotten from Guan Duran's spatial ring, after the appraisal of the Eye of Truth. Basically one book was of higher value, but could not fit with Ding Ziyu. The other book was a very ordinary secret art that the Eye of Truth considered to have little value for cultivation. What Ding Ziyu was prepared to take out was this ordinary secret art called the Open Mountain Fist Technique. What the Eye of Truth could not see was not necessarily a good thing for an ordinary human martial artist. Ding Ziyu felt that the vast majority of martial artists who took the path of strength should be able to fit into this Open Mountain Fist Technique, including Ding Ziyu himself, who was able to cultivate it. It was just that I thought that there was no need for Ding Ziyu to waste his time on this kind of garbage secret art. Brother Ding, you're willing to take out and share such a good thing? Then if you go out to auction it, you can sell it for tens of thousands of dragon coins at least. Seeing that Ding Ziyu really took it out, Gao Xin hurriedly reminded him kindly. It's fine, I'm also new to the city, and I'll have a lot of time to look up to my brothers in the future. This is a gift for everyone. Ding Ziyu is really not short of that little bit of money right now. When he gets acquainted with the people of the authority, is he still afraid that he won't be able to get money in the future? When everyone saw that Ding Ziyu acted so generously, their favorable opinion of him immediately increased quite a bit. A person who was lucky and acted generously was definitely very popular. Now, a circle of people gathered around, and after testing them one by one, they found that nearly half of them were able to fit this Open Mountain Fist Technique. It was really a great benefit for Team C-18. Brothers, everyone listen to me. Captain Chan pressed down a number of excited team members before saying solemnly, Brother Ding is righteous enough, but we can't treat Brother Ding too badly. This Open Mountain Fist Technique is placed on Team 18's public account, and as long as they can fit with it, anyone from Team 18 can. However, the team member who learns the secret art will have to take out 5,000 dragon coins and give it to Brother Ding Tianyi. 5,000 dragon coins to learn a secret art. Such a good thing won't be difficult for everyone, right? When Captain Chen said this, a team member followed suit. 5,000 dragon coins wasn't much of an expense for the Blind Box Authority's team members. It would be a great advantage if it could be exchanged for a secret art. This will make the teams that can't fit feel better about themselves. After all, they didn't learn and they don't have to pay for it. For Ding Ziyu, it was even less of a loss. Right now there were a dozen or so people who were attuned to this secret art, and by giving each person 5,000, he had already made his money back. But Team C-18 couldn't be these people forever. It was likely that one day when they went on a mission, they would hang up a few, and there would naturally be new people joining them in the future. To Ding Ziyu, this ordinary secret art that he could not see eye to eye could bring long-term gains. So why not? Brother Ding, you don't have a problem with us arranging this, do you? Captain Chen said as he looked at Ding Ziyu. Everything is at the captain's disposal, but this is still a bit too much money. Let's put half of the proceeds of this secret art into our team's public account. In the future, whichever brother has a secret art that they can't use, they can also take it out. It's also considered to be the welfare of our Team 18. Ding Ziyu was still very good at being a man. This was the way of the world that his grandfather had reminded him of from time to time. A person cannot take advantage of everything, or he will easily be envied. Hey, elder brother Ding is open-minded enough to do things, so let's do what you say. Maybe in the future, we, Team C-18, will be able to get our hands on some good secret arts and become the strongest in team of the maximum Ning City Blind Box Authority. Captain Chen thought freely. If he kept multiple secret arts in his team at all times, the captain's strength would definitely gradually become stronger. As the saying goes, martial artists who learn these secret arts will become stronger and stronger, and their chances of surviving a mission will become greater and greater. Ding Ziyu's move was a good start for Team C-18. The whole dinner party ended in a cheerful rhythm, and the players got along much better with each other, especially for Ding Ziyu, the newcomer. They all had a good impression. On the way back, team leader Gao Xinyu even pulled Ding Ziyu into a non-stop hot chat. Even Captain Chen joked about Ding Ziyu, saying that team leader Gao was interested in Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu, however, was scared and fled. Don't look at him with a face in his early 30s, but inside he was still an innocent young man. Gao Xinyu, this kind of mature and generous, dare to put themselves out of the joke of the woman. Ding Ziyu really a little cannot withstand. Chapter 34, Calcining the Body. After returning to the dormitory, Ding Ziyu quickly calmed down. The next step was the time to enhance his strength. Don't be in a hurry to raise your segment. In fact, this whatever bull **** segment you guys set up is very trashy, only focusing on raising the martial artist's power, and it doesn't even bring out the combat power of the corresponding power. The Eye of Truth disdained this. How am I going to cultivate without raising my segment? Don't I need to use so many inner dawn? Ding Ziyu actually didn't have much of a clue on how to cultivate. Even though he was now a 7th stage martial artist, he was still quite confused about the true martial artist system. If it wasn't for the help of the Eye of Truth, he might not have been able to find the direction of cultivation. Who says it can't be used? You put your main focus on the Vajra glazed body, and then combine it with the mortal body bone tempering technique. Focus on strengthening your body, and as for that what segment, as the Vajra glazed body improves, it will naturally progress along with it. The Eyes of Truth had long been planning a cultivation route with Ding Zi. Of course, it would be even better if he could also get a powerful secret art that suited him. You mean to use all these inner dawn as nourishment for cultivating the Vajra glazed body? Don't you need those Buddhist sacred bones to be effective? Ding Ziyu asked in detail. In fact, his increased strength was basically due to the use of items from the Buddhist path. For example, the phaseless holy bone, the Vajra relic, and so on. Compared to these items, the inner dan of the iron fire ant seemed to be of a much inferior grade. Super iron fire ant inner dan is also quite a good body refining consumable. Look at those super iron fire ants with inner dan. A 10th stage martial artist rushing up there wouldn't be able to curry much favor. Ding Ziyu thought back, and it was really something like that. Ordinary iron fire ants could make it very difficult for martial artists below the 6th stage. Those iron fire ants that were the size of a small calf were quite ferocious, and Gao Xinyu, who was a martial artist of the 10th stage, rushed up to them and easily forced them back. Run the Vajra glazed body with all your might, and I'll help you digest the inner dan of those super iron fire ants. The Eye of Truth was very proactive and also wanted him to get stronger quickly. Ding Ziyu took out all the inner elixirs, and one by one, he swallowed them into his stomach. If he followed the previous practice, his power would definitely rise one by one again. However, that with the operation of the secret art of the Vajra glazed body, all those special energies drawn from the inner dan were converging towards Ding Ziyu's bones. If Ding Ziyu could see it, he would have realized that his bones were becoming denser and becoming very dense. At the same time, his bones were also metamorphosing towards a bronze body, and at a very large speed. By the time he cultivated into the early hours of the morning, the super iron fire ant inner dan in Ding Ziyu's hand had already been consumed far. Just 10 minutes ago, all of his bones had completed a metamorphosis, officially breaking through from the mortal body to the bronze body. It was only the strength of the body's skin that was still lacking. The Vajra glazed body was cultivated from the inside out, and the first thing to be strengthened were the bones. Only after that were the internal organs, muscles and skin. Now that Ding Ziyu had switched to the mortal body bone hardening technique, the secret cultivation technique was just the opposite. It was a way of cultivating from the outside in, so the few remaining inner elixirs were used to strengthen their skin. When all of the inner dans were absorbed by Ding Ziyu, he stopped cultivating. He stood up and swung his fist with ease, and a series of sonic booms rang out. This caused a satisfied smile to appear on Ding Ziyu's face immediately. Strength-wise, he had still broken through, and even though he hadn't bothered to test it, Ding Ziyu was sure that it was at least above the 8th stage, and it exceeded it by quite a bit. Normal martial artists, although they had reached the requirements of the segment in terms of burgeoning power, they did not have the ability to sustain their output for a long period of time. It was just like a person working. It was impossible to be under the limit for a long period of time. Ding Ziyu's situation was quite different, as he was still able to maintain a steady output under the high intensity of his burgeoning power. If a martial artist at the same level were to compete with him in terms of strength, it wouldn't take long before they would definitely lose. That's the benefit of having a strong body. The roots are much stronger than others. It's a pity that heaven stopping stick can't be cultivated yet. We still have to find a suitable cultivation secret art for ourselves, Ding Ziyu said with some dissatisfaction. According to his idea, he would directly cultivate the open mountain fist technique, but the Eye of Truth wouldn't let him learn it, believing it to be a waste of time. With my current power, I should be able to use the chopper left behind by that kitchen god, right? Ding Ziyu was still very much somewhat impressed. Such a big kitchen knife. Take it out. Absolutely windy. Young people, who cannot have a pretentious idea? Perhaps tomorrow you will be able to choose a move-type secret art that suits you. The Eye of Truth comforted Ding Ziyu. Who knows? But let's hope that the Blind Box Authority is a bit stronger than that South City Martial Arts Hall. Ding Ziyu was a little expectant and a little worried. Early the next morning, all the members of the 18th Seaward team arrived. Originally they were supposed to go out on patrol today, and having been out on duty yesterday, they made the appropriate adjustments today. Brother Ding, thank you haha. After practicing the open mountain fist technique, I feel that my fighting strength has increased significantly. It's possible to better utilize my power. A team member came over and thanked Ding Ziyu very sincerely. You're welcome brother. It's only because of your good talent that you've made good progress overnight. Ding Ziyu didn't take credit. After all, not only did he receive the money, he also did the whole team a favor. In one night's practice, there were actually 5 or 6 people who had entered the door. Ding Ziyu's heart to the point of sighing. This so-called boxing method is really a big deal. Everyone's here, right? Let's go. Let's go to the secret arts hall to receive our rewards. Captain Shen swept a glance at everyone and immediately led the way forward. Not long after, they arrived before a building that was quite tightly defended. Not only was this place exceptionally firmly constructed, but it was also guarded by a martial saint-level expert. Curator Liu, we've come to collect the secret art. Captain Shen walked forward with a smile on his face. I knew you little brats couldn't wait. The catalog is already prepared for you. The old rules, each person can only choose 3 secret arts, and it's up to your own luck whether or not you can fit in. Curator Liu made way for the entrance and exit. The members of the Seaward 18th team took out their identity cards and inspected the entry. Ding Ziyu followed a group of people in, and the first thing he saw was a large screen displaying the names of several secret arts, the number of which actually added up to hundreds. This blind box authority was really not ordinary, and the collection of secret arts was far from being comparable to those folk martial arts halls. Vajra power fist, flowing flowers and flying rain sword technique, flexing fingers divine power, and crossed water breaking blade technique. Ding Ziyu looked over at a glance and was a bit dazzled by the rhythm of his eyes, unable to look over. First of all, ignore those fancy names. Don't look at those names blowing up, but they are actually very watery. Most of them are bluffs. The Eye of Truth cautioned Ding Ziyu not to be blinded by those names. Chapter 35, 2 Secret Arts. Then how can you tell the good from the bad by their names? I can only read them out to you one by one to see if there are any secret arts that you are familiar with. Ding Ziyu himself was shocked by the names of those secret arts anyway. They all sounded very lofty at first listen. Alas, look at your unseen appearance. You would definitely have made a big difference if you had learned that Buddhism in Changtian. The Eye of Truth was still regretting Ding Ziyu's choice. Opportunities like this are too few and far between, and if you miss them you may never encounter them again. Ding Ziyu didn't want to pull that useless crap with him either, and read the secret arts he saw to him one by one. Stop, 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 stop. That golden Zen Buddhist fingers is recorded first. It feels like a great deal. Ding Ziyu had silently recited 50 or so secret techniques before the Eye of Truth finally made its voice heard. However, the name wasn't as powerful as the ones achieved before. Instead it was very neutral and calm. Ding Ziyu jotted down this secret art on the paper and then continued reading down, and after about 2 to 3 minutes, he recorded another secret art, the Xianwu art, under the reminder of the Eye of Truth. From the name alone, one could not tell anything at all. One did not even know which aspect of the secret art it was. Anyway, the Eye of Truth told him to write it down. So he did. After that, Ding Ziyu finished reading all the secret arts, and the Eye of Truth did not speak again. More than 100 secret arts, and you just picked out 2 books? You're too picky, aren't you? Look at the names of those lofty secret arts. Isn't there a single one that you have your eye on? Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. In his opinion, these secret arts could be picked at random, and he could find so many secret arts that looked awesome class. The Eye of Truth actually looked like it wasn't bothered by these secret arts with awesome names at all. You don't understand. In the past, those great bold characters that practiced many secret arts took their names very low-key, in order to be able to strike the enemy unexpectedly when moving against them. If you make the name so bullish that you can understand what's going on at a glance with a secret art, won't others be on guard against you? The Eye of Truth had its own thoughts. According to what he meant, the real bulls, on the contrary, kept a rather low profile. Only those half-pots of water, on the contrary, waved around quite a bit, fearing that others wouldn't know that they knew some powerful secret art in general. But the more such people were, the less good the secret arts they cast out were. What if there are awesome people who are willing to take awesome names? Ding Ziyu was a bit unconvinced. Everyone thinks differently, and there are master powerhouses who like to pretend. Okay, nonsense. There really are those secret arts with loud names and powerful attacks. Can I not know about them? The Eye of Truth said this, completely blocking Ding Ziyu's mouth. With this one's insight, maybe he does have a point. Just then, Gao Xinyu leaned over and looked at the 2 secret arts that Ding Ziyu had chosen, and asked with some curiosity, after such a long period of time, you only chose 2? It seems like it's not very dignified. Is this secret art really useful? Hurry up and get down, there are still a few minutes left before the time ends. I don't know how to choose. Blindly blind. In case I can't fit, there's nothing I can do. Ding Ziyu naturally would not tell the truth. In order to round up the 3 secret arts, he chose another one with Buddhist and Taoist overtones, the Vajra Vorpal Fist technique, and then followed everyone else in handing in the secret arts he had chosen to set. Looking at the other members of the team, almost all of them chose those very pushy-looking secret arts, the kind whose names alone were bullish. Some of the good guys even chose the same secret arts, and the fit test would have to come one by one. Ding Ziyu handed in the go-to secret technique without any candidates at all, where the fit test quickly called his name. Ding Ziyu tested that book, Golden Zen Buddhist Fingers, first, and it only took less than a minute for the results to come out. The fit with him was quite high, almost as if he could just get on with the rhythm of practicing. Then he tried the Xianwu technique again. This time it took 3 minutes and it also fit well. What Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that the book with obvious Buddhist colors, Vajra Voodoo Fist technique, actually didn't fit with him, making Ding Ziyu feel very slightly strange. It was said that in his case, as long as it was a Buddhist secret art secret technique, it should be quite rare for it not to fit. It was also unknown if this Vajra Vorpal Fist technique was a Shibei product. Rather, it sidestepped some of the real eyes remarks. With an oxymoron of a name, it's basically nothing. Which one should I choose? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. He couldn't wait to learn both secret arts together, but the reward was only one door, which was something that could not be helped. In your situation, what you lack the most right now is a move-type secret art, and choosing the Golden Zen Buddhist Finger will help you the most obviously. This secret art is also very intuitive, and at a glance, you can tell that it is a Buddhist Tao fingering technique. As for that Xian Wu Shu, I actually don't know what kind of secret art it is. It's just a feeling that it should be good. True Eye's words were tantamount to speaking in vain. Ding Ziyu thought about it for a long time, but in the end, he was still prepared to learn the Golden Zen Buddhist Finger. After all, that Xianwu technique was a bit of a gamble, so wouldn't it be a big loss if he didn't have what he wanted? Kid, seeing how you're all tangled up, you can actually choose both secret arts together. However, according to the authorities' rules, you'll have to spend 200,000 dragon coins on one of the secret arts. Curator Lu couldn't help but make one more comment as he looked at Ding Ziyu's tangled face. 200,000 dragon coins. Is that expensive? When Ding Ziyu heard this price, he felt a little uptight. The secret arts auctioned by the auction houses outside could basically be taken within $100,000. It does seem a bit shady that the blind box authorities side is actually asking for $200,000. And that's still the price for in-house staff. Don't compare those secret arts outside with our blind box authority. The secret arts here are all opened in the blind box. Every single one of them is the real deal, and as long as they can fit, they can be cultivated. Curator Lu saw Ding Ziyu's hesitation at a glance. 200,000 dragon coins was indeed not a small amount, and several captains might not be able to come up with it. After all, their expenses were also large, and they wouldn't have a few dollars left over after a month. The point is that how many people are willing to save money for such a living environment? In case you get unlucky one day and hang up all at once, who's going to spend all that money? So the vast majority of people are typical white moonlight. Curator Lu also saw that Ding Ziyu was in his early 30s and estimated that he would have saved some money on his body. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to open his mouth to remind him. 200,000 is 200,000. Buy it. Ding Ziyu clenched his teeth and still decided to take out 200,000 dragon coins. Those money came from Guan Diren's hands anyway. Since the Eye of Truth said that Xian Wu Jia was worth a gamble, he also took a big bright gamble in case the bike turned into a motorcycle. Alright, you go and pay first. The topography of the 2 secret arts can only be kept for a month. You must memorize all the contents within a month, because after 1 month, the topography book will self-destruct. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. Chapter 36. Simplified version. Since he didn't have to patrol the streets that day, Ding Ziyu returned to his workplace after getting the 2 secret art topographies. Worried that he would not be able to memorize all of the 2 secret arts in a month's time, Ding Ziyu immediately began to study them, and he allowed the Eye of Truth to participate as well, helping to strengthen his memorization. This Golden Zen Buddha Finger is very suitable for the current you, just enough to bring out the power of the Vajra glazed body. The Eye of Truth made an accurate judgment after understanding part of the content. This secret art was divided into 2 main parts. The first part was about how to strengthen one's finger power. This was easy for Ding Ziyu to get started with, because it was similar to the Vajra glazed body. As long as one practiced diligently, one should be able to get started very quickly. As for how long it would take to reach the requirements of the secret art, it would depend on the individual's talent and the level of diligence in practicing. Anyway, Ding Ziyu was very confident in himself after understanding the first half of it. The second part of the story is how to utilize one's finger power. From the simplest grasping, to the later gradual concentration of all the power into a small number of fingers, including the 2 finger Zen, 1 finger Zen, which is widely used in the Buddhist sect, are all from this secret art. According to the secret art statement, if this secret art is cultivated to a high level, it can concentrate all the strength of the body into a finger. And a finger piercing through gold and iron is an easy thing to do. It was just that if one wanted to reach this level, they could never do so if they were not strong enough themselves. The Vajra glazed body was the foundation for practicing this secret art, and it was obvious that Ding Ziyu had chosen the right one. No wonder it wasn't without reason that he had barely spent any time before he was able to become attuned to this secret art. After understanding the golden Zen Buddhist finger, Ding Ziyu opened the mysterious Xianwu technique. Now, Ding Ziyu was truly confused. He recognized all the words on it, but when they were combined together, he froze and didn't know what it was talking about. What exactly is this Xianwu technique talking about? Ding Ziyu could only turn to the Eye of Truth. However, this time, the Eye of Truth didn't even answer his question in time. After about several minutes, the Eye of Truth finally came back to his senses. I didn't expect it. This Xianwu technique is actually a simplified version of the Buddhist sect's supreme secret technique, the void technique. You kid is so lucky. You've picked up another treasure. What's the void art again? It's still the supreme secret technique. It sounds very powerful. Ding Ziyu was at a loss, having never heard of any content related to it at all. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Blind Box Authority recognizes the value of this Xianwu technique, or else it's unlikely that it would be placed amongst these ordinary secret arts. The void technique is known as the supreme secret method of the Buddhist sect, and it talks about how to cultivate the Buddhist state of mind. To put it to you this way, one of the most common Buddhist verses is, Bodhi has no tree. A mirror is not a platform. There is nothing in the first place. Where is the dust? It is the description of the state of mind in this void technique. It is a mandatory cultivation for Buddhist holy monks, and only with a clear mind can one reach the supreme realm. It's a great chance for you to obtain this Xianwu technique, if you lay a good foundation now. If you obtain the void technique in the future, it will become very easy to cultivate and you will be able to get started easily. The realized explanation sounded a little cloudy to Ding Ziyu, feeling very profound and learned. However, he could not quite figure out the specifics. Going by this routine, won't I only be able to become a monk in the future? Ding Ziyu is still a little less than willing. I've never had a wife. How can I become a monk so easily? What do you kid know? Without the red dust refining the heart, how can it be so easy to become a real Buddhist real person? Buddhism is about a follow fate. You just follow your heart on the line. As the saying goes, the meat and wine through the gut. Buddha heart to stay. As long as there is a Buddha in your heart, even if you are in 10,000 feet of red dust, there is no half dust. The Eye of Truth is now learning to sell, and said what he had just seen from the Xianwu technique. Anyway, it was more than enough to bluff Ding Ziyu. As soon as Ding Ziyu heard that he didn't have to become a monk, his heart was instantly solidified. As for the rest, it was unimportant for the time being. Besides, that void art was really the supreme secret method of the Buddhist sect, so how could it be so easy to obtain? Now all he had to do was to make himself strong as soon as possible, regardless of whether it was a Taoist or Buddhist sect, as long as it was useful to him. After reading the 2 secret arts, Ding Ziyu put them away. With the help of the Eye of Truth, it shouldn't take long to memorize the 2 secret arts. As for cultivation, that was something for free time. Now was the time of the pawn. It was easy to be disturbed, and not suitable for cultivation. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at the crowd. In fact, they were all similar to him, and after getting the secret arts they wanted, most of them only took a few cursory glances before putting them away. Team leader Gao, can I ask you a question? Ding Ziyu came before Gao Xingyu and asked casually, what do you want to know? Gao Xingyu had a good attitude. In fact, every new member who joined in would have a lot of questions. Regarding this, she was already not surprised. Do we, the authority, go out and arrest the criminals? Like those who are wanted? Ding Ziyu asked. Criminals? Actually, these days, as long as you're not committing a heinous crime, who's going to take all that nonsense seriously? Things like that usually fall under the control of the A-team, but they rarely get involved. And a lot of the time the wanted notices are just for show. If there are victims who are willing to spend money, we'll post some notices out. And as for whether or not to arrest the wanted person, no one can say for sure. The most important factor in the middle is actually profit. Gao Xingyu spoke very bluntly. The current society was re-established after the original order had collapsed, and many things had not really been implemented. Take the so-called crime for example. As long as the guy who commits the crime doesn't do something big and evil that the people are angry with, who cares about that? Anyone can accidentally commit a crime if you try to open a blind box. It's easy to open a dangerous thing and wreck others. Ding Ziyu and his grandfather being wanted was nothing more than the Zhou family taking money to the authority to do their business. As a matter of fact, no one from the blind box authority basically bothered with such things, unless a certain team leader was originally from the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu understood. Their grandparents and grandchildren were both complete little people, and they had only taken out a dude from the Zhou family. It wasn't that big of a deal at all, unless they had great interests related to the blind box authority. Otherwise they wouldn't go around arresting people for this small matter. Can the authority help find someone? Ding Ziyu asked again. He really wanted to get his grandfather back, alive and well. Chapter 37. Are you looking for your loved ones? Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu with some surprise. It was said that in his situation, as long as he did not encounter a strong enemy, he would be able to protect his loved ones. It's just that accidents happen all the time these days, and even on their own, they can be shipwrecked at any time. It's hard to get people back once they've gone missing. The authority side can certainly help with the search, but the price to be paid is very high and there is no guarantee that you will find the person you are looking for. If you really want to find your loved ones, I suggest you go to those new media and let them help you spread the news. It's much better than letting the blind box management find people. On top of that, you can also get those professional search organizations to help you find them for a lot less money. Gao Xinyu was truly thinking of Ding Ziyu and showed him a clear path. Thank you, Beauty Gao. I know what to do. It was true that Ding Ziyu's social experience was not very sufficient. He had not encountered such a thing, so he naturally did not know how to proceed. It was unlikely that the new media would be able to find anyone. Not that Ding Ziyu couldn't afford to spend the money. Rather, the new media will spread the news, and it is likely to draw out the Zhou family as a huge monster. The reliable way is to look for the professional tracing organization. Perhaps their efficiency will be higher. If you're in a real hurry, go out and do it yourself. There shouldn't be much going on as I'm sitting on duty today, so if something really goes wrong, I'll just cover for you. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu's frown and knew that there must be something in his heart. At the age of early 30s, it's likely that you have an elderly family and it's not uncommon for one of those loved ones to get lost. Thank you, Team Leader Gao. I'll leave first then. Ding Ziyu was also not polite. Soon he was out of the authority. There are actually quite a few professional people finding agencies in Daning City. These days people go missing all the time, and helping to find people is a very popular industry. Ding Ziyu casually searched on the internet, and a whole bunch of search organizations popped up at once, and it was a bit dizzying to see. Ding Ziyu spent 150,000 dragon coins and commissioned 3 search organizations to help find his grandfather. Hopefully, they would expand their search a bit and might be able to get something. However, as Ding Ziyu was leaving the 3rd search agency, he was targeted by someone with an axe to grind. It turns out that there happens to be a Zhou family member in this organization, and also has a close relationship with the dead Zhou Yucheng. He knew about the Zhou family's offer of money for Ding Shichen's arrest, and thought it was over, but he didn't expect anyone to come out looking for Ding Shichen. This guy didn't recognize Ding Ziyu, but Ding Ziyu was willing to pay money to find someone, so he could at least come to the conclusion that this person was definitely related to Ding Shichen. After Ding Ziyu left, this person immediately spread the news back to the Zhou family. On the main street, Ding Ziyu was soon blocked by several martial artists. It seemed that the Zhou family's special attire. Ding Ziyu instantly understood the identity of the visitors. Brother, please show your identity card. A 9th Dan martial artist walked over and said nonchalantly. Ding Ziyu changed out of the blind box authority's work uniform when he left the house, and only took on the symbol that represented him as a 7th Dan martial artist to minimize his own troubles. What's your status? Who are you to check my identity card? Ding Ziyu had nothing to be polite about once he saw that the visitor was not nice. He was now an official staff member of the blind box authority, and it was said that he was the only one to check on others, but he didn't expect to be questioned by others instead. Me, captain of the Zhou family's 3rd escort, Zhu Tao. Kid, you'd better be sensible or don't blame us for being impolite. A dog of the Zhou family has actually become so rampant. Take out all of your identity cards. You're being mean on the street and behaving badly. On behalf of the blind box authority, I'm formally arresting you. Ding Ziyu took out the blind box authority's job tag and shook it, instantly subduing these guys. Several people around them looked over. The prestige of the blind box authority was still very high. As long as Ding Ziyu shouted out, there might be experts willing to help. Zhu Tao was also stunned. He was really not expecting that this guy was actually a staff member of the blind box authority. If they had known that this was the case, they wouldn't have come up to block people so easily. You've got a fake ID tag, don't you? Who knows where you got this license plate from? Zhu Tao's reaction was quick, directly denying Ding Ziyu's identity. If Ding Ziyu got the upper hand, this would not be a good thing. No matter how bullish the Zhou family members were, they were still no match for the blind box authority. Therefore, he directly played a palladium backwards. instead pushing Ding Ziyu into an unfavorable situation. Impersonating the blind box authority is no small offense. Anyway, there were more people on their side, and their own realm was higher than this guy's, so as long as they restrained the person, it was still a matter of his word what to say. Ding Ziyu didn't bother to fight with him verbally, and raised his hand to blast him with a punch. Although there were several people surrounding him in the Zhou family, the one who could truly threaten him was this Xu Tao. His true segmentation was only one segment higher than Ding Ziyu's, and he wasn't that much stronger. A mere 7th dan martial artist. How dare you make a move? Looking for death. Xu Tao was disdainful. In terms of segmentation, he could be 2 segments higher than his opponent, so what was there to worry about? What he was afraid of was that Ding Ziyu wouldn't put up a fight and talk to him about his identity. Although he said that Ding Ziyu's identity was fake, he was still weak-minded himself. If he could bring his opponent to him, and then destroy his identity card, a lot of things would be easier. Xu Tao was very confident and directly grabbed at Ding Ziyu's fist. However, what he did not expect was that the power of the punch Ding Ziyu blasted over far exceeded his estimation. Snap! With a soft sound, Xu Tao felt a sharp pain coming from his hand, almost being broken by Ding Ziyu's punch. Brothers, together! Xu Tao retreated 3 steps in a row. He had to slow down first and had to let the others block the front. Several Zhou family guards immediately pounced. Some attacked Ding Ziyu's back, while others launched attacks from the side. The winds of the fists were whistling, and his strength was at least 5 stages or more, which was quite impressive. Ding Ziyu reacted quickly, whirling around and landing a swinging punch that was not only powerful, but also quite surprising in its speed. At this time, the benefits of the Vajra glazed body manifested. The same fists collided, and when these people touched his fists, it was the same as touching white refined gold steel. One of them had his arm broken, and the other 2 bared their teeth in pain. Obviously, they were the ones who made the first move to sneak attack, but they didn't expect to be the ones to suffer. Ding Ziyu punched back a few minions and returned to pounce on Xu Tao again. This time it was already at full strength. The sound of the fist breaking through the air was very powerful. The air stirred, and the power was quite amazing. As soon as Xu Tao saw how ferocious Ding Ziyu was, he instinctively tried to avoid it. He knew very well that he couldn't take this punch himself. It was just that his speed simply could not avoid Ding Ziyu's attack, and in his haste he had to turn back and harden his body. Chapter 38, A Big Official's Power Over People. Xu Tao's strength was not much of an advantage in the first place, and it was even more difficult for him to exert himself in haste. Ding Ziyu slammed another fist on his arm, and instantly there was a conical stabbing pain, and the whole arm was a bit out of control. Just this was the disadvantage of not having strong enough bones. On the contrary, Ding Ziyu did not feel any pain at all in his hands. Riding the wave of victory, a few punches knocked Xu Tao to the ground. Ding Ziyu pulled out the smart bracelet that came standard with the blind box authority and directly locked Xu Tao up. Now, the surrounding melon eaters finally reacted. It turned out that this was really a staff member of the blind box authority. The Zhou family's people were really bold, actually dared to make a move with them on the street. Ding Ziyu had originally wanted to go to the blind box market to take a stroll, but naturally, this was not possible now. He directly escorted a few people back to the authority. What's wrong with us? You went out and brought back a few offenders? Captain Chen saw that Ding Ziyu had returned, and was escorting a few people, so he hurriedly walked over. In fact, he recognized at a glance that these were people from the Zhou family. They led a blatant attack on the blind box authority in the street. Even after I revealed my identity, I still struck out and attacked me. Such people, naturally, cannot be spoiled. This reason of Ding Ziyu's was very justified and sufficient. No, we were thinking he was posing as someone from the blind box authority. After all, he wasn't wearing a uniform either. This is really a misunderstanding, Xu Tao hurriedly explained. This matter, to put it bluntly, is actually not much of a matter. Deeper things Ding Ziyu does not mention. He naturally will not say it. A misunderstanding if you say so? A few people sneak attack me did not leave their hands. Now you know it is a misunderstanding? All give me squat. Didn't let you talk, less speech. Ding Ziyu went up to one person and kicked them. Although the kick was not very heavy, but it was hard enough for them. This was the interior of the authority, and even if the Zhou family was arrogant, they wouldn't dare make trouble here. Captain Chen didn't stop Ding Ziyu's behavior either, and waited for him to finish kicking before pulling Ding Ziyu to the side. Brother Ding, this matter isn't really that serious. They did attack you, but they were also cleaned up by you, so this is basically over. If Brother Ding can't figure it out, he can still fine them. Basically it can only go so far. Captain Chen lowered his voice and said. Ding Ziyu also actually knew that it wasn't easy to mess with them in the open. Captain Chen took the initiative to communicate with him. I'm afraid that there are also concerns about the Zhou family. After all, they have someone in the blind box authority. No, before the two could finish their words, a man in his 40s or 50s approached them. Little Chen, I heard that your team's men brought in a few of the Zhou family's escorts. What's going on here? Captain Zhou, this matter has basically been clarified. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. When Captain Chen saw the visitor, he was obviously a little short of breath. Oh, so it's a misunderstanding. How did you still injure someone? Zhou Jie glanced at Zhu Tao and the others, a displeased look on his face. When Zhu Tao's few people were arrested, the Zhou family's side had already fed the news back to him. Zhou Jie was the brigade leader of the Blind Box Authority's Operations Brigade, which was considered a mid-level cadre. It would naturally be most appropriate for him to handle this matter. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Captain Chen then noticed that several of the Zhou family escorts had injuries on their bodies, especially Zhu Tao, whose arm was clearly fractured. This guy was a 9th Dan martial artist, and he was actually injured by a 7th Dan martial artist, so he was also a good enough dish. At the same time, Captain Chen also had a higher opinion of Ding Ziyu as well, not realizing that this guy's talent qualifications were superior, not to mention that he was also very strong. The most crucial thing was that Ding Ziyu was very good at what he did, and had only been here for a day, and had already gained the recognition of most of the entire team. They can't even catch a single move. Can you blame me? Don't just make a move if you don't have the strength, or you'll have to pay for it if you get punched, Ding Ziyu said coldly. He couldn't recognize this Captain Zhou and didn't want to give a damn about him. Anyway, he was not his direct subordinate and couldn't care less. Shame on you. Zhou Jie heard that Ding Ziyu had injured them in one move and also felt disgraced. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll take a few of them away. In the future, keep your own moves a little brighter. Don't mess with everyone. You're going to suffer. Zhou Jie walked away while reprimanding Zhu Tao and the others. But just a smart person knew that this was said to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu frowned, realizing that his beam with the Zhou family was getting deeper and deeper. In the future, the Zhou family would definitely come back to find trouble with themselves, so it seemed that they would have to take the initiative. Second Master, what is that kid's origin? He's paying money to find out the whereabouts of Ding Shichen, the old man Ding who killed young Master Zhou Yucheng. We received the news and rushed over there. I didn't expect this guy to be a bit tricky. Rubbish. A 7th Dan martial artist couldn't handle it, and instead, he was captured and brought to the authority. I've checked. This kid's name is Ding Tianyi. I guess he's in the same family as that Ding Shichen. You guys leave this matter alone for now. Just find a chance to do him later, Zhou Jie said with a dark face. Zhou Yucheng was a Zhou family descendant that leaned on his bloodline, and originally wanted to focus on cultivating it. He also helped to get the wanted notice from the authority. He just didn't catch anyone. I didn't realize that a relative of the Ding family had run off to work at the Blind Box Authority instead. Ding Ziyu did not know that Zhou Jie, the first captain, was up to killing him, so he greeted Gao Xinyu and left work early. This Zhou family must find a way to deal with him. Ding Ziyu decided to go to the largest blind box market in Daning City to see if he could find something useful for himself. This blind box market covers a fairly wide area and is still quite busy. Even at midday, Ding Ziyu had a dazzling feeling as he looked all the way over. There's a chick in this blind box. Welp, there's actually a woman's body in that blind box. The Eye of Truth reported all the way to Ding Ziyu. Corpses? When was it? Wouldn't it have decayed if it was kept in the blind box? Ding Zi was also a bit curious, and even though it wasn't strange at all for a blind box to open up with 1,000 strange things in it, he was still slightly taken aback. That's a dry corpse. It should have died a long time ago. The Eye of Truth didn't care too much about it, and Ding Zi inquired before he said more. No, this corpse should have been poisoned by a special kind of poison. That poison is very strong and cannot be dipped easily. What poison is so strong? Are you even afraid of it? Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu became interested instead. It should be a peculiar poisonous elixir that spreads very strongly. If exposed to the air, it can easily poison the surrounding people to death. Chapter 39, Red Scale Python. A poison that can spread in the air. How ferocious must this be? Ding Ziyu thought for a moment. He hadn't heard of such a poison anyway. If it was in powder form, it would make sense. But the Eye of Truth said that it was an elixir poison. Wouldn't it be in the state of an elixir? So all the poison on the corpse can still spread out? Ding Ziyu asked in detail. The body is well preserved, and the poison hasn't disappeared much. If it's taken out, it should be able to poison a crowd. Real Eye replied seriously. Ding Ziyu immediately made the decision to buy this blind box. As long as he prepared himself, opening this corpse out and throwing it towards the Zhou family, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Thinking that you have made a mortal enemy with the Zhou family anyway, if you don't lay your hands on them, they will find a way to finish you off. There's nothing innocent or not innocent these days. It's just that each person's position is different. A white light blind box, not worth a few dollars. Ding Ziyu casually bought it and then continued to look down. This one went on for quite some time without finding anything of interest until he saw a dark blue box and finally saw something somewhat interesting. There's a red-scaled python inside this blind box. Well, it's a bit strong, and it can't be blocked without the strength of a martial saint or above. The Eye of Truth spoke of the big guy within the blind box. How am I going to release it so that it won't attack? Ding Ziyu had already made up his mind to put this red-scaled python into the Zhou family and let it play happily for a while. This is a bit difficult. It's best to let someone else drive it. The real I didn't give a proven solution. Under normal circumstances, the person who opened the blind box would be the first beneficiary of this blind box. If they were unlucky, they would be the first victim. Whoever went to open this blind box, the red-scaled python would be the first to attack him. Ding Ziyu felt a bit of a headache. Not desperate people. Many are not willing to open the blind box at will, because many times to open the blind box is a matter of life and death. A little unprepared to open the blind box, that is the behavior of looking for death. If this were not the case, it would not be possible to form such a large market for blind boxes. However, people's gambling nature is always big. There are always people who feel that their luck is better than others, which is not much different from gambling. If you want to change your destiny against all odds, you have to have the courage to fight. As long as you have the courage to die, it is possible to be reborn against all odds and change your destiny. Whatever, buy it first. Ding Ziyu bargained and finally bought this blind box for 8,000 dragon coins. Since he had something on his mind, he didn't have the heart to wander around in the blind box market, so he quickly left it. Ding Ziyu searched the streets for targets, wanting to find those with a heavier gambling streak, even if it cost him something. However, he approached several people in a row without success. Either they were asking for too much money and wanted the money without opening the box, or when they heard that they had to go to the command location to open the box, they immediately quit. Of course Ding Ziyu would not say that he was going to the Zhou family to open the box. If he said it, I'm afraid those guys would run even faster. Do we really have to risk opening the box ourselves? If it doesn't work, let it sit for now and wait for the opportunity to come. The Eye of Truth was not wanting Ding Ziyu to take any chances, although he didn't mind Ding Ziyu dealing with the Zhou family. If the price he paid was too great, it simply wasn't worth it. The Zhou family should have a specialized blind box storage warehouse. Why don't we find a chance to put this blind box in for them? Ding Ziyu thought back to the Zhou family. They did have a blind box storage warehouse. The inside of the warehouse was basically filled with special blind boxes that had been plucked, which was an odd investment. In case something good was opened, the clan would benefit along with it. What would it take for you to blend in with the Cho family's blind box warehouse? They're heavily guarded. Isn't there a corpse here? Drive that corpse out and throw it not far from the warehouse. Maybe those guarding the warehouse will be hit. Ding Ziyu's mind turned quickly. The thing about toxicity is that it can only be effective when you take advantage of someone's defenses. These days, there are a lot of things that specialize in protection against toxicity, and just about any gas mask can do wonders. Since you want to do it, let's do it. This dark blue blind box has some value, so maybe there really is a Zhou family member willing to open it. Ding Ziyu bought the items he needed and started heading towards Northwest City again. With the experience from last time, it was actually quite simple to get into the Zhou family, as long as he was not recognized. Ding Ziyu found a makeup expert and had her make some changes to the shape of his face, and after a bit of tossing and turning, his appearance quickly changed drastically. As long as one was not particularly familiar with him, it was very difficult to recognize him. By evening, Ding Ziyu jumped in from that garden from last time again. As his strength grew, this kind of fence was no longer of any use to him, and he could easily jump over it. When he touched the back of the blind box warehouse, Ding Ziyu took out the gas mask and put it on his head. Then he took out the corpse and dropped it at the back of the warehouse. This place was dimly lit and wasn't easy to spot. Ding Ziyu still had to find a way to trick the people guarding the warehouse before he could do so. Thus, Ding Ziyu broke a bull-sized tree next to him with a punch, and then quickly left. There were 4 people guarding the blind box warehouse today, and they were all members of the Zhou family escort. There was a lot of commotion behind the warehouse, and it immediately caught their attention. There's not going to be anyone pulling any tricks back there, is there? Go over to the 2 and take a look. The squad leader was immediately alert. In the past, there have been people who have tried to use the warehouse for blind boxes, but this is not a matter to be taken lightly. The warehouse is full of special blind boxes that can be sold for a lot of money. However, the 2 men sent out by the squad leader did not come back for a while, as if they had disappeared. What's going on? There's no movement either. What are these 2 guys doing? The squad leader got anxious and headed to the back of the warehouse himself. The same result for this guy. There's no going back. Ding Ziyu had been watching from afar, and when he saw the situation, he immediately boldly walked over. Stand still. This is the blind box warehouse, and no idle hands are allowed to approach. Ding Ziyu was still more than 10 meters away from the guard when he was stopped by that guy. Bro, a few of them are out behind the warehouse. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Ding Ziyu lowered his voice and said. The guy was shocked. That's all the more reason not to go. Wait for the others to come over. The guard was not really smart at all, and was not moved at all. Ding Ziyu took advantage of him speaking and suddenly rushed over with an arrow step, easily breaking this person's neck. With his current strength, it was too easy to do such a thing. Chapter 40, Getting a piece of the action for yourself. Ding Ziyu dragged that guard to the back of the warehouse as well, changing the clothes on him and putting them on his own body. However, the body was thrown to a few people. Ding Ziyu seized a card from that squad leader, which should be the key to the warehouse's smart lock. As he was about to leave, he realized that the squad leader was not dead, and actually still had a breath in him. You have to be alive to open a blind box. You can't even open it using tools. Hey, isn't this box opener coming? Ding Ziyu's heart rejoiced as he immediately brought that squad leader farther away so as not to be continuously harmed by that poison. After that he took out the dark blue blind box and held his hand above the lid of the blind box, just waiting for his hand to naturally drop down. The moment he let go, Ding Ziyu exerted his entire body's strength and quickly ran forward so as not to be eaten by the open red-scaled python. He had just run out 3 steps when a big commotion came from behind him, as if something huge had fallen from the sky. Ding Ziyu ran so fast that he didn't even dare to look back. When he came to the door of the warehouse, he immediately used the access card, opened the warehouse door, and then rushed in without even thinking about it. Just a moment later, there was a great commotion outside, as if a load of heavy trucks had driven past. It's so damn dangerous. Lacking in strength, it's better to do things like this less often in the future. Ding Ziyu let out a long sigh of relief and threw his gaze into the warehouse. There weren't too many blind boxes placed in here, dozens of them, but most of them were special blind boxes, some with strange shapes and some with weird colors. Ding Ziyu quickly swept over and quickly picked out a few high-value blind boxes and put them into his spatial ring. By the time he ran out of the blind box warehouse, he saw that there was a mess in the distance. A giant python that was over 20 meters in size and reached a diameter of about 1 meter was constantly attacking the crowd that approached it. This guy was very conspicuous with his red scales, and from time to time a burst of flame would rise from his body, easily burning up the surrounding things. Well, let them fight on their own. I won't get involved. Ding Ziyu intended to take advantage of the chaos to slip out. This melon was not going to be eaten again. After seeing how ferocious the red-scaled python was, it was impossible for the Zhou family to get through this without losing some characters. In such a small amount of time, Ding Ziyu had already seen it take out several guards. I guess this guy has been hungry for too long, and attacked when he saw someone, one bite at a time, and ate that crunchy without even chewing more than once. The Zhou family had already panicked and hurriedly called for experts to come over for support. Right after Ding Ziyu left, an expert dressed in red rushed over from the distance, a very vivid dragon embroidered on that red suit, very eye-catching. This person had just come over, and was ferociously smashing his fist on the red scale python, actually knocking the head of the red scale python askew, almost smashing it to the ground. There is still such a fierce man in the Zhou family? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but look at him twice more. This person looked even fiercer than even the West City's first bully. This person has the strength of a martial saint at the 7th stage, so he shouldn't be able to beat that red-scaled python, but there's still a possibility of driving it away. The Eye of Truth made its final evaluation. Ding Ziyu was a little depressed, not expecting that this did not even shade the Zhou family. This family was indeed somewhat unfathomable, and the experts within the clan were really quite a few. Since they still have such experts, why didn't Wang Yang dare to fight Quan Diren hard that night? Ding Ziyu remembered what happened that night again. This problem Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out, so he didn't bother to think about it. His own deliberate attempts to find some trouble for the Zhou family seemed to have failed. It was good that this trip was not considered unproductive. He had gotten a few good blind boxes, and when he went back and opened them slowly, he should be able to harvest a large amount of wealth. Back at the blind box authority, he happened to run into Gao Xinyu. Tomorrow will be a big operation. Have a good night's rest. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu and said in a hurry. What action? Ding Ziyu hurriedly inquired. Well, it's a secret for now, so as not to leak the news. When we get to the location, we'll naturally know. Gao Xinyu didn't say the specifics of the operation. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu could not pursue the matter any further and had to return to his single dormitory. Since it's a big operation, there are bound to be risks. Hurry up and open up a few blind boxes to see if there's anything useful. Ding Ziyu took out all the blind boxes that he had shunned. 7 boxes in all. Inside this blind box is a piece of red fine gold, good for building weapons. Ding Ziyu opened a long blind box, which opened up a 4-square piece of metal about the thickness of an arm and a meter in length. How do you use this red essence gold? Is it built directly or do we have to add some other metal? Ding Ziyu did not know much about this aspect. However, he did need a competent weapon very much. When going out on a mission, no one knows what dangers will be encountered, and it is impossible to solve the problem with your fists every time. Red essence gold is very hard, but fragile. It doesn't work well when used alone to make weapons. If it's added to high neon iron, the forged weapon will be very good. And what is high manganese iron? Is it better than the manganese steel we use? The silicon steel? Ding Ziyu had heard a new term again. However, I still didn't know much about many things in the current world, so Ding Ziyu thought that perhaps he could use something else instead. High neon iron has excellent toughness and has a very good self-recovery ability. However, its hardness is not enough, and with the addition of red essence gold, it's just enough to complement each other's strengths. Do these two materials you mentioned have the ability to self-repair? I asked in disbelief. What the hell is self-repairing? The legendary memory metal? Ding Ziyu had seen some descriptions on the internet, but didn't know if it was real or not, nor did he know where it was. Red essence gold is very precious, so put it away first. When we find a suitable metal later, we'll forge a weapon. The Eye of Truth had been broken by Ding Ziyu, and the world in which it existed was different from the current world in too many ways. The two are overlapping, and almost everything that comes out of the blind box is from that world, at least so far. I haven't heard anyone talk about opening a product of modern technology from a blind box. Putting away the red essence gold, Ding Ziyu opened the next blind box and opened a white glittering elixir from within. This is the bright jade pill, not too high or low in value, just right for you to use right now. It can enhance your spiritual power. No matter if you open a blind box in the future or cultivate spirit-type secret arts, it will be of great benefit. There are also spirit-type secret arts? How come I haven't heard of them? All the secret arts that Ding Ziyu had heard of were used to increase physical combat power. Chapter 41, Familiar Clothes. Of course there are spirit-type secret arts. In fact my ability is also considered a spirit-type secret art. But the ability is a racial talent that ordinary people simply can't learn. Real Iversai had a handful of this ability of his. It was indeed a bit of an oxymoron, especially in these days when blind boxes are so prevalent. The role is so powerful. What kind of race are you that just one eyeball is so big? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. In fact, he had wanted to know about this aspect for a long time, just that he had never found a suitable opportunity to ask. Don't worry about that. The Eye of Truth paused for a moment and did not say the news Ding Ziyu wanted to hear. Just eat that bright jade pill. As your spiritual power grows, you'll be able to inspect the blind box much faster in the future, and I'll save some effort. The Eye of Truth hastily changed the topic, no longer mentioning his race. Eat these blind boxes as soon as you finish opening them, just so you can still cultivate for a night. Ding Ziyu still recognized the Eye of Truth. Without his help, he was afraid that he would have died several times. Of course, the blind box that he got for free was really fragrant, and Ding Ziyu was a little bit unable to sleep without opening out the contents. Among the remaining 5 blind boxes, Ding Ziyu opened a very beautiful animal skin, which he believed should fetch a good price when taken to the auction house. On top of that, there was a peculiar set of inner armor. Ding Ziyu wore it on his body and realized that it could actually automatically adjust its size to match his body. This set of inner armor is actually a set of low-ranked spiritual treasures. Wearing it on your body, it would be very difficult for a martial artist below the 3rd stage martial saint to injure you. True had actually discovered the inside of the blind box when he was in the Zhou family's warehouse. It was just that it was an emergency, so he didn't explain anything and just let Ding Ziyu take the goodies and run. The remaining 3 blind boxes opened out things that were not very practical, but they were all things of good value. Ding Ziyu decided to take the time to take these things to the auction house and sell them. Next, Ding Ziyu decisively swallowed the bright jade pill and cultivated under the guidance of the Eye of Truth. As the night passed, Ding Ziyu did not sleep, but his mental state was surprisingly good. The entire person had a feeling of radiance. He found that he had indeed become much more sensitive to his surroundings, and he could understand what a lot of things were just by sweeping them out of the corner of his eye. Your spiritual power has at least doubled compared to before. This bright jade pill is really a marvelous good treasure for coming to you. The Eye of Truth came to an empirical conclusion. Wouldn't it be quite impressive if one could get a copy of the spiritual secret art? By the way, the hypnotism that the internet says is amazing. I wonder if that counts as a spiritual secret art. Ding Ziyu remembered this. There are a lot of posts about hypnosis on the internet, even including if one goes for hypnosis, which is well documented, although it is blown out of proportion. I wonder if anyone has ever actually learned it. What kind of secret technique is that? At most it can only be considered a trick to fool people. People with slightly stronger willpower can't hypnotize them. The Eye of Truth disdained this. However, Ding Ziyu was excited. When he didn't get his hands on a spiritual secret art, perhaps learning this hypnotism would be a good choice. What if you learn it yourself? Yeah, Ding Tian. You seem to have gotten handsome again, yeah. When it was time for breakfast, Gao Xinyu carried a bowl of rare rice and sat down opposite Ding Ziyu. Yes? You don't want to be obsessed with brother. I already have a wife. Ding Ziyu said a little paragraph and made a haughty face at Gao Xinyu. Would it kill you not to brag? It's clearly recorded on your identity card. You're obviously an old bachelor, talking as if you're very marketable. Gao Xingyu couldn't help but laugh and scold. Yeah? How do you know that wasn't me laying the hook? It's just to target you women who haven't seen the world. Ding Ziyu's mouth suddenly became much sharper, and he didn't know if it was related to the growth of his spiritual power. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to joke with a beautiful woman so boldly. Gao Xingyu was amused by him and giggled. She had never seen a man who laid a hook would take the initiative to say it. After a simple breakfast, the members of the Seaward 18th team quickly gathered together. Captain Chen personally led the group, boarded a rush vehicle, and quickly drove away from the Blind Box Authority. Today we have 3 teams together, organizing a joint operation. It's mainly to fight against a very evil organization. Their name is the Red Dragon Society. They often support minors and use them for certain evil experiments. Currently, we have grasped the exact evidence of the Red Dragon Society, and today's mission is to wipe out this Red Dragon Society, Captain Chen explained to the team on the way. In the process, he also produced a number of photographs that he had gathered together, as well as evidence of those who had preyed on minors. Ding Ziyu's brows wrinkled when he saw them. This was because the clothes were too familiar. He had seen them yesterday evening at Zhou's house. Wasn't that expert who ran out to deal with the red-scaled python dressed in red with a dragon embroidered on his clothes? With such racy clothes, it was difficult not to remember him. How did the Red Dragon Society's people come to be in the Zhou family and help them deal with the red-scaled python? And what is their relationship with each other? Could it be that the Zhou family is the backstage of the Red Dragon Society, or a direct participant? Ding Ziyu, have you seen them recently? Captain Chen immediately inquired when he saw this expression on Ding Ziyu's face. I've only seen it yesterday. That person's strength is very strong, at the martial saint level. If he's there, it would be good for us to go over there and get out in one piece, not to mention arresting someone. Ding Ziyu didn't talk nonsense. The Eye of Truth judged that man's strength to be no less than the 7th stage of the heavenly martial saint. Even the red-scaled python couldn't help him. So if the people of Seaward Team 18 went over, who would be his enemy in a single move? A martial saint level expert? About how many stages? We also have 2 martial saints on our side to lead us, so we may not be afraid of him. Captain Chen's face froze for a few moments. It was good that the captains of the other 2 teams had both reached the martial saint level. They were Team A13 and Team B7. It should be 7 stages. About how many stages are the martial saints on our side? Ding Ziyu said honestly. As soon as he said this, the entire inside of the punch bowl was silent. What level was a 7th stage martial saint? None of the several deputy directors of the authority had reached the strength of a martial saint at the 7th stage, let alone the captains of these task forces under them. Are you sure it's real? Maybe this is a trap against us. Captain Chen stormed out. The face changed instantly. Stop the car. Hurry up and send this message back to inform the other 2 teams immediately. Captain Chen yelled, and the assault vehicle crunched to a halt on the side of the road. With that sharp braking, a number of people almost hit the trunk of the car. Chapter 42, What a Big Chopper. Who arranged this combat mission? Ding Ziyu looked at Gao Xingyu. This, Captain Chen should know better. You suspect that someone is deliberately messing with us? Gao Xingyu instantly understood the meaning of Ding Ziyu's words. Captain Chen reported the news upwards before he walked back with a dark face. The Bureau told us to continue traveling to the Red Dragon Society because the other 2 teams have already gone to war with the Red Dragon Society. What the heck kind of order is this? Knowing that the other party has a 7th stage martial saint, they still told us to go and die? Who gave this order? Zhao Zhang, the leader of the second group, immediately started cursing. The strongest of their team was only a martial artist 10th stage, so what meaning existed in going forward to rescue them? If 1 or 2 martial saint level experts came out, their entire team would be doomed. This is an order from Captain Zhou, making it imperative for us to head to the Red Dragon Society and pick up the other 2 teams. Captain Chen's face was also unpleasant. When Ding Ziyu heard that it was Zhou Jie who gave the order, his heart instantly understood that this operation might be targeting himself. Surnamed Zhou was really ruthless. Knowing that there were experts on the other side, he still wanted the Seaward 18 team to go to the Red Dragon Society. Drive through. We'll just watch from the perimeter and forget about it. Whoever is willing to do the thing that sends people to their deaths will do it. Captain Chen thought for a moment before coming up with a compromise. As long as they went to the Red Dragon Society's perimeter, it was considered mission accomplished. The Red Dragon Society was situated on the western fringe of Daning City, with the towering city walls behind them. After leaving the city walls, there was now dangerous wilderness everywhere outside. It was said that without the strength of a martial saint, it was best not to go out of the city, or the chances of coming back alive were not even half. Despite the fact that the living environment of human beings has become so harsh, there is still incessant infighting. This is the inferiority of human beings. Before they die out, they always have to be divided into high and low. In order to sesame green beans big things, All can calculate each other, not hold dead each other. The heart is not comfortable. The Red Dragon Club didn't cover a small area either. About the same as a medium-sized residential neighborhood in the past. The two teams that came over first had indeed fought, and it was quite intense. Several houses had been crippled, and the destructive power of a martial saint level expert was indeed quite powerful. Solid walls can easily be punched through with a few punches, and anything that comes to hand is a very fierce combat weapon. The Red Dragon Society's side had clearly gained the upper hand, and the two martial saints on the authorities' side were being pressed by others, not to mention arresting them. It would be good to leave alive. It was a good thing that the expert he saw yesterday didn't show up. Perhaps in a fight of this level, that person was pressingly uninterested in making a move. There are people from the Blind Box Authority coming over there again. Everyone rush over and clean them up. The Red Dragon Society's people were sharp-eyed, and they saw all of Team 18's charging vehicles parked in the distance. In just an instant, dozens of red-clothed martial artists rushed over, and the guy in the lead was clearly a martial saint level expert. Using the strength of a martial saint to deal with martial artists like them was indeed a bit of a lack of martial virtue. Charge the car and speed up. Ram that guy. Captain Chen knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only charge forward. The Blind Box Authority's assault vehicle was no ordinary vehicle, with battering rams on the front and sides of the vehicle. The armored vehicles that had appeared in earlier years were not as leathery as this assault vehicle. There was already a distance between the enemy and us, and the speed of the charging car quickly shot up to 100. Charging up towards the Red Dragon Society's people with an unrelenting momentum. More than 10 seconds later, thuds and crashes rang out continuously, and several Red Dragon Society members who couldn't dodge the level were crushed to death on the front end of the charging vehicle. However, just at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the roof of the assault vehicle, followed by the sound of sharp metal slashing. A large knife easily penetrated the roof of the assault vehicle, cutting the entire roof in half like meat. Asterisk. That martial saint has an ancient martial divine soldier in his hands. He's in big trouble. Several members of the team shrieked. The sturdiness of the charge was such that ordinary weapons could not break through, and only the ancient martial artifacts possessed such a powerful cutting ability. After that martial saint sliced through the roof of the assault vehicle, he leapt up and slashed down with another fierce knife. The sturdy assault vehicle was actually directly chopped open by this knife, and the entire trunk fell apart. Ding Ziyu followed Gao Xingyu and quickly rushed out from the trunk. Two of the team members had already died under the Red Dragon Society's attack, and another one had his leg cut off. The knife in that guy's hand is so sharp that ordinary metal can't stop it. Our Team 18 is afraid that we'll be planted today. Gao Xingyu had a gloomy face. If I had known, I should have listened to Zhao Zhang and not come. I didn't realize that Captain Chen's scheme of entitlement still didn't escape the Red Dragon Society's attack, having sacrificed two of his team members in an instant. Captain Chen was also red-eyed, only to see him draw a long sword and charge straight up. A mere martial artist. How dare you come to die? That martial saint gave Captain Chen a very disdainful look as he quickly flipped the large sword in his hand and slashed at him with a horizontal slash. Dangling! A crisp sound rang out, and the long sword in Captain Chen's hand was actually easily chopped off. A piece of flesh was also cut off from his arm, and blood flew across his body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his entire body would have almost been cut off at the waist by that large sword. However, that martial saint did not ride on Captain Chen's victory. Instead, he cast his gaze towards Ding Ziyu's side. After a second's hesitation, he immediately killed this way. Nima, that old soul of Zhou Jie really did target old me on purpose. Ding Ziyu cursed. His body was flickering rapidly to evade his opponent's attack. Your speed and strength are no match for his. Running is useless. The Eye of Truth reminded that if this continued, there was a real possibility that Ding Ziyu would be killed by this person. It seems that the only way to take out the chopper is to use it as a shield. Not caring about that much, Ding Ziyu immediately took out the golden alien blind box. Kid, you're dreaming if you want to use the blind box to stop me. That martial saint still paused slightly when he saw Ding Ziyu's behavior. It was obviously a special blind box, and it would be enough for him to drink in case he opened any damn thing. Ding Ziyu didn't think that much and reached out to open the blind box. After the golden light dissipated, a giant kitchen knife appeared in Ding Ziyu's hands. Instead of Ding Ziyu holding this chopper, it would be better to say that Ding Ziyu was hung above the hilt of this chopper. Asterisk. What a big chopper. Can this thing block that martial saint's ancient martial divine warrior? Several people exclaimed in shock. Such a large chopper was indeed the first time they had seen it. A broken chopper. Let's see how I can clean you up. When the Red Dragon martial saint saw that Ding Ziyu had not opened anything dangerous, he was instantly relieved. After a bellow, he lifted the large sword in his hand and slashed at Ding Ziyu. The razor-sharp blade pulled out a series of sonic booms, and the flashes of blade light were chilling. Chapter 43, It's good. Ding Ziyu pressed hard on the hilt of the knife, and the chopper immediately raised up, like a huge shield, blocking his front to death. Ding! A sharp metallic clash sounded, and Ding Ziyu only felt a huge force coming from the knife, pushing it along with the chopper several meters away. The hard concrete floor was scraped with a deep mark. What a power this is! However, Ding Ziyu was not injured in the slightest, and the incomparably sharp ancient martial divine warrior actually did not injure the large kitchen knife, but instead shook a small opening in its blade. Damn it! I didn't realize that this chopper of yours is also an ancient martial artifact. If you destroyed my great sword, take this kitchen knife and my life to pay for it. That martial artist was furious and heartbroken. He had fought many times in the past, and his sword was invincible. So how many times had he suffered such a loss? This fellow simply put away his ancient martial artifact and swung his fist at Ding Ziyu's chopper. He wanted to finish off Ding Ziyu with his pure strength. Naturally, Ding Ziyu was not one to be messed with. With this large shield in his hand, he was not afraid of the other party using brute force. Seeing his opponent smashing his fist, Ding Ziyu spun on the ground and pressed down on the handle of the knife, using the sharp blade of the kitchen knife against his opponent's fist. As long as he wasn't afraid of his fist being sliced in half, just blast it over though. The Red Dragon Society Martial Saint really didn't dare to take his fist but smash the blade of this giant chopper. In a panic, he could only change direction and hit a sweeping blow, smashing the blade again. It turned out to be useless. The blade body was sturdy and incomparable. Tons of force bombarded on it without the slightest deformation, only bringing Ding Ziyu to slightly deflect some angle. Ding Ziyu's foot stomped on the ground, and the chopper spun back around, always aiming the blade at the guy, not giving him a chance to easily get close to him. That martial saint was furious and adjusted his angle several times, but failed to attack Ding Ziyu. Instead, he was cut by the large vegetable knife a few times. The more Ding Ziyu used it, the more skillful he became, and he hadn't thought before that this huge chopper could also function as a shield. No matter which angle the opponent attacked from, he was able to use the chopper to block in front of himself, playing around until he was happy. Ding Ziyu could even lift this giant chopper for a simple and brutal chop. Not to mention those houses, even the hard ground could be easily cut out with huge gouges. The martial artist was depressed, not expecting Ding Ziyu to be so difficult to deal with. After many unsuccessful attacks, the person once again took to the air, wanting to utilize his aerial advantage against Ding Ziyu. But Ding Ziyu was not the least bit afraid, flipping the knife, blade upwards, waiting for the other party to fall down. The large kitchen knife was used more and more skillfully in his hands, slashing back and forth, really formidable. No matter what they encountered, a blade would basically be cut in half when it passed by. The sharpness of the blade was much more powerful than the great sword that martial saint had taken out. The key is that Ding Ziyu back full strength, so heavy kitchen knife in his hands does not seem to form much of a burden. Hands hold up the left swinging right chopping, but instead appear to be some mighty. Several members of the Red Dragon Society were unable to avoid and were chopped into two by the chopper, encountering legs breaking legs and hands touching and chopping hands without the slightest exception. With this chopper, Ding Ziyu actually blocked that martial saint's attack, which was truly impressive. Several members of Team 18 were saved by Ding Ziyu, and had a new understanding of Ding Ziyu's combat prowess. A 7-dan martial artist actually fights a martial sage undefeated. Can you believe that? Right at this moment, a new expert from the Blind Box Authority finally came over. This person swept a glance at Ding Ziyu in surprise, then attacked the martial saint expert. Ding Ziyu's heart was relieved that he had finally survived. The kitchen god's kitchen knife is really good, and it can save your life when it matters. You'll have to practice this knife technique when you have time. It might be able to serve an unexpected purpose. The Eye of Truth was clearly very satisfied with this kitchen knife. How can this thing be practiced? At most, it's just chopping and slashing. Ding Ziyu was helpless, but where there was a competent weapon, who would still use this dead and heavy thing? Don't you guys have a popular saying? No matter how high your kung fu is, you're still afraid of a chopper. As long as you're strong enough, even a chaotic cloak of chopping can still make the heart grow fonder. Ding Ziyu pondered for a while, also felt that is not a reason. There is always better than nothing. The key is that this kitchen knife is durable and very sharp, which is its biggest advantage. This martial saint realm that the Blind Box Authority had come over to was obviously quite a bit higher, and as soon as he struck the other party, the two of them obviously weren't first-level martial artists. Kill with me and destroy these Red Dragon Society scum. That martial saint sang at the top of his lungs, and his killing intent drove the rest of the operatives. Captain Chan and the others greeted and followed after them. Hurry up and keep up. This is the chief of the operations team of our Great Ning City Authority, and his fighting strength is quite formidable. When he comes, the Red Dragon Society will definitely perish today. Gao Xinyu greeted his group members while also greeting them. These people had extreme confidence in the authority's senior management, as long as Ding Ziyu was wary and that martial saint 7th stage expert didn't show up along with them. If they just rushed up like that, who knew if they would run into even more trouble? But everyone had already rushed forward, so he couldn't keep dragging it behind. Ding Ziyu also had no choice but to put away the kitchen knife and dragged it forward, leaving a deep knife mark on the ground. Ha ha ha, Zhu Chengfeng, this seat has been silent for so long, and finally waited for you to come over. Suffer death. Everyone here today, die. A frantic voice came over, and in the next moment, the owner of the voice came prancing into the air, and it was none other than the person Ding Ziyu had seen at the Zhou family home yesterday. What Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that on the ground, a giant python actually sprang out. It was the red-scaled python that he had tried his best to unleash yesterday, and he had not expected that this thing had actually been subdued by the red-clothed martial saint. If it was only that 7th stage martial saint, Ding Ziyu and the others might still have a chance of survival. Together with that red-scaled python, the people from the Blind Box Authority didn't even have a half a chance. Ling Shaoke, I didn't expect you old soul to still be alive and actually create a Red Dragon Society. Xu Chengfeng and that 7-segment martial saint were actually still old acquaintances, and by the looks of it, there had already been a grudge between the two of them. I didn't start the Red Dragon Society. I'm just an elder of the Red Dragon Society. If the guild master had come, you people could be destroyed with just your hands. Ling Shaoke said with disdain. Is this Red Dragon Society so strong? The elders are all 7th stage martial saints. So what level would the club master have to be? Ding Ziyu felt horrible even thinking about it. This time he was afraid that he would really be dead. There is indeed some trouble this time. I don't know how many people will be able to return alive. I also began to worry. In the face of absolute strength, there was no qualification to even run away. Chapter 44, Survival from the Dead. Just by talking for a moment, the red-scaled python had already swallowed several people into its stomach in one bite. With a casual whip of its tail, it was able to sweep down the surrounding houses. Even a 10th stage martial artist was no match in front of it. Either they would be whipped to death by a tail, or they would be directly swallowed and eaten. This red-scaled python alone had caused the Blind Box Authority's action team to suffer heavy losses. Ling Shaoke had even suppressed Zhu Chengfeng to death. If the Blind Box Authority didn't have other experts to come and support them, these people would really die here, and it would be hard for any of them to get out. Relying on the kitchen knife in his hand, Ding Ziyu continuously pawned off 2 sweeping strikes from the red-scaled python, and felt like he had been hit by a high-speed car, which was very hard to bear. If it wasn't for the fact that his Vajra glazed body had already broken through, these 2 impacts alone would have killed him. Ding Tianyi, with our strength, we can't stop that snake at all. Gao Sinyu's face was also particularly tense, and blood was already spilling out from the corners of her mouth, so she was probably also badly injured. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and run away. Ding Ziyu didn't have the idea of dedicating himself to the Blind Box Authority, and if he couldn't beat the others, he naturally had to run away at the first opportunity. I am afraid that there is no way to run anymore. You see what is on the other side? Gao Sinyu pointed to the distance, and several surprisingly large iron fire ants had already revealed themselves. So yesterday's super iron fire jiao was also created by the Red Dragon Society. Ding Ziyu understood at once. This Red Dragon Society was actually so terrifying. Its strength was simply unfathomable. Before, they were able to get nitrogen bottles to deal with this iron fire ants, but now where were they going to get nitrogen bottles? The Red Dragon Society had learned their lesson and had long ago collected all the nitrogen bottles in the neighborhood. Finished, really finished this time. Although Ding Ziyu's mouth said this, he was still trying to run out. The kitchen knife in his hand cut a deep trail in the ground. He was prepared to gamble on the sharpness of the kitchen knife in his hand. In case he could take out those super iron fires, he would have a chance to escape. As for the battle in the center area, he was not qualified to participate, nor could he afford to. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to take the initiative to launch an attack, a large ant with a body length of more than 3 meters had already swung its pincers towards Ding Ziyu. This thing was a true Hercules that could easily lift something 5 times its own body. If calculated by strength, this super iron fire ant could at least be compared to a martial saint 3rd stage expert. Ding Ziyu slashed over with a cleaver, but it was actually very deftly avoided by the large ant. With a single lift, it slammed into the body of the knife. An extremely strong force extended through the blade, causing even Ding Ziyu to swallow a mouthful of blood. This super iron fire ant was not only powerful, but also quite intelligent, actually knowing how to avoid human attacks. Seriously out of Ding Ziyu's expectation, Ding Ziyu could only drag the chopper back and forth, and that big ant meter was in hot pursuit, smashing over one after another, and not far behind Ding Ziyu. It was the red-scaled python that was mercilessly wreaking havoc, with several more staff members of the Blind Box Authority being swallowed up. The commotion was simply not too shocking. Half of Daning City had been stirred. However, the weird thing was that the Blind Box Authority actually didn't send any more people over to rescue them, which made Ding Ziyu and the others' hearts sink to the bottom. Ding Kid, the savior has come. On the tall building to the north, There's an expert who just happens to have some affinity with you, and if this one makes a move, he'll definitely be able to save your life," the Eye of Truth exclaimed, as if it had grabbed a life-saving straw. Ding Ziyu looked at the tall buildings to the north, but they were empty. Where were the masters of ghosts? However, Ding Ziyu still chose to believe in the Eye of Truth. After all, his ability was too much stronger than his own. "Senior, please come to my rescue. I am grateful." Ding Ziyu threw away the chopper and rushed the tall building to the north and deeply saluted. Who cares if there's no one there? A salute won't kill anyone. What if it works? There were really 2 people standing on the north floor. 2 women to be exact. 2 very good-looking women. "Master, why don't you make a move to save him? He has saved my disciple's life." Long Xiaoye looked at her senior somewhat pitifully. This side of the commotion is indeed a bit big. Chengtian sect master, this is to bring disciples out to see a long time. Did not expect to be real. I recognized his whereabouts. That's all. You and this brat have some unsettling karma, so I'll help him out one more time. That red-scaled python is not bad. It's just right to bring it to you as a mount. Sect leader Cheng Tian was very light-colored. After deciding to help Ding Ziyu, she no longer hid her figure, and with a slight movement of her body, she floated down from the roof of the building like an exiled fairy, only to see his fingers gently flicked. A large hole immediately appeared on the stomach of the incomparably ferocious super iron fire ant. After twitching twice on the ground, it stopped moving. Who is the visitor? Dare to spoil my Red Dragon Society's business? Ling Shaoke was furious and directly shouted out a rebuke. Remembering that you are a first-time offender, this seat will punish you slightly. Sect Master Cheng Tian once again flicked out a finger, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the shoulder of Ling Shaoke, who had just been majestic, and his face suddenly turned white. The person who came was too terrifying. Not even knowing the tactics the other party used, he was easily injured himself, and he was also seriously injured. Such a character, if he wanted to kill him, it would be practically effortless. Little red scale, don't fool around here. Go with this seat. Sect leader Cheng Tian flew to the head of the red scale python, and with just a gentle wave of his sleeve, the red scale python, which had just been ferocious and abnormal, became incomparably honest all of a sudden. Sect leader Cheng Tian stood lightly on the head of the red-scaled python, but this fellow was as docile as a pet. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Ding Ziyu hurriedly went forward and saluted. If it wasn't for the appearance of this great man today, he was afraid that he would be dead. "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Xiaoyu. She was the one who wanted to save you." Sect leader Cheng Tian was very light-colored. A moment later, Long Xiaoye ran down from upstairs. "Uncle, have you joined the Blind Box Authority?" Long Xiaoye looked at the uniform on Ding Ziyu and asked a very silly and sweet question. "Xiao Yu, thank you for saving me." Ding Ziyu thanked him once again. Although he had not joined the Cheng Tian sect, it was still necessary to have a good relationship with them. Such a thick thigh. Ordinary people can't even hug it if they want to. "Little moon, come up. We should go." Sect leader Cheng Tian didn't have the heart to listen to the two gossiping. A colorful belt flew out of her hand, easily pulling Long Xiaoyu up to the top of the red-scaled python's head. Long Xiaoye made a bye-bye gesture at Ding Ziyu, and the two of them, a snake, quickly went far away. "Old piker, I'll let you off the hook for now today. This Red Dragon Society, sooner or later, we will have to exterminate it." The heritage of the Blind Box Authority is not something that can be compared to a small Red Dragon Society like yours. Xu Changfeng put down his harsh words, and then started retreating with the remaining members of the operation. Chapter 45, The problem is not simple. This time, the Red Dragon Society's people didn't dare to stop the Blind Box Authority's people from leaving because they couldn't figure out where sect leader Cheng Tian came from. The means displayed by this woman were too extraordinary, and a martial saint was no different from a human child in front of her. A character as powerful as Ling Shaoke didn't even dare to say a single harsh word after being injured. If he was insensitive, he would probably be killed in an instant. What is the origin of that female senior? What is your relationship with them? On the way to retreat, Xu Changfeng approached Ding Ziyu. Although the Blind Box Authority had a very thick foundation, it was also extraordinarily careful when it encountered such a powerful figure. What a big shot had come out of Great Ning City. One wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. I'm not really sure where she comes from. Maybe it's just another one of those big names that someone opens out of a blind box. I'm only acquainted with her disciples. I don't know anything else. Naturally, Ding Ziyu would not tell the truth. In case he annoyed this person, he would not have any good fruit to eat. However, his guess was not unreasonable. This sect master Cheng Tian, there was a real possibility that she was a great bull character opened in a blind box, including those white-robed experts under her seat. They might not be the original folk of this world. Xu Changfeng stared at Ding Ziyu for a while, as if he wanted to see if he was lying in front of himself. However, Ding Ziyu behaved quite calmly and was not intimidated by the other party's aura. By the way, that kitchen knife of yours looks pretty good too. Was it also opened from the blind box? Xu Changfeng changed the topic. He had also seen Ding Ziyu's performance during the battle, and it was impossible for him to even think of ignoring that chopper. At the same time, Xu Changfeng thought of another problem. Ding Ziyu had a space ring, and it was not a small one at that. You don't have to worry, the blind box authority isn't as unruly as you might think. For personal items, the authority is still very respectful. Xu Changfeng saw through Ding Ziyu's mind at a glance and hurriedly spoke out to comfort him with a few words. Ding Ziyu also knew that unless he kept carrying that huge chopper, he would definitely not be able to hide the fact that he had a space ring. The good thing was that although this item was expensive, it was not particularly attractive to martial saint level experts. As long as one had the money, it was still easy to get it. Ding Ziyu simply took out the chopper, allowing Xu Changfeng and the staff of the authority to enjoy it together. This chopper can actually restrain an ancient martial artifact. Its texture is not generally good. It's just a bit too big to be taken and used as a conventional weapon. Xu Changfeng studied it for a while and finally came up with this result. He was a martial arts saint expert, carrying a kitchen knife to cut people. This picture, think about how sour. The other team members were also touching here and there, very curious. Once the novelty wore off, everyone's attention was still withdrawn from the chopper. Ding Ziyu also obediently put it away, no longer displaying it too much. Elder Zhu, our operation this time might be a trap. Most likely there are people from the authority who have betrayed us. Ding Ziyu hurriedly changed the topic. He doesn't care that much. It's not something he's going to spit out. How dangerous this operation was. If it wasn't for the fact that Sect Master Chung Tian happened to come over with Long Xiaoyu to watch the action, all of them would have died here. I'm afraid, if someone is trying to harm himself, why not out the person who is doing the harm? Someone in the authority is close to the Red Dragon Society? Xu Changfeng immediately raised his eyebrows. He had almost suffered a big loss this time. Even he dared to frame him. This was a serious problem. Yesterday evening, the Zhou family side was very lively, and it was that snake that made things happen. As a result, that snake was subdued by Ling Xiaoke, and I saw Ling Xiaoke come out of the Zhou family with my own eyes. It's just that I didn't know about the Red Dragon Society at that time, so I didn't draw attention to it. Ding Ziyu decided to push the Zhou guy against the Blind Box Authority. Since they were enemies anyway, why not borrow the Blind Box Authority to clean them up? What? Still in this thing? Xu Changfeng was obviously taken aback. The Zhou family Daning City was a very powerful family. Even the Blind Box Authority had to give them a few points of face. In fact, in the authority, there are quite a number of members of the Zhou family. So this matter, it is very difficult to define the country. The involvement will be very large, and the consequences are very serious. Do you dare to be sure? Xu Changfeng inquired again and again. It's very certain that the Zhou family members are not close to that Ling Xiaoke. It's possible that this Red Dragon Society could have been created by the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu boldly speculated. If the premise of what he said held true, making such a judgment wasn't without a bit of reason. Ling Xiaoke himself had said that he was not the head of the Red Dragon Society, so clearly there was someone else behind this brutal organization. This news you don't say anything for the time being. All the people who know about it keep their mouths shut. The specifics of what should be done will be communicated by me to the director. Xu Changfeng immediately gave a gag order to all the staff around him. Upon returning to the authority, the teams got busy. The operation had caused a lot of casualties, so naturally, they had to replenish their characters in a timely manner. Ding Ziyu, on the other hand, was called to the director's office by Xu Changfeng. There were actually 3 people inside, one of whom was none other than Deputy Director Yang, whom Ding Ziyu had met. Xu Changfeng spoke of Ding Ziyu's suspicions, and the 3 directors immediately fell into deep thought. Obviously, they were also digesting this important news. Daning City is really getting more and more chaotic. We're afraid that we won't be able to manage it anymore. Deputy Director Yang sighed. Ding, that woman, do you really not know where she came from? Director Chen seemed to be more concerned about sect leader Cheng Tian. It was because such a character was too powerful and had already exceeded the normal scope of management. Even if a few of them were to go out, I'm afraid that they would still be no match for the others. I don't know. Her origins are mysterious, and her strength is even stronger than can be estimated. It's a good thing that she doesn't seem to enjoy contact with others and has no thoughts of rebellion. Otherwise I'm afraid that the Great Ning City would have been her world long ago. Ding Ziyu decided not to talk nonsense. With the strength of the Cheng Tian sect, not to mention the Cheng Tian sect leader, I'm afraid that any of the white-robed followers under her seat would come out and easily sweep across the entire Daning City. I hope what you say is true. If you have the chance, you can get in touch with them and see if you can work with us. The Blind Box Authority. I believe that with our strength, she might be interested. Director Chen thought about it and said, what else could Ding Ziyu say but to nod mechanically, indicating that he had taken down this order from Director Chen. The next step was to discuss the matter of the Zhou family. If it was just a case of individual traders, this matter could be solved quite well. If the Zhou family was too deeply involved with the Red Dragon Society, or even if the Red Dragon Society was simply a peripheral organization that the Zhou family had brought in, then the problem would be much more serious. Ding Ziyu couldn't wait to implicate the Zhou family so that he could borrow the authorities' power to clean them up. Chapter 46, Relieving the Hidden Troubles. Director Chen inquired in great detail, and Ding Ziyu said what he saw and thought. Who cares if it doesn't work? Put the big hat on the Zhou family's head anyway. What if the Blind Box Authority is determined to clean up after them? Director Chen was not overly skeptical of Ding Ziyu's words, and it was clear that he was not aware of the grudge between Ding Ziyu and the Zhou family. After staying in the director's office for a while, Ding Ziyu went back to Team C18. This time around, the losses of several teams were quite heavy. The C-word 18th team also died 7 people, 3 of which were all eaten by the red-scaled python, while the other 4 died at the hands of that martial saint. Ding Tianyi, I see that your combat prowess isn't bad. How about you become the deputy leader of the first group? Gao Xinyu asked Ding Ziyu's opinion. Most of his performance today was in his eyes. With a chopper he was able to block the attack of a martial saint expert. He was already quite strong in terms of combat power. It just so happened that the deputy leader of the first group had died, so Gao Xinyu was the first to think of Ding Ziyu. This isn't quite right, is it? I'm still just a novice. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to be any team leader, and his purpose for coming to the Blind Box Authority was also very simple. He wanted to borrow the Blind Box Authority's network of connections to find his grandfather. What novice veteran? If you become a martial saint, it's fine to make you the captain on the first day. Gao Xinyu was very quick to say. Let me think about it first, okay? Ding Ziyu did not immediately agree. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, but he had something else in mind. Gao Xinyu and Captain Chen were both nice to him, so it was not good to rebuff them too obviously. Alright, then think about it. Gao Xinyu was a little disappointed. She didn't just fancy Ding Ziyu's combat prowess, but also because he had a spatial ring on his hand. This is very handy and can be a great convenience when out on a mission. So far, in the entire C-word 18 team, he was the only one who had a space ring. Brother Ding, can you sell your space ring to our Team 18? Captain Chen was much more direct. I know that this thing has a high value, and the team is offering 5 million dragon coins for the space ring in your hand here. However, the team doesn't have that much money, so it can be paid in installments. Until it is paid off, the space ring goes to you for priority use. The team will only use it when they really need to use it for supplies. The conditions offered by Captain Chen were not really good. However, Ding Ziyu was somewhat moved. This was because he had 2 space rings in his hand, one that he had pulled out of the flame demon wolf's stomach, and one that he had gotten from Guandiran. Comparatively speaking, Guandiran's space ring was a bit smaller. It was just the right size to buy out, and it would also eliminate the covetousness of others. As for the money, the value of 5 million dragon coins wasn't low. It is just that this installment payment method, there is no telling how long it will take to pay it back. Anyway, Ding Ziyu didn't know how much money was in the account of the C-word 18 team. I can sell it to the team, but my big kitchen knife still has to be kept inside. So how about whoever wants to use it can also bring it and use it for a bit? Thinking that he still had the right of first refusal to use it, Ding Ziyu thought about it for a little while before agreeing to Captain Chen. That chopper was too eye-catching. If it wasn't put in the team, wouldn't it be telling others that he still had a space ring? Ding Ziyu was not a little cutie. Naturally, he would not do such a foolish thing. No problem. That chopper is a formidable weapon that can block an ancient martial art weapon. Your kid's luck is really good. You can get anything. When Captain Chen heard Ding Ziyu say this, he immediately revealed a smile. Ding Ziyu immediately took out that space ring and handed it over to Captain Chen. Although he had the right of first refusal to use it, it was better to hand it over. There's not much money in the team's account, so I'll transfer 2 million dragon coins to you first. In the future, I'll give you 300,000 dragon coins every month, and you'll be able to settle it in 10 months. Captain Chen received the spatial ring with some excitement on his face, and immediately operated the account and transferred 2 million dragon coins to Ding Ziyu's bearer card. Ding Ziyu was secretly surprised in his heart, not expecting the Blind Box administration to be so rich. A squad could actually easily transfer 2 million dragon coins to their account. Before he had underestimated them. In this way, Ding Ziyu not only eliminated the hidden danger on himself, but also got a huge sum of money. At least in terms of food and drink, there was no need to worry anymore. This side had just finished the delivery, but he didn't expect that someone would come to ask about the space ring. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people who coveted this thing, but they just hadn't found the opportunity to talk to Ding Ziyu before. Ding Ziyu pointed at Captain Chen and threw this hot potato to him. Anyway, so many people had seen him hand over the spatial ring, so this matter could not be found on his head. As for that spatial ring on his body, he definitely had to keep a low profile in the future, and definitely couldn't easily reveal it in front of people, so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. The spatial ring arrived on the account of Team C18, and the number of people who wanted to hit it on the head was instantly much less. Ding Ziyu also finally relaxed. The rest of the day was devoted to cultivation. Today's incident was considered to be a wake-up call for him. His strength was still insufficient and he still had to work hard to improve. Otherwise, when he encountered a powerful enemy, there was really only one way to die. In the mid-afternoon, Ding Zi received a message that a search agency he had commissioned had supposedly found a clue about Ding Shichen. Ding Ziyu was instantly excited, and hurriedly took his leave from Gao Xinu, quickly heading towards the location of that searching organization. Sir, based on the information you provided, we've conducted a careful search of the underground boxing gym and the surrounding area. At present, we can initially determine that Ding Shichen did not disappear by chance. The staff of the searching organization said to Ding Ziyu very seriously. Not missing by accident? Then it's man-made? Ding Ziyu became nervous all of a sudden. If an organization was involved, Grandpa would most likely be in a bad way. According to our judgment, 80% of it has nothing to do with the Nine Lords Association. According to reliable information, the Nine Lords Association has been experiencing missing persons for a long time. It's just that in this society nowadays, things like missing persons are basically of little concern. As long as it's not someone close to you, who cares about the death of others? The staff's words caused Ding Ziyu to despair a little. If the Nine Lords Association really did this, what would he do? With his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat the Nine Lords Association. A random martial saint could easily take his life. Do you have any idea where all the missing personnel have gone? Or maybe there's nothing out of the ordinary in the Nine Lords Society? Ding Ziyu was undeterred. It was a matter of his grandfather's life and death. He had to get to the bottom of it. I'm sure you should know very well what the Nine Lords Society is. If you want to track it down, you have to add money, not less than 500,000 dragon coins. Chapter 47, The Little Holy Land. The other party did not answer Ding Ziyu's question, but instead directly increased the money, which made Ding Ziyu somewhat comfortable. It was true that the Nine Lords Society was very bad to mess with, but you couldn't just open your mouth and ask for 500,000 dragon coins without saying anything. After all, it's not a small amount of money. If I give you 500,000 dragon coins, how far can you go? Although Ding Ziyu was concerned about his grandfather's whereabouts, he did not want to be an ingrate. At least we can find out the exact whereabouts of the person. As to whether the person is alive or dead, we can't guarantee it. The search agency finally gave a certain promise. It is unknown whether it can be honored or not. Is this alright? I can give you 500,000 dragon coins, but you have to immediately commit to the investigation operation, and I want to be directly involved in it. Ding Ziyu did not want to wait any longer. Not even a day. Good, as long as you pay, we can immediately arrange for the relevant personnel to act. When the other party saw Ding Ziyu's attitude was so resolute, he was able to squarely understand his mood. Ding Ziyu directly passed 500,000 dragon coins to the other party. The searching organization immediately sent two men in civilian clothes, disguised themselves and gave Ding Ziyu the appropriate disguise before immediately launching into action. Don't make a sound in a while, just follow behind us. One of them warned Ding Ziyu. The three of them were really heading straight for the Nine Lords Society's underground boxing gym. However, this time, the trio did not go in head-on, but came to a back door. An officer dressed in ordinary attire opened the door for the three, and Ding Ziyu clearly saw the two men talking in low tones, and the man from the organization even slipped a sum of money to the other party. The guy sized up the three before letting them in. In a moment, we're going to send a batch of supplies over. You guys have to obey my arrangements. Otherwise don't blame me for turning my back on you if anything goes wrong. That guy had a stern face and spoke without giving Ding Ziyu's trio any face at all. Don't worry, brother. We won't joke with our lives. The three of them hid in a room, and after about 10 minutes, two large boxes were pushed in. From a long way away, they could smell a foul odor. You'll stay in this box. It's a box for all sorts of junk that no one usually opens to look at. As long as you guys don't make a scene, you should be able to easily muddle through. Ding Ziyu was helpless, and the three of them each had their own thoughts, but they still burrowed into the box. In no time, the box moved, obviously going to where it was supposed to go. Ding Ziyu endured the strong stench and shook his way forward in that box, only to stop after about half an hour. Garbage man, why is it your turn again today? Yeah, there's been a lot of garbage generated in there lately, so I've been sent up here again. The sound of two men talking came from outside the box. You didn't bring anything in, did you? Don't worry, how could I possibly mess around? Besides, you've always been lenient here, so there's no point in me bringing anything in. That's good. I'm sure you understand the reason for that, so I won't interrogate you too much. The The chatting outside didn't seem to touch on anything, but Ding Ziyu was aware that he had dodged a bullet. They go to places that are not at all ordinary, or they wouldn't be carefully disked. After a few minutes, the box moved again. Ding Ziyu always felt that the box had crossed some inexplicable thing. Even the stench in the box had become much thinner. Instead, there was a stock that made people very comfortable things drilled in. The box moved again for a few miles before finally stopping. Well, I've brought you all in. As for what you guys are doing inside, all of you have no head with me. The one who drove the box warned Ding Ziyu's three seriously. Apparently, he collects the money and only cares about bringing the people in. As for what the three of them had committed in there, or whether they were alive or dead wouldn't matter. Ding Ziyu came out of the box, feeling that the air outside was very fresh, and the whole person was much more refreshed. When he raised his eyes and looked around, there was a verdant, beautiful-looking environment. This should be a small holy place. Strange, how is this connected to the real world? The eye of reality saw the origin of this place at a glance. What is the little Holy Land? Ding Ziyu was at a loss. His knowledge in this direction was indeed too little. It's a small space that is artificially opened up, and usually only very powerful characters will reside in it and have absolute control over it. With this explanation from the Eye of Truth, Ding Zi basically understood. This was equivalent to a copy in the middle of certain games, only this copy had changed from fantasy to reality. No wonder the Nine Lords were so powerful. How could mastering something like this not produce powerful characters? How could they let people in so easily in such a magical place? Do you have a feeling that there is some sort of oddity here? Ding Ziyu was no fool. The so-called Little Holy Land was a very valued place for the Nine Lords Association. I'm afraid, and it was unscientific for them to come in so easily. Anon. Just then, a loud roar came from the distance, a roar with an obvious sense of pain. No way. There's actually a savage dragon locked up here. I'm afraid you're in a bit of trouble, Kid Ding. The Eye of Truth reacted at once. What's a savage dragon? Is it a real dragon? Ding Ziyu didn't really understand this kind of creature. And anyway, there were enough strange creatures coming out of this world. Seeing is not strange. The savage dragon is not a true dragon. It just has a few bits of dragon blood. This is quite brutal and loves to devour all kinds of creatures. I guess it was easy for you guys to come in, mostly because the Nine Lords Association did it on purpose, in order to let you guys come in to be food for the savage dragon. The Eye of Truth spoke with some trepidation, and if his judgment was correct, this was a strong possibility, including those who had disappeared before, as well as Ding Ziyu's grandfather, Ding Shichen. All of them were likely to become food for that savage dragon. Hurry up, it's not safe here. The searching organization didn't seem to be aware of what kind of crisis they would be facing. They were only worried about being discovered by the Nine Lords Society's experts who had discovered their whereabouts. The territory here is quite large. Why don't we walk separately and perhaps search a larger area? Ding Ziyu found a reason. He didn't want to follow the others. These days, only you are the most reliable. Following someone else is likely to fall. The two of them looked at Ding Ziyu's resolute attitude and did not say anything more, only slightly confided in one, and then quickly left. Ding Ziyu also increased his speed and ran towards the place where the sound had come from. He also wanted to see what the legendary savage dragon looked like. After about a few minutes, the sound of another savage dragon came through. It rather served as a good guide. Ding Ziyu extended the voice and chased all the way there. He basically did not encounter anyone else on the road. Chapter 48, Green Sword in Bamboo. Even further away, a middle-aged martial artist of unknown strength was staring at the direction that Ding Ziyu and the others had come from, the corner of his mouth revealing a smile that was not easily detectable. Another person has come over to die. Alas, I don't know when we'll be able to recover this ferocious creature. An old man suddenly appeared behind the man and sighed quietly. What's the rush? It can't run away anyway. By the way, how's that potion of yours coming along? Any progress? The middle-aged man didn't return his head and asked himself. There's progress, but the stability is poor at the moment, and we can't guarantee the effect. A few experiments went wrong some time ago, indicating that there is still something we haven't figured out about that potion formula. The old man said respectfully. Alright, you continue with your experiments. It is estimated that some more people will be let in during this period of time. The exit must be controlled, and the people inside must not be allowed to escape easily. After the middle-aged man instructed 2 sentences, he disappeared from in front of the old man in a flash. The speed was so fast that I'm afraid even a 10th stage martial saint might not be able to do it. Ding Ziyu did not realize that his every move was in the hands of others. He was still approaching the place where the loud roar had been emitted. After about 10 minutes or so, a very dense plant appeared ahead. These plants looked odd. Each leaf was similar to a sword shape, and the edges of the leaves also had very sharp small serrations. If they were to cut into a person's body, it would be easy to cut out a wound. This is green sword bamboo, usually used to tie up fences or walled yards. It doesn't grow in normal places. Real eyes instantly recognize the origin of these plants. Martial artists who aren't strong enough, it's best not to go in. This green sword bamboo alone can easily make one lose their little life. According to you, I can only look for entrances and exits? Ding Ziyu had originally planned to drill through these plants. Wouldn't it be easy to be exposed if you followed someone else's entrance and exit? Your bronze body has already become a small success. It should be able to resist this green sword bamboo, but I'm just afraid that the clothes on your body will suffer. The Eye of Truth slowly said. Although Ding Ziyu's strength was not very strong, the body forging technique he practiced was extraordinary. The Vajra glazed body refined the sinews and bones, and the mortal body quenching technique greatly strengthened the toughness of the skin, and the two combinations were able to reach the current level. Ding Ziyu decided to try. The clothes on the body is not worth a few dollars. Waste the big deal and then change a body is. Pushing aside the leaves of the green sword bamboo, Ding Ziyu carefully drilled into it, and the serrated teeth on the sword leaves really did cut his clothes open very easily. However, when these serrated teeth touched his body, they were only slightly itchy and didn't really cut through his skin. The judgment of the Eye of Truth was obviously reliable, and with the toughness of his own skin, this green sword in bamboo couldn't hurt him yet. The hedge tied up by the green sword bamboo was about 4 or 5 meters thick, and Ding Ziyu carefully squeezed his way forward for a while before he could see what was going on inside. The expected savage dragon Ding Ziyu did not see, but instead saw several rows of houses. These houses were all built with white stuff that looked somewhat like stone, but didn't seem to be very much like it. That house was built with white starstone, a stone that is extremely sturdy and conducive to carving formations. It seems that this little holy land is truly a remarkable place. The Eye of Truth spoke some more things that Ding Ziyu did not understand at all. He guessed that this was probably the lair of the Nine Lords Society, and he did not know how many powerful experts lived in those premises. Just as Ding Ziyu was secretly pondering, he saw a martial artist carrying 2 people appear in his line of sight. It was those 2 guys who had come with him. Ding Ziyu was secretly shocked in his heart. The strength of those 2 people was not bad, a martial artist 9th stage and a 7th stage. Looking at them, they seemed to have been captured without having experienced a fight at all. Reporting to Lord Chief Deacon, only 2 people were captured. The other fellow ran off somewhere. The martial artist who had lifted the man came to the outside of the premises and respectfully voiced out a report. The place is this big. As long as that brat hasn't gone out, he can always be found. Give me a continuation of the search. A pale voice came out from the premises. This time, Ding Ziyu had heard quite clearly that he had just come in, and had fallen into the eyes of others. If he had gotten up with these 2 people, he would have probably been arrested at this moment as well. It was good that Ding Ziyu had some skills and drilled into the bamboo forest of this green sword bamboo, otherwise he might not have been able to escape the search of others. That's right, there happens to be a shortage of people over at the pill refining room. Just send these 2 over there first. The chief deacon's voice came out again. The martial artist replied and carried the man towards this premises. Ding Ziyu hid in the bamboo forest and kept his eyes on where that person was going. Only after seeing him finally walk into one of the premises did he withdraw his gaze. Ding Ziyu visually measured the distance. From where he was, it was about 200 meters to that pill refining room. He decided to go around along the green sword bamboo forest to see what was going on in that pill refining room. Ding Ziyu was suspicious that his grandfather could also be in that pill refining room. It took about half an hour before Ding Ziyu went very carefully to the outside of that pill refining house. This side was relatively quiet, and Ding Ziyu hid behind the premises, concentrating his mental power, trying to see through the White House. As a result, he tried several times and failed. The white starstone can block the prying eyes of others, and if I were in my heyday, I could easily see through it. Now it is not possible. You can only go in if you want to know what's inside. There must be someone inside. Won't I be exposed all of a sudden if I go in? Ding Ziyu's worry was not without reason. With his strength, a random deacon from the Nine Lords Society could easily catch him. There's no way out then. You can only wait for the people inside to leave before you have a chance. The Eye of Truth also stated that it could not help Ding Ziyu. Just then, a gurgling scream came from the premises. As soon as Ding Ziyu heard it, he knew that it was one of the seeker mechanics. I didn't expect that they had just been sent in not long before they were subjected to inhuman torture. It was also unknown what the people of the Nine Lords Society had done with them to make such agonizing screams. The screams only lasted for a while before gradually becoming much weaker and slowly ceasing to move. Not long after, a man dressed in white walked out from the premises with an excited look on his face. Old me has succeeded in my research. This potion has reached its intended goal. The man in white walked away while chattering excitedly. Without even closing the door to his room, he walked away. Ding Ziyu's heart rejoiced. This was a good opportunity. Chapter 49, finally found it. Seeing that no one was around, Ding Ziyu immediately drilled out of the green sword bamboo forest and quickly ran into the premises. Into the eyes. Inside a variety of bottles and jars, do not know what are loaded. The two people who came with him before were lying on the platform, not moving at all. Ding Ziyu reached out and tried their noses. Finding that they were still breathing and not dead, he tried pushing a few times, but there was no response. It was assumed that it should have been anesthetized by some kind of drug, or for some other reason that it could not be awakened in a short time. Unable to think of a way, Ding Ziyu didn't know how to save them and could only choose to give up. After all, if his own safety was not guaranteed, how could he care about others? There were no extra people present in this premises, and the original thought that Grandpa could possibly be here turned out to be a bit disappointing for Ding Ziyu. Looking left and right, Ding Ziyu found a set of clothes hanging on the wall. Looking at the style, it was similar to the person inside. It should be the work clothes of the members of the Nine Lords Society. Ding Ziyu's brain moved, and immediately changed the broken clothes on his body and stuffed them into the space ring. Then he put the clothes on the wall on his own body, and they actually fit better. After changing into his clothes, Ding Ziyu boldly walked out. He was going to go around everywhere and see if he could find any useful clues. Perhaps it was the clothes that really worked, as someone in the distance clearly saw Ding Ziyu walk out of the room, but only casually swept him a glance before averting his gaze. Ding Ziyu was secretly happy in his heart, not realizing that this outfit was quite useful. It was so easy to muddle through. The rows of white houses were basically all closed, and Ding Ziyu did not dare to break in. Only when he saw some houses with open doors would he carefully go over and take a look. The result is naturally nothing to see. As far as Ding Ziyu again close to a green sword bamboo fence, he again heard face came not small movement. That savage dragon should be locked up inside, so we can go in and take a look. This time, Ding Ziyu did not drill into the green sword bamboo forest again, but walked forward along the roadway. After walking a distance of about 1 to 200 meters, he finally saw a gap. There was a sturdy gate in the gap, and I wondered if it was used to prevent the brute dragon from escaping. It was just that the gap was obviously guarded, and Ding Ziyu had just walked through it. Is Lord Deacon coming over to inspect the hygiene over here? The man on guard actually took the initiative to greet Ding Ziyu and misidentified him. Needless to say, Ding Ziyu knew that it was the clothes on his body that had played a role. Have you guys gotten it right yet? Ding Ziyu lowered his voice and responded casually. It's already done. Would Lord Deacon like to go over and take a look? The gatekeeper was very enthusiastic and opened the door for Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu nodded slightly, then naturally walked into the gate. The situation inside was very different, vaguely carrying a foul odor. The floor was very clean though, obviously as if it had only just been swept. You guys just stay here and keep an eye on the gate. I'll just casually check it out. Ding Ziyu didn't want anyone to follow him. He instinctively felt that it was definitely not simple in here, and he had better act as he saw fit. Good. Lord Deacon, please inspect carefully, and if there's anything that hasn't been done, just arrange for those people to clean it then. The guy who was watching the door responded while indeed going to guard the door again. That savage dragon is so powerful. It won't be blocked by a mere green sword bamboo, right? Ding Ziyu was somewhat skeptical. So far, he hadn't even seen what the savage dragon looked like and where exactly it was trapped. The green sword bamboo is definitely used to keep people out, and the barbarian dragon has a violent personality, so it would definitely be kept in a very solid place. Otherwise I'm afraid it would have escaped a long time ago. The scope of this is not small. Ding Ziyu walked for a while, and finally found a new house. Still the kind of house made of white starstone, just not as many as outside. Just 3 rooms. The doors of all 3 houses were open, and there were bursts of drinking and cursing coming from the far side of the house. You bunch of pigs. If you don't behave, I'll take you and feed you to the barbarian dragon. Someone yelled out a loud scolding that could be heard quite clearly from a long distance away. Then another whipping sound came out of the house. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to easily walk into that room. After thinking for a second, he went into the other room. It's not like there's anyone in this room, and it's just stacked with all sorts of cleaning tools, so it's obviously just a tool shed. Dinja acted quickly, passing into another house. It was a multi-person bedroom with all the bedding on the floor. It was assumed that they slept directly on the floor, and a foul odor came out of their noses, making the environment quite harsh. Ding Ziyu was about to leave when he realized that there was actually a person lying in the corner. That person had wrapped his entire body in a quilt, not even revealing his head. If it weren't for the bedding shaking slightly, one wouldn't be sure it was a living person. What are you doing here? Get up. I have something to ask you. Ding Ziyu walked up in large numbers and pulled the covers on the man. The body of the person in the bedding shivered, and when she heard Ding Ziyu's voice, she immediately lifted the covers and sat up. It was actually none other than Ding Shichen. There was an obvious wound on his body man, which was only hastily bandaged. Silky blood was seeping out of the bandaged cloth. Dingzi, how did you find your way here? Quickly go. This is the lair of the Nine Lords Society. There are many experts inside. Ding Shichen said with all urgency. I know. Were you captured by them? Seeing his grandfather's appearance, Ding Ziyu was very distressed, and his ill feelings towards the Nine Lords Association immediately rose several levels. I was tricked by them to come in. This place is only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. If you don't do good things, you have to be beaten. And there are many people who have been thrown down to feed that vicious head. Ding Shichen didn't go into detail, but with a little bit of brain power, they all knew his situation. You're talking about the savage dragon, right? Where is it being kept? Ding Ziyu suddenly had a new idea. With the strength of others, they definitely could not deal with the Nine Lords Society. It was by no means an easy task for him to leave with his grandfather. If he could release that savage dragon, it would definitely be able to cause great chaos. And wouldn't he have a chance then? Locked up in a deep pit, that is fierce. You don't want to go near it. Ding Shichen seemed to have guessed Ding Ziyu's thoughts and immediately stopped him from his crazy behavior. Do you have a way out of this place? Ding Ziyu inquired. If Ding Shichen had a way, perhaps he could try. No, I've been in here for a few days, but I'm not familiar with the inside. Those of us who are not allowed to walk around. Since that's the case, there's only a way to release that savage dragon. Ding Ziyu made up his mind that his grandfather had to be saved. Staying here for a long period of time, even if you weren't fed to the savage dragon, you could be killed by someone else. Chapter 50, Release the Savage Dragon. Why don't these people fight back? Even if they can't fight, they can still use the opening of a blind box to change their situation. Ding Ziyu was somewhat puzzled. Having been bullied to such an extent, how could they still be honestly at the mercy of others? It is said that prayers don't come to the blind box here. It should be isolated. And the heavens can't help us. Ding Shichen's words left Ding Ziyu somewhat speechless. It turns out that this little sanctuary is actually unable to communicate with God, so there really isn't any good solution. Ding Ziyu chatted with his grandfather for a few moments before slipping out of that room. The sound of lecturing continued in that house, presumably a small steward, seizing the opportunity to show his authority and vent his frustration. There was still no one walking around, and Ding Ziyu went deeper with the stench, which he estimated was coming from the place where the savage dragon was being held. Did not go far. Ding Ziyu found a big fence in front. Inside are locked up a lot of pigs, cows and sheep and so on. I don't know whether these are prepared for people, or for that savage dragon. The stench here was also quite bad, and Ding Ziyu felt that he had been misled. As he was about to leave, he realized that the terrain in front of him seemed to have changed, as if a piece of ground had suddenly sunk in. Without walking closer, it was impossible to see what was going on. That's more than likely the deep pit where the savage dragon is being held. Ding Ziyu was about to head that way when he was stopped by the Eye of Truth. There are martial saint powerhouses guarding that side. You must not go over there. It can't be. Locking up in the middle of a deep pit isn't reassuring. Actually using an expert to watch? Ding Ziyu was somewhat depressed. In the end, it was still his own strength that was weak. Otherwise it would not have been so troublesome to directly take people away even if, perhaps we can lure that person away. Ding Ziyu looked towards the imprisoned pigs, cows, and sheep and instantly came up with a solution. We can try. It's only luck if we can draw it away. The real I didn't have much hope for that. The underlings who did the sanitation would be able to solve that little problem, regardless of whether it is a success or not. Ding Ziyu ran over and quickly opened all those fences. The pigs, cows and sheep that originally stayed in the fences suddenly scurried out like crazy. It seems that these are also afraid of the roar of that savage dragon. They just don't have the opportunity to leave. In an instant, the people running around were in a mess, and everything around them was messed up, and all kinds of roars were heard far away. Ding Ziyu picked a secluded place to hide, waiting to see what would happen. In a short while, those subordinates ran out and began to chase around, and the little steward who admonished him even cursed and joined the crowd that was chasing him. Ding Ziyu didn't move. His attention was kept somewhere, hoping that the expert who stayed over there would run out from inside. After about a column of incense, the people who ran away and scattered have not yet chased back, but instead the more they ran, the more chaotic they got up. These fools, they can't even do such a small thing right. A martial saint expert finally cursed and ran out from the deep pit. What Ding Ziyu did not expect was that the guy who ran out from the pill refining room earlier was actually following that person. Deacon Wang, don't be in a hurry to leave. The results of the experiment haven't come out yet? The man in white chased after and called out to him from behind. What's the rush? Didn't you say the drug was refined? It is estimated that that savage dragon will not wake up for a while. First chase these back. Or what if that savage dragon wakes up and wants to feed? Deacon Wang did not stop and quickly chased those directions away. The man in white looked at the deep pit and finally followed. Obviously, he was still a bit uneasy and didn't dare to stay in that dangerous place. Seeing the two leave, Ding Ziyu immediately ran out from his hiding place and ran towards the deep pit as fast as he could. When they arrived at the place, they realized that it was a deep circular pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The walls of the pit had a spiral downward path, and the bottom was black and oily, with no end in sight. Walking closer, a putrid odor came out from below, and Ding Ziyu hastily covered his nose. Actually, any dragon-shaped creature is very clean, and the savage dragon can't stand such an environment even though it's not a real dragon. Sooner or later, something is going to go wrong if they keep it in such a harsh environment. True, I knew the creature's habits well. What's this guy being held for? Are they doing some kind of research? Ding Ziyu did not understand why the Nine Lords would do this. The savage dragon's bloodline can stimulate one's body, and is especially beneficial to martial artists who refine their bodies. It's estimated that the higher-ups of the Nine Lords Association have also discovered this secret, and that's why they've kept it here. Although the savage dragon is violent and irritable, its spiritual intelligence is not low, so how could it possibly be willing to let people lock it up in this narrow, deep pit? Not to mention that these people are going to take its blood. As long as there's a chance, this fellow will definitely toss and turn desperately. Ding Ziyu darted downward while communicating with the Eye of Truth. After descending about 4 or 5 meters in depth, he finally came to the end of the road. There was actually a huge metal lid here, sealing off the entire deep pit. However, there were many ventilation holes on top of the lid, spaced at less than 20 centimeters or so apart. This lid was locked from the center. A huge metal crosslatch stuck in the middle. Without opening it, it would be hard for the brute dragon below to run out with any amount of strength. Through the air holes, Ding Ziyu could clearly see a dinosaur-like creature with a huge body hiding below, except that it was a few points larger than the strongest Tyrannosaurus rex, and its limbs were very stout. The mouth was similar to that of the Tyrannosaurus rex, except that it had an extra pair of horns on its head, which was distinctly different from the dinosaur's features. At this moment the big guy was lying quietly on the ground, at a height of about 20 to 30 meters less from the lid. There's got to be a way to wake it up, or there's no point in me opening that metal crossbolt. When that expert comes back, he'll shut it up again. Ding Ziyu knew that the savage dragon should have been anesthetized by the drug that the man in white had researched. It was indeed not an easy thing to anesthetize a creature of such a large size. There's no need to wake it up. This guy is pretending to be dead. It's just trying to sneak up on someone close to him. The Eye of Truth saw through the barbarian dragon's reality with a glance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy actually still knows this. Ding Ziyu was truly surprised. Barbarian dragon. Barbarian dragon. I'll open the lid for you. Whether or not you can run out depends on whether or not you're capable. Ding Ziyu rushed the barbarian dragon and shouted, not caring if it could understand. As a result, his words had just been spoken far away when the death-playing savage dragon rolled over and stood up with a bang, startling even Ding Ziyu. When it lifted its head, it was only a few meters away from the thick metal lid, and the tallness of its body shape was really out of Ding Ziyu's expectation. Chapter 51, The Brute Dragon Escapes from Its Troubles. Its eyes that were as big as plates stared at Ding Ziyu dead in the face, as if confirming if what he said was true. Ding Ziyu hurriedly went to move the metal crossbolt, which was at least 1 or 2,000 pounds, and was stuck dead. Ding Ziyu exerted both hands and took a lot of effort to remove it from the slot. Barbarian dragon. Barbarian dragon. I've opened the lid for you. Whether or not you can get out depends on your own skills. There was only so much Ding Ziyu could do. This pit was too deep, and with his strength, it was impossible to get Barbarian Dragon out. Everything is on its own. Ding Ziyu ran up the pathway on the pit wall again. This time he was running with all his might, and his speed increased a lot at once. Only halfway through the run, a loud frame-dang sound suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, followed by a very heavy impact. The entire pit was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ding Ziyu subconsciously glanced down and found that the thick metal lid had actually been half knocked away by the savage dragon, and the other side was hanging above the pit wall, shaking. The strength of that big guy was really hard to estimate, and Ding Ziyu guessed that he was afraid that even a 10th stage martial saint might not be able to suppress it. Ding Ziyu accelerated once again and rushed towards the mouth of the pit. He was worried that the savage dragon would run out and be the first to eat himself as a snack. The loud sound from below continued, and by the time Ding Ziyu rushed out of the pit, the savage dragon had already rushed up to the lid. The fellow was taking offense at the lid that held it captive, half of which it had stomped into the bottom of the pit, and the rumbling sound traveled a long way. There are still tens of meters of height. Can it get out? Ding Ziyu was a little worried. The depth of this pit was indeed not very friendly, and it was even more difficult for a creature as large as the savage dragon. Leave it alone and hurry away. That expert has returned. The Eye of Truth had sensed the danger. The savage dragon made such a big commotion. If that person could not sense it, Wang as a martial arts saint-level expert, Ding Ziyu moved in his heart, bypassing the deep pit and following to catch up with those. Although he joined in quite abruptly, there was no sense of dissonance at all. Damn! How come after leaving for a while, that broke free? Didn't your anesthetic agent succeed? The martial saint expert swept through the air with great speed. The man in white, however, followed him, and said with a helpless face, I don't know Maybe the savage dragon is more resistant than other drugs, and needs a larger dose to work. Don't talk about such nonsense. Hurry up and call the experts over. With my strength, I may not be able to block it. The Marshall Saint powerhouse was very anxious, only to see that when he flew to the top of the pit, a large stone of thousands of gold suddenly appeared beside him and directly smashed down into the pit. Roar! A strong roar suddenly came from the deep pit. What Ding Ziyu did not expect was that the huge stone actually flew out of the pit at a much faster speed. Good guts. The Marshall Saint powerhouse wasn't hit by that boulder, or the rising power of that rock had basically been greatly depleted when it rushed out of the pit. That Marshall Saint powerhouse violently stepped on top of the stone and slammed it down again at a faster speed. A loud rumbling sound came from the deep pit, and after a few seconds there was no movement. Just when Ding Ziyu thought that the barbarian dragon had been smashed to death or smashed down to the bottom of the pit, a huge head emerged from the pit. Without waiting for the Marshall Saint to attack, the savage dragon opened its mouth and spat out a flame that was 4 or 5 meters long, the extremely high temperature baking everything around it with a burst of charred smell. That Marshall Saint powerhouse rolled over and withdrew a long way away, which narrowly avoided the flames spewed out by the savage dragon. It's finished. This ran out. I don't know how difficult it will be if I want to lock it back up again. The Marshall Saint powerhouse's face was very ugly. Obviously he knew this savage dragon quite well. His words had just come and gone when the savage dragon climbed out of the deep pit. Previously, when he was at the bottom of the pit, Ding Ziyu was standing at a high level and could not see very clearly. Now that he was on the ground, he realized how ferocious this guy was. Definitely a ferocious thing from the Super Monster series. Anon. Roar. The barbarian raised his neck and let out a long hissing sound, seemingly venting the anger in his heart. After being locked up for so long, this finally ran out of that damn deep pit. In the next moment, the savage dragon spewed out an even more ferocious flame, burning all the surrounding plants at once. The people who had just rushed back to the fence, one by one, were once again scared and ran in all directions, and even the fence was broken. It can be seen how afraid these are of the savage dragon in front of them. Ding Ziyu also did not have the heart to watch the fun. At this moment when there was chaos everywhere, it was a good time to rescue his grandfather. He quickly rushed into the previous house after passing a few cows and sheep that were running around. Grandpa, I've already released the savage dragon. That expert is fighting for his life with the savage dragon. Let's hurry up and leave. Ding Ziyu did not want to stay here at all. The experts from the Nine Lords Society would definitely come over at the first opportunity, and regardless of whether they could suppress the savage dragon again, staying here was not a good option. A flush rose on Ding Shichen's face as he struggled to stand up, but was somewhat unable to do so. His injuries were much heavier than Ding Ziyu had expected. This is a healing elixir, so hurry up and eat it. Ding Ziyu directly took out the stinky treasure blood condensation elixir. He had tried the effects of this thing, and although it was stinky, the effect of healing wounds was indeed very good. Ding Shichen saw the black thing, which also emitted a foul odor, and somewhat instinctively resisted. However, he believed that his grandson would not joke about such a thing. Enduring his nausea, he swallowed the stinking treasure blood condensing dan in one gulp. In the next moment, a gentle force flowed throughout his body, and the effects of the stinking treasure blood congealing pill came into play. Although it wasn't enough to immediately restore Ding Shichen to his original state, his state was also much better all of a sudden. Ding Ziyu's face appeared joyful, and it was estimated that in another 1 to 20 minutes, Ding Shichen would be able to move freely. Grandpa, I'll carry you. Ding Ziyu crouched down. He was prepared to carry his grandfather away from this dangerous situation before saying anything. The commotion outside was getting bigger and bigger, and it might soon spread to the premises here. Even if these houses were constructed from white starstones, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop the onslaught of the savage dragon. As a matter of fact, at this moment, that martial artist was being beaten by the savage dragon in quite a lousy way, and if it wasn't for the fact that he still had the advantage of the air, it would be questionable whether or not he could have survived. The barbarian dragon's power was indeed too powerful, and its ability to attack with fire was even better. That martial saint was already a 7th stage expert, and he still didn't dare to take the savage dragon's attacks hard. At this moment, the barbarian dragon's body was fully unfolded, with a length of over 50 meters and a height of about 20 meters. A body of muscles was extremely gnarled and full of explosive power. Chapter 52, Can't Be Suppressed. Ding Ziyu came out with his grandfather on his back, and seeing this scene was also particularly shocking. The ferocity of the savage dragon far exceeded his estimation, but everything in front of him was not the content he needed to care about. How to escape from this small holy land was the focus. Just then, several more martial saint powerhouses flew in. Their purpose was naturally the savage dragon, and did they care about the people on the ground? Ding Ziyu looked towards the gate in the distance and realized that there were still people stationed over there. Trying to blend through behind Grandpa's back was definitely not going to work. Grandpa, Are you feeling better? Wait for me over here first. I'll go open the door. Ding Ziyu set his grandfather down at the corner. The clothes he was wearing were similar to those of the underlings, and under normal circumstances, no one should be able to give Ding Shichen a hard time. After Ding Ziyu put down his grandfather, he quickly walked towards the gate. The ones watching the door were still the same ones from earlier, but they were all nervous, knowing that the savage dragon had already run out. It was very dangerous to stay here. In case the fight came this way, the few of them would probably lose their lives. Lord Deacon, how is the situation inside? Seeing Ding Ziyu come over, the gatekeeper hurriedly sought to ask. It's more troublesome. Several experts have gone over and still can't stop that savage dragon. You guys evacuate first. I'll just guard this place. Ding Ziyu told a big lie. If these gatekeepers left on their own, then forget it. If they don't leave, it's less likely that they'll have to do it themselves. Really? That's so grateful to Lord Deacon. A few guys were already flustered, wanting to run, but afraid of being punished. Now that a Lord Deacon had opened his mouth, what were they waiting for? A few watchmen opened the gates and fled as fast as they could. A smile appeared on Ding Ziyu's face, not expecting things to go so smoothly. As long as they left this place, their chances of escaping this small holy land would increase by a lot. With just this moment of effort, Ding Shichen's injuries had recovered a lot and he could move normally. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to carry him, he walked over himself. After the two of them walked out of the gate, Ding Ziyu closed the gate again. Then he brought his grandfather to run towards the periphery once again. Luckily, they were all wearing the clothes of the Nine Lords Association and did not draw attention to themselves. On the way, Ding Ziyu realized that several people were rushing towards the savage dragon. Apparently the group of martial saint experts that had just passed by had not taken down the savage dragon. The two of them, Ding Ziyu, had successfully escaped to the periphery, but realized that they could not find the path they had come by. What's going on? Where is the original path? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. There is a protective array within this small holy land, and it is now open. With your strength, it would be best if you don't break in and find a place to hide. The realized words surprised Ding Ziyu. It turned out that the legendary formation actually existed in real life, and was even encountered by himself. However, Ding Ziyu understood that this protective grand formation was definitely not used against him. With this amount of strength he had, it wasn't worth making the Nine Lords Association take it so seriously. Ding Ziyu looked left and right and found a bush to hide in. Since he could not leave for the time being, he could only wait slowly. The movement inside was getting louder and louder. The roar of the savage dragon could be heard very clearly from a long distance away. In addition to the roar, there were also rumbling sounds of fighting that shook the surrounding area with rustling. I'm afraid the Nine Lords Association is in trouble this time. Even if they have all their experts, they may not be able to take down that savage dragon. The Eye of Truth came to a shocking conclusion. Just what level of ferocious creature is the savage dragon considered to be? Ding Ziyu curiously asked. Before he had seen the Bearing Heaven sect, he thought that the 10th stage of Martial Saint was the ceiling of humanity. However, the experts within the Chang Tian sect were clearly higher than a 10-dan Martial Saint by an unknown number of levels. Look at that red-scaled python. The Chang Tian sect master had easily subdued it without even having to make a move. This savage dragon was clearly at a higher level. Not only was it super powerful, it would also attack with flames. Multiple Martial Saint experts surrounded it and couldn't even catch it, so it was evident that this fellow was extremely powerful. The savage dragon has the potential to become a spirit beast, and its upper limit is very high. If it can undergo a bloodline metamorphosis, it can even exert 1% of the strength of the true dragon race. This savage dragon is actually still a hatchling, not an adult at all, or else all the experts of the Nine Lords Association would have come out together, and it wouldn't have been able to be a match for it. Do dragons really exist in the world? Ding Ziyu was very curious. The True Eye's evaluation of the savage dragon was very high. A hint of dragon bloodline was so powerful. Then the true dragon didn't know how powerful it would be. You should not have one here for the time being, but whether you will have one in the future is anyone's guess. The Skyfall blind box has revolutionized the shape of your lives and the direction of your future. And there must be a very important reason behind it. What's the reason? Do you know? At the mention of this, Tinko was energized. There are actually a lot of explanations on the internet regarding speculation in this direction. There are all sorts of bizarre conjectures, but basically none that are reliable. I don't know. If I knew this, I wouldn't have been killed by others. The words of the Eye of Truth made Ding Ziyu very disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to inquire about some truth. Turns out it was really overthinking it. Perhaps it's not certain that that sect master Cheng Tian would know something, it's just that she may not be willing to tell others. The Eye of Truth showed Ding Ziyu a clear path. However, Ding Ziyu understood that he was nothing in the eyes of sect leader Cheng Tian. At best, he was just a bigger ant. Why would he tell himself such important information? Just a moment later, Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that there were martial saint experts flying around in the distance in a panic. No way. So many experts were beaten by that savage dragon and fled in all directions? Ding Ziyu refreshed his knowledge of the barbarian dragon. A hatchling was powerful like this. If it became an adult, wouldn't it be able to easily crush a large group of experts? This level of ferocious creature, if it was allowed to go to the outside world, would there be any room for humans to survive? I'm afraid that the vast majority of humans would fall into its food. Luckily, the savage dragon didn't know how to fly. If it did, it would be even more lawless. Just as Ding Ziyu was imagining things, the savage dragon had already rushed out. Its body could be clearly seen from a long distance away. This guy rushed all the way across the road. Not to mention ordinary trees. Even that green sword bamboo is not worth mentioning in front of it. Large swathes of the area were lit up by the flames spewed out by the savage dragon. And as soon as someone appeared, it would hunt them down. Ordinary martial artists were even more worthless in front of it. And with one bite, they became a snack in its mouth. There were also several powerful martial saints at its head, and they were now at a loss, unable to think of any useful ways to deal with it. Why don't we go get some hot weapons and blow this guy up? A martial saint laid down his heart. There are still some high-powered heat weapons in existence these days, just that they are basically in the hands of the blind box authority, making it difficult for ordinary forces to get their hands on them. Chapter 53, Bold Ideas. It's not that simple. If we can't control it within a very small range, it's hard for thermal weapons to work. An old man stared at the savage dragon on the ground and fretted. If he could really control it within a very small range, why would he need to get it killed? The protective array at this time can't be destroyed at will. No one would dare to mess around without the order of the guild master. What then? We can't beat them, and we can't kill them. In the future, will there be any place for this little holy land to settle down? A number of martial saint powerhouses were worried about this. How could such a good place be easily given up? It might be said that this small holy land was the foundation of the Nine Lords Association. Without it, the strength of the Nine Lords Association would definitely be halved. Wait and see. The guild master will be back soon. See if the guild master has a way to deal with this. The old man was none other than the chief deacon of the Nine Lords Association, an 8th stage martial saint. With this kind of strength, he was already a very bullish figure outside. Even the blind box authority had to give him a few points of face. I didn't expect to be just a chief deacon in the Nine Lords Association. The savage dragon had no way of taking the martial artist flying in the sky, so it had no choice but to take it out on the things on the ground. The guy rushed around for a while, and no matter what he encountered, it was a stampede, perhaps spewing out a hot flame that burned it to a crisp. The two of them, Ding Ziyu, also had to move their orientation several times to avoid being affected by the barbarian dragon. Fortunately, those experts in the sky did not notice them, and in fact, the low-level members of the Nine Lords Society were just like them at this time, dodging around to avoid the savage dragon. No one would notice their two insignificant characters. After about half an hour or so, a silhouette came flying in the distance, its speed far exceeding that of an ordinary martial artist. It's the guild master. The guild master has returned. Perhaps there is a way to deal with this, a deacon said with great joy. What happened? Wasn't it locked up properly? How did you let it escape? The Nine Lords Guildmaster's face was very unsightly. He had only left for less than a day and didn't expect such a big mistake. Sorry. At that time, the ones holding those cows and sheep ran out. I only left for a short while. I didn't expect that to get out of the trap. The expert who was responsible for looking after the savage dragon hung his head and hurriedly came over to explain. Until now, they didn't know that someone had done it, thinking that the savage dragon had knocked that metal lid open. Foolishness. Those run out on go down to catch up. How can you lose the big one because of the small one? Barbarian dragon, how ferocious. You guys do not know? You guys still underestimated this guy, and now that it's run out, there's really nothing you can do with it. The Nine Lords Guildmaster had a stern face and reprimanded his subordinates for a few sentences even if it was enough. After all, the savage dragon had already run out, and even if he killed the person, it wouldn't change that fact. Congregation master, could it be that even with your strength, you can't subdue this? The chief deacon asked with some reluctance. Everyone had pinned their hopes on him, not realizing that waiting for the guild master to come back would have such an outcome. I can't beat it either. This fellow isn't stupid, and its fighting prowess is even more terrifying, but it will be of great benefit to us, so for the time being, let's trap it in this small sacred ground, withdraw the people, and it won't be too late to deal with it when we think of a way to do so later. The Nine Lords Guildmaster made the final decision. As long as the little Holy Land was still under their control, no matter how much the savage dragon tossed and turned inside, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of their hands. The strength of the Nine Lords Guildmaster had grown by relying on the savage dragon's blood, so he wouldn't easily give up on this savage dragon. He also wanted to use the savage dragon's blood to ascend to a higher level, and in the process, cultivate another batch of experts. We're all gone. Where are the underlings? The chief deacon asked. They, the martial saint powerhouses, could leave, but the underlings would never let them leave. There were many people, and if these people went out, it was likely that the matter of the little Holy Land would be leaked out. This was the core secret of the Nine Lords Society, so the subordinates in here could never be let out. Just let them stay inside. It's up to their own luck if they can survive. The Nine Lords Guildmaster didn't care if these people died or lived. Ordinary martial artists were just that. He could recruit a batch of them in at any time as long as he wished. Good thing too. Staying inside is just right for the savage dragon to use as food. I guess in a short period of time, it shouldn't starve. The group of martial saints sort of replied as one to the opinion. Let's go. Drop some animals in for the next 3 days. We can't starve that savage dragon to death. The Nine Lords Guildmaster made his final decision. Thus, the martial saint in the sky quickly disappeared. Ding Ziyu did not hear the conversation between these martial saints, but he was relieved to see them leave. What am I going to do now? Where do I go to find the exit? Ding Ziyu could only pin his hopes on the Eye of Truth. Don't be in a hurry. The protective array is dissipating. It looks like it's been shut down. Those martial saint powerhouses are leaving this small holy land. This is a good opportunity for you, the Eye of Truth said with some excitement. What good chance? I just want to escape from here quickly. Ding Ziyu clearly did not understand what the Eye of Truth meant. Don't you want this little sanctuary for yourself? What? Taking this small holy land for myself? With my strength, how could I possibly grasp such a large piece of territory? Ding Ziyu instinctively felt that there was not the slightest possibility for this. Even if those martial saints weren't involved, there were still so many martial artists in this small holy land, as well as that group of savage dragons that the martial saint experts couldn't handle. With his strength, how would he have a chance to control this small holy land? This small holy land must have a core. I guess the Nine Lords Society doesn't even have the ability to grasp the core of this small holy land. Otherwise, how could they have dealt with this savage dragon? As long as you find out where the core of this small holy land is and refine it, everything in the small holy land will be under your control. Dealing with that savage dragon is not a problem at all. The Eye of Truth egged Ding Ziyu on, and according to him, that would indeed be an excellent opportunity. It just so happened that Ding Ziyu still had a spirit pool in his hands, so if he could get hold of this small holy land, he could place that spirit pool in it. When you cultivate in the future, you don't know how many times faster you will be. How do I get to the core of this small holy land? Ding Ziyu's heart stirred. This was the core property of the Nine Lords Association. If he took it over, it would be hard not to develop in the future. Of course, this matter must be done in a particularly secretive manner, so as not to let the group of martial arts saint experts of the Nine Lords Association realize something. Don't be anxious. With me here, are you still afraid that you won't be able to find the core of this small holy land? The Eye of Truth was very confident. His greatest skill was seeing through illusions, and it wasn't easy to block his perception. Not long after, the previous protective array had completely dissipated, and everything around them became real again. At least Ding Ziyu was able to distinguish a general direction now. Now follow my lead, and make no mistake at every step. Go in the left direction, walk 500 steps, and no matter what you encounter, you cannot change direction. The Eye of Truth said solemnly. Chapter 54, Core, will there be danger along the way? Can I bring my grandfather along? Ding Ziyu had to consider this question. He was not at ease leaving his grandfather where he was, in case he was captured again, or if the savage dragon ran over. Wouldn't it be very unsafe? It's basically a covered formation gate, so there shouldn't be much danger. Hearing the reply from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu immediately took his grandfather along with him and walked in the direction he commanded, counting his steps as he did so. However, Ding Ziyu had only walked a couple hundred steps when he realized that there was no road in front of him. In front of him was a large rock, and when he touched it with his hand, it was still very real and not an illusion. How does this go? Go around? Ding Ziyu had never experienced something so fishy before and didn't know what to do. You can't go around. You'll be off course if you do. You just make the attempt. If it doesn't work, fine-tune the angle and there will definitely be a pathway. The Eye of Truth did not agree with Ding Ziyu's detour. It seemed that wanting to lead to the core of that small holy land wasn't simple. If the entire stone was an illusory existence, it was impossible for the people of the Nine Lords Association to stay inside for such a long period of time without noticing anything at all. Ding Ziyu, half believing, followed the direction he came from and walked steadfastly towards the stone, but he ended up bumping into a wall. It was good that he didn't walk fast, otherwise he was afraid that he would have flattened his nose. Failing once, Ding Ziyu did not give up. He followed the Eye of Truth and made the appropriate fine-tuning of the angle, and when he walked towards the stone wall for the third time, his foot stepped in at once, and when he fixed his eyes on it, It was as if his own foot had already sunk into the stone. This is really a bit magical. Ding Ziyu walked further, his entire person easily blending into the stone. However, he himself did not have the feeling of entering the stone. What was presented to him was still the natural grass and trees. Everything was as if nothing had changed. Ding Ziyu turned back and brought his grandfather inside before continuing on. When the 500 steps were finished, a new change appeared in the scene in front of them. The places that had been severely damaged by the savage dragon before were gone. The environment that appeared before him was intact. Ding Ziyu understood that the Eye of Truth saw things that were indeed much stronger than himself. Without his guidance, ordinary people were afraid that it would be difficult for them to find the core of this small holy land, including those from the Nine Lords Society as well. Could this little holy land be opened from a blind box as well? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. That's who knows, more or less. The Eye of Truth wasn't sure. Now in this world, it was not strange for anything to appear, such as the immortal mansion of the Chengtian sect. And how did the Chengtian sect masters who were high up in the world come about? Ding Ziyu followed the realize command again and moved forward once more, sometimes advancing a distance and then retreating a few dozen steps, or going around and around. Anyway, Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out what was going on. After tossing around like this for a little over half an hour, Ding Ziyu finally discovered the new premises. These premises were still built with white starstones, but compared to those before, they were much taller and quite domineering. This should be where the core of the little holy land is located. I wonder if there is a certain high achiever living inside. Ding Ziyu asked somewhat whimsically. It was normal for an expert to exist in such a good place. Unlikely, if there really is one, which is the turn of the Nine Lords Association these tossing around in there. It would have been taken out a long time ago. The Eye of Truth is also not sure. The White Star Stone isolates him from probing. Only by going in will he know the truth. Ding Ziyu boldly barged inside. This tall building looked like a palace. The white stones made it look even more holy, making it seem very lofty. After entering the Great Hall, everything inside was empty, as if nothing existed. This caused Ding Ziyu to be slightly disappointed but reassured. If there really were some precious treasures left inside, then the possibility of the existence of a high achiever of the way would also increase a lot. The Great Hall was very wide, and after walking in, it was even more shocking than looking outside. Many places inside didn't even have a single pillar, not conforming to normal mechanical standards. It wasn't at all known how this Great Hall was built. In the middle of the hall, there is a clear path, about 3 meters wide, leading to the depths of the hall. Looks somewhat like the ancient construction of the palace in general, majestic and solemn, very some sense of oppression. Ding Ziyu kept walking forward for several hundred meters before there was finally a new change in front of him. A high platform appeared in front, looking somewhat like an altar. On top of the high platform, there was a slowly rotating transparent bead with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. That's the boundary pearl. That's where the core of this small holy land is. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. How are we going to get this boundary pearl? Take it away directly? Ding Ziyu was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a metaphysical thing before either. How can it be that easy for you to take it away? You have to find a way to refine it first and chrome your exclusive mark on it. The Eye of Truth dispelled Ding Ziyu's ridiculous idea. Refinement? How? Ding Ziyu was helpless. There was simply no relevant knowledge to support such an act. Concentrate your mental power and see if you can integrate it into the boundary pearl. In other words, just stare at it and keep your spirit highly concentrated. As long as you can accomplish this first step after that, you just need to follow the appropriate guidelines next. Ding Ziyu could only follow the realize idea. He calmed himself down just like he normally did when he was practicing, his eyes staring tightly at the slowly rotating boundary bead. All of his attention focused on it. After about a quarter of an hour, a new change suddenly appeared in front of Ding Ziyu's eyes. It was as if his person had entered some mysterious space all of a sudden, and everything around him had changed. Move forward. A strange voice appeared in his mind. The same feeling as the Eye of Truth speaking in his head. Guided by this voice, Ding Ziyu walked up without haste. At that moment, indented palm prints appeared in front of them. Putting your hand on it will automatically complete the process of recognizing the owner. That voice sounded again. Ding Ziyu hesitated slightly before finally placing his hand on it. The moment he got his hand on it, a slight tingling sensation turned up in his palm, as if something sharp had pierced his palm. In the next moment, that palm print emitted a burst of red light, and it was not known whether it was because it had absorbed Ding Ziyu's blood, or whether that palm print was supposed to emit red light. The red light was like silk threads, spreading out in all directions, looking similar to a spider's web, and kept extending into the distance. After about a few minutes, it finally stopped, and suddenly the light red flourished, and Ding Ziyu only felt a loud buzzing sound in his head, and the whole person fainted. Chapter 55, Control of the Boundary Pearl. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Ding Ziyu leisurely awoke. Raising his eyes, he saw that the boundary bead was still slowly rotating above the altar, while he himself was sitting on the ground. Those scenes that appeared before had long since disappeared, and it was not clear whether they were real or unreal. Have I succeeded in refining it? Ding Ziyu could only ask the Eye of Truth, as he had no idea in his heart. Take a closer look at the boundary pearl and see if there are any changes. The Eye of Truth did not answer Ding Ziyu's question positively. Ding Ziyu stood up and concentrated on the boundary bead once again, but this time, before he could fully commit himself to it, a picture actually appeared on the originally transparent boundary bead, giving Ding Ziyu a very familiar feeling. It can't be. I can see the situation within the little Holy Land from the realm pearl. Ding Ziyu finally realized that the images presented in the realm bead were actually scenes within the little sacred land. That's right. The fact that you can easily see the scene of the small Holy Land from the boundary bead means that you have already refined the boundary bead, and the small Holy Land is already within your grasp. The realized reply caused Ding Ziyu to be inexplicably delighted. So, this little Holy Land already belongs to me? Ding Ziyu was very slightly excited. It should be. Now you should be able to command the little holy place and run it according to your will, or you can see any part of it if you want to. Really? What can I make the little Holy Land do? Ding Ziyu felt very unbelievable. This all came a little too suddenly and easily as well. Boundary Pearl, can you get me to that savage dragon? Ding Ziyu said to that boundary pearl, not caring if he could understand him or not. As a result, in less than a second, the scene within the realm bead changed, and a mini savage dragon appeared in the realm bead. This fellow was chasing after the people from the Nine Lords Association. This was a certainty that he would eat them up. The remaining people of the Nine Lords Association fled lifelessly, one in the east and one in the west, hoping to avoid the pursuit of the barbarian dragon, but their speed was not really as fast as the barbarian dragons. One of them moved half a beat slower, and was bitten by the savage dragon and swallowed into his stomach in 2 bites. Ding Ziyu watched for a while with little interest. He was not sympathetic to these guys at all. They were basically Nine Lords Club minions. The Nine Lords Club itself did not even value them. It was not his turn to be a saintly mother. Boundary Pearl, where is the entrance and exit of the little Holy Land? Ding Ziyu continued to pursue the question. He didn't want to stay inside for a long time. There were still many things waiting for him outside. For example, if you stay in this small sanctuary, you can't get the blind box, and prayers are useless. The greatest benefit of his special ability was to use it to open the blind box. Wouldn't it be a waste if he stayed in here all the time? However, this time, the boundary bead did not change the scene, which caused Ding Ziyu to be a little confused, not knowing if it did not understand his instructions, or if it simply did not export a word. You've already mastered the little sacred ground. Theoretically, any place within the little sacred ground can be an entrance or exit, and it may open up an entrance or exit for you. That's why the boundary pearl hasn't changed. The explanation of the Eye of Truth surprised Ding Ziyu. This was a little too magical. Boundary Pearl, please open up an entrance and exit for me on the spot immediately. In order to verify the idea in his heart, Ding Ziyu immediately ordered. In the next moment, right in front of Ding Ziyu, right in the middle of the Great Hall, a white light slowly appeared, coalescing into a portal after a few seconds. Ding Ziyu fixed his eyes and immediately saw the scene outside, and could even see the buildings in the distance. This is too good. Wouldn't I be able to easily enter and exit the Lesser Sacred Land and not have to be restricted by the Nine Lords Society? Ding Ziyu was still worried about the experts of the Nine Lords Society. Those previous entrances and exits must have been guarded by Nine Lords Society experts. Not to mention that he brought his grandfather with him. Even if he didn't, it would be hard for him to get out. By the way, if I leave the little Holy Land, how will I take control of this place? Ding Ziyu asked a very practical question. Since the small Holy Land had already been refined by himself, there was no reason to return it to the Nine Lords Association. If one grasped everything inside, wouldn't it be the same as having a solid backyard, which could be 10,000 times more beneficial than any spatial ring? You can directly communicate with the boundary pearl and take it into your own body. Easily, you can take away this small Holy Land, and it should be used in the same way as the Immortal Mansion. The Eye of Truth taught Ding Ziyu very seriously. These things were completely new to him. Ding Ziyu tried it out, chanting silently in his heart, and as a result, the boundary bead on the altar quickly flew down and slowly landed in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, the boundary bead quickly became smaller, and finally became the size of a grain of sand, merging into the palm of his hand and disappearing. There was nothing unusual about Ding Ziyu's body, and he was still standing in the middle of the great hall that the white starstone was built against. The door that had appeared earlier had not disappeared either. All you have to do is walk out that door, and this little sanctuary will disappear from where it was, and the people of the Nine Lords Society will never be able to find where it exists again. Is that so magical? That means that this little Holy Land will become a space that I can carry with me? Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If it could still operate like this, then he had truly gotten a heavenly chance. It's almost like this. Actually, no matter if it's an immortal mansion or a small holy land, it's all those great powers who refine things. It is mainly used as a cave for one's temporary cultivation. Wouldn't it be safe and reliable? It is indeed a heavenly chance for you to obtain this small holy land. The Eye of Truth explained it very seriously. In fact, there was some small excitement in his heart as well. This was a small holy land, not something that anyone could get just because they wanted it. Even he, in the past, did not have a small holy land in his hands, so it could only be said that Ding Ziyu was truly blessed with a heavenly fortune. Right, gotta get rid of that big messy guy first, allowing it to toss and turn in my little sacred ground. Wouldn't it be finished destroying it? Ding Ziyu remembered the savage dragon and hastily released the boundary bead again. The whole process was very easy and quick with no problems. This savage dragon is of great use to you. Just keep it under control in one area. Now that everything within the small holy land is under your control, it's actually quite easy to do that. If you let it loose, it will be difficult to catch it back. The Eye of Truth did not agree with Ding Ziyu's approach. Thinking about those higher-ups of the Nine Lords Association, they couldn't spare their full strength to deal with the savage dragon, and letting it go was truly too wasteful. Stay, won't I have to feed it every day as well? Thinking about the savage dragon's huge appetite, Ding Ziyu felt troubled. Wanting to feed him to the fullest was not an easy task. Don't you have a spirit pool? Placing it in the middle of the small sacred ground can be better than any food. In the future, as long as you scatter some animals in it, it will basically be enough to maintain the ecological operation of the small sacred ground. The Eye of Truth was truly worried. However, there was no way around it. After all, Ding Ziyu was a complete beginner in terms of cultivation, and too many things were unfamiliar to him. It does take a long process to learn. Chapter 56, A Different Heaven and a Different Earth. Of course, Ding Ziyu knew about the deep, bottomless spirit pool, but he didn't dare to casually bring it out without resolving the matter within the little holy land. Well, it's better to lock up this savage dragon first. This guy's destructive power is really too strong, Ding Ziyu muttered. As soon as he finished his words, he saw a new change appear in the boundary pearl. The scenery around the savage dragon that was charging across the area changed, and 4 high walls were instantly erected to contain it within a small area. No matter how much the savage dragon roared, charging left and right, it was unable to break through the high wall that was instantly erected. Only at this point did Ding Ziyu realize that the original little holy land was the real bull. The barbarian dragon that powerful was instantly controlled to death, and no matter how powerful it was, it could not run away. If those experts from the Nine Lords Society come in, won't I be able to control him in the same way? A bold idea arose in Ding Ziyu. At least after he took control of the little holy land, he no longer had to be so afraid of those powerful experts. I'm afraid 4 walls alone won't do it. We'll have to add a cover. Humans can be much more cunning than barbarian dragons, and are not that easy to control. The Eye of Truth did not agree with Ding Ziyu's idea. Although it was true that his strength had increased greatly after having this small holy place, it was never his own power, and he might have made a mistake somewhere. By the way, I'm afraid it won't work to keep the savage dragon in such a small place for a long time. It's estimated that it will die after a long time. Ding Ziyu was putting himself in his own shoes. If he was locked up in a small space with 4 walls for a long period of time, he would go crazy even if he didn't die. It should be possible to extend the range and just limit it to a certain area. Ding Ziyu tried to communicate with the boundary pearl, functioning according to the method given by the Eye of Truth. Sure enough, after a moment's effort, the 4 walls disappeared. The savage dragon regained its freedom. This thing seemed to be scared as well, and ran one way or another into the distance. It was just that no matter how it ran, it was only within a limited range, and even the savage dragon's own didn't realize it. Only Ding Ziyu knew the truth of the matter through the boundary bead. It had to be said that this little holy land was really good. These means were divine, and Ding Ziyu didn't know how it did it anyway. Boundary pearl, can you move the core hall to a nice natural environment? Ding Ziyu didn't want to make it so depressing. The great hall in front of him appeared to be too solemn and a bit too dull. If it was placed in a springtime environment, it would definitely be much better. After Ding Ziyu's request, the realm bead seemed to have quickly figured out what he wanted. A few minutes later, the great hall actually began to undergo a sea change, actually turning into a cozy thatched hut. The original tall palace was gone, and so was the opulence, including the tall altar, which had shrunk into a niche and appeared lusciously embroidered and real. Push open the hut. Outside the beautiful scenery, flowers, really is a good season of spring flowers. Good scenery, that's awesome. Ding Ziyu liked this little sanctuary from the bottom of his heart. In the future, this would be one's own territory, and all secrets could be kept here. Everything within the small holy land was under one's control. For example, for those people left behind by the Nine Lords Association, where each one was and what they were doing. Ding Ziyu could view them through the boundary bead. The previous premises within the green sword bamboo also presented itself, with a small number of people staying inside. The 2 people from the searching organization had also awakened, and were surveying the 4 strips with a confused face, their faces filled with the color of fear and anxiety. Forget it, let these 2 out. Ding Ziyu still rose to the occasion. After all, it was these 2 who had brought him in. Without their help, he couldn't find this little holy place himself, much less save his grandfather. Boundary Pearl, can you send these 2 out without a sound? Ding Ziyu asked searchingly. In the next moment, the door of that premises changed into a portal to enter and exit the small Holy Land, and no traces of it could even be seen. As long as the 2 of them walked out of that door, they would be able to return to the normal world. Although Ding Ziyu's miraculous operation of the Boundary Pearl was a bit of a sigh of relief, he was not surprised by it. The 2 watched the premises for a while, but finally they were ready to step out and take a look. As a result, as soon as the 2 of them went out the door, they realized that their eyes had changed drastically, and they were no longer in their original environment. They looked back in surprise, but they saw nothing, and the door had disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared at all. Leaving aside the duo's surprise, Ding Ziyu was already considering the matter of placing the spirit pool. This thing was beneficial to the entire Holy Land, so of course it had to be done carefully. Ding Ziyu decided to put down the spirit pool at the edge of a grassy area with a beautiful environment, which happened to be missing a water source. When Ding Ziyu opened the blind box, he himself fell into the spirit pool with a bang. Fortunately, he could swim and was mentally prepared. Otherwise he would have to fall into the water and drown. The cleansing water of the pool was refreshing, giving the heart a sense of pleasure. Ding Ziyu felt that the pores of his entire body had naturally opened up and were receiving a rush of spiritual energy. A stream of extremely dense spiritual energy rushed into Ding Ziyu's body, and that soothing feeling gave Ding Ziyu the exhilarating feeling of flying. So this is the spirit pool. It's simply wonderful. Ding Ziyu directly drank a mouthful of the spring water, which was very tasty with, if anything, a clear sweetness. Hurry up and run the Vajra glazed body. The body receiving spiritual energy for the first time will bring great benefits. Not only will it solidify the foundation, but it will also enhance one's strength. The Eye of Truth hurriedly reminded Ding Ziyu not to just focus on being comfortable and miss the good time. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed in his heart. He had recently come into contact with too many masters and always felt too weak. So didn't this opportunity come? The Vajra glazed body was running away, and the absorption of spiritual energy instantly sped up a lot. A large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, flushing out the impurities within his body and improving his physique. At the same time, his realm strength was in the midst of a rapid rise. Under the layers of breakthroughs, there were almost no obstacles, and he soon reached the 9th stage of martial artist, and was still in the midst of rapid improvement. Such an elevation was undoubtedly very refreshing, and Ding Ziyu couldn't wait to be elevated to the martial saint level at once. Seeing others being able to fly in the sky, it would be a lie to say that one was not envious. The key was that after becoming a martial saint, the ability to survive in the face of danger was instantly increased by a large margin. For example, those martial saint deacons of the Nine Lords Association, if they didn't know how to fly, I'm afraid that most of them would die under the barbarian dragon's attack. Ding Ziyu devoted himself to cultivation, and he didn't know how much time had passed. His realm finally came to a halt after entering the 10th stage of martialist. It seemed that wanting to enter the martial stage straight away still required a long process, and it wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It's time to take some savage dragon's blood to enhance your body. The Eye of Truth was not satisfied with Ding Ziyu's current state. Chapter 57, Conquering the Savage Dragon. That guy is so fierce, how can he take blood? Ding Ziyu was a bit speechless. Even if he had reached the 10th stage of martial artist now, he was still worthless compared to the savage dragon. You can try to communicate with it. In your physical state, 1 drop of blood will be enough. The Eye of Truth came up with such a suggestion. Although the savage dragon is grumpy, it is actually very smart. As long as you grant it some benefits, there is no fear that it will not agree. For example, the spirit pool that you just placed down, the water in it is full of spiritual power. The real I said here. Ding Ziyu already understood how to operate. The spirit pool water was indeed very good. Just the slightest hint of scent emanating out of it made the plants in the surrounding area suffer a noticeable impact. Not to mention drinking it directly. This savage dragon is still a hatchling and has a certain amount of room for growth. So if you can find a way to corral it, it will definitely be of great help to you. He can easily guarantee your personal safety at this stage. The Eye of Truth understood Ding Ziyu's thoughts and gave him another suggestion. Indeed, with the strength of the savage dragon, an expert of the 10th stage of martial saint could not help it. If Ding Ziyu was able to subdue it, it would certainly become an excellent aid. Just how to go about corralling it was not an easy task. I'm afraid that just having spirit pool water might not be enough. The main thing was that Ding Ziyu was not strong enough on his own, and was not good enough to fight this guy head-on. He could only control it with the help of the boundary pearl. With its violent temperament, could it easily convince Ding Ziyu? Any way you look at it, it feels unlikely. I'll try as much as I can. Ding Ziyu thought for a while and decided to give it a try. Thinking about it, if he had a powerful savage dragon, would he still be afraid of the Zhou family? By releasing this guy, it was estimated that he would be able to trample down the Zhou family's territory. He himself would be considered to have a card to hold in Daning City. Ding Ziyu directly found a large bucket, filled it to the brim, and placed it into the spatial ring. Then let the boundary bead close up again, controlling the savage dragon in a small area. The savage dragon, who had just recently gained his freedom, looked incomparably angry when he realized that he was once again caught in the environment of the four walls over there. It was on fire again, charging around, not to mention spewing out a stream of flames that burned all four walls to a charred blackness. But even then, it couldn't get out of its immediate predicament. Ding Ziyu came above the savage dragon and looked at its state, which was slightly calmer and less violent at the moment. Savage dragon, can you hear me? Ding Ziyu called out to it from above. Roar! The savage dragon raised its head violently, responding to Ding Ziyu with a roar. Obviously, this one was displeased with the state of affairs in front of him. This attitude of yours won't do. I was going to save you from going out, but now I'm too lazy to save you. Ding Ziyu came with a desire to escape. As long as the savage dragon wasn't stupid, he didn't believe that it wouldn't fall for it. As expected, after hearing Ding Ziyu's words, the barbarian dragon's agitation calmed down quite a bit. It raised its head, wanting to express its will, but for a moment, it did not know how it should go about it. It could only look at Ding Ziyu with pitiful eyes. If you are willing to submit to me and follow my arrangements, I will let you out. Ding Ziyu boldly tried, not knowing if this fellow could understand what he meant. However, as soon as his words came out, the savage dragon below desperately charged again. Clearly, it was agitated and wasn't willing to submit to a tiny human. Ding Ziyu didn't rush it either. He knew that this would definitely require a process. If it was really that easy to be subdued, the 9 lords would have locked it up for so long, and would have subdued it long ago. The savage dragon seemed to feel a little tired after tossing and turning down there for a while, and only then did it gradually stop. Well, have you considered it clearly? If you're not willing to submit to me, you'll be living in such an environment for the rest of your life and won't get any food. Ding Ziyu threatened this fellow in a different way. Seeing how big it was, its appetite must not be small. Previously, the 9 lords would have prepared a large amount of pigs, cows, and sheep for it, so if it was cut off from its diet for a few days, I don't know if it would be able to withstand it. This time, the savage dragon only roared a few times before calming down. It seemed that this fellow could also use his brain, at least hearing that there was no food and that he had to be locked up in this small environment every day. It also felt scared. It's like locking someone in a small dark room. You can't even stretch your body straight and you're not even fed. No matter how hard your bones are, how long can you stand it? Not to mention that this savage dragon might not have such a strong will. Seeing how the savage dragon was behaving, Ding Ziyu felt that it was time to add some fire to it. He took out the spirit pool water and poured down some. The water of the spirit pool fell right onto the savage dragon's back, and immediately a plentiful spiritual energy emanated out, and the entire small space appeared to be extremely plentiful in spiritual energy. The savage dragon's spirit lifted as it let out a light roar. Apparently, it was also quite sensitive to spiritual energy, not knowing how long it hadn't been exposed to it. If you submit to me, there will be enough spirit pool water in the future. Ding Ziyu once again threw out the bait. As long as there were enough benefits, were they still afraid that this fellow would refuse to submit? This time, the savage dragon didn't react grumpily anymore. It slowly walked around at the bottom of the pit. Although this guy was smart, in terms of intelligence, there was still a big gap compared to people. Ding Ziyu pulled back and forth, first coercing and then luring. Such tactics it had naturally never seen before. The point was that the spirit pool water was very useful to it. It was not something that could be compared to ordinary meat. In order to obtain that rare spiritual power, it decided to submit to Ding Ziyu. After observing for a while, Ding Ziyu saw that the savage dragon's mood had stabilized, so he continued to communicate with it and commanded it to do some simple actions, and only when he was sure that this fellow was really listening to him did he let out a sigh of relief. Ding Ziyu very simply poured down all the buckets of spirit pool water. This time, the savage dragons all let out a joyful hissing sound, very different from that previous state. Boundary pearl, lower the walls a bit, I want to talk to the barbarian dragon. Ding Ziyu intended to face the barbarian dragon directly. Although there were some risks involved, he decided to try. At Ding Ziyu's request, the walls around the savage dragon rapidly became shorter, only stopping after Ding Ziyu could easily see its entire appearance. Lower it some more. Ding Ziyu thought that this was not enough, he was still in a condescending position. Perhaps he should be on an equal footing with it in order to get along. The boundary pearl paused for a moment before finally dropping in altitude once more, until after the savage dragon's head could be easily exposed. The savage dragon's eyes widened when it saw such a change. It understood that everything in its surroundings was clearly under Ding Ziyu's control. If it resisted, it would be controlled again at any time. Ding Ziyu boldly reached out and touched the savage dragon's head. Usually speaking, such behavior was conducive to calming the animal's emotions. Chapter 58, The Power of a Martial Saint. This time, the savage dragon didn't roar, but gently puffed out a breath and slowly closed his eyes in a very enjoyable manner. Ding Ziyu was delighted, not expecting that he could easily subdue this big, grumpy guy with one move of carrot and stick. He also didn't know how the Nine Lords Society had tossed it around before, and had not been able to subdue it. Ding Ziyu estimated that it might also have a lot to do with the spirit pool water. At the back, Ding Ziyu offered to take a drop of its blood, and the savage dragon very simply forced a large drop of blood out of its body, actually filling a cup full of it. It had to be said that this bastard did not have an accurate concept of a drop. Ding Ziyu decisively released the restrictions on the savage dragon, allowing it to stay well in the middle of this area, and then go find it when he was done. After returning to the small hut, Ding Ziyu looked at the savage dragon's blood in the cup, but he was a little confused. How is this thing going to work? The simplest way is to swallow it directly, but the effect, well, it won't be too good. If you want to maximize the effect of the barbarian dragon blood, then use the injection method and directly input it into your body. This approach works well, but there are problems of adaptation, and the process may not be so comfortable, so consider for yourself what to do. Real I had spoken carefully. Eat directly, mainly rely on the stomach and intestines to absorb. Relatively speaking is really relatively simple. However, swallowing this savage dragon, I guess the flavor will not be very good. Whether it can be eaten or not, it is still a matter of opinion. Inputting it into the body to not have this trouble, but Ding Ziyu didn't have any infusion or syringe type items on hand, and had to save the savage dragon blood. The problem would be simpler when he got out of the small Holy Land. Boundary Pearl, can you help me preserve this blood? Ding Ziyu was worried that it would just solidify over time. Wasn't there a ready-made syringe on that premises before? Just go over and get it. The memory ability of the true eye came into play at once. At that time, Ding Ziyu was only focused on finding his grandfather and did not keep these small things in mind. The spirit of the savage dragon's blood is wiped out very quickly, and after it's been put away for a long time, it won't be any different from ordinary blood. The Eye of Truth urged Ding Ziyu to hurry up. With the help of the boundary bead, Ding Ziyu got the syringes in a very short time, all brand new and not used at all. How much savage dragon blood needs to be injected? Ding Ziyu looked at the cup full of it and was a little frightened in his heart. He also knew some modern knowledge and knew that this blood thing was about matching blood types. This savage dragon was not a species with humans at all, and forcing its blood into one's body was actually a very dangerous thing. No wonder Real I also mentioned adaptation and the process won't be comfortable. I'm sure I'll have to suffer if I'm so brutal. With your body, one syringe is already enough. More than that I reckon you can't take it. The Eye of Truth was making a judgment based on Ding Ziyu's physical condition. The current him was a 10th stage martial artist, and was certainly quite a bit stronger than an ordinary 10th stage martial artist. This is a medium-sized syringe. Is one drop of your blood that much? Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. It seemed that this one drop was indeed not a very accurate unit of dosage. Ding Ziyu stuck the syringe into the cup and sucked on it, and only a little bit of this cup of barbarian dragon blood was left at the bottom of the cup. Almost done. The rest might be for your grandfather to use. You can't waste a good thing. Real Eyes was very frugal looking. During this period, Ding Shichen had never interfered with his grandson's behavior. He understood that his grandson had grown up and that there were more and more secrets in him, especially after seeing how easily he could change the little Holy Land's form. Ding Shichen understood that the boy no longer needed his care. The environment within the little Holy Land was still better than the outside world, and with the help of the spirit pool water, Ding Shichen's injuries had completely recovered. Grandpa, this savage dragon's blood can boost your strength, and the Eye of Truth says that you can use it as well. Ding Ziyu handed the rest of the blood to his grandfather, and told him how to use it. After that, Ding Ziyu then inserted the needle into his vein vessel with the help of his grandfather and slowly pushed the savage dragon's blood into his body. When the savage dragon's blood entered his body, Ding Ziyu felt a burning pain immediately coming from his veins. At first, he was able to bear it through gritted teeth, but the burning sensation grew stronger and stronger, and rushed all the way to his heart, after which it spread to his limbs, hydroxylamine, and every part of his body. A few minutes later, a burst of flame rose from Ding Ziyu's body, burning all the clothes on his body. Ding Zi, are you alright? Ding Shichen was worried when he saw his grandson's appearance. I didn't realize that a small cup of blood would have such great power. It's fine, I can hold on. Ding Ziyu could only slow down his pain by fully operating his Vajra glazed body, as well as his mortal body bone hardening technique. I had known that there was water in what real I said, but I didn't realize it was so watered down. Is this not very comfortable? It's completely life-threatening. The savage dragon's blood was undoubtedly very overbearing, and much like its irascible personality, its blood was also of this virtue. Ding Ziyu could only rely on his own strength, as well as the secret arts he practiced to suppress it with all his might. Fortunately, his foundation was quite solid, with the phaseless sacred bone in front of him as a base, and the Vajra relic casting his body afterward. After topping that initial wave of the hardest burning, this feeling of pain finally began to decline. After about half an hour, all the discomfort had disappeared. The skin on Ding Ziyu's body had changed a lot and began to recover quickly, returning to his original appearance. That middle-aged man's appearance was finally gone, once again becoming a young and handsome young man. A body of muscles didn't look very developed, but it was full of explosive power. Ding Ziyu casually swung out a fist and was actually able to easily strike a strong sonic boom. This power of mine, it should reach the level of a segment of martial saint, right? Ding Ziyu roughly estimated that his strength had at least doubled, and he could definitely hit the level of 2,000 kilograms. According to the standard of martial saints, a strength of 2,000 kilograms would be considered a section of martial saints. However, in order to become a martial saint, there was another standard of measurement, being able to move through the air. However, Ding Ziyu obviously couldn't do it. He tried several times and simply couldn't find the feeling of being able to fly. Your strength has indeed increased a lot, but it has not reached the level of being able to defend the air. The foundation has been laid, so cheer up and work hard. The Eye of Truth did not explain Ding Ziyu's situation in detail. Obviously, it was still inappropriate for him to know too much at this point in time. During the period of time that Ding Ziyu was tossing and turning, Ding Shichen chose to drink the remaining bit of savage dragon blood into his stomach. His reaction was far too easy, just a slight stomachache that lasted less than a quarter of an hour before the abnormality disappeared. Even though it was only a very small amount of barbarian dragon's blood, it still pushed Ding Shichen's realm to the 7th rank of martial artist. Strength has increased a lot. Chapter 59, Random Portal. Finally I can go out. Ding Ziyu stretched out long and hard, but his mood was exceptionally happy. This trip out, not only did he find his grandfather, but the harvest was unprecedented. With the boundary pearl in his hand, he could easily enter and exit the Little Holy Land from any place, and could bring the Little Holy Land with him without worrying about being discovered by others. When Ding Ziyu left the small Holy Land, the big brother of the Nine Lords Association who was in charge of guarding the small Holy Land instantly panicked. This was because the Little Holy Land had inexplicably disappeared in front of him. No longer could that stable entrance and exit be found. When Ding Ziyu returned to the Blind Box Authority, it was already late at night, and no one had noticed the change in his appearance. However, Ding Ziyu understood that it was very necessary for him to learn some simple makeup techniques, or else this change in appearance would really be a little too obvious. The most crucial thing was that the current appearance was already very close to the appearance on that wanted notice. Regardless of whether other people cared or not, the Zhou family would more than likely notice it. Not to mention that Zhou Jie was also the brigadier of the Blind Box Authority. If he found out that Ding Ziyu's appearance had changed so much, he would definitely take this matter to task. And it was even possible for him to directly pull out the matter of a wanted notice. It was good that the makeup techniques nowadays were really bullish, and it wasn't difficult to make a person look slightly older. Ding Ziyu in front of the mirror in his own face tossed for a while, always longed to find some feeling. It was only that his makeup was a bit out of shape, and he was not as handsome as he was originally. The next day at work, several people stared at Ding Ziyu, especially Gao Xinyu, who could tell at a glance Ding Ziyu's poor makeup techniques. Are you in trouble here? Gao Xinyu was still very concerned about Ding Ziyu. Usually, when a person endeavored to change their looks, it was mostly because they didn't want to get into any trouble. It's not much of a trouble. Ding Ziyu smiled. Do we need to patrol the streets today? Ding Ziyu inquired. There's still a while to go. The mission hasn't come down yet. Just send everyone out together then. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu before adding, should I help you adjust it? This trace of yours is too obvious. Is it that obvious? Can you help me make it a little more low-key? Alas, being too handsome is also a burden. I don't know how many people I'll charm. Ding Ziyu told a cold joke, which in turn made Gao Xinyu laugh. However, she did freeze for a few seconds after removing the messy makeup from Ding Ziyu's face. This face was indeed very handsome, very personalized, and appeared to be exceptionally young. Are you taking the rejuvenation pill? Gao Xinyu asked with a smile. Although the world hadn't heard of such a thing, but in this world nowadays, what was there that a blind box couldn't open? It is natural for women to love beauty, and they naturally want to stay young and look old. Pretty much. Opened a blind box, fell into a puddle. choked on a few mouthfuls of water and became like this. Ding Ziyu replied half-heartedly. He definitely wouldn't say anything about the spirit pool, much less mention the little holy land to Gao Xinyu. Hey, you're really lucky. I should have known that I would have gone out with you yesterday. Gao Xinyu didn't associate it with anything else, which made Ding Ziyu feel slightly more at ease. With Gao Xinyu's help, Ding Ziyu's appearance finally became similar to the original, just slightly more handsome and stable. It didn't take long for the patrol assignments to come down, since the new assault vehicle had not been scheduled to come down. Today they could only patrol on foot. A few of them were still very eye-catching as they walked down the street. The uniforms still attracted too much attention. Just under an hour into their patrol, a young man came running up to them in a panic. Reporting to the administrators, a large hole has appeared in the alley over there with a strong devouring ability. The youngster ran over and said in a loud voice, "What big hole? Did you open it from the blind box?" Gao Xinyu stepped forward and asked. No, that big hole just appeared on a wall so suddenly. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. How can a hole suddenly open in the wall honestly? Answer honestly. In the end, is it a problem for you to open the blind box? Gao Xinyu had a stern face and asked sternly. Now in this world, 99% of the strange is more like opening from a blind box. Normally, as long as the person who opens the blind box doesn't die, they will get some useful and relevant information. Actually, it was actually my girlfriend who opened it, but she has been sucked in by that big hole. The little youth finally told the truth. Just a moment later, Ding Ziyu and the others had already arrived before the stone wall. That place was a normal wall, but at this moment, a black cave of 1 meter in diameter had appeared on the wall. You can't see anything inside, but if anything comes near it, it gets sucked in all at once. Blink and it's gone. Ding Ziyu picked up a stone and gently threw it at the bottom of the hole. As a result, the stone just landed on the ground and jumped up at once, and with a whoosh, jumped into the big hole and disappeared. It was a weird feeling like there was a super vacuum cleaner inside, but there was no flowing wind outside the hole. It's a spell trap, and as soon as you get close to it, you'll be sucked away. Exactly where it is sent is unknown. It is random. The eye of truth quickly saw through the truth. A spell trap? How would that be broken? Will those who are sucked away be in danger? Ding Ziyu hurriedly pursued the question. Your spiritual power isn't strong enough to crack it. As for whether or not the person being sucked away will be in danger, it depends on your own luck. If you are unlucky and are sent to a dangerous place, your life may be saved. This thing is just a random portal. Ding Ziyu instantly thought of the settings within certain games, and this large hole was no different from that thing. It can be interpreted that way, but you'd better not go near it, or you'll live or die, the Eye of Truth warned. It seemed that the danger factor of this black hole was still very high. In just a moment's time, a group of team members had already leaned towards the large black hole. When he reached the range of about 2 meters away from the big hole, his body suddenly stumbled and directly fell towards the big hole. Pull him! The closest member of the team swooped in and clutched his legs, but the massive suction was still at work, pulling him toward the large black hole. Thus, a string of immediacy similar to a monkey fishing for the moon soon appeared. Several people held one at a time and pulled it out desperately, but no matter how hard they were given to work, they couldn't pull back. Instead they were moving bit by bit into the big black hole. Chapter 60, The Barbarian Beast. Ding Ziyu originally did not want to intervene, but when he saw that everyone had rushed up, it was a bit unreasonable for him not to make a contribution. Besides, his strength had risen greatly, and he was still thinking that he could pull a few people back with his own strength. As it turned out, he realized that he was really overthinking. In front of the strange suction force of this big hole, his own strength that was comparable to the level of a martial saint was really not enough. In the end, the entire group was sucked in. Ding Ziyu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as if his brain had lost consciousness. However, this process only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Ding Ziyu only felt a flash of light before he was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. Luckily, he was thick-skinned and didn't have any major injuries. Patting the grass clippings on his body and quickly standing up, the only person left by his side was Gao Xinyu, and the other 4 were lost. It was unknown where they had been teleported to. Team leader, wake up! Ding Ziyu found that Gao Xinyu was still in a comatose state, and it was obvious that her mental power and her body's defense were no match for his own. Ding Ziyu shook her several times without response, and finally got a cup of water to splash on her face, which awakened her. Where is this? Where are the others? Gao Xinyu moved her arms and legs, feeling fine and not injured. It was just that her brain was a bit fuzzy. Obviously she had received a shock during the teleportation process. I don't know where they are either. I guess you let go when you were teleporting and they were teleported somewhere else. Ding Ziyu thought about it and came up with an answer that was close to the truth. He and Gao Xinyu were teleported to a place. That was because he had been holding Gao Xinyu's feet and did not let go easily. Teleportation over the degree of medium to influence is also extremely short. Otherwise maybe everyone will be sent to a different place to go. Do you think it's possible that we've been transported to the wilderness? Ding Ziyu surveyed the surroundings. The grass and trees were very lush. Everywhere was a pristine scene. There would never be a place like this within the city. Nowadays is not the old days. The urban agglomeration point. There would never be a large ecological park or anything. It's crucial to figure out the directions. Otherwise even if we know we're in the middle of the wilderness, we won't know how to get back to Daning City. Gao Xinyu moved her body. Her mental state finally better. Do you have any locator tools? Ding Ziyu flipped out the cell phone he usually used to surf the internet, and found that there was no signal at all, and the basic kung fu had been lost. With the advent of the blind box dynasty, a lot of modern technology has gone wrong, especially the satellite thing, which seems to have disappeared all of a sudden. The key is that the development of science and technology has been greatly constrained, with very few people specializing in this area, and the oldest batch of researchers having died out long ago. So many technological products are still in use, but they are not as advanced as one might think. Otherwise, if you use satellite positioning, you should be able to determine your location very quickly. I only have an ancient compass, which doesn't seem to bring much help. For now, we can only assume that we're still in the perimeter of Daning City and judge accordingly. Gao Xinyu took out a watch that looked a bit old, and there was indeed a north hand on it. However, the hand was rotating vigorously, obviously disturbed by some magnetic field. Let's walk a distance and leave a little before using it. This place is mostly disturbed by that big black hole. Ding Ziyu felt that this was the reason why the north pointer was spinning around. The two surveyed the terrain, trying to make their way as far as possible toward the relatively open area. In the middle of the wilderness, the better the line of sight, the more complete it was relatively speaking. Running towards those places with dense mountains and forests was definitely a death-defying act. The two walked more than 100 meters away, and the compass did return to normal. Let's head to the east and try to find a relatively high place to see if we can determine if there is a location where we are. Gao Xinyu finally made a decision. However, the two of them hadn't gotten out far before they suddenly heard a loud hissing sound coming from a short distance away. As soon as this sound came out, the leaves of the surrounding trees shook unceasingly. Damn! There's a savage ancient beast in this place. We're in trouble now. Gao Xinyu's face became ugly all of a sudden. Over the years, the native species on the blue planet had changed a lot, becoming more powerful. But those were only considered new generations, though powerful and still within acceptable limits. Those ferocious beasts that opened out of the blind box would be extremely terrifying. Since many varieties had never been seen by humans at all, they were collectively referred to as barbarian ancient beasts. These guys, most of them were killed from the city. A large number of martial saints couldn't even dry them out, so they could only let them run out of the city and dominate the area. As he spoke, a huge-bodied beast rushed out from the mountains and forests, and wherever it passed, large trees thicker than a bull were easily broken by it. It was close to about 20 meters in height, looking somewhat like an enlarged version of a camel, but with a mouth like a wild boar, with long tusks showing. It was not something to be messed with at first glance. This is a giant rock pig, an omnivorous animal with a fighting strength at least equivalent to your human 7th-stage martial saint. The Eye of Truth quickly reported the origin of this ferocious creature. A 7th-stage martial saint? Then there's still a fight to be had. Ding Ziyu's heart was bitter. He and Gao Xinyu were both martial saints of the 10th stage. Although his own strength was equivalent to a paragraph 1 martial saint, it was not even on the same level compared to this giant rock pig. If only he existed, Ding Ziyu would have directly run towards the small Holy Land, avoiding this everyone first. But Gao Xinyu was at the side. Could he leave the other party behind? As for bringing Gao Xinyu into the midst of his own little sanctuary, Ding Ziyu also refused to do so, and the trust between the two sides had not yet reached this point. You hurry up and run. I'll lure it away. Ding Ziyu came up with a way to release the savage dragon. Of course, releasing the savage dragon couldn't be done in front of Gao Xinyu, so he told Gao Xinyu to run away first. No, your realm is lower than mine. If you want to lead, it's me who will lead it. Gao Xinyu decisively rejected Ding Ziyu's arrangement, to the point that Ding Ziyu was somewhat surprised. I'm a man. There's more certainty in me doing this. Ding Ziyu said a rather bull reason. I'm the leader of the group, and you must obey me. Hurry up and go. Gao Xinyu pushed Ding Ziyu decisively when blocking in front of him. Alas, this silly woman. Ding Ziyu sighed and immediately took off running. He understood that if he didn't release the savage dragon in time, it would be truly dangerous. Whether it was himself or Gao Xinyu, neither of them would be able to block the attack of this giant rock pig. However, Ding Ziyu did not run towards the open land. Instead, he rushed towards the nearest mountain forest. As long as he entered the mountain forest, he would be able to release the savage dragon. At that time, he would be able to find a random reason to fool Gao Xinyu. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Woman. The situation was urgent, and Ding Ziyu ran very fast, burrowing into the mountains in less than a minute. Just as he was about to communicate with the savage dragon, he was stopped by the Eye of Truth. Quickly look outside. That girl child is not simple. Even I've lost my eyes, the Eye of Truth said in amazement. Under normal circumstances, it was hard for anything to block his observation, and he didn't expect Gao Xinyu to be the one with a big secret on her. Ding Ziyu turned around and saw that Gao Xinyu had already battled the giant rock pig. If she were to use her true realm of a 10th stage martial artist, she probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a charge from the giant rock pig. However, Ding Ziyu clearly saw Gao Xinyu swing out her palm and actually knock the huge-bodied giant rock pig back a few steps. A light blue energy was wrapped around her palm, and when she threw a punch, this energy would automatically swing out, directly shocking the giant rock pig back. I didn't expect this woman to hide so deeply, actually reaching the strength of a high-stage martial saint. Ding Ziyu was very surprised. If he had not encountered this, he would not have been able to know Gao Xianyu's bottom line. The fact that he couldn't even see through the eyes of truth meant that there was a big secret in her body as well. Her realm hasn't reached martial saint, but rather there is something special in her body that is helping her. The Eye of Truth had otherwise judged Ding Ziyu. No wonder she let you go first. I guess she also has some confidence in her own strength. She is both protecting you and not wanting to expose her secret. This woman's heart is not bad. You can be friends with her. The Eyes of Truth was very loyal in evaluating Gao Xinyu. Ding Ziyu nodded, recognizing the Eye of Truth statement. Everyone could have secrets that were exclusively their own. Just as Ding Ziyu was unwilling to display his secrets, Gao Xinyu was able to face the danger alone and let Ding Ziyu go first, a sentiment that Ding Ziyu still felt. The battle in the distance didn't look very intense. That was because the light blue energy in Gao Xianyu's hand restrained the giant rock pig to death. Every time it charged up, it was beaten back and forth, unable to take any advantage at all. After a few collisions, this savage ancient fey beast finally developed a sense of retreat. For opponents that it could not defeat, it finally had the will to retreat. When Gao Xianyu shocked it back for the 7th time, the giant rock pig finally turned around and ran away, no longer having the arrogance it had before it came. Gao Xianyu just stood there, looking at the departing giant rock pig, and didn't go up to chase after it. When the giant rock pig walked away, the woman slowly collapsed onto the grass and directly fainted. Alas, this punishingly strong woman. Ding Ziyu sighed and rushed over. Originally thought that Gao Xinyu's strength was frighteningly strong, but I didn't realize that she was also fighting hard, and I guess that the fight with the giant rock pig had already brought out her full strength. Then hold on a little longer, and the one who fails will definitely be Gao Xinyu. Ding Ziyu watched closer and inspected Gao Xinyu's condition, realizing that she was not injured, and was finally relieved. She should be overly consumed. Get a cup of spirit pool water for her to drink and she'll soon recover. The Eye of Truth came up with an idea. After all, in this special environment, one more expert was one more guarantee of surviving. Gao Xinyu had won Ding Ziyu's trust with her actions, so there was no problem in giving her a cup of spirit pool water. By the way, you can release the savage dragon and let it hunt that giant rock pig. A powerful creature like the savage dragon should remain appropriately wild. Ordinary pigs, cows, and sheep are too weak for it. What if it doesn't come back after it runs out? Ding Ziyu had some small worries. No, it won't. With the spirit pool water, your little sanctuary can be much stronger than the outside world. The savage dragon is not a little cutie, surely willing to go back. The Eye of Truth was rather confident. Ding Ziyu's main focus is listening to advice, his own limited insight, and listen to more guidance from seniors. He quickly entered the middle of the small sacred ground, and after fetching the spirit pool water, he came to Barbarian Dragon's side. When the big guy saw Ding Ziyu coming over, it only casually wagged its tail, not being particularly intimate. Of course, it did not lose its temper either, as if it did not see Ding Ziyu. Savage dragon, is there any interest in hunting outside the little holy land? After Ding Ziyu came closer, he patted the big guy's leg, growing stronger as if it was a giant pillar. The key was that this one was surprisingly powerful and fast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it if he said it. Phew! The savage dragon exhaled a wave of breath that blew Ding Ziyu almost unsteadily. Then its large head stretched out in front of Ding Ziyu, its eyes flickering as it glared at Ding Ziyu, seemingly waiting for his next words. You've got a serious mouth smell, don't you know? Ding Ziyu couldn't smell the savage dragon spitting out a fishy odor. The savage dragon was not annoyed. Instead, he gently rubbed his head against Ding Ziyu. Don't move, I'm letting you out. Ding Ziyu immediately communicated with the boundary pearl and opened a large door for the barbarian dragon. The savage dragon stretched out its head and carefully surveyed the situation outside before it scurried out in a flash. This size, this speed, startled Ding Ziyu. there is a giant rock pig in the distant mountain forest, about a third of your size. Hurry up and hunt it. Ding Ziyu pointed in the direction where the giant rock pig had left. Let the rest take care of itself. The savage dragon raised its head and sniffed in the air, and immediately rushed towards the mountain forest with a joyful step. In an instant, rocks and dirt flew about, withered grass and shrubs, and small seedlings and large trees all suffered. With all this commotion, Ding Ziyu was a bit skeptical if he was right to put it out. Only after the savage dragon ran away did Ding Ziyu take out the spirit pool water and feed it to Gao Xianyu. The woman was cooperative, and the glass of water went down very smoothly. After about 10 minutes or so, Gao Xinyu awoke. It seems like I drank something really good in my dream. Did you give it to me? Gao Xinyu asked as she opened her mouth. She trusted her intuition and understood her physical condition. Without something special, one would definitely not be able to awaken in a short period of time. It's nothing, just a bottle of water, Ding Ziyu explained casually. What water is so good? Is there any more? Gao Xinyu hurriedly asked after her. This stuff would help her a lot if she kept more around. Opened out of a blind box, it is said to be the bath water of some immortal, Ding Ziyu said in a half-truth. The water of the spirit pool came out of the blind box no less, but the immortal in this bath was himself. Bath water? Gao Xinyu's whole body was bad at once, wanting to vomit but not being able to do so. Ha ha, lied to you. How can there be such good tasting bath water? It's said to be a kind of spiritual spring water, and I don't have much left. Ding Ziyu could not bear to toss this woman any further. Chapter 62, Preparedness. How about you? I didn't realize that you also like to joke around. Gao Xinyu glared at Ding Ziyu, to the point of covering up the small embarrassment in front of her. Team leader, you're really something when you were able to fight off that savage ancient beast. Ding Ziyu was which pot to piss in. It was just an accident. If it wasn't for you, I might have had a big problem. Gao Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered Ding Ziyu's question. Ding Ziyu looked at her seriously and did not pursue the question further. He was worried that if he asked anything else, perhaps Gao Xinyu wouldn't know whether or not she should answer. Right at this moment, the sound of a giant beast's roar came from the distant mountains and forests, followed by a great commotion like the ground shaking. Large numbers of beasts rushed out of the mountains and forests, fleeing desperately into the distance. What's the situation? Did another savage ancient beast come? Gao Xinyu became nervous again. One giant rock pig had exhausted her. If another one came, even if she had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would not be able to fight it. I don't know. Listening to the movement and sound, it should be 2 giant beasts fighting. Ding Ziyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. Naturally knowing that it was the barbarian dragon attacking the giant rock pig, it was estimated that it wouldn't take much time for the savage dragon to finish off that giant rock pig, enough for it to eat for many days. Then why don't you hurry up and run? After the fight is over in a while, it might spread its anger on our heads. Gao Xianyu had an anxious look on her face, looking at the wild beasts that were scurrying about. They didn't even care about attacking the 2 of them. They only knew to run for their lives, so she knew how powerful the behemoths in the mountains and forests were. Let's run up that hill over there. Ding Ziyu pointed to the nearest hill, and the 2 of them immediately ran. As a result, Ding Ziyu didn't run for a few runs, but he stopped again with a pained look on his face. What happened to you? Did you break your foot? Gao Xinyu turned around and asked in a hurry. No, my stomach hurts. I guess I ate something bad. Why don't you go over first? I'll come find you later. Ding Ziyu covered his stomach, a very difficult look on his face. Seeing him like this, Gao Xinyu couldn't say anything more, so she could only go forward alone. However, she still admonished Ding Ziyu, you move faster, and always pay attention to safety. Don't worry, I'll come find you after I've solved the problem. Ding Ziyu waved his hand at her, so he pretended to move towards the woods. Only after Gao Xinyu's figure disappeared did he change direction and rush towards the place where the savage dragon was fighting. At this moment, the fight in the distance had gradually come to an end. The strength of the savage dragon was still too much stronger than that giant rock pig. By the time Ding Ziyu arrived, the giant rock pig had already collapsed in a pool of blood. The savage dragon had already bitten its head and was rapidly tearing into its body. Drag its corpse in and toss it slowly in the small sacred ground. Ding Ziyu didn't have the time to wait for it. The barbarian dragon looked at Ding Ziyu and obediently dragged the corpse of the giant rock pig into the middle of the little holy land. As the true eye had estimated, the environment in the small holy land was much better, and the savage dragon was not a little cutie, and naturally wouldn't be stranded in the middle of the wilderness. Seeing the savage dragon return to the small holy land, Ding Ziyu was finally relieved. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave, the barbarian dragon took the initiative to spit out the inner elixir of the giant rock pig and threw it at Ding Ziyu's side. The look was very obvious. This thing was no longer of much use to it, but it was of great benefit to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was not polite either, patting the body of the savage dragon and receiving its gift. By the way, He also cut off a large chunk of lean meat from the body of the giant rock pig to serve as food for this period of time. By the time Ding Ziyu found that small hill, it was already most of an hour later. Gao Xinyu was walking back and forth on the hilltop, looking annoyed. What took you so long to go to the bathroom? Thought you had an accident. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu coming over and complained in a loud voice. A little constipated. This is not coming. Ding Ziyu lied again. Now where do we go from here? Have you found the direction? Ding Ziyu looked around. It all looked pretty much the same to him. There was no way to distinguish the terrain at all. See that lake over there? I heard that there's a lake just to the north outside of Daning City. If we were teleported not too far away from Daning City, we can go around that lake to the south, and more than likely we'll be able to return to Daning City. Gao Xinyu pointed at the water in the distance and said, in fact, she didn't have a bottom in her heart and was just prepared to take her chances. In case this lake didn't have any semblance of relationship with Daning City, hell knows where they would go. Only now neither of them had an idea. And the dead horse was a dead horse. Group leader, do you think there will be more people teleported out by that big black hole? Maybe we got lucky and found other group members? Ding Ziyu suddenly asked. His idea wasn't without reason. The disappearance of their group would surely have been reported to the Blind Box Authority. There would also be new members of the authority who would go over to take a look. Who knows? If it's a random teleportation, any more people might not gather together. Gao Xinyu bristled, clearly not in the mood to talk about this. The trouble encountered this time was really not small, and in case it was spread to a distant place, who knew if it would be possible to return to Daning City again? The two were not walking slowly, but there was no path to follow in the wilderness, so they could only follow the path that the beasts ran out. When I was on the hill, the lake didn't seem too far away, but when I really walked, I couldn't walk for a while. The two had been walking for nearly 2 hours when they finally saw the lake, which was quite small, and from afar, it was too far to see. Hi group, are you hungry? I am feeling a little hungry. Ding Ziyu was truly hungry. With all this fuss, it was already noon. The key was that for a while, they couldn't go back to the city, so how could they do it without eating? They were not at the level where they could not eat. Even if they were martial saint experts, they still had to eat, just a little less. I'm also a bit hungry. This journey has consumed a lot of physical energy. Gao Xinyu's lips were cracking a bit. It seemed that she was not only hungry, but also thirsty. You go fetch some water, and I'll get the food. Ding Ziyu prepared to make a roast. Over the years he and his grandfather had lived by each other, and there was basically nothing that could be difficult for him to do in life. On the contrary, Gao Xinyu looked a bit delicate, and I guessed that she seldom had the time to go down to the kitchen. Ding Ziyu moved quickly, and by the time Gao Xianyu came back from fetching water, he had already raised the fire, and had threaded 2 huge pieces of rock pork larger than the palm of his hand, which were sizzling on the fire. Where did you get the meat? Gao Xinyu asked curiously. I saw a beast die in the forest earlier, and seeing that the corpse was still fresh, I got a bit of meat. I don't know how many days I have to stay in this wilderness. I can't do without food. Ding Ziyu bragged, but it's not all lies. Chapter 63, Special Individuals. Gao Xinyu didn't say anything, but quietly sat on the side, staring at him grilling the meat, as if she was really a bit hungry. An eerie silence fell on both sides for a moment. It wasn't until the meat was almost cooked that Gao Xianyu finally broke the silence. This is the meat of that savage ancient beast. How did you kill it? Gao Xinyu asked slowly. Ding Ziyu's hand involuntarily shook, not expecting her to be able to tell where this piece of meat came from. He had really underestimated this woman. I have some special abilities, but I can basically identify anything I've seen. That savage ancient beast is very special. I can smell its odor. Seeing Ding Ziyu looking at himself, Gao Xianyu couldn't help but explain. Associated with the time Ding Ziyu disappeared earlier, Gao Xianyu, no matter how stupid she was, guessed what he had done to go. Everyone has their own secrets, and wanting to live in this chaotic world is not a whole lot easier. Ding Ziyu did not want to explain anything, although Gao Xianyu had behaved well. So far, it was only a co-worker relationship. Alright, your grilling skills look good. I'm really hungry. Gao Xinyu quickly changed the topic, skillfully hiding her disappointment. She also knew very well that even within the Blind Box Authority, the personnel were varied and good and bad. Without a lifelong friendship, who would easily tell their secrets to others? Will we spend the night in the wilderness tonight? It is said that the night in the wilderness is very scary. Ding Ziyu cut off a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to Gao Xinyu. It would certainly be best if we could leave. Let's speed up this afternoon and hopefully find our way back. Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu and realized that he did not test his meaning. By all accounts, with his strength of being able to destroy the savage ancient beast, he should have a strong ability to survive. However, the expression that appeared on Ding Ziyu's face did not seem to be lying. After the two of them ate some grilled meat and drank some boiled water, they continued on their way. What they didn't expect, However, was that this lake, which didn't seem that big from a distance, only realized that it was really big when they actually went around the road. In the middle of the road, they also encountered a variety of wild beasts attack, but fortunately, the two people's self-protection ability are good. Finally did not have any big problems. The strength that Ding Ziyu displayed also impressed Gao Xinyu. He was long gone from the state he was in when he first entered the Blind Box Authority, and his combat prowess was much stronger than that of her, the leader of the group. As the sun was about to go down, the two of them finally rounded the lake, but there was still no shadow of the expected Daning City at all. Gao Xinyu had determined the direction many times, and in the end, she was a little afraid to be too sure. In case they weren't teleported to the vicinity of Daning City, hell knows where they would go. It seems like we won't be able to return to Daning City today, Gao Xinyu said somewhat depressed. Do you have something very important to do? Ding Ziyu could see that Gao Xinyu was not afraid of staying in the wilderness, but had something else in mind. After today I'll be able to pray for a new blind box and want to find a safe place to do it, Gao Xinyu said with great concern. There's no danger in praying for a blind box, is there? Just don't open it, Ding Ziyu judged based on his own experience. He had also seen many people's prayer process on the internet, and nothing dangerous had happened. My situation is a bit special. Every time I pray something strange always happens. Gao Xinyu didn't hide her situation this time. Strange things happen? Can you tell us about it? Ding Ziyu also became interested. The first time I prayed for a blind box, a neighboring building somehow went askew, and if it wasn't for the fact that everyone fled quickly, I don't know how many people would have died. The second time I prayed, I attracted thunder and lightning from the sky, and almost killed myself. Gao Xinyu said several special events at once. If one thing happened, you could say it was accidental, but if it happened every time, there was definitely something wrong. Why are you like this? Is that how you got those special abilities? Ding Ziyu was curious. Clearly he had met another very special person. Some of them were opened from a blind box, while others came directly to me in the process of praying. Gao Xinyu doesn't have more than one strange ability. It seems that she is also a character with a protagonist's destiny, which is more special than several others. Since there's danger, let's pray after returning to the city. It doesn't matter if it's a few days late. Ding Ziyu didn't want anything unusual to happen, and in case he attracted any big trouble, it seemed that he had nothing better to do than to flee into the small Holy Land. The good thing is that praying for a blind box doesn't need to be jammed every time, as long as it's more than a month old, and there's nothing wrong with a few more days apart. It's just that the next prayer will be delayed as a result. No way. I'm in a special situation. If I miss the time point, not only will I not be able to open anything good, but I'll get into trouble, unless I never pray for the blind box again, Gao Xinyu said very seriously. She did do the delayed prayer thing, and a couple of times she got into more trouble, and it's only gradually worked out some of the patterns. Why is there such a strange phenomenon? Does this woman have any special origin? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth in his mind. Obviously, Gao Xinyu's situation looked a few points more special than his. This kind of person would have existed before, chance accompanied by bad luck, and with each bad luck they pass through, they would become stronger and stronger. This woman's upper limit is very high. I'm afraid she's much more bullish than Long Xiaoye. The real-eyes evaluation of Gao Xinyu surprised Ding Ziyu. If you can take her under your wing, she will definitely become a great help to you in the future. The Eye of Truth was afraid that Ding Ziyu didn't understand what he was saying, and hurriedly added, taking in? What does that mean? Are we going to marry her? Ding Ziyu's first thought was this, but he didn't have such thoughts in his heart, even though Gao Xinyu was very pretty and had a good figure. But Ding Ziyu had no feelings for her. Perhaps it was because Gao Xinyu showed a formidable strength and was not the type that Ding Ziyu liked. It's not impossible. It's a method that usually works. Of course, if you have another way to get her to follow you to her death, that's perfectly feasible too. What, if I'm also affected by her bad luck physique? Ding Ziyu didn't dare to think only in favor. Gao Xinyu's bad luck may not be bearable for the average person. Then congratulations, you possess the same great fortune, but the probability of this happening is extremely small, so don't daydream about it. Ding Ziyu laughed dryly twice, ending the conversation with the Eye of Truth. Instead, his heart began to ponder on how to turn Gao Xinyu into his own. Chapter 64, The Blessing of God. It was just a shame that he couldn't think of anything good to do with his pitifully little experience with women. Do you have any good ideas? Ding Ziyu tried to ask the Eye of Truth to give him a tip. Don't you ask me. I'm not a human race, and I'm not a fan of the complicated emotions you humans have. If it's our race, if you look at each other, just start a fight, and if you win, she's yours. If you lose the fight you either walk away yourself or lose your little life. The realize method is a staple of simplicity and brutality, and there's really no way to learn from it. Ding Ziyu was silent. The best way to get someone to follow you with a dead heart is to make them submit to you. Only how to make someone submissive was a big problem. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. Ding Ziyu spoke without reason. Gao Xinyu glanced at him, nodded helplessly and said, "It can only be so." Ding Ziyu instantly reacted that his answer to the Eye of Truth was also equal to answering Gao Xinu. Fortunately, the speed of his communication with the Eye of Truth was extremely fast, and it did not arouse Gao Xinyu's suspicion. Spending the night in the wilderness was indeed a very dangerous thing. Ding Ziyu and his duo found a cliff wall and endeavored to build a shelter. The stones they moved to build the wall were all hundreds of pounds of boulders, and in normal times, this would have been a very solid shelter. But there wasn't much security for the wilderness right now. A random large beast or something fierce could easily overrun the wall they had put up. If you want to stay safe, you still have to rely on your own strength. Such a shelter can only comfort oneself psychologically. The two men built a roaring fire in the center of the shelter, ate something hastily, and sat down for a quiet rest. It was unknown how long it had been, but Gao Xinyu pushed Ding Ziyu and pointed at the moon in the sky. "It's already midnight, and in a little while it will be early morning." Gao Xinyu was both a little excited and a little worried. "Go ahead and pray. I'll keep you safe." Ding Ziyu still decided to help her out. At least the two of them had a pretty good friendship. This foundation was kept up. Maybe it would be useful in the future? "Thank you then," Gao Xinyu replied. Then she began to put together her attire with great care, from her clothes to her instrumentation. Obviously everyone takes the prayer blind box very seriously. After gathering everything, only then did Gao Xinyu sit on her knees, reverently stretching her hands upwards, gathering them together, and then slowly bowing to the ground. The whole process was quite serious and sincere, and looking at Ding Ziyu, he was wondering a little if her specialness had anything special to do with this set of rituals of hers. In fact, there is a lot of discussion online about such things. While everyone knows that you have to be pious enough to pray for a blind box, it's not as if you get preferential treatment just because you're pious. If not, where would so many dangerous blind boxes be created? Gao Xinu's prayers. The sky did not immediately descend the blind box, but instead made the surrounding atmosphere become a bit strange. Ding Ziyu didn't know how he should describe his feelings. In short, there were constant strange noises coming from all around the mountain forest. Snap! A 4 to 5 meter long, bull-thick snake fell from the cliff face, startling Ding Ziyu. However, after this big snake landed on the ground, it did not attack them. Instead, it quickly coiled up and only stretched out its long snake head to stare at Gao Xinyu. For Ding Ziyu, who was next to him, he was directly ignored. Immediately afterward, several more eyes glittering with green light came over from the distance. Ding Ziyu took a look, and there were ferocious wolves of enormous size, burly wild boars, and mighty tigers. With a glance, it was just like the zoo was having a beast conference. What made people feel the most strange was that these ferocious creatures that were originally difficult to come together were now staying in the perimeter in incomparable harmony, as if they were expecting something. Their gazes all looked toward Gao Xinyu, flashing with a languid green light. Ding Ziyu felt a little numb. If it was just one or two beasts, he really did not have to worry about anything. However, with so many beasts eyeing them intently, any one of them rushing over could easily knock down the stone wall they had built up. With Gao Xinyu in this state, it was obvious that she couldn't participate in the battle, so everything could only rely on herself. Can one really top that in the face of such a serious threat? Ding Ziyu asked himself in his heart as he felt overwhelmed. This group of ferocious creatures outside were definitely not that easy to deal with, and if they all attacked Gao Xinyu at the same time, the only way to be safe for himself was to bring her into the little Holy Land. But by entering the little sanctuary, her prayer process would surely be interrupted, and she would no longer be able to get in touch with God. So there's still time to wait until the blind box descends. Luckily, the beasts were just staring at her and had no intention of launching an attack. I'm afraid they were also waiting for the moment when the blind box would be lowered. This woman is also a little too strange. Ding Ziyu was incomparably sighing. Before he felt that Long Xiaoye was a strange one, he didn't realize that there were even stranger women than Long Xiaoye. When Gao Xinyu had bowed for the 7th time in a row, there was a sudden change in the sky, and a long blue light flashed down. It looked like a bolt of lightning, but unlike lightning, it was not blinding, but blue and very attractive. Isn't that the special power she performed today? Just what kind of power is it? Ding Ziyu recognized it at once. However, it was still impossible to understand what kind of energy it was. This should be a very special kind of blessing that is impossible for ordinary people to obtain. The realized tone also revealed some envy. Then wouldn't she not need to cultivate, waiting for old heaven to bestow her blessings every day and month, and her strength would just rise miserably? Ding Ziyu was truly a bit envious and jealous. People can't be compared to each other, and it's hard for others to improve their strength even after they've worked hard to cultivate. She's good. She's been directly blessed by the heavens. One could only say that Gao Xinyu was more like the protagonist between heaven and earth, and that he himself was only slightly more lucky. The blue light that fell from the sky quickly landed on top of Gao Sinyu's head and quickly penetrated into her body. In the next moment, her body's blue light flourished, and there were countless blue lights radiating and overflowing from her body. The surrounding beasts all let out bursts of low roars and quickly approached the shelter. It was clear that the blue light that was spilling out was good for them, and perhaps that was what the beasts were after. Just how did they know a blue light was coming? Could it be the beasts' natural instincts? An instinct engraved in their bones. Can I absorb these blue lights? Ding Zi asked curiously. Despite being so close to Gao Xinyu, he did not feel anything special about these blue lights. Chapter 65. You're not going to kill me, are you? It shouldn't suit you very well. Otherwise, your body should have reacted the moment the blessing came down. The realized words struck Ding Ziyu to the core. It turned out that he was even worse than those beasts. Alas, it seems that there is still only honest cultivation. Ding Ziyu sighed. This kind of thing could not be envied. Roar! A white giant tiger let out a low growling sound, apparently warning the surrounding beasts not to come closer over. On the other hand, it itself slowly walked forward with steady steps. The strength of this giant tiger was definitely not half as bad as the giant rock pig that he had encountered before, and with just a low roar from it, several beasts were subdued in place, not daring to take a step forward easily. Gao Xinyu was also affected by this roar, and although her closed eyes did not open, her eyelashes clearly fluttered, and her bowing movements paused slightly. Luckily this pause was not large, just a slight delay, and she began to bow again. How long is this prayer process going to take her? Ding Ziyu became a little worried. The visions had appeared and the blessing had been accomplished, so why was the blind box delayed? It was clearly different from one's prayers. I don't know. It might be different for everyone. Until the blind box comes down, you'll have to try to guard her well. What is the strength of that white tiger? Ding Ziyu's heart grew anxious as he saw the white giant tiger slowly approaching. It's also around the 7th stage of Martial Saint, but its combat power is definitely much stronger than that giant rock pig. Even if we let the savage dragon out, we won't be able to kill it easily. The judgment of the true I made Ding Ziyu a little embarrassed. He was already communicating with the boundary pearl. Once the white giant tiger launched its attack, he would directly bring Gao Xinyu into the small Holy Land. He didn't care if he would expose his secret. Saving people was important. Gao Xinyu, this woman, he is definitely going to keep it. Maybe in the future he still need her to protect himself. These days danger can happen at any time. Multiple friends are good any way you look at it. Fortunately, the white giant tiger's deterrent power was strong enough that the other animals, although unwilling, could only slowly move forward behind it and with a very small amplitude for fear that the white tiger would attack them. By this time, the white tiger had already arrived outside the shelter, and its huge head was already sticking out, as big as the front of a blind box authority assault vehicle, and it was very intimidating. Ding Ziyu wanted to make a move, but he didn't move easily. Instead, focusing all his attention on Gao Xinyu, the white giant tiger slightly opened its mouth, and with a gentle suck, it rolled those scattered blue lights into its mouth. Then it squinted its eyes in a very enjoyable manner. Ding Ziyu was very worried, afraid that this fellow would open his mouth wide and swallow himself and Gao Xinyu together. Looking at its bloody mouth, it couldn't be easier to swallow two people. Just then, Gao Xinyu finally finished the 3 kneeling and 9 kowtowing, and a very bright red light from the sky quickly descended. It seemed that this blind box wasn't simple either. At least it wasn't an ordinary blind box, and there was no telling what goodies would be inside. While Ding Ziyu was pondering, the white giant tiger on one side suddenly raised its head and bit towards the red light. This bastard actually dared to rob Gao Xinyu's blind box, and he didn't know what it was thinking. Before the blind box reached its owner, no one could snatch it, and the white tiger clearly didn't know this. The red light easily passed through its mouth and finally landed steadily next to Gao Xinyu. The white giant tiger was furious when its bite fell short, and lowered its head to bite down at Gao Xinyu. This was the rhythm of biting the blind box along with the person. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shut up! Ding Ziyu roared, raising his fist and blasting it towards the white tiger's nose. Normally speaking, the nose of a beast was a relatively vulnerable place. The white tiger's nose was huge, and it wasn't difficult to hit it. Ding Ziyu was worried that if he was a little slow to strike, Gao Xinyu would be gone. Bang! Ding Ziyu's fist was heavy, smashing directly into the white tiger's nose, yet it only served as a very small block. This fellow was too strong, and his huge strength was definitely not something that Ding Ziyu could resist. Ding Ziyu's ability to fight for this extremely short period of time was already the limit. In an instant, Ding Ziyu dragged Gao Xinyu and dashed into the small Holy Land. The blind box followed suit and flew in, narrowly escaping the mouth of the white tiger. The two people in front of him disappeared out of thin air, causing this white tiger to become furious. With a single swing of its huge palm, it slapped the shelter Ding Ziyu and the others had built to smithereens, and even the hard rock was scratched with a tiger claw mark that was meters deep. However, such an attack did not have any effect. and the two disappeared into thin air, causing the white tiger to become very annoyed, and immediately began to pounce on the surrounding beasts. Now, the entire mountain forest shook, and all sorts of wild beasts scattered and fled in all directions, not knowing how many times faster than when they came. Nonetheless, there were still many beasts that suffered, either slapped to death by the white tiger or bitten to death by it. For a time, the aura of blood spread throughout the entire mountain forest. Ding Ziyu didn't know what was going on outside, and was lucky to have escaped the white tiger's attack. Where is this? How did it suddenly turn into daytime? Gao Xinyu finally came to her senses and was very surprised at the immediate environment. This is my special space, and it has another name. It's called the Little Holy Land. Ding Ziyu didn't intend to hide it from Gao Xin anymore. She had already entered anyway. What else can we do? Special space, small holy land? Gao Xinyu obviously didn't know about this and had a puzzled look on her face. It means something similar to a space ring, except this one is large and can survive a living person or animal. Ah, this is also too amazing. You actually have such a marvelous thing on your hands, and you actually let me in. You won't kill anyone, right? Gao Xinyu was truly shocked. Such a thing didn't know how many times more valuable than a space ring. Several people saw a space ring and got up the heart to kill and seize the treasure, let alone such a good thing. Such a secret would not be easily told even by someone very close to him. The two of them were only co-workers, and Gao Xinyu knew that Ding Ziyu was on the defensive, so why wouldn't she be? Now that Ding Ziyu had brought her into the Little Holy Land in order to save her, the best way to keep this secret was to shut her up forever. I'm somewhat unable to muster the determination to kill you. How about you submit to me? Ding Ziyu said slowly, not that he was not determined enough, but Gao Xinu. This woman was really useful to him. When Gao Xinyu heard this, she didn't know how to reply. She didn't know if Ding Ziyu's words were true or not, but when she thought that Ding Ziyu was able to kill the savage ancient beast, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried in her heart. Chapter 66, The Heart of the Matter. Why should I submit to you? Do you have a huge organization behind you? Or is there some ambitious goal? Gao Xinyu asked back very seriously. In this chaotic world, actually living well is the biggest goal. Ding Ziyu actually did not have much extravagant expectations, and he did not want to form any superpowers, much less those unrealistic things. If there had to be a goal, it was to get rid of the Zhou family. The purpose of this doing of this was also to live well. I don't have an organization, nor do I have ambitious goals. If you do, maybe I can help you achieve them. Ding Ziyu's reply was random and not as domineering as expected. You're getting a little ahead of yourself. Do you know what my background is? Do you know what I want to do? Gao Xinyu asked rhetorically, with some minor emotional agitation. None of what you said matters. If you submit to me, you're my man, and no matter what difficulties you have, I'll try my best to help you. Ding Ziyu felt that he had already put his words in place. The attitude was also clear enough. It was up to Gao Xinyu to listen to her heart. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a while, making sure that he didn't have the slightest intention of joking. She also understood that she had seen Ding Ziyu's core secret, and if she was still in that couldn't care less state of mind, there was a real possibility that she would cause the other party's killing intent. If the two sides switched roles, could one allow him to live? Gao Xinyu herself didn't have an answer, or at least she wasn't sure what she would do. Are you really willing to help me unconditionally? Gao Xinyu finally spoke. As long as it's something within my ability, I will definitely help you unconditionally. Ding Ziyu also replied solemnly. Thinking about what the Eye of Truth had said, he decided to take a gamble. That's good. I'll be your person from now on. You can't back out. Gao Xinyu finally revealed a sweet smile that had the appearance of a thawing spring light, rippling a pool of spring water. Ding Ziyu looked a little dazed. At this moment, Gao Xinyu was undoubtedly quite beautiful, different from any of the usual times he saw her. Or rather, normally, many of Gao Xinyu's expressions were faked and not really from the heart. At this moment, her smile seemed real. Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Ding Ziyu flirted with an odd expression. Although he wanted to subdue Gao Xinu, in turn would it be himself who was subdued by her? How come? You're my reliance in the future. I have to listen to you. Gao Xinyu laughed even more happily. She realized that Ding Ziyu was not the kind of person who was sophisticated, but instead was more like a young man with a straightforward personality. Just how old are you? Recalling the changes in Ding Ziyu's appearance, Gao Xinu casually asked back. Just turned 18, less than a month ago. Ding Ziyu finally told the truth. The way it was before, it was just an after effect from using an item, and it's only just recently recovered. So your identity is that wanted Ding Ziyu? Gao Xinyu wasn't stupid, and quickly made sense of it. She'd read about that wanted man, she just hadn't really gotten into it. It's me, and this is also caused by the conflict that occurred between me and the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu simply said the conflict that occurred between him and the Zhou family as well. Without this conflict, perhaps his life was much more peaceful, and after awakening his powers, his biggest goal was to become a member of the Blind Box Authority. Now that goal was answered, but his recognition of the Blind Box Authority had changed even more. In particular, there was a deeper understanding of the world. The Blind Box Authority, by no means, was as righteous and wonderful as he thought they were. A lot of the things they did had a purpose. It didn't care that much about the life and death of the people at the bottom. This social system is not as simple as one would think, and there will be more strange things to encounter in the future. Protecting yourself and living well is really not an easy thing. Gao Xinyu listened to the conflict he had with the Zhou family and felt that such a conflict was really too normal, because the same conflicts are happening all the time. The Blind Box Authority is not in a position to regulate them even if it wants to. In the end, it's still about being strong enough to protect yourself. According to your current situation, your talent potential is at least superb. Awakening power at the age of 18 and reaching the martial saint level in a very short period of time. Such talent is rarely seen. Gao Xinyu was really somewhat optimistic about Ding Ziyu this time. Individuals were strong and were improving rapidly. There were also such good means of protection, as well as heaven-defying treasures in hand. If one could not develop in this way, then it would truly be a wasted life. I haven't reached the martial saint level. I'm at the same martial 10 stage as you. The one who killed that giant rock pig wasn't me, but a savage ancient beast in this small holy land. Its name is Savage Dragon. Ding Ziyu simply told Gao Xinyu about this as well, as she had already come in anyway. Under Ding Ziyu's leadership, Gao Xinyu soon saw the huge barbarian dragon. This fellow was in the middle of feeding, and when he saw Ding Ziyu coming over, he only casually swept a glance, with no intention of stopping. It is also too strong. How did you take it in? Gao Xinyu was both scared and a little surprised when she saw the barbarian dragon size, which was much stronger than the giant rock pig. This small holy land is all under my control. It's not that difficult to subdue a savage ancient beast. Ding Ziyu quickly communicated with the boundary pearl, and the surrounding plants grew rapidly all of a sudden, trapping Gao Xinyu in a few seconds later. Some of the plants even grew sharp spikes, which could easily kill Gao Xinyu as long as Ding Ziyu was willing. Gao Xinyu's face changed drastically. If she had somewhat belittled Ding Ziyu before, now she was considered to have completely understood. As long as he entered this small holy land, he was the king here, and could easily control everything, including his own life and death. As soon as Ding Ziyu saw that his purpose had been achieved, he simply waved his hand, and those grasses and trees shrunk back to their original lovely appearance. It seems like you can really help me in the future. After a while, I will leave Daning City. Are you willing to go somewhere else with me? Gao Xinyu this time is really moved. Before those words, indeed have perfunctory Ding Ziyu component, whether it's obedience or submission. This kind of non-binding words, who dares to guarantee it? The powerful strength that Ding Ziyu had displayed, as well as his underpinnings, was the real reason that made Gao Xinyu's heart flutter. Aren't you from Daning City? Ding Ziyu didn't know about the other cities. He had lived in Daning City from the moment he was born until now. Nothing about further afield. Chapter 67, this could be a conspiracy. No, I'm from Tianyuan City and came to Daning City just to track down a matter. By now, I've already gotten some results, but I didn't expect to be teleported into the wilderness to come here, and almost lost my little life. Gao Xinyu gave a rough account of where she came from. It was the first time she had ever mentioned her affairs to anyone, and she did treat Ding Ziyu as one of her own before she would say this to him. The name of Tianyuan City. Ding Ziyu had seen it on the internet, only knowing that it was a city in the north, far away from Daning City. Forget it, let's just think about how to get back to Daning City. I don't know if the white tiger outside has left yet. Gao Xinyu didn't bother to say anything more when she saw that Ding Ziyu didn't have much of a reaction. Solving the trouble at hand is the most important thing. She was unaware that Ding Ziyu's lack of reaction was attracted to the blind box she had just prayed for. This blind box contains a teleportation scroll that can transfer people with clear coordinates. The Eye of Truth directly reported the contents of the blind box. This was really something tailor-made for them, and it had to be said that Gao Xinyu definitely counted as God's favorite. Otherwise, how could he have descended such a fitting thing for them? How many people can this thing teleport? Ding Ziyu was curious. It felt like he was moving something from the game to reality. There was no sense of realism at all. I don't know. Usually this kind of thing should be able to teleport as long as it's unfurled and the energy wave in the scroll reaches as far as it can. Not only does it include people, but also corresponding items. Ding Ziyu was relieved when the Eye of Truth said so. If he could only pass on one person, he could only place Gao Xinyu in the middle of the small holy land, and he didn't know if she would agree. After a short exchange, Ding Ziyu finally came back to his senses. Open your blind box. There might be something we need inside. Ding Ziyu said directly. How do you know it will work for us? You can see through the blind box? Gao Xinyu instantly found the point of Ding Ziyu's speech. It's not that I can see through it. It's just that strange feeling in the underworld. Ding Ziyu then cold drink a small lie. This kind of situation has occurred to many people, and would not appear to be that special. If he really said that he could see through the blind box, perhaps Gao Xinyu would think more highly of him, but it could also lead to a great deal of trouble as a result. Actually, I feel the same way. Let's hope it works for us. Gao Xinyu nodded, recognizing Ding Ziyu's statement. Gao Xianyu didn't hesitate and directly opened the red box. When she got her hands on the teleportation scroll, she was instantly surprised to the point where she couldn't close her mouth a bit. How could there be something so magical? Gao Xinyu had gotten the relevant information when she got the teleportation scroll, which was the natural permission of every box opener. What is it? Ding Ziyu played dumb. A teleportation scroll. With this thing, we can return directly to Daning City. Gao Xinyu did not hide Ding Ziyu's thoughts at all. So amazing. Do you know how to use it? It's very simple. Enter the corresponding coordinates and the scroll will be unfurled and we'll be able to go back. Gao Xinyu naturally knew the coordinates of Daning City. It wasn't a secret. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back. Ding Ziyu also didn't want to stay in the middle of this wilderness, as unexpected things could happen here at any time. Gao Xinyu nodded and was about to operate when she stopped again. It has to be back in the same space before it can be used. Otherwise it will just be a waste of its power. Don't be in a hurry. I'll observe the situation outside. Ding Ziyu maneuvered the boundary bead and quickly saw the situation outside. Outside was already a mess. All the wild beasts had fled, and the white tiger had lost sight of it, not knowing if it had chased those beasts and ran away somewhere else. The two of them once again returned to the outside of the cliff wall, and Gao Xinyu immediately operated it, inputting the coordinates of Daning City into it before slowly unrolling the scroll. Within the scroll, a white light rose up and caught both of them in it, and after a few breaths, they disappeared into thin air. When their figures reappeared, they were already back in Daning City. The entire process had lasted something like 2 days and minutes. Few people were out and about in the wee hours of the morning, and their presence did not attract the attention of others. When they returned to the Blind Box Authority, the first thing the duo did was to find Captain Chen to report on the day's events, and in the meantime, see if the other team members had returned. However, when they walked inside the office, they found that the entire Seaward 18 team was absent. There wasn't even a single person on duty. Perhaps they've all gone back to rest. Ding Ziyu reassured himself that at this point in time, going back to rest made sense. Not necessarily. It's possible that they are still over there, and it's even possible that they were teleported somewhere else by that big black hole. Gao Xinyu shook her head and gave a different answer. Then I'll contact Captain Chen and see if I can find him. Ding Ziyu took out his cell phone and started dialing. As a result, a busy tone came from inside, and finally prompted that Captain Chen was also not in the service area. Obviously, after Gao Xinyu's accident with them, the members of the Seaward 18 team all went over. It was estimated that they had faced the same problem. It's better to go over and take a look. Maybe someone will be guarding over there, Gao Xinyu said. The two headed that way again overnight, and when they got to the place, they found that the perimeter had been cordoned off. Hundreds of people have already been swallowed by that big black hole, and it is now strictly forbidden for anyone to go near that side. A staff member discouraged them, obviously not realizing that the two of them had also been teleported away by the black hole. This big black hole itself isn't dangerous. It just teleports people to other places at random. If you are lucky, you will be able to come back soon, Gao Xinyu hurriedly said. How do you know all this? The staff member hurriedly pursued the question. We were teleported out as well, and are just now returning. Really? Great. You guys wait. I'll contact the director and the others. The staff was very happy, having been swallowed by so many people. If they were all still alive, the loss would be much smaller. However, the staff member had just made the call, but there was no answer on the director's side. What's going on? Didn't they say this phone was available 24 hours a day? How come it didn't pick up? The staff was very strange. Right at this moment, an extremely dull rumbling sound came from the distance, as if a muffled thunderclap was hitting the sky. Although the sound was not big, it traveled far. Both the entire ground was trembling. This commotion is coming from the side of the Blind Box Authority. Something can't have happened, right? Ding Ziyu reacted at once. Could someone be attacking the Blind Box Authority at this time? Who is so bold? The staff also heard that something was wrong. Chapter 68. Having to get into the game, Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu looked at each other, and both of them revealed a puzzled look in their eyes, because this possibility was very high. A commotion like that must have been made by a powerful expert. The Blind Box Authority has a clear rule that all personnel are not allowed to open the blind box privately within the authority, and if they want to open the blind box, they can only open it in the area of command. In other words, it could be denied that this was a commotion made by opening a blind box. After all, who would open a blind box at this time of the day? And even if he wanted to, the area in question was already closed. Listening to this commotion, All of them are at least martial saints or above. And they might even be powerful high-stage martial saints. Us little shrimps, let's not get involved. That staff member was self-aware. His words were actually dissuading Ding Ziyu and his duo that when encountering such a situation, self-preservation was the best option first. I can't. I have to go back, Gao Xinyu said decisively. Why must you go back? Ding Ziyu asked rhetorically. It was said that with her strength, even if she went back, she wouldn't be able to play much of a role. I'm not going to participate in the battle, but I have something important left in the dormitory. Gao Xinyu hurriedly explained more so that Ding Ziyu would not misunderstand her thoughts. Alright then, hurry back and get it. Ding Ziyu let out a sigh of relief. He also did not want to get involved in this kind of high-end battle bureau. This is not a question of loyalty to the Blind Box Authority, but a question of ability. The Blind Box Authority does not impose any requirements in this regard. It is a matter of how much strength it has, and how much it can do. When the two of them rushed back to the Blind Box Authority, from a long distance away, they saw several silhouettes flying through the air at a considerable speed. Each collision created great commotion and was accompanied by strong oscillating waves. Several premises within the Blind Box Authority have been leveled and are in disarray everywhere. What people didn't expect was that apart from the fighting in the sky, there were actually people fighting on the ground as well, and the number was quite large. What's going on here? Could it be that someone wants to overthrow the dominance of the Blind Box Authority? Gao Xinyu was surprised. Perhaps the Blind Box administration wasn't the strongest force in Daning City, but it was at least one of the strongest. What kind of organization would go out of their way to target the Blind Box Authority? Besides, as far as they had taken down the Blind Box Authority in Daning City, weren't they worried about them counterattacking? The Blind Box Authority was by no means a strength that manifested itself on the surface. They had resources at their disposal and an unknown number of experts under their command. Don't mind them. Hurry up and get your stuff. Take it and go. Ding Ziyu doesn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. He doesn't have much of a strong sense of belonging to the Blind Box Authority anyway. It's a bit troublesome. There's a battle happening over in the dormitory area as well. Gao Xinyu got a little worried. The two bypassed some of the fighting areas and quickly approached the dormitory area. However, when the duo had just approached the past, they were spotted. There are two more guys here. Don't let them escape. A man in gray clothes pointed at Ding Ziyu and the two of them and shouted, and rushed up with a large sword. Get out of the way. I don't want to mind your business. Don't mess with us. Ding Ziyu decisively blocked the front and turned back to Gao Xinyu. Hurry up and get your stuff. Leave afterward. Kid is quite cross. As long as you wear these clothes, you should all go to hell. The gray-clothed man did not retreat. Instead, he accelerated his pace and rushed up. Before the person arrived, the large sword in his hand was already raised high and slashed. This guy has the strength of a martial artist 9th stage. You have to be careful. The Eye of Truth hastily reminded Ding Ziyu. Martial artist 9th stage was not scary. The key was that the other party had weapons in their hands, but Ding Ziyu was unarmed, which was a disadvantage. Luckily, Ding Ziyu's speed was not slow, and he knew that reasoning would be of little use in the face of the gray-robed men's rush. Since these people were all targeting the Blind Box Authority, they would definitely not let themselves go easily. Ding Ziyu did not retreat, but charged back. Just as the opponent's large sword was about to slash at him, a quick sidestep avoided it. The great sword carried a powerful and breaking sound as it chopped down to the ground. Ding Ziyu seized the opportunity and directly closed in and crashed into it. His body strength could be much stronger than an ordinary person, and he simply used himself as a humanoid weapon. It was convenient and quick, and could not be used against the latter to use the weapon's chance. The gray man had never seen such a fierce fight either. He wanted to draw his sword back, but it was already a little too late, so he could only raise his leg and kick at Ding Ziyu. This person's strength was indeed not small, but when he kicked at Ding Ziyu, it felt as if he had kicked at a particularly thick wall, unable to shake the other party at all. On the contrary, Ding Ziyu's impact was not reduced in the slightest, directly knocking the guy back several steps, and he could not hold the large sword in his hand, dropping it to the ground. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. It was exactly like taking advantage of your illness. He accelerated forward and swung a fierce blow to the opponent's head. With Ding Ziyu's current strength, if this punch landed, this person might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, this guy's reaction wasn't slow, and he hastily raised his hands to protect himself from having a face. Snap! Ding Ziyu's fist smashed into this person's arm, and the powerful force directly sent his entire body flying out, flying at least nearly 3 meters before it heavily hit the ground. Rubbish! How dare you be arrogant with this amount of strength? Ding Ziyu cursed and casually picked up the big also ran. This knife looked good, and it was fine to use it temporarily. The gray-clothed man was shivering in pain, and when he saw that Ding Ziyu did not come up to kill him, he was finally relieved. Ding Ziyu was not up to any kindness, but was looking at Gao Xinyu in the distance. A person also appeared over there, blocking her path. It seemed that there were really a lot of them attacking the blind box authority this time, and this was the rhythm of saving their hearts to eradicate the blind box authority from Daning City. The moment Ding Ziyu turned his head, the gray-robed man who had fallen to the ground suddenly reached out and took out a gun from his own clothes. These days, although the number of people who used hot weapons was decreasing, there were still some people who would use them. After all, these weapons were still quite useful for martial artists of lower realms, or ordinary people. Ding Ziyu was not a foolish boy, and the moment the other party made a move, he violently flung his hand and threw the large sword in his hand out. The large knife cut a lightning bolt through the air and instantly plunged out of the gray-robed man's chest, chopping the gun in his hand into two in the process. Yeah, the quality of this knife is good. Ding Ziyu was a bit surprised to see this result. He did not expect this to be a good knife that could easily cut off the opponent's gun. Next time you'll have to be more careful. Don't get caught in the gutter. Real I warned. Although Ding Ziyu's body was strong, it was not to the extent that it was also invulnerable to gunfire, and he was afraid that he would have to upgrade another level or two before he could resist the attack of a hot weapon. Chapter 69, Robbing While the Fire's Hot. Ding Ziyu didn't have the time to care about the warning from the Eye of Truth, and rushed over to Gao Sinyu's side with his sword. He realized that the guy who had stopped Gao Sinyu was not weak, and had actually steadily gained the upper hand. If he continued to be entangled like this, he was afraid that he would attract more enemies. Get out of the way. Wait for me to meet him. Ding Ziyu rushed closer and blocked Gao Sinyu's front with a flash. The large sword in his hand didn't care about the rules, and he directly made a messy chop of firewood. Kid, there are a few points of strength, but unfortunately, this blade technique of yours is completely unimpressive. The old fellow opposite easily avoided Ding Ziyu's attack, and at a glance, he had mastered a good secret art. Don't you care about how my knife skill is? To be able to cut you to death is a good knife skill. Ding Ziyu looked like a desperate man. His big knife danced like a tiger, by virtue of his own strength. Although his blade technique was lousy, it was definitely not bad in terms of power, and the old man tried to attack him several times, but was forced back by Ding Ziyu. It seems that if you don't show some real skill, you really think that I can't clean you up. The old man suddenly pulled himself up and actually performed the art of aerial control. I didn't expect that this fellow was actually still a martial saint level expert. On the ground, Ding Ziyu was still able to use his brute strength to attack his opponent, but when this old man reached the air, he was at his wit's end. However, that old man was to draw out a whip with a cold light barbs too. Under the shake, the long whips actually reached more than 2 feet. Kid, let you taste the old man's snake iron whip. As the old man spoke, his long whip suddenly shook straight and stabbed towards Ding Ziyu's head. Seeing that the whip was slightly unusually sharp, if it really hit the head, he was afraid that a large hole could open up. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu's speed was not slow. His feet hurriedly backed up, narrowly avoiding the old man's attack. The old man's face looked a little unsightly. He was not expecting Ding Ziyu to be not only powerful, but also quite flexible in his body, and his speed was beyond his imagination. If it was any other martial artist, they would have casually struck out, and it would have been easy to settle it. Kid, why don't you worship me and I'll teach you some practical moves. Following the blind box authority has no future at all and will only waste your talent. The old man actually gave birth to the idea of recruiting Ding Ziyu, which was also odd enough. You guys aren't exactly a good way to go, are you? Does following you guys mean you have a future? Ding Ziyu would not easily accept someone's flimflam. The Nine Lords Society is a good example. Who's to say that the people who attacked the blind box authority tonight are the good guys now? Soulless brat. Toast to the world. But not to the world. See if the old man won't whip you to death today. The old man's anger blazed, and the snake iron whip in his hand all of a sudden became really agile like a snake. Or draw, or sweep, or pull, or roll. The moves are bizarre and defensible. Ding Ziyu was already at a disadvantage. Not only could he not hit his opponent on the ground, his agility could not take any advantage, and he was instantly in trouble. If his speed wasn't quite good, I'm afraid that he would have been injured under the other party's snake iron whip. Ma, what should we do? It really can't be beaten. Ding Ziyu was already considering what to do. The best way was to hide in the little Holy Land, but Gao Sinyu hadn't returned yet. If he ran away by himself, what would Gao Sinyu do? Just then, Gao Sinyu finally ran back in a hurry, her back carrying a long box that looked very eye-catching. Seeing Ding Ziyu dodging from side to side, Gao Xinu immediately rushed up, waving her palm and striking out a blue light, sending the old man's snake iron whip flying out. Yeah, this girl is all a bit special. I didn't realize there was such a talent within the blind box authority. Not bad, not bad. That old man got excited again. It seemed that Gao Sinyu's talent made him even more excited. Right at this moment, there was actually another group of people rushing in, and every one of them was actually a martial saint level expert. Ding Ziyu took a look and recognized several people at once. They were actually people from the Nine Lords Association. Get out of the way. The man at the head swept a glance at old Yes and said in a very nonchalant manner, "What? You Nine Lords Association also want to sweep the hand?" The old man did not look afraid in the slightest, and all of a sudden, he revealed the other party's origin. Seek death. The chief deacon of the Nine Lords Association let out a bellowing cry and swung his palm over. Despite being a long way away, a light red astral wind shot out from under his palm, very domineering in appearance. The old man's face changed, and he hurriedly drove away as fast as he could. Obviously, his strength was far inferior to this chief deacon of the Nine Lords Society, and he didn't even dare to take a single move. Rubbish! The chief deacon of the Nine Lords Association didn't even bother to chase down the man. Instead, he dropped his gaze onto the two of them. Ding Ziyu, come over here, you two, and show us the way. The chief deacon pointed at Ding Ziyu and the two of them. Seniors, the authority is right in front of us. You can just go in by yourselves. Ding Ziyu didn't want to lead the way with these people. It wasn't like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Shut up, speak again and watch out for the whip. One of the deacons glared at Ding Ziyu, truly having the stance of making a move at the drop of a hat. Ding Ziyu glanced at Gao Xinyu, actually imploring her to come closer to him and bring her into the small holy land if necessary. This was the only way to escape at this time. There is absolutely nothing good about following the Nine Lords Society within the authority. Luckily, Gao Xinyu was also perceptive and instantly understood Ding Ziyu's meaning. Just as she was about to move her feet, another drink came from the distance. Stand still. Is the Nine Lords Association amazing? A martial saint dressed in red quickly shot over. When he spoke, he was still a long way away, and when he finished saying that, he had already come to the heels of a few eyes. Ha ha, people from the Red Dragon Society? I didn't expect all the bulls and devils to drill out tonight. What? You guys want a piece of the pie too? When the chief deacon saw the visitor, he also frowned all of a sudden. Obviously, he was aware that this person was powerful. There are some things that not only you guys are watching, but a lot of people are watching. No one will be able to easily take this item and the blind box authority all by themselves, the red-robed martial saint said with a grim face. At this time, another group of red-clothed people came over, and their number was really not less than the people from the Nine Lords Association. Ha ha, it seems that tonight is really lively. I, Lu Jifeng, have put my heart and soul into laying this trap, but I've opened the door of convenience for you guys. Since everyone wants a piece of the pie, let's strike together and exterminate a few old ghosts of the blind box authority first. If we don't get rid of these old ghosts, no one will be able to get that thing. Lu Jifeng's voice was loud and he wasn't afraid of being heard by others. Looking at this very young-looking expert, Ding Ziyu instantly recalled quite a few rumors. This Lu Jifeng was not a simple character. Several years ago he was already known as the #1 expert amongst the juniors of Daning City. There were quite a few rumors about him, and I didn't expect to see a real person tonight. What's more, people didn't expect that this person would be so bold as to dare to lay hands on the blind box authority. Chapter 70, the three parties join forces. Lu Jifeng ran over, and the several parties that were originally in a state of saber-rattling quieted down. Obviously, they all had scruples about this person and didn't dare to offend this person easily. People get up in arms before the stuff arrives, and such behavior is just like being a cutie. What's the difference? Do you guys know why those old miscreants from the blind box authority are hesitant to show up? They're just waiting for us to fight first and end up in a fight to the death, and they'll just come out to clean up the mess in the end. Lu Jifeng had a sullen face, but the man did have a clear mind. Regardless of whether it was the Nine Lords Association or the Red Dragon Association, their strengths were quite impressive, and Lu Jifeng himself had brought quite a few experts with him. If the three of them fought in a bloodbath, they would most likely end up with 3 losses. This would be like a fish and mussel fighting over a fish. Good. We'll join forces in 3 parties and attack the blind box authority. That item is most likely placed in the secret art museum. The defense of this secret arts hall is very tight, and I heard that there are some powerful spell formations tattooed on it, so I don't know if it's true or not. That high-degree martial saint of the Red Dragon Society immediately agreed to Lu Jifeng's proposal. The secret art museum really has a powerful spell formation tattooed on it. It's just that it doesn't open under normal circumstances. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have already rushed in. What's the point of uniting you guys? Lu Jifeng said nonchalantly. If that spell formation is too powerful, what would it take to open it? There was someone on the Nine Lords Association side who asked a question. They had once owned a small holy land and were no strangers to things like spell formations, only now their little sanctuary had been inexplicably lost, and they didn't even know how. It is said that the identities of the members of the Blind Box Authority are entered into it, so perhaps using them will be able to open the spell. The old man under Lu Jifeng returned. He pointed at the Ding Ziyu duo who were standing slightly farther away, which was hitting the idea on their heads. Nima, there are so many people in the Blind Box Authority, can't you find someone else? Ding Ziyu slandered in his heart. hearing that he was scared to death. Facing this group of powerful martial saints, he really couldn't stand up to them. Just them? Qualified enough? Lu Jifeng swept a glance at the Ding Ziyu duo, his expression rather cold. He even somewhat disbelieved what his men said. After all, the two were only of martial artist status, and basically had little say within the blind box authority. I've already checked, and they've only recently entered the Secret Arts Museum. It is said that members who enter the Secret Arts Hall will have their records cleared once a week, and they will have to reapply if they want to enter again after that. The two of them should not have their records cleared yet, and it is very likely that they will be able to open the Secret Arts Hall. We've tried several of the others, and anyone who hasn't entered the Secret Art Museum in the near future will be killed outright if they touch that spell. Only these two or a little hope. The old man spoke eloquently, not caring at all for the feelings of the two of them. Ding Ziyu. Now Ding Ziyu finally understood why this old family had never laid a hand on them, and even said that they would take him as a disciple, but in reality, it was all to utilize them to try and open the spell formation of the Secret Art Museum. The old man's mind was indeed bad enough and his heart was deep enough that people with a slightly bad brain might have been fooled by him. Oh, I see. Are you two willing to help us enter the Secret Art Pavilion? Lu Jifeng's gaze swept over, and despite the smile on his face, it still made the two of them, Ding Ziyu, feel emboldened. The difference in strength between the two was so great that there was indeed a great oppressive force. Ding Ziyu didn't even feel confident that he would be able to instantly vanish into the small Holy Land in front of this person. Even if he did, this person would most likely rush in after him, and he still wouldn't be safe, but might instead lead the wolf into the house. We also don't know how to enter the Secret Arts Hall, much less any spell formations. Ding Ziyu could only pretend to know nothing. It doesn't matter if you don't know, we will teach you how to operate it when the time comes. Lu Jifeng's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. For the time being, it seemed that the two of them were in no danger. Alright, we'll just try to cooperate as much as possible. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to object easily. First take words to stabilize these people, and when they found an opportunity, it wouldn't be too late to escape. What's the situation out there? Have all those peripheral members been purged? The leader of the Nine Lords Society stared at Lu Jifeng and asked. Those people are nothing but small characters, not worth mentioning. With me, Mr. Lu, personally taking action, I would have sent them to hell long ago, Lu Jifeng said casually. Ding Ziyu couldn't even dream of it. Before there was still a fierce battle outside, but he didn't expect that in such a short time, all those martial saint experts had been slaughtered by this Lu Jifeng. No wonder they've been talking here for so long and no one from the Blind Box Authority has come, so they've been killed off. Now, it seemed that there were only a few powerful members who were hiding in the Secret Arts Hall and refused to come out. If Lu Jifeng and the others wanted to get their hands on the items, they could only attack the Secret Art Museum. Alright, let's go to the Secret Art Museum now. Those old things hiding inside aren't weak. We must work together to ensure that we won't be broken by them individually. The Nine Lords Guild Master was also well aware that the Blind Box Authority had experts in attendance. Don't look at this place as only the Greater Ning City branch, as well as hiding a lot of experts. Just not until the critical moment. They will not show up. By the way, where is your guild master? Why don't you want to show up yet? You don't think that with your strength you can be our equal, do you? Lu Jifeng swept a glance at the martial saint leading the Red Dragon Guild. He was Ling Shaoke, a 7th stage martial saint. In fact, this person was already very strong. It was just that compared to Lu Jifeng and the Nine Lords Society Master, his strength was still obviously not enough to be the same, and he really wasn't qualified to be compared to them. Our club master will be here soon. Ling Shaoke drew the corners of his mouth a little awkwardly. In the past it was always him who disliked other people's part. Today he was actually disliked by others. The point was that he really didn't have the temper to retort. These two people were obviously both experts who had surpassed the 10th stage of martial sainthood, and wanting to clean him up was simply not too simple. What are you two in such a hurry for? I'm just coming. A voice came from a distance, and by the time this person's words fell, he had already arrived in front of the crowd. This person was also dressed in red, but the embroidery on his body was 9 golden dragons, similar to the dragon robes worn by emperors in ancient times. It was just that this person was wearing a mask on his face and did not look at people with his real face. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at this person, to the point where he was able to easily look one behind that mask. He could not have dreamt that this person was actually Zhou Zhengang, the Zhou family's family head. Ding Ziyu has not seen Zhou Zhengang in person, but there are a lot of photos of him on the internet. After all, this Zhou family head is not a very low-profile character. There were people who suspected that the Red Dragon Society was inextricably linked to the Zhou family before, and now it was very obvious. This Red Dragon Society is the black organization established by the Zhou family, specializing in unseemly deeds. Chapter 71, The Powerful Poison Mist. I dislike your kind of guys who hide their heads and have no bearing at all. You end up being strong enough, or else the Red Dragon Society will automatically be out. Lu Jifeng swept a glance at the Red Dragon Guildmaster and said very nonchalantly, although this person acted in an overbearing and bold manner, character-wise, he was still a bit brighter and more open-minded than a sinister and cunning character like the Zhou family. At least in Ding Ziyu's opinion, it was easier for him to accept this Lu Jifeng, even though this guy was afraid that he was also a ruthless character who could kill without blinking an eye. Everyone has a different style of acting, each with their own kind of choices. Why should Brother Lu be so difficult? As for the strength, you and watch, since this seat can become the Red Dragon Society's master. Naturally it is not comparable to ordinary martial artists, the masked man said confidently. After the three bigwigs had pulled a few strings, they began to make arrangements. A good chunk of the Blind Box Authority has been teleported away, and the remaining stragglers have basically been cleared out. There's only a few old guys with decent strength hiding in the secret arts hall and not coming out. You two think it's necessary to see that the Blind Box Authority actually doesn't care about the deaths of you little characters, so there's no need to sell your lives to them. Cooperate with us well, and when we open the secret art museum, maybe I'll be able to share some of your favors, Lu Jifeng said as he looked at the two of them. Ding Ziyu. Although Ding Ziyu clearly knew that this was his way of stirring up trouble, he had to admit that this guy had a few points. Previously, Lu Jifeng's people were killing those members on the periphery of the Blind Box Authority, and their identities were estimated to be similar to those of Ding Ziyu and the others. However, the core members of the Blind Box Authority insisted on not stepping in to stop them. They were allowed to finish off those peripheral members. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Jifeng's remaining that old man thought that the two of them, Ding Ziyu, still had some value and had a chance to help them open the secret art museum, it was estimated that the two would have faced the same fate. We'll do whatever Elder arranges. In the face of this cadre of bulls, even if Ding Ziyu wanted to oppose, he had no qualifications to do so. What could he say? He could only nod his head silently, stating that he would try his best to cooperate with them. As for whether or not he could open the secret art museum, Ding Zi did not report too much hope. He only hoped that he could survive this incident. Had he known that coming back was such a situation, Ding Ziyu would not have bothered to urge Gao Xinyu to use the teleportation scroll. Wasn't this purely coming back to seek abuse? Alright, everyone come forward together and surround the secret art museum for me. I still can't. A few old guys can stay in this turtle shell for the rest of their lives. The Nine Lords Guild Master followed suit and yelled. A large group of people, divided into 3 camps, walked towards the secret art museum in great numbers. Although the location of the secret art museum had not changed, it did look a little different from what it had seen before. It felt like the entire building had become a bit hazy, as if there was a layer of smoke surrounding it. This secret arts pavilion really does have a spell formation present, and I don't know how powerful this spell formation is, Lu Jifeng said as he stared at the secret art museum. In fact, he had come to see it earlier. After a small try, he didn't find a way to open the spell formation. That's why he turned his head to kill those peripheral members of the Blind Box Authority, wanting to provoke those old guys in such a way that they would automatically come out from inside. Obviously, Lu Jifeng had miscalculated, and his approach didn't work. Those core people, who would rather have all the peripheral members die out, refused to come out. Either they really didn't care about the deaths of these peripheral members, or the item placed inside was so important that even more people had to die to keep that item. Why don't you guys send your subordinates to try first? Lu Jifeng looked at the Nine Lords Association and the Red Dragon Association, a look of thinking very much for them. Just try it. What's the big deal? Ling Shaoke really didn't quite believe that these hazy mists were blocking the crowd. You, and you, go up and try it out. Ling Shaoke pointed at the 2 disciples dressed in red and said nonchalantly. They also had the strength of a martial artist at the 7th stage, which was actually not that weak. It was said that even if there was really any danger, supporting them for a few seconds would be very possible to do so. The 2 martial artists weren't too scared and boldly walked forward, quickly entering the mist. However, something strange quickly happened. As the 2 walked into that mist, their bodies quickly became hazy as well. It wasn't that those mists were blocking their bodies, but it was as if their bodies had lost something all of a sudden, becoming less real. Although everyone could see them, their bodies became more and more transparent, and after a few minutes, they fell headfirst to the ground and actually turned into a pile of dead bones. What the hell is that mist? It's too ferocious, isn't it? Now, several martial artists were worried. Obviously, the attack power of the spell formation that started outside the secret art pavilion was very strong, and ordinary martial artists going up there would be completely sent to their deaths without even the slightest qualification to resist. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it either. The 9 lords would involuntarily take 2 steps back, obviously not wanting to get caught in those mists. What now? It looks like we can only let them go up. Perhaps their identities can be recognized by the spell? Several martial saints turned their gazes towards the Ding Ziyu duo. Anyway, The two of them were from the Blind Box Authority, so even if they died, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. Ding Ziyu was secretly bitter in his heart. These bigwigs didn't dare to try it easily. What difference could it make to send him and Gao Xinu up there? Eye of Truth. Can you recognize what that is? What spell formation could be so powerful? Ding Ziyu could only turn to him for help. It is estimated that it should be a powerful poisonous mist such as bone-eroding sand, which is blocked within the spell formation, and as long as one comes into contact with it, they will soon die. The Eye of Truth gave an answer that wasn't particularly certain, but it was something that made Ding Ziyu's scalp go numb when he heard it. Ding Ziyu had never heard of this kind of thing at all, and hastened to seek help. Is there a way to suppress this poisonous fog? It's hard to say, but the kind of blue energy that Gao Xinyu cultivates has a strong ability to isolate, so perhaps we can give it a try. As long as you can block it, you guys will immediately escape into the middle of the small Holy Land, and there might still be a chance of survival. This was the optimal solution given by the Eye of Truth. If his judgment was wrong and the blue energy cultivated by Gao Xinyu couldn't work, the two of them would basically be left here. Ding Ziyu had just finished asking for the Eye of Truth when several martial saint experts approached them. Hurry up and go in by yourself. Don't force us to throw you in. Ling Shaoke looked towards Ding Ziyu with a hideous smile on his face. He seemed to have recognized Ding Ziyu's origin, but in this situation, who really cares who they are? It doesn't matter at all. Chapter 72, each has his own thoughts. Wait, what's the relationship between those two? Are they a couple? Zhou Zhanggang suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. I don't think so. It should be an action group. Ling Shaoke wasn't very sure of his answer. His gaze swept over the two, as if trying to discern something. Not necessarily. These two are a good match for each other. For the two of them to come together, their relationship must be extraordinary. The old man under Lu Jifeng offered a different view. Ding Ziyu secretly slandered. It's this time. Do you care what relationship I have with her? Is it meaningful? Leave this woman's Jiu behind and let him go over first so that he doesn't pull any tricks. Zhou Zhanggang came up with a damaging idea, actually planning to separate the two. Ding Ziyu's face became very ugly all of a sudden. He hadn't found a chance to talk to Gao Xinyu yet. If the two of them were separated, then they would have to escape by themselves first. But whether or not Gao Xinyu could escape this with her own special abilities, that was hard to say. As for what good things were in that secret art museum, Ding Ziyu did not care at all, nor did he have the slightest interest in it. You, go over there alone. If you dare to pull any tricks, I'll slaughter this woman. Ling Shaoke glared at Ding Ziyu and said ferociously, you go, I'll be fine. Gao Xinyu took a look at Ding Ziyu's difficulty and understood that he wanted to save himself along with him, but now that the others did not give the two of them a chance to escape at all, there was nothing she could do. It was good that Gao Xinu really knew a little bit of the secret art museum and felt that she still had a good chance of surviving. That mist is very powerful. You must be careful and make good use of your abilities. Ding Ziyu could only speak to this extent. He believed that Gao Xinu could understand what he wanted to say. Gao Xinyu nodded. Normally speaking, it should have been her to say this to Ding Ziyu, seeing how these two are in love with each other. It's true that their relationship is not simple. Zhou Zhanggang was able to see some hints. After all, in this world, it was more than normal for men and women to have some kind of relationship with each other. Ding Ziyu didn't want to say anything more, lest he lose his words. He began to slowly walk towards the secret art hall, but in his heart, he was communicating with the boundary pearl, asking it to open an entrance and exit for him before he came into contact with the poisonous fog, so that he could safely enter it. However, right at this moment, the Nine Lords Guild Master was suddenly speaking. There's something odd about this kid. Let the girl child go in first. Where do you two get off talking so much? One idea at a time. Is it fun? Lu Jifeng looked at the Nine Lords Association, and then looked at Zhou Zhanggang, not knowing what the hell these two people are up to. In his opinion, these two people are similar. Whether or not they could open the spell formation on the outer perimeter of the secret art museum was also an unknown art. So what was the point of tossing it around like that? That kid has a little connection with our Nine Lords Guild, and I want to ask him a few questions. The Lord of the Nine Lords Association was unmoved. In fact, he didn't know Ding Ziyu, but the martial saint deacons under him recognized him. The inexplicable disappearance of the entrance and exit of the small Holy Land made a group of bigwigs from the Nine Lords Association very annoyed. They made a lot of investigations for this reason, and they really investigated to the head of that searching organization. It wasn't much of a secret that Ding Ziyu had appeared in the little sacred ground. When the top management of the Nine Lords Society left the little sacred ground, they had left all of the lower echelons of the Nine Lords Society in the little sacred ground. None of their men had run out. So how did Ding Ziyu do it? At least the higher-ups of the Nine Lords Society hadn't found the reason. Perhaps there were other entrances and exits to that small holy place, and Ding Ziyu had found it unintentionally and escaped from it, thus causing the original entrance and exit to disappear. This was the assumption made by the senior management of the Nine Lords Society that moment before. And this was also the reason why the Nine Lords Society suddenly wanted to leave Ding Ziyu behind. Compared to the treasure that hadn't arrived, that small holy land was of greater importance to the Nine Lords Association. It was their foundation, so they had to preserve Ding Ziyu first. How could they know that the little sacred land had already been completely grasped by Ding Ziyu, becoming his personal belongings? There was no possibility for the Nine Lords Society to take it back. Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have an ass. Lu Jifeng was obviously a bit impatient. There's no rush. Let that girl child try it first. The Nine Lords Guildmaster did not intend to ask questions in front of the crowd. He was worried that the matter of the lesser sacred land would be known by these people. With something like this, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't make a move to grab it. Alright, that who? You go over first. Lu Jifeng was too lazy to care about what the Nine Lords Guildmaster was playing at, and hurriedly commanded Gao Xinyu to head over to go. Ding Ziyu looked at her and nodded slightly, raising his hand and spinning it around. It was actually to make her understand the blue energy entwined in her hand. Gao Xinyu naturally understood what he was trying to convey, so she lifted her leg and walked forward. The crowd all turned their gazes to Gao Xinyu, and for a short period of time, she became the center of everyone's attention. As Gao Xinyu approached the hazy mist, a burst of blue energy suddenly rose from her body, wrapping her body up before she slowly walked into the mist. Her form didn't fade as fast as the two that had gone in before. It was still very real and didn't seem to be affected by anything. In the midst of everyone's gazes, Gao Xinyu stopped and actually took down the box on her back, ready to open it as if. This girl child is not simple. She seems to know how to deal with these mists. Lu Jifeng could see the clues at once. Even Ding Ziyu had his doubts. Gao Xinyu had said that she had come from another city. Having come to Daning City for something important, would it be the same as the purpose of these people of theirs? The Blind Box Authority was under attack, and according to her strength, there was no need for her to come back at all. Yet she had to come back to get something. Wasn't this item the same item that was used to deal with the secret arts building spell formation? Ding Ziyu's mind was spinning fast, but no one could answer his question. Kid, what is the blue energy on that girl child? The Nine Lords Guildmaster opened his mouth to inquire instead. I don't know. It should be a special secret art that she cultivated. Ding Ziyu replied honestly, as this was not making up lies at all. In front of these big shots, even if one wanted to make up lies to fool them, it would not be an easy thing to do. The Nine Lords would glance at Ding Ziyu as if to see if he had lied to himself. Ding Ziyu's expression was calm and did not see any intention of hiding the truth. Just then, Gao Xinyu, who was in the poisonous mist, actually took out a set of armor-like clothes from that box and quickly put them on her body. After she got dressed, the blue energy that was wrapped around her body also retracted. Those extremely corrosive poisonous mists actually automatically backed away after encountering that armor. Gao Xinyu moved her arms and legs, and even glanced back towards Ding Ziyu's side before quickly walking deeper into the mist. Chapter 73, Still Hit. Gao Xinyu's figure quickly disappeared into the hazy mist. The key thing was that the mist didn't dissipate because of this. It still existed without the slightest change. What's going on here? Can someone come out and explain? The cadre of Marshal Saint bigwigs were immediately dumbfounded. Earlier, they were still thinking about how to utilize Gao Xinyu to open this spell formation for them, but it turned out that things were not at all what they had imagined. It seems as if she is familiar with everything in this secret arts hall and has prepared herself beforehand. Zhou Zhengang finally reacted. Kid, which visiting power is this girl child? How does she know to deal with the spell formation in front of her? Zhou Zhengang stared at Ding Ziyu and said viciously, I don't know. You guys don't really think I'm familiar with her, do you? Ding Ziyu had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't know that Gao Xinyu was still hiding such a hand, underestimating her. What do we do now? Send him in again? Ling Xiaoke stared at Ding Ziyu, and now he could only put the idea on his head. No way. There's no point in sending any more people over. I think it's better to use hot weapons. It might be able to solve the problem at hand. The Nine Lords Guildmaster immediately dismissed Zhou Zhenggang's proposal. It wasn't that he wanted to protect Ding Ziyu, but he wanted to trace the whereabouts of the little Holy Land from Ding Ziyu. Even if there was only one chance in 1,000, he would not let it go. In the current situation, he was absolutely not in favor of letting Ding Ziyu go forward to die. Hot weapons are going to be useful? Would I have waited until now? Lu Jifeng said coldly. At the moment, it seems that the most powerful thing about this spell formation is these extremely corrosive mists in front of us. Theoretically, anything corrosive is basically poisonous. We might be able to use incendiary bombs to ignite these mists, and perhaps force a few old guys out of it. The Lord of the Nine Lords Guild had been observing the changes in those mists as they were locked into the spell formation, becoming the greatest threat to those who entered it. The Nine Lords Guild Master has some valid points, so perhaps we can try. However, who has incendiary bombs on hand? Zhou Zhengang agreed with the Nine Lords Guild Master's idea. For these martial saint experts, ordinary hot weapons, they simply couldn't look at them. Now that they wanted to use them, they couldn't get them out. I have it on my side. Lao Kai, have someone go and bring it to try. Move fast. Lu Jifeng said very quickly. Although this guy's realm was strangely high and his strength was very strong, he was also very interested in some hot weapons. He had really collected a lot of hot weapons. About 10 minutes later, Old Kai returned. He took out a few shoulder-mounted bazookas from his spatial ring and loaded them with ammunition calmly. These are incendiary bombs. Everyone attack together. It might have an unexpected effect. Lu Jifeng distributed the extra weapons to everyone. These things are gadgets and not very valuable. Just use them casually. As a result, several martial saint experts set up their bazookas and simultaneously opened fire on the secret arts hall in front of them. When the rocket blasted into the formation, it instantly exploded, raising a red flame and spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. It's really effective. As long as those mists are burned out, what power does this spell formation still have? Several martial saints rejoiced, finally finding a solution to the secret art hall. The spell formation broke so easily? So simple? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth in his mind. He was still a bit worried about Gao Xinu. What if this fire burned her? Would her armor-like clothes be able to block the flames? If it's a spell formation set up by an expert from our time period, it's simply a dream to want to get it done in one big fire. But in your era, there are so many strange and weird things. I don't know if there's anything special about it. Realize actually wasn't sure. Apparently he wasn't very impressed with what was going on in the current era. The fire burned very quickly, almost quickly surrounding the entire secret arts hall. The fiercely burning flames lit up half of the sky, and the entire Daning city was surprised by the fire. The fire continued for nearly half an hour before it slowly stopped. At this time, the secret art museum had been burned black and was clearly visible. The most amazing thing was that the secret arts museum had not been destroyed by the fire. It was still standing in the same place, only that its appearance had become a bit uglier. Ding Ziyu searched around and did not see Gao Xinu's figure. His heart was a little anxious. Luckily, there was no body on the ground, nor was there that armor, so he didn't know where she had hidden. The only thing that could be proved was that she was still alive and had not been burnt to death by the fire. Gentlemen, it's almost time to enter the formation, right? Zhou Zhengang asked with some anxiety, even though the ground was still smoking, indicating that the temperature was very high. However, most of their group were martial saint level experts, so they would just fly directly over, not caring about the temperature of the ground at all. Good, everyone go in together. Even if there are any accidents, we can help each other. Lu Jifeng immediately snapped. Under his lead, a bunch of martial saint bigwigs all flew up, ready to enter the spell formation. Old Kai, arrange for someone to watch over this brat. I'll have something to ask him later. After the Nine Lords Guildmaster left, he handed Ding Ziyu over to his old man. The martial artists that came over from the Nine Lords Association were at the very least martial saints or above, and theoretically, anyone left behind would be able to easily watch over Ding Ziyu. However, for some unknown reason, that old man actually stayed personally. With his strength, Ding Ziyu wouldn't dare to play any tricks in front of him. Don't worry, I won't run. Ding Ziyu smiled awkwardly. Before he was fully certain, he would definitely not easily run away. If you want to run, you'll have to run away as well. Old Kai was so disdainful that he didn't even look at Ding Ziyu more than once. Instead, he focused on the Nine Lords Guildmaster. In the blink of an eye, a group of martial saints had already flown into the spell formation. This time, without the interference of that mist, the crowd was in good shape. Without the slightest abnormality appearing, the crowd, who were originally still a bit worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. One by one, they all increased their speed and rushed towards that secret art hall. However, right in the middle of this process, another stream of red mist suddenly came out from the ground. Several martial saints who were close by were quickly wrapped up in the red mist. Damn, it's the poisonous mist again. This thing itches like hell when it gets on your body. A stricken martial saint shouted as large red spots began to appear on his body. This person felt a strange itch on his skin, and when he reached out and scratched, a large amount of blood and water flowed out, and the level of poisoning became even deeper. Ma, this is too evil. Hurry up and quit and burn it again. The several bigwigs were dumbfounded, not expecting that they had been burned like this and were still hit. The Nine Lords Guildmaster and a few other powerful martial artists were much faster and finally retreated in time. Chapter 74, Trapped. Right at this moment, the door of the secret arts hall suddenly opened up and two martial saint level experts wearing all silver clothes rushed out. Their entire bodies were wrapped in the silver clothing, and even the position of their eyes could not be seen. Those red mist encountered this clothing is automatically back away. The autumn no offense appearance. Although the two experts didn't even show their eyes, They were very accurate in finding those martial saints who were stained by the red mist. Only a silver light flashed by, and a martial saint of the Red Dragon Society was chopped to death on the spot. The speed was quite swift and never dragged on. Damn it! They took the opportunity to come out and harvest us. Zhou Zhanggang was furious. He had just exited and saw his disciples being killed. His heart was furious. He wanted to rush in again, but was afraid that he would also be stained by that red mist. Just look at the experts that came out of the Blind Box Authority. Each of them didn't even show their eyes. One could imagine how powerful that red mist was. The two of them moved quite quickly, killing several martial saint experts one after another, almost all of them eliminating their opponents with a single move. When the people from the Nine Lords Association took out their rockets again and wanted to start a fire to burn up the red poisonous mist, this time there was an accident. That red mist actually doesn't burn. The crowd just watched with bated breath as the people from the Blind Box Authority decimated a dozen or so martial saints, then swaggered back within the secret arts hall, slamming the door shut again with a bang. Lu Jifeng's several big men's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, not knowing how they should respond to the situation in front of them. Charging inward was not an option, and giving up was even more impossible. They had painstakingly guarded this place, and so many of their subordinates had died, so how could they possibly give up on it? What kind of material are the silver clothes the two guys are wearing made of? How can it easily isolate that red mist? Zhou Zhanggang opened his mouth and asked. The Red Dragon Society had just lost relatively few martial saints, but 3 of them had died. If a solution to that red mist could be found, these people's deaths would not be in vain. Who knows? It might have been opened from inside the blind box. There are so many strange and weird things these days. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's answer was obviously not very satisfying. It should be a very special material. Haven't you seen that they only came out with 2 of them as well? If there are more, our people are afraid to die out, Lu Jifeng said with a sullen face. The number of remaining experts on all sides was now greatly reduced, and they were all martial saints who had moved fast enough to not be tainted by the red mist. Everyone, look, that red mist is dissipating on its own. Someone had noticed a new change outside the Secret Arts Pavilion. The red mist, which had appeared impressive before, actually dispersed quickly and quickly disappeared. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what was going on. Could it be another trap set by a few old things, deliberately luring us into the spell? Zhou Zhanggang was still relatively life-thirsty and raised this hypothesis. Who knows? A few old things are so bad that it's normal for them to mess up anything. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was also staring hard at the secret art hall, but he was very composed, not at all wanting to test the idea as much as he did. However, right at this moment, a few Night Lords flew in from the distance and directly intruded into the spell formation. They scurried around in the spell formation for a while, still alive and well, and were still able to flutter around. This is no longer dangerous? Lu Jifeng's eyes glazed over as a few Night Lords gave them a good example. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was still quite calm. With things having come to this, he wasn't afraid to delay some more. The Secret Art Museum's spell formation seems to have the effect of trapping people. After a few 9 Night Lords flew in, they scurried around, but they never flew out, as if by something when the same. This should be the new trick of the spell formation. If we go in, we'll probably be trapped in it and unable to get out as well. And these birds are sort of scouting the way for us. What's the use of just trapping? Can't even kill a few birds. It's not even worth mentioning to us. Lu Jifeng's patience had been gradually worn clean. It wasn't a solution to keep waiting. They had paid such a big price. If they didn't enter the formation, how could they get what they wanted? Let that kid go in and try, Zhou Zhanggang said as he pointed at Ding Ziyu. The Nine Lords Guildmaster just wanted to refuse, but he changed his mind when the words came out of his mouth. He also thought that there was no danger right now, so he could let Ding Ziyu enter the formation to test it out. Anyway, the person was right under his nose, so was he still afraid that he would run away? You just go in. There shouldn't be any problems, the Nine Lords would calmly say to Ding Ziyu. When it came down to it, there wasn't much Ding Ziyu could do. Of course he had long wanted to break away from the Nine Lords Guildmaster's control, and now was indeed a good opportunity. If he ran into trouble, he would be the first to hide in the middle of the small Holy Land, and he wouldn't be afraid of other experts rushing in. Why can't those birds fly out? Is it dangerous for me to go in? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth as he walked forward. By all accounts, he should be able to tell quite a bit with his abilities. Many spell formations have the effect of trapping the enemy. This point is not uncommon. As long as we don't get any of that awesome poisonous mist from before, there shouldn't be any major problems. This time the Real Eye's suggestion was quite a bit bolder. When Ding Ziyu entered the spell formation, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, as if he was all of a sudden in the middle of a vast wilderness. The Secret Art Museum, which had previously been very clearly visible from the outside, had disappeared. No wonder those Night Lords were fluttering around. I'm afraid they were also mesmerized and simply couldn't find their way out. Ding Ziyu tried to look outside the formation, but he could not see the situation outside at all. Instead, it was the crowd outside the formation that saw Ding Ziyu's situation very clearly. Don't dawdle, hurry up and move inside. Zhou Zhengang shouted loudly outside, but Ding Ziyu inside the formation could not hear a thing. He also began to walk around in the spell formation, aimlessly. It was as if he was actually walking in the middle of the wilderness, but instead, he seemed to have a somewhat relaxed feeling. Can't you see through the illusion before you? Ding Ziyu also understood that he had been misled by the spell. By all accounts, the Eye of Truth should be very good at dealing with situations like this. Of course I can, but there's no need for that. You're not in any danger right now, so just think of it as a walk. The realized reply made Ding Ziyu a little depressed. Just lay flat? There should be no great danger of sending in any more men. Outside the spell formation, Lu Jifeng was a bit anxious. They also had several subordinates of relatively low strength in the three parties, which could actually be sent into the formation to test the waters. Thus, there were soon more than 10 people below the level of Martial Saint who walked into the formation. Their situation was similar to Ding Ziyu's, and after entering the formation, they soon realized that the scene in front of them had changed. No matter how much the people outside shouted or commanded, they all turned a deaf ear. Chapter 75, It's not meant to be a fishing expedition. What's even more surprising is the fact that each of them saw a different side of the. A group of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared on the field where Ding Ziyu was, baring their teeth and pouncing like him, their sharp claws able to easily tear a person into pieces. This is an illusion you've created. These ferocious beasts are precisely the illusion of the martial artists who just came in. Of course, you are also a ferocious creature in their world. To put it simply, the illusion that the spell formation is now displaying can easily make one get lost in it. The Eye of Truth hastily warned Ding Ziyu not to fall for the trick. If we don't attack them, will they attack me? Ding Zi retreated sharply. He didn't want to fight those ferocious creatures. It should. After all, you're also a ferocious beast in their eyes that could rise up and hurt someone at any moment. Hearing this situation, Ding Ziyu backed away, unwilling to have those disoriented martial artists fight needlessly. Ding Ziyu stopped after running into the distance. Then he saw that those ferocious creatures had already begun to attack each other in an immortal manner. Outside the spell formation, the three bigwigs were almost confused. These people were fine outside. Why did they start messing around as soon as they entered the spell formation? It must be a problem with the spell formation itself. They're having severe hallucinations. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was the first to see the essence. What now? If we don't go in to save them, they will probably beat each other to death. Zhou Zhengang was also anxious. With our strength, we shouldn't be easily confused by illusions. How about we enter the formation and bring them out? Lu Jifeng was still confident in his strength. No, what if the three of us get lost too? Just in case, I think it's better to go in one person first to check the situation. Zhou Zhengang did not agree with entering the formation at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the Nine Lords Guildmaster or Lu Jifeng, they were both extremely powerful martial artists. In case they also lost their minds within the spell formation and went straight to war, they would most likely fight a lose-lose battle. At that time, the old men from the Blind Box Authority would run out and easily clean them up. My method is to pick an expert to enter the formation and tie a rope to that person. If something abnormal happens, pull the rope and bring out the person who went in with the help of the people outside. The Nine Lords Guild Master came up with a practical solution. Okay, let's do it your way. Which of you would like to go in? If it's not possible, then I'll let go in. Lu Jifeng was very proactive. He wanted to get the people on his side out quickly. If there was any more delay, most of those who had just entered the formation would not survive. This time, no one objected to Lu Jifeng, no matter if it was Zhou Zhengang or the Nine Lords Guildmaster. Neither of them were willing to take this risk. It was certainly better to have someone go in for them. So they very much found a long piece of wire and helped on Lu Jifeng's body. Lu Jifeng didn't waste any time, and walked into the spell with a straight formation, just as he had predicted. The psychedelic effect of the spell formation did not work at all for an expert like Lu Jifeng. He still had clear eyes and could clearly see those people who were fighting amongst each other sacrificing their lives. There were already several people who were injured, but they were still fighting with their lives on the line, not relaxing in the slightest. This spell formation is really something. It's all destroyed like this and it can still threaten the martial artists who enter the formation. Lu Jifeng pulled the wires on his body twice according to their previous agreement, then directly untied the wires. After that, Lu Jifeng was seen easily knocking down one martial artist after another with an unparalleled swiftness and then throwing them out to the outside of the spell formation. Once out of the spell, several people immediately came to their senses. What just happened to me? How come there are injuries on my body? Who did this to me? A Red Dragon Society martial artist said angrily. Shut up, useless things. If it wasn't for Senior Lu going in to save you guys, at this moment, You guys would have beaten each other to death without even knowing what's going on. Zhou Zhanggang was annoyed as he reprimanded his men. No child. The martial artists who had just gone in were all thrown out. Only Lu Jifeng and Ding Ziyu were still inside and showed no signs of coming out. How come you're not affected by the hallucinations? Lu Jifeng quickly found Ding Ziyu and was somewhat surprised to find that he was not involved in the fight. Everyone's situation is different. Aren't you also unaffected? Ding Ziyu found a very ordinary reason, but it was tenable. You kid really is a bit odd. Why did that Nine Lords Guild Master suddenly protect you? It couldn't be because of some special talent of yours, could it? Lu Jifeng asked Ding Ziyu very seriously. If he didn't want to know about this, I'm afraid he would have thrown even Ding Ziyu out with him. It was just a fluke, and it wasn't a good tactic that made it to the top. Ding Zi of course refused to say anything more. This was despite the fact that he had already guessed the main reason why the Lord of the Nine Lords Association was looking for him. You kid, don't play sloppy with me, don't think I can't see it. That Nine Lords Guild Master didn't care about your death before, and then he changed his attitude after someone passed him a message. With Lu Jifeng's strength, definitely has eyes to see and ears to hear. How could the Nine Lords Club's little tactics escape his eyes? Just in front of so many people. He is not good to ask. Ding Ziyu now finally caught the opportunity. He wants me to help him out at the critical moment and find a way to open the secret art museum. Ding Ziyu could only make things up. The Nine Lords would miss the little Holy Land, and that was because they had lived in it. Ding Ziyu understood that he was just an object of suspicion. If he died without bearing it, it was expected that the Lord of the Nine Lords would not be able to do much about him. After all, they had a soft underbelly, and Ding Ziyu could completely utilize this to beg for the space to survive. But what kind of person is Lu Jifeng? If he knew the true situation, there was a high possibility that he would lay his hands on himself. The lure of the little Holy Land might be more valuable than the treasures of the Blind Box Authority. Really? Lu Jifeng asked half-heartedly. The key was that from the current situation, Ding Ziyu was afraid that he would not be able to play much of a role at all. For example, Gao Xinyu, who had left earlier, had no idea where she had gone at this moment. Anyway, there's no one alive, no one dead. Really, don't you see that later on, after he thought I was of no use, he let me into the formation? Ding Ziyu obediently made up another reason, which did look like the real thing. At least the performance of the Nine Lords Guild Master did make Lu Jifeng a bit puzzled. Then can you open the secret art museum or not? Or can you solve the spell formation in front of you? Lu Jifeng asked half-heartedly. I don't know. Right now I haven't found a solution, so maybe it'll take some more time. Ding Ziyu didn't want to go out, at least not back to the Nine Lords Guild Master. Chapter 76, Broken Formation. Spend more time? You kid don't want to play tricks in front of us. Hurry up and think of a way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Jifeng's attitude became harsh all of a sudden. Obviously, Ding Ziyu's answer did not satisfy him, and even though he did not see anything broken, he instinctively felt that Ding Ziyu was not honest, and did not tell the truth about some things. Ding Ziyu was helpless. Where did he know anything about spell formations, much less the solution, and at this time only resorted to the Eye of Truth. If he had known this, he would have hid in the middle of the small Holy Land the moment he first entered the formation. How did he know that after a moment's hesitation, Lu Jifeng, this powerful fellow, ran in? It's actually not that difficult to destroy this spell formation because many of the materials used to set up this spell formation are substandard or even substitutes. The most crucial thing is that there is no one to preside over this spell formation, and it is not difficult to destroy it. The Eye of Truth understood Ding Ziyu's situation. In his world, all kinds of powerful spell formations were endless, and with powerful experts presiding over them, they were even more lethal. However, the situation in the present world is completely different. The characters who understand the spell formation are as rare as a phoenix feather. Want to set up a sitting spell formation? All kinds of material collection is also a big problem. Such a spell formation, used to deal with people who do not know anything, is really good. But for the Eye of Truth, such a spell was not difficult. Don't say those things I don't understand. Just tell me how to solve it? Ding Ziyu hurriedly pursued. The pillars on both sides of the Secret Art Museum's main door are one of the eyes of this spell formation. As long as we destroy those two pillars, even if this spell formation can still maintain some ability, it will be very limited. The Eye of Truth immediately gave a solution. It was just that with Ding Ziyu's strength, he couldn't really see where the door to the Secret Art Museum was. He was still in the same illusion as though. If it wasn't for Lu Jifeng's strength being so strong that he was able to suppress the illusions around his body, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the other party. However, those two pillars are likely to have a certain degree of aggressiveness. With your strength, it's best not to touch it. It's best to let them do it. The Eye of Truth added another sentence. Ding Ziyu didn't bother to think too much about it, and directly relayed the real Eye's original words to Lu Jifeng. Anyway, It was a fight between these big shots of theirs, so why should he worry about it? Really? You kid, don't lie to me. Lu Jifeng's face immediately showed joy when he heard this news. If they could really solve the spell formation in front of them, the secret arts hall, no matter how solid it was still just a building. How could it possibly hold back their attack? Don't worry, my little life is still pinched in your hands. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Ding Ziyu made an appearance of being very timid and afraid of death. Lu Jifeng looked at him for a few moments and decisively walked towards the gate of the secret art museum. Even though the effect of the spell formation was still continuing to power on, Lu Jifeng was not affected in the slightest. His eyes locked onto the pillars on both sides of the gate, and no matter what optical illusions he encountered, Ilu ignored them. When he walked 2 meters away from the secret art museum's gate, Lu Jifeng stopped, taking out a long sword. He waved his hand and chopped it. Bang! The pillars on both sides of the gate burst out with 2 rather brilliant sparks, blowing Lu Jifeng back several steps. The expression on his face was also quite unsightly. Obviously the power generated by this explosion was not small and he was also affected. However, the moment of the explosion just now, the illusions produced in the surrounding area had obviously stalled for a moment. Clearly what Ding Ziyu had said was right. As long as these 2 pillars were smashed, the spell formation outside the secret art museum would definitely break. Just now, Lu Jifeng had only made a tentative strike and had not used much power. One was to see if Ding Ziyu had lied to himself, and the other was also to test the power of the column's counterattack. There was still some raw pain from the sparks that burst out and splashed onto his body just now, but for Lu Jifeng, it was just that. This time, he once again stepped back a meter, and the long sword in his hand flew out of his hand as if he were throwing a spear, stabbing at one of the pillars. Rumble! The column on the left side of the secret arts hall exploded, instantly blowing all of the longswords into several pieces, but that column was also destroyed, and the illusions in the spell formation were all of a sudden much weaker. Lu Jifeng was overjoyed. This time he was prepared. The explosion created by the column did not affect him. Instead, he clearly felt the changes in the spell formation. It was obvious that the method given by Ding Ziyu was right. Lu Jifeng followed suit and came again, blowing out the right side of the uprights as well. As a result, the illusion within the spell formation basically disappeared, reverting to a real field. And even Ding Ziyu could see clearly that the previous illusion had disappeared. This spell formation has broken. Everyone come over here! Lu Jifeng roared. Zhou Zhanggang and the 9 lords will be the first time to rush in. They are also outside to see and very clear. This time in front of the eyes of the spell formation is really not work. Just as the crowd was about to attack the secret arts hall, the door of the secret arts hall suddenly opened and 5 old men walked out from inside. These few people Ding Ziyu did not recognize any of them, and it was estimated that their status was a few points higher than even the director of the Blind Box Authority. I thought you'd all hide together in your turtle shells and not come out? Why are you coming out now? Lu Jifeng was all sneers when he saw the few people in front of him. If you hadn't broken the spell by chance, you'd think you could threaten us, Zhu Ming said with a cold face. With your rabble, do you really think you can threaten us? The Blind Box Authority? It's too high on itself. Cut the crap and bring out the stuff. We'll turn our heads and leave, Lu Jifeng said nonchalantly. Their purpose was not to feud with the Blind Box Authority, although this feud had already been made and a lot of people had been killed. But these peripheral members, the Blind Box Authority would take as many as they wanted and wouldn't even care about them. If these core executives were killed, then the situation would be very different. So Lu Jifeng doesn't fight to make a direct strike. If he can get what he wants without bloodshed, why bother fighting? It's wonderful to want. If you want something, then you'll see it in your hands. Zhu Ming was at the front, and several of the old guys were in a stance that was not shy about fighting. Then fight until they take it out. Lu Jifeng immediately rushed up and attacked Zhu Ming with a swing of his fist. The powerful force actually blew up the air, making a very strong airburst sound. This person's strength has indeed exceeded the range of a martial saint, and in your world, it is already very powerful. The Eye of Truth gave a true evaluation. This was already another formidable figure other than the 9 Lords Guildmaster. Of course, the sect leader of Chengtian doesn't count, neither she nor her men are from this world. Chapter 77, The Moon Pearl. Martial Saint 10 paragraphs of experts. Pure strength will reach 1,000 tons or more. This is what kind of horror? The general house, easy to a fist, directly bombed down. As for Lu Jifeng, he had clearly surpassed the level of a martial saint, and the air exploded with a single punch. The shockwaves generated all made people feel very uncomfortable. Although this old man from the Blind Box Authority looked strong, he didn't dare to take Lu Jifeng's attack hard. When he dodged to get out of the way, the door of the secret art museum behind him was all smashed out of a big hole by the powerful fist wind. This Nima is too terrifying. Hurry up and hide farther away. Ding Ziyu was very self-aware. When a big brother of this level struck, even if it was just the aftermath of a battle, it could easily kill him. Surname Lu is really strong. I'm no match for him. Third brother, it's better for you to go on. Zhu Ming withdrew from the fight as fast as he could. There was no embarrassment at all. As soon as his words fell, an old man stood out. Obviously, this was the third brother that Zhu Ming was talking about. You are an expert who has surpassed the martial saint. Why are you still obsessed with external objects? Don't you know that wanting to reach a higher level isn't something that external objects can help at all? Third brother looked at Lu Jifeng and said slowly, don't fool me. If that thing is really useless, why would you guys collect it so solemnly? At the expense of sacrificing so many people, all to protect it completely. Lu Jifeng sank his face, not so easily persuaded. Before launching the attack, he had already done a lot of work. The provenance of this treasure was investigated in detail, and the role it might have in the future. Otherwise, he was again a little cutie. How could he do such a thankless thing? Why don't you guys look at it this way? Before we go to war, I'll show you guys something to look at. If you guys really feel the need to fight for your lives, it's not too late for us to fight again. Sango uttered a decision that surprised everyone. If they really wanted to take it out, why did they have to do so many tricks before? Wouldn't they have just taken it out? Although Ding Ziyu did not know what they were talking about, he felt that there was something fishy going on here. The water in what that third brother said was definitely not small. Third brother, this is something from the blind combined authority. How can they look at it? What if they snatch it away? Xu Ming was nervous and objected. However, the first feeling given to Ding Ziyu was that this person was acting and was not real. No harm done. I believe that these experts of theirs should have a sense of propriety in what they do. Sango was very calm. There's an assload of separation. If there was separation, they wouldn't have come to the blind box authority to kill and set fire to people. Realize nonchalantly exposed Sango's lie. It was a pity that only Ding Ziyu could hear this. Wouldn't it be over if we had done this earlier? Hurry up and bring out the stuff. Let us take a look. Lu Jifeng thought that the few old ghosts were intimidated by his forceful tactics. In the next moment, a moon-white orb with a diameter of about 5 inches appeared in third brother's hand. The orb emitted a faint holy light, carrying a distinctly martial saintly aura. This is the moon sacred pearl that you guys are thinking about. It does have some help in terms of cultivation, but it's not as great as you guys think. Whoever is interested can get it in their hands and experience it for themselves. Whether it's useful or not, you guys can definitely figure it out yourselves. Third brother said very generously. You won't take a fake out to trick us, right? Lu Jifeng obviously didn't quite believe what third brother said. Even if he took out a physical object, he was still skeptical. How is it possible? The moon sacred pearl is very special. With our strength, we can't make a fake yet. Third brother made an exaggerated expression. He then tossed the moon sacred pearl in his hand gently and threw it into Lu Jifeng's hand. Lu Jifeng will believe it and took the moon sacred pearl and carefully studied it, not knowing if he really understands it or not. So what moon sacred pearl is real? Ding Ziyu was also curious. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Fake. It's just tainted with some of the moon saint pearl's aura. To be precise, this should be a moon prana pearl, and compared to the moon saint pearl, it's worth 100,000 miles less. The Eye of Truth spoke the truth of the item in one sentence. What's the difference between the moon sacred pearl and the moon spirit pearl? And what are their specific functions? Let me put it to you this way. The moon sacred pearl can help martial artists enhance their perception of secret arts. The secret art that Gao Xinyu seeks to cultivate. If it receives the help of the moon sacred bead, its strength will skyrocket and be of great benefit. The moon sacred bead was only a bead used to store spiritual energy, and when it was used up, it was gone. The value between the two is one heavenly and one underground. With this explanation from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu finally understood why Gao Xinyu was seeking this moon sacred pearl with great care. Then can they spot the difference between the moon sacred pearl and the moon spirit pearl? Ding Ziyu glanced at Lu Jifeng, who obviously didn't realize that it was a fake the first time. Or perhaps they hadn't seen the real moon sacred pearl at all. And with this kind of fooling around by Sango, they might have really fooled them people. A few people appraise it and see what's going on. Lu Jifeng lunar prana bead handed it to Zhou Zhanggang, while he himself took out his equipment and searched online. These things, however, are very difficult to search for real news on the internet. Even if there are some explanations, they are so cloudy that the people who explain them may not really understand the stuff. Zhou Zhanggang obviously didn't know any better, and in the end, he handed the orb to the Nine Lords Guildmaster again. After holding it in his hand and observing it for a few minutes, the Nine Lords Guildmaster suddenly spoke. It is said that the moon sacred pearl has a strong divine light on it. How come you don't have any on this one? Who did you hear that from? How come I don't know? It's been like this since we got it. No one dares to use it without the consent of the higher-ups. Sango had a confused look on her face, looking like he didn't know anything about it either. Really? Could it be that you guys have been tricked as well? Why don't you open the secret art hall and let us go in to take a look? The Nine Lords Guildmaster made a request that sounded excessive. Impossible. None of you are members of the Blind Box Authority, so what gives you the right to enter our secret arts hall? Shu Ming jumped out to object in a hurry. Why does it have to be a member of the Blind Box Authority to see it? If we break the secret art museum, won't we be able to go in and look at it? The Nine Lords Guild Master said conspiratorially. I've shown you all the stuff. Why are you still so obsessed? Do you guys really think that you have us, the Blind Box Authority, eaten up? Third brother was also enraged, and the two sides were in a great rhythm of going to war again. How about this? There's always no problem if I go in alone and take a look around, right? I used to be a member of the Blind Box Authority, so I'm sure you guys are well aware of that point. Lu Jifeng opened his mouth and said that he had actually joined the Blind Box Authority in the past and had been in service for quite some time. It was only later in order to pursue martial arts that this retired. Chapter 78, Mutual Punishment. No, since you chose to leave, you are no longer a member of the Blind Box Authority. There are many items in the secret art museum, and the stakes are so high that outsiders will never be able to enter it. Third brother's attitude was very resolute, with no intention of giving in at all. His attitude also directly affected the others, who were already dissatisfied in their hearts with the behavior of Lu Jifeng and the others, and if it wasn't for the fact that these people were so powerful, it would be impossible for them to talk to them properly. In that case, there's only war. Speaking with one's fists is the right way. Lu Jifeng's face also went cold. Don't worry, why don't we send one of your people in to take a look? Wouldn't it solve the problem if we let him turn on the live broadcast for the entire time? The Nine Lords Guildmaster came up with a new approach. He turned his gaze to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was originally a member of the Blind Box Authority, so letting him in was fine in principle. As for the equipment to open the live broadcast, there was nothing wrong with it at all. Although the development of technology is not the main focus now, these products matured hundreds of years ago and are very simple to utilize. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's proposal was very maneuverable, and even Third Brother and the others couldn't oppose it. Use your own people to go in and see. What else can you say? If that's not agreeable, there must be something wrong. I'll just start a live broadcast for you guys directly. Why do I need to fake it out? Third Brother did not want Ding Ziyu to get involved. That won't work. You guys are too cunning. I can't trust you guys. Lu Jifeng directly objected. A few old guys are all old and sophisticated characters, so it's possible to fool them with just a few tricks. Although Ding Ziyu was from the Blind Box Authority, he didn't look very sophisticated and was relatively much more trustworthy to the Lord. Kid, as a member of the Blind Box Authority, you actually eat your words and help them come to attack the authority? Shu Ming looked at Ding Ziyu and questioned him very nonchalantly. I didn't help them. I was just coerced by them and had no choice. Ding Ziyu said in a hurry. It wasn't that he was afraid of this Shu Ming, but he felt that he hadn't done any of these things and didn't want to take the blame. Then how can they trust you? Shu Ming continued to question. Not because they trust me, but I'm the only one left here. Everyone else is not from the authority and has no choice. Ding Ziyu stated that he was also helpless. You don't need to be afraid of his threats. The big deal is to quit the Blind Box Authority. I see that your kid has good talent, and if you follow me in the future, I can't say that you can't achieve more. Lu Jifeng stood out to draw a big pie for Ding Ziyu, and he was able to make a few old guys fearful, so there must not be any problems with his strength. It's just that no one can say for sure if that's true or not. Alright, you guys shouldn't make things difficult for a latecomer. Just let him go in. As long as the whole thing is on to prove that you guys aren't cheating. The Lord of the Nine Lords Guild stood out and interrupted the conversation between several people. Several bigwigs pulled back and forth and finally agreed to the program, letting Ding Ziyu open the entire live broadcast and enter the Mystic Art Museum to help them verify the truth. During the live broadcast, you can't walk in front of or near his side, and you can't intentionally block the live camera. If we find a problem in it, just call in directly. Lu Jifeng demanded very forcefully. It was reasonable for him to bring these up, as long as Ding Ziyu walked in front of him with his cell phone and moved the camera back and forth. It would be hard for a few old guys to make small moves. Thus, Ding Ziyu quickly opened the live camera and invited several bigwigs in. It began to hold the camera up and head inside. The whole process was accompanied by Third Brother and Zhu Ming, while the others stood outside the door, not allowing Lu Jifeng and the others to come in. Third Brother's authority was really high, and even though he was walking behind, Ding Ziyu still had an unimpeded path. The cell phone lens captured the path and items along the way. Lu Jifeng and the others also commanded him to turn the direction of the camera from time to time, inspecting the surrounding situation and the position of the two of them and Third Brother. Shu Ming took this opportunity to keep squeezing his eyebrows and winking at Ding Ziyu, clearly hoping that Ding Ziyu would listen to his arrangements and not accept all of Lu Jifeng's and the others' orders. Ding Ziyu smiled awkwardly, neither expressing agreement nor opposition. The reason why he was willing to come in was also for his own purposes. For one thing, he wanted to see where Gao Xingyu had gone and if she had been captured by a few old guys. In addition, He also wanted to see if the Moon Sacred Pearl really existed in the secret art museum. If that third brother put the Moon Sacred Pearl in his spatial ring, no matter how much we look for it, it's impossible to find it out. Ding Ziyu pondered in his heart. It was said that such a simple logical loophole Lu Jifeng and the others could not possibly not have thought of it. Normally speaking it wouldn't. The Moon Sacred Pearl is very precious and is a publicly owned item of the Blind Box Authority. It's impossible to let third brother collect it privately. A more crucial point, the Moon Saint Pearl's aura is very special. A normal space ring can't hide it at all. Otherwise, do you think Lu Jifeng and the others are really that easy to fool? With the Eye of Truth explaining this, Ding Ziyu instantly understood. What if I put it in my little holy place? Can it be seen through as well? Ding Ziyu came up with a new hypothesis. Can't see through it. The little Holy Land is going to be not comparable to an ordinary space ring. Its level is too much higher. Ordinary spatial rings can't even put living things. After a short exchange between the two, Ding Ziyu had already entered the inner treasury of the Secret Art Museum under the command of third brother. There were truly a lot of treasures inside. All sorts of things, organized into categories on top of the shelves. These things might not mean much to the top martial saints, but for ordinary martial artists, almost everything was a rare gem. The Eye of Truth was also very happy, explaining to Ding Ziyu from time to time about the good things he saw. It was a pity that these things could only be seen, not taken. It was just a passing fancy. Walking to the back, Ding Ziyu saw another row of special blind boxes. Either they were in 3 colors, or in strange shapes. In short, each one of them was a rare variety that was hard to see in the market. The entire treasury was roughly around 200 square meters, and the items were quite numerous. However, after walking around a few times, there was really no sign of the existence of the so-called Moon Sacred Pearl. No, I remember that there are dark chambers in this treasure trove. You guys open the dark room for me to take a look. Lu Jifeng commanded in his cell phone again. What dark room is there? That place has long been abandoned. Xu Ming pointed to a wall, which did leave some traces that could be seen at a glance. Impossible. The old man will never try to fool me. Kid, you turn to the left. There is a bottle on the third row of shelves as the mechanism to open the dark room. Lu Jifeng was really very clear about the situation inside, which somewhat embarrassed Xu Ming. No wonder he was able to accept the program. So he was prepared for it. Ding Ziyu saw that Xu Ming's face instantly turned quite ugly, shaking his head straight at him, obviously not wanting Ding Ziyu to find that bottle organ. Chapter 79, Getting a piece of the action for yourself. The bigwigs were calculating with each other, making it difficult for Ding Ziyu, the villain, and no matter which side he helped, he would offend the other side. The point was that if he did not do as he was told, Lu Jifeng and the others would most likely force their way in. In other words, if he helped Xu Ming, the Blind Box Authority's secret arts hall would still be impacted by this group of experts. Ding Ziyu could sort of see that Lu Jifeng and the others were still on the strong side. Otherwise, the Blind Box Authority's few old guys would not sit back and watch the other members get killed, much less be the shrunken heads of turtles hiding in the secret art museum and not come out. Previously, they wanted to use the power of the spell formation to keep Lu Jifeng and the others out, but now the spell formation was destroyed. Then they wanted to use the lulling method to trick these bigwigs into passing. They also didn't think about it. If Lu Jifeng and the others were that gullible, would they have come up with this plan? If it wasn't for the fact that the background of the Blind Box Authority was indeed big enough, I'm afraid they would have just gone straight for the kill. After pondering for a few seconds, Ding Ziyu still walked towards the third row of racks. In fact, he was also a little curious, wanting to see what kind of treasures were kept inside the secret rooms of the Secret Art Museum. Each row of shelves held quite a few goodies, and there were quite a few bottle-type items as well. Ding Ziyu swept over with a glance and saw a shiny and beautiful bottle. This bottle had obviously been stroked or wiped by someone on a regular basis. Otherwise it could not have been this clean. Seeing Ding Ziyu's gaze, Xu Ming shook his head at him repeatedly, yet Ding Ziyu was unmoved. Just then, Xu Ming suddenly dodged over and blocked the live camera, staring at him with menacing eyes, looking like he wanted to kill someone. This was clearly the rhythm of tearing his face off, and if Ding Ziyu insisted on opening that dark room, there was no guarantee that Xu Ming would not strike out at him. But Ding Ziyu was not a person with a weak character. If Xu Ming did not have a brutal attitude, but instead begged with kind words, perhaps it would have made Ding Ziyu feel very difficult. But his current attitude made Ding Ziyu very unhappy, including the way these people treated the members of the authority before. All of them made Ding Ziyu feel disgusted. They disregarded the deaths of the bottom staff for the sake of the Moon Sacred Pearl, and Ding Ziyu will be one of the bottom staff of the Blind Box Authority. Xu Ming's behavior immediately aroused the ire of Lu Jifeng and the others, and several bigwigs threatened Xu Ming in the live broadcast that if they stopped Ding Ziyu's actions again, they would immediately rush in. There were still 3 experts left outside the Secret Art Museum, and with their strength, they most likely wouldn't be able to stop Lu Jifeng and the others. Ming's face was very ugly, and his eyes towards Ding Ziyu became more and more ferocious. However, the more he was like this, the less Ding Ziyu spared him. Directly finding that bottle, he found out the way to open the mechanism after a few tries. Ding Ziyu turned the bottle, and a door immediately opened on one wall. Not where Lu Jifeng had said before, but on the opposite side. Ding Ziyu took his cell phone and walked straight towards that dark room. TSK, the things in this dark room are worth a lot more. Ding Ziyu hadn't even walked in yet when the voice of the Eye of Truth came through. If you get your hands on these things, your strength will definitely grow by a large margin. The true compassionate Ding Ziyu. It was just that with Zhu Ming and third brother following him, even if he really had any ideas, he didn't dare to act rashly. This dark room wasn't that big, and Ding Ziyu held up his cell phone and turned around, but he hadn't really seen the so-called Moon Sacred Pearl. This made Ding Ziyu surprised. Before Zhu Ming tried his best to stop himself, could it be an act? However, when Ding Ziyu looked at his third brother, he found that their eyes were similar to his own. With an incredulous look, there is an aura left behind by the Moon Sacred Pearl here. It should have been taken away. The Eye of Truth promptly reminded Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu's heart jumped as he instantly thought of Gao Xinu. After the old man from the Blind Box Authority came out, only Gao Xinu had the opportunity to strike. It would be reasonable if she had taken the Moon Sacred Pearl at this time. It was just that when they came in, they didn't issue Gao Xinu's figure, and they didn't know where she was hiding before, so that she could take away the Moon Sacred Pearl unknowingly. Someone must have sneaked in and taken our treasure. Zhu Ming's face became extremely ugly. If not for the fact that they were following right behind Ding Ziyu, they could have suspected Ding Ziyu's head. Don't worry, this person can't run away. Sango sank her face. Then he pointed his finger at Ding Ziyu and told him to leave. Ding Ziyu couldn't say anything more and took it in his hand and exited the dark room. But Zhu Ming and Sango didn't come out, but checked inside. Obviously, the Moon Sacred Pearl was suddenly lost, and this was a big deal to them. Hurry up and get those blind boxes. There are good things inside. The Eye of Truth immediately egged Ding Ziyu on. No one was paying attention to him at this moment, so it was a good time to strike. Ding Ziyu immediately turned off his cell phone and quickly walked towards the shelf where the blind boxes were kept. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the blind boxes into his spatial ring. Seeing that Zhu Ming and Sango hadn't come out yet, Wan-san ran towards the items that the Eye of Truth had looked at earlier and collected them without any hesitation. After going through such a great danger, one always has something to show for it. Ding Ziyu swept away a large number of items at once, only stopping after the spatial ring could not fit. Then he immediately communicated with the boundary pearl, opened the door of the small holy place, and directly disappeared into the treasure trove of the secret art museum. True Eye, can you find Gao Xinyu's location? After Ding Ziyu was safe, he immediately worried about Gao Xinyu again. That armor of hers is very special. It should still have a strong hiding ability, but the Moon Sacred Pearl is very special, so if she doesn't escape in time, she'll probably be traced. True Eye's worry was well founded. The spatial ring couldn't even cover the holy spiritual power of the Moon Sacred Pearl, and an extra set of armor wouldn't do much good. Then why don't we still hurry to find her and get her into the little Holy Land? Ding Ziyu was a little anxious. He didn't care about the deaths of the others, but Gao Xinu had to be preserved. I can't sense her in here. You'll have to get out of the small sanctuary, the Eye of Truth said helplessly. Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran out from the small Holy Land again, and then let his Eyes of Truth search for Gao Xinyu's location. The real eye sensing ability was very powerful, and with the Moon Sacred Pearl's spiritual aura as a guide, it was even easier to find it. She's hiding in the corner of the right display shelf. Hurry over. It took only a few breaths for the Eye of Truth to find Gao Xinyu's hiding place. Without even thinking, Ding Ziyu ran over. Gao Xinu's armor did have some hiding ability, but this ability wasn't as powerful as imagined. It was mainly because this Bao Jun was too big and everyone's attention wasn't on her, which allowed her to easily dodge it. Seeing Ding Ziyu running towards him, Gao Xinu's heart was overjoyed. With his little sanctuary, his escape from the secret art museum became much simpler. Chapter 80, Spatial Means. Gao Xinyu didn't care how he came in or how he found himself. After Ding Ziyu ran over, she immediately withdrew the armor's means of concealment. The special aura of the Moon Saint Pearl radiated out at once. Zhu Ming and third brother had searched the dark room for a while and found no abnormalities, and at this time, they had just stepped out of the dark room and immediately sensed the aura of the Moon Sacred Pearl. However, when the two people quickly walked over, they realized that the Moon Sacred Pearl had already disappeared. Not only was the Moon Sacred Pearl gone, even Ding Ziyu was gone. Damn it, that kid must have used some hidden means. Hurry up and close the treasure vault. Don't let him escape. Zhu Ming thought that all of this was Ding Ziyu's doing. Regardless of what tricks Ding Ziyu knew, it was normally impossible for him to run out of the secret arts hall in such a short period of time. That was why Zhu Ming's first suggestion to close the treasure army made perfect sense. As long as he was kept within the treasure army, no matter what means Ding Ziyu had, he should be able to find him out. Ding Ziyu was naturally not a little cutie, and he also knew the characteristics of the little Holy Land. If it was in an open space, it could appear anywhere within a certain large range, but if trapped within a very small confined range, it would be very difficult to escape. Although life within the small sanctuary was safe, there was a lack of necessary living supplies. Neither of the two Ding Ziyu had yet reached the point where they could dispel the grain and had to eat. In other words, the two of them might be able to survive for a period of time if they stayed in the middle of the small Holy Land, but it was absolutely impossible for them to stay in there for a long period of time without coming out, unless enough food could be prepared to support them for a longer period of time. Within the small sacred ground, Ding Ziyu began to communicate with the boundary pearl. It could maneuver the small sacred ground and quickly leave the treasure vault. Of course, it would be even better if it could leave the secret art museum. The boundary pearls had indeed acted quickly, escaping in time before the treasury closed. However, they were still in the middle of the secret arts hall and were not able to leave at the first opportunity. This was because the doors of the secret art museum were also closed at the first opportunity. However, Ding Ziyu was not worried about this, and from the screen of the boundary pearl, he could clearly see the figures of Lu Jifeng and the others. This meant that someone from the three major powers had already come in, and as long as they left the secret art museum, the small Holy Land could follow along with them. This was its special ability, spatial movement ability. A martial artist with less strength would not be able to detect it at all. Inside the secret art museum, it was already a mess at this point. Xu Ming's reaction, as long as he wasn't a cutie, could all tell something was different. When Xu Ming had blocked Ding Ziyu's shot earlier, they had already found an excuse to rush in, including the Nine Lords Association. Zhou Zhanggang, the core figures of the three major forces had already entered the secret arts hall. Open the treasury, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Lu Jifeng was angry and threatened Xu Ming. The two sides had once again torn their faces apart and could go to war at any time. Impossible. The Moon Sacred Pearl was stolen by that kid. He has a special means of concealment, and by opening the treasury, he could have run out of it. Third brother simply picked his words this time. Anyway, the Moon Sacred Pearl was no longer in his hands, so it didn't matter much if he said it or not. It can't be, can it? Previously, that brat entered the dark room and didn't find the so-called Moon Sacred Pearl. I think it's obvious that you guys are lying and trying to make up stories to trick us again. Zhou Zhanggang didn't believe what they were saying at all anymore. I can swear with my Dao heart that if the Moon Sacred Pearl is still in our hands, there will be no more progress in somebody's martial arts. Third brother really did swear on the spot. Such words were not the slightest bit binding for ordinary people, but for martial arts experts, it was truly poisonous. If one lied, it was likely that unexpected problems would arise when advancing in the future. Wasn't that kid with you guys? Right under your noses. How could he steal the Moon Sacred Pearl? Lu Jifeng was also somewhat not quite convinced that Ding Ziyu had done it. After all, the situation was clear to them all. With Ding Ziyu's strength, it was impossible for him to do such a great thing under the eyes of Xu Ming and third brother. Wasn't there a little girl with him before? Could it be that she did it? Zhou Zhanggang immediately reminded, and several people had almost forgotten about Gao Xingyu. However, the armor she was wearing was indeed divine, and it could easily isolate the poisonous mist of the secret arts hall spells, and she didn't die in the fire, which made it easy to arouse the suspicion of others. After Zhou Zhanggang reminded them of this, several people remembered Gao Xingyu. These two people can be your blind box authorities people. Perhaps they've been hitting on the Moon Sacred Pearl for a long time. This is your own loophole. The Nine Lords Guildmaster also spoke. However, he thought about the question further. If it was just Gao Xinyu's armor, how could it possibly hide from two people? Even if Ding Ziyu knew the legendary bone shrinking technique, it would still be difficult to hide in that armor. Not to mention the Moon Sacred Pearl with its powerful and special breath. No matter how big the treasure trove was, it was unlikely that it could hide two people. After the Nine Lords would brainstorm for a few seconds, they immediately thought of their own little sacred ground. If they entered the small Holy Land, it would indeed be 1,000 times harder to find them out. It was just that the Nine Lords Guildmasters hadn't been able to fully figure out the characteristics of the lesser sacred ground. They had only found the place where the protective spell formation was opened, and had not found the core boundary bead that could manipulate the little Holy Land. The Nine Lords Guildmaster did not want to reveal everything he knew, and in his heart, he even secretly decided to create an opportunity for Ding Ziyu to escape. In the future, as long as he could find Ding Ziyu, all the treasures would belong to him. How could he let others know about such a good thing? The situation might not be as complicated as you guys think. As long as we send people to guard the entrance of the treasure vault, I don't believe they can run out from inside. After the Nine Lords would figure it out, they immediately began to come up with bad ideas. Although he didn't know how the small Holy Land was manipulated, he understood that as long as the treasure vault was opened, Ding Ziyu and his duo would definitely be able to run out. Right. Could it be that you've been keeping the treasure vault closed and want to starve them to death inside? There are quite a few things inside the treasure vault. Aren't you afraid that they'll hoover up everything inside? Zhou Zhengang also added fuel to the fire. When Sangdo and Zhu Ming and the others heard them say that, they were also a little panicked in their hearts. The things in the treasury could be the important property of the Blind Box Authority. Losing 3 or 5 or so items might be something they could still afford, but it would be troublesome if the loss was too great. In the end, Zhu Ming opened the treasure trove again when he had no choice but to do so. They had indeed discovered that a large number of things were missing from the treasure trove, all of which were items of great value, including the special blind boxes that had been gathered together with a heavy amount of money, all of which were gone. Damn, this kid has too much guts, stealing so much from us. We must find them out. Zhu Ming was furious. If Ding Ziyu was by his side, he would only have killed him immediately. Chapter 81, The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Seeing the large amount of treasures that had disappeared from the treasury, Zhu Ming and the others had a feeling of wanting to cry. Previously, they thought that this kid was quite honest, but they didn't realize that he was so black-handed, and had they known this, they wouldn't have let Ding Ziyu into the treasury no matter what. This kid's vision is some venomous. The things taken away are almost all valuable contraptions. Lu Jifeng was instead speaking sardonically from the side. It didn't hurt a bit to lose something that wasn't his anyway. The Nine Lords Guildmaster, however, was secretly delighted, pondering that if he found Ding Ziyu, all of these things would be his. Several old men from the Blind Box Authority came in and searched around for Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinu in the treasure trove, but no matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't find half a trace of the two. They had both hidden in the small Holy Land and were no longer in the treasure trove, so no matter how heavenly they were, they wouldn't be able to find the two out. Not to mention that these people really didn't have that heavenly ability. Those who could master spatial means were basically those experts who came from other worlds. The martial artists of the native world hadn't reached this height for the time being. Don't bother, that brat has mostly run away, the Nine Lords Guild Master said lazily. When searching, he was not attentive. In his heart, he was already quite certain that Ding Ziyu had already run away into the middle of his small Holy Land. Unless he could find the entrance to the small Holy Land, it was useless to say anything. Just how to find the entrance to the lesser sacred ground. The Nine Lords Guild Master didn't have a proven method either. Of course, in this situation now, even if there was a way, he wouldn't say it. This outer secret was something only he, the Nine Lords, would know, and would never tell anyone else. Impossible. That kid hasn't even reached Martial Saint. What means could he use to easily run out? Not to mention that we've already closed the doors of the Secret Arts Hall in the first place. That brat is definitely still in the Secret Arts Hall. Third brother didn't trust the Nine Lords Guild Master's judgment. He was thinking from the strength itself. With Ding Ziyu's strength, it was indeed impossible for him to escape from under the eyes of so many experts. The only reasonable explanation was that he had found a place to hide. Expand the search area and search the entire Secret Arts Hall. I just don't believe that this brat can fly through the sky. Not to mention that they are carrying the Moon Sacred Pearl. Its Sense Space Ring can't even hide it. So where can the two of them escape to? Zhu Ming said in a ruthless voice. After the consent of a few old guys, the crowd decisively expanded the scope of their search. The search went from inside the treasury to outside the treasury, and then spread throughout the entire Secret Arts Hall. The two of them, Ding Ziyu, were within the small sacred ground, using the boundary bead to see the situation outside clearly. Seeing these old guys searching seriously, Ding Ziyu even wanted to laugh a little. Hey, when can we go out? It won't be necessary to keep hiding inside this little sanctuary of yours, right? Gao Xinyu was also watching from the side, but her mood wasn't that relaxed. What's the rush? When I can go out, I'll naturally go out. Ding Ziyu was in a good mood. He had made a lot of money on this trip, and although the biggest benefit was in Gao Xinyu's hands, he had gotten quite a lot of things as well. By the way, how did you know that there was a Moon Sacred Pearl within the Blind Box Authority all this time ago? Ding Ziyu, however, knew that Gao Xinu had come from a city in the north. All the signs already indicated that her purpose was the Moon Sacred Pearl, and she had made careful arrangements and preparations. Otherwise, with her strength, it was impossible for her to easily enter the formation, much less sneak into the treasury. Actually, there aren't many people who know this news. It's just that it's not that simple to think of the Blind Box Authority's idea. I was able to get the Moon Sacred Pearl, and with the help of your strength, without the three major powers forcing a few old guys, it would be hard for me to get the Moon Sacred Pearl into my hands. Gao Xinyu's words were true to a point. Without Lu Jifeng and these experts to hold back San and the others, with how Gao Xinyu prepared, the possibility of entering the treasure vault was almost zero. I've helped you get such a great benefit. This would be the time when you should sincerely submit to me, right? Ding Ziyu revisited old matters. Gao Xinyu just smiled, neither acknowledging nor objecting. She was still a little puzzled by Ding Ziyu as a person, and the more she knew, the less bottom she had in her heart. However, the strength and potential that Ding Ziyu displayed still made Gao Xinyu very optimistic. Perhaps after a period of time, his strength would skyrocket and he would soon be able to catch up with those old guys. By the way, to what level can this moon sacred pearl help you cultivate? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. There's nothing wrong with surpassing a martial saint at least, Gao Xinyu said confidently. She knew that the special energy contained within the moon sacred pearl was quite compatible with the secret art she cultivated, and it was a good treasure that was completely tailor-made for her. With the moon sacred pearl's help, her realm and strength would be able to increase by leaps and bounds, and it would not produce any negative effects. To be honest, even Ding Ziyu had a few moments of envy. It was a pity that this moon sacred pearl wasn't suitable for him to use. Instead, those treasures that he had gotten from the treasure trove would be of great help to him, to realize that these things are all treasures picked out by the Eye of Truth based on his own situation. What is suitable is the best. By this time, the secret art museum had already been rummaged through by a bunch of old guys, not to mention finding Ding Ziyu. Not even a single hair was found. Forget it, let's all go back. I didn't realize that we went through so much effort, but we did it for those two little guys. Lu Jifeng was no longer interested in searching any further. His first thought was that Ding Ziyu and his duo had already escaped from the secret art museum, and that there might be so little chance of them going to search in Daning City at this moment, and that there was no point in continuing to stay in the secret art museum. Scatter, scatter, scatter. Open the door of the secret art museum. Don't make us strike out on our own. Zhou Zhenggang also had the same thought. In Daning City, they had many minions, and as long as Ding Ziyu was still active in this city, the chances of finding them were high. The faces of Third Brother and the others were quite ugly. They always thought that Ding Ziyu was still in the secret art museum and were quite certain of it, but not being able to find anyone made them very desperate again. By opening the door of the secret art museum at this time, Ding Ziyu would most likely have left along with these guys. It would be many times more difficult to find them again at that time. The few giants that could be led by Lu Jifeng, San and the others were really somewhat unable to mess with them. In the end, it is still their own strength that is not enough, unless the authority sends a higher level of experts over, in order to be able to withstand the pressure of Lu Jifeng and the others. As the door of the secret arts hall opened, a group of people came out of the door in a line. Ding Ziyu also maneuvered the little Holy Land and very easily exited the secret art hall. At this point, they were already dragons returning to the sea, and it would be 1,000 times harder to catch them easily again. Chapter 82 Procurement. After the three forces left the secret arts hall, they immediately issued an order to track down Ding Ziyu's whereabouts. Don't look at the fact that there were only 3 major forces in Daning City, but in fact, many organizations and small teams were dependent on them. As soon as these forces released their orders, their minions would soon spread throughout the entire Daning City, and as soon as Ding Ziyu and the others showed up, they would most likely be discovered by others. The next day, those people from the Blind Box Authority who had been teleported away also came back one after another. Many of them, seeing that the authority had been beaten to this state, these people were all very surprised, not knowing exactly what had happened. The few old guys led by Sango didn't explain anything to the following, but instead told them to re-recruit manpower and get a grip on the affairs of the authority. For the Blind Box Authority, recruiting manpower was not difficult. If they relaxed their criteria a little, they could recruit a large number of people within a day. Subsequently, the Blind Box Authority also released a wanted notice for the duo of Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinu. It could be said that the entirety of Daning City was searching for their whereabouts. As soon as the two appeared, it would definitely set off an uproar. There's still some food in the small sanctuary, so I guess it can last for a few days. Right now, the wind chi outside is very tight, so don't go out for the time being. Ding Ziyu gathered all the food together. Actually, sticking around for 10 days and half a month in this small Holy Land wouldn't be a problem. After all, there were quite a few things that could be eaten in here, and as long as they weren't all squandered by the savage dragon, the king of big appetites, casually saving some of them would be enough for the two of them to eat. In terms of water diversion, spirit pool water is undoubtedly a very good thing, and you don't have to worry about being depleted. Just watch the arrangements. I'm going to cultivate with all my might and break through to the Martial Saint section first. Gao Xinyu was very positive. The Moon Saint Pearl was in her hands, and now there was no more safety hazards. So what were she waiting for? Alright, I'll try to impact the Martial Saint realm as well. Ding Ziyu came to be interested. In terms of strength, he had already reached the level of Martial Saint 1 stage long ago. However, the real realm was still Martial 10 stage, and if he couldn't break through the realm and fly, he couldn't be considered a true Martial Saint. Ding Ziyu had gotten quite a few good things in the treasury of the secret art museum, all of which would help him cultivate. Now taking these things out, he began to absorb them diligently according to his previous cultivation method. This is the Bodhisattva Dragon Dan, which is very helpful in cultivating the Vajra body. The Vajra glazed body you cultivate fits right in with it. After absorbing it, you will probably make good progress. The Eye of Truth described an orange-colored pill, which Ding Ziyu took out in a flash. Cultivation time always passes very fast. In the middle of the time, in addition to eating, drinking water, almost do not feel the consumption of time in general. Soon, the two people stayed within the small Holy Land for 5 days. Every day was the same food, making one indeed feel a little bit of having tired of it. What's the situation out there? Can we go out? Gao Xinyu could no longer stay a bit. Impacting a martial saint was not that simple, and although she had been working hard for the past few days, she hadn't quite made this large realm leap. Ding Ziyu's situation was similar. His strength had become stronger again. The strength of his physical body had also become more solid, cultivating into a pure bronze body. However, in terms of realm, he was still so far from being a martial saint that he just couldn't complete the final breakthrough. At this time, the city of Daning was still in a state of panic, with people searching around for the whereabouts of Ding Ziyu and his duo at all times. Their portraits were even plastered all over the city. If they ran out at this time, it was estimated that in less than 3 minutes, there would be a large number of experts pouncing on them. Whether they die or live depends on luck. It's a pain in the ass, but we're running out of food. Have to go out and find a way to get some back. Ding Ziyu was also a little depressed, not realizing that he had become a wanted man again. The consequences were much more serious this time. Isn't it possible to manipulate this little sanctuary of yours? Can you blend inside someone else's granary? Load up a bunch and run. Gao Xinyu came up with a seemingly feasible solution. Whose granary is in the middle of the open air? Not to mention that we simply don't have the exact coordinates. It's not that easy to solve this problem. The more Ding Ziyu communicated with the boundary pearl, the clearer he understood its capabilities. Although it had the ability to span space, it was only for short distances, and it wasn't like imagining that it could move to wherever it wanted to go at random phases. Also, there were some secret closed places that the boundary pearl could not enter. It was reasonable to say that things like finding food ended up with people going out to look for it. Convenient and quick. What then? It's not really going to starve to death in the middle of this small Holy Land, is it? Gao Xinyu joked. She was actually just being spiteful. The first few days were fine, thinking that the roasted meat Ding Ziyu had made tasted good, but after eating it for several days in a row, it didn't feel so good. Mostly, I just wanted something else for a change. Wait, let me think of other feats. Ding Ziyu remembered the blind box he had gotten in the treasure trove. In one of the blind boxes, there were actually thousands of snakes. These snakes were of different sizes and strengths, so if they were released, they would definitely cause quite a commotion. By that time, there might be a chance to get some food while the chaos was going on. With the appetites of the two of them, getting some at random would last a long time. Ding Ziyu communicated with Boundary Pearl and decided to go to the nearest food market to release the snake. Usually speaking, the food market is quite well stocked with all kinds of evacuated fruits and grains, so if they succeed in getting some, it will be enough for them to eat. The Boundary Pearl began to move under Ding Ziyu's guidance. After about half a day, it finally found a food market. Gao Xianyu once again used her makeup to make appropriate modifications to the two of them, so that at least at first glance, some of them looked like but not like, and were not so easily recognized. Ding Ziyu sought out a relatively hidden corner and burrowed out of the small sanctuary. Why don't we just go and buy it directly? These people may not be able to recognize us. Gao Xinyu still didn't want Ding Ziyu to release the snake. Many of these merchants are not very strong, and when they encounter ordinary snakes, they may just be scared for a moment, but a strong snake may have very serious consequences. Then buy something first. It's not too late to release the snake if something really goes wrong. Ding Ziyu was still not too timid, mainly because his recent strength had risen quickly. As long as no martial saint level experts appeared, the danger wasn't as great as he thought. So, the two of them went on a shopping spree in the food market. No matter what vegetables and fruits, grains, cereals, oils, condiments, etc., they bought whatever they saw. As for money, it was not a problem at all. Whether it was Ding Ziyu or Gao Xinyu, neither of them were bad with this amount of money. Just create it. When Ding Ziyu walked into the third rice store, he finally caught the attention of a young man. Only the guy wasn't quite sure, so he turned his angle to get a better look at the two. Chapter 83. Although this young man was observing Ding Ziyu and the two of them, his actions were very careful and did not attract Ding Ziyu's attention. After all, there were so many people in the market, walking around, who would really notice those who stole chickens and dogs? The two of them were still happily shopping for various items, sometimes discussing what dishes to make and what kind of vegetables they needed to serve with them. I think we can purchase some seeds and plant them directly inside, so we might be able to be self-sufficient in the future. Gao Xinyu came up with what he thought was a wonderful thing. There was no problem with her idea either. There was plenty of spiritual energy within the small Holy Land, and with the spirit pool water, the various places had become even better. There was absolutely no problem in wanting to grow ordinary vegetables. It was just that Ding Ziyu didn't like doing these things. Leaving it to his grandfather might still be feasible. Recently, Ding Shichen had also been practicing hard for a while, only his talent was just that, and because he had awakened too late, it was impossible for him to reach a very high level. After cultivating for a period of time, the progress also became imperceptible, so it wasn't much of a concern anymore. This is a vegetable market. It's not always possible to find seeds. Ding Ziyu was still familiar with vegetable markets. If you want to buy meat and vegetables, that's really easy, but if you want to buy seeds, they're not always available. Even if they are available, they don't always come in several varieties. As the two walked and exchanged words, their mannerisms fell into the eyes of that youth. After observing them from multiple directions, the youth felt more than 50% certain, based on the principle that it was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. He contacted his organization in time. A few minutes later, the news of Ding Ziyu's duo showing up at the vegetable market was grasped by the Nine Lords Association. The Lord of the Nine Lords Society personally went out, bringing a large number of experts over to this side of the vegetable market. Between the several major forces, in addition to searching for the Ding Ziyu duo with all their might, they were also spying on each other. It wasn't an easy thing to hide a big move on the Nine Lords Society's side from the others. Thus, as the Lord of the Nine Lords Society rushed towards the food market where Ding Ziyu and his duo were, several other forces also caught wind of the situation. There are too many people in the food market. Should we clear some of them first? Once the war starts, I'm afraid that many innocent people will be injured. Someone was very worried about this. Although the lives of people in this world have become like grass, there are still people with a conscience. No way. If we drive those irrelevant ones away, we will immediately alert that brat. They have a big secret on them, and their means of escape is quite amazing. Once the alertness is born, do you think it will still be possible to catch them? The Nine Lords Guildmaster was very clear about the hidden nature of the Little Holy Land. During this period of time, he had dispatched a large number of people to search specifically for the characteristics of the Little Holy Land. It was a pity that the Little Holy Land was already completely in Ding Ziyu's hands, and if he didn't want to open the portal, he wouldn't be able to find them no matter what means he used. Ding Ziyu two people have enough money in hand. Buy things naturally is also big. See what like, directly buy is. This kind of frantic sweeping was still a great feeling. The main thing was that if they were to stay in the middle of the small Holy Land all the time, there was still a strong sense of freshness at first. After a long time, it felt like a prison. After all, there were only 3 people left inside now. The remnants of the Nine Lords Society were all deliberately arranged by Ding Ziyu to be sent into the mouth of the savage dragon. These irrelevant ones, Ding Ziyu would not let them stay in the middle of the small Holy Land. Although the space inside was not small, the living aspect was indeed monotonous. At the same time, staying in this small Holy Land, one could not be favored by the heavenly Tao. At least for Gao Xinyu, there were problems. So the two were still in a very pleasant mood as they swept through the food market. That was until the people from the Nine Lords Association quickly approached the vegetable market and quietly felt their way in. A number of martial saints even pretended to be ordinary people and quickly blended into the vegetable market. Buy some more pasta. It feels about right, Gao Xinyu said after thinking about it. Neither of them had carefully calculated how much they had bought. And anyway, they bought a bunch when they saw something they liked. Ding Ziyu's space ring was almost full. Well, there's a certain grain and oil store right over there. Hurry over and buy some, Ding Ziyu said as he pointed to a store a dozen meters away. At this moment, there were already 2 customers inside that store, pretending to check out the goods inside the store. The 2 of them, Ding Ziyu, had just walked into the store and immediately realized that something was wrong. Although these 2s had tried to restrain their martial saint aura as much as possible, they were still discovered by Ding Ziyu. The aura of a martial saint was really too powerful for ordinary people. In the eyes of an ordinary person, one might not be able to tell the difference, but to the same cultivating martial artist, it was as obvious as a light in the darkness of the night. Ding Ziyu instantly recognized the 2 men, the very senior deacons of the Nine Lords Association. Run! Ding Ziyu pulled Gao Xinyu, turned around and ran towards the surface. He himself also communicated with the boundary pearl at the first opportunity, asking him to open a portal for himself. Since the senior deacon of the Nine Lords Association had come, who dared to guarantee that the others hadn't? Ding Ziyu was no longer strong, but he did not dare to fight hard with a group of martial saint experts, and fleeing was the first choice. As the 2 turned their heads to escape, the 2 martial saints also understood that they had been discovered. They rushed up with a flash. their large hands opening up like the claws of an eagle as they grabbed at the two of them. Ding Ziyu. These two guys were worthy of being martial saint experts, and the speed of their strikes was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Seeing that he was about to be caught, the realm bead finally opened a portal in time, and without thinking much, Ding Ziyu immediately rushed in. However, when the boundary pearl closed the portal, two senior deacons of the Nine Lords Association also rushed in just in time. I didn't expect our Holy Land to actually fall into your kids' hands. Finally found you guys out. Ha 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 ha. Blue Cloud's sword laughed out loud. If the Lesser Holy Land could be retrieved from his hands, the Nine Lords Guildmaster would surely look at him favorably, and the relevant rewards would surely not be less for him. You guys are only at the second stage of martial saint strength. Aren't you rejoicing a little too early? Ding Ziyu was rather unafraid at this moment. Everything in the Lesser Holy Land was within his grasp. What was there to worry about with two martial saints in the district? Not to mention the fact that his own strength had become much stronger, just with the boundary bead's instincts. There was no problem in trying to clean up these two people. So what if it's martial saint second stage? It's already enough to gather you all. Blue Cloud's sword wasn't scared at all, and he was also quite familiar with this small Holy Land. Nothing inside was unfamiliar to him. In his opinion, two martial saints on his side, dealing with the duo of Ding Ziyu was completely easy and enjoyable. Any interest in having a go at them? Ding Ziyu looked towards Gao Xingyu. Recently, Gao Xingyu's strength increase was not small, and the Moon Sacred Pearl's help to her was simply not too obvious. If she hadn't been trapped by the realm problem, her strength would have been even stronger. Chapter 84. If compared to pure strength, Gao Xingyu was definitely not a match for a second-degree martial saint. However, her means were still very special, and her attacks were quite powerful, so she could completely put up a fight with a second-degree martial saints. I'll try. If I can't beat you, you have to help me in time. Gao Xingyu was eager to try. For martial artists, being able to fight against a high-realm martial artist was a rare opportunity. Of course, if the opponent was too far above one's realm, then there was no need to fight. Ha ha, two juniors don't know how to die. A mere 10th stage martial artist, and they dare to challenge us. Old Zhang, why don't one of us deal with one of them? Taking them down early and controlling the Lesser Holy Land in our own hands is the biggest thing. Lan Yunjian laughed out loud, not putting Ding Ziyu air in his eyes at all. Normally speaking, a second-degree martial saint, for a 10th-degree martial artist, possessed a crushing advantage, and it was indeed very easy to fight. Fine, let's compete and see who takes down their opponent first. Zhang Daong grinned broadly, with no psychological pressure at all. As he spoke, Zhang Daong lunged at Ding Ziyu, while Blue Cloud's sword charged at Gao Xingyu. This guy has just advanced to the second stage of martial saint. Although his power is up to date, he may not be that skillful in utilizing it. With your strength, even if you fight with him, you won't suffer too much of a loss. The true I was still very optimistic about Ding Ziyu. In terms of strength alone, Ding Ziyu was definitely weaker than this Zhang Daong, but his physical strength was more bullish than the other party. The same punch produces a recoil force that acts on the body with very different results. With the judgment of the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu's confidence was instantly boosted. Seeing Zhang Daong pouncing on him, he did not retreat but advanced, accelerated with a running aid, and then swung his fist and smashed it. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're asking for death yourself. You can't blame me. Zhang Daong laughed out loud when he saw Ding Ziyu's reaction. He had never seen a martial artist dare to launch a countercharge at a martial saint expert before. Wasn't this purely looking for death? Who gave you the courage? Even for a 10th stage martial artist, it was normally just 1,000 kilograms of force, and the gap with a second stage martial saint was too far. Zhang Daong swung out a punch very casually. He felt that even if he threw a punch casually, he would be able to knock Ding Ziyu down, and it wouldn't be surprising if he might even kill him. Bang! The fists of the two men clashed together, and Ding Ziyu, who was expected to be sent flying, stood dead still, showing no signs of flying backwards. Instead, a piercing pain came from Zhang Daong's fist, as if he had slammed his fist into an iron wall. Damn it, this kid is weird. Zhang Daong finally sobered up a bit. How could Ding Ziyu not have some strength if he dared to collide with him head-on? Looking at Ding Ziyu's situation, the expression on his face didn't even change. Obviously the power used this time didn't hurt the other party. Zhang Daong realized that he had been careless, and it seemed that if he wanted to defeat this kid, he would have to use a stronger force. Kid, that punch just now was just a random strike from Zhang. Next I will let you understand what is the real strength gap. Zhang Daong gritted his teeth. This lost face, no matter what, he had to get it back. If a second stage martial saint were to fall under the hands of a martial artist, he was afraid that it would become a stain all over him. In the future, in the Nine Lords Association, he wouldn't be able to raise his head. Don't brag, just come. Ding Ziyu was not afraid of confronting his opponent head-on. The previous strike had given him great confidence in his physical strength. As long as the old guy didn't use his air superiority against him, everything else was a non-issue. In a flash, the two crashed into each other again. This time, Zheng Daong no longer had any sense of contempt, but took out his full strength to fight Ding Ziyu. Both of them used a fist-to-flesh style of fighting, simple and brutal, with bursts of thumping sounds. Zheng Daong's strength was indeed superior, and every time he could hit Ding Ziyu to take 2 or even 3 steps back. But Ding Ziyu was like a cowhide, immediately charging up after being knocked back. Although Zheng Daong clenched his teeth and held on, the pain in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, and if he continued to fight like this, his arm might even be wasted. His heart had already cursed all of Ding Ziyu's immediate family members, but on his mouth he refused to admit defeat in the slightest. This person, he really cannot afford to lose. Old man, the hand hurts, doesn't it? Shout out if it hurts. No shame. Ding Ziyu began to flirt with Zheng Daong. Although this fellow was pretending, how could his situation escape the observation of the differential eyes of truth? Less bragging, let's see how I'll clean you up. Zheng Daong was truly afraid, and after repelling Ding Ziyu with a punch, he immediately took out a large knife. If I don't use my weapon again, my hand might actually be ruined. Moving your weapon first means you've already lost. Ding Ziyu's mouth was not forgiving, and he followed suit, taking out an iron rod that was about 4 feet in length and thicker than his arm. His opponent had moved his sword. There was no way he could use his fists to fight with him. Soon, the clash of weapons became dangling. Ding Ziyu did not lose the wind in the slightest, and Zheng Daong could not do much to take him. On the other side, the blue cloud sword was also blocked by Gao Xinyu's blue energy. Her special energy was able to knock back the giant rock pig, and it was still very easy to deal with a second-stage martial saint. One must know that recently, Gao Xinyu had absorbed quite a bit of energy from the Moon Sacred Pearl, and had risen another notch in terms of strength. Although Blue Cloud Sword's realm was quite a bit higher than Gao Xinyu's, he was being pressured by Gao Xinyu, which was completely unexpected. After being suppressed several times, the Blue Cloud Sword finally had to fly into the air and use its aerial advantage to strike Gao Xinu. The battle scene between the two former experts both looked very awkward. It was exactly as if the elder brother was not talking about the second brother. Everyone was similar. It was a good thing that there were no other outsiders present here. Otherwise both of their old faces would have been disgraced. The enemy and the enemy fought back and forth. Ding Ziyu was enjoying this process, and such a fight helped him improve quickly. The enemy's strength was just right. 1 step stronger than him, but within acceptable limits. If it was too much stronger, it would be a one-sided abuse. The opponents are too weak to fight and it's not much fun to show your strength. What are these two little guys from? How come they're so strong? Blue Cloud Sword frowned, originally thinking that it was a one-sided battle. He actually didn't have any advantage in the fight until now. If it wasn't for his ability to fly in the air, he said that he would have been taken down by Gao Xinyu instead. Whatever they are from, their realm is low. Hold on a little longer. There will always be a time when their power runs out. Zheng Daong actually hit such an idea. Indeed, their realms were high, so if they fought for consumption, they would theoretically be able to gain an advantage. When the two of them had no strength afterward, it would become much simpler to clean up the two of them. Chapter 85, Free Purchase. Hearing Zheng Daong's words, Ding Ziyu even wanted to laugh a little. If he really wants to fight for consumption, Zheng Daong is really not his opponent. I'm afraid that if Zheng Daong gets exhausted, Ding Ziyu won't have much of a problem. On the contrary, Gao Xinyu was a bit of a problem. Her attack power was indeed strong, but her consumption was also high enough that unless she could still use the Moon Sacred Pearl to replenish her consumption while fighting, she would most likely not be able to fight against the Blue Cloud Sword. Listening to Zheng Daong's arrangement, Blue Cloud Sword decisively utilized the air advantage to swim and fight with Gao Xinyu. The paradigm of a former expert was not pretending anymore. Everything was aimed at beating the opponent. Ding Zi, they're cheating. They're not going to fight. Gao Xinyu simply retreated. She knew that Ding Ziyu had a way to deal with these two. After exchanging blows for a while, the two had a full understanding of their strength. Indeed, they were able to forcefully fight against a second-degree martial saint, and if they only fought on the ground, they could still gain some upper hand. However, the greatest benefit of martial saints was that they could utilize their flying ability, and the aerial advantage was quite obvious. Even if they poured in everything they had, they might not be able to finish off these two senior deacons of the Nine Lords Association. Fine. If you don't fight, you don't fight. Ding Ziyu immediately began to communicate with the Boundary Pearl. As long as one was in this side of the Little Holy Land, whether it was on the ground or in the air, one would be suppressed by the Little Holy Land. As strong as the Savage Dragon couldn't get rid of the control of the Small Holy Land, 2 second-stage martial saints were not a problem at all. The two martial saints were still in a daze when they were controlled by the Little Holy Land with an invisible hand. Then it directly transformed into a prison and locked up the two. When did you master this ability of the Little Holy Land? Blue Cloud Sword was shocked. They were aware of how miraculous the lesser sacred ground was. It was just that there were many means that they hadn't developed. It was not expected that this small holy land would fall into Ding Ziyu's hands and quickly develop such a powerful ability. Sorry, no comment. Ding Ziyu would not tell them about the boundary pearl. In fact, even Gao Xinyu wasn't very clear on how Ding Ziyu operated. What about these two? Keeping them is always a trouble. Gao Xinyu asked worriedly. At least they are martial saints. Leave them for the savage dragon to use as rations. Ding Ziyu wouldn't let them leave alive either. Through the boundary bead, he could see that the outside of the food market was now in a frenzy. The experts from several forces had come over and were searching for them in a big way. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was even more serious, wanting to find the entrance and exit of the little Holy Land. It was a pity that their efforts were destined to be futile. Under Ding Ziyu's control, it was impossible for the small Holy Land to produce any more entrances or exits. Unless there were experts who had mastered the secret art of space stored amongst them, they might be able to find some traces of it. In order to minimize the risk rush, Ding Ziyu still kept Boundary Pearl away from the food market. This open-ended environment, it was simply not too simple for him to leave. After the little Holy Land left, but it was just the right movement to the territory of the Red Dragon Society. Well, why don't we just release all the snakes in that blind box and keep the Red Dragon Society busy for a while? Ding Ziyu did as he thought, directly opening the small Holy Land and running out of it. Then right in the Red Dragon Society's territory, he opened that blind box full of snakes of all sizes. Not long after, the Red Dragon Society's compound was bustling with activity, since most of the experts had already gone over to the vegetable market to round up Ding Ziyu. At this moment, there weren't many powerful martial artists in the Red Dragon Society's territory at all. Those small snakes might only be able to scare people, but a few of them were strong, chasing the Red Dragon Society's gang of weak minions in a very sorry state. Ding Ziyu didn't return to the little Holy Land either. Instead, he stood high up and watched the show, looking very pleased with himself. Oops, there are snakes going past the warehouse as well. Run! A Red Dragon Society minion shouted anxiously. This guy's strength was also pitifully weak, only at the 4th stage of martial artist. Not to mention those powerful big snakes, even ordinary poisonous snakes made his heart tremble. There's a warehouse? Doesn't that mean there are supplies? Ding Ziyu's eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't bought enough at the food market before, but now it was free shopping time, so how could he let it go? Ding Ziyu immediately rushed over to the warehouse at top speed. The minions guarding the warehouse had long since run away in fear, and there were only a few not-so-powerful snakes moving around the perimeter. Ding Ziyu walked forward and directly broke the lock of the warehouse. The supplies inside were really quite a lot, with all sorts of items. Although the Red Dragon Society was not weak, most of the minions under them were ordinary people who still had to eat, drink, and sleep, so there were all sorts of items present in their warehouse. Ding Ziyu simply had the Boundary Pearl open up an entrance and exit, while Ding Ziyu utilized his spatial ring to transfer these items in large quantities into the small Holy Land. The vegetable market side of the search for Ding Ziyu's people is hot and heavy. The Red Dragon Society's warehouse side, Ding Ziyu general things are also busy. This time, Ding Ziyu didn't give the Red Dragon Society anything left, and after moving it all into the small Holy Land, he left with a flourish. What kind of place did you rob? How did you get so many living supplies? Gao Xinyu saw the ground full of items, quite a bit more than what they had purchased. There didn't seem to be a quicker way to do it in such a short period of time, other than mugging. Where else to rob? Just went to the Red Dragon Society to get a batch of goods. They're not good things, and they usually don't do a lot of unethical things. I'm helping them to do good. Ding Ziyu told a joke. His mood was quite pleasant. Although there were some risks this time out, nothing went terribly wrong. The little sacred ground was indeed too good to be true. With the space-spanning ability that allowed them to come and go like the wind without leaving any traces behind. Can you send me back to the north with the little Holy Land? Gao Xinyu suddenly asked. I don't know about this. The distance is too far, and it's not necessarily possible to go back if there's no direction. Ding Ziyu did not actually know the way the little Holy Land moved. Daning City was where he lived, and it was easy to go wherever he wanted to go, but it was really hard to go to the northern cities. For example, after entering the wilderness, where to go? Ding Ziyu didn't have a clue. With a slight deviation, he might end up not knowing where to go. Forget it, let's wait for next month's blind box. Maybe we can find a way to go back. Gao Xinyu also knew that she was making things a bit difficult for Ding Ziyu. She was a favorite of the Lord, and whenever she wanted to do something, the Lord would always send down a blind box that suited her and helped her solve the difficulties at hand. Based on this alone, Ding Ziyu couldn't even compare. It was completely not at the same level. Don't be in a hurry. We just got back so many supplies. Let's have a good meal before we talk about it. Ding Ziyu hurriedly called his grandfather over, and the three of them worked together to make a hearty lunch. Chapter 86, Addicted to Wool Gathering. Growing up and cultivating was undoubtedly a very cool thing. Now that the supplies were not worried, and the cultivation resources had gotten a whole lot of them, there was no need to care about what was going on outside. Even if the several major powers turned the city of Daning over, they would not be able to find out where Ding Ziyu was, unless a figure like sect leader Cheng Tian made a move. There might be that little bit of hope. However, with the strength and connections of those of them, not to mention being able to invite sect leader Cheng Tian, it would be extremely difficult just to meet him. Ding Ziyu was in a very good mood, cooking all sorts of gourmet meals in the small sanctuary every day. The cultivation aspect wasn't particularly concerning either. As a result, he actually managed to break through to the Martial Saint realm without much effort under such a relaxed state of mind. Even though it was only a section of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu was very happy in his heart. The practicing flight thing was even more of a joke, but Ding Ziyu was still enjoying himself. On the side, Gao Xinyu saw this situation and was extremely envious in her heart. She was the one who had entered the 10th stage of martial artist earlier than Ding Ziyu, and now with the help of the Moon Sacred Pearl, she was still stuck at the martial artist realm. It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. After reaching the first stage of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu's power had even skyrocketed by a large margin. If measured by strength alone, Ding Ziyu would have no problem even impersonating a third stage Martial Saint. His instantaneous burst of power was very strong, and his sustained fighting strength was far beyond that of a martial artist of the same rank. What made Ding Ziyu even happier was that after advancing in rank, his body had also become stronger. It was being transformed from a bronze body to a silver body. Don't look at it as just such a small change, but the strength of his fleshly body had increased a lot at once. The resistance to blows had at least doubled. In order to verify his strength, Ding Ziyu even brought in the Barbarian Dragon to be his sparring partner, although he was abused by Barbarian Dragon every time. This kind of grinding was quite refreshing. Ding Ziyu's recovery ability was also very strong, and the injuries he received on the first day were basically healed on the second day. That's why he was able to pester the Savage Dragon for about an hour every day. The Barbarian Dragon enjoyed fighting with Ding Ziyu, and normally, Ding Ziyu manipulated the boundary bead and could easily keep it under control. It was more or less depressed when it couldn't fight and couldn't hit it. Now that he could clean up this master with honor, it was still very cool to think about it in his heart. However, Ding Ziyu wasn't completely masochistic, and from time to time, he was able to initiate some instead. It was just that the Savage Dragon had thick skin and flesh, and with Ding Ziyu's strength, he really couldn't fight it. This thing was a master that even the Lord of the Nine Lords Association couldn't help, and if it wasn't for the fact that Ding Ziyu had lured it with the spirit pool water, it really might not have submitted to Ding Ziyu. In half a month's time, Ding Ziyu had consumed a lot of resources and finally pushed his realm to the second stage of Martial Saint. The flight was also mastered in place, only the speed of the flight wasn't very good and still needed to be improved. In 2 days, I can also have my second blind box prayer. I don't know what kind of blind box the heavens will prepare for me. Ding Ziyu still had some small expectations. He definitely couldn't compare himself to the duo of Long Xiaoye and Gao Xinyu, who were undoubtedly the favorites of the heavens. But from the time he was 18 years old and above, there were quite a few miracles born in his body. Although he suffered some trials and tribulations in the process, on the whole, it wasn't bad at all. Are you getting ready to go out? Ding Shichen asked with great concern. He was quite accustomed to staying in the small sanctuary. There were only 3 people in here now, and he was not worried about food or clothing. Those seeds that Ding Ziyu had brought back were just enough for him to spend his time, and he had basically planted them all. His strength was still martial artist 7th stage, and his progress was very slow. However, Ding Shichen didn't care about this. His current strength was enough to ensure his health. There was no need for him to participate in the fighting and killing. Well, get ready to go out and look around. You can't get a blind box within the little Holy Land. Ding Ziyu nodded. Daning City had calmed down slightly recently, and although there were still quite a few people searching for them, it had finally cooled down gradually. Ding Ziyu sought to go out not only to pray for the blind box, but also to replenish a batch of supplies in. After the fiasco at the food market last time, Ding Ziyu was no longer planning to go to the market to buy. That kind of gratuitous procurement was the most enjoyable. It was just that he could only find the Red Dragon Society and the Zhou family's place at the moment. The nest of the Nine Lords Association was not known where it was, and as for Lu Jifeng's residence, he was even less clear. The Blind Box Authority, on the other hand, was very troublesome, and it was assumed that the Secret Arts Museum's spell formation had already been repaired, so the chances of trying to enter the Secret Arts Museum's treasure trove were very slim. There was no other way but to catch this sheep wool gathering. Who made the Red Dragon Society belong to the Zhou family? Whose is it if not yours? The Zhou family's most days in Daning City weren't very good either. Although Zhou Zhenggang's identity hadn't been exposed, the Blind Box Authority's side was able to get to some of it. After all, The Red Dragon Society was too close to the Zhou family members, and those old guys were no cuties, always able to see some clues. The Zhou family's people in the Blind Box Authority had basically been purged. Most of the new human members recruited into the authority were not very strong, and they were completely just playing the role of soy sauce. However, the Zhou family members were still very arrogant in Daning City, especially this part of the northwest corner. It was still firmly under their control. In the past, Ding Ziyu basically had to climb over the wall to enter. Now, with the control of the Little Holy Land, he easily sneaked into the Zhou family's territory. The Zhou family's blind box warehouse was very familiar to Ding Ziyu. Having been there more than once, there might be some good things inside, but Ding Ziyu was not very interested. His goal was the Zhou family's supplies warehouse. This place can be much more closely guarded than the blind box warehouse. Not only is there a patrol that is always on guard, but there are also martial arts saint-level masters that sit in the town's defense. However, the supplies warehouse is far more staffed in and out than the blind box warehouse. And not only are supplies being sent in at all times, but supplies are being taken out accordingly. With the Little Holy Land skills, it was easy to enter within the supplies warehouse, and Ding Ziyu utilized the boundary bead to grasp the situation inside plainly. When the guards watching had just locked the gate, Ding Ziyu ran out. He didn't care if the supplies were really useful to him. He moved them into the small sanctuary with a brain and was done with it. If one relied on physical strength to move it, it would still be a very laborious thing to do. However, utilizing the space ring to store it was fast and convenient. By the time the Zhou family escorts opened the warehouse again, a large portion of the supplies inside were gone. Asterisk. Someone stole our stuff, the guards shouted at once. Losing so many things, this was a responsibility they could not afford. The shouts came together and the martial saint rushed in. Who stole our supplies and did you see anyone? No one in sight. The door was fine when I locked it earlier. Opened the door and a big chunk of the stuff disappeared. The guard was sweating coldly, a bit unable to tell. If there hadn't been a few people with him, this would have been more than likely suspected to be his doing. Chapter 87. It's better when it's empty. Investigate. You must give me a strict investigation. If you can't find out, you few will be responsible for the compensation. The martial saint said with a black face, viciously. A few guards immediately looked more ugly than a dead sun. If they could see a clue, why would they need others to talk more? Straight to the perpetrator. This thing came to no head. Supplies disappeared without a trace. Feel themselves more than sinus. But this guy still wants them to compensate for the loss of the supplies. So who is going to argue? Ding Ziyu was happily cleaning up a large pile of supplies within the small sanctuary. This joy of free purchasing was indeed very soothing, especially when he saw the Zhou family's face of utter exasperation. A few guards tossed around the warehouse for a while and couldn't find a target. With a frustrated, lifeless look on their faces. Do you guys have the feeling that the disappearance of these supplies is similar to what happened to Ding Tianyi, who disappeared in the vegetable market earlier? A nimble-minded guard suddenly remembered what had happened earlier after clearing his head for a while. Up until now, many people did not know about Ding Ziyu's pseudonym to join the Blind Box Authority, including the people from the Blind Box Authority. The news that was released also pointed to Ding Tianyi. When you say it like that, it really does look like that. Do you think that our disappearing supplies could have been stolen by the soulless man, Ding Tianyi? A guard immediately chimed in. It must be this guy who drilled into our warehouse and stole the stuff. The chief of the escort immediately jumped to a conclusion. Whether or not Ding Yi-Day did it, a scapegoat had to be found anyway. As long as they make things clear, won't the final responsibility be shrugged off? The target has been found out for you. Whether we can get back our losses or not is not our business. The thoughts of these guards were quickly unified, and the pointing was very clear. Ding Ziyu, who was happily cleaning up the supplies, saw the situation and the smile on his face immediately disappeared. Luckily these things were really taken by him, and it's not a bad thing to take the blame. Are these guys all so smart now? It seems that they still took a little less, and their hearts are a little upset. Ding Ziyu's pleasant mood suddenly disappeared by a large margin. It's not good. The Zhou family's third young master just opened a monster from a blind box and has already eaten several people. A guard rushed into the warehouse and shouted loudly, "Third young master, Zhou Ling? No go. No go. We're still looking for the lost supplies, let those experts deal with it." The head of the escort guard shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to leave the warehouse. What a joke! Without knowing the real situation, rushing over to deal with those monsters that opened out of the blind box was an act of looking for death. These guards of theirs, their strength wasn't very strong in the first place. Who would be willing to go and send them to their deaths? However, just then, that martial saint ran over again. Hurry over to help the third young master. As long as you can save the third young master, you won't have to pay for the lost supplies. Martial saint rushed at these guards and shouted. Several guards looked at each other in dismay. If this person did not come, they would definitely not go over. but now there is someone pressing on their head. It is really impossible not to go. A group of guards cursed and quickly left the warehouse, running off to protect that third young master. That martial saint carefully surveyed the surroundings and realized that there was nothing out of the ordinary before he exited the warehouse and relocked the gate. Ding Ziyu passed the boundary bead and realized that there was no one left in the warehouse, so he started moving again. Anyway, it's all on his head. Taking less is still taking. Taking more is still taking. What's the point of being polite to them? Due to the chaos in the Zhou family, no one had come to the warehouse for a long time this time. Ding Ziyu utilized his space ring and directly emptied the Zhou family's warehouse for them. Even the shelves used to place the supplies were taken away together. The nook is so clean that mice come in and weep. When the Zhou family members entered the warehouse again, the expressions on each of their faces were nothing short of brilliant. You looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to say. Ding Ziyu watched the hilarity for a while, maneuvering the small Holy Land and quickly leaving the Zhou family's warehouse, not having the heart to watch them tug at each other. He wanted to see what kind of monster the Zhou family's third young master had opened up. Several Zhou family members were discussing this matter enthusiastically, and most of them were still unaware of the disappearance of the warehouse supplies. Ding Ziyu observed for a moment, and soon heard an eyebrow. It turned out that the Zhou family's third young master had opened a giant tiger, which was more than 15 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height. It was particularly ferocious, easily able to pounce on those below martial saint, and ordinary people were even more unbearable. Several guards had fallen into the mouth of this giant tiger and became its food. Later on, a powerful martial saint suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stalked it for a long time before it was taken down. Currently the giant tiger was chained up in the middle of the square, and there was no word on what was going to happen to it. Ding Ziyu, the Zhou family's plaza, was door to door, and with little effort, he found the place. This place was really messed up by that giant tiger. Even some fine steel parts were made into scrap metal. So it was evident that the strength of that giant tiger was really not weak. In the middle of the square, the giant tiger was lowered to the ground, its entire body wrapped in arm-thick chains. Although the giant tiger was trapped, no one dared to approach it easily, and the occasional low whistles emitted were like thunder, unusually ferocious. This is an immature cold ice giant tiger, a flood fey, a very good mount. The Eye of Truth immediately saw through its origin. Adult cold ice fey tigers are quite a bit taller, and with these chains, it can freeze them apart with a single breath of air. Kid Ding, find a way to get rid of it. This guy is good. The Eye of Truth explained in a loud voice and gave Ding Ziyu ideas. How can I get it away with such a large size? Seeing this situation, Ding Ziyu also felt at his wit's end. This giant tiger was so large that he could never get it to move with his strength. The spatial ring couldn't accept living things, and it couldn't move on its own. So even if Ding Ziyu opened the gate of the small Holy Land to its side, it wouldn't fit in, unless it could still walk on its own. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Don't you have outside free labor? Let it help you. Savage Dragon? This guy has been so lazy lately. Ding Ziyu immediately understood who real I was talking about. The barbarian dragon had also changed a lot recently, its figure becoming taller and taller. The key was that it didn't answer Ding Ziyu much, and usually, even if Ding Ziyu walked up to it, he would be directly ignored. In the end, it was still Ding Ziyu's strength that was too weak, and the barbarian dragon was not very willing to answer him. How do we know if we don't try? It's the same savage ancient beast. What if it's interested? Chapter 88, The Barbarian Dragon Who Slipped Through the Curves. Ding Ziyu quickly found the barbarian dragon, and when the guy saw Ding Ziyu coming over, he just casually swept him away and made a few steps to the side. Seeing this massive fellow, Ding Ziyu was also a bit puzzled as to why it would grow so large. If this thing could fly, it would probably be even more exhilarating. Definitely the type of airborne giant. Savage dragon. Do you want a companion? Ding Ziyu began to fool around. Although this one's spiritual intelligence wasn't low, it couldn't possibly be more cunning than a human. The barbarian dragon's eyes flickered for a moment, still not indicating anything, which was waiting for Ding Ziyu's next words. There's a savage ancient beast out there, the cold ice giant tiger, and now it's been captured. Are you interested in dragging it back? Ding Ziyu continued. Roar. The savage dragon suddenly let out a high-pitched roar, which startled Ding Ziyu, and his eardrums were shaken to the point of raw pain. Don't roar. Did you know about the cold ice giant tiger? When it grows up, it might be about the same size as you, and if it's a tigress, it can still make a pair with you. Ding Ziyu continued to talk nonsense. He really didn't know if it was a tigress or not. In order to arouse the savage dragon's interest, Ding Ziyu directly asked the boundary bee to pick up the outside image and let it have a good look. Seeing the appearance of the miniature tiger cub in the boundary bead, the savage dragon's attitude really changed. Bringing its large head over, it rubbed against Ding Ziyu's body. With Ding Ziyu's understanding of it, this one was heartbroken. Ding Ziyu also didn't care if there was anyone in the Zhou family. immediately letting the realm bead open a gate. And both Ding Ziyu and the barbarian dragon appeared in the Zhou family square at the same time. Now, the Zhou family members who were still watching from the periphery exploded at once. The perspective impact of the space portal that suddenly appeared in, as well as the savage dragon that was huge in size, was too great. On the contrary, next to Ding Ziyu, not much cared about him. Compared to space portals and massive barbarian dragons, two-legged humans were too common to be worth mentioning. The barbarian dragon who had managed to make a trip out didn't rush to drag the cold ice giant tiger. Instead, he ran around the square in a very happy manner. This guy's body was huge. His weight was estimated to be several dozens of tons, and with every step, the ground followed and trembled, and a series of footprints appeared on the solid ground. The Zhou family members were immediately chilled. Some people were scared to the point of not being able to walk, but more people fled. The savage dragon's look is not good. This thing is definitely going to eat people. Those who were timid and of low strength ran away. However, there were a few martial saints who had caught wind of the situation and rushed over. When they saw the savage dragon, one of them was also fearful. Obviously, this guy's strength is much more terrifying than the straight cold ice giant tiger, and not having enough strength to rush up is a death sentence. However, when they saw the spatial portal of the lesser sacred ground, each and every one of their eyes went wide. Although the vast majority of them had never seen the little sacred ground, but in this era, with advanced information, as long as they weren't stupid, they could guess 70 or 80% of it. A place like this means great wealth. The Zhou family was really startled, and several people ran over, looking like they were eager to try. Savage dragon, don't skulk around. Hurry up and drag the cold ice giant tiger inside. Ding Ziyu urged from the side. If he didn't recruit that old bastard Zhou Zhenggang, the trouble would be big. It was just that the barbarian dragon didn't really listen to Ding Ziyu's commands, moving around the square on his own, just like a disobedient child. As soon as Ding Ziyu opened his mouth, those martial saints finally focused their attention on him. Several guys recognized him at first glance. It's that Ding Tianyi, the blind box authority's most wanted criminal. A martial saint danced with excitement. There were a lot of rumors about Ding Tianyi lately. Several people had said that he had emptied the blind box authority's treasure trove and held great wealth and treasures in his hands. Wouldn't they be rich if the Zhou family members caught this guy? Even if he didn't have anything on him, just taking him and handing him over to the blind box authority would be a huge exchange. Not to mention that behind this guy was the space portal. Who could resist such a temptation? The two martial saints rushed towards Ding Ziyu at the first opportunity. They were afraid of the savage dragon, but did not take Ding Ziyu seriously. There are even some lower strength guys, slowly moving their feet, walking towards the space portal. They obviously want to sneak in to see what's going on, and if they can get some treasures out, that would be even better. Ding Ziyu was not afraid of these people entering the little Holy Land, not to mention these few people. Even if all of the Zhou family went in, he did not care. The two martial saints who attacked Ding Ziyu were also one-segment martial saints who had just recently advanced. They looked at Ding Ziyu's youthful appearance, and the wanted notice said that his realm was only an 8th stage martial artist. Even if he had grown recently, he wouldn't be able to reach the top of the 10th stage. For a martial saint expert, there wasn't much difference between a 10-dan martial artist and a 1-dan martial artist, and it would be over if they were directly crushed over. Ding Ziyu was annoyed with the savage old man, and when he saw the two ill-advised fellows rushing towards him, his heart was on fire, and he swung his fist at one of them. Self-importance, get down on the ground for me. The martial saint who had rushed ahead said disdainfully when he saw that Ding Ziyu actually dared to strike at him. He didn't even dare to put out his full strength for fear that he would slap Ding Ziyu to death. After all, this bastard was still worth quite a bit of money, and several forces were tracking him down. Less effort. Catching him alive is the best option. Capturing this man will surely be a great achievement. This guy was completely caught up in YY, and had even thought about how he should deal with Ding Ziyu after catching him. As a result, when his palm slapped onto Ding Ziyu's fist, he heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. Then he saw that his arm had been broken, conical pain coming from his arm, and a large portion of his strength had been drained away. With such a weak physique, how did you become a martial saint? Ding Ziyu shook his head and whirled over with a slap, knocking the man unconscious. Then he threw him into the middle of the small Holy Land. At least he was a martial saint, just enough to serve as a ration for the savage dragon. The other martial saint, seeing that his companion had been disabled by Ding Ziyu's punch, came fast and retreated even faster. Damn it, this soul fiend is actually stronger than a martial saint. Who said he's only an 8th stage martial artist? What a pest! That martial saint hid far away, not daring to move closer to Ding Ziyu. Barbarian dragon, hurry up and get to work. If you don't listen again, don't return to the little Holy Land in the future. Ding Ziyu had to threaten this big guy. He estimated that if the barbarian dragon tossed around for a while longer, the real experts of the Zhou family would come over. For example, That Zhou Zhengang was definitely not an easy man to deal with. Perhaps the barbarian dragon wasn't afraid of him, but Ding Ziyu was clearly not a match for this man. The savage dragon had slipped around the corner about as much as it could, and when it saw Ding Ziyu threatening it with the little Holy Land, it reluctantly moved over to the cold ice giant tiger. Chapter 89, The Disobedient Guy. Ding Ziyu stood in a corner of the Zhou family square, looking at the chained chill ice giant tiger from afar. This barbarian ancient giant beast that had just been opened from the blind box was quite large and also possessed great strength. If it grew to adulthood, it would probably not be any weaker than a savage dragon. However, at the moment, it was firmly chained, unable to move at all. The savage dragon looked at the cold ice giant tiger, still somewhat reluctant to approach it. Although this fellow was powerful, he was not very willing to follow Ding Ziyu's command. Hurry up, don't dawdle, Ding Ziyu once again urged. It seemed that he would have to think of something in the future. Not only was it really hard to command it, the barbarian dragon received Ding Ziyu's command once again, and finally ran towards the cold ice giant tiger reluctantly. The cold ice giant tiger sensed the strong aura of the barbarian dragon, and it let out a low growl, but the barbarian dragon didn't pay any attention to it, and instead, it directly bit down on the chain and dragged with all its might. With the strength of the savage dragon, it was able to easily bite through that chain, only that the cold ice giant tiger might not be willing to enter into the middle of the small Holy Land after it got out of its trap. The Zhou family's escorts who had just rushed over saw the scene, and they immediately rushed towards the savage dragon. They didn't expect to be able to defeat the massive barbarian dragon, as long as they could interfere with it. Zhou Yimin and Yang Qing were both martial saint experts from the Zhou family, and both of them had reached the martial saint 3rd stage or above, quite a bit stronger than the two before them. They wanted to stop the barbarian dragon, but the barbarian dragon ignored them, and with a gentle flick of its tail, it swept the two men out a dozen meters away, and they fell to the ground squealing and screaming, obviously badly injured. At this time, Zhou Zhengang, the head of the Zhou family, finally rushed over, and when he saw Ding Ziyu, he was immediately overjoyed. Kid, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to my door today. Don't even think about leaving from my Zhou family's territory. Zhou Zhengang laughed when he saw Ding Ziyu. He seemed to have forgotten about the mask he wore outside the blind box authority, but now that this was the case, he didn't really care that his identity seemed to be exposed. Anyway, after Ding Ziyu was caught by him, no one could know what was going on here. Not only was the moon sacred pearl going to fall into his hands, including the large number of treasures that Ding Ziyu had gotten in the treasure vault, all of them would become excellent resources for their Zhou family. Don't just brag. If you want to catch me, defeat it first. Ding Ziyu pointed at the savage dragon. Zhou Zhengang indeed possessed super strength, but he might not be a match for the savage dragon. It was just that Zhou Zhengang did not know the true strength of the barbarian dragon. Eager to capture Ding Ziyu, he immediately rushed towards the barbarian dragon. As long as he defeated this barbarian ancient beast, there would be no difficulty in capturing Ding Ziyu. The savage dragon was undoubtedly very fond of fighting, and when he saw Zhou Zhengang charging over, he threw away the cold ice giant tiger without even thinking about it. It didn't even need Ding Ziyu to give him an order. Zhou Zhengang, relying on his strength, waved his palm and slapped at the savage dragon. From the sound of the air explosion caused by this palm, Ding Zi initially judged that Zhou Zhengang should not have surpassed the 10th stage of martial saint. He should be at the peak of the 10th stage of martial saint. With such strength, one should be able to gain a certain advantage against ordinary barbarian ancient beasts. However, if they wanted to deal with a savage dragon, they were still really short of the level. The savage dragon charged across the room, throwing its head and toppling towards Zhou Zhengang. Boom! A violent and dull impact sound rang out. The air exploded. A circle of powerful oscillating waves spread out in all directions. Even from a long way away, Ding Ziyu felt quite uncomfortable. Such a battle scene was clearly beyond Ding Ziyu's prediction. If it was a fight within a small Holy Land, it was feared that it could destroy a large area of land. Luckily, this is the Zhou family's territory, and it doesn't matter if the fight sucks. Ding Ziyu, Zhou Zheng had just suffered a dark loss, and only then did he realize that barbarian dragon's strength was actually above his, and the cowhide that he had just blown down didn't seem to be very easy to achieve. Savage dragon, move faster, Ding Ziyu urged in a loud voice. He was worried that such a fierce battle would draw more experts over. They easily escaped in the food market before. This time they might not necessarily have such good luck. If experts like Lu Jifeng, the Lord of the Nine Lords Association, came running over, it would be a big problem. Sensing the strength of its opponent, the savage dragon suddenly let out a roar. Its body began to emit a blood-red glow, and its speed began to increase continuously as it rushed towards Zhou Zhengang once again. This time it was even faster and more powerful. Zhou Zhengang, who had just suffered a loss, were willing to collide with the barbarian dragon head-on. He immediately flew in the air, using the air advantage, and circled around with the barbarian dragon. He also saw that the savage dragon is not able to fly. The strength is strong, cannot fly up to play a big role. However, what Zhou Zhengang did not expect was that the barbarian dragon's tail suddenly whipped up, sweeping out a cloud of phantoms. Although Zhou Zhengang retreated quickly, he was still hit by the sweep and flew nearly 100 meters at once. When the Zhou family's escort saw how brave Savage Dragon was, each of them hastily retreated further away. Even the family head was not an opponent. For them to go up there was no different from sending them to their deaths. The Savage Dragon roared at Zhou Zhengang as if to say, "You are not my opponent. This one actually shows off and is human enough. Less show off. Hurry up and drag the cold ice giant tiger in. We should go." Ding Ziyu was that anxious in his heart. It seems that after returning to the Little Holy Land, he would have to suppress this guy properly, or else he wouldn't listen to the command at all and would bring himself no small amount of trouble. This time, the savage dragon finally stopped being pretentious and stepped forward, dragging the body of the ice-cold giant tiger and pulling it towards the small Holy Land. Don't look at the cold ice giant tiger's body was very large, but to the savage dragon, it was just SOSO. 10 or so seconds later, the cold ice giant tiger was dragged by the savage dragon into the small Holy Land. And Ding Ziyu also entered within the small Holy Land at the first opportunity. Right at the moment the gate closed, Ding Ziyu separately saw several powerful figures rushing towards the Zhou family. In addition to Lu Jifeng, there was also the third brother of the Blind Box Authority and others. Fortunately, almost got caught. Ding Ziyu let out a huge sigh of relief. Then the god looked unkindly at the savage dragon. "I've realized that you are becoming more and more disobedient. Did you use too much spirit pool water? It seems like I have to cut you down a bit." Ding Ziyu glared at the savage dragon in annoyance. The savage dragon still didn't answer it much, instead circling around the ice-cold giant tiger and taking a bite to break the chains on it. "Boundary Pearl, control both of these giant beasts for me, especially the savage dragon. Starve it for 2 days first." Ding Ziyu was truly angry. The savage dragon's behavior clearly made him very dissatisfied. If we don't take care of this guy, who's going to be able to command it in the future? The barbarian dragon's surroundings immediately changed drastically, and it was soon trapped in a deep well. No matter how much it roared, Ding Ziyu did not even answer it. On the contrary, the cold ice giant tiger was not trapped that tightly. This guy's spirit is no less intelligent than a savage dragon. You can communicate with it directly, the Eye of Truth said. Chapter 90, Miraculous Beings. Ding Ziyu followed the advice of the True Eye and decided to go up and give it a try. Although the ice-cold giant tiger was trapped, it was not as emotionally violent as the savage dragon. Instead it was very calm and faced everything in front of it. Boundary Pearl, make the place where the cold ice giant tiger is imprisoned shallower, Ding Ziyu ordered, and with the help of the boundary bead, one man and one tiger soon met each other in 4 eyes. Ding Ziyu took the lead in breaking the deadlock and cozying up to the cold ice giant tiger. After all, in order to get the cold ice giant tiger to willingly follow him, he must first establish a relationship of trust with him, and animals tend to be simpler and more direct than humans. As long as you treat it well, it will treat you well. Ding Ziyu didn't know what the ice-cold tiger liked to listen to, so he made a mess of it. From poetry and songs to the philosophy of life, and from parents to various anecdotes. From its initial indifference, the cold ice giant tiger finally gradually reacted, and although it could not speak, it responded to Ding Ziyu with its own movements from time to time. At this moment, one person and one beast seemed to have found a common language. Their souls resonated at this moment, as if all the troubles of the world were far away, and all that was left was the tacit understanding and appreciation of each other. Ding Ziyu never dreamed that he would gain the trust of the cold ice giant tiger in such a way, and he could clearly feel the attitude of the cold ice giant tiger. It really was too much better than the savage dragon. Ding Ziyu immediately released the cold ice giant tiger and restored its free body. The time to pray for the blind box was getting closer and closer, so Ding Ziyu decided to go outside of Daning City. With the protection of the cold ice giant tiger, there was no need to worry about safety for the time being. Instead, within the city, one would always be faced with all sorts of troubles and it would be a waste of time to deal with them. With the spatial spanning ability of the Boundary Pearl, leaving the city was actually a very simple matter. Night fell, and a few stars twinkled in the sky. Ding Ziyu looked up at the sky and realized that it was getting late. He stood up, stroked the huge head of the cold ice giant tiger and said, "It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest first." The cold ice giant tiger nodded and followed behind Ziyu, one person and one tiger, into a dense forest. After walking for some distance, they finally searched for a place with a beautiful windy landscape, and it was very quiet. There was a small mountain here, and at the foot of the mountain, there was a small stream that gurgled and made a crisp sound. Ding Ziyu found a clearing beside the stream, and he built a large shelter with branches and leaves before taking the cold ice giant tiger and burrowing into it. The forest was quiet at night, With only the sound of streams and insects, Ziyu lay down in his tent and closed his eyes, thinking about all the things that had happened recently to come. After encountering the cold ice giant tiger, his heart began to soften. He realized that what he longed for was not killing and bloodshed, but a calm and peace. Thinking about this, Ziyu entered dreamland. In his dream, he saw his past and future. He saw his parents. He saw his friends. He saw his enemies. He saw his death and he saw his rebirth. He saw everything, illusory and ethereal, yet seemingly extraordinarily real. When Ding Zi awoke, the surroundings seemed particularly quiet. He walked out of the tent and saw the cold ice giant tiger drinking water by the stream. With it around, the surrounding beasts did not dare to approach easily. He walked over and gently stroked the fur of the ice-cold giant tiger and said, "Thank you, my friend." Time quickly came to the early hours of the morning, and the time to pray had finally arrived. Ding Ziyu quickly adjusted himself, folded his hands, closed his eyes, and sat down on his knees to pray to the heavens. His voice was very, very soft, but it was filled with sincerity and anticipation. "Dear God, please give me a blind box. I want a blind box that is useful to me. A blind box that can help me cultivate and improve my strength. Please hear my voice and give me a chance." After Ding Ziyu finished speaking, he silently repeated it again in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the star-studded sky. The surroundings were still quiet and peaceful, without any changes. He sighed, a little disappointed in his heart. Just then, he suddenly felt a breeze blowing, causing his hair to flutter. He raised his head, and a three-colored light suddenly appeared and became brighter and brighter. "It really works?" Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If this was a tri-colored blind box, there must be something good inside. Of course, it could also be a big danger. The sky slowly descended a red, blue, and white gradient blind box with a bow tied to it. Ding Ziyu's eyes lit up, and his heart was both surprised and delighted. "There's an amazing little thing in here that's not dangerous." The Eye of Truth quickly gave an answer. Ding Ziyu also felt it, and he reached out his hand and gently picked up the blind box, feeling something move inside. He couldn't wait to open the box to see what it was. When the box was opened, a little elf suddenly sprang out from inside. It had a pair of wings and was wearing a red, blue and white dress with a bow on its head. It looked at Ding Ziyu before flying to him and smiling at him. "Hello, I'm your guardian elf and I'll always be there for you, to protect you, to play and grow with you." Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. He just stared blankly at the elf. This was not something he wanted, but had to accept it. He really wasn't heaven's favorite and wouldn't be like Gaosinyu, who was given whatever he lacked. What type of creature is this guardian elf? Could it be that there really is a race of elves? Ding Ziyu was confused. The blind box was too strange this time. However, the elf did not answer Ding Ziyu's question as she flew to his ear and gently kissed his cheek. This wilderness was instantly transformed into a beautiful garden, with colorful flowers competing for attention, and a group of butterflies dancing among the flowers. The elf took Ding Ziyu and played in the garden together, chasing butterflies and picking flowers together. Their laughter spread throughout the garden and into Ding Ziyu's heart. The power of illusion? She can also change one's mind? Ding Ziyu felt that he had never been so happy. It was as if he had found a true friend and his happiness. "Thank you, Pixie. You're the one who made me feel the warmth of friendship, and you're the one who made me find a long-lost joy." The elf also hugged Ding Ziyu and said in a moved manner, "No need to thank you, Master. You are a kind and brave child, and you deserve the best friendship and happiness. I will always be with you and support you forever." When they finished, they laughed together again. Their laughter echoed through the garden and soared through the sky. Chapter 91, The Pearl of Enlightenment. Ding Ziyu was undoubtedly happy. Even though the blind box that the heavens had sent down did not open the treasure he wanted, this little elf seemed to be good. At least he had another companion that he could use without having to be on the defensive. Ding Ziyu slept in this wilderness for a night. This night he slept very peacefully. Even the dreams he had were very happy and joyful. When he awoke, however, he realized that those beautiful gardens had disappeared, including the very delightful elf was also gone. "What's going on? Where's my elf?" Ding Ziyu hurriedly pursued the question. The things that happened last night were too mysterious and seemingly real. Even Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out what was going on. There's really no such thing as a genie in existence. That's just the desire of your heart. The thing you really got. This is that bead. The Eye of Truth finally managed to tell Ding Ziyu the truth. Last night, a lot of Ding Ziyu's behavior seemed to be very strange. If Ding Shichen had been on the side, he would have definitely warned him, but he was not there. And Gao Xinyu was also practicing in the middle of the small Holy Land, so only the cold ice giant tiger was accompanying him. The cold ice giant tiger was not a human being after all, and it turned a blind eye to some of Ding Ziyu's strange behavior, as long as nothing hurt him. "You mean, everything that happened last night, all those happy things, were all illusions?" Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked after him. Other than that, he had his doubts at that time. but everything in front of him appeared to be too real, and the eye of truth did not remind him of it, so he took it seriously. It's not really all illusion. A lot of it, it's really your deepest desires. You want to be understood. You want to have a true friend, a full childhood, a full life. Realize has really hit the nail on the head. In this era, many things were distorted by the real world. Not only was this the case with Ding Ziyu, but other people also had the same problems. In a society where survival could be in crisis at any time, how could there be any joy in childhood? What is this thing that can actually produce such powerful magic? Ding Ziyu looked at the finger-sized white bead, and a great interest arose in his heart. There was also some curiosity and fear. This thing was so amazing that if anyone came into contact with it, they could immediately be mesmerized. If someone wanted to deal with him last night, wouldn't it be very easy? It's called the Pearl of Bright Enlightenment, and it's a good thing that can help one become enlightened. Of course it can also release all kinds of thoughts in your mind, whether they are good or evil. They may be channeled. When used well, it can give you a great boost, and when used poorly, it can have a great bad effect instead. The Eye of Truth said seriously. The Pearl of Enlightenment? Can it mesmerize people anytime? Anywhere? Ding Ziyu was a bit scared. He was not a particularly strong-willed person. Young people, there are a variety of ideas is also very normal. In the event that the mind is lost again, do something unseemly, will not it be a great loss of face? Not really. After what happened last night, the psychedelic effect it will have on you will be much smaller. As long as you're not in an extremely weak state, you shouldn't be affected too much anymore. However, if you wear this pearl of brightness for a long period of time, you will receive great exercise in terms of your mental strength, and you will not be easily fooled if you encounter similar situations in the future. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu to continue on. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Ding Ziyu also understood that his spiritual power needed to be improved at the same time, which would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. After getting his hands on it again, Ding Ziyu really sensed the power of disorientation coming from the pearl of brightness. However, it was now daytime, and with him deliberately reminding himself of it, he was not mesmerized. That magical psychedelic power had indeed entered his mind, entangling with his spiritual power and battling with each other non-stop. Ding Ziyu's face was a little unsightly, but he still carried on. It seems that the heavens are still not too bad to me, and this pearl of bright enlightenment is also a good thing. It's just that the negative effects are a bit too big, and it's easy to get a headache. Ding Ziyu murmured in his heart. At this time, the ice-cold giant tiger returned and brought back a not-so-small beast. It seemed that its hunting skills were still very powerful, and if it didn't care about the savage dragon, it wouldn't be a problem to feed a few of Ding Ziyu's people. Good job. Ding Ziyu stroked the cold ice giant tiger's lowered head as if he was praising it, and it seemed to be enjoying this way of getting along with Ding Ziyu very much as well. When the two of them returned within the small sanctuary, Ding Shichen and Gao Xinyu both came over. What took so long to pray for a blind box? Could it be that the thing opened in the blind box is troublesome? Gao Xinyu asked strangely. Under normal circumstances, even if some situation arose, it should have returned long ago. It was a pity that Gao Xinyu couldn't order the boundary pearl, and once Ding Ziyu left, none of them could get out of the small holy land. Perhaps a door should be left for them to easily enter and exit when I'm not around. Ding Ziyu also realized this problem. There was some small accident last night, and a strange bead opened up in the blind box. Ding Ziyu took out the pearl of bright enlightenment, searching in his heart if he could use it to test Gao Xinu. With his strength in the martial saint realm, he was bewitched to the point that Gao Xinyu really might not be able to withstand it. Ding Ziyu was still somewhat curious about Gao Xinyu's origins, and she definitely had quite a few secrets in her possession. If the pearl of bright enlightenment worked, it was likely that they would all be exposed. Gao Xinyu did not doubt it and immediately reached over to take it, but Ding Ziyu still retracted his hand in due time. There's something odd about this thing. It releases something deep inside. Are you sure you want to touch it? Ding Ziyu decided to tell her the truth. Since he had already treated her as one of his own, it was obviously inappropriate to count on her in such a way. Releasing what's inside? What does that mean? Literally, whatever is in your heart, you have the potential to unleash. Whether it's good or bad depends on the individual. Ding Ziyu warned. It's a bit interesting, let me give it a try. Gao Xinyu was very interested, and always felt that Ding Ziyu was speaking in a very mysterious manner. But the more esoteric something is, the more fascinating it is, especially for women. Once curiosity arises, it is hard to be suppressed. Okay, you try it. Don't blame me for not warning you if something goes wrong. Ding Ziyu handed over the pearl of bright enlightenment. The moment Gao Xinyu entered her hand, her body visibly trembled. Even though it was daytime, the first time you came into contact with the pearl of bright enlightenment, you would still be greatly shocked, only to see Gao Xinyu crying, laughing, babbling, and laughing happily the next moment. Chapter 92, Gao Xinyu's Past. Do you know what she's going through? Ding Ziyu was very curious about this, but he wasn't able to directly enter Gao Xianyu's illusion for fear of seeing something he shouldn't. Of course, the more reason was still the fear of disturbing her and causing some unnecessary trouble. You want to see the vision she is experiencing? Real asked. You can do it? Come without disturbing her? Of course you can. You close your eyes and receive my spiritual guidance. The Eye of Truth really had this ability. Thus, Ding Ziyu quickly entered Gao Xianyu's illusion as a bystander. In the fantasy world, Gao Xinyu is a lively and cheerful girl who loves life and likes to communicate with people. She always has a bright smile on her face, making people feel that she is a person full of sunshine and happiness. However, underneath her sunny exterior, she is going through a strange journey. The illusion changed steeply, and Gao Xinyu suddenly returned to her childhood, turning into a delicate and cute little loli. But her family was not rich. Her parents were ordinary people. However, they loved her very much and always tried their best to provide her with the best life and tried to teach her a lot of knowledge. Gao Xinyu was also very competitive. She studied hard and was loved by her parents, family and friends. However, when she was 10 years old, her father suddenly disappeared. This sudden blow threw the whole family into a difficult situation. Her mother began to shoulder the entire family burden, but due to her limited means of survival and low strength, the family's living conditions became increasingly difficult. In this process, Gao Xinyu also felt the pressure from life and her mother's hard work. She was very sad when she saw her mother working hard every day, going out early and coming back late. She began to study hard to learn some martial arts, hoping to bring some help to her family through her own efforts. Yet how difficult for a little girl. Every effort she made was met with all sorts of difficulties. Human indifference was just the most common norm, and there were even some scheming fellows who set their sights on her. Several times it was a tiger's mouth off, but also let her from then on to men have a great sense of defense. Although the surface still looks so sunny and confident, but deep inside, is everywhere on the defensive. As time passed and Gao Xinyu slowly grew in, she began to feel an inexplicable loneliness and loss. It made her become very uncomfortable when it all changed. During her adolescence, she began to become somewhat rebellious and independent. She stopped listening to her mother like she used to and started pursuing her own ideas and lifestyle. She began to try some new things, wanting to awaken her power as soon as possible. However, awakening power is not something you can do just because you want to. In the process, she realized that she had a keen interest and talent for strange things, as well as a lot of strange things that happened to her, all of them minor but still memorable. This Gao Xinyu, I didn't expect that her life wasn't as smooth as she thought it would be. Ding Ziyu immediately realized that although the heavens had favored her, her life was not smooth sailing. Everyone has an unseen side, moments of woe, moments of tears. While Ding Ziyu was sighing, the illusion once again took a new turn. Time and space suddenly shifted, as if all of a sudden they had traveled back further in time. In the illusion, a school actually appeared, and Gao Xinyu just became a student. She is studying hard and hopes to get into a good university and study her favorite major. She spends a lot of time and energy studying every day, and also actively participates in various art activities and competitions to hone her abilities and skills. Time advanced quickly, and Gao Xinyu enrolled in a prestigious art college to study some very old performing arts. She cherished this opportunity and worked harder to study and create. She hopes to become a good artist and make her own contribution to the society through her hard work. This can't be her past life, right? Ding Ziyu suddenly inquired about the Eye of Truth, always feeling that this had become too fast, too fantastical. Theoretically, the Pearl of Clarity can unlock anything that is latent in the consciousness of the brain. The Real Eye's reply left Ding Ziyu in a bit of disbelief. It is really hard to tell whether people have the so-called past lives or not, but this world has become too bizarre, and it is understandable what kind of things appear. As time progressed further, Gao Xinyu finally became young and beautiful. Compared to now, there was a bit more rawness, but there was more of the vigor of a young person. In her college life, she has made many like-minded friends and experienced many setbacks and difficulties. However, she always maintains a positive and optimistic mindset, constantly challenges herself and pursues excellence. She believes that she will be able to realize her dream as long as she persists in her efforts. A few years later, Gao Xinyu graduated from college. Through hard work, she became a well-known artist. Her works were widely recognized and loved by people. It also made lots and lots of money and helped many people. During a major disaster, she donated all of her savings and helped a number of people through the most difficult years of their lives. Yet she died unexpectedly during the disaster. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu froze. Could this be the legendary saying that a good man does not live long, but 1,000 years of mischief? Maybe it's really because she did well enough in her previous life to be favored by the heavens in this one. The Eye of Truth made a summary, which was not necessarily all right, but more or less true. I also wonder if I can unlock the memories of my past life. I wonder what my past life was like. Ding Ziyu was somewhat yearning, Who wouldn't want to see themselves in the past? I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Her situation, which is a special case, basically cannot be replicated. The Eye of Truth thought that it was basically unlikely for Ding Ziyu to want to unlock the memories of his past life. Didn't they say that some great powers can open themselves up to having past lives and even open up the secrets of multiple past lives? Ding Ziyu had read some descriptions about this on the internet and was keenly interested in it. This is only a legend. Perhaps there are truly great powers that can more than make it to this level, but this is too far away for you. Truly, when you reach that level, you might not be willing to face those passages that have become the past. The True Eye has had quite a bit of experience and has heard some rumors about these aspects. At this time, the illusion once again took a new turn, and Gao Xianyu returned to the present world. She was trying to awaken her power when a blue light descended from the sky and landed right on top of her. Chapter 93, Gao Xinyu's Breakthrough. In terms of talent, Gao Xinyu could only be considered an ordinary girl, but she was favored by the heavens. She possesses a brave and strong heart, but she has always longed for the awakening of power, for a special power, a power that can change herself and her environment. On this day, when Gao Xinyu was walking in the park, the sky suddenly became unusually bright. She looked up, only to see a blue light descend from the sky and land straight on her body. This blue light was filled with mysterious power, clearly a gift from the heavens, allowing the latent power in her body to instantly awaken. And from then on, she embarked on the path of a martial artist. Gao Xinyu felt an unprecedented energy surge into her heart. Her thoughts became clear, and her body became light. She began to master the strange blue energy as if it was innate to her. She could feel this energy flowing through her body, giving her unrivaled strength and confidence. As time passed, Gao Xinyu gradually mastered how to use this blue energy. She began to use it to help others and use it to protect herself. She became a legend in the mouths of her surrounding neighbors, and people called her the Blue Light Maiden. But she wasn't satisfied with that. She knew that this blue energy had a deeper meaning, and she began to explore the true source of this energy. She consulted a great deal of information, searching for clues about this blue energy. Eventually, Gao Xinyu found a mysterious organization that had a lot of information about blue energy. She decided to join this organization to learn more about this strange energy. It was also from this organization that she learned of the existence of the Moon Sacred Pearl. With their help, they came to Daning City. As Gao Xinyu continued to explore deeper and deeper, she gradually discovered the true significance of this blue energy. It wasn't just a powerful force, but also an ability to utilize it to perform relevant prayers and become a magical bond between her and the heavens. Every time she prayed, God sent down something she needed to change her situation according to her reality. With Gao Xinyu's efforts, things started to get better for her. After coming to Daning City, she smoothly joined the Blind Box Authority, and became a squad leader in a short period of time. Her squad helped each other and the relationship between the members was very harmonious. No one knew her true purpose for entering the Blind Box Authority. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu no longer intended to look any further. He had already learned enough. Such a Gao Xinyu would be completely acceptable to her. With her character, it was impossible for her to betray herself so easily, and despite the many trials and tribulations she had experienced, deep down, she was still a very pure girl. Gao Xinyu had spent a very long time in the illusionary world. In the real world, it had also taken almost 2 days, much longer than Ding Ziyu. As she gradually regained her sanity and snapped out of the illusion, she realized that her senses had also sharpened. Ding Ziyu had wanted to say hello to her, but was stopped by her raising her hand. She might be about to make a breakthrough. This illusion has helped her a lot, solving quite a few problems. The Eye of Truth saw through Gao Xinyu's state. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu was also very happy, and he couldn't wait for Gao Xianyu to be as strong as possible, so he immediately had the boundary pearl adjust the surrounding scenery to give her some boost. Gao Xinyu slowly closed her eyes and began to feel her surroundings. She heard the sound of soft music and the blowing of the breeze, and smelled the fresh air and the aroma of flowers and plants. She found herself in the middle of a green mountain, surrounded by dense forests and clear streams. There were a few white clouds floating in the sky, and the sunlight poured over her body. Warm and cozy, she felt her body become light, as if she was one with nature. Gao Xinyu took a deep breath and felt the life force in the air. She suddenly realized that she had comprehended the true meaning of power in the illusion. Nature is so beautiful and mysterious. It contains infinite power and wisdom, and human beings, as part of nature, should live in harmony with it instead of destroying it recklessly. In the midst of her feelings, Gao Xinyu's mind became more and more peaceful, and her thinking became clearer and clearer. She began to think about her life, recalling the experiences and pursuits she had had. She realized that she had been pursuing power and had neglected the true needs of her heart. What she longed for was inner peace and happiness, not outer glory and status. Gao Xinyu's thinking gradually became clearer, and she began to understand what kind of life she should pursue. She decides to let go of the past and start her life anew. She is going to pursue her true inner needs, to find her own happiness and fulfillment. She wants to use her own actions to prove that her life does not only need to rely on external forces, but also on inner strength and wisdom. As Gao Xinyu's state of mind changed, her body also began to emit a powerful aura. Her aura became more and more powerful, and the air around her became distorted. She felt her body become incomparably light, as if she could fly at any time. She knew that she had broken through the bottleneck and had become a true martial saint. Gao Xinyu opened her eyes and looked at everything around her, her heart filled with emotion and joy. She knew that her life would be different from now on. She would take on the identity of a martial saint to pursue the true needs of her heart and find her happiness and fulfillment. Congratulations, you have finally become a powerful martial saint. Ding Ziyu walked forward with a smile on his face. Although Gao Xinyu did not reveal her strength, Ding Ziyu could be certain that her strength was definitely not weak. In particular, the blue energy that she had mastered would definitely be upgraded along with it after becoming a martial saint, and would possess even greater combat power. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Gao Xinyu gave Ding Ziyu a very solemn salute. She understood that Ding Ziyu was truly treating her as one of his own, regardless of the previous pearl of bright enlightenment, or the various changes in the small sacred ground later on. All of them were very much in line with her own cultivation intentions. Without this help, perhaps she could have managed to break through, but she would definitely have taken some detours and wasted more time. Didn't you decide to hang out with me? Giving help to one of your own is deserved and necessary, Ding Ziyu said in a very relaxed manner. He said this, also to ease the state atmosphere and make the time spent with each other more relaxed and enjoyable. Hey, you kid wants to hit on me at all times. Wilting, Gao Xinyu also laughed, having a spring breeze like rain, which was exceptionally provocative. Chapter 94. Now that we are both martial saints, are we interested in sparring? Ding Ziyu came to be interested. He didn't have a lot of combat experience, at least compared to Gao Xinyu. There was still a bit of a gap, with combat power alone and no combat experience. When the real sword is torn apart, the inexperienced party will easily suffer. Ding Ziyu also understood his weaknesses, so he made such a request. Are you looking for chipping? Gao Xinyu laughed evilly. She knew that Ding Ziyu was very strong. Having fought with that martial saint before, she had already seen it. However, she was also a martial saint now, and the power of the blue energy had increased a lot, so she really might not lose to Ding Ziyu. The pinnacle of known human force in the current world was the Tendan martial saint. Martial artists at the level of super martial saint were as rare as a phoenix feather. The duo of Ding Ziyu was at a level that was still far from a 10th stage martial saint. However, he was still a strong person with a bronze level body. His body was exceptionally powerful, his endurance was amazing, and his explosive power was even more terrifying. A 4-foot-long black iron rod, each attack could easily tear through the air, striking out a strong air-breaking sonic boom sound. That sound, like thunder and lightning, shook one's eardrums, as if the entire space was trembling for it. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, was another style of strong person. Her body wasn't particularly strengthened, but she possessed a strange blue energy. This kind of energy, capable of bursting into a superb attack in an instant, also had a strong defensive effect. The way she attacked was like a dancing fairy, elegant and deadly. Her figures crisscrossed in the air as the blue energy in her hands continued to be released, colliding with Ding Ziyu's iron rod, emitting a dazzling light. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. Their figures crisscrossed in the air, and the collision of iron rods and energy emitted dazzling light. Each collision carried unrivaled power, and the sound of air explosions continued one after another. Ding Ziyu's iron stick was as ferocious as a dragon out of the sea. He attacked in a wide-open manner, using force to break the trick. Each swing of the stick carried the momentum of a titanic mountain, making it impossible to catch one's breath. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, was like a spirited dancer, her figure dancing in the air, elegant and deadly. The blue energy in her hand was like a dancing fairy, lightly weaving between the iron sticks, looking for the enemy's breaks. Ding Ziyu's line of power focused on absolute strength. Each of his attacks was so powerful that one could not catch their breath. His muscles were as hard as steel, and his eyes were filled with determination and resolve. When he occasionally swung a punch, it carried the sound of wind and thunder, as if he wanted to shatter the world. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, focused on flexibility and skill. Her figure was like a ghost, weaving in and out of Ding Ziyu's attacks. Her body was as light as a swallow, and her movements were as graceful as poetry. Each of her dodges was like a dance that one could not help but fall in love with. Each of her attacks was like playing a beautiful piece of music that mesmerized people. Gao Xinyu was deliberately feeding Ding Ziyu moves, allowing him to grasp various combat techniques faster. Compared to strength, Gao Xinyu was far behind, but she had a huge advantage in terms of skills. Together with the superb explosive power of the blue energy, she also fought Ding Ziyu to a standstill. The battle between the two entered a white heat. Ding Ziyu's iron rod was becoming more and more ferocious, and Gao Xinyu's blue energy was becoming more and more fiery. Ding Ziyu's attacks were becoming more and more varied, slowly finding his own battle rhythm. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, had changed her combat style and began to intentionally target Ding Ziyu's brokenness. It was said to be a sparring match, but both sides had brought out their true strength. Their eyes were both filled with determination and confidence. The battle between the two grew more and more intense. A powerful aura emanated from their bodies, as if they wanted to trample the entire world under their feet. Both sides were stoic, wanting to defeat each other. Seeing that Gao Xinyu's ability to withstand far exceeded his estimation, Ding Ziyu also let go of his hand yet. The attacks were all like a raging storm, making it impossible for her to dodge. Gao Xinyu could only send out blue energy power, blocking all of Ding Ziyu's attacks, and the blue energy scattered and overflowed, actually forming an energy shield, just like a copper wall, making it impossible for Ding Ziyu to break through. The battle had been going on for nearly 2 hours, and although it was fierce, however, they had not given it their all. They all knew that this was just a sparring match, and there was no need to fight to the death. They all had reservations and didn't bring out their most ferocious means of offense. Both of them knew that the significance of this battle was not in winning or losing, but in exchanging and learning. They both hoped that through this battle, they could improve their practical combat abilities. Finally, the two men stopped. Their eyes were filled with respect and appreciation. The two knew that the other party was definitely a strong person of the same rank, and both were worthy opponents. Thank you for helping me. We'll have to communicate more when we have time in the future. Ding Zi was very satisfied with this state of affairs. He had learned a lot from Gao Xinyu, and the feeling was completely different if he were to fight with the enemy to the death instead. The slightest mistake could be life-threatening, something that was hard to bring out. You're welcome, I've learned a lot from you as well. How to gain the initiative in a fight when facing a power martial artist. Gao Xinyu was also happy. All of them knew that this battle had made them gain a great deal from each other. They all hoped that they would be able to have the opportunity to spar again in the future. After all, in this world, the first thing that martial artists awaken to was strength. The vast majority of martial artists, like Ding Ziyu, followed the route of strength. They were not particularly outstanding in terms of skill. As the saying goes, when one's power is strong enough, one can indeed use the simplest and crudest way to solve the opponent. Ding Ziyu happened to be an outstanding representative in this regard. Among his peers, not only was his strength extremely powerful, but he also possessed a powerful physical body. It was basically equivalent to being 1 or 2 minor realms above the opponent. A fight with him would definitely be rewarding. The two stopped and engaged in another careful discussion of the details of the battle and the areas in which they had blundered and at some point made poor combat choices. Ding Ziyu felt that he had gained a little more than communicating with the true eye. The level of the real eye is too high. Many things he only points out a direction, but in these not details, will not be able to actual combat to learn faster. Hey, this girl child is indeed very good. Not only has she been favored by the heavens, she is not much worse than you in terms of potential. You kid is even luckier. You found a good helper. Real thought said happily in his mind. This was highlighting his credit. He was the one who had suggested that Ding Ziyu find a way to turn Gao Xinyu into one of his own in the first place. Chapter 95, The Old Lord's Society. Without the pressure of survival, Ding Ziyu and the others still had a very cozy life within the small Holy Land. Basically, apart from cultivation, it was all sorts of fighting and sparring. During this period of time, Ding Ziyu's combat experience had greatly improved. Not only did he fight with Gao Xinyu between time, but he also pulled the Cold Ice Giant Tiger over to experience the joy of fighting a giant beast. The Cold Ice Giant Tiger was also very willing to cooperate with Ding Ziyu and the two of them, and its attitude was unknown how many times better than that of the Savage Dragon. This made Ding Ziyu look at it even more. The Barbarian Dragon had been locked up by Ding Ziyu for several days, and had finally become a bit more honest. However, the bastard still had the same kind of lovey-dovey demeanor towards Ding Ziyu, and it was estimated that it wouldn't change much until Ding Ziyu's strength surpassed it. Before coming to Daning City, did you join some mysterious organization? One day, after Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu had finished sparring, he suddenly asked a question. He had seen this scene in the illusion and didn't know if it was true or not, so he asked tentatively. By all accounts, with his current relationship with Gao Xinyu, it wasn't too presumptuous to ask such a question. After all, the two of them were also considered to be in the same boat in times of trouble. How do you know this? Gao Xinyu was astonished, realizing that very few people around her knew about this. How long had Ding Ziyu only been with her? This matter, Gao Xinyu hadn't even spoken to anyone else. Even the blind box authority didn't know where she came from. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Ding Ziyu smiled and asked rhetorically. That goes without saying. Of course it's the truth. Gao Xinyu was also curious as to where Ding Ziyu had gotten this information. You told me yourself that you were talking in your sleep one day. Impossible. I never talk in my sleep. Gao Xinyu simply didn't believe Ding Ziyu's words. Well, it was you who displayed what was in your heart when you came into contact with the Pearl of Bright Enlightenment. Ding Ziyu finally told the truth this time. Of course, how he entered her illusion, Ding Ziyu did not say. He was worried that if he said it, Gao Xinyu would come after him. Before touching the Pearl of Bright Enlightenment, Ding Ziyu had already warned her about it. There might be some unintended consequences. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a few minutes before she lowered her head. They helped me when I was most helpless. They are a very good group of people, and they are also very strong, Gao Xinyu leisurely said. Ding Ziyu did not interrupt her either, knowing that Gao Xinyu must have more to say. This organization is called the Old Monarch Society, and there aren't too many members in the society, but each and every one of them is very powerful. Without their help, I'm afraid that I would have died in the wilderness long ago, and it would have been impossible for me to come to Daning City. Gao Xinyu thought about it and decided to tell the secret in her heart. In her opinion, Ding Ziyu was also someone who could be trusted. If she could go back, she even wanted to develop Ding Ziyu into the Laojun Society as well. And they didn't ask you to accomplish anything? Ding Ziyu pursued. He just couldn't believe that there were still purely good people in this world who specialized in helping others without compensation. No, I came to Great Ning City to seize the Moon Saint Pearl, and this news was also given to me by the Old Monarch Society. They sent me to Daning City and prepared that armor for me. The lines on Gao Xinyu's face became much softer as she thought about how those people had helped her. It seems that they have long known that the Blind Box administration of the Great Ning City has obtained the Moon Sacred Pearl, and they also know the secrets of the Secret Art Museum. Ding Ziyu came to some obvious inferences. At least one thing could be proved. This Old Monarch Society was indeed very powerful and had a very wide range of contacts. I'm afraid that the people in this organization are not as few as Gao Xinyu has seen. They left you in Daning City and left? Didn't they say when they would come to pick you back up? Ding Ziyu always felt that things were not that simple. Look at Lu Jifang's attitude and theirs. Don't they want something as good as the Moon Sacred Pearl? Is it really just to help Gao Xinyu? If it was just to help Gao Xinyu, why didn't they just leave some experts by her side to help her solve this problem? With Gao Xinyu's strength, it wasn't easy to enter the Blind Box Authority and get into the Secret Arts Museum's treasury. Even if he got the Moon Sacred Pearl, was it really that easy to walk away? If it wasn't for Ding Ziyu's help, Gao Xinyue might have already lost her life. In the face of Ding Ziyu's somewhat aggressive questioning, Gao Xinyue's face revealed a displeased expression. Obviously, in her eyes, it was impossible for the Old Monarch Society to have any intention of harming herself. If it did, she would have been dead long ago and wouldn't have survived this long. Perhaps they are just looking at your potential, and when you grow up, perhaps things will be different again. Ding Ziyu continued. Regardless of whether or not he could make Gao Xinyu wake up, he still said what he thought through. There is so much to see in this world, and so few people who selflessly help others. Really? Gao Xinyu did not answer Ding Ziyu's question again. Perhaps it was because Ding Ziyu's speculation had touched something deep within her heart, and for a while she could not think straight and did not know how she should answer. When are you planning to go back? Ding Ziyu changed the subject. I don't know. Let's see if the next blind box can open something useful, Gao Xinyu said with some bewilderment. Do you want to return to Ding Yuan City with me? Gao Xinyu asked rhetorically. It's too far away, and I don't know what will happen when I go there? Ding Ziyu wasn't very sure of his answer. Great Ning City could no longer accommodate him, and no matter where he appeared, he would definitely be hunted down by all the major forces. In this situation now, leaving was indeed the best option. But he had lived in Daning City since he was a child and was familiar with everything here. Suddenly going to a new city, would he be able to adapt himself? There was obviously no answer to that question, and if possible, he would rather live in this little sanctuary for the rest of his life. It was just that the heavenly Tao of this small holy land wasn't perfect, and a lot of things didn't apply in here. There wasn't any problem with hiding for a while, but living here for a long period of time, it was definitely impossible to become a true expert. The realized expectations of him were high, and Ding Ziyu himself had some ambitions, so in the end, he had stepped out of the small sanctuary to face the storms of this world. Not with me. Ding Yuan City is bigger than Daning City and has all sorts of amazing things. It's very easy to adapt to. Gao Xinyu did hope that Ding Ziyu would return to Ding Yuan City with her. Living together these days, she also recognized Ding Ziyu. This was a trustworthy friend. Let's talk about it then. Ding Ziyu did not immediately agree. He wanted to think about it again. Going over might be easy. Wanting to come back was not so easy. One more thing. Ding Ziyu didn't want Gao Xinyue to go back to that old monarch society. Who knew if they were hitting on Gao Xinyue's idea? Chapter 96, The Cave. After a long period of idle days, one would always feel a bit lackluster. After Ding Ziyu and the others had cultivated in the little holy land for some time, they were somewhat nostalgic for the city life outside again. Although it was safe and cozy in this small sanctuary, there were always fewer people. Although there were quite a few cuts between the two, they still couldn't find that feeling of desperation, and there was less excitement. Didn't you get several special blind boxes? I found one of the alien blind boxes interesting. Why don't you open it and try it out? The Eye of Truth saw Ding Ziyu's state and gave him a suggestion. In fact, most of the blind boxes that Ding Ziyu had shunned from the secret arts were things that were beneficial to cultivation. However, at that time, he didn't scrutinize them one by one, and he also shunned some blind boxes that were dangerous. The one that the true eye was talking about was actually a conical, gradient-colored blind box. Ding Ziyu had personally seen it before, but couldn't see it very clearly, so he knew that there was a cave inside. What was inside the cave was unknown. Simply put, with his strength, he couldn't see through it. The Eye of Truth did not give him a careful explanation either. Such a blind box was definitely a big risk, such as the random teleportation blind box that Lu Jifeng and the others had gotten out before, which was a black hole. No one knows what the risks are when they are not prescribed, and when they are prescribed, they can only be sure. Still, this was a small holy land, and even if a random teleportation black hole was made, under normal circumstances, one would not be teleported outside the small holy land. Things with cross-border teleportation abilities were surprisingly rare, something that Ding Ziyu was still very relieved about. If necessary, one could also communicate with the boundary bead and perhaps cover it directly. Then let's open it up and try it out. Ding Ziyu also became interested, wanting to see what was in that cave. Even the Eye of Truth let him open it, so obviously this blind box must not be simple. With the hilarity, Gao Xinyu certainly wouldn't miss it. The two of them found a clearing, and Ding Ziyu let the boundary beads mold a mountain wall out for him before he hit the blind box with his hands. Once this blind box was opened, that cave appeared on the mountain wall. The boundary pearl immediately transmitted a message to Ding Ziyu that this cave had, in a certain sense, surpassed the level of a small holy land. That is to say, it will one truly exist in the little holy land, and the boundary bead does not have the ability to erase it. If you can't erase it, then you can't erase it. It's just one more cave. Can it still change the belonging board of the little holy land? Ding Ziyu was quite open-minded. Just like when he had placed the spirit pool within the little holy land, he wasn't worried about any problems. In the cave, there were wisps of spiritual energy emanating out. Other than that, there was no special movement. Why don't we go in and take a look? Gao Xinyu was interested in great. The blind box opened out 1,000 strange things. Always easy to arouse one's curiosity. Good, then let's go in and take a look. Ding Ziyu led the way forward. Upon entering the cave, the temperature inside became slightly cooler, with a cool swishy feeling. There won't be any danger, right? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. I don't know. Two people after more than 100 meters, the cave began to become more wide. Strangely enough, it wasn't dark inside. Instead, there was light coming through from the stone walls, as if lights had been installed in the surface. I always feel like I've gone to another world. Is this cave also a world of its own? Gao Xinyu voiced her feelings. As the two of them walked a few hundred meters inward, the space inside became larger and larger, as if they were in the middle of a wilderness. A gust of cool wind came from the distance, accompanied by a hissing sound. There's a savage ancient beast in here? Ding Ziyu immediately became cautious when he heard the roar. Not long after, there were bursts of hoofbeats coming from the distance. It was just that these hoofbeats appeared to be very fragmented, and it was not known what kind of beasts they were. The two stood still and didn't move until the sounds of those running got closer and closer, and several animals, all black and three-legged, appeared in his two sights. What kind of animal is this? Even if it has 3 feet, it's still so weird looking? It was the first time Ding Ziyu had seen such an animal. It looked like a donkey, but it had a sharp mouth and sharp teeth. Its body is as strong as a buffalo, and its running speed is really not slow. This is the sharp-tongued donkey, very stubborn, omnivorous animal. There is a certain degree of aggressiveness, but it is not strong. Real Eye immediately reported the origin of these animals. Never seen it before. It's too weird looking. Ding Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. The lack of danger was of course the last. However, just as his words fell, a much larger big guy rushed out from behind. Its target was clearly these sharp-tongued donkeys. Ding Ziyu took a closer look and realized that this too looks a bit similar to the barbarian dragon, but slightly smaller in size. A little bit stronger than the cold ice giant tiger. This is a repulsor beast, which is also considered a side branch of the dragon race, slightly lesser in lineage than the savage dragon. This fellow doesn't have a high level of spiritual intelligence, but is rather aggressive. It belongs to the typical predatory ferocious beasts. With such a large size, it shouldn't have much interest in us, right? Ding Ziyu felt that his small body was not enough to chill the teeth of the multi-repeller beast, to the point that those pointy-headed donkeys are enough to give that guy a meal. That's hard to say. It's told you. It's a predatory animal and is interested in trying anything it sees that's meat. Real Eye snickered. Right at this moment, a few sharp-tongued donkeys actually turned around and ran over to their side. Obviously, the several sharp-tongued donkeys had discovered them, and they were preparing to divert the trouble to the east, so that they could deal with this repulsor beast. How strong is this thing? Gao Xinyu instantly became nervous. With such a large size and a terrifyingly strong impact, it was not a ferocious creature that was that easy to deal with at first glance. It's roughly equivalent to the strength of a third-stage martial saint. Ding Ziyu's information was what the Eye of Truth had told him. In fact, he couldn't really tell the strength of these strange animals. Luckily, that can circle around with it for a bit. Gao Xinyu was relieved. If the strength was too much stronger, there was only running away. While the two of them were talking, a few sharp-tongued donkeys ran not far from them, then circled halfway around and hid behind them. That repulsor beast, however, ran straight over, and when it saw Ding Ziyu and the two of them, it only hesitated a little before immediately charging over. I'll deal with it. Ding Ziyu did not retreat, but directly charged back. A fist slammed into the repulsor beast's head. Bang! One person and one beast immediately collided together, and Ding Ziyu felt an extremely strong force coming through, instantly sending him flying backwards. Chapter 97, The Rescuers Are Coming. Just compared to strength, Ding Ziyu was still slightly weaker than the repulsor beast. The other party's body alone had a great advantage, plus the impact it created under the assisted running as it rushed over from a distance was also very powerful. However, Ding Ziyu's punch still caused a long hiss to occur from the repulsor beast. Its eyes reddened, and it immediately gave up chasing after the sharp-tongued donkey and turned to attack Ding Ziyu. This is indeed a bit impressive. Ding Ziyu rubbed his wrist. Although the impact just now was fierce, he was not injured, and his body was still able to carry it. Be careful, you don't want to fall in the ditch. If we can't, let's go together. Are we still afraid that we won't be able to defeat this? Gao Xinyu hurriedly said with concern. She had sparred and fought with Ding Ziyu many times, and knew that Ding Ziyu's strength was exceptional, and his copper skin and iron bones were even more powerful. Ding Ziyu nodded at Gao Xinyu and charged up again. When he was about to hit the repulsor beast, his body suddenly jumped up and over the head of the pair of masters. Just as his body was about to cross over the repulsor beast, he heavily kicked the repulsor beast in the head. The reptile beast's body stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Obviously, Ding Ziyu's kick had a great impact on it, severely affecting its body balance. However, right at this moment, the long tail of the repeller beast swept over to Ding Ziyu. The strong sound of breaking air very obvious. Ding Ziyu had just rushed over to meet the repulsor beast's tail, and the speed of both was so fast that there was no room for evasion. Canopy. Ding Ziyu crashed into the reptile beast's tail as if he had hit a solid wall. The reptile beast's tail was actually very hard, instantly sweeping Ding Ziyu out a dozen or 2 meters away. It was fortunate that Ding Ziyu's physical strength was very good, or else this hit alone would have struck him with 7 dizzy spells of fear and loss of combat power. Ding Ziyu stood up from the ground, and instead of being afraid, his eyes had some small flames in them. This repulsor beast was not too far from his strength, and was indeed a very good target to practice on. Suffer. With a loud roar, Ding Ziyu's body once again took to the air, and like a flying bird throwing itself into the forest, he slammed into the body of the repulsor beast. The reptile beast's body was huge, and it was almost impossible to dodge Ding Ziyu's attack, but the fellow wasn't as dumb as one might think. It slightly flicked its body to one side and swung its tail, sweeping over again. However, this time, Ding Ziyu would not be hit by its tail as easily as he was just now. After all, the distance between the two was longer this time, leaving him a lot of space to dodge, only to see his body sink slightly, easily passing underneath the repulsor beast's tail, before swinging his fist and slamming it heavily into its stomach. Dang! A dull sound rang out, and the repulsor beast's entire massive body shook violently. The place on its stomach where it was struck followed suit and dented down a large chunk. Its body shifted several steps sideways, but it still carried Ding Ziyu's attack and did not fall to the ground. Ding Ziyu rolled over in crossing over the repulsor beast and stopped on the other side of it. This resistance to blows is still strong. Such a heavy punch actually didn't do anything to it, Ding Ziyu said with some surprise. With his current strength, at full strength, the power of this punch reached at least 10,000 pounds. An ordinary creature that received such a heavy blow would definitely be injured in its internal organs. But the repulsor beast didn't look injured. Instead, it looked even angrier, and after adjusting its body, it attacked Ding Ziyu again. This guy was also fighting a real fire, spreading all his anger onto Ding Ziyu's head. It was imperative to take down this little bitty man. Although Ding Ziyu's body was strong enough, he didn't want to take this attack hard. Its power was indeed very strong, and it would be hard to be hit, even if you weren't injured. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu was already at the level of a martial saint, and his body rose up in the air with an easy leap. When a person was in the air, his body was more agile. It was not an easy task for the reptile beast to hit him, Ding Ziyu, however, could easily adjust his angle and launch his attacks on the repulsor beast again and again. It was just that this fellow was still very cunning, and when he couldn't dodge Ding Ziyu's attacks, he would usually use his hardest back to withstand his onslaught. Despite being winced time and time again, in general, not much damage was done. Didn't you say it's a level below the savage dragon? How come it carries such a beating? Ding Ziyu hit the repulsor beast multiple times and failed to dry out this huge body. His heart was more or less depressed. Once again, it is also a secondary creature of the dragon race, so how weak can it be? With your strength, it would be very difficult indeed to kill it. Upgrade a few more minor levels and it will become easier. The Eye of Truth clearly did not recognize Ding Ziyu's statement. That said, the repulsor beast was slightly higher than his realm, and it was already pretty good to be able to fight like this. The one man and one beast fought for 10 minutes, Ding Ziyu relying on his flexible aerial advantage to beat the repulsor beast from time to time, causing it to continuously scream. In the end, this finally realized that it was impossible to finish off Ding Ziyu with its own strength. When it was once again hit by Ding Ziyu's punch, this finally turned its head and fled, no longer daring to fight with Ding Ziyu. Hey, this guy actually escaped. What a wimp. Ding Ziyu cracked his mouth and laughed. Even though he didn't finish the guy off, it was still a pretty enjoyable fight. He almost always let go of his hands and feet to do it, and used as much power as he could. There was no need to hold back at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this repulsor beast did carry a beating, it would have been possible for him to take it down. This is a nice and good place. Come in and around more often when you have time. It will be very helpful to our cultivation. Gao Xinyu looked at it with some skill as well. There were only a few sharp-tongued donkeys left in the scene, and practicing with these guys was indeed a bit unorthodox. The two decided to wander further afield. However, before they could get far, the reptile beast that had just fled ran back. Behind it, there were actually two larger repulsor beasts, so it turned out that this guy couldn't beat Ding Ziyu and actually went to find help. Here come two more ferocious fellows. Want to go up and try? Ding Ziyu hadn't gotten over it yet, except that three repulsor beasts had come at once, and it felt like the two of them were somewhat unable to descend. Just try. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, run. Gao Xinyu took the lead and rushed up. She had already seen the repulsor beasts attack before. As long as they were handled carefully, even if they couldn't be beaten, they wouldn't be easily hurt by them. Ding Ziyu also charged towards one of the more powerful repulsor beasts, and this time, under the long-distance acceleration, his strength had been utilized to the limit, and his entire body was like a skyrocketing cannon as he smashed into a huge repulsor beast. His target was still the repulsor beast's stomach. Its back was too hard to injure. Chapter 98, The Eerie Hissing Sound. Ding Ziyu and his duo took the initiative to attack, which left the repulsor beast somewhat unprepared. In the past, when they attacked their enemies, they usually took the initiative themselves, but they did not expect these little ones to actually dare to take the initiative to attack, which was indeed a bit surprising. The three reptile beasts roared at the same time, their long tails whipping up to form a shield-like wall of defense. If it was a large animal, it would definitely not be able to pass through their defense. But Ding Ziyu, two people with the repellent beasts compared to completely is a small, take them as food or not enough to plug teeth type. The two used their agility to easily pass through the defense wall of the reptile beasts. Gao Xianyu decisively used the blue energy and blasted it onto the back of a reptile beast. The blue energy erupted with an extremely strong light, and its power exploded several times, knocking the reptile beast to its knees. For his part, Ding Ziyu landed a solid punch on the stomach of another large reptile beast. This time, the blow was really powerful, and the repulsor beast that was struck let out a long hiss. It was clear that it did not take this attack well. When the reptile beast from before saw that the rescuers he moved in were all beaten so badly, he immediately panicked a bit. This fellow was so unrighteous that he turned around and ran away, not caring about the two rescuers. Ding Ziyu and his duo had won with a single move, but they did not continue their pursuit. Without using their weapons, it was not an easy task to kill these two huge swine beasts, not to mention that they didn't have the necessity to kill each other. The two flew through the air, just watching the two big guys. Luckily, they couldn't fly, and in that respect, they could still take advantage of the situation. The two large repulsor beasts roared a few times at Ding Ziyu and his duo in a bluff manner, and also quickly ran away. Hey, this reptile beast is somewhat interesting, and not as stupid as one might think. Ding Ziyu laughed, his heart instantly relaxing. It was still a tiring thing to really fight that big guy to the death. There's no need for that. Then the two simply flew in the air and went further away. Also saw more animals. All kinds of animals. Most of the awesome guys, though, are quite large and recognizable. Will they rush out from the cave? Ding Ziyu was a little worried. With so many animals, if they all ran into his little sanctuary, he would probably have a lot of troubles. Don't worry, those most powerful guys, they definitely can't get out. Gao Xinyu pointed at a few super strong creatures that were bigger than the entrance and exit of the cave. How could they possibly run out? As for those with little strength, even if they ran out, they would only be serving food. Perhaps they could add a few more ingredients to Ding Ziyu's. The two wandered around the cave for half a day before retreating. It was basically a scare, as none of the creatures within this cave had the ability to fly. Or maybe there are no flying animals in there at all, which would be scientific. The duo rested for a while and were about to carry out their cultivation when they suddenly heard an extremely ear-piercing scream. More accurately, this sound actually acted directly on their spiritual centers. What kind of animal is making that ghostly sound? It's too shrill. Ding Ziyu stood up in a flash and began to look around, but he searched around and couldn't find the owner of the sound that made it. Gao Xinyu's side was in a similar situation, and Ding Shichen's situation was even worse, actually being directly shocked into unconsciousness by this scream. What the hell? Something ran out of that cave? Gao Xinyu inquired in a loud voice. I don't know. Just wait a bit, I'll find the answer soon. Ding Ziyu immediately contacted the boundary pearl. In the little sacred land, nothing had yet escaped its detection. However, after receiving Ding Ziyu's order, the realm bead searched the entire little holy land and gave him the answer that it did not find any abnormalities. This was outrageous. Originally thinking that the boundary pearl could control everything within the small holy land, it seemed to have somewhat disappointed Ding Ziyu. The sound just now was so shrill, how could it not be noticed? Could it be that the fellow who made this sound could be invisible? Ding Ziyu was puzzled. Previously, they hadn't even encountered much danger when they entered the cave, but now that they exited, trouble came to their door instead. The boundary pearl presented Ding Ziyu with some images, but there was nothing in them as well. At least the two of them, Ding Ziyu, were unable to discern any abnormality from the images. Eyes of truth, could it be that you didn't notice it either? Ding Ziyu could only turn to him for help. I can't tell anything out of the ordinary from the picture either, so why don't we go outside and take a look? We might be able to find something. The Eye of Truth said seriously. Ding Ziyu first woke up his grandfather and told him to stay in the small hut and not go out. This place had evolved from the core of the small holy land and was much safer. After settling down their grandfather, the two of them, Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu, headed out. In order to avoid being irritated by that sound again, they both found something and plugged their ears. The two of them made a large circle in the small holy land, but they didn't find any abnormalities, including the Eye of Truth, which didn't issue any warnings. It was as if that voice from before just appeared out of nowhere. What a sight to see! What the hell is that ghostly thing hissing? Ding Ziyu cursed as the two of them not only searched the entire small holy land, but finally came to the outside of that cave and still found nothing. Just as the two were about to walk back, that strange sound reappeared. Even though the two had their ears plugged, they were still mercilessly destroyed by that sound, and their entire heads were buzzing, which was very hard to bear, as if it was like being hit in the head with a heavy object. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them weren't weak, I'm afraid that they would have had to pass out just like Ding Shichen. Damn! What the hell is that roaring? Where is it? Ding Ziyu was a bit enraged. This was too torturous. It should be a very bizarre creature that has no fixed form and can hide safely in any place. The Eye of Truth reacted this time. Hide anywhere? Meaning that this thing is like a chameleon, able to become invisible on the spot? As Ding Ziyu spoke, he looked around, hoping to find this thing and shatter it into pieces. It's not ordinary invisibility. It should have a certain spatial talent. It can be hidden in the void, and without special means, it's impossible to find it out. Now, Ding Ziyu was directly dumbfounded. No wonder the little holy place couldn't find them either. So they were all the same type of thing. The difference is that he owns the little sanctuary and won't harm anyone. This guy can really drive people crazy with a roar every now and then. Maybe try using my blue energy to see if I can force it out, Gao Xinyu said. As she spoke, she directly waved her hand, spilling out a blue energy that illuminated the surrounding area within a few meters. Chapter 99, Finding a Way to Get Out. At the edge of the blue energy, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, fluctuating slightly, and then another sharp hiss came from exactly that direction. Without even thinking, Ding Ziyu slashed his palm towards that place. Only this heavy palm of his struck down into the air, producing no reaction at all. That thing must have been in this place just now. It's just an ordinary attack that won't be of any use to it. Ding Ziyu looked around but found nothing, and his own strikes hit the air. My blue energy also only caused some interference with it, and didn't do much. Gao Xinyu was also in trouble. Originally, she thought that by using special energies, she should be able to find it out, but it turned out to not be of much use. If we can find its location and use a spirit-based attack, it might be able to do some good. The Eye of Truth gave a method after being silent for a while. Unfortunately, whether it was Ding Ziyu or Gao Xinyu, neither of them had practiced the spirit-type attack secret art. Even if they knew of this method, they could not come up with any solutions. Luckily, although this thing was abominable and indeed disturbing, It couldn't really kill or injure the two of them, and its roar did affect Ding Shichen quite a bit, and it was only when it hid in the middle of the small hut that it had a slightly lesser impact. In this way, the two of them, Ding Ziyu, were alarmed by the unknown weird creature for several days. Almost every so often, it would hiss. Sometimes it would hide far away from the outside, and the mental burden on the two would be smaller, but sometimes, it would come running very close to the two and suddenly roar, which really made it very difficult for the two. Unable to do anything else, the two of them had no choice but to hide in the small hut just like Ding Shichen. This was the core area of the small Holy Land, and that guy seemed to be unable to enter, which allowed Ding Ziyu and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. What kind of strange creature is this damn thing? No one can stand it if it keeps tossing and turning like this? Ding Ziyu was almost mentally broken by its torment, and once again pursued the Eye of Truth. I have never seen one either, only heard rumors of one long ago. It is said that this creature can be used to exercise one's spiritual power, so perhaps this is not a bad thing for you. The realized reply left Ding Ziyu helpless. Basically, there's no news with peace. As for exercising any spiritual power, this was a complete torture. Who would want to be tortured by this thing? If it was right to go out and deal with it, Ding Ziyu would have already found a way to get it killed. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu had the Pearl of Enlightenment on him, which could properly alleviate some of the burden, and Gao Xinyu's situation was instead a little more serious. Or else, let's just hide outside. Maybe it wandered around this little holy place for a while and went back to that cave. Gao Xinyu couldn't stand this kind of excitement either. Move to run to your ears to roar, and this sound can be directly to your nerve center. Even if the ear plugs cannot think of much effect, in the long run, this is likely to make a person's nerves weak, and close to a mental breakdown is possible. It's not safe outside either. Several major forces in Daning City are searching everywhere for our whereabouts, Ding Ziyu said somewhat helplessly. In the end, it was still a lack of strength. If one's strength was strong enough, one wouldn't have to care about this crap at all. Aren't we in the middle of the wilderness? Bring the savage dragon and the ice-cold giant tiger out as well. There's still a guarantee of safety. Gao Xinyu really didn't want to stay in the little Holy Land. In the past, he could cultivate in peace and still felt that the environment inside was very beautiful, but now he couldn't find that feeling at all. The strangest thing was that this weird guy actually didn't bother the cold ice giant tiger and the savage dragon, as if he recognized the two of them. We're already back in the city. Why don't we try and see if we can bring this fellow out? However, wouldn't it be cleaner to keep it outside of the small Holy Land? Ding Ziyu suddenly came up with such an idea. Although it didn't seem very reliable, it wasn't without the possibility of success. Judging from the past few days, that thing knew to run after them, and following along and leaving the small Holy Land was also a big possibility. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find a place to open a portal. Maybe we can really lure this bad thing out. Gao Xinyu was even more eager than Ding Ziyu. Good. I'll find a place. Ding Ziyu hurriedly communicated with the boundary pearl, which was not much of a difficult task for it. Soon the boundary beads opened a portal in a quiet alley. The two of them, Ding Ziyu, walked towards the outside of the portal without haste, fearing that if they went faster, the thing would not follow them. Returning to the normal world, all sorts of sounds came from afar again, which made Ding Ziyu feel very comfortable. It had been a long time since he felt like this. Before, when everything was peaceful in the middle of the small sanctuary, one didn't feel much sadness. Ever since there was that contraption that ghostly screamed every now and then, the quality of life had instantly dropped by an unknown number of times. The two of them walked out of the portal, and Ding Ziyu didn't let Boundary Pearl close the portal, instead opening it wide. He was afraid that that guy would not follow him out, but the two of them stayed in the alley for quite a while without hearing that piercing roar again. Although their hearts were comfortable, they began to worry again that the thing would stay in the middle of the small sanctuary. What methods can be used to lure it out? Gao Xinyu asked. How am I supposed to know? If it really doesn't come out, there's nothing we can do. Ding Ziyu was all a bit speechless, looking inside the small Holy Land, but he couldn't see anything. Boundary Pearl, is that thing still in the middle of the little Holy Land? Ding Ziyu could only inquire about the Boundary Pearl. Although the Boundary Pearl could not speak, it was able to feed back its intentions to Ding Ziyu in a peculiar manner. The answer he got was that the thing had come out and was in their neighborhood. Perhaps it was in the midst of unfamiliar surroundings and it hadn't had time to let out that frightening roar. Great! Hurry up and close the small Holy Land portal. Don't let it go back again. Ding Ziyu hurriedly gave orders to the boundary bead and managed to lure it out. It should never be allowed to go back in. It's not easy to come out once. Let's also go to the city for a stroll. Maybe there are many people in the city, so we'll be taken away by someone else all of a sudden? Gao Xinyu hurriedly headed out of the alley, not intending to return to the little Holy Land for the time being. Ding Ziyu also felt that there was some truth in what she said, so the two of them began to walk towards the crowded places. As for the little sacred land, Ding Ziyu didn't have to worry about it at all. As long as he could communicate with the boundary pearl, the little sacred land would always follow him. The two walked quickly and the people around them became more numerous. Just as Ding Ziyu and his duo were wondering how this fellow had stopped roaring, it immediately hissed with all its might in front of a wide audience. In an instant, a bunch of people fainted at the hissing sound. For lower-ranked martial artists, this kind of roar that acted on the nerve center was too stimulating. Chapter 100, Getting Out of the Way. Ordinary people even more cannot stand such a big stimulus. A number of people actually bleeding from the 7 orifices, all of a sudden fell in the streetlet. Unconscious look. How did this happen? Ding Ziyu was instantly dumbfounded. At that time, he only thought about how to lure this thing out, but he didn't realize that it would cause such great consequences. Although this was a chaotic world, human life was really as worthless as grass. If these people did not die because of him, he would not have any psychological burden. Now the situation was different again, and it was his responsibility to get rid of this strange creature that had put other people's lives at risk. Damn it, can we still lure it back into the middle of the small holy land? Deep down, Ding Ziyu was still kind. He didn't want to get anyone killed, especially those innocent people. I don't know, maybe this thing won't follow us back into the small holy land anymore. Gao Sinyu's guess was reasonable. Judging from the reactions so far, the bizarre creature did like to hiss in crowds, and this was perhaps one of its bad tastes. In the lesser sacred ground, it did not have much to do with Ding Ziyu's duo, but within Daning City, its roars could obviously achieve more unexpected battle results. Shut up. When Ding Ziyu was about to call on the boundary bead to open the small holy land, a clear and stern voice came from the distance. When Ding Ziyu heard this voice, his entire body was stunned. There was no need to think to know who had come. The real big shot in Daning City, the Chengtian sect master. Only to see her lightly lifting her finger and slightly pointing at the void, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy appeared. That spiritual energy seemed like a net, easily prohibiting and fixing a void. Then, Ding Ziyu realized that a monkey-like creature appeared in the spiritual power net. Although this fellow was jumping up and down, it really didn't dare to hiss anymore and stared very nervously at sect leader Chengtian. This is called the monstrous Luo monkey, and it has 2 major natural supernormal abilities. One is the spatial talent, and the second is the mental attack. When sect master Chengtian saw Ding Ziyu, he instead immediately gave him an answer. Ding Ziyu breathed a huge sigh of relief. With this great power stepping in, he could finally be relieved. Something that even the true eye could not tell the calendar of. On the side of the sect leader Chengtian, was a very commonplace appearance, not able to set off half a ripple. You brought this thing, didn't you? With an easy wave of her hand, sect leader Chengtian grabbed the monstrous Luo monkey into her hands. That thing was so afraid of her that it was particularly well behaved in her hands, not daring to make any more mischief at all. How do you know that I'm the one who brought it? Ding Ziyu had wondered. Even if this monstrous Luo monkey had special skills, he wasn't very inviting, so how could he be sure that he was the one who brought it? Couldn't it have been someone else who opened it from a blind box? Ding Ziyu asked rhetorically, and there was some truth to it. It won't be anyone else, because it has locked onto the mental imprint of the two of you, and if I hadn't stepped in, it would have kept rooting at you, until it gets tired of playing and automatically changes its target. The words of the sect master Chengtian made Ding Ziyu realize, so this thing is really not a normal nuisance. Senior, hurry up and put it away. This ghostly thing is too harmful. Ding Ziyu was still somewhat grateful in his heart. Left in the outside world, there was no telling how many people it would harm. If they returned to the middle of the small holy land with him again, there was no telling how long they would be tortured. Although the Eye of Truth thought that this thing was beneficial to boosting spiritual power, Ding Ziyu didn't want to destroy himself in such a cruel way. Isn't that asking for trouble? Just as well. If you need it, you can come and find it. Sect Master Chengtian smiled, turned around, and left. When she left, the monstrous Luo monkey was clearly still baring its teeth at Ding Ziyu. It just didn't dare to make a sound. Finally, this scourge has been gotten rid of. Ding Ziyu felt that his entire being was much more relaxed, and was in no hurry to return to the little holy land. The two of them decided to stroll around in Daning City before making some purchases. The two wandered around for a while, realizing that there weren't people keeping an eye on them all the time like before. Several people were instead discussing a matter. Have you gone to Spirit Lake in the past few days? It's said that someone caught another big spirit fish weighing about 30 pounds from it today, and several forces are willing to spend a large amount of money to buy it. That's right. I heard that the people from the Multi-Blind Box Authority are willing to offer 300 million dragon coins to buy it. Another guy followed suit and spoke excitedly. The two of them, Ding Ziyu, listened in a clouded state, obviously not quite sure what the two were talking about. Ding Ziyu was a native of Daning City and had never heard of a spiritual lake anywhere. Brothers, where is the spirit lake you guys are talking about? Ding Ziyu came over and asked curiously. No? Do you live on an alien planet? You don't even know such great news. A fellow stared at Ding Ziyu, and his words were a mockery, looking at him as if he was looking at a monster. In the Eastern District, this was opened by someone from a blind box 5 days ago. There are a lot of spirit fish in this lake, and eating them is extremely beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. It's said that ordinary people can also quickly awaken their strength by taking a bite. The one next to him stood to show off. Anyway, with news like this flying around, it's nice to have an audience of one. Just before the two of them could finish their bragging, the people around them had long since disappeared. The Eastern District was also quite familiar to Ding Ziyu, and as long as that lake wasn't too small, it simply shouldn't be too easy to find it. The two flew through the air, and as they approached the eastern city center, they soon saw a huge stretch of water. This lake was quite small, taking up a good portion of the area, and it was unknown how many people had drowned when it opened up. But none of that mattered now. After all, people can't come back from the dead. Around the spirit lake, there are many martial artists standing, with both strong and weak strengths. Some martial artists even jumped directly into the spiritual lake, obviously holding themselves extremely good water, not afraid of being drowned. This spirit lake looks good, but compared to my spirit pool, it's still quite a bit worse. If I can catch some spirit fish to go back and raise them in the spirit pool, it might be a good choice. Ding Ziyu was somewhat moved. The spirit fish in the lake were definitely useful even if they were not as good as others said. If you don't get it yourself, someone else will. The key was that Ding Ziyu was also the type of person who was extremely good at water, not to mention the fact that he was now in the martial saint realm, and could stay underwater for a long time. Before the two of them had even landed on the edge of the lake, there was actually a run towards them. Go away! This area belongs to our Nine Lords Association. A martial artist walked by and said savagely. This guy actually didn't even carefully inspect the appearance of the two. If he was more serious, he would definitely be able to recognize the two of them. Ding Ziyu was stunned, clearly not expecting that this spirit lake actually had a division of spheres of influence. It's a bit much. Chapter 101, Speculation. Off. Ding Ziyu didn't have a good feeling about the guys from the Nine Lords Society, and flew up and kicked them. This fellow was only a 7th stage martial artist, so how could he withstand this kick from Ding Zi? Even if it was just a casual strike, it sent him flying more than 10 meters away, and he fainted instantly. Previously, he hadn't looked closely at Ding Ziyu's duo's looks, but now he couldn't see them even if he wanted to. How's your water skills? How about going directly into the lake? Ding Ziyu didn't want to attract another person, and entering the lake was naturally a good choice. I'm okay, hurry down, or else another person will come. Gao Xingyu flew into the lake water without even splashing many waves. It seemed like she still had very good water skills and hadn't dealt with water much. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu was instantly relieved. He followed suit and jumped into the spirit lake, and soon the two could not be found. When the people from the Nine Lords Society came over and realized that their people were knocked out, they instantly understood that someone had gone down from this side. But the realm strength of the visitor was even worse than the guy who was knocked out, so how dare he do anything? He only used the lake water to wake the guy up. What happened? Who knocked you out? There are 2 experts coming. They should be martial saints. I don't know which power they belong to. I just said a word and was kicked unconscious. Martial saint? The strength is too strong. It's not something we can handle. Hurry up and report it to the deacon. The two looked at each other, and immediately ran and left. With their strength, even if they knew that someone had come over, they wouldn't dare to take others. Strength determines everything. Against ordinary martial artists, with their strength, they could still be useful. Against martial saints, it would be for nothing. Spirit Lake is so big, who knows where they ran off to? The deacon of the Nine Lords Association received the news and was also helpless. In fact, no matter if it was the Nine Lords Association, or any other power, the real experts were all chasing spirit fish in the lake. This was the so-called distribution of forces, and it was only to block those martial artists who didn't have the strength to keep people out of the water as little as possible. After all, there were only so many spirit fish in the lake, and with fewer people going down there, the chances were a bit better. After Ding Ziyu and his duo entered the lake, they realized that this spirit lake was not only very large, but also very deep. After diving downwards for a few dozen meters, it didn't even look like they had reached the bottom. The further you dive, the dimmer the light gets down there, and it isn't easy to tell what's in the water. When she was in a difficult situation, Gao Xingyu, who was rushing in front of her, was emitting a faint light, and it was the blue energy that she practiced that played a role. With her body as the center, it was still possible to see things clearly within a range of about 2 meters. Any further and it would not be easy to see. Right at this moment, Ding Ziyu realized that a silver light flashed past Gao Xingyu's side with great speed. By the time he rushed over, it had long since disappeared. The ones that flashed by just now are definitely spirit fish. It's just that it's not easy to catch them when it's so fast. Ding Ziyu made a comparison. With the speed at which they were swimming in the water, it was really not an easy thing to catch up with those spirit fish, unless they have some special means of perhaps catching one by chance. In fact, it was not only Ding Ziyu and the others who encountered this difficulty, including the martial saints of other powers, who still faced the same difficulty. The spirit fish in here were slippery as hell, especially the big ones that were extremely fast, and it was really too difficult to catch them. If not for that, the spirit fish within this spirit lake would have already been caught. Where else would it be their turn to go into the water? Perhaps we can only force them into a corner somewhere before we have a chance to catch it. Gao Xinyu also felt that it was very difficult. It was really too difficult for a person to catch a fish when they were in the water, especially in such deep water and with little visibility. Try it first, and if it doesn't work, think of something else. The two of them adopted the method of taking their chances and swam in the lake. Even though they had Gao Xinyu's blue energy to use as lighting, the chances were still slim. Occasionally, when they saw a flashing spirit fish, they fled so quickly that they couldn't catch up. Boundary Pearl, can you spot the spirit fish in the water? Ding Ziyu was a little depressed. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to catch them at all. Alright. The boundary bead quickly sent the message back, and in that crystal ball, the figures of some spirit fish appeared. It was just that all of these spirit fish swam extremely fast and disappeared in a single flash. Is it possible to instantly open a portal and suck in the spirit fish? Ding Ziyu came up with such an idea out of the blue. The small sanctuary can open portals anywhere under the manipulation of the boundary bead. It is also feasible in water, as long as the boundary pearl found the location of the spirit fish, quietly approaching over and then suddenly opening the portal. Wouldn't the spirit fish come in with the current? Ding Ziyu quickly received a reply that the principle was something that could be tried. Ding Ziyu immediately greeted Gao Xinu, and the small sacred ground opened a portal, which, along with a large amount of lake water, surged into the small sacred ground at once. Fortunately, the portal closed quickly, and the water stains on the ground quickly dispersed, not causing much of a problem. The two of them transported their energy to steam dry their clothes and immediately used the boundary beads to search for the whereabouts of the spirit fish. After about 10 or so minutes, a silver-colored figure appeared in the boundary pearl. Quickly open the portal and suck it in. Ding Ziyu shouted excitedly. In an instant, a large amount of lake water rushed in. By the time the portal closed, the lake water dispersed in all directions. On the grass, a foot-sized silver fish was struggling. Without water, it was useless even if it was fast. Ding Ziyu took 3 steps and walked up to grab it, and immediately felt that this fish was indeed very different from ordinary fish. Its entire body seemed to be filled with spiritual energy, and it was indeed a rare good thing. Great! With this method, we can guarantee that we can get enough spirit fish. When the time comes, we'll raise them in the spirit pool and get one whenever we want to eat it. Ding Ziyu was too happy. With the help of the boundary bead, the spirit fish that was originally extremely difficult to catch became instantly the easiest for them. Other people couldn't catch one with all their efforts, but the boundary bead only needed to open a portal and instantly sucked it in. Ding Ziyu did as he was told, and his efficiency was really not ordinary. In less than half a day, they had already caught more than 10 spirit fish. The small ones were about half a catty, and the biggest one, the spirit fish, was more than 20 pounds. After this fish entered the spirit pool, it appeared even fresher, and it was obvious that the environment of the spirit pool was much better than the spirit lake. It also became very simple for Ding Ziyu to want to fish them out of the spirit pool. After all, as long as one was in the Little Holy Land, which was the territory under the jurisdiction of the boundary pearl, it was not at all difficult to catch a fish. The boundary bead moved quickly in the lake, and Ding Ziyu caught more and more fish, and at the back, he didn't even bother to catch those small fish, and all rushed the big ones. Chapter 102. The 9 Lords have rushed in. The 9 Lords Guild Master was also catching spirit fish in this spirit lake. It had been confirmed that these spirit fish were extremely beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation, and even a martial artist of his level would be able to gain considerable benefits after consuming this spirit fish. Otherwise, in his position, it is impossible for him to go down to the lake to fish in person. But then again, it was really hard for ordinary martial artists to catch these slippery and abnormal, swift and also incredibly fast spirit fish. With his means, he only managed to catch 2 or 3 of them after several days of busy work. Usually, one could only catch those spirit fish by chasing them to a dead end. As for guys below Martial Saint, if they wanted to catch these spirit fish, they could really only rely on luck. It would be great to catch one in 10 days and half a month. The 9 Lords Guild Master was very strong, and he was quite good at spiritual power. In the midst of the muddy dark lake, it was by searching with his spiritual power that he had the chance to lock onto those very slippery spirit fish. At this moment, the 9 Lords Guild happened to be staring at a spirit fish that was about a meter long. It was just that this fellow ran extremely fast and was very cunning, and the Nine Lords Guild Master closed in on it a few times, only to have it run away. Luckily, the Nine Lords would have already used their mental power to lock onto its movements, so perhaps it would be better to spend some more time and wait for it to get tired of running, or swim into a corner somewhere. Such a large spirit fish, if captured, could give him a considerable boost. In the past, he had the little sacred ground, and he could still cultivate with the help of the savage dragon's blood, but recently the little sacred ground had also been gotten rid of by Ding Ziyu. You can only work on this spirit fish. The Lord of the Nine Lords Society took a long time to tail all the way. Suddenly, a bright light came from the front and disappeared in a flash. The large spirit fish that had been locked by his mental power followed suit and disappeared in a flash. The hell with it? What is this? The Nine Lords Society froze at once, clearly unaware of what was happening in the waters in front of them. So big that the backstriped spirit fish suddenly disappeared. How could he not go over to see what was going on? When the Nine Lords would swim closer, they immediately sensed a familiar aura. Little Holy Land? Damn! That spirit fish was actually captured by the Little Holy Land. The Nine Lords would instantly think of Ding Ziyu. Since the Little Holy Land appeared here, Ding Ziyu would surely come as well. That bright light just now should be the light within the Little Holy Land. The Nine Lords Society pondered for a moment before arriving at the true answer. Have not been able to find this kid. I did not expect him to come to the door of his own accord. Have to come to utilize this opportunity to get the small Holy Land back. The Nine Lords would immediately seek it out. Although the spirit fish was good, the difference in value between the two was too great when compared to the small Holy Land. The way the Little Holy Land caught spirit fish was obviously very efficient. If he could get it back, it would definitely be a full harvest. The Nine Lords Guildmaster thought about this and immediately put his heart into it. As long as Ding Ziyu was still fishing in the Spirit Lake, he would have the opportunity to rush in. Inside the small Holy Land, the two of them, Ding Ziyu, who had just obtained a large fish, were very happy. Although this fish was not the biggest they had caught, it was still the second largest spirit fish. Why not get a few more of these big guys and raise them in the spirit pool to breed more spirit fish in the future? The point is that it's very easy to catch it this way, and it's not too difficult. If you have something good, of course you should try your best. Ding Ziyu maneuvered the small Holy Land and started looking for his next target again. During this time, he had also seen martial artists in the water, basically powerful martial saints. However, as long as he paid a little attention and did not allow those martial saint experts to rush in, there would not be any danger. Soon, Ding Ziyu found a new target. This spirit fish was not as big as the one just now, but it was still around 2 feet, which was considered a very good size. Collect for me! Ding Ziyu excitedly opened the portal, and a large amount of lake water immediately poured in, and with it, naturally, the spirit fish that couldn't dodge in time. Just as the boundary pearl was about to close the portal, a dark shadow rushed in following the lake. When the portal closed, the lake immediately subsided and a spirit fish was struggling on the ground. The black shadow, however, stood up and grabbed the spirit fish into his hands. Finally in. What a familiar scent. The Nine Lords Guildmaster inhaled deeply, a very pleasant smile on his face. In order to return to the little sacred ground, he hadn't tried to find a way, but Ding Ziyu was controlling the little sacred ground, so they couldn't find any opportunity at all. I didn't realize it was coming in this way now. When Ding Ziyu saw the Nine Lords Guildmaster, he also froze for a moment. Kid Ding, long time no see. The Nine Lords Guildmaster looked at Ding Ziyu and smiled very happily. He was not in a hurry to strike, as long as he came in himself. Taking down Ding Ziyu wasn't a matter of hand-to-hand combat. Nine Lords Guildmaster, long time no see, long time no see. Ding Ziyu revealed a not-so-good smile. In his heart, he was immediately communicating with the boundary pearl. Can you drive this fellow out of the little Holy Land? With Ding Ziyu's strength, he naturally couldn't fight against the Nine Lords Society. The difference in realm strength between the two was too far. It's troublesome. The news that came back from the realm pearl was obviously not what Ding Ziyu wanted. Immediately get the barbarian dragon and the cold ice giant tiger over here to help. Ding Ziyu was able to pin his greatest hopes on the barbarian dragon. Before, the Nine Lords Association had no way to take Savage Dragon. But in the end, Savage Dragon had grown a lot, and there was absolutely no problem in holding the Nine Lords Association. Ding Ziyu was afraid that the guy would be too stubborn to listen to his orders. Yo, both of you have advanced to martial saints. You're growing fast. It seems like you guys really got a lot of good stuff at the Blind Box Authority. Is that Moon Sacred Pearl still there? The Nine Lords would sweep the two of them with their spiritual power and immediately made a new discovery. I see that you guys have good talent as well. How about joining my Nine Lords Association? I'll make you all holy sons and daughters. It's definitely much better than fooling around outside. The Nine Lords Guild Master said with a serious face. The average martial artist? I'm afraid, would not necessarily be able to resist such a temptation. After all, the Nine Lords Association was also a very powerful force in Daning City. Even the Blind Box Authority didn't dare to take them easily. Not interested, Ding Ziyu flatly refused. Of course, the reason he answered the other party's question was that he wanted to delay a little bit of time so that the Savage Dragon could run over. Kid, you have to think clearly. If you don't join my Nine Lords Guild, you will definitely die today. A displeased expression appeared on the face of the Nine Lords Guild master immediately. Perhaps at one point he did develop a love of talent, but it all became less important compared to the greater good. Do you really think you've got us? Don't you know that the little sacred land has already been refined by me and everything is within my grasp? Ding Ziyu said with a relaxed expression. Chapter 103, Combined Efforts to Suppress the Lord of the Nine Lords Association. Refining the Little Holy Land? What does that mean? The Nine Lords Guild Master was stunned. He truly didn't know what other mysteries lay in the lesser sacred ground. When he first obtained the Little Holy Land, he had also studied it for a very long time and found some ways to control it. It was only the core part that was hidden quite deeply, and although the Lord of the Nine Lords was powerful, without someone to guide him in this area, it was naturally impossible for him to completely master the little sacred ground. What does it mean? It means that I have become the master of this small holy land, and anyone who enters the small holy land will be suppressed by it, including you. Ding Ziyu is very powerful. Regardless of what Jeju says, we have to blow the bull out first anyway, in case we bluff this old guy? The Nine Lords Guild Master stared at Ding Ziyu, wanting to see through whether what he said was true or not. Previously, the small sanctuaries were all in fixed locations, including the entrances and exits. Ever since the entrances and exits of the Little Holy Land had disappeared, there had been a great change. The entrance and exit doors of the Little Holy Land could appear anywhere at any time, whether open or closed, and were obviously under the control of someone. Regarding this point, the Nine Lords Guild Master was certain. There was indeed a great possibility that Ding Ziyu had become the master of the Little Holy Land. As for whether or not he could manipulate the little Saint Lord to suppress himself, that was something that would be hard to say. After all, his strength was there. It was no longer something that could be described as a martial saint. Kid, I didn't expect you to really surprise me. How did you find the core of the Little Holy Land? The Nine Lords would be eager to know about this matter. Wanna know? Ha? I prefer not to tell you. It was impossible for Ding Ziyu to tell the Nine Lords Guildmaster about such a core issue. If it wasn't for the fact that he was waiting for Savage Dragon to come over, he wouldn't even bother pulling these things with the other party. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. This seed is in dozens of means of torturing people. I don't believe that you'll be able to withstand a few of them. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's face became even more gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a real possibility that Ding Ziyu had taken control of the Lesser Sacred Land, he would have directly killed up. With his strength, it wouldn't take much time to clean up Ding Ziyu, who was a first-time martial saint. Right at this moment, heavy footsteps finally came from the distance, and the entire ground trembled. From this, it could be seen that the incoming party was quite large and their strength was definitely not simple. Damn it, that savage dragon has actually gotten stronger again. The Nine Lords Guildmaster instantly knew that it was the barbarian dragon that had come. Roar! The savage dragon let out a loud roar before it even arrived. After being recently cleaned up by Ding Ziyu, it had become a lot more honest. The key was that the Nine Lords Association Master hadn't tormented it much in the past. Not only did he lock it up in a deep well, but he would also draw its blood every day. As a noble dragon race, don't you want to lose face? Even if it's just a side branch of the dragon race, it's still a dragon race, isn't it? Without even needing Ding Ziyu to give it a combat order, the savage dragon directly charged up. With that size, that strength, it was suspected that a mountain in front of it would be dry-bombed by it. Although the Nine Lords Guild Master was self-reliant, he didn't want to take the barbarian dragon's onslaught the hard way, and his body quickly drew up and rushed into the air. The barbarian dragon couldn't fly, so by utilizing the air advantage, he could easily avoid the barbarian dragon's attacks. In the past, he had let this be how he dealt with the barbarian dragon. If you want to fly up and avoid it, it won't be that easy this time. Boundary Pearl, compress the flying altitude of the Nine Lords Guild Master for me. Ding Ziyu immediately gave orders to the Boundary Pearl. Although it was a bit difficult for the Boundary Pearl to expel the Nine Lords Guild Master, compressing the height of space was a very simple matter for it. Under the suppression of the Boundary Pearl, the Nine Lords Guildmaster's body descended in an instant, and his face changed. He understood that this was Ding Ziyu manipulating the small Holy Land to create an opportunity for the Savage Dragon to attack him. As expected, when the Savage Dragon saw the Nine Lords Guildmaster descending, it immediately rushed over and raised its head to bite at the other party. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're doing it to death. The Nine Lords Guildmaster cursed. Instead, he sped up and slapped his palm at the Savage Dragon's head. With his power, A casual slap had the power of thousands of tons. Whether the barbarian dragon could stand it or not, that was still unknown. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's speed was indeed very fast, and after the savage dragon adjusted the angle of its head, it was still slapped in the mouth by him. The immense force caused its head to fall downwards as well without any reason. Luckily, the savage dragon was no match. Its head still paused the moment it hit the ground, and with a swing of its body, it swept its long tail towards the opponent. The barbarian dragon's tail was long and large, covering a wide area. Whatever was on the ground, when it hit it, it crumbled and flew in a burst, so it was evident that its power, too, was too strong to be feared. The Lord of the Nine Lords Association was unable to dodge and could only use his energy to fight back, and as a result, he was whipped out hundreds of meters by the savage dragon's tail. In the end, it smashed heavily on the ground, smashing out a 2 to 3 meter large crater. Powerful. I didn't expect that barbarian dragon could even an expert of the level of the Nine Lords Association master to fly. Ding Ziyu looked on the side with some envy. Behind closed doors, he felt that he was still very powerful. Against martial saints second stage, third stage martial artists could try, but when he encountered an expert at the level of the Nine Lords Guildmaster, he really didn't even have the heart to make a move. The difference in strength between the two was too great. It hasn't reached adulthood yet, and when it reaches adulthood, it simply won't be too easy against a martial artist who would be at this level. The true I was still very optimistic about the savage dragon. It was even stronger than the savage ancient beast repulsor beast in that cave. The Nine Lords Guildmaster wasn't greatly injured and quickly jumped out of the pit, tangling with the savage dragon again. Ding Ziyu, on the other hand, had the little sacred land adjust the terrain from time to time to create trouble for the Nine Lords Guildmaster. With the cooperation between the two, the savage dragon finally gained the upper hand, constantly launching powerful attacks at the Nine Lords Guildmaster. For a time, the mountains crumbled and rocks crumbled. The battle between this man and beast had caused devastating damage to the land within a radius of several hundred meters. If it wasn't for the boundary bead for recovery, I'm afraid it would have been a scene of devastation for a long time. Kid, you're just going to use this kind of underhanded tactics. Dare you let me directly fight Savage Dragon head-on? The Nine Lords Guildmaster was a little anxious. He also did not expect that Ding Ziyu would cause him so much trouble after he took control of the Little Holy Land. In the past, when he dealt with the barbarian dragon, he was still at ease. After all, there was a clear advantage in the air, and there were ways to clean up the barbarian dragon if it couldn't fly. Now that Ding Ziyu was assisting from the side, it made him feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't fly high enough, and some inexplicable earth walls or rocks or whatever would appear on the ground to block his path of travel. Attacks that he was originally able to avoid turned out to be unavoidable. The barbarian dragon's strength was definitely very powerful, with thick skin and flesh, and the head-on confrontation was even more difficult for the Nine Lords Guildmaster. In the end, he had underestimated Ding Ziyu, not realizing that he still couldn't easily control all of this even though he had entered the middle of the small Holy Land. Chapter 104, If you can't beat me, cooperate. I'm indifferent. If you don't fly, I guess the savage dragon is quite willing to fight you head-on. Ding Ziyu laughed. He wasn't going to listen to the Nine Lords Guildmaster's bull *******. This guy was also a cunning character with 800 hard eyes. Don't look at the way he was being forced by the savage dragon right now, but in fact he wasn't injured. He was merely trying to relieve the pressure on him in this way. Ding Ziyu wouldn't believe his bull *******. Why don't you quit yourself? This little holy land is already mine. No one can take it away. Ding Ziyu also began to play his own wishful thinking. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was indeed too difficult to deal with, and it would naturally be a good ending if he could be gotten out of the lesser sacred land. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him later when he had grown up. If we take out your brat, won't this little holy land be ownerless again? The Nine Lords Guildmaster didn't want to quit so easily. This was the lair of the Nine Lords Society, but he had never expected it to be occupied by Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu was a powerful character, he would have endured it by gritting his teeth. But Ding Ziyu was only a small person, and his strength was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. To be pinned down by such a small person, it would be a hell of a thing to be able to feel pain in one's heart. You're just refusing to drink until you're punished. Barbarian Dragon, give me a severe beating of his ass. Ding Ziyu encouraged Barbarian Dragon while communicating with the Boundary Pearl, constantly creating obstacles for the Nine Lords Guildmaster. The Savage Dragon had long hated the Nine Lords Guildmaster, and seizing this opportunity, he kept launching attacks. Each impact was stone-cold and rumbling. After the continuous attacks, the Nine Lords Guildmaster was finally still a bit overwhelmed. Although he was very strong, his physical strength was still not up to the level of Savage Dragon. While Savage Dragon could easily withstand attacks of equal strength, he was having an exceptionally hard time, and if he continued to fight like this, he might really suffer a big loss. Little brother, can you stop? I don't want the little holy land anymore. After holding out for a while, the Nine Lords Guildmaster was finally a bit too much to bear. The barbarian dragon's attack was one aspect, and the restrictions that the little holy land had placed on him were really making it very difficult for him. He understood that he had lost his best chance, and it would be really hard to take back the little holy land. Ding Ziyu was eager to take this opportunity to get the Nine Lords Guildmaster killed, but the boundary bead told him that the battle between the Nine Lords Guildmaster and the barbarian dragon had caused a lot of damage to the small holy altar. It would consume a lot of spiritual energy to repair it. Even with the combined efforts of the minor holy lands, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Nine Lords Guildmaster. No one knew if he still had any cards that he hadn't brought out. Although Barbarian Dragon's side was in high spirits, it wasn't as easy as it appeared. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was an existence that surpassed a martial saint, and his attacks weren't that easy to receive. Ding Ziyu pondered for a moment and eventually called off the Barbarian Dragon's attack. The changes in the small Holy Land followed suit and stopped. Little brother Ding, I admit to somewhat underestimating you between now and then. Having the Lesser Sacred Land, you already have the strength to be on par with me. I can do without the Lesser Sacred Land, but can I carry out a cooperation with you? The Nine Lords Society quickly adjusted their state. It was evident that his previous woes were still somewhat feigned. You also want to utilize the little holy land to catch spirit fish with me? Ding Ziyu instantly thought of the other party's intentions. With the help of the small holy land, catching spirit fish simply don't be too easy. My mental power is relatively strong and I can easily lock onto those spirit fish that are running around in the lake. With me assisting from the side and using the little holy land, wouldn't I be able to catch more spirit fish? The Nine Lords Guildmaster said seriously. Ding Ziyu manipulated the little sacred ground to catch spirit fish, basically utilizing the observation function of the little sacred ground. In fact, the random attribute was great, and although he did catch quite a few, the efficiency was not particularly high. No way. I have a small holy land. I don't need your spiritual power at all. Ding Ziyu decisively refused. Although he also loved these spirit fish, he was able to catch enough of them with the means of the little sacred ground. It was enough for him and Gao Xinyu to cultivate for a while. Besides, if they were raised in the spirit pool, they might even be able to reproduce in large numbers, so there was no need to cooperate with the Lord of the Nine Lords Association at all. The point is that this old man is very cunning, and working with him is similar to working with a tiger for its skin. With my help, you're sure to double your harvest and catch more big fish. I'll only split 40%. The Nine Lords would come up with a very tempting share percentage. In fact, if the two carried out cooperation, it was really possible to catch quite a few spirit fishes in a day, and even if he only shared 40% of them, it was still much better than chasing them alone. You want to split 40% by offering a little bit of spiritual energy? There's no negotiation. You get out. Ding Ziyu still refused to let go. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this old thing, he would have really wanted to directly kick him out. Little brother, don't be so dead-eyed. Why not do something that benefits everyone? Besides, I've given up the small holy land to you. Shouldn't you be grateful to me a little? It was rare for the Nine Lords Association to be so patient. At any other time, it was all about fists to solve problems. I'm sorry, the little sacred ground was refined by myself. It wasn't given to me by you, so you'd better be clear on this point. As for cooperation, I don't trust you, so there's nothing to talk about. Ding Ziyu's attitude is still very firm. That is, not to cooperate with him, let you talk a lot. I do not fall into your trap. Do you want to know some deep secrets of this world? Do I know why I can go beyond the level of Martial Saint? What realm is above Martial Saint? The Nine Lords Guildmaster suddenly changed the topic. These were questions that had a strong appeal to any person, including the common folk who are not martial artists. Blue Star, which was well on its way to being technological, suddenly changed so drastically and its social system completely collapsed. This state now is actually still a state of chaos and disorder. It's just a little better than it was at the beginning. The Blind Box Authority is not that capable of consolidation, and there are still a number of forces, large and small, in every major city, with a complex situation, and there are many reasons behind this that the common people are not allowed to know. As a martial artist, in addition to wanting to understand these deeper things, you want to pursue greater power. Currently, what the world knew about were martial artists and martial saints, and the higher realms were basically unknown. Perhaps the Eye of Truth was aware of this, but he did not mention these things to Ding Ziyu. Lu Jifeng, the Lord of the Nine Lords Association. These powerful figures were all existences that surpassed the martial saint. Even the Blind Box Authority was scornful of them. Otherwise, with all the things they did to the Blind Box Authority, they would have been killed off many times already. There must be a reason why they were able to advance to a higher level. This was something that Ding Ziyu could come to some conclusions with a casual thought. Chapter 105, The Secret of Unknown Truths. What you're talking about is all too far for a little person like me. It doesn't matter if I know it or not. Ding Ziyu still had an indifferent look on his face. Some of the things proposed by the Nine Lords Society's lord were definitely of interest to him, but he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and the Nine Lords Society was willing to tell him. So naturally, they had something in mind. In terms of cultivation, if you don't know how to do it, you can ask the Eye of Truth. At least with his current condition, he can completely instruct Ding Ziyu without much difficulty. Little people, you are no longer considered a small person. Having a small holy land, you're actually already standing on top of the same platform as us. Perhaps in a few years, your strength will surpass mine, and it will be beneficial for you to understand something deeper earlier. The Nine Lords Guildmaster still didn't want to give up, and he had indeed gone through a lot of trouble in order to obtain the spirit fish. It was no longer possible for the small holy land to get it back, so he could only work on the spirit fish. Otherwise, it would really be quite difficult to quickly raise one's strength. Then tell me first, and see if what you say is really useful to me. Ding Ziyu's mouth softened a bit. This is the same as the bargaining. One ask for the sky, a land to pay back the money. The main thing is it can save is to save. The benefits cannot be less. The place to save a son are not out. Kid Ding, I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you brats to be so treacherous as well. And your mind is not half as bad as us old farts. The Nine Lords Guildmaster cried and laughed a little. Are you complimenting me or undermining me? I'm such a pure and simple teenager. But I haven't been pitted by you guys more and slowly turned into this. Alright, say something I'm interested in. If you can't come up with anything useful, there's no need for us to cooperate. Ding Ziyu still maintained his tough attitude, pulling out the other party's bottom first. The main idea is one of not seeing the rabbit in the hat. Do you know why our world has become what it is now? The Nine Lords Guildmaster raised a question, though there were no 1,000 or 800 versions of the explanation circulating on the internet about this rotten question. But no bigwig has ever come out with a serious explanation. It's basically just rumors, believe it or not kind of thing. Isn't it said that this is some sort of heavenly cycle, a prelude to the revival of spiritual energy? Ding Ziyu uttered a very highly praised reply. Hey, those specious claims on the internet, even if you know about them, you still know what they are, but not what they are. The Nine Lords Guildmaster had a serious look on his face. In fact, the most fundamental reason is that something extraordinary was dug up on that Antarctic continent with no resident population, thus causing an unexpected chain reaction in Blue Star. What is so heaven-defying? It can actually revolutionize this world? Ding Ziyu's interest really increased. It was also the first time he had heard about this version of the explanation. Definitely a first for a big girl in a sedan chair. The exact thing is unknown even at my level. But I can tell you one thing. Martial artists who have awakened their power, as long as they are tainted with a little bit of that thing's scent, their realm strength will skyrocket. The Nine Lords Guildmaster said mysteriously. Don't tell me that you were able to reach your current realm and strength because you were also tainted with a trace of that thing's scent, right? Ding Ziyu asked with some doubt. The Nine Lords Society had made such a big circle and said all this as if they were leading in this direction. However, Ding Ziyu felt that what the Lord of the Nine Lords Association said might not be the truth. Anyway, he hadn't seen it, and no one had mentioned it to him, so the story was made up as he went along. And whether it was true or not, he really couldn't verify it with his current strength. Pretty much, at that time, I was far away, and that aura flickered away. I didn't get much benefit. The Nine Lords would speak of this with an enraptured look on their faces, as if recalling some fond memory. With your strength, why don't you go and rob it? That thing must be 1,000 times better than the Moon Sacred Pearl, right? Ding Ziyu tested, wanting to see if what the other party said was true or not. Rob? You know nothing about the experts of this world. The expert guarding that thing can press a finger to death a martial artist of our level. The Nine Lords would show a look of fear. What level of expert is that? A great person like sect leader Chang Tian? Ding Ziyu muttered. So far, the most powerful figure he had seen was the sect master Chang Tian. Her strength was clearly unfathomable, and her attitude was extremely supercilious. Something like the Moon Sacred Pearl, she couldn't even look at it. Otherwise, with her strength, if she wanted to grab this thing, it would really be a handful without any suspense. You still know sect leader Chang Tian? The Nine Lords would hear Ding Ziyu's words and their eyes widened a few points. Sect Master Chang Tian was truly mysterious. She didn't show up much in Daning City, but as the group with the strongest strength, they still heard about it. I've met her a few times. Her disciple is on good terms with me. Ding Ziyu thought of the somewhat dull Long Xiaoyi again, and wondered how this sister was doing now. The Lord of the Nine Lords Guild looked at Ding Ziyu in a daze, his face changing. He did not speak for several minutes, and the scene fell into awkwardness for a time. I didn't expect you to be able to hitch a ride with Sect Master Chang Tian. I really underestimated you. The Nine Lords Guild Master was silent for a long time before he leisurely said, if he still had some thoughts about Ding Ziyu before, Those unrealistic thoughts had now been dispelled. From Ding Ziyu's demeanor, he knew that Ding Ziyu wasn't talking about panic. A few months ago, when he first learned of the sect master Chung Tian, he didn't think much of her in his heart. After all, in this world nowadays, a power would pop up every now and then, and there were not a few powers that had achieved a more powerful name than this one. But in the end, several forces only existed for a very short time before disappearing. The Lord of the Nine Lords Association had moved towards this Cheng Tian sect at that time, but he had actually failed to even find the other party's quarters after a great deal of effort. It was obvious to see there's going in and out of a place, but when you walked over there yourself, you couldn't find anything. It felt like a little sanctuary, very magical, until one day, he once again followed the people of the Bearing Heaven sect, and then was easily caught by someone else. The person who caught him wasn't even the Bearing Heaven cultist herself, it was just a member of her congregation. The Lord of the Nine Lords Association thought he would die, but it turned out that the other party only gently warned him a few times before releasing him. However, when he was letting the Nine Lords Guildmaster leave, Sect Master Cheng Tian gave him a glance, and just that one glance nearly sent his soul flying. It was then that he realized that Sect Leader Cheng Tian's strength was too powerful, and that he really couldn't even compare to a fingernail cap in front of her. Ding Ziyu was familiar with her disciples, and had even met the Sect Master Chung Tian himself a few times, a relationship that he really didn't dare to mess with. Chapter 106, A Great Harvest. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to borrow the power of the Cheng Tian Sect Master. It was just that the words had come to him and he just mentioned it in passing. Seeing the expression on the Nine Lords Guildmaster's face, he realized that this figure's influence in Daning City might far exceed that of the Blind Box Authority. They just came out and moved around once in a while, and they were able to make all the forces fearful. In fact, a big reason why the Blind Box Authority didn't have a more powerful expert sitting in Daning City was also because of the existence of such a figure as sect leader Chung Tian here. This was the Blind Box Authority's courtesy and compromise to the sect leader of Cheng Tian. It was just that this was something that many people didn't know, and only the core members of the Blind Box Authority knew something about it. For Ding Ziyu to be able to inadvertently hitch a ride with the Cheng Tian sect was considered a great stroke of luck. With sect leader Cheng Tian giving you his endorsement, old me naturally wouldn't dare to take another shot at you. You can just rest assured that you will cooperate with Lao Fu boldly, and Lao Fu will only need 30% of the harvested spirit fish. The Nine Lords Guild Master took another step back. This has been a very rare thing for him. Facing a junior and being so condescending was definitely the first time. Even when he faced Lu Jifeng, he had never felt so sorry for himself. There's no rush in the matter of cooperation. Those spirit fish are in this lake anyway. They can't run away. Instead, Ding Ziyu was more interested in those secrets in the heart of the Nine Lords Guild Master. Where exactly is that mysterious thing you mentioned? Ding Ziyu asked again. At the headquarters of the Blind Box Authority. There is a super expert protecting this thing, and no one dares to approach it easily. The Nine Lords Guildmaster said solemnly. With your strength, it's best not to have any unrealistic ideas. Not to mention that you can't go to the headquarters of the Blind Box Authority right now. Even if you could go there, it would be impossible for you to come into contact with the scent of that item. The Nine Lords Guildmaster said with great certainty. The super expert you mentioned, is he the head of the Blind Box Authority? Is it true that the internet said that he was opened from a blind box by someone else? Ding Ziyu continued to pursue the question. It's sometimes really hard to tell if rumors on the internet are true or not, but for some people in the know, it may not be much more than that. It's just that others don't want to talk too much and are too lazy to correct those rumors. That man is not the actual controller of the Blind Box Authority, though he is considered the most central figure in the management of the Blind Box. It is said that this person was dug out along with that item, and that's all I know. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was really telling the truth this time. In Daning City, he might still be considered a character, but to those topmost experts, he was nothing. It was reasonable to not understand some of the core secrets. Ding Ziyu recalled the words of the Nine Lords Guildmaster, but in his heart, he communicated with the real this eye. He wanted to perform some verification to see if the Nine Lords Guildmaster was telling the truth. Judging from his mood swings, he shouldn't have lied to you, because fooling you with these things won't do much good. The observation ability of the eyes of truth was very strong. Then can you guess what that mysterious thing is? Just a hint of breath can make a martial artist's strength improve greatly. That's too amazing, isn't it? I don't know. There are many strange things in the world. For a martial saint at this level, there are too many things with strange effects. The Eye of Truth stated that it couldn't guess, and it wasn't that such things were too rare, but that there were too many of them. Ding Ziyu exchanged with the Eye of Truth for a while, and didn't get much useful information. If it was possible, he might be able to come up with a true answer if he went to take a look for himself. Only with his current stake with the Blind Box Authority, wanting to enter their headquarters was absolutely delusional. Unless one day, he could be so powerful that the Blind Box Authority would be afraid of him. he might be able to win such a chance. Seeing that Ding Ziyu did not speak, the Nine Lords Guildmaster once again proposed cooperation in fishing. He even lowered his earnings by another 0.5%, showing how much he desired this spirit fish. Ding Ziyu hadn't expected that after his delay, the Nine Lords Guildmaster had lowered his requirements again. From this, it seemed that this spirit fish was truly difficult to catch. For an expert like him to ask for his own help, there was no telling how much difficulty it would create for others to catch it. Alright, you go out and take charge of the search, and I will have the little sacred ground follow you all the way, capturing any spirit fish you search for at any time. Ding Ziyu finally agreed to the other party's request. In the end, it was still himself who had taken advantage of the other party. With the help of the Nine Lords Guildmaster, it was estimated that he would harvest even more spirit fish. Most of all, now that the Nine Lords Guildmaster had given up on being his enemy, his little Holy Land was considered really stable. As long as he didn't encounter an expert of this level, ordinary martial saints weren't much of a threat to him. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's spiritual power was indeed very powerful, and in the deep, bottomless lake, his spiritual power could also extend out a long way. Those spirit fish that moved in the darkness, it was difficult to see them, but a powerful spirit power could easily lock onto them. Ding Ziyu had the boundary pearl follow the Nine Lords Guildmaster, and in a short while, he found a large spirit fish. The speed of collection was not only much faster, but it was also a large-sized spirit fish every time, so the inefficiency wasn't really normal. The Nine Lords Guildmaster was at his mercy and did not report his hard work at all. He knew very well that although he was able to lock onto the spirit fish, it was extremely difficult to catch it with his empty hands. This little thing, which was incredibly fast, especially in the water, was flexible. It was only by utilizing a special means like the little Holy Land that one could easily capture it. Even if he only got 20.5%, it was still much more than what he would gain by doing it himself. After 2 consecutive days of cooperation, the Nine Lords Guildmaster's share of spirit fish had reached 7, while Ding Ziyu was the one who had gained even more. Active spirit fish could be seen everywhere in the spirit pool. It's almost time. I have other things to do, so I won't be catching fish with you. Ding Ziyu decisively terminated the cooperation. With his harvest, I'm afraid that all the forces in the entire Daning city combined wouldn't have a fraction of what he had. With the spirit pool in place, it was completely sustainable, and catching more had lost its meaning. You should be careful. You're still wanted by the Blind Box Authority. If you can contact Sect Master Cheng Tian, perhaps you can ask her to coordinate. The Nine Lords Guildmaster advised Ding Ziyu before he left. Ding Ziyu just laughed. Could he command the Sect Master Cheng Tian? This was clearly impossible. The other party only had a hint of goodwill towards him. That was all. It really wasn't that easy to resolve the conflict between him and the Blind Box Authority. Perhaps when he was strong enough in the future, everything would be resolved. In the end, it is still necessary to be strong enough on your own, and in a world like this, only by being strong on your own can you obtain the greatest protection. Chapter 107, Wolves. The Nine Lords Guildmaster quickly left. His gains were not small. Without the help of a convenient small Holy Land, he didn't want to waste time in the Spirit Lake. Let's go as well. It feels like the things opened out of the blind box are getting more and more powerful now. We have to hurry up and improve our strength. Ding Ziyu felt deeply that his strength was insufficient. Even if the Nine Lords Association was no longer targeting him now, there was still the powerful Blind Box Authority, Lu Jifeng, and the existence of powerful forces like the Zhou family. The biggest guarantee is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Under the manipulation of the boundary bead, the Little Holy Land easily flew out of the Spirit Lake. The Little Holy Land had many resources and there was no shortage of living materials now, so they could completely cultivate within without fear. On that day, Ding Ziyu got a spirit fish out of the spirit pool and cooked a delicious steamed spirit fish. The tender fish meat, which melted in their mouths, not only was the flavor unforgettable, but the benefits it brought made them immediately enter the state of cultivation. The weaker Ding Shichen only ate 2 bites before he began to sit down and cultivate, and within the shortest amount of time, he had reached the 8th stage of martial artist. There's no one else with that speed. Ding Ziyu hurriedly told his grandfather that he really couldn't eat more of this spirit fish, or else his body wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Ding Ziyu had also cultivated to the 2nd stage of martial saint in a short period of time, knowing that his spiritual energy could be much more massive than that of an ordinary martial artist. It was indeed an exaggeration to play such a strong role without eating much. After that feeling of rising pain disappeared, Ding Ziyu began to deal with the rest of the fish again. At this rate, Ding Ziyu estimated that in less than a month, he would be able to reach the level of a 10th stage martial saint. Don't be too hasty. It's best to elevate smoothly so that the strength gained is more solid and has a strong foundation. The Eye of Truth had to remind Ding Ziyu that it was undesirable to pursue realms in a single-minded manner. Still, Ding Ziyu had reached martial saint 3rd stage within 2 days. Gao Xinyu was also very close to the third stage. Let's go. Let's go to the middle of that empty cave to exercise a bit. Something is going to go wrong if we keep raising our realm like this. Gao Xinyu took the initiative to go to the middle of the cave to find those savage beasts to digest. Good. I hope I can find some more interesting guys this time. Ding Ziyu thought of the repulsor beasts, which were indeed good whetstones. However, this time when the two entered the cave, they didn't encounter the repulsor beasts at first, but instead encountered a pack of hundreds of silver wolves. That Wolf King's realm was around the 5th stage of martial saint, and many of the silver wolves under him were at the 10th stage of martial artist, or the 2nd or 3rd stage of martial saint. Want to give it a try? Ding Zi saw this large group of silver wolves, but instead, he was a bit intrigued. Then let's give it a try. The big deal is to run if you can't beat it, Gao Xinyu said indifferently. Good, then let's kill them. Ding Ziyu immediately rushed up, the black iron rod in his hand sweeping a piece of wind and thunder, and instantly, 2 silver wolves that were not as strong were blown out of their heads. Ha ha, these silver wolves don't look that strong. Ding Ziyu laughed, originally thinking that they would be tough opponents. The result was somewhat unexpected. In fact, he knew that it was because his power was too strong. If another 3rd stage martial saint came over, it would be hard to take advantage of this kind of silver wolf. Seeing his men killed, the Wolf King was instantly enraged. Its fur stood upside down, revealing its grimy teeth, and its body rose up in the air, pouncing at Ding Ziyu as fast as lightning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy is quite fast. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. By feel, this Wolf King's speed was 2 points faster than him. As for the power, we have to compare it before we know. However, from the air-breaking sound emitted by its claws, this guy is definitely not to be messed with. Not to mention that its realm is also higher than that of Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu quickly dodged and avoided the Wolf King's attack. However, he still smashed his baton in passing. Canopy. Ding Ziyu slammed his stick on the Wolf King's back, but it only dropped a few wolf hairs and didn't do much. One must know that with Ding Ziyu's current strength, even hard rocks could be shattered with a single blow. This Wolf King's ability to withstand it did make him feel a little surprised. Under such a heavy blow, as if it was nothing, it was very impressive. The Wolf King seemed to recognize Ding Ziyu, turned around and pounced again, and when he was close to Ding Ziyu, he opened his mouth and actually sprayed out a gray smoke. I don't know what effects the smoke had, but Ding Ziyu didn't dare to touch it easily. Wouldn't it be a big loss if it was highly poisonous? Ding Ziyu swung his palm violently, shaking this gray mist away, while at the same time moving himself a distance away so as not to breathe in the gray mist. Right here, several other martial saint-level silver wolves also pounced over, which were preparing to surround Ding Ziyu, creating an opportunity for the Wolf King. It had to be said that wolves were indeed very cunning animals, and these guys obviously knew how to cooperate with each other. And Ding Ziyu was instantly caught in a closed circle. Despite his terrifyingly strong power, he was gradually in a passive position every time he managed to knock the silver wolf back. On the contrary, on Gao Xinyu's side, with her more flexible positioning, coupled with her powerful blue energy, she was able to beat up several martial saint-level silver wolves that couldn't even get close to her side, to the point where she had the upper hand. Damn you guys, still really think I can't deal with you? Ding Ziyu was fuming. Other than that Wolf King, these silver wolves actually had a hard time trying to break his defense. He just didn't want to take this kind of rampaging fight, so he was suppressed by a few silver wolves. Ding Ziyu, who had changed his method of fighting, regardless of the attacks of the ordinary silver wolves, used the method of fighting by exchanging injuries for injuries, and immediately achieved some results in the battle. The 2 silver wolves lost their fighting strength under his heavy blows, and the price Ding Ziyu paid was that the clothes on his body were torn to shreds, and there were 2 shallow blood marks on his thighs. With his recovery ability, this kind of superficial injury, a moment later, after Ding Ziyu consecutively finished off a few silver wolves, the pressure on his body suddenly became a lot less, and when he turned his head to deal with the Wolf King again, the guy actually turned his head and ran away, not fighting him anymore. This to run fast. Ding Ziyu was a bit unfulfilled, but the speed of the Wolf King was really fast, and it wasn't easy to catch up with it. As soon as the Wolf King ran, the other silver wolves followed and retreated like a tidal wave. Feeling the pressure? Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu's appearance and instantly laughed. It's not bad. The silver wolf's speed is fast, but its strength is still a bit lacking. Ding Ziyu said honestly. Of course, if he didn't adopt this extreme fighting style, he would probably still be entangled for quite a while. The Wolf King's intelligence was not low, and knowing that it could not be defeated, it immediately ran away, not at all fighting Ding Ziyu to the end. Hurry up and change your clothes. Look at you. You're almost a beggar. Gao Xinyu saw that Ding Ziyu was not injured, and her heart was much more solid. Chapter 108, Formal Cultivation of Martial Arts. Comfortable days always pass quickly, and half a month passed by in a flash. Ding Ziyu and his duo had already reached the 6th stage of martial saint with the help of the spirit fish. This was still the result of the duo deliberately suppressing their cultivation progress. If they were to let go of the whole thing, I'm afraid that they would still be able to raise their strength by at least 2 stages. Even Ding Shichen had reached the 10th stage of martialist, only it wasn't an easy task for him to become a martial saint powerhouse. Now you can finally cultivate that martial skill secret art. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu that he had previously obtained a very strong martial skill secret art. Only because his realm was too low, he was unable to cultivate it at all. Now that his realm had arrived at the 6th stage martial saint, his body's indicators had followed suit. The heaven stopping stick could finally be formally cultivated. Prior to this, Ding Zi had only practiced a single golden Zen finger technique. Only the secret art did take a little bit of finger work, and if his body strength was not up to par, it did seem a little poorly executed. Wasn't Ding Ziyu's body strong? Compared to other martial artists, it was indeed already strong. However, it did not reach the highest requirements of the golden Zen finger, so this was a move that he did not use much. Instead, he preferred to use weapons. The Eye of Truth did not allow Ding Ziyu to learn those messy martial arts. In his opinion, there was little need to even waste time on these trashy goods. If you want to cultivate martial arts that really work and can significantly improve your combat power. This stopping the heavenly stick looked like a martial art capable of ascending to the heavens to the eyes of the true eye. Although there was only one move, as long as it was practiced well, it would be able to utilize infinite power. Regarding the relevant essentials of this secret art, the Eye of Truth had already explained them to Ding Ziyu long ago. Even though Ding Ziyu was unable to cultivate it before, he had memorized these contents in his mind. In particular, when using this move, the route of the spiritual energy was very specific. It is a matter of great delicacy if one is able to utilize all one's power. Cultivation is not in place. A body's power not only can't be utilized, but in the process of exerting it, it will instead injure one's own body. After all, this martial art was a martial art that was the most rigid in Yang, and it was about wide openness and breaking all laws with force. Although Ding Ziyu was not stupid, it was really not an easy thing to grasp the gist of this move at once. Even though everything had been memorized, it required constant practice to perform it in its entirety. Knowing it was one thing, being able to use it was another. Ding Ziyu practiced this thousands of times a day, and every time he commanded it out, he could sweep out the feeling of 1,000 armies running towards him. But what to do to stop the sky? How difficult is this? A finger sweeping out can stop the sky all the way. Such a might is not blown out. The invincible stick monk back then is really so powerful. One trick pony. After nearly a week of practice, Ding Ziyu could do a single stroke of his stick and storm a mound of dirt. The dust that flew in the sky still looked very imposing. It was just that in the eyes of truth. It still fell far short of the realm requirements of the secret arts. In your current state, you are at most familiar with the basic way of performing this move. There's still quite a distance away from being truly skillful. The true eye was not striking at Ding Ziyu. The fact that he was able to achieve this level in such a short period of time was already very good. It was just that the Eye of Truth didn't want Ding Ziyu to develop pride, so it naturally had to caution him. With my realm, it's also unrealistic to want to utilize greater power. Ding Ziyu was not discouraged. As a matter of fact, when he used the heaven stopping stick, the power that burst out from this move was at least double the power granted by his realm. He was now a 6th degree martial saint, but his base strength was comparable to an 8th degree martial saint. And with the addition of the heaven stopping stick, even if he fought with a 9th degree martial saint, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantage anymore. If he really wanted to fight for his life, he could also fight a 10th stage martial saint expert like Zhou Zhenggang. Within such a short period of time, Ding Ziyu's combat power had been greatly improved. Although he couldn't be compared to those old monsters, he was already considered a true expert when compared to the martial artists of the original world. After all, the vast majority of martial artists would never be able to become a martial saint in their lifetime. The vast majority of martial saints, also realms, were also below the 5th stage. Gao Xinyu retreated far away when she saw Ding Ziyu execute this stick. Her realm was comparable to Ding Ziyu's, but even if she exerted her blue energy with all her might, it would be difficult for her to block this stick of Ding Ziyu's. In fact, there was one more thing that the Eye of Truth did not say. That Ding Ziyu's realm was only just in line with the requirements of the heaven stopping stick, and that it would be a lot easier to perform when his realm was raised a bit more. Although there is only one move in the martial arts. But how to make a move? It is a lot of advice. This stick can split, can sweep, can smash, can crash. Each time the angle of the move is different, but the power required to produce is the same. So this looked like although it was just a single move, but if one wanted to reach the level of perfection of that invincible stick monk, one didn't know how many years it would take to be at that level. At least Ding Ziyu, who had just cultivated, was barely an initiate at best. It's almost time for my prayers. Why don't you accompany me out? Gao Xinyu said. She had said before that this time she prayed that she would be helped by God and could easily return to her original city. I didn't think the day would come so soon. Gao Xinu's prayers, but every time something strange happens, it's best to have someone to protect the law. Alright, let's find an unoccupied place to do it. Ding Ziyu immediately agreed. They were actually still in the city now. They just hadn't opened the portal and no one could find them. Don't go out of the city this time? Gao Xinyu asked with some worry. Do we have to go out of town? I'm going to meet those pesky guys. Ding Ziyu's strength had greatly improved, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to see how much of a gap existed between himself and those experts. Fine, let's do as you wish. Gao Xinyu didn't insist. Anyway, with the strength of the two of them, ordinary martial saints were no match at all. Only the topmost batch of martial saints would be qualified to engage them. Gao Xinyu also wanted to take this opportunity to end the feud with the blind box administration. After all, the area they affected was quite large, and it would naturally be best if they could dissolve the conflict between the two sides. If it couldn't be defused, the best way was to beat them into submission. She didn't want to bring up the old monarch society, which was tantamount to causing trouble for the old monarch society. Although she was certain that the old monarch society was not afraid of the blind box authority. After making up their minds, the two finally walked out of the small sacred ground. Daning City was still very lively, with all sorts of news flying around. Everyone's buzz about the arrest of the Ding Ziyu duo had also subsided quite a bit. In particular, the Nine Lords Society's side had already given up on searching for the Ding Ziyu duo. Chapter 109, Battle against Ling Shaoka. The familiar atmosphere of the city came to the surface, and returning to normal society gave Ding Ziyu and his duo a sense of unhurriedness that had been missing for a long time. After all, people are herd animals, and prolonged isolation in a small environment will always produce some sense of alienation and disconnection from normal society. The program of going down to the lake to fish for spirit fish was still in progress, only that the high-level martial artists were no longer so keen now. The reason was simple. The spirit fish in the spirit lake were really hard to catch. The time wasted was not proportional to the harvest, and naturally there were fewer martial saint-level experts willing to catch them in the lake. Instead, it was those low-ranked martial artists who were very enthusiastic about it. Even if they fished a small spirit fish by chance, it could make their strength soar by a large margin. Different roles, different mindsets. There were also some guys who even found fishing rods that had been discarded for a long time, trying to catch the spirit fish up in this way. As a result, several people kept watch for several days and nights with no fish biting at all. Everyone then realized that ordinary food would not be able to attract the interest of these spirit fish. Perhaps only food filled with spiritual energy would serve as bait. It's just that with those things, one might as well use it for cultivation themselves. Who would use it for fishing? Seeing such remarks, the two of them, Ding Ziyu, felt somewhat amused. While others had gone through a lot of trouble to get a small spirit fish, he himself had easily gotten a large number of large-sized spirit fish, and had also realized sustainability. This luck, indeed, is so good that it makes people envious and jealous. The duo walked casually in the streetlet. Originally thought that the first to discover them would definitely be the people from the Blind Box Authority, but did not expect that the first to come to the door would be the members of the Red Dragon Society. Several martial artists in Red Dragon Society attire quickly surrounded them with an aggressive look. Hurry up and notify the Deacon Masters in the guild so that they can come over and take action. These people also knew that even if they made a move, it would be impossible for them to catch the two of them. So although they were fierce, they only wanted to use this tactic to scare the two of them. If it was in the past, Ding Ziyu would definitely not hesitate to make a move against these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Then he would vanish into the small Holy Land, leaving them nowhere to be found. Now, there's no need for that at all. These little shrimps, he was too lazy to take action, only waiting for the Red Dragon Society's Deacon Masters to come over and send them to their deaths. For the Red Dragon Society, Ding Ziyu didn't have half a good feeling. They were just the minions of the Zhou family's arrangement who were out there to do whatever they wanted. Although there are some experts in the Red Dragon Society, Ding Ziyu has seen, the most powerful is Ling Shaoka. This old man does have some strength. If it is before, Ding Ziyu really is very scrupulous about this person. Now well, it is also so. As long as Zhou Zhanggang didn't come over personally, these guys from the Red Dragon Society couldn't make much of a wave. More than 10 minutes later, there were indeed several martial saints coming through the air. The red clothes on their bodies were very conspicuous, and at a glance from a distance, one could tell that they were from the Red Dragon Society. The leader was none other than Ling Shaoka. This old man's strength had also grown recently and had already reached the 7th stage of martial saint. Including the others, there was something to offer in terms of strength. This was the role played by the Red Dragon Society getting a spirit fish in the spirit lake. Ha ha, let's see how you kid can run this time. Ling Shaoka laughed out loud from a long distance when he saw Ding Ziyu and his duo surrounded. To deal with a bunch of you dirtbags, do you still need to run? Ding Ziyu said with disdain. The two of them, he and Gao Xinyu, were facing different directions, and a few deacons came from the Red Dragon Society. Other than Ling Shaoke, the others were much weaker and there was absolutely no need to be nervous. I'll deal with that old thing in a while, and I'll leave the others to you. Ding Ziyu drew out an iron rod. It would be better to deal with this old man by beating him to death with a stick. Having just advanced to the rank of martial saint and wanting to fight with Lao Fu, who gave you the courage? Could it be that you guys really think you are martial arts wizards? Ling Shaoke laughed out loud. They had received news earlier that these two were already martial saint level experts. It had only been half a month since this news came out. The two would not be as strong as they were even if they were to ascend again. Old thing. Then let you taste little master's killing stick. Ding Ziyu rose up and waved his hand to sweep his stick towards Ling Shaoke. He did not execute the heaven-stopping stick, but instead merely used his existing power, wanting to see how big the gap was between his strength and that of a 7th-stage martial saint. Ling Shaoke's brows twisted when he heard the breaking sound of this stick as domineering as wind and thunder. He himself was a 7th-stage martial saint, and he knew very well in his heart what kind of power could cause such a powerful oscillation. The kid has some skills. I really can't keep you. Ling Shaoke had already made up his mind to kill. A newly promoted martial saint was actually so accomplished. If he had been around for a while, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for him. Ling Shaoke decisively took out his weapon and crossed his sword to block his chest. When the sound of the weapons colliding was very crisp, Ling Shaoke felt a pang of soreness in his arm. His own hallowed 7th-stage martial saint actually did not take any advantage in terms of strength. Dead kid, to have some brute strength. Today I'll let you see the strength of a veteran martial saint. Ling Shaoke was enraged. The blade in his hand rose up in a sheet of flame, actually casting the secret art he had learned, the flame blade. Although this set of secret arts could not increase his strength, it could give his weapon an extremely strong attacking power, while the flames could also sear his opponents and play a strong supporting role. This kind of garbage secret art, and you treat it as a treasure. What a shame. Ding Ziyu was not afraid at all. There were many martial artists who knew flame secret arts, and Ding Ziyu's own resistance to flames was even stronger. For such a secret art, the true I would not even allow him to learn it, saying that it was a waste of time. If the means that Ling Shaoke had executed had truly threatened Ding Ziyu, the Eye of Truth would have alerted him long ago. Ding Ziyu dodged and swept another stick with his backhand. The flaming sword in Ling Shaoke's hand rose up in a ball of flames 2 or 3 meters in size, burning the air with a splitting sound, and that did look a bit intimidating. However, as Ding Ziyu dodged through the flames, he was unharmed. It was as if those flames did not exist. Ling Shaoke's face instantly became very ugly, originally thinking that if he used his secret technique, even if he could not seriously injure Ding Ziyu, he would still be able to have some effect. The result was greatly unexpected, and Ding Ziyu's strength made him somewhat confused. A little kid who had just entered the martial saint. Why would he be so strong? Is there another problem with the Budo segment? Did it mutate when it came to him? Old man, let you taste a stick from little master. Ding Ziyu had already roughly figured out Ling Shaoke's strength. Even if he didn't use any secret art techniques, he would still be able to steadily overwhelm his opponent. This time, the way Ding Ziyu launched his stick had obviously changed, and the moment he struck, the roiling shadow of the stick spread out, pressing down like a canopy. Chapter 110, Suppressing Ling Shaoke. Ling Shaoke's face changed. He instinctively had the feeling that the power of this move was immense, and that he would probably be injured if he took it hard. However, Ding Ziyu's strong pressure from the shadow of the stick was such that he could not avoid it, and no matter which direction he escaped from, he felt that he would be attacked by the other party. Although the heaven-stopping stick was only one move, this move was the high move of the invincible stick monk of the Buddhist sect. Was it that easy to dodge? Ling Shaoke had no choice but to mobilize his entire body to block Ding Ziyu's attack. Boom! A stick's shadow struck Ling Shaoke's blade, instantly setting off a flame several meters in size. It was just that this flame didn't have the burning ability it had before, and it was extinguished almost instantly. The knife in the back of Ling Shaoke's hand was sent flying, landing 100 meters away. His whole arm felt a strange pain. The power of this stick was obviously beyond his tolerance. Ling Shaoke was hurt, just not seriously. He couldn't have dreamed that more than a month ago, this kid didn't even have the qualifications to make a move in front of himself, but now he was already strong to this extent? Kid, how many stages of martial saint are you? Ling Shaoke glared at Ding Ziyu. He didn't believe that Ding Ziyu could exert such a strong strength at a martial saint stage. After all, at the martial saint level, the increase in power at each segment was calculated by doubling. It was no longer an equal increase as it was when one was a martial artist. I'm sorry, but I've just recently broken through to the 6th stage of martial saint. Against other experts, perhaps not. It seems to be enough against you. Ding Ziyu was carrying an iron rod, which was somewhat of a sun monkey's appearance. How did this? You advance so fast? Could it also be the effect of the spirit fish? Ling Xiaoka immediately thought of the spirit fish in the spirit lake. It was the only thing that could make a martial artist's strength increase rapidly. What do you care what I use? Take it. Ding Ziyu was too lazy to explain anything further. He had no good feelings at all towards this old fellow. As he spoke, Ding Ziyu raised his hand and swept over with another his stick. Although the power was not as strong as before, it was still wind and thunderous, very domineering. Ling Xiaoka weapons are lost. Cannot dare to empty-handed to catch Ding Ziyu the stick. That is purely looking for death behavior. Ling Xiaoka desperately pranced through the air, trying to trade speed for his survival. The two of them pulled out a phantom in the air, and it was clear that they were both very fast. Ding Ziyu chased after them, causing the old fellow to be in a very sorry state. Occasionally being hit by the sonic boom brought up by the long stick also made him feel very uncomfortable. Ding Ziyu, who was holding a long stick, already had the absolute upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before he could take down this old fellow. On Gao Sinyu's side, it was even easier for her to deal with a few relatively low-ranked martial saints. There were already 2 martial saints who had been knocked to the ground by her, somewhat unable to move. Your Red Dragon Society is all these rustic dogs and dares to run over to find little master's trouble. It's really the longevity of a man who hangs himself. He's tired of living a long life. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at the various situations, and at once, his heart was greatly tranquilized. This Red Dragon Society is just the minions of the Zhou family. If that guy Zhou Zhanggang doesn't come out, the others can really just clean up. Little brother, how about we stop and make peace? The Red Dragon Society, will never mess with you again. Ling Xiaoka also knew that he had kicked the iron plate today. If he didn't think of a way out, he didn't know how many people would die. These people can be the core characters of the Red Dragon Society. Losing one person will cause the Red Dragon Society heartache for a long time. Martial saints are not so good to get, but these 2 people have become so strong. Killing them is like killing them. I'm sorry, you didn't want to stop before, but you wanted to get rid of me afterward. Now you want to stop. It's too late. Ding Ziyu pressed forward step by step, wanting to take down this old man, Ling Xiaoka, directly. As long as he's taken out, the others aren't worth a damn. The best thing to do would be to just take out the Red Dragon Society today and kill their core staff in one fell swoop. Ling Xiaoka's heart was bitter. Facing this lad who was even stronger than himself, there was nothing he could do. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still able to hold up in terms of speed, he would have been beaten to death by Ding Ziyu's stick. He also didn't dare to escape directly, because the Red Dragon Society's deacons were basically all here, and several of them had already been beaten alive or dead by Gao Sinyu. So if he just left, Zhou Zhanggang would definitely clean him up. What to do? Ling Xiaoka was very anxious in his heart. However, he knew that Zhou Zhanggang was not at all present today, so there was little hope of waiting for him to come and relieve him. Just then, a group of uniformed martial artists quickly rushed over. Needless to say, it was a member of the Blind Box Authority. Even more coincidentally, the visitor was actually the former Captain Chen of the 18th Seaward Team. Help! Come and get your wanted criminals! Ling Xiaoka shouted. He didn't expect these people to be able to block Ding Ziyu. As long as they served some delaying purpose, it was like the members of the Blind Box Authority all had communicators and would soon be able to call their top brass over. By then he would have a chance of surviving. Captain Chen and the others were teleported into the wilderness by that black hole, and it took them a great deal of effort to return to Daning City. When he saw that both Ding Tianyi and Gao Sinyu had become wanted by the Blind Box Authority, he was also very surprised in his heart and wondered what these two had done to cause such a big reaction. Then I heard a lot of rumors about it, which made sense. When Captain Chen saw Ding Ziyu and Gao Sinyu, his heart was in a quandary. These two were so strong now. With his strength he was no match at all. Even if he added his squad, it would still be for nothing. Captain Chen, long time no see. Gao Sinyu greeted him graciously, as if she was not a wanted criminal, but an old friend meeting. This makes Captain Chen feel very embarrassed. Take the person, do not have the strength. If you don't take the person, you don't have the strength. You don't really want to capture us, do you? The realm of a 10th stage martial artist is far from enough, so it's better to have a chat, Gao Sinyu said casually. Just then, Ling Xiaoka was the one who rushed over and hid behind Captain Chen and the others. It was no one's fault that a 7th stage martial saint was actually hiding in the backstage of martial artists. Get out of the way. Don't force me to clean up even you guys. Ding Ziyu rushed over. He didn't want to give face to the people from the Blind Box Authority. It was true that Captain Chen had treated him well before, but the position was different then. Now that both sides had become enemies, what was there to be polite about? Ding Tianyi, can you give me face? Miss today, and fight any way you want. Captain Chen's face was ugly. You're not here to arrest us? Ding Ziyu looked at him with an okay attitude and was slightly more polite. This is just that we saw a fight over here and knew it was you guys. By the way, your chopper is still here with me. I will return it to you here. Captain Chen immediately changed the topic in order to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 111, defeating Zhu Ming with one punch. With their strength, it was indeed impossible to catch the Ding Ziyu duo, and it was better to let those higher-ups have their headaches. Ding Ziyu wasn't polite either, taking that space ring and immediately bringing back that huge kitchen knife. Get out of the way. Don't force me to deal with you. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at these members of Team C. Other than Captain Chen, none of them were recognizable. Apparently there was a new group of people. Captain Chen's face was ugly. Now that Ding Ziyu and Gao Xianyu were both wanted by the Blind Box Authority, if he got out of the way, what if this matter spread to the authority? Surrounded by so many team members watching, if no one is okay, pretending not to know is finished. But in full view of the public, if he does not act, I'm afraid that this captain also win the end. Don't be silly. The upper echelon doesn't take you straight as seriously. How many team members were killed by others in the first place? Did the Blind Box Authority come out and wanted them? Including this one behind you. Didn't kill many members of the authority. Ding Ziyu pointed to Ling Xiaoke behind Captain Chen. And of course, Lu Jifeng and the others. All of them were safe and sound. And only the two of them, Ding Ziyu, were wanted. Mainly also because of their low realm and weak strength. They also held a large amount of resources. Now that both of them had come up in the realm, they could easily crush most of the martial saint experts. Not to mention Captain Chen, amongst the few old things within the authority. I'm afraid that only third brother's strength would be able to overwhelm Ding Ziyu. Captain Chen, don't listen to him. If you don't arrest them today, you will also become a sinner of the Blind Box Authority. Ling Xiaoke shouted from the back, itching for Captain Chen to hold the Ding Ziyu duo back. Better yet, recruit all the old guys in the Blind Box Authority so he can get away with it. Captain Chen was caught in the middle and was really in a bit of a dilemma. If you make a move, you won't be able to beat him. If you don't make a move, you're afraid of being snitched on. I'll fight you. Captain Chen roared and rushed towards Ding Ziyu. However, just as he was about to strike, he slammed into the top of Ding Ziyu's iron rod, and the whole man fainted instantly. It can still operate like this? Ding Ziyu was all stunned by Captain Chen's methods. He thought that Captain Chen was really going to rush up and fight with him, but it turned out that he had knocked himself out first. The other team members looked at each other when they saw this. Get lost. Don't make me do it. Ding Ziyu rose up, and although he was only less than 3 feet off the ground, the mark of a martial saint was exceptionally obvious. So the players punched each other in the head and all fainted. Ling Xiaoke's eyes were glazed over. He knew that these Blind Box Authority members were unreliable. He didn't expect them to be so unreliable. This time there really is no responsibility for them. Even if the higher-ups want to pursue the matter, they can still say that they are not as strong as others and were knocked out. Who dares to say they are not? Old thing. Suffer. Ding Ziyu struck again, blasting towards Ling Xiaoke, without the people from the Blind Box Authority out to stop him. Let's see where he's going to run this time. Ling Xiaoke's body had a quick wit and actually quickly fled in the direction of the Blind Box Authority, which was determined to lure Ding Ziyu towards the Blind Box Authority. By then, even if Ding Ziyu caught up with him, he might still fall into the siege of the Blind Box Authority's experts. If Ding Zi didn't come, that would be even better. As for those minions of the Red Dragon Society, a number of them had been killed off by Gao Xinyu anyway, so they didn't care about 2 or 3 more. Follow up. Don't let this old thing escape. Undeterred, Ding Ziyu greeted Gao Xianyu and hurriedly chased after him. Today, he was going to make a mess of the Great Ning City, in order to dispel the anger of being suppressed in the past. The two of them flew towards the Blind Box Authority one after the other, as well as at a fast speed. Ling Xiaoke saw Ding Ziyu in hot pursuit and once again sped up, desperately trying to escape forward. Ding Ziyu suffered from the fact that his realm was lower than the other parties, and really had little advantage in terms of speed, and had been unable to catch up with the other party. Seeing that the Blind Box Authority was getting closer and closer, Ling Xiaoke suddenly let out a roar. The boy surnamed Ding is back. Come and arrest your wanted man. This roar from a martial saint level expert was indeed very penetrating. Several people in the Blind Box Authority heard his voice and ran out from inside. The first martial saint level expert to come out was actually Zhu Ming. This guy usually stayed in the secret art hall, and he didn't bother with unusual things. However, he thought that Ding Ziyu had taken the Moon Sacred Pearl and had also slipped away a large amount of goodies from the treasure trove, which made Zhu Ming hate Ding Ziyu to the core. With this yell from Ling Xiaoke, Zhu Ming rushed out at the first opportunity. Damn it, this kid has become a martial saint. It seems that most of the things he got away from my treasury have been digested. The first thing Zhu Ming saw was Ding Ziyu, who was flying in a hurry. In his heart, he was more or less surprised, but did not take it too seriously. After all, in his opinion, Ding Ziyu was at most at the second stage of martial saint. For an average martial artist, this was already a very terrifying rate of advancement. It was just that he didn't think carefully about why Ling Shaoke had lured Ding Ziyu over here instead of striking out to take him down himself. Ding Zixio, there's a way to heaven you don't go, and there's no door to hell you barge in. Give me death. I want you to spit everything out today. Xu Ming viciously charged towards Ding Zixio. He was also a 6th degree martial saint, and thought that with his own strength, he could easily crush Ding Ziyu now. Get lost. Ding Ziyu didn't even move his weapon and swung his fist at Xu Ming. This old man wasn't a good thing either, and Ding Ziyu didn't have a good feeling about him at all. Self-importance. When Xu Ming saw Ding Ziyu take the initiative to attack, a cruel smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he not be made whole for such death-seeking behavior? As he spoke, Xu Ming also sped up and directly charged up. Ling Shaoke, who was hiding on the side, didn't remind him either, and obviously didn't have any good intentions. He was obviously counting on Ding Ziyu, and if Ding Ziyu took out Xu Ming, he would surely incur the wrath of Third Brother. They all knew that Xu Ming was very close to Third Brother, and could be said to be his #1 lapdog. In the blink of an eye, the two fists had clashed together. There was a crunch. Xu Ming's entire arm was broken into several sections, and the muscles on his body and face were trembling under the impact. In terms of strength, Ding Ziyu, who was at the same martial saint 6th stage, was much stronger than him, and the strength of his body was even more at a different level. With just one punch, Xu Ming was sent flying, the blood spewing from his mouth pulling into a line. Before the person even landed on the ground, he directly fainted, his life and death unknown. With this amount of strength, you dare to rush up and die. Ding Ziyu swept a disdainful glance at the other party and threw his gaze back into Ling Shaoke. This guy was really too bad. It's best to take the opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 112, The Battle of Sango. Ding Ziyu no longer cared about the knocked out Xu Ming and continued to chase after Ling Shaoke. At this time, several members of the Blind Box Authority rushed out. It was just that when they saw that the one who started the battle was a martial saint, each of them consciously retreated away. With their strength, they were not qualified to participate in such a battle. Although Ling Shaoke was very cunning, he was also pursued by Ding Ziyu in quite a mess, constantly scurrying around the perimeter of the Blind Box Authority. His purpose was simple. He wanted to lure out the experts within the Blind Box Authority to block the disaster for himself. Ling Shaoke's plan was undoubtedly successful, as several experts from the Blind Box Authority rushed out. This included some martial saint level experts, and even though most of these martial saints were below the 3rd stage, they caused Ding Ziyu some minor trouble. It wasn't until Ding Ziyu swept away Ling Shaoke with his stick, collapsing a house in the process, that Sango finally rushed out from within the Blind Box Authority. He ran out and the first thing he saw was Ding Ziyu. Even more so, he saw the unconscious Xu Ming in the distance. I haven't seen you for a while. You've gotten a lot stronger. Even Xu Ming isn't your opponent anymore, Third Brother said calmly. He remained calm and did not become furious because of Xu Ming's injury. This is a very strong opponent. Ding Zi did not know what level Third Brother's realm had reached before, but he could be certain that Third Brother was definitely considered one of the talking heads of the Blind Box administration in Daning City. A proper bigot. Third Brother, hurry up and clean up this brat. Now that his realm has risen up, he's wildly out of control. Ling Shaoke added fire from afar. You're no good either. Don't think that we don't know anything about what the Red Dragon Society has done. Didn't you lure this kid over here just to get me to make a move? Sango swept a glance at Ling Shaoke, a small fire bubbling up in her eyes instead. Compared to Ding Ziyu, Ling Shaoke, this old man is much worse. Not only is his mind a lot of scary, but he is also quite cunning and ruthless. The bad things that the Red Dragon Society has done are too many to count. I can't help it. This kid is too tricky. If I could beat him, I would have already cleaned him up, Ling Shaoke said with a bitter old face, half truthfully. He was truly coveting the things that Ding Ziyu had mastered. If he could get his hands on them, the strength of the Red Dragon Society would definitely increase greatly. It was a pity that the current Ding Ziyu was not what he used to be, and had already left him behind. Just then, Gao Xinyu finally rushed up and stood side by side with Ding Ziyu. Her attitude was very obvious. If Third Brother was going to make a move against Ding Ziyu, she would not stand by and watch. You two are quite good, borrowing our resources to cultivate to the current level. If you are willing to rejoin the authority, the previous matters can be forgiven. Third Brother looked at the two of them and actually developed a recruiting mind. These two were originally members of the Blind Box Authority, and now that their strength had increased greatly, they would definitely be a great help if they returned to the authority. The resources that were taken had been consumed anyway, and even if they were killed, it was probably impossible to get them back. Compared to fighting and killing, recruiting was undoubtedly the most cost-effective thing to do. I'm sorry, but I no longer have any good feelings towards the Blind Box Authority, Ding Ziyu said expressionlessly. When he was a child, entering the Blind Box Authority had always been his ideal, but after actually going in, This is when he realized that some things are not as good as he imagined. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he had a greater attraction to the pursuit of martial arts. The Blind Box Authority was no different to him than the Nine Lords Society or the Red Dragon Society. Kid, don't you dare to toast me. Do you really think I can't take you guys? Third brother's brows wrinkled. If they couldn't be recruited back, then the best way was to finish them off. Don't wait until their strength rises step by step in the future. And you can't even exterminate them if you want to. Feel free to come if you have the ability. I also want to try out how much of a gap there is between myself and a true expert. Ding Ziyu was razor sharp, raising his stick and pointing at the other party, his body's spiritual energy rapidly revolving. Kid, don't know how to die. Sango finally became enraged and flipped her hand over and slapped her palm. This seemingly simple palm, however, quickly enlarged in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it became 3 or 4 meters in size, like a thick iron plate, and slapped down towards Ding Ziyu. Under the palm wind wrap, the air burst open and actually formed a fault. The strength of the power far exceeded Ling Shaoka's level. Is this the strength of a 10th stage martial saint? It's really strong enough. Ding Ziyu's fighting spirit surged, and with a shake of his stick, he topped up. Although there was only one move of the heaven-stopping stick, there existed a variety of techniques, and how to use it was entirely up to the mind. Boom! Ding Ziyu's iron rod collided with the giant palm that fell from the sky. An incomparably heavy force came down from the stick, and Ding Ziyu's body quickly fell down. Although he was not injured, but compared to the strength, he still lost the other party by one stroke. Despite the great increase in power from the heaven-stopping stick, Ding Ziyu was after all 4 small realms lower than third brother, and it was already rare to be able to receive one of his palms without being injured. After Ding Ziyu descended more than 10 meters, he moved away in a flash, and that huge palm ended up blasting heavily on the ground, actually blowing out a big hole in the ground. To be able to receive a slap from me without being injured, you kid does have some potential. The more so, the more I can't let you go today. Third brother's killing intent became heavier. If this were to wait for Ding Ziyu to grow 2 more segments, wouldn't he be unable to defeat him? The 10th stage of Martial Saint was a hurdle that not every martial artist could cross. For several martial artists, Martial Saint was the end of their life. Sango swung her palm up again, this time striking harder and faster. Under his attack, everything around him began to deform, and the storm that formed alone blew those martial artists below in a sorry state. As for Ding Ziyu, who was at the center of the attack, his face became even more grave. That previous stick had only utilized 80% of his strength. It has to be all hands on deck now. Ding Ziyu once again rose to his feet, stopping the sky and dragging out a roiling shadow of the stick as he heavily smashed into his opponent's palm. The might of this stick was significantly stronger, and the power of the storm on the stick alone made Sango look sideways. Just now, he thought that was the limit of Ding Ziyu, but he didn't expect Ding Ziyu to be able to burst into a stronger attack. Obviously, this stick move was quite fitting for Ding Ziyu's secret art, otherwise it wouldn't be enough to exert such a strong power. Rumble. This time, the sound of the collision was like hitting a dry heavenly thunderstorm, and the sound waves from the collision alone traveled dozens of miles away. The force of the explosion set off a violent and strong wind, blowing everything in the vicinity upside down, and some not-so-strong buildings were directly blown down. Ding Ziyu, who was at the center of the engagement, was also blown up in the air, and the powerful recoil caused him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 113, The Heart That Must Be Killed. It was obvious that Sango was indeed very strong, quite a bit stronger than him. Trying to cross the distance of 4 segments is very difficult indeed, but Ding Ziyu's body's ability to withstand it was still very strong, and although such an oscillation caused him to be injured, the injury was not as serious as he had imagined. After taking a deep breath, he returned and charged at Sango once more. Sango was also very surprised to see such a situation. Just now that attack he did not use his full strength, but he also used 90% of his strength. With the strength of his realm, a martial saint of the 6th stage of the district would supposedly be able to be slapped to death with a single palm. But the other party was not only not dead, but actually had the power to fight back. Such a genius character is still very rare. To know that after reaching the martial saint, for every paragraph difference, the strength differs by a big cut. Such a talented person, if he grows up, will definitely become the heart of the Blind Box Authority. Kid, today I will destroy you. Third brother also rushed forward without retreating. When he was less than 50 meters close to Ding Ziyu, he once again slapped out his palm. This time, third brother had already gone all out, determined to slap him to death. After all, Ding Ziyu had already become an enemy of the Blind Box Authority, and it was only best to eliminate the other party while they had not grown up. No matter how much of a genius you are, until you become a true master, you are just a waste of talent. Ding Ziyu also struck with all his might, exerting the heaven-stopping stick to the extreme. Quickly dodge! Gao Xinyu on one side suddenly shouted as a blue energy gushed out, taking the lead and slamming into Sango's palm imprint. That blue energy crashed into it, and instead of an earth-shattering roar, it consumed the power of the giant palm in an extremely strange way. It was just that the power of this energy was obviously unable to block Sango's huge palm, and after it was slightly weakened, it was directly bounced away, as if it was a strand of ribbon, floating into the distance. Gao Xinyu, who had executed this move, was also pale, and had clearly exerted all her strength. Although her realm was only a little weaker than Ding Ziyu's, her overall strength was much weaker. If it wasn't for the blue energy being extremely special, I'm afraid that this exchange of hands would have caused her to perish. A split second later, Ding Ziyu's stick shadow once again collided with third brother's palm imprint. This time, the concussion generated was even more intense, and the area within 100 meters was pumped into a vacuum. And whether it was Ding Ziyu or third brother, they were all vibrated out a long way. Ding Ziyu once again spewed out a mouthful of old blood, and his entire body appeared to be in a very sorry state. Kid, your internal organs have been shocked and injured. If you continue fighting, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. The Eye of Truth promptly reminded Ding Ziyu, with his strength to fight hard against third brother, he was still at a disadvantage after all. If it wasn't for Gao Xinyu helping him to weaken third brother's attack power, I'm afraid that he would have been injured even more in this encounter. On the other side, third brother's face was also unsightly. The fact that he hadn't finished off this junior under his own full power had really surprised him a bit. Gao Xinyu's blue energy also gave him some unexpected views. Unexpectedly, these two little fellows actually both had the ability to fight beyond the ranks. It was indeed very unexpected. Kid, try taking another slap from me. After a minute of toning down, third brother once again raised his power strongly, his determination unchanged, still wanting to kill Ding Ziyu on the spot. Hurry up and hide in the little Holy Land, don't fight with this old guy. The Eye of Truth took a look at the situation, and there was a real possibility of being killed by the other party if they fought any longer. When you improve 2 more segments, dealing with this old man will be simple. The Eye of Truth was afraid that Ding Ziyu would have an iron head and hurriedly reminded him. However, just at this moment, a silhouette shot from the distance. How about Sango stops and gives this kid to me? The voice came from far and near, and by the time he finished speaking, the person had already arrived above the battlefield. It was none other than Lu Jifeng, who was known as the #1 expert in Daning City. During this period of time, Lu Jifeng had also sent people to look for the whereabouts of the two of them, but he had not caught Ding Ziyu several times. Unexpectedly today there was a fierce battle over here, which quickly drew him out. This son is someone that I, the Blind Box Authority, must get rid of, and I don't need to pretend to be someone else, Sango said with a sullen face. He didn't know what kind of relationship Ding Ziyu had with Lu Jifeng, and Lu Jifeng had bailed out Ding Ziyu when they attacked the secret arts hall before, so third brother didn't trust Lu Jifeng, not even giving me face? This kid is just a junior. Lu Jifeng's face also became less favorable. He was much stronger than Sango, and if it weren't for the fact that Sango was backed by the Blind Box Authority, he wouldn't even bother talking to the other side. Lu Jifeng, we have already been generous by not pursuing you for the previous matter. Don't think that we, the Blind Box Authority, are really afraid of you. Although third brother's words were harsh, his body was honest, and he couldn't help but step back a bit. In the face of such an expert, it was impossible to fight, so it was only possible to lift out the Blind Box Authority. After all, it wasn't true that the Blind Box Authority didn't have any experts in existence. It was just that it wasn't convenient to make a move. Cut the crap, I'll take the person away. If there's anything, let the old guys you're qualified enough to find me. Lu Jifeng was very domineering. With his strength, he was indeed worthy of saying such words. Although third brother was a 10th stage martial saint, he still wasn't on the same level as him, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch a single move from the other party if he really had to make a move. Lu Jifeng no longer paid any attention to third brother, but he dashed to the side of Ding Ziyu, but his eyes were looking at him as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. I didn't expect in less than 2 months' time, you're actually able to carry a 10th stage martial saint expert hard. Kid, are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher? As long as you worship under me, all past matters will not be pursued. Lu Jifeng was truly in love with his talent. Such a junior was indeed rare, and if Ding Ziyu became his disciple, there would be another powerful fighter by his side in the future. So why not? Sorry, not interested. Ding Ziyu balked. If he hadn't awakened his power before, not to mention an expert like Lu Jifeng, any martial arts saint who said he would take him as a disciple, he would be able to jump up and down with joy. Now Ding Ziyu's eyes are also broadened, but also seen Lu Jifeng's behavior. Although he cannot be regarded as the kind of person who is not amnestied, but he acts unscrupulously and is not the kind of person that Ding Ziyu likes. The key was that Ding Ziyu had the help of the Eye of Truth. so he didn't need to worship other people at all. Not even giving me face. Are you purely trying to kill yourself? Lu Jifeng's face instantly became unsightly, but he rarely spoke to his juniors like this. He usually gave direct orders, and if it didn't work, he would do it. Do you have a big face? It's not like there's no one better than you in Daning City. Why do I have to be your disciple? Ding Ziyu said through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Gao Xinyu was a bit far away from him, he would have gone straight into the small Holy Land, not bothering to say anything more to him. Chapter 114, Fox and Tiger. Ding Ziyu didn't really hate Lu Jifeng as a cowman at first, and even had respect for this person for a long time. After all, it was only natural to have some fans if one could become the #1 expert in Daning City. Before he had awakened his power, Ding Ziyu had also fantasized that he would one day be like Lu Jifeng, super strong and suppressing a party. But after he got to know Lu Jifeng, he realized that this guy was quite strong and cunning, and was not as good as he thought. At least the idol in his heart had crumbled away. With his strength, even with the addition of Gao Xinyu, he was afraid that he would not be able to form any threat to Lu Jifeng. On the flip side, if Lu Jifeng really wanted to strike at him, the two had no chance of survival. Ding Ziyu was already considering whether or not to leave Gao Xinyu behind and enter the little Holy Land alone. At such a time, for him to still think about Gao Xinyu's well-being was already meaningful enough. In the place of certain selfish people, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even give it a second thought, and would directly flee into the small Holy Land. Just as Ding Zi communicated with the boundary bead and prepared to escape into the little saint, another voice came from the distance, but it was the Lord of the Nine Lords Guild who had arrived. Lu Jifeng, can you give old me face and spare this brat? It was also exceptionally rare for the Nine Lords Guild master to open his mouth and actually plead for mercy for Ding Ziyu. Even Ding Ziyu felt that the sun had come out of the west. You want to bail him out? It can't be that you want to fight him alone? I've heard that your Nine Lords Society's small holy lands have fallen into his hands, and you don't intend to take them back? Lu Jifeng disliked back in a conspiratorial manner. So much time had passed. For the situation of the Nine Lords Association, Lu Jifeng also had some understanding of the situation. It was just that he hadn't seen the Nine Lords Society's little sacred land and didn't know how valuable it was. If he had known the value of the little sacred land, I'm afraid that he would have already made a direct move to take down Ding Ziyu. The little holy land has a destiny with Kid Ding, so the Nine Lords Guild, will consider it a gift to him. The Nine Lords Guildmaster's face twitched, and he felt a bit of flesh pain at the mention of this. Just doomed to not get back the thing. He also has no good way. Might as well break this idea. Since you don't want it, then I'll just take him down and everything will be mine. Lu Jifeng, however, did not have the slightest idea of giving up. Even if an expert of the level of the Nine Lords Guildmaster came, he didn't give any face. Although the Nine Lords Guildmaster was also an expert that surpassed the martial saint, there was still a gap in strength compared to him. Lu Jifeng hadn't really looked at the Nine Lords Guildmaster on an equal footing. Seeing Lu Jifeng not giving himself face, the Nine Lords Guildmaster's face changed. Kid Ding has a great relationship with sect leader Cheng Tian. Are you sure you want to touch him? Hearing the Nine Lords Guildmaster say this, Lu Jifeng's face instantly changed. There was no one in the top group of experts in Daning City who didn't know about this person. Sect leader Cheng Tian. Even if they hadn't personally dealt with the heaven-bearing sect, they still knew more or less. Just by looking at the blind box authority's attitude towards the bearing heaven sect master, it could tell a great deal. Although this Cheng Tian sect didn't have many people, a random high-ranking person came out and had the strength to crush them. Lu Jifeng's so-called #1 expert in Daning City also only referred to his strength among the local martial artists, and outsiders like the Cheng Tian sect were another matter. Lu Jifeng's face became ugly all of a sudden. If he had heard such news elsewhere, his first thought would definitely be to exterminate Ding Ziyu. That way there would be no more aftermath. However, there were quite a few experts here, especially the Nine Lords Guildmaster, who clearly had the idea of befriending Ding Ziyu. If he made a move to stop himself, it was almost unlikely that he would want to finish off Ding Ziyu. The most troublesome point was that this was Daning City, and sect leader Cheng Tian could appear anywhere in Daning City at any time. Don't think that Cheng Tian is a goddess who doesn't eat earthly food. On the contrary, she prefers to move around in Daning City. It's just that it's very difficult for ordinary people to see her. If she wants to see you, it becomes very simple. The difference is just a matter of whether you stand or lie down after seeing her. Scram! I hope you don't run into me in the future. Lu Jifeng could only give up helplessly. At least he didn't dare to take action against Ding Ziyu easily after hearing that he had a close relationship with the Cheng Tian sect. Ding Ziyu glanced at the Nine Lords Society, indeed not expecting him to come out and relieve himself. Of course, what was more important was that the name of the sect leader of Cheng Tian was loud enough, and he had sort of foxed out and escaped with this. On one side, Sango's face was quite expressive when she heard this news. He had almost killed Ding Ziyu just now, and if he offended the sect master Chung Tian because of this, I'm afraid that the Blind Box Authority wouldn't be able to protect itself. As a core member of the Blind Box Administration of the Great Ning City, he had a deeper understanding of the Chang Tian sect. The General Directorate had even clearly stated that the Chang Tian sect should not be easily offended. If not for that, the Blind Box Administration of Great Ning City would not have discussed him to sit in on it. Damn it! From today onwards, cancel the wanted list for the two of them. Third brother was still quite decisive in his actions. Since there was this relationship with the Chang Tian sect, even if the Ding Ziyu duo were wanted, they wouldn't be able to get any results. Instead of that, it would be better to do them a favor and revoke the warrant. Seeing such a situation, Ding Ziyu was finally greatly relieved. It was no longer very realistic to want to clean up that old fellow Ling Shaoka today. Why don't we talk about it some other time? Anyway, this old guy is no longer their opponent now. There will be plenty of chances to clean him up in the future. Let's go! Ding Ziyu came to Gao Xinyu's side. The two swept away a group of experts and flew away quickly. Only these old guys were left behind, each looking at the other. Is this true? Lu Jifeng asked the Nine Lords Guildmaster somewhat unwillingly when he saw Ding Ziyu and the two of them leave. How can I lie to you about something like this? If not for that, I could easily give up the lesser sacred land to him, the Nine Lords would say with a helpless face. As for the matter of himself being tossed around by Ding Ziyu, he didn't have the heart to say it. After all, the little Holy Land had once been the residence of the Nine Lords Association, but now it had fallen into the hands of Ding Ziyu, and it was indeed quite humiliating to talk about this matter in detail. Lu Jifeng looked at the Nine Lords Guildmaster half-heartedly, always feeling that there was something strange going on here. However, right at this moment, a stream of light slowly crossed the sky, and even though none of the people present could see clearly who the person on that stream of light was, they were able to guess a generalization. So close. If you had made a move just now, it would be hard to say whether you're dead or alive now. The Lord of the Nine Lords Guild broke out into a cold sweat. The one in the sky gave him too much pressure. Lu Jifeng's face also changed drastically, his heart rippling with bosses. He understood that in the future, within the boundaries of Daning City, he absolutely could not make a move against Ding Ziyu anymore. He might not be able to find any benefits, but instead, he took his own life into it. Ding Ziyu's side didn't fly very fast, and they didn't fly out far before they sensed an expert coming over their heads. Ding Ziyu, my master is looking for you. Come over quickly. Long Xiaoya's voice came over, still in that soft and adorable manner. Chapter 115, Caught and Countered. Ding Ziyu could not help but stare. What was Sect Master Chung Tian looking for herself for? Could it be that he had most recently acted under her name and had been targeted by this senior high-ranking person? Wait for me. I'll be right back. Ding Ziyu hurriedly wished Gao Xinyou to say hello. Regardless of what she was looking for herself, she had no choice but to tough it out. The Lord of the Heaven-bearing sect wanted to find trouble for himself, and even if he hid in a small holy land, it might not be safe. At least that's what the Eye of Truth said. This sect master was too strong. Ding Ziyu flew into the seven-colored clouds above, and sure enough, he saw this immortal sect master Chung Tian again. It was just that Ding Ziyu still couldn't see her clearly and didn't dare to stare at the other party all the time. Little friend Ding, do you know why I am looking for you? A warm voice came from him. There was no anger or rage mixed in, which made Ding Ziyu's heart breathe a little sigh of relief. At least it could prove that this senior was not here to find his own trouble. I don't know about it, so I'll ask senior to clarify. Ding Ziyu replied cautiously. You have affected Xiao Yu's Dao heart. Sect leader Chang Tian's speech said suddenly became several degrees colder, giving Ding Ziyu a cold sensation all over his body. This aura was also a bit too strong. Just a change in the tone of speech gave people the feeling of a great disaster. How is this possible? Is senior mistaken? Ding Ziyu hastily defended. As he spoke, he took another look at Long Xiaoyu, who was not far away. By the way, he didn't have a deep friendship with Long Xiaoye, and the two of them were considered ordinary friends at most. Initially, Long Xiaoye thought that Ding Ziyu was a middle-aged uncle, and always referred to him as an uncle. How could such a simple relationship affect her cultivation of the Dao? Ding Ziyu himself couldn't quite figure it out. After all, Long Xiaoye was such a soft and adorable girl, he couldn't lay his hands on her either. Fortunately, Long Xiaoye's expression wasn't very tense. With her heart, if she knew that her master was really going to deal with Ding Ziyu, she would definitely look very tense and anxious. Of course there is no mistake. This girl is simple-minded and has always remembered your safety. You've been messing around quite a bit lately, and there are many forces in Daning City that want to catch you. Sect leader Chang Tian's words were still cold and icy, but in tone, they didn't feel as harsh as before. Senior will soon be leaving Daning City, so I won't cause any trouble for Senior then, Ding Ziyu said in a hurry. Gao Xinyu would soon be able to pray for a new blind box, and at that time, If she could open an item that would solve her difficulties, she would most likely not have to stay in Daning City. Oh yeah? You're going to go to the north with that girl? Sect leader Chung Tian pointed at Gao Xinyu in the distance, as if everything was within her grasp. How does senior know about her? Ding Ziyu became nervous all of a sudden. One had to know that all of Gao Xinyu's conversations with him had taken place within the Little Holy Land. Even if sect leader Chek Tian's strength was heavenly, this was still too awesome, wasn't it? Could it be that she has also entered my little sacred ground and has not yet been discovered by the boundary pearl? Ding Ziyu was not allowed to give birth to this thought, and his body instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice warehouse. Characters like that are really awesome. Don't think too much. It's someone from the old monarch society who asked me to look after this girl for a moment or two. Sect leader Cheng Tian seemed as if he had read Ding Ziyu's mind. Her words immediately caused Ding Ziyu to let out a huge sigh of relief. If the sect master Cheng Tian could casually enter his own small holy land and not even be able to discover the boundary bead, then it would be too terrifying. It was the same as having one's clothes stripped off at any time, making it difficult for one to sleep or eat. Senior also knows about the old monarch society? Ding Ziyu originally thought that the old monarch society was just an organization similar to the Nine Lords Society, but he did not expect his estimation to be too far off. To be able to be in the eyes of Lord Cheng Tian and to ask her to help look after her, this member of the old monarch society was, I'm afraid, another extraordinary existence. It would be hard to say how it would turn out if he accompanied Gao Xinyu to her city. What if a member within that old monarch society looked at him unfavorably and told him to stay away from Gao Xinyu? Wouldn't it be an even more unjust death to even take him out for affecting Gao Xinyu's Dao, as sect leader Cheng Tian had said? What? Scared? There are powerful people in the Laojun society, especially that girl's master. His temper is not very good. Do you really want to go? Sect master Cheng Tian seemed to have read Ding Ziyu's mind and directly revealed an extremely bad news to him. According to what she said, if he followed Gao Xinyu back together, something would definitely go wrong, and it would go very wrong. Not to mention anything else. If the other party knew that he held a small holy land in his hands, would they take action against him? Such a treasure would be enough for a higher level expert to kill him hundreds of times. How can senior dissolve the crisis at hand? I still ask for senior's help. Ding Ziyu was somewhat numb. Stay, it affects Long Xiaoyu's Dao. Just in case one day this great sect master is in a bad mood, he will wave his hand and kill him. Going to the north looked like a much more serious problem. With the current state of affairs between himself and Gao Xinyu, her master had every reason to eliminate himself. After all, he was really hitting on Gao Xinyu, and the two of them had a deep enough relationship. If Gao Xinyu's master was a reasonable person, there might be an explanation. If not, the other party had 10,000 reasons to finish himself off. Not to mention that there was an additional thunder as big as the Little Holy Land. Who wouldn't be moved if they knew about it? This seat is still short of a named disciple. I wonder if you are willing. As long as you enter my Cheng Tian sect, Little Moon won't have to worry about your safety. Sect Master Chung Tian mentioned this matter once again. Ding Ziyu was surprised. He had already rejected the other party once before, and he did not expect this one to bring up the old issue again. In the past, he could have rebuffed with panache and a fairly legitimate reason. But what about now? If he didn't agree, would this Grand Sect Master take more drastic measures and directly capture him? Or even more directly, kill him in a single move? With her strength, if she really wanted to finish off Ding Ziyu, it really shouldn't be too easy. True eye. Can this be done? Ding Ziyu was a little hesitant. From the heart, he felt that his current state of life was very good, very free and comfortable. Now that the major powers wouldn't be able to hunt him down easily anymore, it was not easy to breathe a sigh of relief. But it was this matter that had come up. Depends on your own will. I don't think Sect Master Cheng Tian has the intention to kill you, otherwise you would have died many times already. The Eye of Truth said calmly. So, Ding Ziyu let out a huge sigh of relief. He was precisely concerned and was afraid of what sect leader Cheng Tian would do to him. After calming down, Ding Ziyu's mind came alive again. In that case, the situation on the Laojun Society's side might not be what she said. Perhaps it was just to scare himself. Chapter 116, The Man Who Carries Flowers. Why did she accept me as a registered disciple? Could it be that my martial talent is too outstanding? Ding Ziyu asked a question that he himself found unreliable. You're overthinking it. I think this Grand Preceptor should be coming for me. The Eye of Truth flirted with Ding Ziyu. With her strength, she had probably already seen through Ding Ziyu, so the Eye of Truth did not need to make much of an evasion. There is also this possibility. If I become her registered disciple, the little sacred ground is tantamount to being delivered to her hands. After thinking about it, Ding Ziyu felt that this possibility was really high. Perhaps the Little Holy Land wasn't much of a big deal to someone at the level of the Cheng Tian sect, but if one could get it without any effort, what was the harm in trying? Ding Ziyu had been communicating with the Eye of Truth for quite a while, and reality was only a momentary matter. Sect leader Chang Tian was in no hurry and waited quietly for his reply. Senior, I want to live a free life. Ding Ziyu finally managed to harden his heart and once again added his rejection of this great power's request. That's quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll directly kill you? Sect leader Chang Tian was clearly a bit displeased. With Senior's strength, if he wanted to kill me, Junior would have already become a corpse. Ding Ziyu spoke out the true eye judgment. When these words came out, Sect Master Chang Tian was slightly surprised. With her strength, it was already very rare for Ding Ziyu to be able to think normally under her nose. Many masters were in front of her with less than a tenth of their usual IQ. Too much pressure, too much influence. In this world, it is impossible for anyone to gain true freedom. The only way out is to keep getting stronger. Sect Master Chang Tian suddenly withdrew his aura, and the pressure on Ding Ziyu's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Does Senior not have true freedom either? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. With her strength, who would dare to strike at her in this Daning city? And who could stop her? There are some things that you don't understand now. Sect Master Chang Tian did not explain in detail. In the end, Ding Ziyu was just a small martial artist. Based on not being able to reach her kind of level, she also didn't have the heart. There was no need to explain to Ding Ziyu. Do you have to go to the north? Long Xiaoye suddenly asked. She actually hoped that Ding Ziyu would join the Chang Tian sect. In her opinion, the Chang Tian sect was definitely the safest, and there was no need to go running around in an unfamiliar city. For Ding Ziyu, Long Xiaoye was more out of concern for her friend. Whether there were other emotions mixed in her heart, she herself was not very clear. At the bottom of it all, she was still a very simple girl, and it was a strange case that she could survive in such a complicated social environment. Gao Xinyu is much stronger than her. Social experience is quite rich. All kinds of means are not inferior to those old geezer. Nowadays, the strength is also upgraded. Can threaten her people? Less and less. I promised Gao Xinyu that I would accompany her back. Ding Ziyu spoke truthfully. Alright, since you've decided to go, let's go. The old monarch society is not weak, so if you can successfully pass the test, it might be of great help to you. Sect leader Chang Tian had no intention of persuading any further. It was already not easy for her to reveal so much information to Ding Ziyu. It was important to realize that regarding the old monarch society, Gao Xinyu hadn't even told much to Ding Ziyu. The main things were still known in Gao Xinyu's illusion. Sect leader Chang Tian quickly left with Long Xiaoyu, leaving rather dryly. Are you alright? Seeing Ding Ziyu return, Gao Xinyu asked with some worry. It's fine, she just asked me a few simple questions. By the way, is your master very fierce? Ding Ziyu asked rhetorically. He wanted to confirm it to see if Sect Master Chang Tian was lying to him. Who did you hear this from? Did Sect Master Chang Tian tell you? Gao Xinyu stared blankly, obviously not expecting Ding Ziyu to suddenly ask this question either. Previously, she had not told Ding Ziyu about her master, and some of the news about the old monarch society had been very brief. It also caused a lot of suspicion in Ding Ziyu. Actually, Gao Xinyu didn't know that sect leader Chang Tian knew certain people from the old monarch society. One could only say that her level wasn't enough to reach that height either. Sect Master Chang Tian said that your master is fierce and not easy to get along with. If I go over there with you, I might suffer a great loss. Ding Ziyu spoke the original words of Sect Master Chang Tian. It's definitely better to ask around beforehand. Otherwise, when it came down to it, one didn't know anything, and if one was slaughtered, it would be really bad luck. Gao Xinyu's face instantly became less natural. Regarding the matter of her master, she really had not mentioned it to Ding Ziyu. She had joined the old monarch society and had received help from several people, which also included her master teacher. It was for these reasons that Gao Xinyu had a great sense of belonging to the old monarch society. Her master teacher was also very kind to her. Whether it was teaching her to cultivate or helping her gather cultivation resources, he was quite devoted. Including the news of the moon sacred pearl, it was her master's father who had inquired about it. Otherwise Gao Xinyu would never have been able to come to the great Ning city. Actually, my master is still very good at talking and doesn't casually strike out to hurt people, Gao Xinyu said numbly. This was her true feeling. Her master teacher was indeed very kind to her. As for how to treat others, Gao Xinu was actually not too clear. In the end, it was still the fact that the time spent between the two was not that long, and she had never seen her master's anger. Hearing Gao speak like this, Ding Ziyu couldn't help but become a little worried. He also understood that it was not at all surprising that the master was good to his disciples. It was just like parents being good to their children. But how it was to outsiders was another story. Is your master a man or a woman? Ding Ziyu asked again. Male. Why? Gao Xinyu casually asked back. Alas. Ding Ziyu sighed. He thought of a very familiar paragraph from the internet. A daughter is like a pot of flowers carefully cultivated by her father. And if others try to move the pot, I'm afraid that they will instantly turn into lion-like men and tear any man who tries to move the flowers to pieces. Could Gao Xinyu's master be such a man? It was normal for him to favor his disciple, but would Ding Ziyu's appearance be treated as a direct enemy? From the mere words revealed by Gao Xinyu, this possibility was very high. In the event that her master thought that Ding Ziyu had bad intentions, he might step in and slaughter him. Even if he wouldn't strike out and hurt someone, there was a high possibility that he would drive Ding Ziyu away. Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Ding Ziyu clenched his teeth and decided to go and take a look anyway. No matter what, Gao Xinyu was useful to him in many ways and had to fight for it. If he really couldn't, then he would come back later when he was stronger. He wouldn't let go of this Huang-like woman so easily. Chapter 117, Strange Evil Spirits. No one came to find Ding Ziyu Duo's trouble. Activities also have to be relaxed and cozy up. Shopping was a woman's favorite thing, and Gao Xinyu was no exception. No one came to disturb her, and she was much more interested after not shopping for a long time. The blind box market naturally became the first target place for the two men, and no matter how difficult the days were and how many surprises appeared, the blind box market remained as lively as ever. Have you noticed that strange blind boxes seem to have become more numerous? Gao Xinyu swept over with a glance and realized that there were actually sporadic strange blind boxes existing in the ordinary blind box market. If it were the past, once these strange blind boxes appeared, they were quickly bought up without even having a chance to land. Today was noticeably different. At least Gao Xinyun found 3 strange blind boxes sitting in front of its owner and not being bought. Ding Ziyu quickly walked over, swept a glance, found that there was nothing good inside this blind box in front of him, and left slightly disappointed. Just as he made his way over to the other odd blind box, the pumpkin-filled one was snapped up by a young man. There's something strange about this blind box, don't just open it. The Eye of Truth spoke up first. Ding Ziyu only saw a blinding light inside that blind box, but nothing else. What's inside? Ding Ziyu asked out of habit. I can't say. It feels a bit dangerous is all. The realize-added reply made Ding Ziyu's scalp go a little numb. If he felt something dangerous, wouldn't the others be even more dangerous? Then we'd better stay away from him. Ding Ziyu turned around and walked away, not even looking at the blind box. Half a day shopping down, the two did not have much to gain, but Gao Xinyu bought a lot of messy things, looked very happy. In the evening, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky above Daning City, as dazzling as the evening sun. Immediately afterward, the light flickered brightly and dimly. Looking up, it looked like there was some sort of shadow flickering in the air. Asterisk. That guy opened that pumpkin blind box. With just one look, Ding Ziyu was sure it was the same blind box he had encountered today, as the glow was too familiar to him. Just then, a low roar suddenly came from the sky, instantly pulling fear to the surface. What is it? It feels so dangerous. Ding Ziyu was also startled. Fortunately, their location was far away, and the waves could not reach the side for the time being. Otherwise he would have definitely fled back to the little Holy Land at the first opportunity. And this hilarity was not so pretty. This is an evil spirit, equivalent to the kind you would say has lost its body and its soul has survived. This thing can ignore defenses and directly enter your nerve center, annihilating you from the will. The realize explanation was very intuitive and terrifying. If you can fight for real, it's not that scary. This ignores defenses and directly enters the nerve center to devour your soul. Who wouldn't be scared in their heart? No wonder even the Eye of Truth was a bit freaked out, unwilling to face such an evil spirit. Just at this moment of speaking, several bright and dark shadows had already darted down and pounced on the humans in the city. A mournful sound of screams rang out at once. This is nigh on too much to be afraid of. Who can fix these horrible guys? Ding Ziyu thought about it. Lu Jifeng, the Lord of the Nine Lords Association, might not be able to do it. Perhaps only the Chengtian sect stepped in and might be able to clean up these monstrous things. The problem is that the people from the Chengtian sect didn't come. And that's very specific. The number of shadows flying down from the sky was increasing, and it didn't look like it was going to stop immediately. If the glowing portal couldn't be resolved, I'm afraid that these terrifying evil spirits would keep flying out from within. Martial Saint level experts felt extremely dangerous, and ordinary people were afraid that they would be killed in an instant. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Daning City to turn into an empty city. Hurry back to the little Holy Land. In case we get caught up in those strange things, we'll be in big trouble. Ding Ziyu was also somewhat worried. Originally, he came out this time because the time for Gao Xinyu's prayers had arrived. Who knew that such a situation would arise and that Daning City would soon be out of control? Why don't we go outside the city first? Gao Xinyu was a bit embarrassed. She was a bit worried about missing the time to pray, despite the fact that it was still several hours before midnight. In case the time was missed, not only would it add some uncertainty, it might also give birth to unexpected troubles. It's not safe outside the city either. Do you think that thing is blocked by the city walls? If it doesn't work this month, The big deal is to wait for another month. Ding Ziyu still felt that saving his life was important. The means of these evil spirits were similar to the monkeys that ran out of the cave before, but their attacks were even more powerful, and they could directly enter and release the spiritual center. So how many times more dangerous? Seeing Ding Ziyu's resolute attitude, Gao Xin could only agree to his proposal. Just as the two of them were about to enter the small Holy Land, a group of grey-robed martial artists flew in. Ding Ziyu took one look at their clothes and knew that it was the experts of the Cheng Tian sect coming over. As soon as these people arrived, they immediately attracted several evil spirits to charge towards them. Die for me! The grey-robed man who rushed ahead waved his hand and chopped out a stream of light, which didn't seem to have much power, but those evil spirits were split in two by the stream of light, and immediately let out mournful and incomparable screams. What kind of means is this? It's also too strong, isn't it? Ding Ziyu looked magical. He could be certain that each of these grey-robed men must have strengths that surpassed the existence of a martial saint. Their means of attack were also beyond Ding Ziyu's cognizance. Without waiting for the Eye of Truth to reply, Ding Ziyu saw that the evil spirits that had been chopped in two did not directly dissipate, and after a hiss, they actually merged back together. Once again, they pounced towards the grey-robed man. What they cast should be a spirit extermination technique. Only these evil spirits can't be wiped out that easily. Perhaps only if Sect Master Cheng Tian makes a move can they truly be exterminated. The Eye of Truth finally answered Ding Ziyu's question. The battle in the sky continued, but the number of evil spirits running out was increasing. Even though more than 10 grey-robed men rushed up, they couldn't stop them. At this rate, the likelihood of the fall of Daning City is extremely high. Just as those evil spirits were getting more and more rampant, sect leader Cheng Tian finally came over. Accompanying him was actually that monkey that liked to scream. When that monkey saw the evil spirit, instead of being afraid, it excitedly rushed up, only to see its mouth open and suck. It actually swallowed an evil spirit in a very tasty manner. This dead monkey still has the ability to devour evil spirits? Ding Ziyu also didn't expect that the head that made him suffer so much was the nemesis of this evil spirit. Chapter 118, The Power of Rules. Sect leader Cheng Tian had said that this monkey was called the monstrous Luo monkey, possessed a spatial talent, and was most adept at mental attacks. Previously, Ding Ziyu and his duo had been tossed around by it to the point of almost collapsing, and it was only when sect leader Cheng Tian stepped in that he was able to resolve the trouble. He did not expect that it would play such a big role now, completely exceeding the expectations of Ding Ziyu and the others. How many evil spirits can it devour? Ding Ziyu asked. He wanted to know where this limit was. In case it was full after swallowing a few evil spirits, it would be a complete drop in the bucket and would not solve the problem. I don't know. The evil spirit has form and no substance. It's hard to calculate how much substance it has. The Eye of Truth could not answer Ding Ziyu's question either, only to see that the monstrous Luo monkey had devoured several evil spirits one after another, but it didn't look like it was full at all, and it couldn't see where its limit was. Sect Master Cheng Tian did not pay attention to those evil spirits. There were evil spirits rushing towards her, only to see her gently waving her sleeve. The evil spirits dissipated like soap bubbles. There was no more recohesive image. Seeing such a situation, Ding Ziyu could not help but be appalled by it. Although he had long known that sect leader Cheng Tian was very strong, but to be strong to such an extent, it was really impossible to comprehend at which level her strength actually lay. Look at those grey-robed martial artists. Although they could also easily split the evil spirits into two, but the evil spirits could turn around and regroup. The injuries were not that serious. While the Cheng Tian sect master made a move, it was directly to let it go up in smoke. The means contained in this wave of the sleeve made people shudder, not to mention Ding Ziyu. I'm afraid that those grey-robed martial artists might not be able to see it. In the process of flying towards the sky luminous body, there were several evil spirits that were taken out by the sect master Cheng Tian, and later on, those evil spirits didn't dare to approach her, and as soon as they came out, they fled into the distance. When she flew close to that luminous body, no evil spirits even flew out again. This kind of aura was really so strong that it made the evil spirits tremble with fear. Can she wipe out that luminous body? Ding Ziyu pointed at the luminous body that looked like a portal, and a slight apprehension arose in his heart. Just as Ding Ziyu's words had fallen, he saw sect leader Cheng Tian suddenly reach out her hand and grabbed it towards that luminous body. At the moment she struck out, the void was in a constant state of oscillation, as if it had endured a great oppressive force. What kind of divine means is this? It's also too strong, isn't it? Although Ding Ziyu did not understand, he understood that the means that sect leader Cheng Tian had cast out was definitely not something that could be included in the scope of power. This should be the power of the rules. When I was in my heyday that day, I could only barely do it. It's impossible for me to be as easy and comfortable as her. The Eye of Truth also had to admire sect leader Cheng Tian's strength. Just as the two of them were talking, there was suddenly a soft bang in the sky, and that luminous body disappeared all of a sudden. Along with it, there was also the sect master Chung Tian who disappeared, as if she hadn't appeared in the sky at all. At this moment the spatial oscillations were like ripples in the water, gently rippling away, and after a few breaths they returned to normal. Where is sect master Chung Tian? He won't disappear along with him, right? Ding Ziyu was still a little worried. In case sect leader Chung Tian couldn't come back, wouldn't Daning City turn upside down? Impossible. For an expert of her level, it's impossible for a district's spatial rules to easily trap her. The Eye of Truth was confident. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the spatial ripples oscillated again, and sect leader Cheng Tian pierced out from the ripples, still with that immortal look, unable to see any abnormality. This strength, it's too strong. Ding Ziyu looked staggered, not even knowing how to describe it, feeling that his own strength compared to hers was really the difference between a glowing fire and a white moon. Sect leader Cheng Tian came out and swept the situation around him, realizing that there were still quite a few evil spirits fleeing into the distance, and that Street Gene had already killed a number of people. The evil spirits in the near distance were basically devoured by the monstrous Luo monkey. Those grey-robed martial artists killed only 2 or 3 heads of evil spirits, but one of them was tired and panting. Come over here, all of you, and join us in tracking down those escaping evil spirits. Sect Master Chung Tian swept over with a glance, speaking as if his voice was ringing in Ding Ziyu's ears. Ding Ziyu was tempted to say, "I'm not going," but didn't dare to say it out loud. This hustle and bustle really isn't something to see. Now it's their turn to contribute. There was no way around it. Ding Ziyu and his duo had to go over there. Fortunately, there were monstrous Luo monkey and sect leader Chung Tian. These experts were present. Without these experts escorting them, Ding Ziyu would not have gone over even if he was dead. The process of searching for evil spirits was not complicated to the point that this thing was extremely aggressive. Wherever they went, there would be non-stop screams, and usually, it only took 2 or 3 minutes for ordinary people to be killed by evil spirits. The resistance of martial artists was slightly stronger, but not much stronger. Only the experts after the martial saint could last for 10 minutes or so. If the Cheng Tian sect master came to the rescue at this time, there was still a chance to survive, but if it was too late, they would recognize their own bad luck. Ding Ziyu and the others quickly tracked up all the way and quickly locked onto a few targets. The sect master Cheng Tian remained cloudy and waved his hand, driving the evil spirits out of the victim's body and then easily giving it away. The monstrous monkey, on the other hand, forced the evil spirit out of the person with a scream and swallowed it. The process was also quite quick. After resolving the few evil spirits near them, they realized that the rest of the evil spirits had scattered and fled to different directions, and they would have to act separately. Sect leader Chung Tian pointed to a few grey-robed martial artists and told them to lead the monstrous Luo monkey all the way, while Ding Ziyu followed sect leader Chung Tian's left and right to help her out. At this moment in Daning City, several places were in chaos, and both ordinary people and martial artists were facing a serious threat from evil spirits. Initial estimates showed that the number of escaping evil spirits was at least 100 or more, and it was unknown how long it would take to wipe them out with just these 2 pursuers. Actually, you can also destroy some of the evil spirits, just at a relatively slower pace. Sect leader Cheng Tian suddenly opened his mouth and said to Ding Ziyu, "Me, senior isn't kidding, right? My strength is too far off." Ding Ziyu froze for a moment, feeling his scalp tingle a little. Sect leader Cheng Tian's intention of saying this was very obvious. This was to prepare him to face those evil spirits alone, knowing that none of the real eyes had made any proposals in this regard before. It was clear that they did not know what means Ding Ziyu had on him to restrain the evil spirits. It's not a matter of realm. Look at the monstrous Luo monkey. Its realm isn't high either, but it's very easy to deal with evil spirits. You've absorbed the power of the phaseless sacred bone, and with that alone, you'll be able to restrain the attacks of the evil spirit. You weren't far from the evil spirits before. Why didn't they come to attack you? It is because they felt instinctively threatened that they did not approach you. Chapter 119, there's also this benefit. Sect Master Cheng Tian's explanation made Ding Ziyu realize something. Previously, Ding Ziyu had actually found 2 evil spirits lunging towards their side, only to charge halfway and turn around and run away. Ding Ziyu thought that they hadn't sensed that he was over here, but it turned out that they had been scared off by the aura of the phaseless sacred bone. What's the point of me suffering and going to destroy those evil spirits? With Senior and the monstrous Luo monkey taking action, it's easily solved. Ding Ziyu still didn't want to move. He still felt a bit of a tingle in his head, and despite the fact that Lord Cheng Tian didn't think he was in any danger to the society of evil spirits, he still didn't want to go. Who wants to do something that doesn't pay off? Sect Master Cheng Tian swept a glance at Ding Ziyu and instantly understood what was going on in his mind. The evil spirit is a very peculiar creature. If you can absorb it, you will make great strides in terms of spiritual power, especially after practicing the spiritual mysteries. The power will multiply. Sect leader Chung Tian finally threw out a huge bait. The Eye of Truth had said before that the monstrous Luo monkey could help him improve his spiritual power, but Ding Zifang felt that it was really too noisy, screaming so much that his ears couldn't stand it. It only had to find a way to trick it out of the small Holy Land. Now the same opportunity comes again, only this time facing a more dangerous evil spirit. To do or not to do? She didn't lie to me, did she? Ding Ziyu inquired, always feeling that Sect Master Chung Tian would dig a hole for her own, and that she might have to suffer. At her level, she shouldn't be able to lie to you about such a small thing, but cultivating spiritual power, no matter what method you use, it won't be easy. The true I stopped speaking when it reached this point. The meaning of that was very obvious. Wanting to raise one's spiritual power without a bit of suffering was impossible. Ding Ziyu's strength was not weak, and was definitely superior amongst martial artists of the same rank. The strength of his physical body was also much stronger than that of an average martial artist, but in terms of mental strength, it could only be described as average. It didn't appear to be too outstanding, and if it wasn't for the help of the Pearl of Bright Enlightenment, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be considered average, it would only be mediocre. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, if he could utilize the power of the phaseless sacred bone to absorb a few evil spirits, perhaps he would also make great strides in terms of his spiritual power. Do or don't do as you please, see for yourself. Sect leader Cheng Tian spoke casually and quickly flew away, leaving Ding Ziyu in place, at a loss for words. Dangerous is dangerous. Do it. Ding Ziyu clenched his teeth and ended up charging forward with it. Cultivating martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. If you back down when things get tough, you'll never be a true master. In order not to overlap with the route that the sect master Cheng Tian was operating on, Ding Zi chose a relatively calm street. He believed that with so many evil spirits escaping, there would definitely be a few that would run this way. In hot pursuit, Ding Ziyu soon ran for several miles. Not long after, he saw a third-stage martial artist leaning against the wall and trembling non-stop. The look was just like having epilepsy. His body twitching and screaming non-stop. His body was convulsing and screaming miserably. He was also bleeding from 7 holes, and his appearance looked very miserable. Those people in the surroundings, seeing this person's appearance, no one dared to come closer over. One were desperately running away, trying to stay as far away from that martial artist as possible. By the time Ding Ziyu got close, the martial artist could no longer scream. Like rags, it slid down the wall. At the same time, a flash of black gas drilled out from within its body, quickly forming a giant gas head. The head appeared extremely hideous and gruesome, very ugly. When Ding Ziyu saw it, he took a step back for no reason, and his legs went a little weak. The head glanced over to Ding Ziyu's side and suddenly turned around, rushing towards the crowd further away at a very fast speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These evil spirits are really afraid of themselves. Ding Ziyu finally reacted and became a little more bold than before. If the evil spirits don't run inside my body, what methods do I use to destroy them? And how should I absorb the power of these evil spirits? Ding Ziyu had absolutely no corresponding method, only to seek advice from the Eye of Truth. Use your golden Zen finger secret technique. As long as you can restrain the evil spirits, just directly transport and absorb them. The Eye of Truth hurriedly gave Ding Ziyu an idea. In fact, the 2 secret arts that Ding Ziyu cultivated used the power of the Buddha's way, both of which were rooted in the power of the phaseless sacred bone. It was just that using the heaven-stopping stick was too consuming. Don't confiscate to clean up a few evil spirits, but instead tire yourself out. It's that simple? Ding Ziyu was a little disbelieving. How complicated can it be? If it was really complicated, Sect Master Cheng Tian wouldn't have let a rookie like you get involved. The Eye of Truth once again defied Ding Ziyu. Good, then let's try with this method. Ding Ziyu rushed forward again and realized that the evil spirit from before had killed another person. Its speed was really beyond his imagination. As the evil spirit rushed into the body of the third person again, Ding Ziyu finally arrived, pressing the screaming and convulsing person to the ground. Tap his brow with the golden Zen finger and the evil spirit will be traumatized. The Eye of Truth hurriedly commanded Ding Ziyu to do it. When Ding Ziyu pointed a finger and pressed it onto the man's brow, the man's head was like a watermelon, and a bloody hole was pressed out directly. What's going on? Isn't this killing for no reason? Ding Ziyu froze, originally thinking that he could still save this person, but he did not expect that it would be to hasten this person's death. What killing? When the evil spirit rushed into him, he was already dead. Whether you kill or not, the result will be the same. The realized explanation made Ding Ziyu feel better in his heart. Just then, the already dead man suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a burst of mournful roars. A black composed head burrowed out of his body and quickly shrunk back again. Ding Ziyu understood that the evil spirit must have been restrained by the power of the phaseless sacred bone. He didn't think much about it and immediately ran his gong method to absorb the power of the evil spirits. In the next moment, Ding Ziyu felt a cool power quickly enter his body, followed by rushing into his mind at the fastest speed possible. Well, it feels very comfortable. Well, it's not as uncomfortable as expected. Ding Zixiao was taken aback, originally thinking that absorbing the power of an evil spirit would surely be extremely painful, but it turned out not to be what he had imagined. However, just before Ding Ziyu could make a joyful sound, the evil spirit once again emerged ahead from the man's corpse, letting out an incomparably shrill hiss. Ding Ziyu's brain suddenly felt as if it had been slammed with a hammer, sending out intense pain. The roar of this evil spirit was actually much more lethal than that monstrous Luo monkey, if it wasn't for the fact that he had just absorbed a trace of cool power into his mind. I'm afraid that this hissing roar would be able to make Ding Ziyu pass out directly. Chapter 120, Encountering a Booze. In a fit of anger, Ding Ziyu slapped his hand at the head, only for the palm of his hand to pass through the gas and not do much. Don't care how it roars, try to absorb its power. The faster you absorb it, the less threat it will pose to you. The Eye of Truth hastily reminded Ding Ziyu. With the strength of his realm, trying to strike these evil spirits with physical attacks was simply impossible to do. Ding Ziyu quickly calmed down and ran his energy to absorb the power of the evil spirits. Even though his brain was buzzing, he gritted his teeth and was resolute, not daring to slack off in the slightest. A few minutes later, the evil spirit once again rushed out to hiss, but its power had dropped a lot. Ding Ziyu's mind had quickly recovered with the help of that cool intent. The pain from before had already been eliminated. After about 10 minutes or so, the aura of the evil spirit completely disappeared, and there was no longer any trace of coolness coming from it. Ding Ziyu understood that the evil spirit had mostly been killed by him. I didn't expect such a ferocious evil spirit to be taken out by Ding Ziyu in a haphazard manner. At this moment, Ding Ziyu felt that his mind had become much more flexible and was in a strangely good state. It was as if he had slept beautifully and then got up and washed his face in cold water. His mind was very clear and soothing. Is this the state of increased spiritual power? Ding Ziyu inquired evenly. He had never experienced anything like this before. One evil spirit gives you a limited boost, and more of it spills over. You have to work hard and try to take down a few more evil spirits. The Eye of Truth was most aware of Ding Ziyu's state. In the end, it was still that his realm was too low, and the benefits he could obtain were not much. If the realm was a bit higher, perhaps the benefits received would be even greater. Then what are you waiting for? Go go go. Ding Ziyu finally became much more interested. Since this evil spirit couldn't hurt him and could provide such a great benefit, he naturally wanted to finish off a few more heads. In order to speed up, Ding Ziyu simply rose up in the air and quickly rushed forward. He was afraid that if he was slow in doing so, he would be wiped out by Sect Master Cheng Tian and that dead monkey. With Ding Ziyu's efforts, another stronger evil spirit was soon discovered. It was only seen to have taken out a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial Dao, and it only took a short while to do so. When that evil spirit burrowed out of that martial artist's body, its head was actually a circle larger than it was originally. It turned its ugly face and stared at Ding Ziyu, and actually had no immediate thoughts of fleeing. What's going on here? Didn't I say that the evil spirit is afraid of the breath on my body? How come this evil spirit isn't afraid? Ding Ziyu hesitated slightly, staring at the gigantic head, unsure if he should rush up. Judging from its aura, it should be about to advance. It will most likely turn into an evil spirit king. Your realm is too low and the aura you emit may not be able to suppress it. Evil Spirit King? Am I meeting a booze here? Ding Ziyu was a little surprised and a little scared. In case this guy was too ferocious, he might just hand himself over. It shouldn't have completed its advancement. If it's really the Evil Spirit King, I'm afraid it will pounce. Charge up and finish it off, and you'll get greater benefits. The Eye of Truth egged Ding Ziyu on. He wouldn't have suffered anyway, and the suffering would only be Ding Ziyu's own. Ding Ziyu didn't think too much about it, and decisively charged forward, while at the same time, the golden Zen finger was offered up, and a finger was pointed at the head of the gigantic evil spirit. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to hit the evil spirit suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out an extremely high shrill whistle. This was more than double the intensity of the previous evil. Ding Ziyu felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world was its voice. His entire body trembled and he almost fainted. If it wasn't for the fact that he had absorbed an evil spirit earlier, I'm afraid that he would have fainted directly if he had encountered this guy right off the bat. Seeing that Ding Ziyu had resisted his attack, the face of that evil spirit actually produced a change in expression. Did it? It revealed a very surprised look. None of the evil spirits Ding Ziyu had seen before would have undergone a change in expression, and this one was indeed much more powerful. Not only did it not escape, it actually took the initiative to attack. The giant mouth opened and swallowed Ding Ziyu instead. In an instant, Ding Zi felt his eyes darken as all sorts of visions were frequently born. If one's willpower was a little weaker, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to block the attacks of the visions. Break it for me! Ding Ziyu roared with vigor. while at the same time strongly exercising his gong method to absorb the power of the evil spirits. At once, a clear stream much stronger than before entered his body, and his head, which was originally in immense raw pain, became much lighter all of a sudden. Regardless of whether you're the evil spirit king or not, you're going to be the sustenance for the growth of the old one. Ding Ziyu's confidence increased and he absorbed it with more buying power. However, right at this moment, Ding Ziyu felt himself being pushed out directly by a powerful force, and the coolness disappeared. When he looked again, Ding Ziyu realized that the evil spirit had actually spat him out. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to make his next reaction, the guy decisively escaped with astonishing speed. Want to run away? No way! Ding Zi hurriedly chased after him. Such a good feeder. How could he let it go? Isn't that a waste of food? Fortunately, Ding Ziyu's speed wasn't too slow. If he had been a little slower, there was a real possibility that this evil spirit would have escaped. The evil spirit escaped 2 or 3 miles away at once, and seeing that it could not escape, it actually burrowed into the body of one person at once. This time the man actually didn't let out a scream, but instead acted like a normal person without any changes. It can still operate like that? How come the evil spirit hiding in his body didn't produce a reaction? Ding Ziyu looked at the man, wondering that he had encountered a new situation. It didn't devour the other party, it just temporarily hid in the other party's body, so it naturally didn't react. This was how the Eye of Truth explained it, but whether it was correct or not was anyone's guess. After all, the one person who really knew about evil spirits was Lord Cheng Tian, and the true I knew very little about the stuff. So what should I do? You can't kill that person again, can you? Ding Ziyu was a little embarrassed. If the evil spirit directly devoured this person, he was going to die anyway, and Ding Ziyu had no heart to strike at him. But this man was alive and well. Would it be too much for him to rush up and kill him? Let's discuss it with him. This person is also a martial artist. Only his segment is too low. The Eyes of Truth found that this person's realm was only the 3rd stage of a martial artist, and had not bothered to test it. Brother, you're possessed by an evil spirit. Can't you feel it? Ding Zi dashed to the martial artist and asked in a deep voice. In fact, there was no need to say this. When the evil spirit rushed over before, he was frightened. He just did not expect that after the evil spirit entered his body, it actually did not howl like others, but instead rooted like nothing. Dude, how do I get this? I'm scared too. That guy was really scared. He'd seen how evil spirits killed people. Chapter 121, Putting Yourself at Risk. Stand still and let me examine you. Ding Ziyu reached his hand over and gently pressed it on this person's body. Then he immediately operated his gong method, penetrating the power of the phaseless sacred bone into his body. I'm not moving. Not moving. The man was freaking out. Ding Ziyu immediately reached out and pressed his hand on top of his shoulder, moving his functions to penetrate into this person's body, wanting to force that evil spirit out. However, the moment Ding Ziyu pressed the button, the evil spirit suddenly rushed out from the other party's body and rushed towards Ding Ziyu's body at the first opportunity. Ding Ziyu's body trembled, and he instantly felt something extra in his mind. This evil spirit actually jumped over the wall in a hurry and ran into Ri's body. Isn't this a death sentence? The Eye of Truth laughed. Not to mention the fact that Ding Ziyu possessed the power of the phaseless sacred bone, which inherently suppressed the evil spirit. Even if this evil spirit was quite a bit stronger, it could not easily resist the power of the phaseless holy bone. It wants to take a mutually defeating approach, and there is no way it can do that. Not to mention that after the evil spirit entered Ding Ziyu's body, the spiritual power of the Eye of Truth could also play a role in suppressing it. Ding Ziyu hadn't even had the chance to invoke the power of the phaseless sacred bone before the evil spirit was trapped by the Eye of Truth. Hurry up and mobilize your holy power to absorb this guy. This is a complete evil spirit. Your kid has earned a lot. The Eye of Truth spoke with some excitement. Before, when he absorbed it outside of his body, too much of it had spilled over. Now that the evil spirit had entered Ding Ziyu's mind directly, even if the overflow occurred during the absorption process, it would still be trapped by the Eye of Truth. Then not a single piece of it would be absorbed by Ding Ziyu. Now, Ding Ziyu simply sat down in place and focused on the evil spirit. The evil spirit, who had thought that it would put up a fight to the death, suddenly realized that it was a complete giveaway when it entered Ding Ziyu's body. It simply could not have imagined that an even more powerful spiritual body lived in Ding Ziyu's nerve center. Now that its most skillful means were restricted, coupled with the fact that it was itself restrained by the phaseless saint force, even trying to resist became so pale and powerless. No matter how much the evil spirit struggled and roared, it had no effect. The Eye of Truth suppressed it to death by virtue of its own power, unable to hurt Ding Ziyu in the slightest. Its strength, however, was being rapidly drained away by Ding Ziyu, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Ugh, how cool would it be to be able to use tactics like this all the time? There's simply no pressure at all. Ding Ziyu was so refreshed that all the destructive power was allowed to be blocked by the Eye of Truth for him. Hey, "You kid, move slower." I realized that I can also absorb part of it. The Eye of Truth also got excited. He himself was a spiritual body, but being attached to Ding Ziyu's body, it was very difficult for him to become stronger. It could only recover little by little as Ding Ziyu improved. However, he realized that this evil spirit that entered Ding Ziyu's body, its power could actually be absorbed by himself. In other words, these evil spirits could help him slowly recover his spiritual power. How can you let such a good thing go? You have to get involved. You have to get a piece of the pie. You can absorb it too? Really? Ding Ziyu decisively slowed down the speed of his absorption. The Eye of Truth was too helpful to him, and aside from the little Holy Land, this was his greatest dependence. The stronger the Eye of Truth is, the faster he grows. The two of them divided it up, and in the end, 60% of the evil spirit's power was absorbed by Ding Ziyu, while the remaining 40% became the nourishment for the Eye of Truth. Ding Ziyu felt his spiritual power increase by leaps and bounds, more than doubling the range it covered. At the same time, his perception of many things had also become much sharper. How much spiritual power have you recovered? Ding Ziyu hurriedly sought out the Eye of Truth. He himself had gotten such a great benefit, so it was only right that he wouldn't get less. Around 1 in 1,000. The realized reply surprised Ding Ziyu a little. Such a strong evil spirit, 40% of its power only restored 1,000th of the realized spiritual power. In its heyday, how strong was this guy? Hurry up and see if you can catch more evil spirits. The Eye of Truth's interest increased greatly. It would be great if the evil spirits could be forced into Ding Ziyu's body. Ding Ziyu searched diligently. There were quite a few escaped evil spirits, and it wasn't not difficult to find them. What was difficult was how to force them into his body. The evil spirits that did not have the guts to be weak basically ran away when they saw Ding Ziyu. The strong ones would fight it off a bit, and whether or not they dared to rush into Ding Ziyu's body to fight to the death was completely dependent on luck. Ding Ziyu chased and killed 3 evil spirits in a row. Basically all of them were absorbed outside of the body, and none of them dared to rush into Ding Ziyu's body. This made the Eye of Truth a little regretful. The same good thing could not happen every time. After running for a while and encountering relatively weak evil spirits, Ding Ziyu decided to change direction and chase after sect leader Chung Tian in the direction of sect leader Chung Tian. With sect leader Chung Tian's strength, he could definitely easily sense those powerful evil spirits. The weak ones basically let their men clean them up, or let that monkey devour them. Ding Ziyu changed his route and quickly found sect leader Chung Tian. Seeing Ding Ziyu come over, sect master Chung Tian just casually swept a glance at it. Good harvest. Ready to get some more powerful evil spirits? Elder's eyes are as discerning as a torch. Ding Ziyu gave a small pat on the back. There is an evil spirit right in front of us. It is estimated that it has already advanced. Sect leader Chung Tian pointed to the distance. The head of that evil spirit was at least as big as 20 meters, and it looked extremely horrifying. Charge over. This guy is most likely the evil spirit king now. Instead, the Eye of Truth was more excited than Ding Ziyu, not looking scared at all. This fellow is also too strong for fear. What if he can't be suppressed? Ding Ziyu still had some worries. He was not a little cutie. The power of the phaseless sacred bone was not omnipotent either. It was easy to suppress relatively weak evil spirits, but against the evil spirit king, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple. There is my help. The two of us join hands together. What are you afraid of? Really can't. Is not there still Chung Tian sect master in the side well? Good will not see death to save it? The Eye of Truth analyzed it with certainty. Although Ding Ziyu also somewhat believed in this saying, but if he really encountered a life and death crisis, whether or not sect leader Chung Tian would save him, he did not have the slightest idea in his heart. Riches and riches, charge. Ding Ziyu didn't bother to think about it. Sometimes opportunities lost are not easy to reappear. In a flash, Ding Ziyu rushed up with determination. This kid, he really isn't afraid of death. Sect leader Chung Tian couldn't help but say, over there. Ding Ziyu directly rushed towards the evil spirit, using his own body as a means of offense and crashing through. The evil spirit only hesitated for a moment before rushing into Ding Ziyu's body without hesitation. Chapter 122, The Giant Eye Demon Race. The most common means of attack used by evil spirits is to invade a person's nerve center and destroy their spiritual will, commonly known as the so-called soul. This evil spirit king employed the same tactic, only that it had just rushed into Ding Ziyu's mind when the Eye of Truth immediately took the initiative and surrounded it. However, this time, the Eye of Truth was somewhat underestimating the strength of the evil spirit king, and he realized that with his own strength, he actually could not suppress this evil spirit king, and the other party had an impact that almost rushed out of his package. Hurry up and come extract its power. I kind of can't overpower this evil spirit king. The Eye of Truth was a little panicked. If this evil spirit king got out of its trap, it would probably cause considerable damage to Ding Ziyu. In the end, the power of the phaseless sacred bone wasn't omnipotent, and when the evil spirit king was strong to a certain extent, the attack power would be greatly increased. Once it gets out of control, the consequences are very serious. Only if Ding Ziyu quickly absorbed his opponent's power would the Eye of Truth have a chance to successfully suppress the evil spirit king and create an opportunity for Ding Ziyu. You can't even suppress it? Ding Ziyu was taken aback. He knew how ferocious this evil spirit king was, or else Sect Master Chung Tian wouldn't have advised him to be careful. Ding Ziyu hurriedly concentrated his mind and fully operated his internal gong methods, working together with the Eye of Truth to speed up the absorption of the evil spirit king. However, the speed of Ding Ziyu's absorption did not have an immediate effect relative to the massive evil spirit king. Adding the Eye of Truth didn't even work. After all, the Eye of Truth was also in the process of recovering, and was far from being as powerful as it was imagined to be. The evil spirit king was still struggling with all his might under the wrapping of the Eye of Truth, roaring in rage. The sound of this roar alone made Ding Ziyu's brain ache and was quite unbearable. Several times running the gong method was interrupted by it. Damn it, this evil spirit king is too fierce. I can't suppress it anymore. The Eye of Truth became nervous. Now he is alive with Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu has a problem, he will also have to follow the bad luck. Quickly ask Sect Master Chung Tian to help us suppress this evil spirit king. The Eye of Truth did its best and still sensed that the evil spirit king would break free at any moment. In this situation, he no longer cared if he would reveal his existence. Surviving is the key. Elder Cheng Tian, help! Ding Ziyu drew out his entire body and yelled. The Sect Master Cheng Tian, who was originally thinking about the distance, suddenly turned around and looked over when he heard Ding Ziyu shout, I told you not to mess around, but you didn't listen. Is the evil spirit king that easy to deal with? The moment the Sect Master Cheng Tian spoke, his person had already arrived at Ding Ziyu's side. Only a hand slowly reached out and pressed on Ding Ziyu's head. I didn't realize that you actually had a spirit like this in your body. It's a bit interesting. Sect leader Chung Tian instantly discovered the existence of the Eye of Truth. Previously, she had guessed that there was some sort of spiritual body present within Ding Ziyu's body, but had not been too concerned about it. After all, the world was a strange place, and such a situation was not an exception. For a martial artist of her level, she was not surprised. It was just that the Eye of Truth within Ding Ziyu's body was comparatively much more special, and was considered a rarely seen spiritual body. After the power of Sect Master Chung Tian entered Ding Ziyu's body, it instantly suppressed the evil spirit king. This time, both the Eye of Truth and Ding Ziyu endeavored to absorb it quickly. After a few points, the evil spirit king finally lost its power to resist and was successfully suppressed by the Eye of Truth. The spiritual power of the two followed suit and rapidly increased, so they didn't have to worry about being revolted by the evil spirit king. Sect leader Chung Tian withdrew his hand and sized up Ding Ziyu with interest. Come find me when you're done absorbing in a while. There's something to talk to you about. Sect leader Chung Tian finished speaking and once again quickly went far away. There were still evil spirits at work, and she had to hurry to save them. This time, it took Ding Ziyu and the Eye of Truth nearly half an hour to disintegrate all of this evil spirit king. Ding Ziyu felt that his spiritual power had already swelled to a limit, and that he would no longer be able to absorb more evil spirit power if the realm did not raise its length. The Eye of Truth was even more excited. I recovered 0.005% this time. The evil spirit king is really giving it a go. Come on, if it weren't for Senior Cheng Tian here, it wouldn't be a giveaway, it would be a death sentence. Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. All along, the true eye had been a very reliable existence. I didn't realize that I almost miscalculated this time. A little small mistake. I thought it was just slightly stronger than that half-step evil spirit king. I didn't expect it to be that much stronger. The Eye of Truth also admitted that it had made a mistake. When he first saw the evil spirit, he knew that it was quite dangerous. Yet he also became greedy when he learned that the evil spirit could help him recover. By the way, Sect leader Chung Tian must have found out about you. She asked me to go over to her. Are you afraid of her dealing with you? Ding Ziyu asked with some worry. This was indeed a very real problem. With the strength of the Sect Master Chung Tian, it was simply not too easy to clean up the current Eye of Truth. I don't think so. Someone else is a former senior. She shouldn't be able to take a shot at me. Besides, I didn't offend her. Although the Eye of Truth said that it wasn't afraid on its lips, it was still a bit weak when it spoke the words. Who didn't have a little pressure when facing such a powerful higher power? The Eye of Truth had said before that even in his heyday, he was no match for Sect leader Chung Tian. Not to mention that he was only a spirit body now. His strength was 1 in 100, so there was no comparison at all. By the way, Sect Master Cheng Tian said that you are a spirit body, but when I first saw you, it was clearly like a solid body. Ding Ziyu thought of the blind box that he had opened for the first time, a huge eyeball inside. His heart was quite shocked. The point was that such a large eyeball had actually burrowed into his body at once, and there was no problem at all. Hey, that's just the form I'm presenting to you, so it doesn't seem very much more powerful. Essentially, I am indeed just a spirit body. The Eye of Truth was no longer good at fooling Ding Ziyu. So what do you look like ontologically? What kind of creature has eyes that big? Ding Ziyu also became curious. I had never asked about the real eye in detail before, but now that the opportunity had come, of course I had to figure it out. My main body is a giant eyeball, and in addition to the spiritual attacks, there are also 8 tentacles, all of which extend out from the eyeball. The Eye of Truth manifested a likeness, and Ding Ziyu instantly understood. His main body looked only slightly different from the eyeball he had first seen. My name is just Real Eye, but others like to call our race, the Giant Eye Demon race. The Eye of Truth was silent for a while before finally telling Ding Ziyu his identity. Giant Eye Demons? It sounds like a very bad kind of race at first listen. Ding Ziyu shivered for no reason. Chapter 123, New Changes to Come. There was a devil living in his body. Who wouldn't panic in his heart? In case this guy had any bad intentions, wouldn't it easily take his own little life? With Ding Ziyu's strength, it was really too difficult to suppress the Eye of Truth. Alas, who can tell the difference between good and bad? There are times when good people do bad things, and bad people also do good things at moments. Our Giant Eye clan is actually a very distinctive race and has some special value. That's why it has attracted the covetousness of certain characters. These people tried their best to hunt our clan, but in the end, because of their lack of strength, many of them were killed in return instead. After some people escaped, they began to claim to the outside world that our Giant Eye clan was very ferocious, and it was slowly changed to the Giant Eye Demon clan. In order to deter the mischievous intentions of those curmudgeons, we have acquiesced to this change. The addition of the word devil will at least make several people fearful and not dare to hunt us easily. The Eye of Truth explained in a million different ways. He was now 2 sides of the same coin with Ding Ziyu, and was dominated by Ding Ziyu. If there was really a disconnect between the two, who knew what problems would arise in the future? Were you hunted off? In the end, only the spirit body remains? Ding Ziyu could also imagine that the role of the Giant Eye Demon clan was certainly not small. It was with the help of the Eye of Truth that Ding Ziyu had received, which had rapidly increased his strength to reach his current height. Ever since he had bonded with the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Truth had always been helping him, and this was something that Ding Ziyu knew very well, regardless of whether it was the Giant Eye clan or the Giant Eye Demon clan. At least the Eye of Truth was indeed genuinely kind to himself. Alas, the general situation is more or less the same. Our enemies are too many and too powerful. It's not something you should know about right now. The Eye of Truth sighed, thinking that he might face difficulties from the sect master Chung Tian. His gave birth to a little worry and uncertainty. In front of absolute strength, any more rhetoric was useless. It's all about the punch. After the Eye of Truth communicated with Ding Ziyu for a while, Ding Ziyu then went to find sect master Chung Tian. No matter what, she had saved her life again, and she had relied on her help a second time to survive peacefully. By the time Ding Ziyu found the sect leader Chung Tian again, the evil spirits that had escaped had basically all been taken out by her. There might still be some small caramels hiding in a corner somewhere, but they were no longer enough to cause any problems. As long as the monstrous Luo monkey came out for a spin at any time, they could be easily eliminated. In this incident, Daning City had lost a considerable amount of population. At least almost tens of thousands of people had died under the evil spirits' attack. If it wasn't for the Chang Tian sect coming out in time to stop them, these evil spirits could even turn the entire Daning City into a dead city. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Sect Master Chang Tian casually asked when he saw Ding Ziyu coming over. Is it because of the Giant Eye Demon race? Ding Ziyu guessed that originally. Sect Master Chung Tian had approached him before and wanted to accept him as a registered disciple, only to be rejected by Ding Ziyu. The Giant Eye Demon clan is only a minor issue, and since he recognizes you, he won't harm you easily. The reason I'm looking for you is to want you to know that a new round of changes will take place in the living environment of Blue Star. You are a man of little fortune. If you grasp it well, perhaps this is an opportunity for you. If you don't grasp it well, you'll get killed all the same. Sect Master Chung Tian's words surprised Ding Ziyu. Originally, he thought that she was looking for him to remind him of the Giant Eye Demon race, but he did not expect that there was something more serious. Indeed, in the beginning, the blue planet changed drastically, and began to drop blind boxes from the sky, opening up all sorts of things. It is also true that it changed the living environment of the human beings of the blue planet, as well as their way of life. But overall, the blind box was still manageable and didn't open up anything too counterintuitive. At least it still leaves some room for humans to survive. Although the number of blind boxes was high, there were not many things that could endanger humans on a large scale. However, in recent days, Ding Ziyu realized that there were more and more ferocious things opening in the blind boxes. There were also more and more strange blind boxes, and it was obvious that it was getting a bit out of control. Sect Master Cheng Tian wanted to accept him as a record as a disciple before. It is estimated that she also saw the chi luck type of thing from Ding Ziyu. Otherwise, with her strength, would she have put Ding Ziyu in her eyes? Senior, can you speak more carefully? Ding Ziyu's heart was a little hairy. The unknown did carry a great risk. His luck was good, but if he really wanted to talk about luck, Ding Ziyu thought that Gao Xinyu's luck was better. Of course Long Xiaoye was not bad either. Otherwise she could not have been easily recognized by the green bird. It's hard to say, and I can't go into details. Just be more careful yourself. After finishing his speech, sect leader Cheng Tian turned around and drifted away. Ding Ziyu had the intention to catch up, but the speed difference between the two was too much to catch up. Besides, there was nothing he could do if the other party didn't say anything. According to what she said, the survival environment of Blue Star will become harder in the future, but it's also more challenging, so it might be your chance to rise. Real I was relatively optimistic. His spiritual body had recovered somewhat, and the ability of the true I had become stronger. No matter what, for the blind box, Ding Ziyu still had a great advantage over others. Forget it, don't think about it so much. The ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Ding Ziyu didn't want to waste more of his brain either. It wasn't like survival had become more treacherous anyway, and it wasn't aimed at him alone. Who could really live comfortably these days? At least he still had the existence of the small Holy Land in his hands, and if necessary, he could hide in the small Holy Land and perhaps live some peaceful days. After tossing and turning for so long, it was getting dark. Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked the boundary pearl to release Gao Xinu. It was getting closer and closer to the time when she would pray for the blind box. One could not miss the best time. How's it going? Have all those evil spirits been resolved? Gao Xinu came out and hurriedly asked Ding Ziyu. She was worried that while she was praying, an evil spirit would suddenly run out, and that would be a really deadly contraption. Don't worry, I guess even if there is one, they won't dare to run out easily. Let's hurry up and find a place to have a good rest. Ding Ziyu said. Why don't we go to the Spirit Lake? There shouldn't be too many people over there. Gao Xinu proposed. In fact, under the ravages of the evil spirits, not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists, at this time also basically hide their own homes, do not dare to run around at any time. There were now a lot fewer martial artists who still dared to move around the Spirit Lake, and the number of spirit fish in the Spirit Lake had drastically decreased, so martial artists with insufficient strength basically had little chance of catching them. Those forces also no longer draw a range around the lake. Whoever likes to go. Anyway, the chance of obtaining the spirit fish is also extremely slim. Who is still willing to go over there to waste time? When Ding Ziyu and his duo arrived at the edge of the Spirit Lake, they really found that all around them were quiet and peaceful. Chapter 124, The Order of Removal. Time flew by and soon midnight was upon us. Tonight's sky was not very good. The sky was gray and cloudy. Not even the moon could penetrate down. This made Ding Ziyu a little worried. After all, every time Gao Xinu prayed, there would always be some moths. In case something unpredictable appeared, it wasn't so good to cope with. Ding Ziyu released both the cold ice giant tiger and the savage dragon. These two were actually very strong, and as long as they didn't run around, they could still serve as good guards. While the cold ice giant tiger had no problems and was more than willing to follow Ding Ziyu's commands, the barbarian dragon was a stubborn breed that often disobeyed orders. Both of you give me some spirit, and reward you with a spirit fish each if you guard well. Ding Ziyu was the carrot and stick. Regardless of whether it was the cold ice giant tiger or the barbarian dragon, both had a great interest in spirit fish. Ding Ziyu threw out this bait, not fearing that the savage dragon would not be honest. Hearing Ding Ziyu say this, the savage dragon decisively realized that these sounds of stern roars, which were trying to scare away everything in the surroundings. Ding Ziyu glared at the barbarian dragon for a few moments. Wouldn't it be easier to lure the strong over by doing this even though it drove away those relatively weak martial artists and animals? It was a good thing that all the forces in Daning City were now selling him a few points of face. Savage Dragon was also strong enough to ensure their safety without much problem. Alright, all be quiet. Ding Ziyu chided the Savage Dragon a few times. On the other side, Gao Xinyu had already adjusted herself, and she was praying with her piety pulling full weight, her attitude truly unmatched. As 0:00 a.m. approached, Gao Xinyu began to pray in earnest. In the process, Ding Ziyu noticed that the gray mist in the surrounding area had all accelerated its tumbling speed. The commotion she had made was really a lot bigger than normal. At least when Ding Ziyu prayed himself, there wasn't such a big reaction. After a few minutes, the fog overhead actually showed signs of dispersing, and the pale moon cut through the fog and dispersed from the sky, while the rest of the perimeter remained gray. This is too amazing, isn't it? Could it be that she really is God's illegitimate daughter? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but spit in his heart. It can't be helped. Some people are just born with better luck than others and are easily favored by the heavens. The Eye of Truth also agreed with Ding Ziyu. Underworld. Everyone's luck is not the same. Some people go through a lot of trouble, no matter how hard they try, but also get bad results. But some people, without any effort, get something that others can't get even after a lifetime of struggle. In materialistic terms, this is fate. You have to have what you want when you want it, and you can't force yourself to have what you don't want when you don't want it. After the clouds opened, not only moonlight but also wisps of blue energy spilled down. This had almost become a standard for Gao Xinyu, and ever since she had awakened her power, almost every time she prayed, she would be rewarded with this. In Ding Ziyu's spiteful words, the gods over this, while Gao Xinyu prayed, those blue abilities quickly entered her body, and before long, her realm had once again risen, easily coming to the 6th stage of Martial Saint, and it was still in the process of continuing to rise. She should know that she had tried to break through the 6th stage of the Martial Saint before and had gone through a lot of trouble. She had eaten quite a few spirit fishes without achieving her goal. Now that she had rushed through with ease, looking at Ding Ziyu, she was a little envious and jealous. The blue ability lasted for about 10 minutes, and Gao Xinyu's realm broke through to the 7th stage of Martial Saint all of a sudden before it stopped. In terms of realm, it was higher than even Ding Ziyu. With the strange properties of the blue energy, Ding Zizi wasn't even necessarily her match anymore. Just then, a box that was bright and dark floated down in the sky. Ding Ziyu had never seen such a blind box before. It was hard to tell what color it was. Sometimes it looked like it was transparent, but one could not see what was inside. How come I can't see through this blind box? Can you see through it? Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked the Eye of Truth. Ding Ziyu's ability came from the Eyes of Truth, and normally speaking, a normal blind box would be able to see one by itself even without his help. I didn't expect it to fail this time. There's a black plaque inside. We'll know exactly what it is when she opens it. After the real eye's strength was restored, its insight had indeed become much stronger. Black sign? Ding Ziyu concentrated his mental power and looked towards the blind box once again. When it turned from dark to light, Ding Ziyu could indeed see a rough outline, but nothing else could be seen. The blind box eventually fell to Gao Xinyu's side, still bright and dark. The shape of the blind box was not too peculiar, similar to an ordinary gift box. Quickly open it and see what's inside, Ding Ziyu urged. Anyway, Gao Xinyu's prayers were over, and all that blue energy entered her body. Gao Xinyu could not help but smile bashfully when she saw Ding Ziyu's monkeyish appearance. Only then did she reach out and touch the blind box. As her hand touched it, the blind box transformed into a gray light that dispersed away, and a black plaque appeared in Gao Xinyu's hand. The sign was black in color, and it was unknown what material it was made of. The length was something like 10 centimeters, and the width was 5 centimeters. It could easily be held in one's hand. This thing is called a shift order. Using it can shift the user to any coordinates within 10,000 kilometers. Gao Xinyu sensed for a while and immediately reported the black sign's function. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really what you need. With this order of appropriation, won't you be able to run around the globe at will in the future? Ding Ziyu was truly a little envious of Gao Xinyu's Euromon-like chi. Knowing that she was going back to City High in the north, the heavens had sent the order of diversion. If she were to walk from this wilderness, even with her current strength, she might not be able to safely go that far. You can't just run around either. You have to have the appropriate coordinates. Gao Xinyu smiled. This thing was indeed very practical for her. Even the blind box authority may not be able to come up with something like that. In order to satisfy Ding Ziyu's curiosity, Gao Xinu put the nomination order into his hand. It was just that when this thing was in Ding Ziyu's hand, it did not react half-heartedly and could not be seen what it was at all. It was black, and if Gao Xinyu hadn't explained it, I'm afraid he would have thrown it away with his hand. This thing was or is exclusively belonging to Gao Xinyu, and it's depressing when other people can't use it even if they take it. Ding Ziyu tried a few times and returned it to Gao Xinu with very little energy. When are you going to go back? Ding Ziyu asked. During the trip to Daning City, Gao Xinyu had already gotten everything she wanted. There wasn't much need to stay in Daning City anymore. Now, well, why don't we go back tomorrow? Gao Xinyu leaped forward and said. Chapter 125, Returning to Ding Yuan City. Gao Xinyu was indeed a bit anxious to return, and after obtaining this transfer token, it was already very easy for her to go back. It was only to take care of Ding Ziyu's emotions that she proposed the idea of postponing it until tomorrow. Actually, it doesn't make any difference whether it's now or tomorrow. If you really want to go back, now is also perfectly fine. Ding Ziyu also understood her mood. In his own place, he probably also very much wished to go back earlier. Really? Gao Xinyu was instantly excited. She indeed very much wished to return to that city she was very familiar with right now. Ding Ziyu nodded. Can this shifting token only take other people with it? I don't know if I can take others yet. I'll sense it carefully. Gao Xinyu couldn't really answer this question from Ding Ziyu. She picked up the appropriation order and carefully sensed it for a while. and her related expression became a little depressed. Obviously, this shifting order could only be used by herself alone, and no one else could use it. Ding Ziyu didn't need to. He already understood by looking at her expression. It doesn't matter if I can't bring it. I can actually enter within the small Holy Land. Just bring the lower boundary bead with you. Ding Ziyu quickly came up with this solution. Honestly, it felt like this transfer order wasn't as good as the teleportation scroll that I had gotten earlier. I just don't know how different the teleportation distance is between the two. There was also the fact that teleportation scrolls were disposable, while this movement order could mostly be reused. From this point of view, the order of transfer was still much more useful. This shouldn't be a problem. You hurry up and put the savage dragon and the ice-cold giant tiger away in the little Holy Land. We'll go back soon. Gao Xinyu must have another solution and was instantly much happier. Ding Ziyu quickly took the two giant beasts into the small sacred ground and followed suit himself. Then a thumb-sized bead landed in Gao Xinyu's hand. She picked it up and looked at it carefully before solemnly putting it away. Gao Xinyu held the nomination order in her hands, inking a string of strange mnemonics in her mind before injecting the blue energy in her body into it. When that blue energy entered the black token, the originally pitch-black token suddenly glowed with a burst of light, just like that blind box, becoming bright and dark. When the blue energy that Gao Xinyu had input into his body reached about 3/4 of it, the space centered on the black token became trembling all of a sudden, and then a vortex slightly larger than a faceplate formed at an extremely fast speed. Gao Xinyu's body was instantly wrapped in the black mist and then entered the vortex at once. Her brain also developed a strong sense of vertigo at this moment. By the time she came to her senses, she had already appeared in a very old shack. Gao Xinyu patted her head, and seeing everything in front of her, an incomparable sense of affection was born. Unexpectedly this time directly back to the place where she lived as a child. Although everything here seems to be very shabby, dusty everywhere, and many traces of no one living here, but Gao Xinyu still felt that everything in front of her brought her a very pleasant mood. This was the place she had thought of the moment she had used the order of transfer. She didn't expect to actually come back to this place, now that the order of transfer was still in her hands, as if nothing had happened. It was indeed quite amazing. Gao Xinyu carefully looked through it and countered that the black token actually had an extra number. 9. What does this number mean? Gao Xinyu took a closer look, somewhat not quite understanding. In the end, she could only carefully store the diversion token away. This thing is really useful and can even save your life when it matters. When Gao Xinyu was about to take the boundary bead out, he realized that the boundary bead had automatically disappeared. It couldn't have been lost during the teleportation, could it? What can we do about this? Gao Xinyu instantly became anxious. If it had fallen somewhere else, it wouldn't have caused much of an impact. But if it had fallen during the teleportation process, hell knows where to look for it. Luckily, Gao Xinyu's worry was obviously superfluous. Just as she was in a state of confusion, a small portal appeared in the space, and Ding Ziyu quickly stepped out of it. After you finished teleporting, the boundary bead automatically came back. Ding Ziyu explained that this realm bead was indeed very spiritual. This is the most remote slum area in Dingyuan City, and it's also where I lived as a child. It's very shabby. Gao Xinyu pointed at everything in front of her. In fact, Ding Ziyu was no stranger to this place, as he had seen this place in Gao Xinyu's illusion and had even seen her relatives. It's fine, the place I grew up living in isn't any better than you. Ding Ziyu comforted Gao Xinyu. It's good enough to survive such a chaotic world. Ding Ziyu released his spirit out and sensed the surroundings. This place was indeed very dilapidated, and not a single person actually existed within a few hundred meters. It's obvious that this is now a place where even the poor don't want to live, and it belongs to the outcasts. Perhaps we can organize this place a bit, so that all future transmissions will land here instead, and it will be safer. Ding Ziyu came up with an idea. Good. Gao Xinyu immediately agreed to Ding Ziyu's proposal. Since no one came to disturb here, it was naturally very safe to teleport back every time. After all, every time he teleported, Gao Xinu would develop a feeling of vertigo, so if he didn't have a safe place and was attacked just after coming back, it would really be very dangerous. The two of them did what they said they would do, and immediately began to clean up. Not really a large shed. It did not take long to pack out. What the hell happened here? How come there's not even a single person left? Ding Zi asked curiously. Daning City also had such slums. No matter how it developed, there would always be some poor people living here. After all, it was easier to live in these places where the cost of living was lower and it was easier to live. I don't know. When I left, there were still people living here. Gao Xinyu was also at a loss. She'd moved out of here some years ago, and then it took a few twists and turns before she joined the old monarchs, and basically lived in their territory. After that, he went to Daning City and stayed there for more than 2 years. What happened in the shantytowns during this period is really nothing. Let's go out for a walk and see if we can find that very delicious noodle shop from back then. Gao Xinu had a deep memory of this noodle shop. often passing by from where she was when she was a child, but had no money. Only occasionally on her birthday did she have the chance to go for a bowl of noodles. In her memory, there had been rare earthly delicacies. Chapter 126, New Rules. When Gao Xianyu let Ding Ziyu out of the shed, he found that all around was dead silence, not to mention any noodle shop, even so clean that not even a single mouse was found. Something must have gone seriously wrong here, otherwise it couldn't have become what it is now, Gao Xianyu said with great certainty, only no one could answer her why, and perhaps the answer would only be known once she returned to the Laojun Society. Let's go back to the old monarch society first. Gao Xianyu also didn't want to continue staying here, in case she encountered any trouble that she couldn't cope with. Wouldn't it be the same as committing suicide? The two of them rose into the air and quickly flew off into the distance. After flying for a few minutes, they realized that outside the shantytown, an extremely high fence had actually been built, blocking the area to death. Gao Xianyu casually looked around and didn't make much of a stop. After crossing this area, the streets began to become more spacious, and finally there was light coming from both sides of the road, with a distinct smell of smoke and fire. Even though it was already midnight, there were still a handful of people walking on the street, and it was not known whether these people could not sleep or were really homeless. Look at their aimless appearance. Their eyes are endless color of indifference. When these people saw Ding Ziyu and his duo, they couldn't help but surround them, each with an unsuspecting look. If it wasn't for the two of them immediately releasing their powerful aura of martial saints, I'm afraid that they might have really gotten into some not-so-small trouble. How come it feels like Ding Yuan City is a bit more chaotic than Daning City? This was Ding Ziyu's first feeling. Although Daning City was also a man-eating society, it was always not so unscrupulous. There was still a basic sense of reverence. It can't be helped. Tingyuan City can do without the Changtian sect leader. The blind box authority is the real master here. For the common people, they don't really pay much attention to them. Gao Xianyu broke the secret with a single word. It seemed that sect leader Chang Tian was still relatively benevolent, and she also frequently moved around in Daning City, influencing the blind box authority, as well as the other forces to a certain extent. At least on the surface, it was still necessary to restrain the men from doing those sneaky things. The two had a sentence of conversation, and soon came to a manor-like complex. The lights here were not as bright, but even more so, the various plants were very lush, but there were also some lights coming through the forest. Flying is not allowed here. You can only walk in. Gao Xianyu pointed to the gate in front. Even though it was already early in the morning, it was still guarded and very strict. Gao Xianyu walked over, and the caretaker poked his head out to take a look at her and burst into a smile. It's been a long time since I've seen you, the janitor said with a smile. Went to another city and just came back. Gao Xianyu also answered casually. It seemed that they were sort of familiar with each other. However, familiar as she was, she still took out something like an identity card, and after scanning it, the gatekeeper then let her go. He's my friend. It's alright to let him in, right? Gao Xianyu pointed at Ding Ziyu who was standing to the side. This won't work. If it was before, I could have let him in. Now, I can't. The above has made a stipulation that anyone who is not a member of this association is not allowed to enter the manor. The gatekeeper immediately rebuffed Gao Xianyu's request. Can this not be accommodated? He really is my friend and has saved my life. Gao Xianyu's face became a bit ugly. It should have been a simple matter to bring someone in with her position in the old monarch society. Unexpectedly, she was blocked by the gatekeeper. Can't. It's not that I'm not accommodating. While there's a death order from above not to let any non-members of this club in, the gatekeeper was adamant. Forget it. If you don't go in, just don't go in. I'll wait for you outside. Ding Ziyu also didn't want to make things difficult for Gao Xianyu. After all, this was the territory of the old monarch society, and when others made this rule, it wasn't directed at him alone. So why bother with these small issues? Alright, I'll go meet my master first and come out to you soon. Gao Xianyu also really wanted to go back and report on the situation. Her master teacher was very kind to her, so perhaps through her master teacher, she could even bring Ding Ziyu into the old monarch society. Gao Xianyu quickly disappeared into the manor, while Ding Ziyu stayed outside the gate waiting up in boredom. A Thai place with not so small rules. I don't know if there's really any extraordinary big shots existing inside. The Eye of Truth spat out in some displeasure instead. Those who can invite sect master Cheng Tian to help should not be anywhere near as strong, Ding Ziyu said after some thought. Thinking of what sect leader Cheng Tian had said, he became a little worried again. On Gao Xianyu's side, she quickly returned to the core area of the old monarch society. Those who could live here were basically the upper echelons of the old monarch society, and Gao Xianyu wouldn't have had the opportunity to come here if she hadn't worshipped under her master's name. For these powerful executives, sleeping is basically not going to sleep, and more often than not, they meditate, or cultivate instead of sleeping. Before Gao Xianyu could even walk to her master's room, a voice came over. Xiao Yu is back? I figured that you should be back today as well. A man's voice came out from inside the house, very soft. His senses were obviously quite powerful as well, and he knew who the visitor was from a long distance away. Greetings to Master. My disciple has obtained the moon sacred pearl and returned safely, Gao Xinyu said carefully. I already know what happened in Daning City. I didn't realize that I'm already a 7th stage martial saint now. Not bad, not bad. The man knew Gao Xinyu's realm in a flash, and looked very happy. Right here, the door to the room had opened. A plump and handsome man was sitting inside the room, and instead of sleeping, he was drinking tea. Next to him, there was a very good-looking woman who was refilling the tea. She is your senior sister, called Du-Wan, the man said as he pointed to the woman pouring the tea. Good day, senior sister. Du-Wan politely saluted Gao Xinyu. Good day, senior sister Du. Gao Xinyu also hurriedly greeted, but her heart was still a bit surprised. The master used to not take in disciples easily, and she didn't expect that after she had been gone for 2 years, there would be another senior sister. Tell master roughly about your situation in Daning City, Yu Peng said with a smile. Gao Xinyu then began to narrate, speaking very carefully, including how she entered the blind box authority, what she had done in between, and how she met Ding Ziyu and how she got the moon sacred pearl were all told very clearly. When she spoke of Ding Ziyu, Yu Peng's eyes became a few points more stern for no reason, and his brows furrowed. This Ding Ziyu came to Ding Yuan City with you? Yu Peng asked. Chapter 127, The Overbearing Tianpeng Realist. Gao Xinyu obviously didn't notice the change in her master teacher and nodded naturally. Do you really trust him that much? Even if he has saved your life, he obviously reports ulterior motives towards you. Can't you see this point? Yu Peng's face became even more gloomy. No, right. He has already stated his intentions long ago. I think he is good. Gao Xinyu defended Ding Ziyu without reason. Regarding the relationship between the two, Ding Ziyu had actually made his intentions very clear. This was also the main reason why Gao Xinyu trusted him so much. Girl, you are really simple enough. With your qualifications, tying your fate to him is a complete waste of your time and life. Yu Peng's tone of voice gradually became harsh as he spoke. In the past, he had spoken to Gao Xinyu in an amiable manner. Even if Gao Xinyu had made any mistakes, he hadn't harshly rebuked her. But this time, Yu Peng's attitude changed, becoming somewhat of a stranger that made Gao Xianyu feel scared. She didn't know why her master's father disliked Ding Ziyu so much. Just hearing some of her own narrations had given rise to such a great antipathy. From now on, you are not allowed to see this person again. Cultivate well and strive to reach the 10th stage of martial saint within a year, and then impact a higher realm. Yu Peng was very overbearing and gave Gao Xinyu a death order. This is going to be a straight-up grounding of her. He's still waiting outside the manor. Why don't I go give him a greeting? Gao Xinyu's mood became extremely uncomfortable all of a sudden, but she couldn't disobey her master's orders. From the time she worshipped under Yu Peng had never done anything wrong to her. Instead, he cared for her and loved her in every way, letting her come out from the shadows and become stronger and stronger. Such a master teacher was worthy of her respect. It just didn't occur to her that she had made an ordinary friend, but it had caused such a great reaction from her master teacher. You two senior sisters stay here. I'll go speak to him. After Yu Peng finished speaking, he didn't wait for Gao Xinyu to react. Waving his hand, he blocked the room in front of him. Before Gao Xinyu could figure out what was going on, Yu Peng disappeared from the room. Ding Ziyu was still waiting outside the gate in boredom, and almost 2 hours had already passed. Gao Xinyu said that he would go for a while and come back to pick him up, but he didn't expect to go for so long. If not for the fact that this was the lair of the old monarch society, I'm afraid he would have thought that something had happened to Gao Xianyu. It's just that everything here is normal. There is no mutation happening, and Gao Xinyu's safety won't be in any problem. Just when Ding Ziyu was bored, a figure shot towards him with great speed. Ding Zi instinctively took a step back, and by the time he could see the shadow, the visitor was already standing beside him. It was no more than 3 feet away. Kid, this guy is very strong. You're not his match at all. Be careful. The Eye of Truth immediately issued a warning. You are Ding Ziyu? The visitor stared at Ding Ziyu, exuding an extremely strong aura. I am. May I ask who your predecessor is? I am Gao Xinyu's master. Others call me Tian Pengjinren. Yu Peng said in a very domineering manner. I don't know what Elder Tian Peng's intentions are. Is Gao Xinyu alright? Once Ding Ziyu heard that the other party was Gao Xinyu's senior, his heart couldn't help but thump. He recalled the words of sect master Cheng Tian again, and it seemed that this Tianpeng realist was truly not easy to get along with, just based on the fact that he used his senior status to oppress himself. It made Ding Ziyu's goodwill towards him instantly clear up. Kid, you should stop hitting on my disciples. Leave Ding Yuan City immediately. If I find you still in Ding Yuan City within 3 days, there will be consequences. Yu Peng's words were very strong. Not only did he not let Gao Xianyu see him again, he also ordered him to leave Ding Yuan City. According to the fact that Dingyuan City was so big, there were as many people surviving here as there were people, so what could be wrong with one more Ding Ziyu? Senior, you are too overbearing, aren't you? Is Dingyuan City owned by your old monarch society? Ding Ziyu's bullish temper came up all of a sudden. It would be reasonable to say that he prevented himself from dating Gao Xinyu. After all, Gao Xinyu was his disciple, and there was no excuse for him, as a senior, to care about his disciple. But he actually wanted to drive himself out of Dingyuan City, which was a bit excessive. On what grounds? The city of Tingyuan was not his, nor was it owned by the Elder Council. The real dominator of this city is the Blind Box Authority. Roll. Don't talk to me about this nonsense. Remember the time I gave you. 3 days. No matter how big Dingyuan City is, there is no place for you. Yu Pang gave his final expulsion order. Kid, hurry up and go. A big fist is the hard way, and when you're strong enough in the future, it won't be too late to get the scene back. The real I was worried that Ding Ziyu's bullish temper would come up and harden his opponent even more. The strength of this heavenly rock realist was definitely deep and unfathomable. With Ding Ziyu's strength of a 7th stage martial saint, he was really no stronger than a bug in front of him. Ding Ziyu left, but his heart felt as hard as a piece of lead blocked. Tian Pangzhenlun's attitude really irritated him. Although it wasn't as serious as hurting his pride, he still felt like his dignity was being stepped on and rubbed back and forth on the ground. Don't think that such can stop me. I'll take this woman. Ding Ziyu made up his mind that he must take Gao Xinyu under his wing. No matter how bad the attitude of this heavenly rock realist was, it wouldn't change his attitude. Do you intend to remain in Tingyun City? Real I asked. In fact, with the characteristics of the Little Holy Land, Ding Ziyu stayed in Dingyuan City, and this Tian Pang realist might not be able to find him. However, this level of expert, there must be some normal martial artists who do not have the means to do so. In case he discovers it, the trouble will be big. Where else can I go if I don't stay here? There's definitely no going back to Daning City. Ding Ziyu was somewhat helpless. With his current strength, it was really very difficult to return to Daning City on his own. After going outside the city, it was impossible to find the direction. Running slightly in the wrong place, one didn't know how many kilometers one would be off. The most crucial thing was that it was really unsafe in the wilderness, and the farther away from the city, the greater the danger. Forget it, let's find a place to hide first. With your ability, as long as you don't get caught on the spot by him, it's not as dangerous as you think. Real I said after some thought. There were very few experts who could see through the Little Holy Land. The heavenly rock realist had not been able to do so either. Ding Ziyu wandered aimlessly in Dingyuan City, an unfamiliar city that had just come over and educated him severely. Very cruel indeed. After being depressed for a while, Ding Ziyu was ready to find someone to ask for directions and inquire about the location of the blind box market. When the day dawned, he was still prepared to go to the blind box market to poke around. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, the resources at hand were not enough. Chapter 128, Harsh Rules. Early the next morning, Ding Ziyu went to the nearest blind box market. Despite being located in the north, the blind box market in Dingyuan City was not too different from that of Daning City, and the general layout was similar when one went in. As Ding Ziyu strolled all the way up, he couldn't help but frown, because within this market, it was actually all the most ordinary blind boxes. Not a single alien shape or color blind box was seen. Although the blind box market in Daning City is also dominated by ordinary blind boxes, you can still see some shaped blind boxes occasionally, especially in recent times. There are more and more shaped or color blind boxes in the market. In order to figure this out, Ding Ziyu decided to ask the local old folks, "You don't even know about this?" A middle-aged man selling blind boxes looked at Ding Ziyu with great surprise, as if he was more seeing something unimaginable. "I really don't know. I came from another city," Ding Ziyu said honestly. "TSK. You actually managed to come from another city. Little brother is awesome." The middle-aged man could not help but look at Ding Ziyu a few more times. These days, it's really not common to be able to get from one city to another. Since last month, all strange blind boxes, no matter if they are of strange shapes or strange colors, they are not allowed to be opened privately, and they are not going to be taken to the blind box market to be sold. They must be sent to the Blind Box Authority's Unified Purchasing Institute. The middle-aged man said seriously, "No way. You're not allowed to sell it, and you're not allowed to open the blind box yourself? This is too overbearing." Ding Ziyu was truly surprised that the management of this Dingyuan City had become so strict, or one could say harsh. You can't just sell the blind box you prayed for, and you can't just open it. Even if there's a risk, can't you take it on yourself? It was estimated that in this way, those martial arts schools that specialized in helping to open blind boxes would be starved to death. Can the Blind Box Authority collect so many blind boxes and open them? It's estimated that those who open blind boxes will die a batch every day. The Eye of Truth said leisurely. alien blind boxes are much more dangerous. And the chances of losing one's life are unknown how many times greater at once if someone with no special skills goes to drive such a blind box every day. Even if a Marshall Saint powerhouse went to open such a blind box every day, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could survive for more than 3 days. In that case, Dingyuan City's Blind Box Authority either had special means of opening blind boxes, or would accumulate a large number of alien blind boxes. This might be a good opportunity for you. If you can hide in the Blind Box Authority, the old monarch society might not be able to do anything to you then. The Eye of Truth said in a hurry. It's just that I don't know if the Blind Box Authority in Dingyuan City will take anyone. Ding Ziyu had concerns. Although his wanted notice in Daning City had been cancelled, he had basically been blacklisted by the Blind Box Authority. If the internal systems of the Blind Box Authority were connected, if he went to enroll at the Blind Box Authority in Dingyuan City, not only would he not be able to enter, but he might also be targeted by someone with an agenda. Here, there was no sect leader Chung Tian to help him anymore. In case he was targeted by a powerful person, he might be in fear of his life. Change the image, change the name. Who would really care about martial artists from other cities? The Eye of Truth was bashful. When Ding Ziyu thought about it, he also felt that it made some sense. Even if he had some fame in Daning City, it was only limited to Daning City. Dingyuan City was unknown how far away from Daning City, and as long as his identity was not retrieved by the internal system, no one should care about his identity. But with your strength as a 7th stage martial saint, you still need to make up an excuse for yourself that seems appropriate. Otherwise it won't be easy to gain credibility. Finding a quiet place, Ding Ziyu went back into the middle of the small Holy Land and made himself up as a middle-aged man in his early 30s according to the makeup techniques that Gao Xinu had taught him. Suppressing his realm to the state of a segment of martial saints, he wore the official symbol of an accidental pickup. With an age in his 30s, paired with a period of martial saint realm, it became much easier to round off the lie. Let's just say that he used to run a martial arts school, and that he recently had no business, so he had to close down his business and find another job. Ding Ziyu found himself a seemingly reasonable excuse. After all, the alien blind boxes were all taken away by the Blind Box Authority. So where would those martial arts schools that specialized in opening blind boxes for other people still have food to eat? The Blind Box Authority was still very easy to find. Ding Ziyu first went to the Unified Purchasing Office, and seeing that from time to time someone would bring some alien blind boxes to be sold here, he finally believed in what the others had said. Doesn't anyone want to open the advanced blind box privately? Ding Ziyu muttered to himself in some confusion. After all, people still gamble a lot, and when desperate, someone is sure to do so on. Brother, are you really not afraid of being liquidated by the Blind Box Authority? Since the promulgation of this decree last month, several people who opened blind boxes on the premises have been dealt with by the Blind Box Authority in a thunderous manner. One of the people beside him heard Ding Ziyu muttering and chimed in with a very self-conscious remark. How do they know what blind box someone is opening? After all, there are so many ordinary blind boxes. Are they not allowed to open them? Ding Ziyu was somewhat unconvinced. The reason for this is simple. When the blind box is opened, its shell, be it alien or of a different color, vanishes into thin air. Who dares to convince him that he's opening a bizarre blind box? After all, there are so many other regular blind boxes on the market that someone will always open them. What you can think of, others have already thought of. The Blind Box Authority has specially set up a box opening institute in order to control people opening strange blind boxes privately. Ordinary blind boxes opened on their own line have to be taken to the Box Opening Institute. And no matter what kind of commotion you open, no one will look for your trouble. If you open the box privately, no matter if it's an ordinary blind box or a strange blind box, as long as you make a commotion, you'll immediately be apprehended by the Blind Box Authority, and will be treated as if you're opening a strange blind box. Unless you dare to guarantee that not a single movement will occur, you can escape the authorities' apprehension. That person's explanation really opened Ding Ziyu's eyes, not realizing that the Blind Box Authority was strong to this extent. Originally, he thought that the Blind Box Authority in Daning City was very strong, but it turned out to be too much compared to Dingyuan City. Under this high-pressure situation, it is inevitable that a lot of injuries will be caused, and it is really getting harder and harder for ordinary people to live. Perhaps only those superpowers could avoid being targeted by the Blind Box Authority. For example, for an organization like the Old Monarch Society, if they opened a few strange blind boxes within their own manner, even if there were some visions, or movements, I guess the Blind Box Authority wouldn't do anything to them, right? In the end, it's still strength that determines everything, whether it's laws or rules. They're all used to target the little people. Ding Ziyu looked outside of the TCS for a while and realized that the prices of these strange blind boxes sold to the TCS were not very high, only around 10,000 dragon coins. Chapter 129, Smooth Joining. Almost all of the strange blind boxes are this price. For those advanced blind boxes, this price is indeed too low, but they also have no way, cannot be sold to private individuals, their own open and do not have the certainty not to make a commotion, can only tearfully sold to the Unified Purchasing Institute. Ding Ziyu looked at it for a while and found it tasteless. It wasn't a situation he could change, so he could only shake his head and leave. Dingyuan City's Blind Box Authority also took in people as usual, but their recruitment conditions were a bit higher than those of Daning City, only taking in martial artists of the 7th stage or higher, preferably those who had mastered a secret art to be sure enough to get in. Due to the high requirements, there weren't many martial artists who came to apply for the job, a sparse few. Ding Ziyu waited for a while before it was his turn. The recruiter took one look at the official inspection mark on Ding Ziyu and was instantly interested. Trying to recruit a martial saint was not an easy task. After all, a 1-segment martial saint was also much more powerful than a 10-segment martial artist. What's your name? How old? Where are you from? And what did you do before? The recruiter took out a form and asked about it as per procedure. My name is Dingyu. I'm 33 years old today, living in the fringes of Dingyuan City. I previously opened a small martial arts school, which is now bankrupt. Ding Ziyu quickly replied what had long been scripted. These things are not really taken too seriously by anyone, although the internet still exists these days, but for the collection of personal data has long been less interested. Ordinary people's lives are like grass. No one will care who he is and where he comes from. That was why the recruiter's entry of Ding Ziyu's relevant information did not cause any reaction at all. After all, there were still a lot of people with the same name these days, and the information that Ding Ziyu had said was extremely different from what had been registered over in Daning City. Brother Ding, any martial artist who enters the Blind Box Authority will have to redo the relevant tests. You don't have a problem with that, do you? The recruiter said with a smile on his face. In fact, under normal circumstances, there would be no one to fake in this regard. After all, whether or not there was that realm strength, it was easy to test out. No problem. Ding Ziyu walked naturally to the machine that tested his strength. If you wanted to accurately throw more than 2 tons in one punch, you still had to control it properly. With Ding Ziyu's current strength, a little inattention would seriously overshoot the mark. Taking advantage of the recruiter's slight distraction, Ding Ziyu lightly punched out. As a result, the testing machine still let out a loud bang, and the strength value climbed rapidly, and in the end, it actually rose to 2.9 tons as well. Ding Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he did not exceed the limit. Within 4 tons, all belonged to the category of a section of martial saints. There was also a test of flying ability, which was much simpler for Ding Ziyu. With just a slight movement, his entire body levitated, half a foot off the ground, his movements very stable and skillful. The recruiter watched on the side with great satisfaction. By the way, do you have any specialties? After all, within the secret arts that you are particularly good at? The recruiter asked again. This content involved job assignments, and as long as a member entered the Blind Box Authority, they would be routinely asked. Ding Ziyu paused a little before saying cautiously, I'm better at opening blind boxes, and I have some experience in this area. HM? The recruiter froze for a moment, then quickly looked back. That's right, those who run martial arts schools are more or less clued in on that. After saying that, he directly filled in this specialty. Do you need to live within the authority? What's the difference between this? Ding Ziyu asked, feigning ignorance. If you're going to be living inside the Blind Box Authority, you can go in now and be assigned accommodations, as well as related living matters. If you don't live inside, just come and report directly tomorrow. The recruiter quickly entered Ding Ziyu's relevant information into the system and issued him a staff card. From now on, he was considered one of the members of the Blind Box Authority of Dingyuan City. Then let's stay at the Blind Box Authority. It'll be easier to carry out the mission. Ding Ziyu pretended to think for 2 minutes before making his decision. In order to prevent the Heavenly Rock realist from finding him, the best way was to find a powerful organization to shelter him. The Blind Box Authority was undoubtedly the best place, bar none. This time, the recruiter put down the work under him and directly brought him inside the authority. The latter process was similar to that of the Daning City Blind Box Authority, and Ding Ziyu was quickly assigned a single dormitory. Although it wasn't very big, it was still relatively quiet. You can just walk around inside, and you'll be notified of the specific jobs as soon as they're assigned. The recruiter quickly left after arranging Ding Ziyu's main place. Ding Ziyu sat in the dormitory for a while and then walked around. The Blind Box Authority of Dingyuan City was very large, and there were many departments that existed in addition to some areas where people were prohibited from entering. Without familiarizing yourself with the situation, you might not really be able to find where the departments work. Much like what Ding Ziyu had estimated, the Blind Box Administration had gotten a large number of strange blind boxes under the acquisition of the Unified Purchasing Institute. It was impossible for so many blind boxes to be put away all the time, and if that was the case, there would not be enough space to put them. Only by opening up the blind boxes can they be accumulated into real resources. But opening a blind box is always risky, and the higher end the blind box, the greater the risk. The Blind Box Authority has specialized in opening several places and concentrating a large number of manpower to open blind boxes. The resources obtained were indeed quite a lot, but there were not a few martial artists who died as a result. There were even quite a few martial saints who died in the process of opening the blind box. This department, indeed, is a very dangerous job, much more dangerous than the staff who patrol the streets. Ding Ziyu's profile information was reported and was immediately targeted. Not only was he a section of martial saint, he also had experience in opening blind boxes, so he should definitely be prioritized to be added to this side of the team. Ding Ziyu hadn't wandered around for more than a moment when news of the mobilization came from the identity plate. Ding Ziyu was also very clear in his heart, and when he filled out the specialties, he anticipated that he would go to this department. So Ding Ziyu had also inquired about this department in particular, and after getting the news, he quickly looked for it. Brother Ding is new here. Great, welcome to our team. A middle-aged man greeted Ding Ziyu at the main entrance, calling him brother in every mouthful in a rather affectionate manner. May I ask who you are? Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, Ding Ziyu actually knew that this job was very difficult to do, and estimated that the mortality rate was really not low. I'm Wang Bin, the captain of the 7th team of the Open Box Squad, and I contacted you at the first opportunity when I saw your information. Wang Bin stepped forward and took the initiative to shake Ding Ziyu's hand. Chapter 130, Able to Determine Good and Bad Luck. Captain Wang, how many people are in our box opening team? Ding Ziyu casually asked a very common question. Who knew the dangers of opening a blind box, and bad luck attrition was inevitable. Wang Bin naturally understood what Ding Yu wanted to know, and his face instantly showed some embarrassment. There are still 15 people in our 7th team. Each person opens a blind box every day even if they complete the task. Opening one a day, only 15 blind boxes. I guess there are quite a few teams like that, right? Ding Ziyu was truly surprised that Ding Yuan City's Blind Box Authority was truly blessed with a lot of money. I don't know how many special blind boxes are opened every day alone, and it is estimated that most of the special blind boxes in Ding Yuan City are sent to them. It's not a lot, only 10 teams. Wang Bin laughed awkwardly once again. With Wang Bin's enthusiastic help, Ding Ziyu quickly joined the 7th team. However, when going to the workplace, he found that not that many people existed. This is our 7th team's workplace, and a few of them have already completed today's mission and have gone back to rest. Wang Bin knew what Ding Ziyu was thinking, so he hurriedly explained. This box opening site was built quite open, and the ground was also very solid, living a martial arts field. On the side, there were about 10 blind boxes piled up. Basically all of them were oddly shaped, but color-wise, they were rather ordinary. We are only responsible for opening the alien blind boxes. The blind boxes of different colors go to groups 1 to 5 to open. Wang Bin pointed at those blind boxes and said to Ding Ziyu. As he spoke, several members of the team looked over, but they did not come up with the idea of greeting Ding Ziyu. Instead, they wore some ugly expressions on their faces. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at these people and then looked at the bloodstains in the middle of the field, and in his heart, he instantly understood that someone must have hung up earlier. Don't you have some good protection for opening so many blind boxes every day? Ding Ziyu asked with a deep look on his face. Although everyone understands that opening a blind box is risky, there is still a lot of preparation that can be done before opening the box. If those who specialize in helping people open blind boxes would have died long ago if they didn't have a little means. Not at all. In fact, we have an expert in the bureau who can read the evil and good fortune. It's just that he doesn't always read it so accurately, and there are occasional times when he misses. Wang Bin hurriedly said, You can tell the fate of a blind box? Ding Ziyu was shocked, not expecting that there was such a capable person in Ding Yuan City. It was important to realize that blind boxes were basically blinded by the heavenly Tao, and without special abilities, it was impossible to see through what was inside the blind box. Ding Ziyu's ability was entirely thanks to the giant Eye Demon Clan's Eye of Truth. A special ability like his was definitely a rather rare individual case. I didn't realize that there were still people who could tell the fate of a blind box, which was also considered a very impressive special ability. It was estimated that the establishment of the Unified Purchasing Office by the Blind Box Authority of Ding Yuan City had a lot to do with this person as well. Well, this guy is the baby of the authority, and he's all over the place in our authority. All the blind boxes that come from the Unified Purchase have to pass through his hands before they are distributed down. Wang Bin said, In that case, wouldn't this fellow be able to take that box opening team at his fingertips if he wanted to fix it? Ding Ziyu instantly thought of the key to this. This person's ability was so special, but it worked sometimes and sometimes it didn't, so who knew if he was doing it on purpose? For example, if he didn't like that team in his heart, he intentionally showed a few fierce blind boxes over, killing people without being able to tell. Brother Ding, you can't say this nonsense. If that guy hears about it, I'm afraid he'll really screw us. Wang Bin had a tense look on his face. Normally, our entire team pays tribute to him, but it's always inevitable that some accidents will happen. This is something that no one can guarantee. You should understand. Hearing Wang Bin say this, Ding Ziyu didn't want to make any more guesses. According to Wang Bin's words, in fact, the risk of opening the box team is still filtered. Not any blind box will go to open. In fact, those fierce blind boxes may not be devoid of good things. Perhaps you can find a way to get some. The Eye of Truth, however, spoke at this time. To open it even though you know it's treacherous, isn't that looking for death? Ding Ziyu retorted. It wasn't that he was denying the True Eye's claim, he just didn't want to take such a risk. I'm here. There can be much risk, really dangerous things. Do not go to open it is completely well. You find a chance to ask around. See what happened to all those special blind boxes with fierce. Real Eye's idea was still very reasonable. The chances of a special blind box opening something good are already quite a bit higher, and if you go for it at the real price, the price will definitely not be low. But the price of a screen special blind box is not that high. As for the order not to throw open a special blind box, it's basically bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and I'm afraid it's just a means of enrichment for the blind box authority. Ding Ziyu didn't rush to inquire about this. He had just come in, so he still had to behave honestly. Brother Ding, pick one at random and open it and consider today's mission completed. Wang Bin pointed to the blind box at the side of the field and said casually. It was as if there was no danger at all, but what he thought in his heart, Ding Ziyu did not know. Ding Ziyu came to the side of this pile of blind boxes and carefully examined them. He found that there were indeed some good things inside, but they were not very useful for his current realm. As for the risk, it's not that big. Ding Ziyu casually picked up a blind box. He could already see clearly that inside was a green wolf, with a realm equivalent to a ninth stage martial artist. If there was no defense at all, it was still possible to be injured by this green wolf. However, for Ding Ziyu, it was not a problem at all. That's why he chose this blind box, but he also didn't want to show himself as too lucky. In the meantime, he could also show off his strength and not let these teammates develop any covetousness. After walking to the center of the square, Ding Ziyu revealed a look of total alertness before carefully opening the blind box in his hand. When the shell of the blind box dissipated, a green wolf with a length of nearly 3 meters suddenly appeared and pounced towards Ding Ziyu in the blink of an eye. Ding Ziyu was not polite and swung his fist over. With a thud, the green wolf was smashed back several meters. Its entire head collapsed, convulsed a few times, and collapsed to the ground without moving. Brother Ding is a good fighter. This green wolf is not weak. Wang Lin walked up and heartily exclaimed. Although he could also easily kill this 9-segmented green wolf, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be as easy as Ding Ziyu had shown. Alas, picking a vicious creature as soon as it arrives, it seems that that person's means of measuring good fortune and bad luck is not at a good level either. Ding Ziyu skimmed his lips and said, Chapter 131, The Star Core. Brother Ding can keep his voice down. Be careful of him screwing us. That guy is a third-stage martial saint. He measures evil and good fortune by his own strength. Wang Bin hurriedly stopped Ding Ziyu's complaining behavior. Hearing him explain in this way, Ding Ziyu's heart roughly understood. The thing that existed inside the blind box was stronger than him in order to be considered fierce. Your mission for today is considered complete, and you are free to move around for the rest of the day. However, there are some places that you should still try not to go to, and some words should not be spoken out of turn. Wang Bin once again urged, fearing that Ding Ziyu was new to the city and did not know the rules. Captain, don't worry, I won't say anything else. Ding Ziyu also understood that there was a problem with him saying this. However, if he didn't say anything, the reaction seemed somewhat abnormal. After all, his persona is that of a staff member new to the blind box authority who doesn't know the rules, and it's only natural to react with some petty vengeance. Ding Ziyu also didn't have the heart to communicate with the others, and soon left the box opening square. However, his heart was also pondering on how he would have the opportunity to get those special blind boxes that had been tested as evil. It might be a fortune for him. In the style of keeping a low profile, Ding Ziyu didn't wander around anymore, but returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to cultivate, there was a very strong vibration coming from the distance. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran out of the dormitory and flew to a high place, quickly locking onto the place where the vibrations were coming from. It was none other than their Team 7's open box plaza, and several martial artists ran over to it, positively observing what was going on. Ding Ziyu also came to be interested. If it was any other open box team, he wouldn't even bother to go and look at it. The 7th team was close to him, so naturally he had to go and take a look. After all, there were quite a lot of people over there, and there didn't seem to be any major dangers. When Ding Ziyu rushed over, he found that a large hole had appeared in the middle residence of the square, and it looked like it had been smashed out by something. Ding Ziyu instantly thought of a blind box he had seen earlier. Inside was a black sphere, and at that time, he also thought that this blind box was not dangerous, so he did not choose it. Captain Wang, what happened? Ding Ziyu inquired. A strange boulder was just opened, and the weight seems to be beyond the normal range. The brother who opened the blind box was also hit by a rock in the pit, and he doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Wang Bin pointed to the large hole in the center and spoke in a tone that wasn't quite normal anymore. No way? What stone is so heavy? Ding Ziyu also felt a bit strange. At that time, he only swept a cursory glance and saw that it was a stone and looked at the next one to go. Even the Eye of Truth didn't warn him, so he didn't take it seriously. The ground of this open box square was very hard. After all, some fierce beasts with not too weak strength could appear at any time or something. Not to mention ordinary stones, even if it was dozens or hundreds of naturalized stones, it would be impossible to smash out such an effect. In response to Ding Ziyu's question, Wang Bin was also at a loss. It has already been reported, and there will soon be an expert from the bureau coming over. Ding Ziyu walked to the edge of the large hole and found that the depth of this large hole had exceeded at least 10 meters, and the diameter of the large hole was also about 3 meters. Eye of Truth, do you know what kind of stone this is? Ding Ziyu only had to ask for help. I'm searching my memory and it seems like I have a slight impression, but I can't recall it for a while. The Eyes of Truth didn't care when it swept over this blind box at that time. It didn't find anything special about the stone ball inside the blind box. Just a moment later, an expert finally came over. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at the visitor and realized that this person resided as an 8th stage martial saint. Quite impressive indeed. What have you opened? The visitor inquired without even looking at it. As for the man who was crushed under a rock, there was even less than a half-hearted word of concern. Minister Yuan, it seems like a round stone. It's just that the weight is a bit too exaggerated. Wang Bin edged forward, his tone slightly flattering. Stones? Impossible. Let alone a stone. Even refined steel can't be smashed with such an effect. Yuan Hong shook his head straight, not trusting Wang Bin's judgment at all. He came to the edge of the big hole and looked at it, and finally jumped straight down, only to see him tossing and turning for a while down there, and not being able to do anything with that thing. He finally flew up hopelessly. I don't know what the hell it is. It can't even be taken in by a spatial ring. The texture is very hard. Ancient divine weapons can't even break it. Yuan Hong spread his hands and said, that member of your team was also smashed to death, pressed under the stone, couldn't get it out at all. Ah, you can't even get it out? Then what about this stone? Wang Bin instantly lost his mind. Things like dead people, on the contrary, had become commonplace, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Wait a little longer. I'll get someone senior to come over and take a look. If it really doesn't work, just fill the pit and forget about it. Yuan Hong made such a decision to come. After all, this thing didn't seem to have any divine features, plus it was too heavy to get up, not to mention that it couldn't even be put away in a spatial ring. After Yuan Hong left, the Eye of Truth was the one who spoke. Find a chance to go down and take a look. Maybe this stone ball is a rare and good thing. After Yuan Hong left, several people left. It's just one thing, so it's just a matter of looking at it for a few moments. If you don't recognize it, you don't recognize it, so what can you do? In fact, there were quite a few people who had gone down to see it, including Wang Bin, and a number of people had gone down to see it. Ding Ziyu watched everyone back away, and also jumped down, pretending to be very interested. Press your hand against it so I can feel it carefully. When Ding Ziyu landed on the stone ball, the Eye of Truth told him to do so. Touching on it, this thing really wasn't any different from a stone. The surface was rough and had the texture of a stone as well. It was just that the hardness was beyond the imagination of the average person, and his weight was even more so. Ding Ziyu also tried with his spatial ring and really couldn't take it in. I don't know if it's too heavy. This thing is most likely the legendary Extreme Dao Star Core. After about a minute or two, the Eye of Truth finally came up with a plausible answer. Extreme Star Core? What is it? What does it do? Ding Ziyu asked. It's some super powerful power that will directly refine a small planet into such a stone ball. As for its function, some people take it for fighting, some people use it for cultivation, and it is said that it can also be used for enlightenment. The realize answer was truly chilling. To refine a small planet into such a large stone ball, what kind of divine means was this? This was a bit too exaggerated. What kind of great power must this be? Can Sect Master Cheng Tian do it? Ding Ziyu was truly unable to find anyone to refer to. I don't know about the Cheng Tian sect leader, but mine couldn't do it back then anyway. Chapter 132, Sneaking Away. Hearing that the Eye of Truth didn't even do it in its heyday, Ding Ziyu also understood how powerful this thing was. It was really exaggerated that such a bullish thing was actually opened from the blind box back as well. I guess I can't use this item, right? Ding Ziyu understood that this was an item made by a great power, and with the strength of his face, he was not qualified to use it at all. If you can't use it, you can find a way to get it again, and when your strength increases later, you might be able to use it. The Eye of Truth was highly interested. The thing is good, but I can't get it to work. Ding Ziyu couldn't think of anything either. You naturally can't get it, but the boundary bead of the Little Holy Land surely has a way. Let the boundary bead open the entrance to the Little Holy Land underneath this stone ball, and won't you just fall right in? Once the Eye of Truth said that, the way didn't really seem that difficult. Can the boundary pearl drill underneath the stone ball? Ding Ziyu hurriedly contacted the boundary pearl. This question was probably not something that the Eye of Truth could answer. As a result, the boundary bead quickly fed back, and it was really able to drill down there. The polar star core had stopped, mainly because it had already encountered a hard rock layer below, otherwise it would have sunk even deeper. It was still difficult for the boundary pearl to get through the rocks, but it wasn't too difficult for getting through the dirt for him. Good. You can lurk underneath the stone sphere now and wait until later. Ding Ziyu was not in a hurry. He knew that the blind box management was still trying to figure out what to do now. If the stone ball suddenly disappeared, it would definitely be suspected to be on his head. After all, several people saw him go down there. As soon as he came up, the stone ball was gone. As long as it wasn't a cutie, can all be associated with his head? The boundary pearl had already recognized its owner, and as long as it was within a certain range, Ding Ziyu could contact it at any time. So he wasn't in a hurry at all, and after staying below the pit for 2 or 3 minutes, he flew up. At this time, another even stronger martial artist came over. Ding Ziyu swept a glance at him and knew that this one must be an expert beyond the level of martial saint. It was up to him to see if he had the means to get the stone ball out. According to the description of the Eye of Truth, it should be very difficult. The weight of this thing, despite being refined, is still quite impressive. Actually, opening it out of the blind box wasn't much of an impact. It amounted to little more than a small step, and once the box was open, it fell down. Even if it was a sphere made of gold, the most it could do was to smash the ground into a deep crater and be at the end of it. It would never be able to smash down more than 10 meters at once. That expert went down and tossed it around for a while, but he didn't see a name for it. Trying to put it away was simply impossible. When he flew up, his face was obviously a bit odd. This thing is not good for identification, and I can't get it out. So let's fill up the pit first and wait for later. This one didn't see anything special either, but he instinctively felt that this stone ball was definitely not simple. It was impossible for an ordinary stone to be this heavy. If he didn't recognize them himself, of course he would have to invite experts with greater strength. The Blind Box Authority definitely had characters with greater strength, but these people were not in Ding Yuan City, but at the headquarters of the Blind Box Authority. Wanting to wait for them to come over would naturally take some time, and the best way to do so would be to fill up this pit with earth. We can't let anyone else get close to it anymore, in case an ex-Highlander jumps out and gets rid of it. Wouldn't it be a big loss? So his idea was to bury it inside the earth and keep the message to a small area so that the chances of it being gotten away were slim. Hearing such an order from the side, Ding Ziyu's heart was instantly solidified. As long as these dared to fill in the earth underneath, they could take away that extreme star core at any time. As for whether or not it could still be found by opening it up afterwards, that was none of his business. Under the direction of this former senior, the Blind Box Authority quickly mobilized several dirt trucks and drove in with full loads of dirt. When the first load of dirt was poured down, Ding Ziyu immediately gave the boundary bead in order to get rid of that stone ball. It really wasn't that hard for the boundary bead. When it opened the Heavens Road portal underneath the stone ball rolled in smoothly. It was just that the dirt within the small sacred ground couldn't withstand the weight of the extreme star core as usual, smashing out a deep pit just the same. Luckily, the entire small Holy Land was controlled by the boundary bead, and it wasn't much of a hardship for the dirt to turn into stone. Dozens of carts of dirt came in and finally filled in that big hole. Ding Ziyu and the others could only leave the square. They were all warned that they were not allowed to spread the news about the stone ball. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Ding Ziyu and the others quickly left. When he returned to his dormitory, he immediately entered the small sacred ground. At this time, the extreme star core was being placed next to a bamboo forest, and the black stone really didn't seem to have any special features. If he hadn't known about it beforehand, he would have just assumed it was an ordinary round stone. Ding Ziyu circled around the stone twice, but he didn't see a clue. Just how much does this thing weigh? Ding Ziyu asked the boundary pearl. Perhaps it could give a relevant and accurate answer. However, the answer given by Kaijus was that it was impossible to determine. How is it impossible to determine? Regardless of how heavy it is, there is always a relative value, right? Ding Ziyu was puzzled by this. However, the boundary pearl could not answer his question. It was beyond the scope of its understanding. In the end, Ding Ziyu had to throw this question to the Eye of Truth. The weight of this thing itself is not certain. If you refine it and make it your weapon, you can easily pick it up, as light as an ordinary stone. And anytime your strength increases, you can also make it bigger and heavier. The words of the Eye of Truth made Ding Ziyu feel more and more mysterious. He just wanted to know a weight. Why was it so difficult? If you really want to estimate it, its current state is at least not less than 100,000. This was the answer given by the true eye with no choice. Asterisk. About 3 meters in diameter for such a stone. 100,000 tons to start with? This is too much. Ding Ziyu was truly shocked. Is 100,000 tons heavy for a planet? 1,000,000,000 tons isn't strange either. Okay, this is the masterpiece of a mighty expert. Removing some unnecessary things and refining it into what it is now. You can sit on it and practice for a bit and see if it does anything. The Eye of Truth came up with a suggestion. Ding Ziyu was also very interested, so he sat up and cultivated. Yet he didn't sense anything special on it. It really just looked like a rock. If he really had to say there was anything special about it, it was that it was cooler. Chapter 133, Some Things Cannot Be Tolerated. Ding Ziyu understood that his realm was still too low to figure out this extreme Dao Star core. Forcibly spending his mind on it would mostly be a waste of time. It wouldn't be too late to deal with it later when his realm was higher and stronger. After such a toss, Ding Ziyu didn't have much heart to cultivate, and simply went to the edge of the spirit pool, catching a spirit fish to make a barbecue. In the past, there was Gao Xinyu accompanying the barbecue, but now that only the grandparents and grandchildren were left, they felt significantly less happy. Look at you moping around. Are you in trouble? Ding Shichen could tell right away that his grandson was not in good shape. Indeed, there is some trouble. Gao Xinyu is probably locked up by his master, and I was strongly ordered to leave Ding Yuan City within 3 days. Ding Ziyu did not hide it from his grandfather either. Before coming to Ding Yuan City, he and Gao Xianyu had made quite a few plans. However, Gao Xinyu never returned, and he himself was threatened, so all the plans were in disarray. So it would be strange if he could be happy in his heart. So you joined the blind box authority here and fought against her master in such a way? Ding Shichen knew that Ding Ziyu was a man of softness and hardness. If Gao Xinyu's master pleaded with him in soft words, treating him with reason and affection, I'm afraid that it was truly possible for Ding Ziyu to leave Ding Yuan City, at least for a short period of time. It would be impossible to disturb her life again. But the attitude of this heavenly rock realist was really quite overbearing, and instead, it aroused Ding Ziyu's competitive spirit. You can control Gao Xinyu and prevent her from coming out and walking around, but on what grounds do you not allow me to stay in Ding Yuan City? Let's see. The situation in Ding Yuan City is in a very different area from Daning City. This might be a good opportunity for me. Ding Ziyu replied in a muffled voice as he flipped the grilled fish. Despite the gambling aspect of staying in Ting Yuan City, he did find some opportunities exclusively for himself because of the Unification Institute. The roasted fish was served, and the flavor was still very fresh, washing away the emotions of the grandparents and grandchildren. The spirit fish was indeed very useful, and after eating less than half of a spirit fish, both of them hurriedly cultivated so as not to waste such high-level food. Over at the Lao Jun Club Manor, Yu Peng could not help but frown. He had placed a spiritual imprint exclusively on Ding Ziyu. As long as Ding Ziyu had not left Ding Yuan City, no matter which corner he was in, Yu Peng would be able to find him easily. However, after a night passed, Ding Ziyu showed no signs of leaving Ding Yuan City at all. This made Yu Peng's heart extremely irritated. He recognized that Ding Ziyu really didn't have any good intentions, actually hitting his own disciple's body. It was a good thing that he also honored his 3-day appointment. If after 3 days, Ding Ziyu hadn't left, then don't blame yourself for being impolite. The position of the blind box authority was very prominent, and when Yu Peng learned that Ding Ziyu had entered the blind box authority, his heart became even more furious. He thought that Ding Ziyu was pulling the blind box authority against himself. The blind box authority of Ding Yuan City was indeed very strong, but Ding Ziyu was just an ordinary martial artist. So what if he had some talent? With the face of Tian Pengzhenjin, if he went to the blind box authority to ask for such a person, the blind box authority would still give face. Yu Peng couldn't help but sneer repeatedly, his hatred for Ding Ziyu intensifying a few points in his heart. However, just a moment ago, the mark he had struck on Ding Ziyu's body suddenly disappeared. This situation made Tian Pengzhenjin all flabbergasted. This kind of exclusive imprint, without the help of an expert of the same level as him, it would all take at least a month or more before it would automatically disappear. Either that or it was beyond the range of his senses, making him unable to sense it. However, the place where Ding Ziyu had disappeared was within the blind box authority, which puzzled him. Could it be that he has some special relationship within blind box management? Can he find an expert to help him get rid of the marks on his body? Yu Peng pondered. He did not tell Gao Xinyu about this matter. Nor did he intend to find Gao Xinyu to ask about these things. Gao Xinyu knew that the little sacred land was one of Ding Ziyu's biggest secrets, so she did not tell this news to her master. In case the news leaked out, it could be life-threatening to Ding Ziyu. It was inevitable that Yu Peng could not figure out Ding Ziyu's situation. After about half a day, Yu Peng realized that Ding Ziyu had appeared again. The location was the same as where he had disappeared. No, this kid has a cave or some other special forbidden magic treasure on him? The Heavenly Rock realist reacted at once. With his insight, it was really very simple to think of this. This girl seems to be really deeply poisoned. She actually didn't even tell me such important news. Yu Peng's face became even more ugly. How dare a disciple hide even his master for a man? Yu Peng had a tiger's face and quickly called Gao Xinyu over. What is it that master teacher is looking for me for? Gao Xinyu's tone of voice was a bit stiff. As soon as she came back, her master had grounded her, something that had never happened before at all. She also knew that her master was dissatisfied with the interaction between herself and Ding Ziyu, but it was clear that they were just ordinary friends, more of a mutual help and achievement. It wasn't the kind of boyfriend/girlfriend relationship that her master thought of. The brat surnamed Ding has quite a few secrets on him. Are you really not going to tell your master? Yu Peng inquired with a sullen face. Senior, I've told you everything I can. Gao Xinyu's face became even more ugly. She knew that her master teacher was very powerful and possessed many means that were difficult for normal people to understand. But her master's father had only had a one-sided relationship with Ding Ziyu at most, so how could he possibly tell more? The value of the lesser sacred ground was too great for her to easily tell anyone else, including her master teacher. What you can say? So there's still something you can't say? For the sake of this brat, do you even want to hide from your master? Yu Peng's instantly grasped the point, his gaze gleaming as he stared at Gao Xinyu, his eyes flashing dangerously. Master, that's his privacy. I promised him that I wouldn't easily tell others. Gao Xinyu instantly became nervous. Someone else? You think of your master as someone else? In times of danger, who will truly protect you? Yu Peng's tone became even more unkind. He felt that in Gao Xinyu's heart, he, the master teacher, was the first priority level. No matter how big a secret the other people had on them, Gao Xinyu should truthfully report it to himself. The master teacher, he has also saved me and treated me well. Moreover, he has a strong talent and a lot of potential. Gao Xinyu hoped to convince her master teacher in this way. However, the more she said this, the more angry Yu Peng's heart became. Originally, he only wanted to teach Ding Ziyu a lesson, and gradually the idea of exterminating Ding Ziyu was born, regardless of the reason. Just by virtue of Ding Ziyu taking his place, there was a way to take death. Not to mention the fact that this brat had high-value cave dwellings that he could carry around with him. He would have a good reason to strike. Chapter 134, The Money-Greedy Chief Lu. Yu Peng had driven Gao Xinyu away and his attitude towards her had changed slightly. Instead, he had set his mind on killing Ding Ziyu, whether it was in order to cut off disciple Gao Xinyu's thoughts, or in order to obtain the cave-type magic treasure that Ding Ziyu held in his hands. He had to be taken out. Ding Ziyu was still unaware that the secret he was carrying was exposed, not to mention the fact that the Heavenly Peng realist had set his mind on killing him. He was still working smoothly in the 7th box opening team, and with his strength, he could naturally avoid the blind boxes that were really dangerous with ease. After the end of the work on the second day, Ding Ziyu finally inquired about the ability to recognize the fate of the blind box. This person's name was Lu Yushan. The blind box authority had given him the title of special counselor, enjoying the treatment of the chief executive level. Within the blind box authority, it was also considered a real power figure. Other than having the core top brass of the blind box authority, no one else's status was as good as his. Due to the reason of the Unified Purchasing Institute, Lu Yushan's status in the blind box authority is rising. That is, the deputy director level characters, see him also have to give a few points of face. The strange blind boxes that come from the TPO basically have to pass through his hands. Only after he has analyzed the case will it be distributed to the following box opening teams. With such an important position, the benefits received were naturally quite a lot. His temper was also getting bigger and bigger, and there were really very few dignitaries who were disrespectful to him, let alone scolding him. Ding Ziyu took a lot of effort to inquire about Lu Yushan's residence. The blind box authority had arranged a separate villa for him, and had also set up some prohibitions outside to prevent people from approaching easily. Ding Ziyu originally thought that he would stay at the blind box warehouse. As a result, Ding Ziyu went to the blind box warehouse and realized that this guy only worked for 1 hour a day. That is, he went to the blind box warehouse in the morning to take a look and do some sorting even if it was finished. Regarding those blind boxes that were judged by Lu Yushan to be evil, they were basically stored separately. Despite the fact that amongst these blind boxes, there would probably be blind boxes of extremely high value, no one was willing to open them. After all, knowing that there were fierce dangers, but still going to open these blind boxes, Wasn't this an act of looking for death? The management of the blind box warehouse was very strict. Not only were there several layers of guards outside, but if you wanted to enter inside, you also had to go through 3 gates. Ordinary guards were not qualified to enter it, but Lu Yushan had a full set of keys on him, but he was also accompanied by an expert who had to be designated to enter it. The main concern is that he'll have trouble distinguishing the blind boxes, and that he'll be able to help cope if he accidentally opens one of the blind boxes and opens up a danger. Who are you looking for? A woman came outside the forbidden system and looked at Ding Ziyu with an unkind expression. I'm looking for Chief Lu. I'm Ding Yu, a member of the 7th box opening team. Ding Ziyu handed over his identity card. The woman just casually swept a glance and balked. Chief Lu has already rested and has no time to meet guests. It was not surprising at all that people from the box opening team came to find Lu Yushan. After all, it was a matter of their lives. So almost every day, people would come to find Grand Master Lu, and everyone who came with gifts big and small. Ding Ziyu has nothing in his hand. This woman has long been instructed by Lu Yushan. White whoring party are not seen, so she rejected quite simply. Ding Ziyu's face was stagnant. He did not expect that he had eaten a closed door without even seeing the door. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu was not a rookie who knew nothing, and he understood that sometimes the King of Hell was good to see, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Between thoughts, Ding Ziyu took out 1,000 dragon coins from and handed it to the woman's men with a smile on his face. Trouble the beautiful woman to help deliver a message. Just say that I have something important to find General Manager Lu. The woman's face, which had been sunken all along, finally revealed a hint of a smile after seeing the dragon coins under her hand. 1,000 dragon coins wasn't much, but it was quite a lot. Just wait here. I can't guarantee if Chief Lu will see you or not. After the woman said to Ding Ziyu, she turned around and left. It was only after about 10 minutes that the woman came out again and opened the barriers and doors. Come in with me. Chief Lu is very busy and will give you 5 minutes at most. Okay, definitely won't delay Chief Superintendent Lu much. Ding Ziyu hurriedly followed him in. However, his heart was pondering on how he should talk to this General Manager Lu. From this subordinate, he could tell that Lu Yushan was most likely also a money-hungry person, and I'm afraid he couldn't raise much interest when the amount was small. 2 to 3 minutes later, Ding Ziyu arrived in a living room that was quite gorgeously decorated. In the center of the living room, there was a very exaggerated set of large sofas. The man sitting on the sofa was rather skinny, but regardless of his appearance in gold and silver, his recognition was indeed very high. Dinky, from the 7th open box team? Did Wangbin ask you to come? Lu Yushan opened his mouth to ask when he saw Ding Ziyu. After all, Ding Ziyu wasn't familiar with him, and most likely looking for him was for the matter of the 7th open box team. Hello Chief Lu. I'm not here on behalf of the 7th open box team. I only represent myself. Ding Ziyu's face tried to keep a smile on his face so as not to upset the other party. Oh, what are you looking for me for? Lu Yushan froze for a moment, obviously not expecting that things were out of his expectation. I'd like to ask Chief Steward Lu what happened to the blind boxes that weren't fit to be opened? Ding Ziyu did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Oh, you're interested in those highly dangerous blind boxes? Lu Yushan was instantly interested. The eyes that looked at Ding Ziyu also had a few moments of playfulness in them. You know, blind boxes that he judges to be evil usually have a great deal of risk in them. Of course some of these blind boxes that are intentionally so judged, that's hard to say. Lu Yushan cannot be less from the benefits. This point is just not easy to say to others. There is indeed a little interest. Ding Ziyu answered truthfully. You want to purchase those blind boxes? Lu Yushan's interest became greater all of a sudden. It's not impossible if the price is right. Ding Ziyu's men were not short of money. There were several millions of cash dragon coins alone, 20,000 apiece. How much do you want? Lu Yushan immediately opened his mouth with a lion's mouth. Those blind boxes that had been put aside had actually lost a lot of their value. With the establishment of the Unified Purchasing Office, some blind boxes that should not be opened are thrown inside the warehouse every day, and the pile is getting bigger and bigger. Aside from the occasional picking away of some by the top brass of the Blind Box Authority, most of them were left inside the warehouse to eat dust. No one wants to drive them. It was only 10,000 when the Unified Purchasing Institute bought it, and you've judged it to be sinister. And you're still selling me 2 dragon coins. It's too expensive, isn't it? Ding Ziyu was not willing to be treated like a little cutie. Slaughter. The minimum can't be less than 15,000 dragon coins. You should also know that the true value of those blind boxes is much higher than 10,000. General Manager Lu appropriately lowered the price a bit. Chapter 135, Private Transactions. Ding Ziyu was a little annoyed. He understood that this was Lu Yushan knocking his own socks off. Those blind boxes were originally bought at a low price by the Unified Purchasing Institute, and were determined to have a small risk. In the current situation, most likely will only be thrown in the warehouse to eat dust. Who will not take money to buy them? But this is how Chief Lu is going to pin down Ding Ziyu, forcing a price increase on the sale, and the biggest benefits are probably going to fall into his wallet, 10,000 apiece. The Unified Purchasing Institute spent this much money to purchase it. No one wants it now. It's too much to raise the price further. Ding Ziyu was not a wimp either. He had to beat the price down. 14,000. No less. $11,000. I don't want a cent more. Ding Ziyu went toe-to-toe. The two of them pulled back and forth on the price, finally settling on 12,000 dragon coins. However, Ding Ziyu still made a condition that he would go to the blind box warehouse and pick it himself. You can also discern the fate of a blind box? Lu Yushan was immediately alert, his gaze sweeping over Ding Ziyu, wanting to see through the secrets in him. Can't, but I've been running a martial arts school for many years, and I don't know how many blind boxes I've opened, so I more or less still have some feeling. Of course, Ding Ziyu would not tell the truth and take about his unwarranted experiences. By feeling? It might work a little, but don't be too superstitious. How many people have died on their feelings? Lu Yushan was dismissive of this. It's true that there are quite a few martial artists who specialize in helping other open blind boxes that have that little bit of feeling, but there was no reasoning for such a feeling. No matter how confident you were, there were times when you missed. There was no telling how many times the same lesson had happened. Only an awakened ability like his had a great deal of reliability. At least that was what Lu Yushan thought. If one were to take the safety and success rates and score them, Lu Yushan's ability would score at least 80 points. And the feeling that Ding Ziyu had described was not even 20 points. I don't need you to mind my business. You want me to go to the blind box warehouse? I'll pick it out myself, and no matter what consequences come out of it, I'll take it on my own. Ding Ziyu bit down on this point. If one were to let Grandmaster Lu take it to himself at will, then it would really be better not to buy it. Seeing how certain Ding Ziyu was, Lu Yushan couldn't do anything about him. In order to get the money, he had to agree to Ding Ziyu's conditions. This afternoon, after 3 o'clock you go over to the blind box warehouse. I'll have someone waiting for you at the gate. By the way, how much money do you have? It's not like you can only buy a few, right? Lu Yushan swept a glance at the space ring on Ding Ziyu's hand. If he hadn't seen that he had it, he wouldn't have bothered to negotiate a price with Tinker. Normally, Ding Ziyu would not show his wealth easily, and his spatial ring was placed on his body, or within the small Holy Land. In order to come to see this chief executive Lu, he had deliberately put the space ring on his hand. Don't worry, as long as I can fancy it, buying as many as I can is not a problem. Ding Ziyu blew his top once in a very rare moment. Bluff this money-hungry family member before saying anything. After the two of them tried each other for a while, Ding Ziyu was satisfied and left. It was now past 10 in the morning, and there were still several hours until 3 in the afternoon. Ding Ziyu had originally planned to go to the blind box market to take a stroll, but considering that those blank slate-like blind boxes could hardly open anything good, he was too lazy to move. It was best to save your energy for when you went to the warehouse to pick out the good treasures. After all, even looking at the most common blind boxes consumed mental energy. Returning to the dormitory, Ding Ziyu set his alarm clock and had a beautiful sleep. Arrived outside the blind box warehouse at 3 p.m. on the dot. Hey, are you Ding Yu? The guard asked directly when he saw Ding Ziyu coming over. It seemed that Lu Yushan had really greeted him. That's me. Ding Ziyu handed over his work license, and the other party checked it before opening the door. Come with me. When you go inside you must do your work properly. Never have any petty thoughts, otherwise Chief Steward Lu will not spare you. The guard was rather enthusiastic in talking to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu froze when he heard this, instantly realizing that Lu Yushan had not let these guards know the true inside story, and he was afraid that this money was going to be swallowed by him. Thanks for the reminder. After entering the door, Ding Zi then realized that Lu Yuju was waiting for him inside, but he was still in that lofty posture, just sweeping a glance at Ding Ziyu before driving the guards out. According to what Ding Ziyu had inquired about, under normal circumstances, it would require 2 people to enter the blind box warehouse together. However, this time, only Lu Yushan was alone, and Ding Ziyu instantly understood and followed him inside. However, Lu Yuju did not lead Ding Ziyu deeper into the gated area, but instead walked towards a large warehouse on one side. The warehouse here is just locked with a very simple door lock, not even a decent access control. It's pretty clear that these blind boxes, which are judged to be dangerous, are really not taken very seriously. Even the blind box authority didn't pay much attention to these blind boxes, and no one would probably notice how many Lu Yushan took to sell. When Lu Yushan opened the door, Ding Ziyu realized that this warehouse was really not small. The shelves inside were filled with all sorts of blind boxes, and there was also a huge pile of them littering the floor. It's all here, just pick any of it, and settle the bill together when you're done. Lu Yushan pointed to the large blind box on the shelf and said casually, in my heart, I want Ding Ziyu to take more. This is all money. It's all his money. It's on. Look closer. Ding Ziyu hurriedly called the Eye of Truth. Although he could look at it himself, it wasn't as fast and efficient as he was. The Eye of Truth immediately began to observe, but his strength had recovered quite a bit, so as long as it wasn't a very special blind box, he could basically see through it with a single glance. Third in the first row, fourth, second row, 7th, 11th. The Eye of Truth quickly commanded Ding Ziyu. He didn't even say what was inside carefully. It wasn't too late to pick it back first and then scrutinize it. Ding Ziyu followed suit and surveyed it, sometimes touching it and looking at it in a very serious manner. In Lu Yushan's eyes, he thought that Ding Ziyu was just pretending. What feeling? It's all bull *******. Without real ability to open a blind box by feeling, there wouldn't be so many people dying in the process of opening a blind box. Ding Ziyu's operation was neither fast nor slow, and it took him nearly an hour to pick 35 blind boxes from it. Lu Yushan, who was standing on the side, had already revealed a smile. His eyes were almost boozing with laughter. It's either more or less for now, so we'll pick it out after it's opened, Ding Zi said, pointing to the blind box on the floor. It wasn't that the warehouse couldn't pick out more blind boxes, but because there were enough of them. Taking too many would not only easily arouse suspicion, but it would also be a very troublesome thing just to rummage through the warehouse. After you come in this time, have the boundary bead leave a coordinate here, and next time you might be able to shop for free. Chapter 136, What's in the Clouds? The defense of this warehouse wasn't very tight. Before, not knowing the exact location, it was hard to come in. Now that he knew the place, as long as he could bypass the first gate, he could easily come in. For 35 blind boxes, Ding Ziyu paid Lu Yushan 420,000 dragon coins at once. This guy had made a bloody fortune, and his eyes were smiling so much that they were almost mic'd up. Hey, brother Ding, is there a place to open a blind box? You're not planning on taking it to a public venue to open it, are you? Lu Yushan collected the dragon coins and asked with feigned concern. One must know that it was forbidden to privately open this kind of strange blind box in Dingyuan City. Even if Ding Ziyu went to a public venue to open a blind box, when he took out this kind of strange blind box, he would definitely be arrested on the spot by the officials. Under normal circumstances, even if Ding Ziyu had paid for these blind boxes, he would have no place to open them. On the side of the box opening team, it was also not allowed to open the blind boxes privately. Even if it is a stone, the things opened by the public have to be registered. What? Do you still have a place to open your own box? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Well, of course there is, but if you want to use it, the rental fee, 100,000 dragon coins a day, and any damage caused, you have to pay for it yourself. Lu Yushan really wasn't the usual black. I guess I dug a good hole for Ding Ziyu when I was selling the blind box. I'm sorry, I'm going to store it temporarily. It's not too late to open it when there's a need. Ding Ziyu took a look at how black this guy's heart was and naturally balked. As he watched Ding Ziyu leave, Lu Yushan had an odd look on his face, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. Soon, Ding Ziyu returned to his dormitory, and directly closed the door to his room, not bringing an answer to whoever was looking for him. Hurry up and see what goodies you've gotten. Ding Ziyu hurriedly entered his own little sanctuary. Although there were good things present in these blind boxes, there was also an equal amount of risk in them. Although Lu Yushan was greedy for money, his special abilities still worked. Ding Ziyu chilled both the ice giant tiger and the savage dragon and pulled them over, allowing these two to press the battlefield for his own. Only then did he take out a black and white blind box that came with the circle from his spatial ring. Ding Ziyu gazed closely and found that there was a white mist inside, and it was as if something existed within the mist, whirring and flashing, not quite visible. What the hell is in there? What are the dangers that exist? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. These blind boxes were picked out by him, and at that time, Ding Ziyu did not use his spiritual power to take a closer look. The item inside this blind box is called the Clouded What, an extremely practical storage-type shaped magic weapon. If you use such a magic weapon in the middle of a battle with an enemy, you can easily stow away other weapons. True Eye's explanation was simple and straightforward. It sounds very good indeed. If two people are hostile and everyone takes out their weapons, and you use this treasure all at once, won't you take away the other person's weapon all at once? The next battle would naturally be a great victory, and it might even be possible to decimate the enemy. If it's just such a magic weapon, why is it risky? Where is its risk? Ding Ziyu hurriedly sought to ask. Since Lu Yushan had classified this blind box as evil, there must be some reasoning behind it. It could not be without any risk at all. The risk is those mists. That is a kind of psychedelic substance that can confuse people's minds, and martial artists with insufficient strength, especially those with insufficient willpower, will easily lose themselves once they are exposed to this mist, and thus lose their own nature. The result will be very dangerous. So dangerous? Then how am I going to collect that Clouded What? Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu was also on guard, although he considered himself to be quite well strong-willed, but after all, his realm's strength was limited, and such a strange object would certainly not be easy to collect. Don't worry, I'm still here. Open it. It's just the right time to temper your willpower, and I'll remind you when something really goes wrong. The Eye of Truth urged in a loud voice. Seeing that the Eye of Truth was making a big deal out of it, Ding Ziyu's heart settled down quite a bit. Immediately, he opened this alien blind box. When the box dissipated, a dense white fog did quickly drift out. Within 100-meter radius, it was all white. It was like the white fog of the fall and wintertime. Ding Ziyu inhaled a little. Immediately feel some have dizziness, eyes all kinds of illusions present. Sometimes see the boundless beauty of the realm. Sometimes rushed into the bloody incomparable killing battlefield. Sometimes there are all kinds of red powder trap. It all seems so real. The visions are constantly changing, and if a certain type of vision can get you completely lost, it will continue to work. Ding Ziyu almost lost himself in the illusions several times, and in the end, it was the Eye of Truth that reminded him in time, pulling him out of these illusions. After tossing back and forth a few times, Ding Ziyu's will became even more resolute, telling himself that no matter what appeared, he had to understand that it was all fake and meant to confuse him. Afterwards, Ding Ziyu experienced dozens of not-so-illusory illusions, and the Eye of Truth didn't even make a sound. Almost there. Quickly find a way to collect that clouded what? The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu that the thing that was whirring and flashing in the white misty vapor was the clouded what? Ding Ziyu rushed over and grabbed it several times, but it was actually dodged by that cloudy what? It was evident that this magic weapon, which was very spiritual, was worthy of being a good thing that could produce so many illusions. Ding Ziyu was not discouraged, and after many efforts and overcoming multiple illusions, he finally managed to catch it in his hands. Taking a closer look, I realized that this thing looked like an oversized conch. The outer mouth was even bigger than a basin, and inside, white mist flew out constantly, as if there was an endless supply of smoke inside. Hurry up and refine it and recognize the master. The Eye of Truth continued to branch out. Although Ding Ziyu had carried through the phantasmagoric illusion and had also captured it in his hands, he still could not use it. This thing, at the moment, was still a masterless object. Ding Ziyu held this object tightly as his spiritual energy quickly extended inside. However, when Ding Ziyu's spiritual energy entered within the clouded what, he found that there was actually a huge space within, and the mist within was even more dense, almost becoming sticky. Although his spiritual power could pass through the mist, it was very difficult until he looked for the only living thing he could find from inside, which was actually a half-foot-long worm. More accurately, it resembled a giant silkworm. How could it be such a thing? How do I refine it? Ding Ziyu directly presented what he saw to the Eye of Truth. This is a Fey ice silkworm, and it is the main body of this clouded what? Use your spiritual power to touch it and command it. As long as it can listen to your command, it's basically a success. Chapter 137, The Precious Blood-Gifted Ox. Ding Ziyu tried very hard, but it took nearly an hour before he managed to communicate with the ice silkworm. In fact, this ice silkworm was not a living body. More accurately, it was actually the spirit of the weapon that had been refined into the clouded what? It was just that its spirituality wasn't very high, or else the clouded what wouldn't have been just a magic weapon. After completely refining it, Ding Ziyu communicated with the ice silkworm and easily collected the surrounding white mist back, and the surroundings became brighter. Well, this white mist actually has the effect of attacking the enemy as well, and if one's opponent is illusory by the white mist, one's desire to take advantage of this time to sneak attack the opponent will become much simpler as well. Ding Ziyu carefully pondered over it and realized that this clouded what is indeed a very rare magic weapon. With the power it unfolded, it was also just right for his own use. It would be even more perfect if he could get another stick-type magic weapon out of it to match the heaven blocking stick. The iron rods used before were nothing more than mundane objects that could not be compared to a magic weapon. After solemnly putting away the clouded what, Ding Ziyu looked at the other blind box. After all, he had brought quite a few things this time, and opening one really did not satisfy his appetite. Inside this blind box is a precious blood-gifted bull, which is rather grumpy and quite aggressive. The Eye of Truth said seriously. In fact, Ding Ziyu could also see the body of the cow inside, only that he had little insight and didn't know what breed of cow was inside the blind box and how powerful it was. Its realm has already surpassed the martial saint level, and you can't subdue it with your strength. The Eye of Truth said again. It's so dangerous and you're asking me to get it back. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Are there any other treasures inside the blind box? Ding Ziyu complained. No more, the treasure is this cow. Its blood is known as treasure blood, which is of great benefit to martial artists of the body refining stream. In addition, it also has cow treasure in its stomach, which is also very useful to you. On top of that, the meat of the treasure blood gifted cow is also very delicious. When the Eye of Truth said this, Ding Ziyu instantly felt that this precious blood-gifted bull's entire body was a treasure. It was just that its realm was too high, and with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat it. It's time for the savage dragon to go to war. This fellow eats and drinks from me. It must be allowed to contribute at critical times. Ding Ziyu instantly thought of the barbarian dragon. This fellow was a proper big eater. If not for Ding Ziyu's somewhat wealthy family, it would have been eaten poorly by it. Ding Ziyu greeted the barbarian dragon. In a moment, I'll release a bucket of precious blood Chikao, so you'll get it killed for me, but be careful not to make it too bloody. Its blood has a great effect. It can help me with body refining. Ding Ziyu seriously admonished the savage dragon. With this fellow's fighting tactics, if he hadn't admonished him beforehand, he estimated that the precious blood Chikao would most likely be dismantled, and it wouldn't be at all surprising that it would end up being eaten by it. The cold ice giant tiger on the side saw that Ding Zi didn't greet himself, but took the initiative to come over and rubbed its huge head against Ding Ziyu. Obviously it also wanted to follow along and fight. Alright, you'll be responsible for fighting and holding it back. Ding Ziyu was a little worried that the cold ice giant tiger was not a match for that precious blood-gifted bull. In terms of realm and strength, it was quite a bit weaker than the savage dragon. After receiving Ding Ziyu's promise, the ice-cold giant tiger backed up slightly, staring at the blind box on the ground with wide tiger eyes. Ding Ziyu reached out his hand to the blind box, and before the shell could completely dissipate, he jumped away at the first opportunity, acting quite swiftly. The moment the blind box dissipated, an extremely penetrating cow's bellowing sound came through. It could be said that its bellowing could be heard throughout the little Holy Land. If it was in Ding Yuan City, it would have alarmed half the city at least. Before the screams were finished, a giant bull that was 30 meters long and about 5 meters tall appeared. Just that thick bull's legs alone made people look at it. With this body shape, it was even a few points stronger than the ice-cold giant tiger. A pair of blood-red eyes looked towards Ding Ziyu at the first moment. It's also true that whoever opens the blind box is its first target. Savage dragon, what are you waiting for? Hit it! Ding Ziyu shouted out in a hurry. If this one only targeted himself, he was afraid that it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. The savage dragon was also a bit surprised when it first saw that this fellow's body was only slightly smaller than its own. In past battles, it had a great advantage in size, and even against the cold ice giant tiger, it hadn't shown any half-heartedness. However, this time, when it saw this treasure blood-gifted bull, the savage dragon also had a moment of hesitation. Only after hearing Ding Ziyu's voice pass by did it come to its senses. The savage dragon opened its huge mouth and directly spewed out a long flame that burned towards the precious blood Chikao. However, that giant bull was fiercely flinging its tail, dodging it very nimbly. Instead, it was the ice giant tiger that spewed out a cold aura that landed right on the body of the precious blood-gifted ox, forming a layer of ice slag on its body. It was just that such an attack didn't seem to do much damage to the precious blood-gifted bull, as it violently stomped its back leg, actually kicking the cold ice giant tiger's body very accurately, instantly stomping it back several meters. It was at this time that the savage dragon rushed up, and with its huge and incomparable body, it slammed into the precious blood Chiox. Kind of attack, completely as compared to whose skin is thick, whose strength is big. Knock knock, the two giant beasts collided together, emitting a burst of dull sounds. The muscles on their bodies were shaking violently, generating an enormous amount of power. The barbarian dragon's main force launched an attack, but it actually only slightly took advantage of it, and only knocked the precious blood-gifted ox backwards a few steps. The Chinyo stared with bloodshot eyes as its giant head lowered, utilizing its sharp horns to slam into the savage dragon. It was clearly not stupid, knowing that as long as it finished off this savage dragon, that little tiger was not even worth mentioning in its eyes. Fortunately, the savage dragon was not a vegetarian. His strength was incomparably strong, and his body's defense did not have any weaknesses. The two beasts attacked each other for a few rounds, and were actually evenly matched. Loud beastly roars followed one after another, as if they had stepped into the age of some prehistoric beast. This can't go on like this. It seems that we will only let the Gene Realm beat intervene and help the barbarian dragon. Ding Ziyu could sort of see that this precious blood-gifted bull was really strong. The barbarian dragon might be a little stronger than it, but it was also very limited. Even if the savage dragon could finish it off in the end, I'm afraid it would still cost a small price. Ding Ziyu quickly greeted the boundary bead, controlling the precious blood-gifted ox within a relatively small area, not giving it the chance to flash around. In this way, the barbarian dragon really had the upper hand. The barbarian dragon that struck true fire was also using all sorts of means. In particular, the flames it spewed out did a great deal of damage to the treasure blood-gifted bull, and soon a gust of charred smell would be emitted. The entire battle process lasted for almost an hour before the savage dragon finally hammered his opponent to death and let out a long whistle of excitement. Chapter 138, Approaching Silver Body. Power Surge. Ding Ziyu had collected all the precious blood, and there were actually around nearly 10,000 pounds of it. According to the Eye of Truth, these precious bloods were used to soak the body, which could greatly enhance the strength of the body and grow the strength of the martial artist. While Ding Ziyu was collecting the precious blood, the savage dragon and the ice-cold giant tiger circled around the blood pool, very much feeling interested. Does this blood help them as well? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. With his body, it seemed that he couldn't use so much blood. Of course it's useful, otherwise why don't they grab the meat of the gifted cow and eat it? And why are they circling around this blood? After hearing the explanation from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu's heart immediately had a number. He immediately got 2 large buckets, one for each of the 2 giants. I'll give you guys a little taste first, and when I finish refining my body, I'll give you all a drink. Ding Ziyu didn't know how much he could consume, but with the appetite of these 2 fellows, it was estimated that they could easily drink all the precious blood. The 2 behemoths were not polite either, and directly rolled the vat into their mouths, almost eating the barrel together. Seeing the 2 beasts looking like they were enjoying themselves at the same time, Ding Ziyu was also somewhat looking forward to it. At this moment, he could not be bothered to open the other blind boxes, first completing the body refining. The fresher the blood, the better the effect of refining the body. Ding Ziyu took off his clothes and jumped directly into the blood pool. As soon as he went down, he felt a burst of coolness, a very comfortable look, but within 3 minutes, the skin began to burn, and grew hotter and hotter, as if someone had raised a fire and heated it under a pool of blood. This heating up was very fast, and in less than 10 minutes, Ding Ziyu felt like he was having a very hard time with his immersion in boiling water. If it wasn't for the fact that his realm strength was strong enough and the strength of his body far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature at all. Eye of Truth, why is it so hot? How long will it take me to complete the precious blood refining? Ding Ziyu hurriedly inquired. Although he could still hold up, he did not have a masochistic tendency. Such a feeling was truly unpleasant. If an ordinary martial artist were to enter the blood pool directly, they wouldn't last more than 3 minutes before something would go wrong. The best way to use it is to apply the precious blood to one's body and slowly absorb its spirituality. You've successfully cultivated a bronze body and are already transforming into a silver body. That's why this seed didn't prevent the adoption of such a body refining method. You only managed to quench your body technique and absorb the spirituality within the precious blood into your body. And when you don't feel the burn anymore, you can end it. The Eye of Truth spoke intuitively, and when he said so, Ding Ziyu basically figured it out. Ding Ziyu quickly quieted his mind and revolved the body tempering technique, absorbing the spiritual substances within the precious blood. As the gong method rotated, Ding Ziyu could clearly feel some strange substances entering his body. When these substances entered his body, they immediately merged into his body, and those scorchingly hot and unbearable sensations followed, slightly diminishing. At the same time, his bronze body naturally manifested, looking just like a bronze statue, full of power. It seems to be having an effect. Ding Ziyu's spirit lifted and he began to absorb it hard. With this soak, Ding Ziyu soaked for almost 3 to 4 hours. During this time, his body's skin was also in the midst of a rapid metamorphosis. The color of bronze slowly changed, gradually becoming lighter and finally turning into a light silver-white color. After about 4.5 hours, the scalding sensation finally went away. It felt like soaking in room temperature water. Ding Ziyu carefully observed the blood pool and found that the blood water inside had become much lighter, with only a hint of light red remaining. It was as if some red pigment had been dripped into the water. Not bad. Your body is so close to becoming fully transformed into a silver body. The Eye of Truth was still very satisfied with the changes in Ding Ziyu's body. If it was a normal cultivation, if one wanted to transform from a bronze body to a silver body, it would take at least 2 or 3 years, and it would also require a lot of spiritual substances as aids to reach it. It feels like my power has increased a lot. It's at least doubled, Ding Ziyu said excitedly. He was now an 8th-stage martial saint, and if he doubled his strength, he would normally be able to reach the strength of a 9th-stage martial saint. With full output, he could basically crush experts at the martial saint level. However, his realm was still at the 8th stage, and there would be another essential leap in strength if he succeeded in advancing. Seeing Ding Ziyu drilling out of the blood pool, the 2 behemoths didn't mind that it was Ding Ziyu's bathwater, and actually quickly drank up the pool's light red liquid in one gulp. The meat of the treasure blood-gifted ox is also very delicious. Although it won't be of much help to you, it can still serve as a tonic for your grandfather for once. The Eye of Truth hurriedly commanded Ding Ziyu to dissect the carcass of the treasure blood-gifted ox. The main thing is that the cow treasure inside it has not been taken out yet, which is also a rare and good treasure. Ding Ziyu was in a marvelous state and immediately brought out the large kitchen knife. The body of the gifted ox, which had previously had a strong defense, was quickly chopped into several halves under the cuts of the large kitchen knife. Ding Ziyu managed to cut out a watermelon-sized piece of ox treasure. This yellow, but by the transparent color, look like jade. Very beautiful. How is this thing going to work? Ding Ziyu wiped the oxbowl clean. This thing was quite warm and moist in his hands, and it felt very unique. Just put it in your hand when you cultivate and absorb it bit by bit. It will make the spiritual energy in your body more pure. The benefits of this thing can't be manifested in a moment's time. It needs to be a long-term process. Once Ding Ziyu heard that was the case, he simply put it away and then cut off a large chunk of lean meat from the chicow, preparing to treat himself to a roast. As for the two giant beasts, they had long ago spoon-fed away a large chunk of each and were feasting on it next to them, at least a few thousand pounds or more. This precious blood-gifted bull's body was enough for them to eat for a few days. Ding Zi, tomorrow will be the third day. How are you going to deal with the crisis at hand? Ding Shichen sat on the side watching Ding Ziyu grill meat and inquired with great concern. Regarding the matter of the heavenly rock realist, Ding Shichen also knew about it. He was worried that Ding Ziyu would suffer in this matter. It was just that now his grandson's strength had also become stronger, and he had become more independent in terms of personality, and many things had their own ideas, and he would not interfere. I'm currently serving within the blind box authority, so no matter how brutal that heavenly pang realist is, it's impossible for him to rush inside the blind box authority to deal with me, right? Ding Ziyu considered for a moment, and thought that he was still guaranteed in terms of safety while staying within the blind box authority. If it was not possible, one could only hide in the small Holy Land and engage in maneuvering with the other party. Chapter 139, The Seal is Fallen. With Ding Shichen's insight, he also felt that there was no problem with his grandson's idea. After all, no matter where they were, the Blind Box Authority was a very strong city administrator. In Ding Yuan City, the Blind Box Authority was even more of an unrivaled presence. And even if the old monarch society was strong enough, I'm afraid that they would have to give them a few points of face. Your body has been imprinted with a spirit mark. Presumably it should be the handiwork of that heavenly rock realist. Luckily, it was cleansed off when I soaked the precious blood earlier. The Eye of Truth came out coldly, which caused Ding Ziyu to freeze. Spiritual imprint? Or was it the one that Tian Pangjinjin hit me with? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ding Ziyu felt a little numb at once. He had only met with the heavenly rock realist, and the time spent talking back and forth was only a few minutes. He couldn't figure out why the other party would hold such a grudge against him, and actually put a spiritual imprint on his body. He himself wasn't very proficient in this area, so it was even if he didn't notice it. The key was that the Eyes of Truth actually didn't notice it either, which was strange. If he hadn't happened to open the precious blood-gifted ox and get rid of the spiritual imprint on his body, wouldn't he have been caught by that heavenly pang realist in a flash? That mental imprint is just a very small point that can easily be overlooked under normal circumstances. It's also impossible for me to consume spiritual energy to check your entire body at any time. If that's really the case, I guess you wouldn't want to, right? There was a bit of truth in the real Eye statement. If he were to use his spiritual power to spy on Ding Ziyu's entire body at all times, I'm afraid that Ding Ziyu wouldn't accept it either. It could only be said that Tian Pangjinjin was a little too sinister, and to use such tactics on a junior boy at the first meeting was indeed a little underhanded. Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless, but finally accepted the explanation of the Eye of Truth. It was a good thing that the mark on his body had fallen off, which made his hanging heart finally feel a lot more solid. If I come into contact with this fellow again in the future, I must be a bit more careful and not give him another chance to put a mental imprint on me. Ding Ziyu could only ask the Eye of Truth to be more cautious in the future. With his abilities, he could indeed do this. Ding Ziyu himself was indeed somewhat defenseless in this regard against an expert whose strength far exceeded his own. Don't worry, in the future, whenever an expert has touched you, I will scan your entire body. The true Eye also knew that he had been careless. If it wasn't for the fact that Ding Ziyu happened to be dipping his precious blood in the blood pool, I'm afraid he wouldn't have even noticed. In fact, at this time, Yu Peng was also in the midst of wondering. He couldn't feel the spiritual imprint he had left behind. At first, he thought that Ding Ziyu had entered his cave again, but this time, he had disappeared for a much longer period of time, so he didn't know what had gone wrong. Luckily, he had confirmed that this kid had entered the Blind Box Authority before, and even if the imprint had disappeared, he could still go to the Blind Box Authority to find someone. After eating and drinking, Ding Ziyu had a beautiful sleep. He didn't like to cultivate bitterly, believing that Zhangji has the way is the better way to cultivate. This sleep, Ding Ziyu slept straight through until the big dawn. Feeling refreshed, after washing up and slightly adjusting his appearance, he went back to the 7th Open Box Team's work square. The daily work must still be done. When Wang Bin saw Ding Ziyu come to work on time, he greeted him enthusiastically. The blind box that needed to be opened today had not yet been sent over, and the 7th team's box opening personnel had not arrived. Due to the danger of opening the box, their working hours are relatively more lenient. As long as they finish their tasks within a day, There is no problem even if they come in the afternoon as long as they find a greeting with the captain. The 7th team then came over with 7 or 8 people, all sitting on one side of the room chatting. At this time, the heavenly paying realist had already arrived at the Blind Box Authority and was looking for Ding Ziyu's whereabouts through his own connections. Within the last 3 days, there was no one named Ding Ziyu who joined the Blind Box administration. A staff member from the comprehensive management section pulled up the relevant records and really didn't find a martial artist that matched Yu Peng's description. Impossible. This person must have joined the Blind Box Authority within these 3 days. You make a comparison of the members who joined in the past few days and see if there are any suspicious people. Yu Peng was certain that his senses would not go wrong. If it weren't for the fact that the Blind Box Authority was a large enough territory with a large staff, he would have wanted to go straight to the search. Don't worry, I'll pull up all the people who entered the Blind Box Authority in the last 3 days and compare them. Maybe it's possible that that guy changed his name. Xu Ming said patiently. He had a good relationship with Yu Peng, and he also knew that this person, known as the Heavenly Rock Realist, had dealings with a number of senior members of the Blind Box Authority. If it was an ordinary person, he would have thought to answer to the other party. The Blind Box Authority recruited martial artists every day and then assigned them to different departments. The number of personnel wouldn't be too many, but it wouldn't be too few either. Together with some who came in through connections, there were dozens of them every day. Over the course of 3 days, there were a total of 200 or so new recruits. Previous searches conducted in accordance with the detailed conditions set forth by Yu Peng did not result in the identification of any relevant person who met the conditions. This time it was immediately after a range search was conducted. There's a guy named Ding Yu who entered the Blind Box Authority in the last 3 days, but the relevant display shows that this person is a local of Dingyuan City, aged 33, a section of Martial Saint. The gap with the relevant data you provided is rather large. After inspecting for a while, Xu Ming retrieved the data reported by Ding Ziyu. Hearing the information provided by Xu Ming, Yu Peng was also a little unsure. After all, there were many people with the same name, not to mention the similarities. The point was that there was a huge gap between the relevant information and the information he had, and it didn't feel like the same person, whether it was age or strength. Let's see if there's a higher similarity, and then we'll go and meet in person. I don't believe we can't find this guy, Yu Peng said. With Xu Ming's help, Yu Peng ended up picking out 5 people that he thought were more suspicious. This also included the name Dingyu. After all, the similarity was too high, so he definitely couldn't let it go. After 9 o'clock in the morning, Ding Ziyu finished his workload for the day and was ready to go back to the dormitory to continue opening the blind box in his hand. Just as he had just stepped out of the square, he was able to catch a glimpse of Tian Pengzhenren, and realized that one person was walking over to this side with a smile on his face. However, the two were separated by a distance of about 100 meters, and the other party did not notice him. Ding Ziyu hastily accelerated his pace and quickly left his workplace. Wang Bin, call all your team members over. Xu Ming walked over and shouted at Wang Bin. Although Wang Bin was a captain, he could only be regarded as the lower-level personnel of the Blind Box administration, and he really didn't dare to offend any of the cadres with status. So in a hurry, he called all the players present. Yu Peng swept a glance at the crowd and couldn't help but frown as he asked in a deep voice, "Is everyone here?" Chapter 140, A Misunderstanding Caused by a Word. Wang Bin looked at Yu Peng. He really didn't recognize this person. Perhaps because he couldn't reach the level. He usually couldn't come into contact with such a high-level person. There are still 3 people who haven't arrived, and 2 people have completed their mission and have already left. Wang Bin didn't know what they were up to and could only answer truthfully. There's a guy named Dingyu. Is he on your team? Has he come yet? Yu Peng asked with a sullen face. His gaze swept across the faces of these people, and he did not find any martial artists who looked similar to Ding Ziyu. He just left and brushed past you people before. Did you all not see him? Wang Bin felt a little strange, thinking that they were acquainted with each other. When they had just come in, they weren't far apart from each other, and with the sensing ability of a martial saint powerhouse, if they were truly familiar with each other, there was no way they wouldn't be able to see each other. After all, there weren't many people in the open box square, so this distance wasn't a problem at all. Brush past? The person who passed us earlier was Dingyu? Yu Peng threw the question to Xu Ming. When they had come in earlier, someone had indeed passed them by mistake, but it was another person from the open box team. At that time, Yu Peng was only focused on talking to Xu Ming, and only gave a cursory glance, realizing that there was too much of a difference between his appearance and Ding Ziyu's, so he simply ignored it. In essence, Ding Ziyu was still slightly away from them, going through another exit. Yu Peng's line of sight was obstructed, and he didn't actually see Ding Ziyu. Someone did brush up against us, and you were looking at him without making a sound. I didn't call him out either. Xu Ming was also a bit confused. He only knew that someone had passed by, much less looked closely. Wang Bin's casual remark had really created an obvious misunderstanding for them. When Yu Peng saw Chu Mingdu say this, a flash of disappointment rose in his heart. Based on the time, as well as the proximity of the name, his level of suspicion towards this Ding Yu was extremely high. In hindsight, it was probably just a real name approximation. With his eyesight, there was no way that person could be Ding Ziyu in disguise. Forget it, let's check somewhere else. Yu Peng was a little disappointed. Team 7 had this Ding Yu as the most suspicious. After he was ruled out, then they could only go to other departments to trace. In terms of normal human thinking, Ding Ziyu wanted to hide in the blind box authority and use a fake name that was likely irrelevant to his own name, which would only be obvious if he just removed one word. Ding Ziyu never dreamed that Wang Bin's casual remark actually put off Yu Peng. Within a short period of time, this Tian Peng real person was afraid that he would no longer suspect that Ding Yu was Ding Ziyu. The fact that Yu Peng was able to chase into the blind box authority made Ding Ziyu's vigilance towards this person rise a lot more. It seemed that this Tian Peng realist was not an easy man to deal with. Even if he stayed within the blind box authority, he was not necessarily safe. What are we going to do for the next few days? Should we take a few days off first? Ding Ziyu was worried that Yu Peng would kill another return and go to Open Box Plaza to block him. If he was really blocked by this person, the top management of the blind box authority might not care about him. After all, the fact that they were able to bring the Tian Peng real person in to look for someone was very telling. It's just that I've only been at work for 2 or 3 days and I'm starting to take time off, so it does seem a little hard to say, or at least find a suitable reason. It's not that simple. Just say that you're going into seclusion to break through to the next realm, delaying you for a few days, the Eye of Truth said casually. Normally speaking, for a martial artist at the martial saint level to break through to the next realm, spending a few days would not be strange at all. Even if it took 3 to 5 months was a common occurrence. The blind box authority is also supportive of this aspect. It's just that the work owed will more than likely have to be made up later, or the appropriate paychecks deducted. When Ding Ziyu thought about it, he was right. It just so happened that there were still a number of blind boxes that hadn't been opened, so it was perfectly feasible to take a leave of absence and hide in a small holy place to open a blind box and improve his strength. When Ding Ziyu sent a message to Wang Bin to ask for leave, the duo of Yu Peng and Chu Ming had already left. They hadn't even told Wang Bin the reason they had come over to look for someone. When Wang Bin heard that Ding Ziyu wanted to take leave to break through his realm, he didn't say much and approved it very quickly. He didn't say much about anything else, and only told Ding Ziyu that he would consider how to make up for his leave after he returned to the team. So after Ding Ziyu returned to his dormitory, he once again shut himself up in the small sanctuary and tried to open the blind box that he had gotten. On this day, Ding Ziyu opened 10 blind boxes at once, and although there were some risks involved in each of them, with the help of the savage dragon and the cold ice giant tiger, along with his strength, he didn't cause much trouble. After all, when picking the boxes, the true eye had also looked at them carefully, and it was impossible to really pick those blind boxes that had great terrors in them. Killing Ding Ziyu would not do him any good. On the contrary, he himself would have to be implicated. These 10 blind boxes opened up 3 kinds of elixirs that were very useful to Ding Ziyu's cultivation. All of them were the kind that were hard to find in reality, but unfortunately, Ding Ziyu also did not know how to refine pills, so he could only chew peonies, and more or less had to waste a lot of medicinal power. In addition to the 3 types of spirit medicine, 2 rare metals were also opened, both of which were good materials for refining weapons. It was just that they were similarly limited by the current situation and couldn't be put to much use for a while. Ding Ziyu stayed in the small Holy Land for 5 days at once, and he also tried to consume a spirit medicine. The enhancement to himself wasn't really obvious, and it wasn't as obvious as the effects of those spirit fishes. This caused Ding Ziyu to be slightly disappointed. Yet the Eye of Truth told him that there were actually very few single spirit medicines that could boost the cultivation realm. Only after combining multiple spirit medicines and refining them into pills could they maximize their effects. The true Eye actually knew some simple alchemy techniques, but Ding Ziyu didn't have any foundation at all and didn't really want to learn it himself. He didn't want to teach it either. The Heavenly Rock realist had tossed around the blind box authority for 2 days, but naturally, he had not found Ding Ziyu. He didn't even see some of the people on the list that Chu Ming had listed out for him. After all, the blind box administration also had outgoing missions, as well as the possibility of casualties at any time. Some martial artists died directly outside after going out on missions. There had been a lot of problems in Ding Yuan City lately, and even the most common blind boxes would open up something of great danger every now and then. Yu Peng once suspected that Ding Ziyu had already left Ding Yuan City, but after careful analysis, he felt it was unlikely. The biggest possibility was that Ding Ziyu knew that the 3 days were up and found a place to hide himself. After all, he also knew that Ding Ziyu had cave-type magic treasures, so as long as he hid inside and didn't come out, there was nothing he could do. Yu Peng did not intend to give up. For what Ding Ziyu had in his hands, He was determined to get it. It was just a matter of spending some more time. Chapter 141, Fishing. Yu Peng searched for several days in a row, but did not see Ding Ziyu's figure. Mentally pondering, I do not know where this kid is hiding. His mind moved and he decided to release his disciple Gao Xinyu. As long as Gao Xinyu came out, he would definitely contact Ding Ziyu, and then he would be able to follow the trail and hit his target. Gao Xinyu had been locked up for many days in a row and was depressed, and her master teacher suddenly released her. Not to mention how happy she was. She found a reason to ditch her senior sister and quickly ran out of the mountain village. Only when she contacted Ding Ziyu, she couldn't reach him, so she had to leave him a message asking him to go and wait for himself at the main gate of the center garden after he received the message. Gao Xinyu didn't know that when she was going out, she had already been hit with a spiritual imprint by her master, and wherever she went to move around, Yu Peng was quite clear about it. Yu Peng had not only used the spiritual seal, but also sent someone to tail behind Gao Xinyu, focusing on monitoring her movements. However, on that day, she just wandered around Ding Yuan City and went back after looking around. Ding Ziyu had stayed within the small Holy Land for 5 days before he ran out of it to get some air. He then quickly received a message from Gao Xinyu. Could this be a trap? Ding Ziyu took a closer look at the message, always feeling less than solid in his heart. After carefully inspecting the time and realizing that it was sent to him yesterday, he didn't care so much in his heart, so he casually replied back, telling Gao Xinyu that he was practicing yesterday and didn't receive her message. The message had just been sent out for a minute, and Gao Xinyu's phone call came over soon after. Ding Ziyu, where have you been? Didn't go anywhere. Didn't your master's father lock you up? After Ding Ziyu picked up the phone, he did not speak until Gao Xinyu took the initiative to speak. The master locked me up for a few days and then released me. Have you gone to the city to stroll around? I'll take you to familiarize yourself with Ding Yuan City. Gao Xinyu was happy to finally be able to move around freely. Good. I'll wait for you at the center garden gate. Ding Ziyu hung up the phone. He also had some things he wanted to talk to Gao Xinyu about. The centerpiece garden wasn't hard to find, and the two met half an hour later. Ding Ziyu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would come to this. My master may have been too nervous and had a somewhat aggressive attitude. I hope you don't take it to heart. Gao Xinyu apologized to Ding Ziyu when they met. Her attitude was indeed very good. Forget it, it's all a small matter. Ding Ziyu waved his hand. The two of them chatted while wandering around, casually buying quite a few things, similar to what they did in Daning City. It was just that in Ding Yuan City, no one came after them and it seemed very relaxing. On the other side, the Heavenly Rock realist was already so angry that his face was green. Should we make a move now and catch that kid? A martial saint expert was staring at the Gao Xinyu duo from afar and was calling Tian Pangjinren. Don't be in a hurry. It won't be too late for you to make a move after I Xiaoyu calls away in a while. Yu Peng did not want to deal with Ding Ziyu in front of Gao Xinyu. A few minutes later, Yu Peng made up an excuse and called Gao Xinyu to hurry back. Gao Xinyu didn't want to doubt anything and immediately agreed. She gave Ding Ziyu a greeting and told him to return to the blind box authority by himself before leaving in a hurry. Once Gao Xinyu left, Ding Ziyu didn't have much heart for shopping, so he leisurely walked all the way back. When he walked through 2 streets, he was stopped by someone. Kid, hand over everything of value you have on you. A middle-aged man glared viciously at Ding Ziyu, his caracal expression to the point that he performed the robber very well. Ding Ziyu froze for a moment, looking the other party up and down. He couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to rob me? Cut the crap and bring out everything. The middle-aged man still had that vicious tone, but as he said this, the aura on his body was climbing, quickly reaching the level of a martial saint. A martial saint still comes out to rob? With such a strong strength, is it still impossible to earn a living? Ding Ziyu saw that the other party's aura had already exceeded the martial sage level and was still in the midst of a rapid rise. In less than a minute, this person's realm had already reached the 8th stage of the martial saint, and it was impossible for an expert at this level to come out as a robber. Go away! Don't force me to make a move or you'll die an ugly death. Ding Ziyu's face sank for a moment. This person was mostly a member of the old monarch society and was obviously here on Yu Peng's orders. He was truly surprised that Gao Xinyu was still being used. Brat! Your breath is not small. Watch the move. The middle-aged man was genuinely surprised that his strength of an 8th-stage martial saint was actually defied by a brat. As he spoke, the other party directly grabbed at Ding Ziyu. In this person's opinion, even if Ding Ziyu had some talent, he couldn't possibly be strong enough. When his body grabbed onto Ding Ziyu's shoulder, it felt like he was grabbing onto a piece of alloy steel plate. Ding Ziyu just looked at him coldly, not half caring. The middle-aged man's face changed, immediately realizing that he was meeting an expert. This kid was by no means as simple as he thought. Kneel down for me. The middle-aged man suddenly increased his strength and pressed down on Ding Ziyu. Now, he had exerted his entire body's strength, wanting to directly crush Ding Ziyu to the ground. However, Ding still stood firmly, without the slightest hint of bending over and bending his knees. There was even a sneer at the corner of his mouth. With this amount of strength, you want to deal with little master. Go back and practice before coming back. With a gentle shake of his body, Ding Ziyu wrenched the opponent's large hand free. The middle-aged man's face instantly became particularly ugly. He had never dreamed that a young-looking guy was actually so strong. In terms of strength, one was safely no match for the other. Tell Yu Peng that this Ding Yuan city is not his family's, nor is it yours, the old monarch society. Gao Xinyu is my person, no matter what means he uses. He can't take it away from me. Ding Ziyu simply picked it out. Anyway, it's all like this. There's no point in hiding it anymore. With just you? Want to fight with our old monarch society? The middle-aged man's face was green and red for a while, and after glaring at Ding Ziyu, he ended up walking away. However, he didn't take more than a few steps before he called Yu Peng and reported the situation over here. Waste. A kid can't even take it. Yu Peng picked up the phone and was furious when he heard that the middle-aged man had failed in his capture. Although he knew that Ding Ziyu was a 7th-stage martial saint, he had sent out people who were 8th-stage martial saints and had learned 2 powerful secret arts, but he had never expected that none of them would be a match for Ding Ziyu. That kid's body is frighteningly strong, and his strength is even greater. The middle-aged man Chuan obviously didn't use a secret technique, but his instincts sensed that he was no match for the others. Chapter 142. Ding Ziyu didn't need to think to guess that the middle-aged man would definitely report his whereabouts to Tian Pangjinjin, so he directly rose up in the air and quickly flew towards the blind box authorities. However, Yu Peng was one step ahead of him and intercepted him at the entrance of the blind box authority. Come with me, don't force me to strike out at you. You don't have half a chance of winning. Yu Peng glared at Ding Ziyu. The sinister color in his eyes was visible to anyone. Ding Ziyu figured out at once that he still had some scruples about the blind box authority, and was not good enough to make a move at the gate. Perhaps this person had a good relationship with some of the people in the blind box authority, but it was by no means possible for him to take over the entire blind box authority. If that were the case, the old monarch society would probably be above the blind box authority. However, this was not the case in reality. The blind box authority was the only one that was dominant in this Ding Yuan city, and had the absolute right to speak. After figuring out this relationship, Ding Ziyu became much bolder. Since the heavenly rock realist must make things difficult for him, then he would find a way to set up a powerful opponent for this person and even for the old monarch society. Why should I go with you? I am affiliated with the blind box authority. How dare you arrest the members of the authority outside the gates of the blind box authority? Do you really think that we don't have any experts in the blind box authority? Ding Ziyu spoke in a loud voice. With his realm and strength, the sound of his speech was not so loud that the entire blind box authority could hear it, but those who were close by could definitely hear it. Even though the strength he displayed was only a 2nd-stage martial saint, he could be considered a stalwart in the blind box authority. So when Ding Ziyu's words fell, immediately, several staff members rushed out, especially some of the field staff. Each and every one of them stared angrily at Tian Pangjinren. Even though most of these people were only martial artists below the 10th stage, there was absolutely no problem with their stance. Who are you? How dare you come to our gate to arrest people? Do you really think that we, the blind box authority, can't hold a sword? A captain of the action team shouted angrily, and several members of the team flashed their weapons. Normally, they were the only ones who were wild outside, and even if they encountered a martial saint expert, they would give them some face. This was the only official organization in Ding Yuan City, so there was no reason to back down. All of you, get out of my way. This is a personal feud between me and him. It has nothing to do with your blind box administration. Yu Peng's aura flourished, and his might that surpassed that of a martial saint instantly pushed the members of the action team out a few meters away. However, Yu Peng didn't lay a deadly hand on them. He just wanted to let these people suffer some superficial injuries and teach them a lesson. In the end, he still had calculations in his heart. There really was a powerful expert sitting within the blind box authority. He also had to give the other side a few points of face. Ding Ziyu also acted quickly, rushing over at once, taking the initiative to block the might released by Yu Peng for the people of the action team. With his strength, he definitely couldn't beat Yu Peng in a head-on fight, but there was still no problem in merely blocking the pressure released by the other party. You guys aren't his opponents. Hurry up and get help. Ding Ziyu continuously spoke to the members of the action team. Right at the front door of the blind box authority, it was still an easy matter to move a rescuer. That operations captain also understood that he was far from Yu Peng's opponent, and after sweeping a glance at Ding Ziyu, he turned around and rushed inside the authority. Kid, it's useless whoever you call today. This seat must take you away. Yu Peng raised his hand and grabbed towards Ding Ziyu. Although he did not utilize any powerful secret arts, his speed was incredibly fast. Ding Ziyu was not polite either, and directly struck out with his full force, blasting out with a punch. The strong force brought out a thunderous sonic boom sound, causing the surrounding air to follow along and keep rolling. Yu Peng's face changed slightly, and the hand that grabbed at Ding Ziyu quickly retracted. Obviously, he had not expected that Ding Ziyu would actually be able to exert such a strong power, exceeding his prediction. Without using some powerful secret arc means, it really wasn't an easy task to capture Ding Ziyu. Dragon probing hand. Yu Peng let out a loud roar, and a Zhang-sized dragon claw suddenly converged above his head, quickly grasping down towards Ding Ziyu. Once the dragon's claws came out, the surrounding range of more than 10 meters was locked up, and Ding Ziyu stood still without even a chance to escape. There was an essential gap in power between the two. This is the power that surpasses a martial saint? It is indeed too terrifying. Several people let out such an exclamation. It was already very difficult for an ordinary martial artist to cultivate into a Tendan martial artist. A martial saint was all but a luxury for the absolute majority, let alone talking about surpassing the level of a martial saint. Ding Ziyu mobilized his entire body and tried to break free from the binding force on his body, but as a result, he still couldn't do it. This made him very depressed, originally thinking that he was already very strong, but when he met such an expert, he still did not have any power to fight back. Tian Pongjinjin, you've gone a bit overboard, haven't you? Just as Ding Ziyu was about to be grabbed, a voice suddenly appeared. The original powerful binding force loosened all of a sudden, and the force acting on Ding Ziyu's body lightened as he nonchalantly swung his fist to blast at the still slowly falling dragon claw. Boom! The two forces quickly collided together, and the huge dragon claw above his head was blasted into a flurry of shaking, almost being shattered apart by Ding Ziyu's punch. In fact, Ding Ziyu was perfectly capable of not throwing this punch, but he still made a move. It was a demonstration of his strength. He didn't know who the person coming was and how much the other party was willing to put out to save himself. So it's important to show your value and motivate the person coming in to make up their mind. The visitor was one of the 5 patriarchs of the Blind Box Authority and an expert beyond the martial saint realm. Originally, he was just watching the show from the side, and the strength that Ding Ziyu displayed really made him feel bright. This kid doesn't look too old, and his strength is already so strong, so naturally he's a potential stock worth cultivating. Daoist Yuan Koan, are you sure you want to meddle in this matter? Yu Peng's face turned ugly all of a sudden, just as Ding Ziyu had judged. He did have some connections in the Blind Box Authority, but it was mainly some middle management. This Daoist Yuan Koan might not be as strong as him, but he had some strength. Now that he had come out to intervene, the problem had become somewhat complicated. This person is a member of my Blind Box Authority. You're arresting someone at the gate of my authority. Don't we at the Blind Box Authority want to lose face? Daoist Yuan Koan lightly came to Ding Ziyu's side. This person was dressed in a Taoist robe and indeed had the flavor of a worldly superior. This son has only joined the Blind Box Authority for a few days, and has clearly impure motives. You do want to make an enemy of our old monarch society for him? Yu Peng immediately nailed through Ding Ziyu's origins, hoping that this would dissuade Daoist Yuan Koan from helping him. Chapter 143, Yu Peng's defeat. Do you guys know the exact origin of this son? He is not a local at all, but comes from the southern city of Daning. Yu Peng further exposed Ding Ziyu's shortcomings, hoping to dispel Daoist Yuan Koan's thoughts of keeping Ding Ziyu. However, when these words fell into Daoist Yuan Koan's ears, his interest in Ding Ziyu instead grew a few points deeper. Trying to come from Daning City to Ding Yuan City was a very long distance, and even if one was a martial saint powerhouse, trying to cross such a faraway wilderness was almost impossible to do, because in the wilderness, there were too many uncertainties present. Encountering any accident would most likely end in death. If Ding Ziyu had really come from Ding Yuan City, it also proved that he was not small. Isn't that the kind of talent that the Blind Box Authority wants? As for what exactly was the unraveling conflict between Ding Ziyu and Tian Pangjinjin, this was not among Daoist Yuan Koan's considerations. After all, with the strength of the Blind Box Authority, there was really no need to look at the face of the old monarch society to act. Yu Peng, no matter what background or origin this kid has, since he is willing to join my Blind Box Authority and officially become one of us, then he is one of our Blind Box Authority. You want to arrest our people outside of the Blind Box Authority, which in itself is against the rules. Today's matter ends here. I'll pretend nothing has happened. How about it? This was tantamount to Daoist Yuan Koan giving an expulsion order, not giving Yu Peng any more face. When Yu Peng heard the other party speak in such a manner, his face instantly became extremely ugly. He was truly surprised that this Daoist Yuan Koan did not give himself any face at all. This son has a great deal to do with my old monarch society, so please be magnanimous and consider it a favor owed to you by the old monarch society. Yu Peng wanted to use the exchange of benefits to capture Ding Ziyu. The old monarch society was also a first-rate power in Ding Yuan City, and the favor they owed was likely to be a huge fortune. Under normal circumstances, It would be a very cost-effective deal for the Blind Box Authority to exchange Ding Ziyu for a favor from the old monarch society. However, Taoist Yuan Cohen did not think so at this time. At first glance, Ding Ziyu was indeed plain-looking and not too young. He didn't look particularly outstanding, but why did Yu Peng have to arrest him, even going so far as to turn against the Blind Box Authority for him? This in itself was highly problematic. Upon careful consideration, he felt that there might be a great secret or a great value in Ding Ziyu. If this was not the case, why would the Heavenly Rock realist not let go of his hand even after he had put his words to this point? No, if this matter is handled in this manner, it is like breaking the rules of the Blind Box Authority. This seat can't make the decision either. We must report to the chief seat before we can make a decision. Taoist Yuan Cohen found a good excuse, pushing the matter to the top. The chief seat in his mouth was the highest administrator of Ding Yuan City, and had a very important status in the entire Blind Box Authority system. Yu Peng saw the other party's lack of oil and salt, and hated him so much that he really wanted to make a move and clean up this Taoist along with him. However, he was also very clear in his heart that arresting Ding Ziyu might not cause much of a fuss, but moving Taoist Yuan Cohen would be like tearing his face off with the Blind Box Authority. Although the old monarch society wasn't weak, and even in the eyes of a number of forces, it was a top-notch existence. However, if they wanted to fight head-on with the Blind Box Authority, they were still a long way behind in terms of strength. Ding Ziyu stood on the side in silence, watching the two men tug at each other. However, he knew that even if he scared Yu Peng away today, this Taoist Yuan Cohen would definitely not let himself go easily. What to do to get through the calamity at hand was indeed very taxing to contemplate. It was impossible to hide within the small Holy Land as a shrunken head turtle every time. This would only set up more enemies for himself and reduce the space for survival. Just as the two of them were pulling their hair out, another heavyweight in the Blind Box administration arrived outside the gate. This person was none other than Zhao Changlin, the director of the Ding Yuan City Blind Box administration. Although his position was a shade lower than Taoist Yuan Cohen, he was the highest talker in Ding Yuan City. Taoist Yuan Cohen briefly said a few words to Zhao Changlin, but the biased attitude was quite obvious. That is, he wanted to bail out Ding Ziyu. Unlike Taoist Yuan Cohen, Zhao Changlin, as the director of the Blind Box Authority of Ding Yuan City, had dealings with all the forces in this city. In the past, many times, the orders issued by the Blind Box administration would be resisted by many forces. In particular, some really powerful forces of all sizes would always come up with various ways to boycott or drill the Blind Box administration's loopholes. Zhao Changlin was very annoyed by this, and many times he wanted to send out his manpower to eliminate some forces that didn't need to exist. In the case of the Unified Purchasing Office, which had only recently been established, it had been opposed by several major powers. This also included the old monarch society, which was simply unwilling to carry out the orders issued by the authority. That's why those regulations were used to target ordinary people. Forces like the old monarch society would simply not be able to sell valuable strange blind boxes to the Unified Purchasing Institute. They would even blatantly open the blind boxes on their own territory and make some big noise from time to time. The Blind Box Authority really can't do much about them either, so they just have to pretend they don't know and turn a blind eye. However, Zhao Changlin still resented these forces in his heart, including the notoriously powerful Laojun Society. Yu Peng ran to the front door of the Blind Box Authority to spread wildness, which is like hitting his Zhao's face in front of his face. Today, regardless of the right or wrong, certainly will not allow Yu Peng to take the person away. Ding Ziyu, right? Come with me. No one will dare to touch you here, Zhao Changlin said very forcefully to Ding Ziyu. Of course, that was obviously meant for Yu Peng to hear. That meant very clearly, if you have the ability, you can come inside the Blind Box Authority and arrest people. Let's see if you have the guts to do so. What else could Ding Ziyu say? Of course he immediately followed Zhao Changlin towards the inside of the authority. As for Yu Peng would not be good. Naturally there was Taoist Yuan Cohen who stayed behind to pull the wool over his eyes. Although Yu Peng was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still didn't dare to actually run inside the authority to arrest people. If there was no high-level presence, it might have been possible to try. Now that Taoist Yuan Cohen and Zhao Changlin had both stepped forward, if he was still insensitive, something would immediately go terribly wrong. It was even likely to set off a war between the Blind Box Authority and the old monarch society. Unable to do anything about it, Yu Peng could only retreat in a depressed manner. However, he still had other plans in his heart. As long as Ding Ziyu was still in Ding Yuan City, he would have a chance to catch him. If he could utilize Gao Xinyu once, he could utilize Gao Xinyu a second time. He just didn't believe that every time, a senior member of the Blind Box Authority would jump out to stop himself. On Ding Ziyu's side, he was brought directly to the director's office by Zhao Changlin. He casually pointed to a seat on one side and told Ding Ziyu to sit down. Before burying his head in his own business again, Chapter 144, Swindling Two Old Men. Ding Ziyu honestly sat down, still somewhat terrified inside. Yu Peng had already picked out that his identity was false, and if the blind box authority pursued the matter, it would be easy to find out his old background. After all, he had done so many things in Daning City that the two would have belonged to the same system, and wanting to find information about him was not difficult at all. Even though the blind box authority of the Great Ning City had cancelled the wanted notice about him, the other things must have still been documented in considerable detail. There was no sect master Cheng Tian in Dingyuan City. Even if one wanted to pull the tiger's skin to make a big banner, one could not do so. On the contrary, there were a lot of secrets hiding in one's body, which could easily cause others to covet one's heart. If Zhao Changlin or Taoist Yuan Kuan both took an interest in him, then something could really go terribly wrong. Being targeted by these old guys, there was no guarantee of life safety at all. However, what Ding Ziyu did not expect was that Zhao Changlin did not seem to be in any hurry at all, still doing his own thing seriously, as if he had forgotten about Ding Ziyu all of a sudden. Ding Ziyu even had some suspicions that this director Zhao was playing psychological warfare with himself, deliberately leaving himself out to dry and putting psychological pressure on him. Of course, if the other party didn't take the initiative to speak, Ding Ziyu would definitely not expose himself. It would be too good if he could muddle through like this. Ding Ziyu stayed in Director Zhao's office as if on pins and needles for about a quarter of an hour before Taoist Yuan Kuan finally walked in with a flourish. "Yoo-hoo, is the lad quite at home? Is there anything you want to say to us?" As soon as Taoist Yuan Kuan came in, he opened his mouth to speak. Director Zhao just looked up at the other party and didn't interrupt, still doing his own thing. What does Senior want to know? After Ding Ziyu had gotten over his initial period of apprehension, he was quite calm at this moment. Some countermeasures were also pondered. If the other party does not ask those core questions, he or she will never say it on his or her own. As the saying goes, if you confess to leniency, you will sit through the bottom of the prison. If you resist strictness, you will go home for the new year. Let's start by telling us about your identity and origin. Realist Tian Peng said that you are not a local of Dingyuan City, but from a distant southern city. Taoist Yuan Kuan asked casually, but from his eyes, it could still be seen that he was carefully observing Ding Ziyu and was not as casual as he thought. I'll be called Dingyu. My teacher is from the Cheng Tian sect, and I'm a named disciple of sect master Cheng Tian. Ding Ziyu began to make up nonsense to see if he could bluff the old man in front of him. If he answered honestly, the other party would just have to check in the system and everything would be clear. A named disciple of sect master Cheng Tian? Taoist Yuan Kuan immediately grasped the point and visibly wrinkled his brows. Obviously, he also knew of sect master Cheng Tian, a bull who could make the blind box administration give in, and as a senior member of this system, it was impossible that he hadn't heard of him. Not to mention Taoist Yuan Kuan, even Zhao Changlin, who had been doing his work, raised his head and looked at Ding Ziyu seriously for a few moments. Obviously his words had clearly aroused the interest of the two. What are you doing in Dingyuan City? Why did you have a conflict with the Heavenly Rock realist? Taoist Yuan Kuan continued to pursue the question. There was no rush to track down Ding Ziyu's true details. Master has asked me to come out to practice and experience, and if I have the opportunity, it would be best if I could meet that treasure from the blind box administration. Ding Ziyu's mind traveled fast and his cowskin was blown. This news was indeed impossible for the average person to know, and only a bull like sect master Cheng Tian would know that within the blind box administration general directorate, there was a treasure of unimaginable proportions. As for the conflict with the Heavenly Rock realist, it was because I met his disciple Gao Xingyu and had a mutual affection for each other. In order to stop me, realist Tian Peng had a conflict. On this point, Ding Ziyu's explanation was basically true, at least 9% of it. As Ding Ziyu spoke, Taoist Yuan Kuan stared at him as if he wanted to see through everything about him. What Ding Ziyu said was indeed a bit of a bluff, and at least with his position, it was not easy to judge whether it was true or not. With your realm, I'm afraid it's a bit unrealistic to want to see that treasure of the general directorate, isn't it? Taoist Yuan Kuan was not clear about Ding Ziyu's realm strength. After all, his revealed strength was only a second-stage martial saint. It was just that the punch he threw against the Heavenly Rock realist earlier was indeed quite stunning. Ding Ziyu also understood that if he didn't come up with some real material, it would be really very difficult to convince this old guy. Thus, he no longer suppressed his realm, and the pressure of an 8th-stage martial saint was instantly released. It didn't even require much explanation from him, immediately causing both Taoist Yuan Kuan and Zhao Changlin to stare in disbelief. Martial Saint 8th stage? Just how old are you? How many years has it been since you awakened your power? This time, Zhao Changlin opened his mouth. Although there were true experts present in the blind box authority, an 8th dan martial saint was something that could never be ignored. Ding Ziyu was silent for a few seconds before he replied. I just turned 20 this year, and it has been almost 2 years since I awakened my power. Ding Ziyu once again lied. It would indeed be too shocking if he told the true situation. He was also worried that if he told the other party the real situation, Zhao Changlin would be able to easily find out his true identity based on what he had reported. If one were to check on the situation as stated in the present, it would definitely not match up. Ding Ziyu's record in Daning City was 18 years old, and the realm recorded by the Blind Box Authority was only the 10th stage of the martial artist. And later on, although he showed the strength of a martial saint, the difference in testing did not keep up, and there were a lot of things that didn't match up with the physical information. This makes it much more likely that it can be snubbed. As for whether or not Sect Master Cheng Tian really had such a named disciple, it didn't matter at all. At the very least, it was impossible for the Blind Box Authority to find sect leader Cheng Tian to confirm the veracity of this matter. Hiss. 2 years after awakening and reached the realm of an 8th-stage martial saint, Taoist Yuan Cohen drew in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Changlin. Take Zhao Changlin for example. He was 21 years old when awakened his power, but it took him 5 years to cultivate to martial artist 10th stage. Purely in terms of talent, compared to Ding Ziyu, it was really a long way off. It wasn't as if there weren't martial artists with demonic talents within the Blind Box administration, and it was said that there were those who had cultivated to the 10th stage of martial saints within a year. But to cultivate to the 8th stage of martial saint within 2 years was truly unprecedented. No wonder sect leader Cheng Tian wants to take you as a registered disciple. With your current strength, and after cultivating for a while, you are indeed qualified to experience that treasure. Taoist Yuan Cohen was at least half a dozen% convinced. The eyes that looked at Ding Ziyu also revealed a look of appreciation. If you want to go to the General Directorate to see that treasure, that alone won't do. You have to make a significant contribution. Otherwise, even if your master teacher comes, there's just as little chance. Zhao Changlin interjected. He's already intent on tying this talented young man to the Blind Box Authority. Chapter 145, Entry into the High-Level Task Force. At Zhao Changlin's level, he could indeed know quite a lot of high-level information regarding the Cheng Tian sect in Daning City, as well as the Cheng Tian sect master. All of these things could not be found on the internet. There were definitely some relevant records within the Blind Box Authority, and they weren't very detailed either. Zhao Changlin had carefully read some of the information materials about the Cheng Tian sect, and the fact that the Blind Box administration was able to take a city and concede to it had indeed given the Cheng Tian sect enough face. Because of this, the relationship between the Blind Box Authority and the Cheng Tian sect was quite cordial, and there was no situation of mutual hostility. Since Ding Ziyu had joined the Blind Box Authority under the name of Sect Master Cheng Tian, wasn't this an opportunity to bring the two parties closer together? With Zhao Changlin's management tactics, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and it makes sense that he would want to tie Ding Ziyu firmly to the authority. I see that you are extremely strong in combat. Would you be interested in transferring to the Advanced Operations team? It's more than enough to make you a captain. Zhao Changlin threw out another bait. High-level ops teams? Are those the action teams that go out on patrol every day? Ding Ziyu asked, pretending not to be very clear. No, the patrols are just action teams. They usually only take care of minor things, maintaining local law and order management and whatnot. The senior action teams all have to be at least at the martial saint level, and are only responsible for dealing with special events. Zhao Changlin shook his head repeatedly to explain. In fact, Ding Ziyu was aware of this, but he just didn't want to show too much prominence, which was why he deliberately inquired. The so-called senior action teams usually dealt with things that the patrols could not handle. Normally, they wouldn't even make a move, and with the strength of Ding Yuan City's Blind Box administration, a good number of strong martial saints, the patrols would be able to easily solve the problem even if they stepped in. So the senior operations team, a lot of the time, just sits in the office drinking tea and watching the news. There's not a lot of time to actually do things. Ding Ziyu's original favorite was the open box team, which was both easy and not much dangerous for him. It was just that the treatment was relatively low, basically belonging to the bottom staff. In such a working environment, there was almost no possibility of wanting to be taken seriously by the Blind Box Authority. What Ding Ziyu was calculating in his heart was whether or not he really wanted to go to the Blind Box General Administration to take a look at that so-called magical treasure. And with his current realm strength, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he really did reach the 10th stage of Martial Saint. To enter a higher level, to become a powerhouse that surpassed the Martial Saint, this definitely required an opportunity. Just burying one's head in cultivation might take many years before one could cross this hurdle. You can try. Truly strong people grow up in battle. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu. In his opinion, Ding Ziyu's battle experience was still too little. With his current strength, as long as he didn't run into that kind of overwhelmingly powerful martial artist, his safety was still guaranteed. The key was that Ding Ziyu had entered the middle and upper echelons of the Blind Box administration, and his status and position would follow suit. In the future, If Yu Pang wanted to take another shot at him, there would be even more issues to worry about. This was also an important means of saving his life for Ding Ziyu. In a short period of time, no matter how fast he progressed, he couldn't possibly be a match for this heavenly rock realist. Only by pulling the tiger's skin to make a big flag could he guarantee his safety. The Blind Box Authority was undoubtedly the biggest tiger's skin, and the old monarch society, no matter how bullish it was, would have to give a few points of face. When Zhao Changlin and Taoist Yuan Kuan saw that Ding Ziyu had fallen into a brief period of contemplation, they did not rush him. They merely looked at him with gentle gazes, waiting for his response. Will the senior action team thing be troublesome? I'm worried that I won't be able to do it very well. Ding Ziyu basically agreed in his heart. It's not troublesome, but sometimes it's necessary to deal with multiple forces as well as coordinate with each other. Zhao Changlin smiled slightly, understanding that Ding Ziyu was moved. Why don't you let me join someone else's team first and get used to it? Ding Ziyu made the suggestion. It wasn't that he didn't want to be the captain, but he didn't want to be in the limelight for the time being. Well, that's fine too. Our Dingyuan City Blind Box Administration has 4 advanced action teams, and currently the 3rd team is slightly tighter in personnel, so you can go to the 3rd team and become a vice captain. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Zhao Changlin's face. I thought that I had finally clutched this kid in my hands. Maybe I can even pull the Changtian sect in later. At least between the two forces, there is a connection. Will not be easy to enemy. Ding Ziyu of course agreed, not realizing that he had really fooled these two old guys with his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's true that the bigger the cow's skin is blown, the less likely it is to be broken. What about the old monarch society's side? I don't know if the heavenly rock realist will still find trouble with me. Ding Ziyu brought this question up again and threw it to the two old men. In fact, his heart already has some methods. Just these methods cannot be brought to the surface to say, can only privately engage in small actions, but also cannot easily be found that kind of. He wouldn't dare, for something as big as a sesame seed, to keep holding on to it. Do you really think that I, the Blind Box Authority, don't have a temper? Zhao Changlin was supporting Ding Ziyu. He was already upset with these outside forces in his heart, and if he could use this as an opportunity to settle some of them, and make more use of the Blind Box Authority's management of Tingyuan City. Ding Ziyu didn't think that Yu Peng wouldn't dare, but he wouldn't say it either. The two bigwigs were here, and it was also necessary to give them a few points of face. If we can get the Blind Box Authority to fight with the Elder Council, perhaps the problem will become much simpler. Real Eyes had a darker, more aggressive mentality. It's not easy to estimate. The strength of the Lao Jun Society is still there, and it's estimated that their leader is even more of an extraordinary bull. Ding Ziyu is not guessing. There is still some basis in his heart. 2 or 3 years ago, they were able to send Gao Xinyu to Dingyuan City and were able to ask the Chengtian sect master to take care of Gao Xinyu. This showed that there must be a very strong bull in the old monarch society, and this person might be the old monarch society's leader. A few minor issues weren't enough to make the two powers tear their faces off, unless it touched their respective core interests, and then maybe they would fight. The Zhao Changlin duo talked to Ding Ziyu for about half an hour before they personally sent him off to the senior action team. The 3rd team, Wang Ben. This is the new guy, Ding Yu. Who will be the vice captain of your action team? Tell him more about the details of the action team when you have time, so that he can integrate into your team as soon as possible. Zhao Changlin pulled the captain of the 3rd team and said very seriously, "Hello Team Wang, I'm Ding Yu. Please take care of the captain." Ding Ziyu also hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Good day brother Ding. From now on, we'll all be brothers who eat from the same pot." Wang Ben stepped forward and patted Ding Ziyu's shoulder. This is the person that the director personally sent down. Even if the strength is not good, the relationship is absolutely hard. How can we also have to give a few points of face? Chapter 146, Show Me Your Strength. Since he was not wearing the official segment detection mark, Wang Ben did not really know how strong Ding Ziyu was. He could only initially estimate that Ding Ziyu should have reached the martial saint level, and that coming to him was perhaps just a matter of degree gold and going through a process. Seeing how enthusiastic director Zhao Changlin was towards Ding Ziyu, he reinforced the idea in his mind. Ding Ziyu didn't point it out either. He did see Wang Ben's realm at a glance, a 6th stage martial saint. This realm's strength was indeed considered impressive amongst martial saints, at least compared to the Great Ning City. It was quite a bit stronger. Zhao Changlin delivered the people and left after a few words of small talk. Wang Ben was also considered to be good at his job, and called all the members of the senior action team together and introduced them one by one to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu briefly made a self-introduction, as many things were made up on the spot. Naturally he would not say too much, otherwise, it would be easy to be inconsistent and cause more trouble. The 3rd team originally had a vice-captain, but he was seriously injured during an operation and retired to another idle department. Although there were multiple people in the team who had their eyes on the position of vice-captain, There was a delay in finalizing the decision from the top, so there wasn't anything they could do about it. I can't imagine this time parachuted down a vice captain, which makes some players' heart are not very comfortable. This goods is to take the relationship to send down the degree of gold, so some members of the team just politely rushed Ding Ziyu nodded, even if it was greeted. Ding Ziyu didn't care much about this, as long as these people didn't make things difficult for him to his face. Let them think what they want. Anyway, his purpose is not to get promoted. The position of the blind box authority is just to add a layer of protective color to himself. Lieutenant Ding, we haven't had any field missions in the past 2 days. We've basically been doing training indoors. Why don't you come over with us and take a look? Ba Chan walked over and said politely to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu had only just organized his office position and was about to sit down and take a break when he didn't expect a team member to come to his door. Previously, during the personal introduction, this Ba Chang had shown a notable strength, already being a martial saint 4th stage. Inside the 3rd action team, he was also considered quite a powerful member. Good, then let's go and take a look. Ding Ziyu did not object. He guessed that these people mostly wanted to see their strength, otherwise he was afraid that his authority as a vice captain would not be respected much. The 3rd action team had its own training hall, which was quite well equipped with various facilities. It was much better than the open box team side which only had an empty square. The training halls were still relatively full, with people training individually, and others practicing against each other. They were all the same team members that they had seen before. Most of them were at the 2nd and 3rd stage of Martial Saint, and although the combat power they displayed was still impressive, it was just SOSO for Ding Ziyu. Regardless of whether it was strength or secret techniques, the attack power was far from reaching the heights of Ding Ziyu's eyes. It could only be said that it was indeed much stronger when compared to ordinary martial artists. Ba Chang looked at Ding Ziyu's bland expression, but in his heart, he was still more or less unimpressed. In his opinion, Ding Ziyu was merely pretending to be calm, and when he really fought, he might not be much better than them. Lieutenant Ding is coming over. Is anyone interested in having Lieutenant Ding perform a handful of stunts to open our eyes? Ba Chang shouted at the top of his voice, and several of the team members who were training gathered around. At this time, Wang Ban also walked in from outside. What's wrong with you guys? Captain Ding is new here. Can't you let him get some rest? Wang Ben said with feigned anger. Obviously, one of these guys was singing red and the other was singing white, obviously wanting to see how strong Ding Ziyu was. Ding Ziyu smiled faintly, naturally knowing exactly what these people had in mind. This level of test was not worth mentioning to him at all. Since everyone's interest is so high, then I'll offer to give you all a show. Ding Ziyu simply went with the flow and showed off his strength. In terms of power alone, an 8th-dan martial saint could strike with 256 tons of force. Ding Ziyu's power had been strengthened many times, and although he was an 8th-dan martial saint, the power he could exert in essence was comparable to that of a 10th-dan martial saint. In this training hall, the equipment suitable for his training were pitifully few. After all, those who came here to train were basically martial artists below the 5th stage of martial saint, and above that level, ordinary training was basically useless. Ding Ziyu looked towards the high-gravity room at the side, where the highest gravity could be adjusted to 20 times. This meant that an object that weighed 1 ton could reach 20 tons of weight here, and martial artists above the 4th stage of martial saint would have quite a hard time training in there. Seeing Ding Ziyu walking towards the high-gravity room, several members of the team revealed a look of suspicion. This gravity room was at least 10 times gravity to start with. Could the unassuming Vice Captain Ding be able to withstand such high gravity? Several members of the team cast their eyes towards Wang Ben. Although they wanted to see Ding Ziyu's strength, they also didn't want to make something happen. After all, Ding Ziyu was the person that the director had personally sent down, so if they really messed up, I'm afraid that everyone would be criticized at that time. Lieutenant Ding, why don't you warm up first? Ba Chang was also a bit nervous. This gravity room, he usually didn't go in to train much, and even if he did, he basically came out after training for more than 10 minutes. It's fine, just casually move your arms and legs. Ding Ziyu was very talkative. The 20 times gravity environment could not even force out 10% of his strength. After Ding Ziyu entered the gravity room, he directly adjusted the multiplier to the 20 times limit. Several members of the team hastily backed away. With their strength, entering the 20 times gravity room would feel very difficult even if they did nothing. In this high gravity environment, the gravity that the body endured was also very exaggerated, and martial artists with insufficient physique were just looking for a crime when they went in. However, Ding Ziyu moved around inside with considerable ease and comfort, as if he had not been disturbed by the 20 times gravity. Awesome, there's something about this Lieutenant Ding. Several members of the team sucked in a breath of cool air. Went out of my way. Thought it was him who came down to degree gold through connections. I didn't expect it to be really powerful. Ba Chang's face was also a bit unsightly. Just then, Ding Ziyu was easily grabbing a pair of 2-ton super barbells, feeling that he didn't put much effort into it and picked it up lightly. Judging from the strength, he is at least a 6th stage martial saint. It's impossible for a 5th stage martial saint to pick it up so easily. Ba Chang once again burst into foul language. Seeing Ding Ziyu grabbing this super barbell, he easily did a set of 50 snatches. This set of movements was done without even a drop of sweat on his face. A very relaxed look. I'm afraid that Captain Ding's true strength is a few points stronger than mine, Wang Ben commented seriously. Chapter 147, Seeking an Opportunity to Get Work Done. After Ding Ziyu casually moved around, none of the members of the third team doubted his strength anymore. The captain, Wang Ben, was also only a 6th degree martial saint, and although he was also able to perform these movements under 20 times gravity, it was by no means as easy as Ding Ziyu had shown. It was at this time that everyone realized that the person sent down by Director Zhao wasn't just a doozy of gold, but was really powerful, and very powerful at that. The team's attitude towards him also changed radically. There really wasn't a lot of work for the advanced operations team, and Ding Ziyu was idle for several days in a row, hardly ever stepping out of the blind box authority. Now that he also had more free time, his mind came alive after resting for a few days, especially after knowing Lu Yushan's warehouse where the blind box was stored. A number of things became simpler for him. Those odd blind boxes that were left over from the selection were thrown in that warehouse to eat dust. With boundary pearls means, it was easy to enter that barely guarded warehouse and get some truly dangerous blind boxes. Ding Ziyu wasn't greedy, and only took 10 blind boxes out of it, all of which were dangerous blind boxes after he and the True Eye had identified them. Ding Ziyu decided to find an opportunity to throw them inside the old Monarch Society's manor. He knew that the old Monarch Society's strange blind boxes were not even taken to the Unified Purchasing Institute to be sold, and would even privately purchase those strange blind boxes that looked valuable. That's why their side would make some noise from time to time. It's just that the blind box authority side usually turns a blind eye, and as long as they don't make a big deal out of it, they just pretend they don't know about it. However, the blind boxes that Ding Ziyu had picked this time were all rather sinister blind boxes. 2 of the blind boxes had large clouds of poisonous mist inside, which would definitely spread out as soon as they were opened, and would likely affect a large piece of territory. Even though these poisonous mists might not be able to kill those experts, they were certainly a great risk to ordinary people. The key was that it wasn't easy to control, and once it was opened, it would surely attract attention from many sides. In addition to the poisonous mist, there were 4 other blind boxes that were filled with powerful ferocious creatures, and the most powerful one actually had a powerful ferocious creature that surpassed the actual sum of martial saints. If this thing was released, even if the old Monarch Society had an expert, I'm afraid it would make a mess and cause a good deal of commotion. Ding Ziyu believed that as long as the old Monarch Society made some noise many times in a row, it would definitely cause the blind box authority to feel some ill will towards them. Of course, he would find a way to push the envelope, not fearing that Lao Jun would not carry on with the blind box authority. On a certain dark and windy night, Ding Ziyu quietly threw the blind box he had gotten into the old Monarch Society's manor. After going in, he realized that the area of this manor occupied by the old Monarch Society was really not small, and several kilometers in a circle were their territory. Putting these 10 or so blind boxes, it really wasn't inconspicuous at all. As a result, the next day, there was a fierce sound of beast roar in the manor of the old Monarch Society, and its ferocity could be heard in the small half of Dingyuan City. The blind box authority originally didn't want to be involved, but after making such a big commotion, a member of the patrol still ran over. It was just that all of these patrol members were blocked from the manor and were not allowed to enter. The people from the old Monarch Society also showed that they could handle these matters themselves and did not need the people from the blind box authority to interfere. The members of the patrol ran back in ashes and reported the situation. The mid-level cadres basically just ignored it and acted as if they hadn't heard it. However, on this day, there were still well-informed people who said that the powerful ferocious beast destroyed a small half of the old Monarch Society's manor, and in the end, they let the ferocious beast escape. It caused small casualties among the common people in the city. The blind box authority silently cleaned up the mess and didn't make things difficult for the Elder Council with the incident. Apparently there weren't many dead civilians, and it didn't get enough attention. Ding Ziyu had also heard the relevant news, but the higher-ups hadn't asked the senior action team to make a move, so he naturally pretended not to know anything about it. Indeed, I did not expect the blind box authority to be so tolerant. According to Zhao Changlin's character, he should at least find the old Monarch Society to talk to, but in essence, he did not. In the afternoon, a poisonous mist filled the old Monarch Society's manor and poisoned hundreds of people at once. Now, the blind box authority is finally sitting on its hands, and immediately sends out multiple patrols to help those who have been poisoned. Although those who were poisoned did not die immediately, ulcers, coma, nausea, and vomiting were abundant in several people. Despite the blind box authorities' best efforts to save lives, a large number of weaker people were still severely poisoned, and nearby hospitals were overcrowded as a result. When such a situation arose, the spearhead was immediately pointed at the old monarch society. This old monarch society is too unruly, doing all sorts of harmful things day in and day out. Can't you, the blind box authority, go up and control it? Several of the common people began to report their grievances, including some of the forces that were not so friendly with the old monarch society. The patrol members naturally didn't dare to say anything more, and could only work silently. After all, they were also bottom-level staff in the blind box authority, and they really didn't have the guts to go to the other side's trouble if the leaders at the top didn't give the word. As a matter of fact, quite a few of the Laojun Association's own people were also poisoned. They didn't dare to report their grievances either, and could only pretend to be victims, not daring to say anything at will. As for what they thought in their hearts, it was unknown. Due to the fact that there were too many people complaining, this matter finally managed to poke its way into the hands of the top management of the blind box authority. When Zhao Changlin received this news, his old face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Although he also knew that several forces in Dingyuan City were opening strange blind boxes in private, they were basically under control. Nothing big that didn't end well was made. This was clearly a slap in the face of the blind box authority by the old monarch society today, and if they didn't step up again, they would definitely lose face, and their credibility in Dingyuan City in the future would plummet. The first and second action teams come with me. We'll go to the old monarch society to check out the situation. Zhao Changlin immediately called the two senior action teams. This is going to raise an offense? Ding Zi pondered in his heart, only to be more or less disappointed that Zhao Changlin hadn't allowed their third team to go. However, Ding Ziyu greeted Wang Ben and quickly trailed off. With such a big bustle, how could he not go out and take a look? Otherwise would he not be working for nothing? Inside the old monarch society's manor, there was still a faint poisonous fog, and it was obvious that most of it had been blown out by the society's experts. Blowing it out would be a scourge to others anyway, and it was much better than staying in the manor. As for what kind of consequences it would cause, they were too lazy to care that much. When Ding Ziyu arrived, he found Zhao Changlin and the others confronting the senior members of the old monarch society outside the manor, and it was clear that both sides did not look good. Chapter 148, A Tough Killing. Ding Ziyu took a closer look and realized that the person who led the way out to deal with Zhao Changlin was actually the Tianping real person. However, at this moment, he did not have the innocence of a real person. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his face had some greenish-black color. I don't know if I'm angry or if I'm affected by that poisonous fog. Looking at the state of their conversation, it was obvious that both sides must have had an argument. With Zhao Changlin's character, an angry scolding would be unavoidable. Even uttering threats was inevitable. Director Zhao, in fact, this is just a small accident, so why do you have a death grip on us? Yu Peng had a slightly embarrassed smile on his face as he reluctantly explained. Accident? Who opens a blind box that isn't an accident? If you old monarch society can't even do this well, you shouldn't open the blind box yourselves. What a big problem this time, don't you know? A lot of people in the neighborhood have been poisoned because of this, and several hospitals are overcrowded. Zhao Changlin's face was so dark that it was almost like the bottom of a pot, and he didn't care who the other party was. He opened his mouth and spewed. Yu Ping opened his mouth several times, wanting to defend himself, but these two times, it was indeed the people from the old monarch society who had caused the whole problem, having just opened a super powerful beast out, followed by a huge cloud of poisonous mist. This was clearly the rhythm of going against the blind box administration. I don't care. The culprit must be uncovered for me this time. On top of that, all the losses caused as a result will have to be compensated by your old monarch society. Zhao Changlin also knew that it was unrealistic to try to move down the old monarch society based on this incident alone, but with the help of these events, knock them down a bit and make them come up with the appropriate compensation, or at least make the old monarch society feel a little bit of pain, or else they won't learn from their mistakes. Compensation for damages is all fine and dandy, but there's no culprit for this, so I hope Director Zhao understands. Yu Ping didn't care about the compensation, but the person who opened the blind box could never be handed over. The reason was simple enough. The person who opened the blind box on both occasions was a direct descendant of the president of the old monarch society. How could he possibly hand him over? If he, Yu Peng, couldn't handle this, how could he explain to the chairman? No way. The culprit must be handed over. And in addition, the related compensation must not be less than 50 million dragon coins. Zhao Changlin quoted a huge amount. Even Yu Peng almost thought he had heard wrong. What was the concept of 50 million dragon coins? Even if the old monarch would be able to take it out, I'm afraid that the overall assets would shrink by a large margin. No, that's too much. At this moment, Yu Peng realized that Zhao Changlin came this time, definitely to find fault. In the past, It's not like there haven't been similar things. The big deal is to compensate a few million dragon coins to the head to the end. Now he was opening his mouth for 50 million dragon coins, truly treating the old monarch society as an ingrate. You can't even decide on this amount of money? Then let the master of your organization come out. You yourselves are quite clear about how much damage has been done this time. The medical expenses of a large number of commoners alone is an astronomical figure, and even $50 million may not be able to fill the hole. Zhao Changlin continued to growl. This time he completely had the upper hand. His heart was so cool. In the past, Yu Peng was in front of him, often put up an air of superiority, and did not really put him as a director in his eyes. Today, they were like grandchildren, not daring to say more. It couldn't be helped that they were indeed the ones who were at a disadvantage. The old monarch would make such a big deal out of it, and he couldn't be high and mighty. Ding Ziyu is eating melon in the distance is also a burst of dark pleasure. Let you target Lao Zi. This matter is not over. The trouble has just begun. Only after Zhao Changlin had sprayed enough did the president of the old monarch society walk out. What Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that the president of this old monarch society was also a very beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 30s. To have a figure with a figure. To have a look with a look. The key is that the temperament is also very outstanding. Absolutely social celebrities. Definitely an old demoness. I don't know how old she is. Ding Ziyu slandered in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the sect master Chung Tian. Only she was even more mysterious. Ding Ziyu had seen her many times, yet he had never even seen what she looked like. The president of the old monarch society didn't make much of an explanation, and recognized the huge amount of compensation offered by Zhao Changlin. As for the so-called culprit, she directly pulled a security officer at the entrance over to be interrogated by the blind box authority. Zhao Changlin knew that the president of the old monarch society was doing this randomly and couldn't do anything about her. After all, he hadn't seen who opened the blind box, and the fact that the old monarch society was able to hand him a person to fill in the blanks was already giving him enough face. Facing this woman who was too pretty to be true, Zhao Changlin was still a bit weak. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because of this woman's strength. Anyway, the blind box management directorate had a rather high opinion of her, and several experts who had surpassed the martial saint were like children in front of her. It was hard to send Zhao Changlin away, but the old monarch society master had a sullen face and took Yu Peng along with him. Deep within the manor, a handsome young lad was brought up to the central hall. Zhao Zijie, what are you doing? Continuously messing up these things has caused us so much damage. Do you know? The guildmaster sank his face and glared at the young man in question. I don't know. Who can say about the blind box? Zhao Zijie had an aggrieved look on his face. There was nothing wrong with his words. Opening a blind box. Who would dare to guarantee that it would definitely open something good? You've got a point. By the way, where did you get those strange blind boxes from? The guildmaster continued to pursue the question. He had already gotten the news that this guy had more than one strange blind box in his hands. According to the rules, this was clearly a good thing, but he just didn't expect that what was opened out could not be a good thing. Picked it up. Someone picked up several nice blind boxes in the last 2 days, and they gave them all to me. Zhao Zijie actually still had 4 unopened in his hand. The 3 blind boxes that had already been opened hadn't produced a single good thing, and had instead caused such a big mess. Picked up? Are you sure you're not lying? Is that such a good thing? The guildmaster instantly felt that this was not a simple matter. Anyone knows that a strange blind box has a greater value and is prone to open good things. Who would want to throw away such a blind box? Even if you don't open it yourself, it's still good to sell it to someone else. Really didn't lie. The people who gave it to me all said they picked it up. Zhao Zijie really didn't dare to lie. As he spoke, he also took out the remaining few blind boxes. Seeing these several strange blind boxes of good quality, both the guildmaster and Yu Peng's eyes lit up. An incredulous look was revealed. Obviously, it can't be one person getting it, no matter who it was. The fact that one could only pray once a month was an iron law that no one could break. Anyone has a prayer of getting a strange blind box, but the chances aren't great. Normally, a 10% chance would be good. Chapter 149, The True Cause Emerges. Obviously, the appearance of these strange blind boxes in the old monarch society's manor came from a very questionable source. I'm afraid that this is a trap set for us by someone who deliberately dropped these blind boxes in the middle of the estate. The president came up with a surprising hypothesis. No way. How could anyone be worthy of discarding these strange blind boxes? Unless the person who discarded the blind boxes knew that there was a huge risk inside these blind boxes. Zhao Zijie boldly raised an objection. A blind box is called a blind box because no one knows what will be opened inside. Whether it's good or bad is a matter of luck. If this were not the case, it would not reflect the fundamental attributes of the blind box. This society master's analysis may not be without merit. It is said that there is a steward within the blind box authority who can sense the evils of the blind box. I see. I'm afraid that this is really the blind box authority deliberately targeting us. Yu Peng instantly remembered something. Although Lu Yushan's ability was covered up by the blind box administration, it was not an absolute state of secrecy, and a number of middle and high-level managers knew that there was such a figure as him. No way. We in the blind box administration have always been well off. Why would they suddenly turn on us? The guild master stared at Yu Peng half-heartedly. Oftentimes, the guild master didn't pay attention to minor matters. The day-to-day matters were left to Yu Peng to handle. In the past, although there were times when they had offended the blind box authority, the other party was basically very kind and informed, and when everyone talked it out, the problem was basically solved. But this time, Zhao Changlin's attitude was so tough that even when she, the president, stepped in, she paid such a big price to smooth things over. Recently there has been some minor friction with the blind box authority, mainly involving one of the gifted brats. Yu Peng pondered for a moment, or honestly set out some of the things that happened recently. The president was always gentle, but when things really went wrong, he was also ruthless. Yu Peng is very bullish and tough in front of others, but in front of the president, he is still cautious and does not dare to have the slightest deception. Not only did this kid join the blind box authority, but he's also involved with sect leader Chung Tian? The president's brows wrinkled. Obviously, she felt that there must be something that Yu Peng did not understand. Xiaoyu said that he isn't a disciple of sect master Chung Tian. It's just that this kid is pulling the wool over the eyes of a tiger and intentionally increasing his stature under the guise of sect master Chung Tian. Yu Peng had repeatedly sought out Ding Ziyu's origins, and Gao Xianyu hadn't been on the defensive against her master before, so she told him the basics of Ding Ziyu's situation. This kid is a bit interesting. He dares to do things under the banner of sect leader Chung Tian. I'm afraid that his relationship with sect leader Chung Tian is not ordinary. I'm afraid it's not a very sensible thing for you to cross swords with him and the blind box authority for Xiaoyu. The guildmaster looked at Yu Peng half reproachfully. In her eyesight, such a conflict was just a minor contradiction, and it would be a very simple matter if she sincerely wanted to resolve it. Fear was afraid that Yu Peng would take the bull by the horns and the two sides would form a deadly enmity. Then it would be very troublesome. What? That brat surnamed Ding is actually hitting on junior sister Xiaoyu? Definitely can't let that brat get punished. Zhao Zijie on one side instantly became agitated when he heard Yu Peng's words. He had courted Gao Xinyu many times and had been pursuing her both openly and secretly. Now that such a love rival had suddenly appeared, he suddenly became nervous. Yu Peng glanced at Zhao Zijie, revealing some approval. In fact, he had been setting up the two of them, only that Gao Xinyu had been slow to agree. Zhao Zijie was a direct descendant of the chairman, and his martial arts talent was also good. If Gao Xinyu could get together with Zhao Zijie, his position in the Laojun Association would be even more solid. It would also surely receive a greater degree of respect from the president. This was the fundamental reason why Yu Peng particularly hated Ding Ziyu as soon as he met him. Such an accident had seriously affected some of his plans and arrangements. In front of the president, Yu Peng didn't dare to show his expectations to avoid arousing the president's suspicions. Zhao Zijie took the initiative to stir this up, and the problem became much simpler. You like Xiaoyu? When did this happen? The president gave Zhao Zijie a surprised look. Obviously she didn't know about this matter. Xiaoyu is not bad. She is a very lucky child. It would indeed be a good choice for you to come together with her. The president looked at Zhao Zijie with a loving gaze. It was clear that she also supported her juniors. President, Xiaoyu and young Master Jia are in love with each other, but that brat surnamed Ding came to intervene. It's indeed quite detestable. Now he's even setting a trap for us with the help of the blind box authority. His heart is execrable. Yu Peng finally caught a chance. As long as he could convince the president, he would be able to take a bolder shot at Ding Ziyu. As for whether or not this process would offend the blind box authority, with the chairman standing up for him, he believed that the blind box authority would not flip out with them over such a brat. Young people's grudges and feuds are not much of a big deal. You let Xiaoyu talk to that kid surnamed Ding, won't the problem be solved? It's unwise to make a scene now and go against the blind box administration. The president thought that Yu Peng did not handle the problem well. She truly believed that Gao Xinyu and Zhao Zijie were in love. She didn't realize that it was entirely Zhao Zijie's unrequited love, and Yu Peng was just throwing his weight around. Don't worry, President, we can definitely handle this matter and give you a perfect result, Yu Peng hurriedly assured. His determination to target Ding Ziyu became even stronger. Zijie, if you want to pursue Xiaoyu, do it openly and honestly. Don't engage in those messy little maneuvers. Also, curb those vices of yours, don't always be on the move. The president turned his gaze to Zhao Zijie. Although she didn't know about the relationship between Zhao Zijie and Gao Xinyu, she had heard something about how the character of this junior of hers was. Although in her opinion, it didn't matter much if a man with ability had a few more women, but the values of this society had changed a lot, and Gao Xinyu might not be able to accept Zhao Zijie's playboy demeanor. That's why she was warning Zhao Zijie twice in particular. As a matter of fact, when Gao Xinyu first entered the Laojun Association, she still had some good feelings towards Zhao Zijie. Not only was this fellow's status honorable, he was also quite handsome and his martial arts talent was also good. It's just that Zhao Zijie's ability to womanize is really not small, and he doesn't really avoid it. Gao Xinyu learned that he a moment with this woman, a moment and go after another woman, and also engaged in a lot of peach color storm too, also on his dead heart. Such a man is simply not a good match for himself. After that, Zhao Zijie repeatedly used means to pursue Gao Xinyu, but also did not get any response. Chapter 150, No Easy Letting Go. The president encouraged Zhao Zijie for a few sentences and didn't really care what they did. In her opinion, these are small things. It is not normal for young people to be jealous of each other, and it is completely understandable to use some means between each other. As for this incident, whether it was the blind box authority targeting the old monarch society or whether it was an individual making a small move, it was currently difficult to come up with an accurate judgment, so further investigation was needed. Perhaps by chance, the truth would surface. After the president left, Zhao Zijie conspired with Yu Peng, especially on how to target this person, Ding Ziyu, and came up with quite a few ways. However, before the two of them could discuss a solid solution, a new commotion was made within the old monarch society. It was the same poisonous mist. This time it came even more swiftly, and it was even more irritating. But wherever one breathed into the body, there was immediately a piercing through feeling of being burned by flames. Even high-level martial artists felt very uncomfortable. Damn, what's going on? The president was alerted at the first opportunity this time, only to see her rise up in the air, flip her hand and take out a golden-colored gourd, rushing at those poisonous mists and opening the plug. Collect! The chairman let out a soft shout, and those poisonous mists quickly flew into the golden gourd as if they had been induced by a ventilator. Without waiting for those poisonous mists to spread out, they were basically all incorporated into the gourd. Zhao Zijie, come here. The fire in the president's heart was a bit overwhelming. Something had just happened and this guy actually caused another incident. Luckily, this time she came in time and didn't let the poisonous fog spread out, or else when the people from the blind box authority came, I'm afraid that they would have to extort them for a large amount of dragon coins again. Chairman, we really didn't do it this time. Zhao Zijie ran over with an aggrieved face, and although he still had a few strange blind boxes in his hands, he didn't have the guts to open them anymore. If not you, who else? The president was a bit unconvinced, so he just lowered himself to the ground and looked around carefully. It didn't take long to find two corpses on the ground. One of them looked very young. His face and body had turned crimson. He had actually been burned to death by the toxins in the poisonous mist. This is my cousin Zhao Zifeng, and the other guy is his family's subordinate. Zhao Zijie quickly recognized the two men. The president's face also became particularly ugly. This matter is not that simple. Yu Peng is responsible for tracking down the culprit to the end, and must bring out the culprit to me. Don't worry, Chairman, my subordinates will definitely find out the truth. Yu Peng also knew that the president was truly furious. There weren't many direct descendants of the Zhao family, and the two of them, Zhao Zijie and Zhao Zifeng, were considered two of the more outstanding ones in their section. If it was just the death of a few extraordinary members, or underlings or whatever, the president would definitely not be that angry. Now that even the core members of the old monarch society had died, he naturally couldn't easily let it go. Within 3 days, I want a satisfactory result, the president said through gritted teeth. What else could Yu Peng say but to carry things for now? However, he was not without a solution. If the real murderer could not be found within 3 days, then he would go out and find a scapegoat. Anyway, in his eyes, the lives of the people were not lives. Starting today, everyone is not allowed to open blind boxes, whether they are normal blind boxes or strange blind boxes. Before the president left, he gave another order. She was worried about what other troubles would be created within the manor. Who knows how many blind boxes the person who was secretly causing trouble has invested inside the old monarch society, and as long as they are opened, there is a possibility that new problems will be created. A broad brush approach is the safest way to go, and as for when the ban will come into effect, that will have to be explained away after all the problems have been solved. The president's order spread quickly, and the entire manor was notified. Originally, there were still people who were prepared to open the blind box, but it turned out that they also had to put such thoughts to rest. This was the president's order, and whoever disobeyed it at this time would be expelled from the Old Monarchs Association in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, their heads might not be saved. Zhao Zijie also had a few more strange blind boxes under his command, and was originally prepared to seek a suitable opportunity to open them, but now he could only let go on them. Ding Ziyu observed outside the Old Monarch Society's manor for a long time. He still thought things were too simple. The Old Monarch Society's heritage was very strong, Not only did they have experts in attendance, but they also had powerful treasures in their hands. The dense poisonous mist that appeared behind that fog was actually easily collected by a golden gourd. This also made Ding Ziyu very surprised, not expecting that the poisonous mist that appeared for the second time was so easily dissolved by the other party. For the next 2 days, the old monarch society remained calm and quiet, with no more accidents occurring. Ding Ziyu did not figure out in his heart that the number of blind boxes he had thrown in was clearly not more than these, so why did they all not open? Could it be that there is also an ability in the old monarch society that can see through the contents of the blind box? Ding Ziyu thought wildly, but quickly shook his head again and gave up on such thoughts. To be able to produce one person, Lu Yushan, was already impressive, and he didn't believe that there would be such a character within the old monarch society. Ding Ziyu attempted to send a message to Gao Xinu, wanting to ask about the situation of the old monarch society from the side. Unexpectedly, Gao Xinyu's message came back very quickly and took the initiative to tell Ding Ziyu that the old monarch society had not only given a grounding order to the disciples below them now, but also prevented all of them from opening the blind box. Upon receiving this news, Ding Ziyu was instantly relieved in his heart. As long as there were no martial artists amongst them who were kind of capable, then the problem would be solved. Perhaps they should be given a bit of fuel. They can't be allowed to be too light-hearted. Ding Ziyu did not intend to let the old monarch society off the hook, especially the dastardly heavenly rock realist. When he thought of all the difficulties he had made for himself, the fire in Ding Ziyu's heart was rising up. Since you guys won't let it be opened anymore, then I'll take the initiative to open a few for you. Ding Ziyu pondered. He was going to go to that warehouse and pick out a couple of special blind boxes. Since you have to open it yourself, you are required to have a chance to escape when you open the blind box. Otherwise, if you are prepared to pit others, you will first pit yourself. This time, Ding Ziyu slipped into that blind box warehouse and picked for a long time before he picked out 2 strange blind boxes. Within one of the blind boxes, there was actually a nest of powerful poisonous spiders, the exact number of which even the Eye of Truth could not make an accurate judgment. Just place this blind box within the old monarch society's estate, in a hidden corner, and wait for them to slowly expand outwards. This wasn't complicated to operate at all, as long as you didn't get caught up in those poisonous spiders when you released it. Inside the other blind box was actually a powerful attack spell formation, and according to the True Eye, if anyone was trapped behind this spell formation, they would likely be killed directly by the big formation. Unless there was a true expert in formations, one would be able to unlock this spell formation. Chapter 151 Expansion of Poisonous Spiders Territory. Ding Ziyu did not realize that his actions had completely angered the president of the old monarch society. If only some ordinary members had died, perhaps the president would not be so angry. After all, in this kind of survival environment where danger can occur at any time, death is a very common thing, and as long as it's not someone you're particularly close to, who cares about that when they're dead? However, this time, the blind box Ding Ziyu had thrown in had killed a core member of the Zhao family, successfully provoking the president's anger. It also gave Yu Peng and Zhao Zijia an excuse to target him. Of course, Ding Ziyu would not change his approach even if he knew about it. The two sides were already on opposite sides, and if you didn't clean up the other side would find a way to clean you up as well. Yu Peng's behavior had said it all. Even if Ding Ziyu did nothing, he would still find a way to get Ding Ziyu killed. Although the blind box was ready, Ding Ziyu did not immediately start the operation, but stayed very peacefully at work within the blind box authority. Although Zhao Changlin wanted to clean up the old monarch society, he wasn't strong enough and wasn't confident enough to influence the choices of the blind box authority's top management. He had to find the right opportunity, as well as a strong enough excuse, before he could tear his face off with the old monarch society. Otherwise, this incident would not be as simple as just having the other party compensate for the money. Ding Ziyu had been working quietly for a few days at the blind box authority, estimating that the old monarch society's manor had more than likely already let its guard down. This time, Ding Ziyu still chose to strike at night, with such a convenient concealment weapon as the little sacred ground. Even if the security and defense of the old monarch society's manor were 10 times tighter, it would be impossible to block him from easily entering within the manor. How far can that attack spell formation affect? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. He himself didn't have such strong eyesight yet, and couldn't figure out the true power of the spell formation as well as the various subtle abilities. All 300 meters in a radius will be enveloped in a spell formation, and if the blind box is opened by you personally, you will instantly trap yourself within the spell formation. Unless you can control this spell formation, you will be trapped to death all the same. The Eye of Truth said very nicely and seriously. Anything that opens out of a blind box poses the most immediate threat to the person opening it. So my only chance to escape is to escape directly into the small Holy Land the moment I open the blind box in order to avoid the attacking power of the spell formation. Ding Ziyu wasn't stupid. If he folded himself into it, then such a design wouldn't make any sense. This is indeed a good method of evasion. However, the small Holy Land can't escape the blockade of the spell formation. Unless someone can break the spell formation, they can leave without any problems. That powerful? Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be trapped inside as well? Maybe I'll have to miss work for a long time. Ding Ziyu was a little worried that if he was absent from work for no reason, he was afraid that the blind box authority would not be able to handle it well. For example, a spell formation suddenly appeared in the old monarch society's estate, and Ding Ziyu disappeared into thin air. When the spell formation was broken, you came back again. As long as Zhao Changlin was not stupid in the head, he would have thought that there was bound to be some connection. Originally, Ding Ziyu had a grudge against Tian Pangjinjin. If there was not a reasonable explanation, did he really think that the gang of old men from the Blind Box Authority were vegetarians? It is indeed like this. Unless there is a spell formation expert in the Old Monarchs Association who can crack this spell formation very quickly, if they abandon it, you might even be trapped in it for a long time. The true primordial eyes analysis was very likely. For example, if Ding Ziyu placed the spell formation deep within the Old Monarch Society's manor, the Old Monarch Society did not have a corresponding spell-breaking expert. Without affecting their normal lives, it was entirely possible that they would just let it be and let this spell formation remain within the manor. That was what Ding Ziyu had originally thought, to sneak into the depths of the manor, yet unknowingly place the spell formation down. When the Laojun Society's people walked in unintentionally, they would definitely pit a number of people from the other side. Now it seems that such a disposition is certainly not possible. It seems that we can only place that poisonous spider deep within the manor. And when everyone from the Old Monarch Society goes to exterminate the poisonous spider, place the spell formation within the core area of the Old Monarch Society. Ding Ziyu did not want to be trapped in the spell formation for a long time. Even though his life wouldn't be affected in any way by hiding within the small sanctuary, it didn't fit into his plans. A prolonged absence from work also tends to arouse suspicion and suspicion. After making up his mind, Ding Ziyu lightly entered the depths of the Old Monarch Society's estate, releasing the nest of poisonous spiders on a small hill without a residence. The attack power of this thing was very strong. If not for the fact that Ding Ziyu had this invulnerable good thing called the Little Sacred Ground, he wouldn't have dared to easily go and open such a blind box. After escaping into the small sacred ground, Ding Ziyu retreated a few hundred meters and drilled out of the small sacred ground again. At this time, the poisonous spider lost its object of attack, and actually quickly changed that small hill into its nest. A large number of spider silks were spat out, netting in the surrounding grass and trees. No matter if it was an insect or an animal, as long as it crashed into those spider webs, it would become their food. The smallest of those poisonous spiders were 1 or 2 feet in size, and the Spider King was about the size of a truck. The spider silk spat out was as thick as a fingertip, and if it wrapped around the enemy, it would be hard to break it. After a short period of regularization, the poisonous spiders actually began to rapidly expand their territory outwards. I'm afraid that the entire manor won't be enough for more of them to expand if no one is there to destroy them. Such poisonous spiders can develop an extremely large colony, which is very deadly to low and middle class martial artists. Realize is not at all surprised by Poison Spider's expansion of his territory. If they are in a place where spiritual energy is particularly abundant, they can even grow very powerful ferocious creatures that can be easily killed even by experts who have surpassed the martial saint. Holy, that powerful? I'm afraid the Old Monarch Society will have their hands full then. Ding Ziyu once again retreated a little further away. He did not want to become the target of these poisonous spiders. It was only like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening at this time of the day, and most of the people, whether it was the Old Monarchs Association or the people in the city, had not yet rested. The members of the 5 patrols were still carefully patrolling the manor. Real Tianpeng had requested the patrol teams to strengthen their security measures, and the time spent on patrol had increased quite a bit. Captain Lu, there's no one living over there, so I don't see the need to go over and patrol, right? One of the patrolmen wandered carelessly forward, his mind on how to be lazy. The manor was so big that if every place had to be patrolled in place, the time spent would still be very long. As long as there were no problems in the core living areas, who would have nothing to do but run to those deserted places? Not to mention it's still the middle of the night. No, the Heavenly Rock realist said that the more these places are, the more likely it is that someone is up to no good. Don't try to be lazy, keep moving forward. Captain Lu did not agree. Chapter 152, Hatching Larvae. At the insistence of the patrol leader, the 5 patrol members moved forward again along the established patrol route. As they walked, they also scanned around with their strong flashlights, and the surroundings of the roadway fell into their line of sight. If someone was really messing around in the neighborhood, it would still be easy to be discovered. Suddenly, one of the patrol members noticed a shaking of the bushes in front of them, and it seemed that a dark shadow was running into the bushes at a very high speed. Who's there? Come out for me. The team member was jolted and hurriedly opened his mouth to bellow. Tiger, what did you see? Captain Lou hurriedly inquired. Just now. He was looking in the other direction and didn't notice anything unusual. Just now I saw a dark shadow that went into the bushes over there in a flash. There must be someone messing around over here. Otherwise why would he hide in a hurry when he saw us? Tiger said with great certainty. This was the territory of the old monarch society, and there were many experts within the manor. Go over there and take a look. Arrest that guy and find out who's messing around on our turf. Captain Lou quickened his pace and walked over in the direction Tiger said. The 5 people immediately stood in formation, forming a defense formation with each other's horns, and had their sticks out in their hands. In the case of not knowing the strength of the other party, it was only right to be prepared. This small distance was also more than 100 meters, and in less than half a minute, the several people led by Captain Lou had already arrived at the place where the silhouette had just disappeared. Tiger, are you sure that the shadow disappeared from here? Captain Lou pointed ahead and didn't venture into it. If someone does mess up, someone else is likely to be hiding in there and doing a sneak attack. 1,000 times over. It ran in from here, wobbled a bit and disappeared. Didn't quite see who or what it was. Tiger wandered off into the bushes with his flashlight, hoping to find the other person. It turned out to be nothing, and didn't reveal the existence of anything. Captain, look. What's on those bushes? It looks like some white rope. Tiger's eyes were sharp, and he really found something different. During the day, they also patrolled these places and didn't find anything similar. It looks like some déjà vu, but I don't know what it is. Captain Lou came over and carefully inspected it, but didn't understand it. Just then, several sea-bull-sized venomous spiders crawled from the ground to the top of the shrubs, catching the attention of several people at once. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did spiders this big breed? Several members of the team were instantly a bit alarmed. Luckily, those spiders didn't display their aggressiveness, and although the several people felt very surprised, they didn't mess up. Tiger, are those the spiders you saw before? Captain Lou asked as he pointed ahead. I don't think so. That shadow seems to be much bigger. Tiger thought back and dismissed Captain Lou's question. However, where they hadn't noticed, several spider threads had quickly appeared and were rapidly circling around the few of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look behind you guys. What a big spider. One of the team members dragging behind them heard a strange movement behind them and hurriedly turned their heads. At a glance, they saw that behind them, a millstone-sized spider was eyeing them intently, and several spider silks had already blocked their retreat. Damn it, this thing wants to hunt us and find a chance to rush out. When Captain Lou saw this, he immediately understood the intentions of those large spiders. Shoo shoo shoo. Several sheets of resilient spider silk shot towards several, and as soon as the spider silk touched their bodies, it immediately stuck. Some of the team members wanted to use their hands to slap the spider silk on their bodies, but they realized that even their hands were stuck, and they couldn't shake them off. These spiders are so sticky. Sticky on your clothes. Take off your clothes, depress your body and crawl out from the ground. Captain Lou was quite calm and hurriedly commanded. It was a pity that none of them were Marshal Saint level experts, or else they would fly directly into the air and still have a chance of escaping with their lives. A few of the team members who were stuck by the spider silks were scrambling to undress, but more spider silks were shooting from multiple directions. In no time at all, several were wrapped up in a knot, wanting to run. There wasn't even half a chance. At this time, that millstone-sized poisonous spider slowly crawled over, and then it released some spider silk to bind all 5 people together. What do these damn want? Tiger's voice changed a bit as he spoke, his heart filled with a million fears. These spiders want to use our bodies to incubate the larvae. One of the team members immediately understood what those poisonous spiders were thinking. This nest of poisonous spiders had been sealed in the blind box for too long. After being released with great difficulty, expanding their colony became their first choice. As a matter of fact, almost all the animals near that hill were taken by these poisonous spiders. Help! Help! What a big spider! Elder, help! Several of the men, in extreme fear, cried out as desperately as they could. With their hands and feet tied up and only their heads still exposed, the only thing they could do was to call for other people to come and save them. Just as soon as their shouts fell, a new spider silk wrapped their mouths as well, and they could no longer shout any louder, but could only make some meaningless squeaking noises. After that, in less than half a minute, several large venomous spiders came out of the bushes. A few guys exerted their efforts together, dragging the 5 of them along with them as they quickly ran towards the top of the hill, still very fast. Only after they reached the top of the mountain did the several patrol members realize that there were spiders of all sizes everywhere, more than they could count. 2 of the big guys were unusually intimidating, with truck-like bodies and chilling hooks on their spider legs that could easily cut up rocks on the ground. In the middle of the nest, there were already quite a few beasts entangled up and hanging in the spider web. Their bodies were still shaking slowly and unconsciously, clearly not dead. Just then, one of the giant venomous spiders crawled over, its mouthparts as sharp as daggers, and it plunged into Captain Lou's stomach in one go. Those sticky spider silks didn't do anything to hinder it. Captain Lu only felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach, but this pain only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before becoming numb. He could feel that something had been injected into his body, but his entire body was unable to move. Not a single ounce of strength could be exerted. His eyes also gradually became devoid of color, and it was very difficult for him to even turn his eyes. Chapter 153, The Fierce Giant Venomous Spider. In the core living area of the old monarch society, several experts with notable realm strength vaguely heard the sound of cries for help. Their hearing ability was far more powerful than ordinary people, and their spiritual power covered a wide range. Several masters ran out, and when they questioned each other, they immediately knew that they weren't hallucinating, but that someone was really calling for help. You guys look around, I'll go look for realist Tian Peng. One of the stewards immediately arranged it. They had only heard the source and general direction of the sound, and knew nothing about what exactly had happened. Several of the masters went out quickly and soon found the outskirts of the hillock and discovered the patrol's lost strong flashlight. The abnormality on the outskirts of the small hillock was also detected by several experts. It was just that when they were ready to finish off those poisonous spiders, they didn't realize that the several huge-sized poisonous spiders were exceptionally fierce, and several people united their efforts, but they weren't the opponents of the poisonous spiders. Instead, 2 more people were captured by the poisonous spiders and became the pupae of their hatching larvae. By the time Yu Peng arrived with his men, the situation had become more and more difficult to manage. Yu Peng inquired about the 2 incomparably ugly-faced henchmen, and understanding the situation, his face was even more horribly gloomy. It's a poisonous insect from ancient times, and it must have been opened from a blind box. Who would run here at night to open a blind box? Yu Peng gritted his teeth and asked. At this moment, he was also a little afraid to easily break into that mountain bag. After all, the entire area had become a nest of poisonous spiders, and those tough and sticky spider silks were very difficult to deal with. Even though Heavenly Rock Realist was strong, he was not willing to face such a risk alone. Get all the men in charge of security and move more oil holes. There's no one living in this neighborhood, so why don't we just burn the entire hillock together? Yu Peng came up with a solution. Although the poisonous spiders were powerful, they were afraid of fire. Those spider silks are even more flammable. As long as the entire hill is surrounded, there is still a great possibility to solve these poisonous spiders. Of course, a simpler way would be to get the president here. With her strength, she could easily kill these poisonous spiders by casting secret techniques, but Yu Peng did not want to disturb the president. Recently, in addition to a lot of things in the manor, it had already made the president very angry. If this matter still had to make the president take action, his position as chief steward would be a bit humiliating. Under Yu Peng's mobilization, all the security personnel came over here. Apart from bringing a large number of oil canisters, they also drove in a tanker truck. This was the rhythm of completely burning the entire mountain bag to the ground. Surround it, don't let anyone get close, and don't let those damnable poisonous insects escape. Yu Pengfei commanded in the air. Security personnel dumped buckets of fuel at the base of the hill, surrounding the entire hill. Tanker trucks sprayed fuel into the brush on the hill in order to increase the fire's intensity. Light the fire. At Yu Peng's command, a burst of bright yellow flames immediately rose up all around, and the ring of fire encircled the entire mountain bag at an extremely fast speed. With the aid of the oil, the bushes followed and burned rapidly, emitting the sound of burning. The spider silk attached to the bushes also burned rapidly and emitted blue flames. Apparently, these spiders have a higher burn value and produce higher temperatures. In the midst of these flames, there were quite a few bull-sized spiders fleeing, and they were rapidly converging towards the top of the mountain. Some of the guys who didn't escape in time were burned to death in the flames, emitting a gust of roasted meat and charred beard odor. Squeaky, an ear-piercing shriek appeared from the top of the mountain, very shrill, seeking some ordinary security team members. When they heard this sound, they directly planted themselves on the ground, holding their heads and rolling on the ground. Damn it, this is a spiritual attack. Everyone below the Marshal Saint level retreat farther away. Yu Peng shouted loudly with a black face. By now the fire had become exceptionally intense, and the entire sky was illuminated. Inside the old monarch society's estate, as long as it's not a cutie, all knew that something big had happened over here. Regardless of whether they were ordinary disciples or core members, they all quickly rushed over this way. Everyone wants to see what's going on over here. Right at this moment, the 2 largest sized poisonous spiders actually rushed down from the top of the mountain. The flames burned into their bodies and actually didn't produce much damage. One of the poisonous spiders suddenly spewed out a miserable green liquid that landed on top of the ground, immediately burning out the flames. When the liquid hit the ground, a series of bubbles immediately appeared, and the wind blowing on its face was somewhat disgusting. It could be seen that the strength of the toxicity was beyond the estimation of Yu Peng and the others. ******** Suffer death. Yu Peng flashed quickly in the air, Waving his hand had formed a secret art, and the 3 zhang-sized palm print carried a thunderous momentum as it slapped down towards the giant poisonous spider. However, that poisonous spider didn't dodge at all, but raised its 2 spider legs and twisted them like scissors towards that huge palm. Rumble. With a loud bang, the surrounding air oscillated and a strong wind blew up in an instant. The secret art giant palm that Yu Peng had slapped out was actually twisted into several pieces by the poisonous spider and finally dissipated into the air. Yu Peng's face instantly became ugly. He didn't expect his powerful attack to be casually broken by the poisonous spider. This indicated that the strength of the 2 giant poisonous spiders was very strong, and their realm level was definitely not below him. With his strength, if he wanted to kill the 2 poisonous spiders, he might not be able to do it even if he used all his means. Just in the moment Yu Peng hesitated, the 2 poisonous spiders spewed out a long spider silk at the same time, reeling in several people at once. These people were coiled by the spider's silk and did not have any resistance at all, and were easily bundled into a coil and dragged to the feet of the giant poisonous spider. Damn! This has gone crazy. Between curses, Yu Peng struck out once again. This time, he took out a long sword and waved his hand to cut out a sword light that was more than 5 feet long, heading straight for the joints of the poisonous spider. He could sort of see that these 2 giant poisonous spiders' defense must be very strong, and only their joints could be breached by himself. It was just that Yu Peng's thoughts were still too simple. The poisonous spider gently moved its own body and raised its spider legs to block his attack. The hard as iron spider legs collided with the sword light, emitting bursts of gold and iron between the sound. The power was even more terrifying, blocking back all of Yu Peng's attacks. Ding Ziyu, who was hiding in the distance, was also staggered as he watched. These 2 big guys were really too fast. If it wasn't for a cave treasure like the little sacred ground, I'm afraid that as soon as he opened the blind box, he would have become food for the 2 giant poisonous spiders. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to block the giant poisonous spider's attack, and I'm afraid that even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't have a chance. It seems like this nest of poisonous spiders is going to cause quite a bit of trouble for the old monarch society. It will be hard to get rid of them without sending out a true expert. Ding Ziyu's mind moved. Chapter 154, Release of Attack Formation. Ding Ziyu knew that the nest of poisonous spiders was very strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. Originally, he was worried that the old monarch society would be able to destroy these poisonous spiders just by sending out a random group of experts, and that it would become extremely difficult for him to strike an attack spell formation in their core area. Now it seems that this worry is no longer necessary. At this moment, most of the experts in the old monarch society had been attracted over, and there were quite a few martial artists moving around, both in the sky and underground. With a single sweep, they couldn't even be counted. There should be at least a few thousand of them. Ding Ziyu was truly surprised that this old monarch society would have so many members. Just the martial saints flying in the sky alone were like 100 or 200. With such a strong strength, it was no wonder that Zhao Changlin, who had long been dissatisfied with the old monarch society in his heart, still held back his temper and gave them a few points of face. At this time, there were already many martial artists with notable strengths who were already on the field, attacking the large and small poisonous spiders on the ground. The roaring sounds from the battle rose and fell. It was quite lively. Although the 2 giant poisonous spiders were powerful, I'm afraid that the end result would still be cleaned up. After all, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. Not to mention that the old monarch society's side had far more than 4 hands, and 40 hands were more than enough. Yu Peng had gotten the help of a few experts and had steadily gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before the other small spiders, which were not strong enough in terms of size, were wiped out. It's time to place an attack spell formation for their core area, Ding Ziyu muttered. At this time, everyone had put their attention to the matter of eradicating the poisonous spiders, and I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that he would run to the core residential area of the old monarch society to make things happen. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure. Who could it be if not Gao Xinyu? I didn't expect her to come over to watch the fun, and looking at the way she was leaping forward, ready to strike against those poisonous spiders at any time, Ding Ziyu wanted to go and say hello to her, or simply call her into his little sanctuary and take her away. However, there were simply too many people around, and if he ran over, he would definitely be discovered by someone with a heart of gold. It might be okay to mess with other people, but that heavenly paying realist would definitely let him run out of the old monarch society's territory alive. Between his thoughts, Ding Ziyu gave up on the idea of greeting Gao Xinyu. Anyway, she was still in the old monarch society, so there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, her realm strength was not weak anymore, so even if there was any danger, it would not be easy for something to go wrong. Ding Ziyu concealed himself into the small Holy Land and quickly left this chaotic area. The core living area of the old monarch society was also quite large, with pavilions lined up. The roadway in the middle was also quite wide, tens of meters at least. When that attack spell is released, Will it be affected by the neighboring houses? Ding Zi inquired of the Eyes of Truth. Before the reel between the eyes told some knowledge about spell formations, knowing that wanting to lay out a large attack spell formation was very difficult. Not only did it require all sorts of relevant specialized knowledge, but also the arranger had to possess great strength. On top of that, some corresponding array discs as well as a variety of auxiliary materials were needed to start the spell. The attack spell formation in this blind box had already helped him omit many of the necessary steps, but there was still a possibility that it would be affected when it was released. At least that's what Ding Ziyu thought. For example, with the solid ground of this roadway, and the surrounding houses being of various different structures, how could that attack spell be put down? After all, this was not an open space, and it was not entirely unreasonable for Ding Ziyu to have such concerns. I don't think so. The attack spell in the blind box has already been generated. You releasing it is equivalent to forcibly moving from one space to another. The area enveloped by the spell formation will be encompassed, including the surrounding buildings will not be spared. The explanation of the Eye of Truth made Ding Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it could be released, it would be fine. He also didn't care how much damage this attack spell could bring to the old monarch society. As long as the commotion was loud enough to lure the people from the blind box administration here, it would be considered to have achieved its goal. What Ding Ziyu didn't know was that the nest of poisonous spiders he released had already alerted the blind box authority. With such a big commotion, not to mention the blind box authority, all the big and small forces in Dingyuan City had realized that the situation over here was not right. Several not-so-weak martial saints had flown over and were inspecting the situation over here from afar in the air. On the side of the blind box authority, Zhao Changlin had also brought several powerful martial artists to the outside of the old monarch society. Looking through the small sacred ground, Ding Ziyu realized that the surroundings were quiet and there was no human activity at all. Thus, he immediately opened a portal and walked out of the small sacred ground. And then, a blind box quickly appeared in his hand. His hand only touched towards the lid of that blind box, and then quickly sent it forward, while his entire person was quickly retreating towards that portal. Before the portal of the small Holy Land was completely closed, the surrounding space suddenly experienced inexplicable oscillations, as if a magical force field was rapidly enveloping the current area. Although that force field was invisible and untouchable, the range it encompassed was very large, and the surrounding area of several hundred meters was affected by it. It should be done. Ding Ziyu was hiding in the small sacred ground, but he could observe the situation outside through the boundary bead. In the big formation, a thin layer of mist had been born, and the surrounding roads and houses were hidden in it. I just don't know if it can be seen clearly outside the big formation. Is this what it looks like after the spell formation is energized? Ding Ziyu asked with some curiosity. This seemed different from what he had seen outside the Blind Box Authority's secret art hall in Daning City. The spell formation you saw before was mainly psychedelic, although it also had attacking means. That was supporting going in. This one is a pure attack formation, which means that this formation itself has a powerful attack ability. Right now it is in a state of readiness, and once a martial artist breaks out of it, its killing power will be revealed. The Eye of Truth patiently explained to Ding Ziyu. In other words, the current state of this great formation was like a cell phone on standby. It looks calm and hasn't changed much, but once someone comes in, the situation immediately changes drastically. At that point, its power becomes apparent. Will it jeopardize the little Holy Land? Ding Ziyu was still most worried about this, and despite the fact that he had already learned about it before, he still couldn't rest assured. I don't think so. The little sacred land is a Dharma treasure level cave. Although it is trapped within this great formation, it is not essentially on this side of space and time. It's like holding a blind box in your hand. It doesn't affect what's inside the blind box in the same way until it's opened. Once the Eye of Truth explained this, Ding Ziyu was much more relieved. Also understand the principle of it. Chapter 155, The Terrifying Spider Poison. Zhao Changlin was furious. Only a few days ago he punitively fined the old monarch society 50 million dragon coins. He didn't expect that after only a few days' time, they would make such a big deal out of it again. Just the half of the sky reddened by the flames and the roar of the battle that traveled a long way. All of Dingyuan City knew that the old monarch society was opening the strange blind box again. It must have opened up something unimaginable to make such a big deal out of it. Isn't this an open violation of the blind box authority's orders? Slap him in Zhao Changlin's face. So this time, Zhao Changlin brought a group of martial artists with him and directly broke into the old monarch society's manor. They had a few old monarch society disciples chasing after them, and they couldn't do anything about them. The battle outside the small hill was in full swing, and even though Yu Pang and the others had suppressed the ferocious poisonous spiders, it wasn't an easy task to finish them all off. Yu Pang, come here. Before Zhao Changlin's person arrived, he rushed at Yu Pang, who was fighting, with a loud roar. In the past, when he gave him face, he had addressed him as Tian Pangjinjin, but now Zhao Changlin was so enraged that he simply called him by his name. However, Yu Peng just glanced towards the distant flying coming Zhao Changlin, and did not have the idea of going over at all. It was so hard to suppress the two powerful giant poisonous spiders. If he drew back and left, his men really might not be able to clean up these two big guys. If they were to roll over or take the opportunity to escape, who knows how serious the consequences would be. It would also be a great loss to the entire old monarch society. So knowing that Zhao Changlin was angry, he didn't have the slightest idea of stopping and still kept striking out, attacking the two giant poisonous spiders. At the same time, he was also showing Zhao Changlin his strength. Seeing Yu Peng ignoring him, Zhao Changlin's face turned blue. The few Laojun Society disciples behind him who were chasing after him were trying to say something to him when they were slapped away by his palm and flew backward for tens of meters at once before they hit the ground heavily. At least you're the director of the Ding Yuan City Blind Box Authority. When I don't have some temper? Surname Zhao. What do you mean? Dare to hurt someone on my Laojun Society's territory? Yu Peng skimmed his eyes to see the situation over here and followed suit with a chorus of rebuke. He was already on fire in his heart, and he didn't know who had caused such a big trouble thing within the manor. The ferocious poisonous spiders not only carried a beating, but also had quite a strong fighting ability. It was indeed a bit humiliating for a heavenly rock realist to not be able to take down a giant poisonous spider. Originally, he was prepared to try to solve the problem before the president stepped in. As a result, this nest of poisonous spiders hadn't been resolved yet, and Zhao Changlin came back to raise hell. He had also injured a disciple of the old monarch society, so how could he not be annoyed? This period of time has almost never stopped. Not only by the chairman of the scolding, but also by the Blind Box Authority scolding. This pot is really not good to carry. What's wrong with me hurting people? Not only will I hurt people today, I'll also arrest them. Zhao Changlin's fire was not small. Backed by the big tree of the Blind Box Authority, did he still want to lose face in front of the Laojun Association? The key was that he was already in the right, and this old boy was still ignoring him. So naturally, he couldn't endure this breath. A disciple of the old monarch society came over and ran right into his muzzle. Very well, I hope you don't regret it. Yu Peng gritted his teeth. The fire in his heart intensified when he was almost slashed by the giant poisonous spider under the lethargy of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the Blind Box Authority was indeed much stronger than the old monarch society, he would have wanted to clean up Zhao Changlin along with him. Zhao Changlin also noticed the two giant poisonous spiders at this time, and the sharp, knife-like spider legs were truly chilling. Every time it swooped down, no matter if it was a rock on the ground or a shrub, it would be chopped out by it with a large gash. The key was that these two giant poisonous spiders also moved extremely fast, and their 6 spider legs were 6 incomparably sharp weapons. Ordinary martial saints had no power to fight back in front of it. Zhao Changlin thought to himself that if he were to fight this big guy head-on with his strength, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few hits to lose his life. Yu Peng was able to suppress the two giant poison spiders with the assistance of several martial artists. His personal strength was indeed nothing to write home about, and compared to him, he was still a huge step stronger. The two of them fought with their mouths, but there was no physical conflict. Originally, at this time, Zhao Changlin should have also gotten into the fight against the poisonous spider. After all, he was representing the Blind Box Authority of this city, and it was their responsibility to step in and solve this kind of ferocious thing that had appeared in the old monarch society. But Zhao Changlin preferred not to do anything. If you old monarch society messed up, then take matters into your own hands and settle them. When you're far away from solving it yourselves, then we'll settle the score with you. This was what Zhao Changlin had in mind. He stayed on the periphery and didn't move, and those members of the Blind Box Authority that he had brought with him had no choice but to stand on the side and watch the show. At this time, Yu Peng finally caught an opportunity and chopped off the leg of a giant poison spider with a single stroke of his sword. The body of the poison spider with the broken leg lurched and almost toppled to the ground. Despite this, the poisonous spider exposed its stomach. This was its Achilles heel, bar none. An 8th-stage martial saint seized the moment and slashed at the poison spider's stomach. In an instant, the poison spider's stomach was opened up with a huge wound that was nearly 2 meters long. A miserable green liquid sprayed out from the wound. The martial artist couldn't dodge in time, and multiple parts of his body were stained with the miserable green liquid. Instantly, the clothes on his body emitted gusts of light smoke, and the liquid-stained clothes rotted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a piece fell off. Immediately after that, the man let out an intense scream, and his skin followed suit as it rapidly rotted away. Damn, this spider's poison is too strong. Several people had a look of fear on their faces. If that had venom on their bodies, what would be the consequences? The situation of the guy who had been hit by the spider poison was quite miserable. He kept rolling around on the ground. However, his body was rotting in many places and he couldn't stop it at all. One of the disciples rushed forward and cut off one of his poisoned arms, wanting to alleviate his poisoning situation in this way. As a result, Everyone realized that the blood coming out of his broken arm was all tinged with a miserable green color, and it was obvious that the spider venom had spread rapidly and flowed throughout his body. At this moment, everyone understood in their hearts that this person was hopeless. The poisoned man screamed on the ground for 4 or 5 minutes, and finally turned into a pile of rotten meat. When several people saw this, their scalps went a little numb. The attacks on the poisonous spiders also became somewhat shrunken, including Yu Pang. Their faces were unusually ugly. It was not expected that the poison spider would still have a strong ability to counterattack even if it was heavily injured. If one were to dip into the venom within its body, it could also easily kill an expert at the martial saint level. How can you fight a battle like this? For a moment, several disciples of the old monarch society slowed down their attacks and became cautious. Chapter 156, One Accident After Another. Zhao Changlin couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart when he saw that the Laojun Society's people had suffered a loss. At this moment, they didn't come forward to help, but instead stayed on the side to watch the fun. In his heart, he pondered that this group of people from the old monarch society, if they wanted to completely solve the problem in front of them, they were afraid that they would have to pay a small price. Just at this time, another person quickly ran over, with a very ugly look on his face. It's bad. It's bad. Something's happened in our settlement too, the man yelled before he even arrived, pressing on with the presence of the blind box authority in the sky. What's all the yelling about? What happened? Yu Peng's face became more and more ugly. Things on this side hadn't been resolved yet, and he didn't expect that the residential area side had made a mess as well. A huge spell formation suddenly came out over there in the residential area, and several disciples went in and didn't come out. Steward Song went in for less than 3 minutes, and then there were horrifying screams, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. That disciple quickly reported. Steward Song was also the right-hand man under Yu Peng, and his realm had already reached the 10th stage of martial saint. Under normal circumstances, he was the one to handle many matters. This time, he was ordered to go out, and as soon as he came back, he was caught in the middle of the spell formation. His miserable screams also completely scared those disciples who were not as strong, and no one dared to barge inside anymore. Damn! I don't know who is opening the blind box indiscriminately. Catching him will not be a light punishment. Yu Peng was trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, but he couldn't find out who was messing around with it. First, isolate that spell and don't let anyone go back in. I'll go over to inspect it again after the problem over here is solved. Yu Peng was helpless. Compared to the spells that wouldn't expand, these poisonous spiders were more dangerous. If they weren't dealt with in time, they would most likely migrate elsewhere, and there would be more troublesome problems then. Yu Peng only hoped that he wouldn't lure the president out. That way his pressure would be less, as long as the problem was solved smoothly. In the end, even if he was scolded, it would be much better. Their conversation could be heard very clearly by Zhao Changlin. If the poisonous spiders in front of them were still not easy to explain, then what should be the explanation for the sudden appearance of the spell formation now? Yu Peng, your old monarch society is really getting out of line. This is to take the wind out of your sails, really not taking us, the blind box authority. Seriously? Zhao Changlin angrily rebuked Yu Peng, not giving him any face at all. Yu Peng is also open-mouthed. This thing, even if he wants to argue, are somewhat unable to speak. The fact is in front of us. The more explanation, the more unclear. He could only secretly swear in his heart that when he caught the guy who was secretly making trouble, he would make him beg for his life and not be able to die. However, he thought of another problem, the guy who opened the blind box. What realm strength was it? Who knew that the first target of attack for the ferocious creatures that opened out of the blind box was the person who opened the blind box? The two giant poisonous spiders were so strong. How did the person who opened the blind box avoid them? Or maybe the person who opened the blind box had become food in the mouth of the poisonous spiders? If that was really the case, who had opened the spell formation in the residential area? Could it be that they were also trapped in that spell formation? Or were strangled to death? These issues were all foggy, and many parts of the solution did not make sense. He even had some suspicions that all of this was likely arranged by the blind box authority, with the goal of finding trouble with the old monarch society. Yu Peng's heart was speculating wildly, but the attacks on his hands did not stop. No matter who was counting on the old monarch society, always the problem was in their territory, and it was definitely up to him to solve these problems. As for what trouble the blind box authority would find afterward, that was something for later. The big deal was to move the chairman out. No matter what, the blind box authority would still have to give the chairman some face. Although the impact of this incident was not small, the ripple effect was always controlled within the old monarch society's manner and did not hurt the common people outside. At this time, the president of the old monarch society finally flew over. In fact, she had already known when the fire was lit over here. It was just that she was cultivating, so she delayed some time before coming over. The president didn't live in the core residential area, but had a separate residence, so she hadn't noticed what was happening over there in the residential area. Yu Peng, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Did you all disregard the orders given by this president? The president was extremely angry when he saw this messy scene in front of him. A few days ago, she had ordered the disciples in the manor not to open the blind box anymore. I didn't expect that after only a few days, something like this would happen again, and it had brought in the people from the blind box authority again. President, this shouldn't have been opened by our disciples. It's likely that someone is deliberately targeting us, Yu Peng hurriedly explained. At this time, even if it was really something the disciples had messed up, he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, how could he account for the orders given by the president? What have our security people been doing? Just letting people in to mess things up? The president also went down the stairs. It looked like he was rebuking Yu Peng for their mistakes in managing the manor, but in reality, he was pushing the responsibility out. With the president's eyesight, he had naturally paid attention to Zhao Changlin and the others a long time ago. If others came to his estate to mess up, they still had something to say. If they admitted that it was one of their own who messed up, wouldn't the handle fall into the hands of the blind box authority? You guys stop acting here. Let's go inspect the spell formation over there first, and you can explain all this to us then. Zhao Changlin blackened his face. He didn't want to hear these words between the two. Regardless of whether or not these things were staged by the old monarch society's people, this time it would fall on their heads. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to properly hammer the old monarch society, as well as the large and small forces in Dingyuan City. Recently, in Dingyuan City, several forces have been making some small moves both openly and secretly. How can we deter others without setting an example? What spell? Could it be that there are other places where things have gone wrong as well? The president's face froze, obviously not understanding. A spell formation has suddenly appeared in our core living area, and so far several disciples have gotten trapped in it, including Steward Song, who is also trapped in the formation. His life and death unknown. Yu Peng could only answer the president's question honestly. For some powerful spell formations, he was not capable of solving them, so perhaps only the president could step in to solve the trouble. You are really messing around. The anger on the president's face increased, and for the first time, he questioned Yu Peng's management ability. President, this time it really wasn't our people who did it. It must be someone targeting us. Yu Peng's face became incomparably ugly, and a wave of bitterness ran through his heart. The positive image that had been erected with great difficulty was now ruined. The president's opinion of him would definitely change, and once a more suitable candidate appeared, I'm afraid that he would have to change his position as chief steward. Chapter 157, The Flame Monarch's Horseplay. Foolish, you can't even handle such a little thing. The president's face was very gloomy. She also knew that this was definitely someone messing around, but so many things had already happened before, and Yu Peng, still didn't raise alarm and still let all kinds of problems happen one after another. Yu Peng opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but how could he not open his mouth? Because he understood that no matter how he explained, he could not cover up the fact that there had been many accidents in the manor. The president had never spoken to him like this before, basically being pleasant. However, this time, she even opened her mouth to curse, showing how bad her anxiety was. In this situation, what else could Yu Peng say? He could only vent all the anger and depression in his heart on the poisonous spider. Seeing this situation, the president couldn't look on anymore. There was still a situation over at the core living area, so naturally, he couldn't watch a group of low-ranked disciples toss and turn here. The president herself was indeed quite explosive. The giant poisonous spider, which originally looked powerful beyond measure, was easily slapped to death by her palm in the air. The rest of the group of little guys, even less mentioned, countless strong winds blew by, and the slightly larger poisonous spiders were all crushed to death on the spot. The president didn't even look at Yu Peng, turned around and flew away towards the core settlement. Yu Peng's face was so dark that it was almost dripping. The aftermath of the cleanup naturally didn't need him to take care of the aftermath. With so many martial saints under his command, I'm afraid that there was no need for him to exist if he wasn't even good at the aftermath. On this side of the residential area, Zhao Changlin and the others were also watching carefully. He naturally wouldn't help the old monarch society with any problems, and he certainly didn't have the ability to break open this spell formation before they could see a thing. The president of the old monarch society came over. She was about to make a test shot when she was stopped by Zhao Changlin. What? Are you determined to go against our old monarch society? The president was in a bad mood. If it was at any other time, any other place, she wouldn't have given a martial artist of Zhao Changlin's strength more than a glance, but this time she had to speak. After all, the old monarch society was not in charge. No matter how strong she was, Dingyuan City was still the blind box authority's call. She didn't yet have the face of a sect master Cheng Tian who could make the blind box authority concede to her. Confrontation? Mr. Chairman, Don't you think that this is you provoking the blind box authority? It's only been a few days since the last incident, and you guys are making such a big fuss again. Do you really think that we, the blind box authority, don't exist anymore? Zhao Changlin wasn't the least bit weak. Behind him represented the blind box authority, and even if he wasn't defeated, there would be a stronger and big brother who would step forward. This is obviously someone behind the scenes pitting our Laojun Association. Such an obvious tactic, Director Zhao wouldn't be able to fail to see it, would he? The president wrinkled his brows and tried his best to suppress the fire in his heart. Who knows about this? The incident happened in your old monarch society's territory. You guys didn't catch the person behind the trouble either, so it's hard to say whether or not someone is messing with it. Zhao Changlin didn't recognize the president's statement. Even if someone was really behind it, what did it matter to him? Zhao Changlin? When he caught the opportunity, he definitely wanted to hammer the old monarch society hard. Director Zhao, what exactly do you want? Our old monarch society has already kept a low profile enough. Could it be that you think the blind box administration has the ability to drive us out of Dingyuan City? The president stared at Zhao Changlin. She even suspected that all of this was most likely his doing. There were quite a few talents of all kinds within the blind box authority, and it might not be impossible to do so if one had the intention to pit the old monarch society. Judging from recent events, the possibility does exist and it is still very much a possibility. It's not what we want. Rather, it's what you old monarch society wants, challenging our bottom line over and over again. If you don't give a clear statement this time, Zhao, will have to ask the General Directorate to come to the Old Monarchs Association to reason with them. Zhao Changlin's threats were already very strong. If it wasn't for his own lack of strength, he would have lifted the bottom of the Old Monarch Society. Just as the president was arguing with Zhao Changlin, Yu Peng finally came over. As soon as he came over, he wanted to make a move on that spell formation, directly ignoring Zhao Changlin's presence. The president reasoning with Zhao Changlin, that was her high style. He would have no need for that at all. Yu Peng, stop it. Zhao Changlin let out a furious shout and quickly shot out to block Yu Peng's tried and tested means. However, his strength was still quite a bit inferior to Yu Peng's, and he was instantly bounced away, almost falling to the ground. The president just swept Yu Peng a glance and did not stop him. Good. Bullying people based on your strength, right? You guys wait for me. Zhao Changlin was furious and immediately took out his phone and started shaking people. The Blind Box Authority also had experts sitting in Dingyuan City. In order to suppress the various experts in Dingyuan City, there were several experts beyond the Martial Saint level. It was said that the most powerful one was incomparably mysterious. The Super Martial Saint experts who died at his hands were in the double digits. However, this person was normally in closed-door cultivation, and he would not even step in for unusual matters, even lazy to pay attention to. Only when the Blind Box Authority really encountered difficult to solve the trouble, he will come forward. Less than 3 minutes after Zhao Changlin's phone call, a figure came like a meteor cutting through the sky, so fast that even Yu Peng was somewhat discolored by it. The Flame True Lord is here. The president swept towards the light shadow, and his face suddenly became grave. Little Zhao, what is it that requires this monarch's hand? When True Lord Flame opened his mouth, it shook everyone's ears. The old monarch society has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Blind Box Authority and dared to strike out at us, so my strength is limited, so I'll just have to ask the old ancestor to step in. Zhao Changlin simply said a few words. Kai Feng, is this how you guys do things? The Flame True Lord stared at the president, his eyes becoming dangerous all of a sudden. The president's face also became unsightly. In the past, Flame True Lord had called her Little Phoenix. This time he called her by her first name, so it was evident that he was really angry. True Lord, this is a misunderstanding. Recently, someone has been deliberately targeting our old monarch society, and Director Zhao has also been pestering us. Kai Feng also had to seriously explain. If it had been anyone else coming, she wouldn't have been afraid. However, Flame True Lord was a really strong person, and with her strength, she was really not a match for Flame True Lord. Within the Blind Box Authority, Flame True Lord's strength was definitely all in the top 5. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Dingyuan City to sit on the side. Misunderstanding? Then what's the matter with you guys beating up little Zhao? Is this something that can be explained away with a single word of misunderstanding? The Flame True Lord was not willing to budge at all. Since Zhao Changlin had brought out this great god of his, he had to earn enough money for his appearance. Please allow us to pull out this spell formation first. Can we discuss other things later? Kai Feng's tone was still soft. This is a loss that must be eaten. Chapter 158, The Rainbow Phoenix enters the array. Ding Ziyu was still trapped in the spell formation. Through the small sacred ground, he could observe the changing conditions of the spell formation. Previously, the situation within the spell formation was like being in water, with a slight rippling of water. With a few people breaking into the spell formation, it immediately set off a gust of swords, and after a few breaths, the martial artists who broke into the formation were finished off. And then a slightly stronger martial artist came in, but he didn't last a minute either. It had to be said that the power of this spell formation was quite astonishing, and Ding Ziyu was afraid that if he were to run out on his own, he would be in dire straits. First of all, trying to get out of the formation was heavenly difficult. For someone who didn't know anything about formations, it was simply more of a headache than walking into a maze. The noises outside came from time to time, and Ding Ziyu heard some familiar voices. He couldn't wait for the old monarch to fight with the blind box authority. It would be best if the human brains fought the dog brains, and the dead and wounded didn't care about him. In fact, Ding Ziyu still underestimated the energy of the old monarch society. Or rather, he had underestimated President Kai Feng's personal abilities. It wasn't true that Zhao Changlin wanted to mess with the old monarch society, but the higher-ups in the blind box authority didn't want to turn their backs on Kai Feng for the time being. Flame True Monarch is very bullish, but if he really fights with Kai Feng with his life, I am afraid that he will have to pay a great price. Blind Box Management Directorate does not care not know, but in terms of Flame True Monarch's personal will, he is not willing to pay such a price. He preferred to use shock and awe tactics to hammer the old monarch society and then get some actual benefits. Just give the other forces an example. Kai Feng personally made a move. A hand blade chopped out. The sound of the void rupturing was like a thunderstorm in the 9 heavens. Quite terrifying. The movement was very large and explosive. However, that spell formation only flickered a few times and quickly returned to calmness as if it hadn't been attacked in any way. The grade of this spell formation is very high, and if you want to destroy it from the outside, I'm afraid that a large portion of this residential area of yours will be destroyed. The Flame True Lord narrowed his eyes and made a corresponding assessment. Just now, although Kai Feng's strike was only a test, he had used more than 50% of his strength. The fluctuation caused was very strong, and where the strong wind passed, everything in the vicinity was chopped off. It was very destructive. It's indeed very difficult to do. If it's not possible, we can only enter the formation to find a way to break it. Kai Feng frowned. She had seen many spell formations and recognized the Flame True Lord's judgment. How about you all enter the formation at the same time? The Flame True Lord also came to be interested. It was just that I didn't know if he was interested in the colorful phoenix or in this spell formation of uncommon strength. No, I'll go in first and try. Within half an hour, if I can't break this spell formation from the inside, then I'll trouble the True Lord to make a move. Forget about breaking it directly from the outside. Kai Feng refused the Flame True Lord's offer. Perhaps he was still wary of the Flame True Lord himself and was unwilling to enter the spell formation at the same time as the other party in this environment. In case she was trapped in the spell formation and Flame True Lord took the opportunity to strike at her, how would she react? Not to say that there wasn't such a possibility. If it was possible to take out the colorful phoenix at only a small cost, the Flame True Lord would definitely not hesitate to make a move. Without this most powerful pillar, the others within the old monarch society were not worth mentioning at all. Being rejected by Kai Feng, the Flame True Lord wasn't angry, and only tugged at the corner of his mouth for a moment. Then his face was as normal, as if nothing had happened. Kai Feng adjusted her mind and prepared to enter the spell formation. President, is it alright to let me go in first and test the waters? Yu Peng quickly stepped forward and said in a righteous manner. With the poison spider incident, he had already been labeled stupid by Kai Feng, and if he didn't perform well, the position of chief steward might have to be replaced. I'm afraid you're not strong enough. It's better to stay well outside. Kai Feng gave Yu Peng a somewhat impatient look. Recently, all sorts of disturbing moods occurred frequently, and in her heart, she already had an opinion about this person. Yu Peng, if it wasn't for the fact that this person's strength was really good, and he was also very good at management, she wouldn't bother to care about Yu Peng's death or life. My subordinate is willing to die for the old monarch society. Yu Peng made a valiant gesture of righteousness. No matter what, let's redeem his image in the chairman's heart first. Come on, keep a good eye on the disciples outside and stay away from the spell formation. Kai Feng no longer watched Yu Peng's performance, lifted his leg and entered the spell formation. Yu Peng's face became more and more ugly, but he didn't insist on entering the spell formation anymore. After all, he was just making a gesture and didn't really want to go in. On Ding Ziyu's side, he noticed as soon as Kai Feng came in an instant, thousands of sword lights shot out in all directions, as if sword chi was dropping down from the 9 heavens, forming a huge sword formation that killed towards Kai Feng. The formation seems to also perceive the strength of the arrivals, directly on the big move. Compared to the previous small shrimp, I don't know how many times more ferocious. Kai Feng's face was cold. Her body immediately formed a circle of white gas wall shaped like substance around her body. The sword light chopped on it, such as defeating the flotsam, did not play out the proper power at all. However, Ding Ziyu still heard the sound of muffled grunts from Kai Feng, and although he had blocked this sonorous attack, he had only suffered some injuries. The sword formation spread out, instantly combining 2 by 2 to form a more powerful swordlight. The number was half as many, but the power had clearly increased. "Break it open for me!" Kaifeng let out a proud cry. Under the rapid flickering of the figure, the palms of the hands were shot out in different directions. The palm prints left the hands, instantly transformed into the size of more than 10 feet, and wildly chopped at those swordlights. Rumble! The violent impact sound was deafening, and the strong wind generated under the impact of the two forces was even more violent than a super typhoon. The entire formation was shaking non-stop. Even though Ding Ziyu was hiding in the small Holy Land, he could feel this raging power. In his heart, he pondered that if he was in the center of the storm, he was afraid that he would be torn apart in an instant, without any possibility of survival. Is this a big brother beyond the martial saint level? The strength is too terrifying. Ding Ziyu was incomparably sighed. Originally thought that his strength was already very good, but really also compared to these big brothers, completely worthless. This woman's strength really isn't weak anymore. At least 30% of my peak strength. The Eye of Truth also recognized Kaifeng's strength. Can she break through this attack spell formation? Ding Ziyu asked again. It's a bit difficult. If we can't find the right way to break the formation and only rely on brute force to break it, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a small price. As the two spoke, the berserk force and the spell formation unfolded one after another. It was obvious that Kaifeng was planning to use brute force to break the formation. If this goes on, it won't affect my little Holy Land, will it? Ding Ziyu was a little worried. It would be a big loss if his little sacred ground was broken. Not only do you lose blood, you may not even be able to save your life. It shouldn't be. This level of force can't break the cave treasure yet. The turmoil of the spell formation became more and more intense, similar to the sight of the end of the world coming. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth, his heart incomparably apprehensive. Chapter 159, Caught in the Act. As it turned out, Ding Ziyu's worries were redundant. Even though the colorful phoenix had set off monstrous waves within the spell formation, within the small Holy Land, the winds and waves remained calm and unaffected in the slightest. Instead, Ding Ziyu had the opportunity to see the true strength of a top-tier bigwig, and between his hands and feet, he had the great power to destroy the world. Compared to Kaifeng, his proud strength really wasn't worth mentioning. The seemingly powerful and incomparable attack spell formation quickly became shaky under the rough attacks of the colorful phoenix. No matter how skillfully this spell formation was arranged, as long as the force of the attack exceeded its range of tolerance, it was just as likely to be blown up. As the saying goes, one force is all that matters. More than 10 minutes after the colorful phoenix entered the formation, the spell formation was finally broken, and with the destructive force caused in that instant, almost all of the premises within a few hundred meters radius were overturned. Even though several people were far away, they also received a considerable impact. Disciples who were not strong enough were even killed on the spot by the powerful impact. There were also quite a few disciples above the martial saint level who vomited blood, and the old monarch society's losses were quite heavy. As the spell formation ruptured, Ding Ziyu's small Holy Land took the opportunity to get out of the trap. However, as the boundary bead quickly escaped with the little holy ground, a stream of light quickly rushed over and instantly grabbed it into its hands. This person was no one else but the highest talker of the blind box authorities sitting in Dingyuan City, the Flame True Lord. Ding Ziyu was shocked. No one in his dreams thought that someone had actually found the movement trajectory of the small Holy Land, and that he himself had fallen into his hands. Damn it, what now? Ding Ziyu panicked at once. After counting 1,000 times, I didn't expect to miss a move. If the Flame True Lord had any thoughts in mind, with his strength, there was no room for resistance. Don't worry, you're head-to-head with him. Let's see what happens first. Realize instead acted more calmly. The Flame True Lord quickly returned to his position after grabbing the small Holy Land. Several martial artists whose strength wasn't low didn't even realize that he had even moved. It was Zhao Changlin who was right by his side and noticed that this old ancestor was acting differently, but he didn't dare to say anything. On the old monarch society's side, everyone's attention was on top of that attacking spell formation, including experts like Yu Peng, who hadn't noticed the Flame True Lord's movements. On the contrary, Chairman Kaifeng had noticed something, but she thought that the Flame True Lord was only trying to avoid the shockwaves created by the rupture of the spell formation and did not notice anything unusual about it. Now that the spell formation has been breached, you take a plan on what to do, right? Flame True Lord stared at Kaifeng, not relaxing at all. Even though he had guessed that everything within the old monarch society's manor was most likely the work of this guy in his hands. But so what? Taking the opportunity to suppress the old monarch society was more important than exposing the guy in his hand. Kaifeng was also uncomfortable when she saw the strange state of the manor, but they could afford such a loss. If the Flame True Lord hadn't come, the most the old monarch society would have done was to offer some money and send Zhao Changlin away and forget about it. But this powerful old man had come, and it was impossible to send him away with just money. This council's secret pavilion allows the true lord to pick 2 treasures at random, and the old lord will openly admit his mistake to serve as a warning to the major powers. Kai Feng was very helpless to speak out a solution. This time, not only did they become the chicken that was killed for the monkeys, but they also had to pay a great price. The Old Monarch Society's secret pavilion was a collection of goodies that were extremely attractive even to experts at the level of a flame true lord. Good. Since you've said so, then this monarch is not polite. Lead the way. The flame true lord very readily agreed to Kai Feng's conditions. The secret pavilion of the Old Monarch Society is not a chance for anyone to go in. Get 2 pieces of treasure, then turn in 1 and get 1 for yourself. Wouldn't it be great? True lord, please follow me. The colorful phoenix finished speaking and immediately flew away. The flame true lord stayed in the Old Monarch Society's secret pavilion for almost half an hour before leaving in satisfaction. Ding Ziyu's little Holy Land also made a trip to the secret pavilion, but the result was that he didn't know anything, and didn't even have the opportunity to observe through the realm bead. After another while of effort, the boundary bead sent a message to Ding Ziyu that the small Holy Land had finally been released. Kid, come out or this monarch will slap your cave treasure right into pieces. True Lord Flame's voice came in from outside the small Holy Land. Ding Ziyu was really a bit puzzled as to how he did it. This old man's methods were really a bit sensationalized. Unable to do anything else, Ding Ziyu had no choice but to run out of the small sacred ground and quickly retrieve the boundary bead back into his body. After that, he was looking at the unruly old man in front of him with an apprehensive face. The eyes that looked at people were like sharp razor blades, making people feel intimidated. Who are you? Why are you going to the Old Monarch Society to cause trouble? Flame True Lord asked. From the tone in which he spoke, Ding Ziyu did not hear much anger. I'm Ding Yu, the captain of the Blind Box Bureau's Special Operations Team. Ding Ziyu hurriedly took out his identity card. This thing, it's the equivalent of a life preservation card. Did little Zhao put you up to those things? The Flame True Lord froze for a moment and immediately made the connection. Ding Ziyu was tempted to admit it down the line, but thought that if Director Zhao confronted him, he would immediately reveal himself. My subordinate's own meaning. I see that Old Monarch Society doesn't submit to the management of our Blind Box Authority at all, so we'll find a way to create some chaos for them so that Director Zhao can step in and knock them out. Ding Ziyu's mind turned quickly, and he immediately thought of a suitable reason. The implication is clear. I did all this for the Blind Box Authority. Is that all? Is there no entrapment of your own selfishness? Flame True Lord was not that easy to fool. Lao Jun will never be a soft persimmon. Is not so good to pinch? Belonging to some grudges with Yu Peng, the chief administrator of the Old Monarch Society. He has repeatedly jeopardized my life and safety, and it was useless for Director Zhao to intercede. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. Ding Ziyu could only tell the truth. It was really too difficult to fool these old men who had become so refined. You're trying to use my hand to get rid of your own enemy? Kid, you're really bold. What do you think Xiao Xiao will do to you if I put you in his hands? The Flame True Lord glared at Ding Ziyu, revealing a threatening tone. This old guy is swindling you. Most likely he is looking at your small Holy Land. Trouble is big. The voice of the Eye of Truth came in time. Ding Ziyu felt a bit headstrong at once. In front of this old family, he had no room for sophistry at all. No matter what he said, it would not work for such a person. Only tangible benefits can really impress him. Chapter 160, A Blessing in Disguise. A great merit. Not necessarily. What if he isn't that interested in cave-type magic treasures? Ding Ziyu felt that it was quite possible that an expert of the Flame True Lord's level might have a cave Dharma treasure of his own. The problem is that this little sacred heaven belongs to the cave heaven class of magic treasures, and is quite a bit more advanced than the cave palace magic treasures. If he knew about it, wouldn't he let it go easily? The Eye of Truth still insisted on its opinion. It's not like he doesn't know. The Flame True Monarch had just said that he would break his cave treasure, obviously not realizing that Ding Ziyu was holding a cave heaven level treasure in his hands. If that's the case, it might still be possible to struggle a bit. For the first time, the Eye of Truth agreed with Ding Ziyu's idea. The exchange between the two was quick. At least the Flame True Lord did not sense anything. He remained calmly staring at Ding Ziyu, wanting to see what this young man was up to. Senior True Monarch. Words can't be said like that. The presence of the Old Monarch Society in Ding Yuan City will always constrain the development of our Blind Box Authority. After we pack them up, who else from the other forces would dare to act in a masculine manner in front of us? My main purpose is still thinking for the Blind Box Authority, and personal grudges are just settled in passing. Ding Ziyu still wanted to struggle a bit, whether it was useful or not. He had to speak from the position of the Blind Box Administration. What if Flame True Lord let him go? Your words aren't entirely without merit, so let's just say that you're going after the Old Monarch Society out of the goodness of your heart. However, this monarch is a bit curious. How can you, a small martial artist, get hold of a cave treasure? Even if this was opened from a blind box, it would be difficult to recognize the owner with your strength, right? The Flame True Lord simply said it straight. Pulling that nonsense didn't interest him. As long as the Ting Yuan Blind Box Authority didn't have any major problems, he didn't have to worry about anything. Just as Ding Ziyu had guessed, he himself had a cave-type magic treasure, and spent a lot of time practicing within his own cave. So although the cave itself was attractive to him, it wasn't as big as he thought it would be. Of course I can't with my strength. I was able to complete the recognition with the help of my master. Ding Ziyu hit the snake and immediately found an excuse to display his muscles. Master? Who is your master teacher? The Flame True Monarch had indeed fallen for Ding Ziyu's trap, and immediately shifted his attention to this aspect. My master is Sect Master Cheng Tian. I wonder if Senior has heard of her old man's name. Ding Ziyu tried his best to put on a very calm appearance. Anyway, this tiger skin has been pulled more than once. Borrow it twice more, and I don't think she will blame herself. Cheng Tian Sect Master? The Flame True Lord was obviously shocked. If he didn't even know about this number, I'm afraid that his days in the Blind Box Authority were truly in vain. You brat didn't lie to this monarch, did you? The Flame True Monarch stared at Ding Ziyu closely, itching to see through his heart. Naturally, my boy wouldn't dare to deceive Senior True Lord, but so far, I'm only a named disciple of my master, and I can only become an initiated disciple of my master after I surpass the Martial Saint. Ding Ziyu had lowered himself to a first-class status. The more so, the more reasonable it would seem. Flame couldn't help but nod when he heard this. On this issue, he really didn't see anything broken. I believe that on the side of the Blind Box Authority, they should also be able to inquire about the relevant information. If Ding Ziyu dared to lie to him, there was no way he could escape from his grasp. How old are you now that you're at the 8th stage of Martial Saint? Although the Flame True Lord could see through Ding Ziyu's realm at a glance, his age was not readily apparent. Not to mention that Ding Ziyu had made some changes to look in his 30s. 19 years old. It's been almost a year since I awakened my powers. However, in order to increase his position in the Flame True Lord's heart, he still reported his actual age, and the difference was only in months. 19 years old, cultivated to the 8th stage of Martial Saint in a year's time. You kid really has great talent. No wonder sect leader Cheng Tian is going to accept you as a registered disciple. Not bad, not bad. Flame True Lord couldn't help but nod repeatedly. A martial artist with this kind of talent was likewise a rather bombastic existence in the Blind Box Authority. If he hadn't long ago worshipped under sect leader Cheng Tian, he himself would have wanted to accept him as a personal disciple. With sect master Cheng Tian as a great shield, it was really not good for Flame True Lord to lay his hands on Ding Ziyu. Although the cave treasure was very precious, it would definitely be a great deal worse to offend sect leader Cheng Tian in order to obtain it. Even if the bigwigs from the Blind Box administration came over, they would have to give her some face. With this layer of relationship at the bottom, the next conversation became much easier. About the matter of the cave treasures, the Flame True Lord did not even mention it, as if it had been engaged in forgetting. Instead, he asked a lot of things about the Cheng Tian sect, and Ding Ziyu picked and chose to say some of them, easily dispelling the other party's doubts. Finally, it's a mix-up. When he asked Ding Ziyu about his intentions of joining the Blind Box Authority, the Flame True Lord even said that he had done him a favor in passing. Ding Yu played a crucial role in targeting the old monarch society, so he should be credited. The Flame True Lord spoke directly, turning Ding Ziyu's private behavior into a public matter for the authority. When Zhao Changlin received this news, he was also dumbfounded, and he didn't even understand what in the world this had to do with Ding Ziyu. It wasn't until the Flame True Lord pointed out that the recent events that had occurred in the old monarch society were all the work of Ding Ziyu. Only then did Zhao Changlin react. However, he was also very puzzled in his heart, wondering how Ding Ziyu had managed to do it. He had to know that those blind boxes were extremely dangerous, and with his strength, he would definitely be affected if he opened them himself. But if Ding Ziyu didn't say anything, he couldn't be bothered to ask in front of the Flame True Lord. Besides, everyone has their own secrets in their heart. How can others tell you so easily? No matter what. In the Ding Yuan City Blind Box Authority, the Flame True Lord's words were orders. He was the supreme voice of the city. Not to mention that in this series of events, the Blind Box Authority had indeed received tangible benefits. There was absolutely no problem in giving Ding Ziyu a big credit. Ding Ziyu certainly wouldn't object to such an arrangement. Without these credits, it was simply impossible for him to go to the general administration of blind boxes to get close to that wondrous object. This time it was considered to be a crooked move. Not only did he get substantial benefits, but he also got to know the Flame True Lord as his thigh. Soon, the briefing came down. Such credits have to be shown, otherwise it is difficult to convince the public. Because of this, the old monarch society's side also quickly got the news. Yu Peng had already suspected that this was all Ding Ziyu's doing, and once the reward from the Blind Box Authority came down, this was a done deal. Damned brat. It must be him who utilized the cave treasures in his possession to cause a whole lot of trouble within our manor. Yu Peng was very certain. Put all the blame on Ding Ziyu's head. Chapter 161, Yu Peng's Calculations. Ever since the various things happened one after another within the manor, President Kai Fom had become increasingly disappointed in Yu Peng's performance and had hardly given him any good looks. This made Yu Peng's heart very depressed, but he didn't have the guts to find the president to reason with. After all, he was the chief administrator of the old monarch society, and he definitely had an unshirkable responsibility for the constant accidents within the manor. Previously, Yu Peng had some suspicions that the recent happenings of the old monarch society were most likely the work of Ding Ziyu. However, he suffered from the lack of any evidence. Ding Ziyu's commendation from the blind box authority was tantamount to telling everyone. In order to salvage his position in the chairman's heart, Yu Peng thought left and right and decided to tell Kai Fong the news. However, he did not intend to personally go to the chairman either. Instead, he had Zhao Zijie meet him. After all, Zhao Zijie was the chairman's direct descendant, and not only was it more credible for him to go and speak, but he also avoided the suspicion of his own willful exoneration. When Zhao Zijie came over, Yu Peng had a long and deep conversation with him. He even told him some of the secrets he held. That kid actually has a magic treasure inside the cave? Damn it! The recent events are definitely his doing. It's already 100% certain. Zhao Zijie pretended to be furious. In his heart, he was thinking that if he could get his hands on this kid's cave treasure, then he would make a lot of money. He was convinced that Yu Peng hadn't revealed this information to himself before, most likely because he wanted to keep it all to himself. Now, not only did the old monarch society suffer successive losses, but he had also failed in his quest for the cave treasure, which was why he had told Zhao Zijie the truth. It was nothing more than trying to put all the blame on Ding Ziyu and reverse his image in the president's mind. Zhao Zijie wasn't stupid, but this Yu Peng's behavior didn't affect his interests and intentions. Instead, he could use such an opportunity to seek greater benefits. Master Yu, where has senior sister Gao gone recently? How come we haven't seen her? Zhao Zijie took the opportunity to change the topic. It was true that he hadn't seen Gao Xinyu in the last few days. She's in seclusion to impact a higher realm. You'll be able to see her in a few days, Yu Peng said helplessly. He himself, his precious disciple, was deliberately avoiding Zhao Zijie. Although Gao Xinyu's talent was good and she had gotten some attention from the president, but her position within the old monarch society really couldn't be compared to Zhao Zijie. Moreover, the chairman was also interested in setting her up with Zhao Zijie. Gao Xinyu didn't dare to oppose it explicitly. She could only think of ways to avoid Zhao Zijie as much as possible, so that he wouldn't come to pester her. Earlier, Yu Peng had also wanted to give Gao Xinyu to Zhao Zijie in order to lead to strengthen the relationship with the club president. But recently, the chairman didn't give him a good look, so Yu Peng's small-minded character wasn't that attached to it. What he had in mind was to wait for Zhao Zijie to come over and kneel on his own. Licking, he would then look for an opportunity to pinch the kid. Let Zhao Zijie take the initiative to put in a good word for himself in front of the president. It had to be said that Yu Peng, this person's heart was quite deep. It's just that his strength didn't match his scheming that well. Can I go meet her? Zhao Zijie was also a master of not seeing a rabbit. You won't let me see your good disciple. Why should I help you put in a good word in front of the chairman? When Yu Peng heard this, he immediately wrinkled his eyebrows and couldn't help but curse Zhao Zijie in his heart. In the past, he wouldn't dare to talk to himself like this. He didn't expect that he had just lost his power. This kid even had the guts to make conditions with himself. Let's go. I'll lead you over to see her. But you can't interrupt her cultivation. It's easy for something to happen. Yu Peng finally took a step back. However, he was clear about Gao Xinyu's cultivation habits, and he was definitely in the middle of cultivation at this time of the day. That's why he dared to stabilize Zhao Zijie in such a way. Sure enough, Zhao Zijie saw Gao Xinyu's serious cultivation back from afar. If it wasn't for Yu Peng being on the side, he would have definitely gone up and stalked her a bit, but now he couldn't. Just looking at him from afar, Yu Peng urged him to leave. Zhao Zijie's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. No matter what, Yu Peng's strength was far above his, and there was nothing he could do to prevent him from getting close to Gao Xinyu. I'll go find the president. Zhao Zijie turned his head and walked away, the expression on his face becoming somewhat somber. Yu Peng took everything in, but didn't point out Zhao Zijie's mind. With Zhao Zijie's status as a direct descendant of the family, he quickly met the president, ancestral grandmother as well. Grandson has something important to report to you. Zhao Zijie hurriedly went forward to greet her. When there were other people around, he didn't dare to call Kai Fong like that and could only refer to her as president. What's the matter directly? Still getting involved with that Yu Peng lately? Kai Fong was becoming more and more annoyed with Yu Peng now, and would just straight up jack off his status as chief manager. There's reliable news that the Blind Box Authority has recently focused on honoring a kid. It's the guy named Ding Ziyu that I told you about before. All indications are that the recent events within the manor are 80% the work of this kid. Zhao Zijie told him all those news that Yu Peng had told him. Where did he get such a great ability from a kid at the martial saint realm? Kai Feng was puzzled. Regardless of whether it was those poisonous spiders or the attacking spell formations in the back, the family members who opened the blind box would not want to easily escape the bad luck of being attacked. It's said that this brat has a cave treasure on him, and with the help of this item, it's not impossible for him to give us trouble. Cave treasures? Is your information reliable? Kai Feng's eyes narrowed all of a sudden, and his eyes became somewhat dangerous. With her insight, she naturally knew what a cave dharma treasure was, and understood where the advantages of a cave dharma treasure lay. If it was used for something else, it might only play some secondary role, but it is true that there is no disadvantage in using cave treasures to avoid danger when opening a blind box. 1,000 times true. This information is 100% accurate, Zhao Zijie said with great certainty. When Kai Feng heard this, her face changed many times, and all of a sudden she figured out several things that she hadn't figured out before. This news was told to you by Yu Peng, right? Kai Feng stared at Zhao Zijie, not allowing her any room for evasion. Yes, Zhao Zijie could only answer truthfully. In front of this grandma, he couldn't give birth to half a little thought. Zhao Zijie's answer was naturally expected by Kai Feng. I'm afraid that Yu Peng's previous grudge against this Ding Ziyu wasn't simply because of Gao Sinyu's matter. He definitely wanted to use the opportunity to seek to seize the cave dharma treasure in the other party's hands. Now that the facts are a few revealed, he has lost his chance before telling you the news, but it's just a way of trying to divert the trouble to the east. This person, Yu Peng, has a very deep heart and is getting more and more unclean. In the future, you should socialize less with him, don't get too close. Kai Feng didn't talk about Ding Ziyu's matter. Instead, she droned on about this aspect. Previously, when Yu Peng wanted to push his disciple to Zhao Zijie, Kai Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. After this matter was picked up, Kai Feng spent some time paying a little attention to Zhao Zijie and Gao Sinyu's behavior. Chapter 162 Zhao Zijie's Mind Tricks. She found out that everything was Yu Peng's secret push, and Gao Sinyu didn't have any heartfelt thoughts about Zhao Zijie, but instead avoided Zhao Zijie at all costs. Kai Feng instantly understood that there was something fishy going on here. Yu Peng's mind was clearly revealed. Everything he did was to get closer to himself and get a higher status. In fact, Yu Peng was already very high up in the Laojun society. This manor was the residence of all the personnel of the old monarch society, and Kai Feng had appointed him as the chief steward, able to intervene in almost all the small and large matters within the manor. Only the very core of the old monarch society was not open to him. There weren't many people with a higher status than him, but he still wasn't satisfied and wanted to use Zhao Zijie's status as a direct descendant to seek more. No, grandmother, are you mistaken? Zhao Zijie was obviously shocked by Kai Feng's words. He had his heart set on Gao Xinu, but now he wanted him to alienate Yu Peng. Then wouldn't there be no hope at all? Associated with Yu Peng's attitude towards him today, it had obviously produced some changes. It seemed that he had also sensed something unusual, and if he couldn't help him, the difficulty of getting Gao Sinyu would increase by many times. Wake up, I think you're horny and it's time to stop. Don't challenge my patience. Kai Feng's face became extremely stern. The identity of a direct family lineage was not everything, nor was it impossible to replace. After all, the Zhao clan's expenses scattered leaves, and there were far more talented sons and daughters than just him. Zhao Zijie had a lifeless look on his face. In the past, when he went to beat up this grandma, he was almost always answered. This time, instead of it working, he was also rebuked. The heart fell big time, out of disappointment. No way, I have to get Gao Sinyu into my hands. If soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way. Zhao Zijie didn't have the slightest idea of stopping. In the old monarch society, there was no woman he couldn't get his hands on, not even Yu Peng's disciple. Right, although this Yu Peng senses something, he still has illusions, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to put in a good word for him. As long as I don't tell him about grandmother ancestor's attitude, won't I still be able to pin him down? Zhao Zijie wasn't stupid and quickly came up with a response. Anyway, his aim was to get Gao Sinyu into his hands. After he got her, even if he flipped out with Yu Peng, so what? Would he really dare to kill himself? The more Zhao Zijie thought about it, the more he felt that it was such a thing. Yu Peng wanted to deal with Ding Ziyu, so let him take the shot. If he succeeds, the credit should be counted on his own head. If he really messes up, he will push it away and not recognize it. The more Zhao Zijie thought about the idea, the more it flowed, and all the details of the party were in place. So he quickly found Yu Peng and carefully told the lies he had made up. Yu Peng was half convinced and didn't dare to go to the president to confront him, but his mood did become a lot better. Since the president is all for us dealing with that brat, I'm ready to take action next. If I get that kid's cave treasure, I will definitely transfer it to you. Yu Peng also did his best to pick good words. I'm afraid only he knows what's in his heart. A few days later, Yu Peng found a reason to release Gao Xinyu. With his understanding of Gao Xinyu, this disciple would definitely go to find Ding Ziyu as soon as she left the old monarch society. During these few days, Ding Ziyu was also working hard to improve his strength, borrowing the credits he had accumulated. He adapted another secret art in the blind box authority that suited his own self. At the same time, he extracted the blood from the savage dragon and matched it with the spirit fish to cultivate his own fleshly body. A few days down the line, although it wasn't as sudden as before, the overall strength had also improved significantly. The realm also began to slowly coast towards the 9th stage of Martial Saint. It was estimated that with some more time, he would be able to reach the 9th stage of Martial Saint. At the same time, the physical body had a great chance of being completely upgraded to a silver physique. The Eye of Truth had said that when his realm reached the peak of Martial Saint, it would open up a new path of cultivation for him. It would allow him to truly understand what it meant to surpass the power of a Martial Saint. Ding Ziyu naturally looked forward to this day very much. He had already met quite a few experts who had surpassed the Martial Saint, such as the recent firecracker True Lord, who was truly bullish. It was estimated that wherever he went, he would be respected by others. Strength is the strongest standard for a man. Ding Ziyu had just relaxed when he found a message from Gao Xinyu on his cell phone. Where are you? How have you been lately? It's okay. I'm at the Blind Box Authority. Lin Fei looked at the time and saw that it had been sent 10 or so minutes ago, so he immediately sent one back. Why don't you come out for a walk? I'm in town. Really? Your master doesn't care about you anymore? It's not going to use you as bait again, is it? Ding Ziyu was a bit unconvinced. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Gao Xinyu. The face was that he couldn't trust Yu Peng. There shouldn't be, right? I don't feel anything strange on my body. There shouldn't be any spiritual imprints from him. Gao Xinyu had sensed her body with her heart, as well as her clothes. Recently, her realm strength had also risen quite a bit, and her senses had been sharpened even more by before. What if he sends someone to follow you from afar? This is something that has to be guarded against. Ding Ziyu was still very careful. Yu Peng hated him to the bone. If he fell into his hands again, most likely his life would not be guaranteed. Well, then don't force yourself. Let's just talk and forget about it. Gao Xinyu didn't dare to guarantee that she hadn't been stalked. With Yu Peng's means, if he didn't want Gao Xinyu to find out, it really wasn't very difficult. So the two of them were on their cell phones, chatting for quite a while, and I believe said something about the recent present. Gao Xinyu didn't wait for Ding Ziyu and couldn't be bothered to stroll outside, so she only stayed for an hour or two before returning to the old monarch society's manor. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of Yu Peng, the old fox. Although he didn't fish Ding Ziyu out this time, he wasn't angry, because he understood that as long as he continued to do this, one day Ding Ziyu would take the bait. As expected, Yu Peng began to leave Gao Xinyu alone, letting her move freely. Gao Xinyu had gone to Dingyuan City for 3 days in a row to wander around, and no one seemed to care about her whereabouts. Do you remember that shanty town? I'm going to go back and take a look. Do you want to come over? Gao Xinyu unconsciously walked towards the place where she had lived when she was young. The place was still deserted, not to mention people, not even a rat in sight. When she first came back, Gao Xinyu was still prepared to find out what was going on, only to be locked up by her master when she returned to the manor. Then all kinds of strange things kept happening, and the old monarch society was disturbed, and this matter was put down for the time being. Oh, you go ahead then. We'll see how it goes in a while, and if the bureau is fine, I'll go over and take a look. Ding Ziyu didn't immediately agree. He was still guarding his hand. Chapter 163, A Place of Serenity, but full of memories. Of course Ding Ziyu remembered the shantytown that was devoid of any life. When Gao Xinyu brought him back to Dingyuan City, the first location was her old home. It was just that the place had turned into a barren land, without even the slightest bit of life. This is as outrageous as it gets. Normally, no one would want to go to that shantytown because it looks too spooky, and who knows if there could be any untold dangers here. Ding Ziyu finally decided to go and take a look at Gao Xinyu. This woman was very demonic and still had the Euromancer physique. She could not easily give up just because her master was making things difficult from it. Not to mention that he also had means to save his own life. In that kind of open area, even if Yu Peng was strong, it would be difficult for him to catch himself. Of course, out of caution. After returning to his dormitory, Ding Ziyu then hid in the small Holy Land, allowing the boundary pearl to manipulate the small Holy Land and head to that shantytown. Under normal circumstances, as long as one didn't encounter a ridiculously strong old man like the Flame True Lord, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for others to discover the traces of the lesser sacred ground. About an hour later, the little sanctuary had appeared over that shantytown. The place was still dilapidated in its old state. Within a few kilometers, not a single trace of green could be seen, not even a single living weed. By all accounts, the rats and cockroaches should be pretty much alive. but they're still nowhere to be found here. It's just so weird. It's just so bizarre. Yet right in the middle of this shantytown came a beautiful girl. She was walking slowly forward, as if she wanted to carve all this place into her heart. Ding Ziyu did not appear in time, but instead utilized his little sacred land ability to quietly observe everything outside, including that beautiful figure. In this surrounding, Ding Ziyu really did not find any other people. He pondered, after being cleaned up by himself a few times, the old monarch society had really become lower key and more honest. As long as no one was spying on Gao Xinyu, there was naturally no problem in going to meet her. Gao Xinyu walked and stopped, finally ending up walking into the small shack that once belonged to her. Everything here had fallen into a thick layer of dust and did not have the same look as it did back then. Gao Xinyu slowly waved her hand, and a light blue energy spread out from her like a wave of smoke. Large clouds of dust soared up as the waves of smoke passed and drifted quickly out beyond the shed. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the inside of the shed became much cleaner, or at least there was no visible dust. The old tables and chairs are also showing their original faces. Just do not know whether they still have the original function. Will not be lightly touched on the ground broken. Gao Xinyu's expression was somewhat elated and somewhat lost. It was as if she herself had gone back to the past, living a life of unparalleled hardship here with her parents. She could even recall the figure of her parents when they were laboring. The past is vivid, yet shocking. After all, things have changed, and the figures of the parents are no longer there. Those are just scenes that exist in memory, not real. AI, there's no going back after all. Gao Xinyu sighed deeply. Right here, the space around her fluctuated slightly. A portal appeared, and Ding Ziyu walked out of it. Still can't let go of these? Ding Ziyu asked slowly. I don't know. Maybe it's just a trace of obsession in my heart. Maybe I'll let it go one day. Gao Xinyu was not at all surprised to see Ding Ziyu come out. Your strength has improved again. Ding Ziyu hastily changed the topic. Judging from Gao Xinyu's means of removing the dust just now, her control over that blue special energy had become much stronger. If it had been the old him, he could have done it easily, but it was hard to say if the fragile shack would have been saved. Some small progress, but compared to you, it feels like the gap is getting wider and wider. Gao Xinyu wasn't kissing Ding Ziyu's ass, but really felt the amazing aura on him. Recently, I practiced some new secret arts and couldn't collect the aura on my body. Ding Ziyu was very clear about what exactly caused this. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble. Some of Master's ideas were indeed too radical in the beginning, but fortunately he has realized his problems and doesn't restrict me much now. Gao Xinyu knew that because of her own problems, she had brought Ding Ziyu no small amount of trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some means of coping with the situation, I'm afraid that someone else would have been left with no bones left. With Yu Peng's methods, an ordinary martial artist really couldn't top it. Who can stand it when some experts beyond the martial saint are sent out to beat you without moving? It's fine, I'm not alive and well. Ding Ziyu casually laughed. When Yu Peng was screwing him, he wasn't idle. It's really hard to say who actually suffered. I'd better send you back to Daning City when I have the chance. It's too dangerous to stay here. Gao Xinyu really didn't want to see anything happen to Ding Ziyu. There's no rush. Maybe I'll have a chance to visit the blind box administration. It's really hard to surpass the martial saint realm, and it requires some important opportunities. Instead, Ding Ziyu was in no hurry now. With the flame true lord covering him, what was there to be afraid of? As long as he saved up enough credits, the opportunity would come. If he returned to the great Ning City, it was estimated that his greatest chance would be to worship under the sect master Cheng Tian. However, Ding Ziyu did not want to do so, mainly because he felt that the Cheng Tian sect was too strict, and he did not like that atmosphere. I hope you can reach your goal soon. Gao Xian gave her heartfelt blessings. She was such a lovely woman. However, just as her words fell, an overwhelming wave of chi rushed over like a tsunami. Boom! The shacks crumbled in all directions under the impact of the airwave, and along with it, everything within 100 meters of the surrounding area was razed to the ground. Kid, I finally caught you today. Yu Peng shot from the distance, his eyes colder than the light of a sword. It was so hard to fish Ding Ziyu out. This time he would not give Ding Ziyu half a chance to live. Senior, why are you like this? Gao Xinyu's mind collapsed. It wasn't just because he had destroyed the shack, but his image and persona as a master teacher were both rapidly collapsing in Gao Xinyu's mind. Is there such a master teacher who is always counting on his disciples? If there really is, don't want it. You get the hell out of my way. If it weren't for you, would master be in the current situation? Today, this brat must be finished off to ease the hatred in my master's heart. Yu Peng reprimanded Gao Xinyu with a stern voice. Obviously, at this time, he no longer considered Gao Xinyu as his caring disciple. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I had still dragged you down. Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu with an apologetic expression. Don't worry, it's not that easy for him to get me killed. Ding Ziyu forced himself to calm down in order to find a chance to live. Chapter 164, Severing the Master-Disciple Relationship. Kid, you really don't know how to die. No one can save you today. Yu Peng gritted his teeth and quickly rushed up towards Ding Ziyu. Within this area, normally, no one would come over at all. Even if this place was reduced to rubble, it wouldn't affect anyone, so no one will come and intervene in the fight here yet. With Yu Peng's speed, the shockwave generated under the high-speed impact was also quite astonishing. Ding Ziyu had once watched his battle scene from afar and had a clear understanding of his strength. Even though he had recently become much stronger again, there was still a considerable gap between his overall strength and Yu Peng's. As Yu Peng rushed towards him, Ding Ziyu had already begun to dodge at high speed. If it wasn't for the presence of Gao Xinyu, his first thought would definitely be to hide in the small sacred ground, leaving Yu Peng to go crazy here alone. Wow! Another large swathe of shacks twisted and turned under Yu Peng's attack, smashing down a large swathe of them. Relying on his speed, Tintin once again avoided his opponent's attack. Only Gao Xinyu didn't dodge and didn't avoid. The whole person was instantly sent flying, blood spilling wildly out of his mouth in an unusually striking manner. Are you stupid? Why don't you avoid it? Ding Ziyu was anxious, his entire body rushing towards Gao Xinyu like a whirlwind. With Yu Peng's strength, even if he wasn't at full strength, how could Gao Xinyu withstand such an attack without dodging or avoiding? This is completely to take their own lives, and the betting Yu Peng will be close to her. But the fact is very cruel. Yu Peng did not have any idea to stop. Even if he clearly saw Gao Xinyu and Ding Ziyu standing together, the attack will not be reduced in the slightest. Gao Xinyu stood up from the pile of rotten houses. Her gaze was still firm. Only the way she looked at Yu Peng had changed. Master, you really have changed. It has become so strange. Scram! This true lord took you in as a disciple only because he saw that you had some good looks and wanted to use you to catch Xiao Zijie. Now that you're involved with this brat, there's no more value. I'll beat you to death today along with this brat, so that I don't have to see the distraction. Yu Peng's gaze was hideous. Where was there any semblance of a master teacher? At this moment, he looked more like a demon crawling out of hell, without the slightest bit of humanity. From now on, you and I are done with each other. Me receiving your palm can be considered as repaying your teacher's favor. Gao Xinyu gritted her teeth. The red tide on her face was rapidly receding. Clearly the injury she had suffered had been brought under control. Rebel, I'll kill you now. Yu Peng cursed and gave up attacking Ding Ziyu, turning to blast at Gao Xinyu once again. He looked furious on the surface, but in his heart, he was very calm, knowing that when he attacked Gao Xinyu, Ding Ziyu must not watch her get hurt or die. As soon as Ding Ziyu came closer, he would have the opportunity to capture him. For the cave treasure on Ding Ziyu's body, he was determined to get it. What Yu Peng did not expect was that Gao Xinyu's body was surrounded by a windlass. An exceptionally strong blue energy rose up, and in the blink of an eye, it traveled into a great energy field. The palm that Yu Peng blasted over was originally a fake move, in order to just lure Ding Ziyu onto the bait. When his palm force hit the blue ability, it was actually easily absorbed. Gao Xinyu stood there unmoving as that blue energy became even more abundant and began to rotate rapidly. Ding Ziyu also looked stunned on the side. Originally he did intend to go and save Gao Xinyu, but he did not expect Gao Xinyu to take a slap from Yu Peng raw, without any sign of injury. Is she even this strong? Ding Ziyu was a little disbelieving. Although he knew that the blue energy cultivated by Gao Xinyu was peculiar and had a good healing ability. However, the realm gap between her and Yu Peng was too large, so it was supposedly impossible for her to block one of his attacks. When Yu Peng saw this, he also froze on the spot. When he had palmed Gao Xinyu, he had indeed only used 50% of his strength, and had originally only injured Gao Xinyu so as to lure Ding Ziyu onto the bait, which knew that Gao Xinyu had caught the power of his palm alive. Adversary, I didn't think that you've grown in skill. Let's see how many slaps you can block me. Yu Peng gritted his teeth and blasted at Gao Xinyu once again. Recently, he had been so busy that he really hadn't paid much attention to Gao Xinyu's cultivation. He hadn't expected this disciple to become stronger again, and it had been beyond his expectations. This time, Yu Peng's power to blast at Gao Xinyu had been raised to 80%. He did not believe that Ding Ziyu could still hold back and not come over to help her. Shameless talented thing, you're bullying people too much. Ding Ziyu finally couldn't stand it anymore and took out his own black iron stick, blasting at Yu Peng with the strongest force he could muster. This was the heaven-stopping stick that Ding Ziyu practiced. Anytime the strength of the realm increased, recently always touched some of the doorway, basically considered to have reached the standard of initiation. As soon as this stick came out, the roiling stick shadows swung out, and there were at least hundreds of them. As he killed Yu Peng, these hundreds of stick shadows then merged together, transforming into a single stick shadow that blasted towards Yu Peng. The power was so great that within a circle of several hundred meters, the wind and clouds were stirred and strong winds attacked people. Yu Peng couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and the expression on his face immediately became several points heavier. He also did not expect that Ding Ziyu would actually be able to execute such a powerful secret art. Right now he was still only an 8th stage martial saint. When he grew up, the power of this stick would be increased by many times. What would be used to defend against his attack then? This brat must be killed today. A genius who hasn't grown up. No matter how good his talent is, it's all for naught. Yu Peng immediately gave up attacking Gao Xinyu. The blade light in his hand flashed, a blade light like a divine light from the heavens, chopping towards Ding Ziyu. With this strike, he had already used 90% of his strength, confident that he was certain that he would be able to decapitate Ding Ziyu on the spot. Ding Ziyu also did feel extremely threatened, his scalp tingling. The shadow of the stick that he had attacked was instantly split apart by the blade light, but the blade light condensed and still carried unrivaled power as it chopped towards him. However, right at this moment, a gray mist was rushing up to the sky, and almost instantly, it would envelop the blade light, and then the sound of clicking and chewing came from the gray mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is that thing? Ding Ziyu's eyes stared at once. The gray mist said to be only 100 meters in size, but the blade light that Yu Peng chopped out was several hundred meters long. But it was covered at once, then disappeared into the gray mist. It's just so amazing and makes so much sense. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've had such pure spiritual energy. That kid, you give this honored one a few more. Otherwise be careful of this honored one beating you to death. The gray mist actually quickly changed into the appearance of a human head and shouted at Yu Peng. Ding Ziyu instantly thought of the evil spirit that he had encountered in Daning City, and wondered what was the difference between this fellow in front of him, and that evil spirit. Chapter 165, The Mighty Grey Worms. That's not its true form. It's just an illusionary image to confuse you. The Eye of Truth hastily reminded Ding Ziyu not to be mesmerized by that human head. So what is this thing? It looks fierce. With Ding Ziyu's strength, he actually couldn't see through its body. This grey mist, definitely not to be taken lightly. Thinking about this dead shantytown again, I'm afraid that it was mostly affected by it, and it ended up being what it is now. If I'm not mistaken, its body should be a kind of grey worm. It's just that this grey worms are also carefully categorized, with the most ferocious one being called the death worm. Not only do they feed in huge quantities, but they are also quite ferocious. Although the Eye of Truth did not explicitly say so, Ding Ziyu was basically certain that it was definitely the death worms that were hiding here. Seeing how easily it could devour Yu Peng's blade light just now, one would know how ferocious this thing was. With its own strength, I was afraid that it would not be a match for it at all. Less pretending. If you have the ability to fight this seed head-on, Yu Peng colorfully said. He also didn't see what was hidden in this grey mist, trying to use agitation to make it show its true form. With you? It's not worthy of making this honored one show up yet. Be a good boy and contribute your spiritual energy, and this honored one might be able to let you die a little easier. The grey human head continued to speak. As it spoke, the grey mist floating in the air rolled once again, quickly winding its way towards Yu Peng. Yu Peng dodged several times, but actually did not get out of the entanglement of the grey mist. The color of panic in his eyes came to be more and more prevalent. With no choice but to attack again, he could only launch another attack, the powerful blade light chopping at the grey mist one after another, all of which ended up being mud and swallowed up cleanly. Ding Ziyu had stolen some leisure at this moment, taking advantage of that one man and one worm entangling with each other. He quickly ducked into the small sacred ground. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pull in Gao Xinyu as well. How are you doing? Can you still hold up? Seeing Gao Xinyu's appearance, Ding Ziyu could tell that her state was not as relaxed as it appeared. That slap from Yu Peng earlier still injured her. She just had to be strong and held on without showing any injuries. Gao Xinyu just opened her mouth and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Ding Ziyu hurriedly brought her to the small hut and quickly fetched the spirit pool water and gave it to her. It also had a healing effect and helped her recover her body. What happened to her? Is she hurt so badly? Ding Shichen rushed over to help. He was completely unaware of everything in the outside world. Ding Ziyu also had no intention of letting him get involved in those messy things, unless there was a stable living environment in the future. Only then would he consider letting Grandpa come out of the little Holy Land, injured by someone else. Ding Ziyu carefully inspected Gao Xinyu's injuries. Fortunately it didn't hurt the root, and after spending some time, he should be able to recuperate. Outside, Yu Peng had already tried his best. All kinds of offensive means had been exerted, but still could not break the grey mist. Instead, the other became a little stronger under his feeding. It was hard not to startle others with such a great battle. Several experts within the city had sensed it, and from time to time, powerful martial artists flew over. He's the heavenly rock realist of the old monarch society, and he's actually trapped by a grey mist. Should we pass to help? Someone recognized Yu Peng at a glance. TSK, that grey mist is so weird. It once appeared a long time ago. This shantytown is broken down like this. Most likely it's that grey mist that's messing with it. Finally, Someone in the know is told where the gray mist came from, but that's as far as it goes. More news. No one knows. Fellow Taoists, please come out to help. The old lord will not forget your friendship. Yu Peng looked at the comers and hurriedly greeted them. After fighting like this, he really couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't fight. He couldn't run away, and his heart was very depressed. There must be something unimaginable hiding in that gray mist. Let's strike from afar and sort of sell the old monarch society a favor. Finally, someone still had a heartbeat. The old monarch society's status in Dingyuan City was still very high, and not everyone had the opportunity to receive their favors. As they spoke, several martial saint powerhouses each took out their own long-distance attacking means and struck at the gray mist. It was just that no matter whether it was spiritual energy or a physical object, as long as it entered the gray mist, it directly disappeared. What replaced it was the sound of clicking and chewing coming from the gray mist, which was very creepy. Individual bold martial saints leaned over, but they were swept up by the gray mist all at once. After finally letting out a few miserable screams, they disappeared. Damn, this gray fog is too fierce, isn't it? Someone go inform the people from the Blind Box Authority. Maybe only the experts among them can deal with this thing. The assisting martial pairs were finally scared. The Heavenly Rock realist was trapped, so for them to go up there would only be sending them to their deaths. Not to mention, a patrol from the Blind Box Authority really did come over at this moment. However, they only looked at it for a while, and then sent a message for a higher-level operation team to come over. I didn't expect Zhao Changlin to take the initiative to lead the team over. His attendance as a director really isn't that high. When Zhao Changlin saw that the person in the battle was Yu Peng, he directly pressed the action team that was ready to make a move. Don't move. Tian Pengzhenren is no match. You guys going up is just a death sentence. Zhao Changlin was sober. Now was not the time to be impulsive. What then? We can only move the true Lord Ancestor out? The action captain also felt a little numb. The ferocious creatures that have been running out lately are really getting more and more powerful, and the lower-level martial saints can't even get involved anymore. How can we engage in the future? Don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look first. Zhao Changlin didn't panic instead. As long as that gray mist hadn't taken the initiative to attack the others, he was stable. And as for Yu Peng's death or life, it was none of his business. The old monarch society had messed up many times lately without getting the punishment they deserved, so if they could mess up a Yu Peng, it would be considered breaking one of the old monarch society's arms. At this time, the number of people watching was increasing. A number of people watched as none of the people from the Blind Box Authority made a move, and they were too lazy to do so. Only Yu Peng was struggling to support himself. The spiritual energy in his body was consuming more and more. Without the help of an expert, he was going to run out of gas. On the contrary, the target of his hunt, Ding Ziyu, did not know where to escape to at this moment. This death worm is recovering its strength. If we wait for it to recover to its full strength, I'm afraid Dingyuan City will suffer. No way. Could it be that an expert like the Flame True Lord couldn't clean it up? Ding Ziyu was somewhat disbelieving. He had personally seen how strong the Flame True Lord was. That kind of terrifying power is really too strong. It's hard to say. Deathworms are the top of the line amongst the Grey Worms, and their hunting ability is quite ferocious. Real Eyes looked worried. Chapter 166, The Skyrock is dead. At this time, Yu Peng was already on the verge of collapse. His attack has actually been quite remarkable. At least some martial artists present were terrified to see it. The main speculation cannot play this powerful attack power, but that grey mist was unmoved, and even the mist was not dispersed in the slightest, which showed that the combat power between the two was not at all on the same level. That mist is a special skill of the Grey Worm, not very offensive in itself, but it has a strong masking effect and can block one's vision and mental probing. The Grey Worm is actually a kind of flooded foreign worm, before it is spiritually enlightened. It is not very strong and usually takes its turn as food for other ferocious beasts. That's why they usually release a grey mist to protect themselves. After the spiritual enlightenment, the Grey Worm's strength grows very quickly. Not only can they spit out grey mist, they can also spit out an extremely tough worm silk that can easily entangle their prey and roll them into the grey mist to eat them. This kind of insect silk is much more powerful than the spider silk of the poisonous spiders you unleashed the day before. Not only does it possess a powerful winding ability, but it can also cut into its prey, and creatures with weak defenses can easily be killed off by it. Real Eyes knew a great deal about grey worms, and presumably hadn't come into contact with this class of ferocious creatures before. Ding Ziyu thought back to the few martial saints who had been swept away by the grey mist before, and it was only at this moment that he realized that they had actually been swept away by the insect filaments. It was just that those insect filaments were hidden in the grey mist, making them difficult to be discovered. And how did it devour that path of blade light? Ding Ziyu remembered another question. It was all unconscionable in his eyes. After a martial artist transcends the martial saint, the essence of cultivation has changed. The essence of the blade light emitted by that heavenly Pang master is a highly condensed spiritual energy. Most of the deathworms among the grey worms will give birth to a new talent after they advance to a high rank. And the spiritual force devouring talent isn't a very special individual among the deathworms. This deathworm has obviously evolved to a high level, and it is estimated that it has only been kept in the blind box for too long, so that its strength has been greatly discounted. But it has an instinctive talent that doesn't disappear. The attack of the Heavenly Rock Realist is tantamount to feeding it. Otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't have been allowed to live for so long. Then why doesn't it just eat the Heavenly Rock Realist? Wouldn't it be more direct to recover that way? Ding Zi, you had a different thought. The spiritual power attacks cast out by the Tian Pang Realist are more condensed and easier to be absorbed. Look at this shantytown. It's almost devoid of vitality. This deathworm should have been very weak when it opened out of the blind box. After it finished off the person who opened the blind box, it most likely hid in this underground, relying on absorbing the vitality of the things around it to slowly recover. If you guys hadn't arrived today, I guess it would have taken longer to recover and wouldn't have recovered anytime soon. The Real Eye's explanation was very detailed, and Ding Zi, you finally solved the doubts in his mind, and most of the things were clarified. Right at this moment, the grey mist suddenly fluctuated fiercely and quickly condensed into a giant hand that grabbed towards Yu Peng. Even though Ding Zi knew that it was made of the deathworm's worm silk, he felt very incredible. Yu Peng De desperately retreated. However, before he could exit 100 meters, he was grabbed by that giant hand, and in the blink of an eye, he retracted back into the grey fog mass. After that, the grey fog mass stirred fiercely, as if something was tumbling inside. Ding Zi condensed his eyes and stared dead ahead, finally seeing a blurry shadow. Its body was actually a large worm like a giant silkworm, the overall length of at least 50 meters or more. Its body was covered with a layer of grey insect armor. Its huge mouth was as sharp as a scythe, and its pair of compound eyes were even more frightening. Half of Yu Peng's body had already disappeared, leaving only the 2 feet still in its mouth, eating it quite tastefully, as if sensing that it was being spied upon. The deathworm's compound eyes looked over towards Ding Ziyu's side. The impact was quite terrifying. Even though Ding Ziyu was hiding in the small Holy Land, he felt a great threat. Fortunately, when Ding Ziyu quickly retracted his gaze, the deathworm lost its target in an instant. Obviously, with the small Holy Land as a barrier, its sensing ability wasn't as strong. On the old Monarch Society's side, the elder in charge of guarding the soul lamp was shocked when he saw that the soul lamp belonging to Tian Pengzhenren had gone out. No matter what, Tian Pengzhenren was the mundane chief of the old Monarch Society, and his status was already not low. With his strength, being killed by someone was definitely a big deal. Kai Feng quickly received the news, and a face that was suddenly filled with anger. Even though she didn't trust Yu Peng much anymore, he was always still a senior member of the old Monarch Society. To be taken out just like that was tantamount to slapping the old Monarch Society's face. Where did he run off to? Kai Feng quickly asked after Yu Peng's whereabouts. It should be going to arrest someone. Yu Peng's other female disciple only knew a general idea. Kai Feng also did not ask in detail. She believed that no one in Dingyuan City could take down Yu Peng without a sound, and would definitely make a great commotion. As expected, when the colorful phoenix quickly took to the air, it immediately noticed the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the distance. When the colorful phoenix arrived, the gray mist had expanded quite a bit and was going down in all directions to chase after the martial artists who were watching. These martial artists were basically at the level of martial saints, but their speed was much slower than Tian Pengzhenren. As long as they were locked by that gray mist, they almost couldn't escape. Although Zhao Changlin and the others escaped quickly, several members of the action team were still dragged into the gray mist. Now, all the onlookers scattered in all directions. Whether they could escape or not depended on their luck. Damn! This is an advanced body gray worm? Who opened it? Kai Feng instantly recognized the body of this gray mist. It's not alright, but it's not far off. Now she didn't need anyone to explain. She knew who Yu Peng had been killed by. The arrival of Kai Feng was like a bright light in the darkness. The gray mist immediately gave up chasing the others and rushed towards the colored phoenix. Ordinary martial saints still had too little spiritual energy in their bodies to be comparable to a colored phoenix. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you? Kai Feng let out a bellow, flipped his hand and took out a long sword. Waving his hand, the long sword turned into a stream of light, stabbing towards the gray fog. No way. Isn't attacking like this giving it sustenance? Ding Ziyu watched from afar with some anxiety. Yu Peng was dead, and he was now even more worried about this deathworm. Kai Feng is using a solid attack. The spiritual energy is hidden within the sword. The deathworms can't devour it. It seems that this woman also has a history and knows for the characteristics of the deathworm. The Eye of Truth did not agree with Ding Ziyu's judgment. As expected, a strong crashing sound came out from the gray fog. The entire fog mass once again fiercely churned. Chapter 167, Big Trouble in Dingyuan City. Ding Ziyu soon saw that a sword was stuck in the body of the casualty worm, and half of the sword had already disappeared into its body. Are all the defenses of this death worm this strong? Ding Ziyu was once again surprised. That death worm, even if it couldn't devour the longsword that Kai Feng had thrown out, with the scale armor on its body, it was actually able to block her attack. With its massive body, such an attack could only be considered a superficial wound at most. Between the rolling of the gray mist, several more claws flew out, grabbing at the colored phoenix from different angles. The speed of the attack was not the least bit below that of the colored phoenix. Fortunately, Kai Feng saw the opportunity quickly, and when the gray mist rolled over, she had already flashed at high speed and left the original place. The deathworm's attack fell short for a moment and didn't catch the colorful phoenix. Right at this moment, those gray mists unexpectedly retracted quickly, revealing the deathworm's body. Now everyone could see it for real. The length of this guy's body exceeded 80 meters, and the diameter was feared to be as thick as 3 meters. It looks pretty horrible. Today you will all die. The deathworm let out a horrifying sound, and even from across the small Holy Land, it made Ding Ziyu feel a little numb. This is not pretending anymore and is going to prepare for an all-out attack? Ding Ziyu instinctively asked. Between it still hid itself in the gray fog. Now will gray fog all back? This is not the rhythm of the showdown? This fellow has recovered at least 80% of his strength, and the people of Ding Yuan City are afraid that they will be in bad luck. The Eye of Truth affirmed Ding Ziyu's judgment. Before there is absolute certainty, the deathworm will not easily reveal its true form. Without the gray mist, its bug silk attack becomes even more bizarre. It's almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Even an expert like Kai Feng would have to be in high spirits. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll be entangled in the bug silk and might even be killed. Sure enough, the deathworm once again attacked Kai Feng, and the worm silk it spat out was almost transparent, making it easy to miss when observed with the naked eye. The point was that the worm silk that could even cut through the air didn't cause a big commotion, and there was not just one, but swooping in from several directions. Even though Kai Feng's movements were still fast, she was also made quite a mess, and a large portion of the hem of her body was sliced off. If her reaction had been a little slower, she would have been cut off, but she didn't know which part of her body would have been cut off. Why don't you ask True Lord Flame to take action? This is a high-grade deathworm, which gives kill the entire Ding Yuan City. Kai Feng dodged while shouting at the people in the distance. She had already seen Zhao Changlin and the others, and this was something the blind box authority had to take care of. What's the hurry? Isn't this seed here? Try using your foreign fire. Maybe you can burn through its insect silk. The Flame True Lord's voice immediately came from the distance. In fact, he had already watched the action for a while, and if Kai Feng could solve it, he wouldn't bother to make a move. Kai Feng also cultivated flame-type secret arts, only that usually, she was not willing to cast them. It was said that it was the origin exotic flame that she cultivated, and every time she used it, it would cause a considerable amount of spiritual energy to be consumed. In this place where spiritual energy was already not very abundant, such an exertion was not worth it. It's useless. Even if we can burn through its worm silk, we won't be able to injure its body. This is a high-grade deathworm. Its defense is quite amazing. Perhaps only a true Lord strike can block it. The colored phoenix wasn't willing to cast its own origin Fey flame, mainly because it felt that it couldn't kill it. Also, let this seed deal with this. The Flame True Lord finally decided to strike out on his own. When his words fell, a flame as bright as white light shot out, and within a radius of 1,000 meters, it felt incandescent. The deathworm seemed to feel threatened as well, and all of a sudden shot off into the distance. Despite this, it was still partially burned by the white light, and the deathworm's body clearly showed signs of scorching. Old thing, you're actually engaging in a sneak attack. How shameless! The deathworm cursed, and quickly spat out a large amount of gray mist, hiding itself in the gray mist. Sneak attack? Sneak attacks also require strength. Let's see how this seat will clean you up. The Flame True Lord was unimpressed. Between the flashes of his body, he once again rushed towards the gray mist. However, the speed of that gray fog was not slow at all, and actually rushed towards the crowded city. Damn it! This is afraid that it is preparing to devour more martial artists to restore its strength. The Eye of Truth saw the deathworm's intentions at once. Sure enough, when it rushed into a street, the claws formed by the gray mist shot out in all directions, but anyone who reacted a little slower was immediately caught in the gray mist. Then there was a series of screams and chewing noises, quite horrific and numbing to the scalp. Damn it, are you challenging my bottom line? The Flame True Lord was enraged. If a large number of the common people in Ding Yuan City were eaten, it would not be easy for him to answer to the blind box administration. However, the foggy gray mist simply ignored him, instead increasing its speed and rushing towards the city. It was because it realized that within the city, it was not good for the Flame True Lord to go all out instead, or else it would easily injure other people. On the other hand, it didn't have any worries and could just directly hunt and kill these humans, regardless of whether they were ordinary old or martial artists. as long as they were caught by it, they would all be eaten. This is big trouble. Ding Ziyu also chased after him, feeling unable to help at all. Originally, he thought that he was already very strong, but in front of a true expert, he was still pitifully weak. Just as Ding Ziyu was sighing, the Flame True Lord once again grabbed the small Holy Land in his hands. Kid, run to the front for me and collect those people through and through. As long as you take out this, I'll guarantee you a trip to headquarters. The Flame True Lord immediately made an offer. This was really hard for Ding Ziyu to refuse. All signs indicated that if one was close to that strange object, one's strength would definitely increase greatly. It wasn't impossible to break through the Martial Saint stage in one fell swoop. Ding Ziyu only hesitated for a second before agreeing to the Flame True Lord's request. He immediately ran out from the little sacred lord and ordered the boundary bead to isolate a separate area in the little sacred ground to facilitate his own intake. He didn't want to expose the little holy land to everyone's sight, which might lead to unexpected trouble. With the ability of the boundary bead, separating an area individually was still easy to do. The flight speed of the small holy land was not slow, and Ding Ziyu took a shortcut and quickly went to the front for the deathworms. Seeing those who were scattered and running away, he did not hesitate to collect them into the small holy land. The people who were taken in naturally shouted and screamed, not knowing what had happened, and thought that they had been taken within some special space by that deathworm. Be quiet if you don't want to die, Ding Ziyu roared out, the pressure of an 8th-stage Martial Saint released, finally calming the scene. Chapter 168, The People's Effort to Drive Out of the City. Senior, what exactly happened? Some people's minds were still in a daze. All they saw was a cloud floating over, and then a large number of people fled in all directions. Many people didn't know what was happening and only knew to follow everyone else and flee. Having been included in the small Holy Land by Ding Ziyu in one go, they still looked stunned. There's an extremely powerful and ferocious insect out there. Anyone who runs slower will have to die, Ding Ziyu casually explained. He was dressed in the uniform of the Blind Box Authority, and the strength of his realm, now matched, was still very convincing. When the crowd heard Ding Ziyu's words, they all turned pale and could not help but be glad that they were still alive. The people inside were temporarily alive, but Ding Yuan City was still in chaos. Ding Ziyu's little Holy Land was no faster than the deathworms in terms of speed. He had only adopted a shortcut to be able to collect a group of people ahead of him, but the deathworm's perception was very sharp, and after losing its target, it quickly found a new one. There were really too many people in the city, and if you just change a street, you could find a large crowd. Ding Ziyu put his life on the line and kept collecting people into the small Holy Land, but he still couldn't catch up with the speed of the deathworm's pursuit. As usual, a large number of people were swept up by it in the gray mist, becoming its rations. The Flame True Lord was so furious that he blew his beard and eyes out, and in the end, he didn't care if it would hurt innocent people and directly used a big move. Hundreds of meters long flame knives chopped at the deathworms, chopping the entire mass of gray mist. A mournful roaring sound was emitted. It was also a spiritual attack, and it couldn't devour the blade flames sent out by the Flame True Lord. A large number of houses in the surrounding area were chopped down, and even more so, a boundless fire was instantly formed under the high-temperature flames. Some of the people hiding inside the houses, as well as ordinary martial artists, were all affected by the fire. Those patrols of the Blind Box Authority, as well as the ops teams, followed behind, desperately trying to save lives, and still a number of people died. Weakness is really the original sin, and in this case, almost no one cares if they live or die. Right at this moment, the experts of the Blind Box Administration who were beyond the Martial Saint level all came over. At the same time there were also experts from all the major powers running over. The number was at least more than 30. Everyone strike together. Long-range attacks use weapon attacks as much as possible, and drive this towards the outside of the city. Flame True Lord yelled at all of them. He was worried that by adopting a spiritual attack, he would end up letting the death worm gain advantage and become stronger and stronger instead. Hearing the Flame True Lord's words, everyone took out their weapons. Each of these experts was powerful in their strength, and even if they used the weapons in their hands as darts, they would still produce a powerful killing force. At one time, all kinds of weapons in the sky flew into the gray fog like arrows. All kinds of sounds kept coming, also mixed with the sound of roaring. With so many experts surrounding the deathworms at the same time, it finally had some effect. Ding Ziyu was finally relieved that he didn't have to desperately collect people into the small Holy Land. He ran out of the small sanctuary and picked up some thousands of kilograms of mixed dirt and smashed it as a rock at the gray mist. There are quite a lot of smashed buildings anyway, and all this junk is useless, just wasteful and much cheaper than throwing weapons. Seeing Ding Ziyu do this, several experts also reacted. The weapons that could be brought on their bodies were not cheap goods, and when something good was thrown out, it was basically impossible to get it back. And so it was that a large number of experts rushed into the broken walls below, picked up huge rocks and flew them towards the gray mist's head. then smashed them down heavily. For those experts who had surpassed the martial saints, tens of tons, hundreds of tons of heavy trash were not a problem. They could easily fly even if they were carrying them, and then smash into the deathworms hiding in the grey mist. Under the bombardment of a large number of physical objects, the deathworm was finally still somewhat unable to withstand. Perhaps those ordinary experts didn't pose much of a threat to it. However, the attacks of the Flame True Lord and the colorful phoenix would bring great damage every time. The deathworm hadn't recovered to its full strength after all, and if it didn't run away again, there was a real possibility that it would die in the middle of everyone's group beating. This is not stupid. After receiving several consecutive heavy blows, it finally changed its direction and began to escape outside the city. The Flame True Lord and the others chased after them and kept launching attacks, but they didn't kill them. Instead, they still let this run out of the city. The crowd chased them all the way out for hundreds of kilometers. The deathworms rushed out of the middle of the dense mountain forest, and finally quickly drilled into the mud, which escaped the pursuit of a group of experts. Although everyone was upset, no one dared to rush into the ground to find it. Go back. This won't recover in a short period of time and won't be able to threaten Dingyuan City for the time being. The Flame True Lord let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, with this burst of attacks, his consumption was also extremely great. Several years of hard work had been wasted. The deathworm's resistance to blows far exceeded his imagination, and it was very difficult to break through its defense. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have already finished it off. I am afraid that this will make a comeback after recovering. The deathworms are very vindictive, and they also especially like to eat people, Kai Feng said with some worry. Her meaning was obvious, hoping that the Flame True Lord would invite the Blind Box Authority's experts over and end up taking advantage of its illness. I'll give instructions to the top, but I can't guarantee if I'll be able to invite a stronger expert. Flame True Lord was telling the truth this time. This ferocious creature could no longer be handled with his strength, and when it returned again, it would definitely be in its full strength. At that time, these people would most likely not be able to stop it. This is the duty of the Blind Box Authority and naturally, it cannot be shirked. The other forces simply didn't have any experts to hold, and if they really couldn't, they could flee Dingyuan City. After returning to Dingyuan City, Ding Ziyu found an open place and released the people from the income small Holy Land. The number was quite large, at least in the tens of thousands. Seeing this scene, the Flame True Lord and Kai Feng, who were far away in the sky, could not help but look at Ding Ziyu a few more times. Obviously, it was impossible for an ordinary cave-type magic treasure to fit so many people. At the very least, it could show that this cave-type magic treasure in Ding Ziyu's hands was an extremely rare and high-grade item. When the other experts looked at Ding Ziyu, they even revealed green eyes. Several experts who had surpassed the martial saint, but they didn't even have ordinary cave-type magic treasures. Everyone disperse? This brat is under the protection of this true monarch. No one is going to hit him. True Monarch Flame moved out to relieve Ding Ziyu. If he didn't open his mouth, I'm afraid that Ding Ziyu wouldn't be able to get out of the blind box management in the future. At any moment, there would be a large number of powerful experts staring at him. True Lord is joking. We're just a little curious. The few experts smiled sarcastically and finally left quickly. With the Flame True Lord out of the way, no matter what thoughts they had, they could only keep them in their hearts. Chapter 169. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to die, so he naturally followed the Flame True Lord back to the Blind Box Authority, regardless of what those people had in their hearts. At least they didn't have the guts to rush inside the Blind Box Authority to beat him up. The Blind Box Authority has a much stronger presence in the city of Tingyuan compared to the city of Daning. Kid Ding, I didn't expect the cave treasure in your hands to be of such a high grade, so you'll have to pay attention in the future. It's impossible for this seat to guard you all the time. After returning to the Blind Box Authority, the Flame True Lord warned him again. Senior, don't forget the reward you mentioned. If it wasn't for the reward, I wouldn't easily expose my cave treasure. Ding Ziyu made a very aggrieved appearance. The magic treasure in his hand being exposed did have a lot to do with the Flame True Lord. Don't worry, what this seat promised you, it will naturally be done. This time, the matter has already been reported to the General Administration, so perhaps it won't take much time before they send someone over. At that time, you can just go directly to the General Administration with them. However, your current realm is still slightly low, so think of a way to raise your realm to the 10th stage of Martial Saint as soon as possible. Otherwise you may not be able to grasp the opportunity when it does come. The Flame True Monarch still pointed out Ding Ziyu's weakness, placed amongst ordinary martial artists. This 8th stage Martial Saint of his was indeed already very strong, and it wouldn't be much of a problem to fight hard against a 10th stage Martial Saint. But if one wanted to surpass the level of Martial Saint, pushing the realm to the 10th stage was the foundation. If you can't reach the 10th stage, everything is just empty talk. Don't worry, senior. I'll work hard. Ding Ziyu decided to close his eyes for the time being. Anyway, Gao Xinyu was already in the little sacred land. and with Yu Peng's death, it no longer mattered much if she returned to the old monarch society or not. Regarding the matter of the action team, all he had to do was to say hello to Zhao Changlin, and with his current situation, Zhao Changlin was definitely going to give him this face. As for cultivation resources, Ding Ziyu wasn't very worried. He could easily blend into that blind box warehouse and get some nice things, together with the spiritual energy within the small Holy Land, as well as the large amount of spiritual fish. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to have the chance to push his realm to the 10th stage of Martial Saint. After bidding farewell to the Flame True Lord, Ding Ziyu immediately made a series of arrangements. He once again infiltrated the warehouse where the dangerous blind boxes were stored, and with the powerful ability of his true eye, he was able to get out nearly 20 blind boxes with good things in them. This blind box contains a very good-looking Dan furnace, so there might be a suitable Dan pill for you to use inside. It's just that the Dan furnace is blocked in a spell formation, so I'm afraid it's a risk to you as well. The Eye of Truth carefully spelled out all the details of what he had seen. It's a tri-mixed color blind box, and the box too is also very square. A Dan furnace. Why do you need to block it off with a legal formation? Could it be that you are afraid of others hitting on the Dan furnace? Ding Ziyu asked strangely. Since this blind box was categorized in the dangerous category, the danger must have come from the spell formation. There could be no danger in the furnace itself. It's hard to say. Normally speaking, a person who refines pills would not arrange a spell formation. With such an arrangement, either the elixir he is refining is very important and he doesn't want others to disturb him, or the elixir he is refining is likely to produce spirituality, and the spell formation is used to control the elixir. The explanation of the Eye of Truth made Ding Ziyu suddenly realize that this alchemy was also in so many preoccupations. What the hell? Open it up. Ding Ziyu found an open area and placed the blind box in the clearing. It was believed that even if there was any danger, he could call the boundary bead to come out and help. When the blind box hit, Ding Ziyu immediately felt that he was heavily hit by some kind of prohibition, and he flew dozens of meters away at once before landing on the ground. It's okay, it should be a defense-type form of prohibition, mainly to prevent outsiders from disturbing it. It's just that the strength of this spell formation is indeed a bit formidable, and it's hard for martial artists with insufficient strength to break through. Real Eye reported good news. If it was a spell formation with a powerful attack, it would be even more dangerous for Ding Ziyu. This spell formation is a thick turtle shell, so as long as it takes some time, it can definitely be breached. Ding Ziyu had also seen many kinds of spell formations. This kind of spell that only has a rebound force is relatively a very safe kind of spell. So Ding Ziyu brought over the barbarian dragon, the cold ice giant tiger, and Gao Sinew. The two men and two beasts kept consuming the spiritual power of that spell formation, and after tossing and turning for a day, they finally managed to break it. A manhwa Dan furnace immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. A fragrance of dandelion comes to the mind and refreshes the heart. No matter if it was the barbarian dragon, the cold ice giant tiger, or Gao Sinew, all of them were gazing at that Dan furnace. Everyone understands that there must be something good in there. Don't be in a hurry. If there are more pills, everyone gets a share. Ding Ziyu did not have the intention of keeping it all to himself. Whether it was Gao Sinew or the two beasts, they were all considered his loyal companions. When Ding Ziyu lifted the top cover of the Dan furnace, there were 6 yellowish pills lying inside. Each one was the size of a soybean and looked like a golden bean, but the Dan aroma that emanated from it told everyone that it was definitely not any golden beans. This should be a top-grade impregnating spirit pill, most suitable for use by martial artists above the martial saint level. It is indeed a very rare and good thing. The Eye of Truth instantly recognized the origin of this elixir, suitable for martial saints and above. Then wouldn't we be unable to use it? Ding Ziyu felt a few disappointments when he heard the words of the Eye of Truth. The martial saint level can also use it, and I'm afraid that whether or not it can withstand the spiritual impact of the spirit embracing pill depends on your own situation. With your physical strength, it's best to split it into 2 halves to use it. In the case of Gao Sinew, I'm afraid that you can only take it most 1/3 at a time. More than that could be life-threatening. Hearing the Eye of Truth say this, Ding Ziyu was finally relieved. It works, even if it's only half a capsule at a time. The savage dragon can take 1 capsule at a time, but after it takes it, it once again becomes stronger. So I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress it in a short period of time. The Eye of Truth was aware of the savage dragon's temperament, and if it became very strong all of a sudden, I was afraid that it would have to challenge Ding Ziyu's authority, then use half a grain for all of them. Ding Ziyu immediately made his decision. He and Gao Sinew used half a grain each, while the barbarian dragon and the cold ice giant tiger used half a grain for each beast. As for his grandfather, Ding Shichen, he simply couldn't withstand the spiritual impact of the spirit embracing pill. The impact of this elixir is too strong. Eating too much will cause problems. Each person can take a maximum of half a grain. Gao Sinew's flesh is not strong enough. Half a grain will have to be split into two to be used. Ding Ziyu took out the 2 inner spirit pills, and with his hands, divided them into 4 halves and handed them over to each other. Then he directly handed over the entire Dan furnace to the boundary bead, telling it to open up a place to collect it for emergencies. Chapter 170, Trying to Catch a Live One. Ding Ziyu swallowed half a pill of the spirit embracing pill, and immediately felt an extremely powerful and pure spiritual energy emanate out, rushing to all parts of his body. Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran the Xian Wu technique, guiding the spiritual energy to impact into the dantian before expanding his tendons bit by bit and finally impacting the barrier of the realm. Time always flew by in cultivation, and when Ding Ziyu finished digesting half of the inner spirit pill, he finally managed to break through to the 9th stage of martial saint. At this point, a week has passed. Looking at Gao Xinyu again, still in seclusion, it was obvious that her absorption ability was not as strong as Ding Ziyu's. Having just broken through the 9th stage, Ding Ziyu did not intend to immediately impact the 10th stage, but instead went to walk around the world in that cave. After experiencing more than 10 killings, Ding Ziyu's realm became more solid, and he was able to utilize all of his strength. Then, Ding Ziyu was ready to swallow the 2nd inner spirit pill, preparing to impact the 10th stage of the martial saint. This time, it took him even longer until a month and a half later, which was when he walked out of the small hut. Congratulations, you finally reached the 10th stage. When Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu come out, she hurriedly greeted him. Same joy, same joy. Ding Ziyu also hastened to congratulate him, as Gao Xinyu had also reached the 10th stage of martial saint. It had to be said that the Yunling pill had helped her even more. Perhaps it was because she needed fewer pills to break through her realm that the effects of the pills were so good. You stay here and cultivate well. I'll go out and take a look. Ding Ziyu still remembered the words of the firecracker True Lord, but he just didn't know if the General Directorate's senior masters had come over yet. Gao Xinyu hastily nodded in agreement. She also didn't want to step out of the little sacred ground right now, and because of Yu Pang, she didn't want to go back to the old monarch society. It was assumed that the people of the Laojun society thought she had died in the mouth of the deathworms, and no one knew that she was still alive and well. After walking out of the small sanctuary, Ding Ziyu immediately felt a wave of tension within the blind box administration. Everyone was very busy looking. Those who knew Ding Ziyu and saw him just casually nodded their heads and quickly went about their business. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that something big has happened in Ding Yuan City again? Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran to find Zhao Changlin. Whether it was Ting Yuan City or the blind box authority, he definitely knew best when something was going on. You're out of the gate? Yo, not bad. You've reached the 10th stage. Zhao Changlin was instantly delighted when he saw Ding Ziyu. In terms of realm, the two of them were already on par. If it was a round of combat power, the current Zhao Changlin might not really be Ding Ziyu's opponent. What's going on at the station? Everyone looks panicked. It's not that big of a deal. 2 seniors came over from the general administration and are organizing manpower to hunt down that deathworm. 2 action teams were deployed 2 days ago, and half of them were sacrificed. The half that fell are all injured as well. These guys are afraid that others will transfer them out of the city, so each one of them is pretending to be very busy. When Zhao Changlin explained this, Ding Ziyu instantly understood. This is not a fear of death. With the strength of these people in the action team, facing the strong deathworms, it is indeed a bit inadequate. Why is this happening? Couldn't the experts that came over from the general administration also kill that deathworm? Ding Ziyu asked with some puzzlement. They want to capture it alive, and the difficulty is naturally elevated a lot. Zhao Changlin hit the nail on the head. Ding Ziyu was feeling a little numb. Such a ferocious fellow. They actually wanted to capture it alive. It would be strange if it didn't die. AI, my realm is still a bit unstable, so I'd better continue my closed-door cultivation. Ding Ziyu lied and prepared to retreat immediately. However, before he could walk out of Zhao Changlin's office, Flame True Lord's voice came in. Kid Ding, where do you want to run? Come over and meet the 2 seniors yet. Ding Ziyu's face stiffened, and he could only obediently welcome him. A bull that was stronger than even the Flame True Lord was definitely an existence that he needed to look up to. This senior is the Broad Virtue Star Sovereign, the Flame True Lord said as he pointed to an old man in a dark red robe. This person's face was kind, his beard was white, and he had the appearance of a few immortals. Once Ding Ziyu heard the other party's Dao name, it was a notch higher than True Lord, so obviously this person's strength was a bit more bullish. For example, Yu Peng was called True Lord, and Flame True Lord wasn't his real name. It just highlighted his realm of strength. This Taoist star monarch in front of him was definitely a bit more bullish than the Flame True monarch. Late Senior Ding Yu, meet Senior Star Sovereign. Ding Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. It was naturally best to build a good relationship, and if he really went with him to the Blind Box Management Directorate in the future, there might be times when he would ask for his help. That's a real leg up. At such a young age, You're already at the 10th stage of Martial Saint. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you have a lot of potential. Star-Lord Gwanda opened his mouth and encouraged Ding Ziyu twice. Seeing how kind he looked, it shouldn't be a perfunctory statement. Few praises from Senior. Little Ding. This Xuanwu True Monarch is also quite powerful. True Monarch Flame introduced another grey-robed man to Ding Ziyu. His appearance looked to be only in his 40s or 50s. Slightly younger. The expression on his face was a bit cold, and he looked uninviting. Greetings, True Lord Senior. Kid Ding Yu. Ding Ziyu once again stepped forward to salute. The other party also just nodded slightly, and it was considered a greeting. Ding, this time the Directorate General is very serious about for the deathworm. That's why they sent too high over. It must be captured back alive. That deathworm also realized the danger and actually dived into an underground cave, which is very difficult to capture. Now that you happen to be out of the gate and your strength has risen 2 small steps, you can just help the 2 seniors capture that deathworm. The Flame True Lord had indeed held Ding Ziyu in front of the 2 seniors. If he ran away directly, it would be hard to say whether or not Star-Lord Guangda would take him to the general administration of blind boxes next. Why must martial saints be involved? Wouldn't it be easier for a few seniors to step in with their strength? Ding Ziyu was very puzzled. It was said that the deathworm was hiding in the middle of the Earth's cave, and it was similar to a turtle that had entered the altar. They should have caught it better. The deathworm's ability to hide from the ground is very strong. If it is bent on escaping, it will be very difficult to catch it. The only way to have a chance of catching it is to send a martial saint-level martial artist to pester it, and then have us kill it out suddenly. The Flame True Lord explained seriously, and it turned out that the problem was here. No wonder so many of the action team's martial saints had died. Several of the members only had the strength of the 5th stage. Going up to pester the deathworm was no different from sending them to their deaths. It's definitely a crunchy bite that doesn't even spit out the bones. Chapter 171, Obtaining the Wood Spirit Shield. Entering the cave. This situation is also a good opportunity for you. As long as you help us successfully capture that deathworm, entering the Blind Box General Directorate is a nail in the coffin. The Flame True Lord continued to paint a pie for Ding Ziyu on the side. However, Ding Ziyu did not immediately nod his head. His strength had indeed become stronger, but compared to that deathworm, there was still a huge gap. This matter seemed to be very simple when they said it on their lips, but the death of so many martial saint experts was real life. A pie is only really good if you have the life to eat it in your mouth. The late generation would also like to help you guys out, but their abilities are limited, so if they forcefully participate, they might instead spoil the great things of the seniors. Ding Ziyu still wanted to politely refuse. However, these 3 old things had no thoughts of letting him go, and one of them instead stared at him in death, as if Ding Ziyu would have to look at him if he dared to delay any longer. In fact, this is something you do. It's not as dangerous as imagined. If you really can't do it, you can also escape into your own cave treasure, and that deathworm can't take your little life. Flame True Lord had really prepared his mind. Ding Ziyu's face was green for a while, and he really didn't know how he should shrug off their gracious invitation. Let's put it this way. I have a wood spirit shield here. It really can't block the attack of the deathworms, so just take it out. And together with your cave treasure, it can definitely keep you safe. The Star Lord of Guangda finally managed to speak up and took out a nice burst of shields. In that case, thank you Senior for your help. Ding Ziyu accepted the wood spirit shield without any hesitation. It couldn't be shrugged off anyway, so it was reasonable and justified to take advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits. After Ding Ziyu agreed, he was immediately taken along by the Flame True Monarch into his separate small courtyard. Star Monarch Guangda also lived here, apparently preventing Ding Ziyu from buggering off in the middle of the day. If he really escaped far away, even if the Star Sovereign of Broad Virtue took action, he might not be able to find him easily. Small half a day time passed. Flame True Lord again got a martial saint level another team, this time actually by Zhao Changlin personally lead the team. It seems that they are also people out of their minds, determined to catch that deathworm. Elder Brother Ding, we meet again. When we go over there in a while, we need to be more attentive and look out for each other when something happens, Zhao Changlin said to Ding Ziyu somewhat sheepishly. Although both of them were 10th stage martial saints, Ding Ziyu's strength when he was at the 8th stage of martial sainthood was similar to his. Now that he had risen 2 steps in a row, he was bound to be even stronger. If he didn't hold on to Ding Ziyu, who else could he rely on? Director Zhao, don't worry, we'll try to act as we see fit in a while. Ding Ziyu did not promise anything. Instead, he told the other party in a very subtle manner that when he could not beat them, he should act according to the opportunity, and could not fight to the death with that big guy. Zhao Changlin nodded, and the 2 of them sort of reached some sort of tacit understanding. About half an hour later, Star Lord Guangda had come over to everyone. Things are clear, right? You guys are in charge of finding it out. Just stalk it for 3 minutes. I've installed locator trackers on all of you, so once the battle starts, you'll be able to find your location very quickly. What else can people say? Director Zhao had personally gone to war, so they had to go even if they didn't. The group left the city, and after flying through the wilderness for nearly 3 hours, they finally landed in a valley. At the bottom of the valley, a huge cave appeared, which was black and oily, and there was no telling how deep it was. Several martial saints saw this and had a somewhat uncomfortable expression on their faces. Everyone knew very well that the dangers beyond the wilderness were really far away. The deeper this huge cave was, the higher the danger. Come on all, let's all go inside. Zhao Changlin was the first to enter the cave, and he was holding a strong flashlight, and when he turned it on, it instantly illuminated the cave. Martial saints at the martial saint level, even if they couldn't see in the dark, as long as their spiritual power wasn't damaged, darkness didn't affect them very much. Some martial artists with strong mental power could even see more clearly than their eyes. However, Zhao Changlin still brought a strong flashlight in more than one. People in this kind of environment with a good line of sight, it is easy to obtain a certain amount of heart comfort. The group slowly entered the cave by levitating. At first the cave hall is exceptionally large, and after a kilometer or so of depth, it diverges. Which cave are we going to? Someone asked Zhao Changlin, who was, in principle, the spokesperson of the group. Wait until I observe it. That deathworms likes places with water sources, and this passage is warm and moist, so it definitely prefers to stay in this passage. Zhao Linchang was very professional looking. However, Ding Ziyu knew that this fellow wasn't telling the truth. The eye of truth told him that deathworms did like warm and moist environments, but that was when it was normal. However, when it is injured, it is only beneficial for it to stay in a dry place to recover itself quickly. That deathworm had gone through many great battles and had long been scarred, so it naturally had to seize the time to recover from its injuries. Therefore, the passage that Zhao Changlin chose would more than likely not be able to find the deathworms. Although Ding Ziyu was aware of this situation, he did not want to expose Zhao Changlin's small-mindedness. As long as everyone's lives were saved, did it really matter that much if they could find the deathworms? That was the intention of the top brass of the Blind Box Authority anyway, and it didn't have much to do with them. Sure enough, Zhao Changlin led the brigade for a long distance without encountering any deathworms at all. Not even a single critter had been encountered. It seems like that is escaping far away. Why don't we go back? Zhao Changlin no longer intended to go forward. Good. Then we'll listen to Director Zhao's arrangements. The crowd also balked at the idea of leaving early, coming over safely and going home in peace. So the group turned around where they were and started walking back again. However, the crowd hadn't gone far when the cave in front of them suddenly collapsed and a pile of boulders collapsed, blocking everyone's path. For ordinary people in such a situation, other than waiting for rescue, there was only one way to die. But for these martial saint level experts, it wasn't as insurmountable as one might think. As long as they weren't hit on the spot by a boulder, they didn't die easily. Just as the group was about to think of a way to leave, a gray mist drifted over from the cave. No good. That is really coming. Several people exclaimed out in shock, not realizing that they'd encountered deathworms at this point in time. Isn't that ed up? Ha ha, humans, all of you are all going to die here today and become the sustenance for my promotion. A voice laughed very proudly. It turned out that the previous collapse was made by it. It was preparing to wipe out everyone in one fell swoop and become food for its own strength enhancement. Chapter 172, almost couldn't hold it all back. This voice was really too familiar to Ding Ziyu. Who else could it be if not that deathworm? Elder brother Ding, this can really only rely on you, otherwise all of us will die. Zhao Changlin's face became incredibly ugly. Despite all his calculations, he thought he had found a safe route, but it turned out to be a miscalculation. Now that they were blocked by the deathworms in the middle of this narrow passage, even if they had some strength, they couldn't exert it. I'll only try my best to give it a shot. Ding Ziyu was also clear that there was no way to retreat at this time, and if he could pester this deathworm for a while, it would depend on whether or not Guang de Star Sovereign and the others could arrive in time. Ding Ziyu took out the wood spirit shield he had just obtained and blocked it in front of himself, while taking out a sharp knife. Blunt weapons such as clubs and sticks would have a hard time injuring this deathworm. Its defense was quite strong. Unless Ding Ziyu's strength could increase a few times more, there might be a chance to break through its defense. Swords and knives are different, they are carrying sharpness, and with Ding Ziyu's huge strength, there is still a slight chance. Just then a gray mist in the passageway rolled towards Ding Ziyu's side at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye. Ding Ziyu hurriedly shrunk behind the wood spirit shield, and his body began to rapidly retreat backward. In an instant, the insect silk actually wrapped itself around the top of Ding Ziyu's wood spirit shield, emitting a buzzing tugging sound. The tolerance of this insect silk is really quite good. In any other silk thread, I am afraid that it will be pulled off at once. However, the power of that deathworm was truly astonishingly great, and with Ding Ziyu's full strength, the wood spirit shield had the possibility of flying out of his hand. Director Zhao, pull me back. Ding Ziyu hurriedly greeted Zhao Changlin and the others to help. This wood spirit shield was very useful, and could easily be used as a deathworm attack, especially in this relatively small space. It was a complete artifact in terms of saving one's life. With such a good thing, it was naturally impossible to lose it to the other party as soon as they exchanged hands. If that was the case, what would happen after losing the wood spirit shield? It seemed that there was no longer any other choice but to flee back to the little holy lord. But how many of the martial artists who came here were worthy of his trust? Even Zhao Changlin was just playing along, and when it really came to a life and death situation, he was an existence that could be discarded. Zhao Changlin rushed up and hugged Ding Ziyu's waist. The other martial artists behind him followed suit, and the crowd quickly linked up, finally resisting the extreme pull of the deathworms. It's just that everyone lasted less than a minute before they felt a little overwhelmed. Instead, the deathworm was still full of power, pulling the string of people closer to itself little by little. The end result, I'm afraid, would still fall into its mouth. Bureau Zhao, this won't do. Do you guys have any killer apps? When it's time to take them out, don't hide them. Ding Ziyu's forehead was sweating a little. What killer application can we have? Oh, if we really have it, we would have killed this long ago. Zhao Changlin was also helpless. The gap in the realm was really too difficult to make up. Even if this is seriously injured and has not recovered to its full strength, it is not an existence that they can fight against. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to give up. Ding Ziyu could only do so if Guangde Star Sovereign and the others didn't come. This group of people's lives would be in danger at any time. There was no need to fight on in a game of certain death. Alright, I can't hold out anymore either. Zhao Changlin also agreed with Ding Ziyu's idea. Right at this moment, the stone wall on one side of the passage suddenly burst open, and a hand pierced through the wall and directly grabbed the wood spirit shield. This sudden change really startled Ding Ziyu and the others. Only when they saw who was coming did the crowd let out a long sigh of relief. The star goddess of broad virtue and the others had finally arrived. Alright, you guys can back off and let me deal with it. Star-Lord Guangde's eyes were dead set on the gray fog mass in front of him, but his hands were steadily grasping the wood spirit shield. Standing motionless in place, Ding Ziyu hastily let go of his hand and retreated more than 10 meters away at once. The huge force that was pressing down on him like a huge mountain was finally unloaded. Just then, two more stone walls exploded, and True Lord Flame and True Lord Xuanwu also entered. The three former experts blocked the path of the deathworms from three different directions, deadlocking the path of the deathworms. You think you can catch the seat just like that? Thinking too naively, a giggle came from the gray mist, clearly not putting the encirclement of True Lord Guangde in his eyes. Stop talking big words. This seat will see where you can escape now. True Lord Guangde suddenly took out a foot-talking diameter steel ring and threw it directly at the gray fog mass. The steel ring quickly enlarged as it flew, and finally it actually became the size of the passageway. And the most surprising thing was that some of the rocks protruding from the cave wall couldn't stop it from flying at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This can't be the legendary middle Qianquan circle, right? So bullish? Ding Ziyu looked on the side with his eyes glowing with gold. This baby, it's much more bullish than the wood spirit shield. The deathworm seemed to have sensed the crisis as well. It gave up the worm silk that was wrapped around the wood spirit shield all of a sudden, and its body sank down so violently that the entire ground shook before Ding Ziyu realized that the deathworm had managed to fall into the ground. Damn it, there are passages down there. Quickly chase after them. Astrologer Guangde roared in exasperation. He was on the verge of scoring a hit with the steel ring, but he didn't realize that the deathworms were still running from the ground. After Ding Ziyu also ran to the passageway below, he realized that the passageway below was even bigger, and the deathworms had already escaped far away. Even though Guangde Star Sovereign and the others weren't slow, it wasn't an easy task to catch up with it. Kid Ding, there's a good treasure in here. Go get it. The voice of the Eye of Truth suddenly recalled in Ding Ziyu's heart. What treasure? Ding Ziyu was instantly energized. Earth Mind Milk. Move fast. If they find out, there will definitely be no more for you. The Eye of Truth said eagerly. The them he was talking about must be the Guangde Star Sovereign and the others, who were still trying to chase the deathworms and didn't have the energy to check out anything else. In which direction? To the left. Angled down that passage. Ding Ziyu hurriedly and quickly ran that way, and in the process, he realized that the passageway was beginning to narrow and was getting steeper and steeper. Thus, Ding Ziyu immediately ducked into the small Holy Land, and the main boundary bead maneuvered the small holy down and penetrated downwards. After crossing a distance of about a few thousand meters, a cavernous hall reappeared underneath. Ding Ziyu jumped out of the small sacred ground and immediately felt a rich spiritual energy come over him, and just inhaling a mouthful of it lifted one's spirits. Looks like something really good. This time the traitor has his luck. Ding Ziyu moved forward with quick steps and finally saw a pool of milky white liquid underneath one of the cliff walls. Then this spiritual energy was emitted from this pool. Needless to say, this must be the Earth's mind milk from the mouth of the true eye. Chapter 173, Spiritual Milk in Your Hands. Worms caught. Even as Ding Ziyu stood at the edge of the pool, he could feel the rich fluctuation of spiritual energy. It was as if he had suddenly jumped into a cool stream on a hot summer's day, and his entire body felt very refreshed and cozy. Ding Ziyu was not polite either. Bending down, cupping a handful of Earth's mind milk and drinking it in one gulp. Comfortable. Very comfortable. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but marvel. This is the legendary agar jelly, and the quantity is still so large. This time it's a fortune. This thing needs a special container to hold it down. Otherwise it will soon lose its spiritual power and turn into worthless white water. The Eye of Truth suddenly uttered a very damning sentence. Obviously, Ding Ziyu didn't have a suitable container in his hands, and this was a bad thing. It can't be. The difficulty of taking something that's right in front of you? Ding Ziyu was a bit flustered. What would it be like to enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? I'll have the Realm Pearl find a way to directly materialize a similar environment in the small Holy Land. I don't believe that I won't be able to store these Earth Mind milk. Ding Ziyu's mind turned quickly. The small Holy Land was a cave-type magic treasure. Changing the natural environment it might not be able to do. Was it still difficult to change itself? This time, the Eye of Truth didn't speak. Ding Ziyu's Cave Heaven Dharma treasure was indeed very useful, helping him solve all sorts of difficulties. At Ding Ziyu's command, the boundary bead quickly constructed a similar small environment in regards to the small sacred ground. It then allowed the small sacred ground to sink directly to the bottom of the pool of Earth's mind milk, opening up a passageway, and in less than a minute, the entire pool of Earth's mind milk reached the bottom. Not to say that not a single drop is left. The amount left is pitifully small. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave, the stone wall somewhere in the cave hall cracked with a crash. A huge worm burrowed out from the stone wall. Damn! Where's my Earth's mind milk? Where did it go? The death worm couldn't help but roar out in anger as soon as he entered. It had discovered the Earth Heart milk here before. Originally, it had planned to let its strength recover and then utilize the Earth Mind milk to break through the realm, which knew that it had just been surrounded by 3 people in the midst of its entanglement with the Star Sovereign of Broad Virtue, and had suffered another considerable injury. The death worm managed to get rid of the 3 old guys with great difficulty and decided to come back to swallow the Earth's Mind milk to recover from its injuries. However, when it returned to the cave hall, it found that the pool full of Earth's Mind milk had disappeared. It's simply too much of a bully. Seeing this situation, Ding Ziyu immediately pulled his legs out and ran. Are you kidding me? If 3 old guys can't catch the evil creature, how can he be a match for this bug? In order to avoid himself from being caught up by the deathworms, Ding Ziyu chose the narrowest passage and ran forward desperately. However, the speed at which the deathworm erupted under anger was truly beyond Ding Ziyu's imagination. The narrow passage couldn't stop its impact speed at all. The deathworm's sneaking ability wasn't normally strong, and hard stones were just like tofu dregs in front of it. From the moment Ding Ziyu escaped, it locked onto the commotion that Ding Ziyu had made while running, and hurriedly chased after him all the way. Several times, Ding Ziyu wanted to open the small sacred ground and escape directly into it, but he was worried about the powerful impact of that deathworm forcing its way into his small sacred ground. If one really brought the deathworm inside, it was really hard to say if one's little sacred ground could carry its hokum. Everything he owns is in there, including his grandfather Ding Shichen, Gao Xinyu, and the cold ice giant tiger, barbarian dragon, and so on. He really didn't dare to take this risk. The main thing was that the deathworm was too strong, and even a small Holy Land might not be able to control it. Of course, Ding Ziyu wasn't running around. He had already sent a message from the Flame True Lords. Let them lock their coordinates and hurry over to capture the damn thing. Originally, Guangde Xingjuan and the others lost the deathworms, and their hearts were depressed for a while, which thought that this circled back again and was still chasing Ding Ziyu. How could they let go of such an opportunity? The 3 of them quickly locked onto Ding Ziyu's coordinates and ran to ambush him on his escape route. The 3 old sixes obviously wanted to use Ding Ziyu as bait to sneak up on the deathworm. If the opportunity was grasped well, there was every chance to strike it hard and finally capture it. As for whether or not Ding Ziyu would be eaten by the deathworms in the process, that would depend on his ability to escape. Ding Ziyu used all of his energy. His speed had been increased to the limit, and he still couldn't get rid of the deathworms chasing behind him. Its massive body was like a rumbling train, pushing out whatever was in the way across the road. It's really horrible. Ding Ziyu felt that the deathworms chasing after him were getting closer and closer, but the 3 old guys that he had originally counted on were slow to show up. If it wasn't for that wood spirit shield, which blocked the deathworm's worm silk attack, he was afraid that he would have already fallen into this mouth. If you really can't, it's better to use the little Holy Land. This is your home turf after all. It's not like there's no chance at all. The Eye of Truth was a bit anxious for him. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to break the ice, the mournful screams of the deathworms suddenly turned behind him, only to see that Guangde Xingjuan had drilled out from nowhere, and with a single slash, He opened a nearly 2-meter wide gash in the body of the deathworm. At the same time, the attacks of the Xuanwu True Monarch and the Flame True Monarch struck at the same time, almost decapitating its tail. Damned fellow, old me will fight you today. The deathworm finally gave up chasing Ding Ziyu and flipped over to battle with the Star Sovereign of Guangdi to a single spot. In an instant, rocks were thrown about in the cave and flames rose. The entire cave shook violently and incomparably, more terrifying than a magnitude 9 earthquake. Hurry up and exit. Is this a battlefield that belongs to you? The Eye of Truth hurriedly greeted Ding Ziyu. Watching the fun was risky. In fact, Ding Ziyu was eager to see the battle between them. This level of engagement was still somewhat inspiring to him. However, they fought, and the aftershocks they generated could easily kill a martial saint expert, so leaving was indeed a wise choice. When Ding Ziyu returned to the ground, he found that the nearby peaks were trembling incessantly. From time to time, large chunks of the ground collapsed, revealing deep, bottomless pits. Is this the strength that surpasses a martial saint? It's really too terrifying. Zhao Changlin ran to Ding Ziyu's side, having withdrawn earlier, not really knowing what was happening down there. It was thought that Guangda Star Sovereign and the others had been in the middle of a tangle with the deathworms. About half an hour later, the three of them, the true monarch of Guangda, finally flew out from a deep pit that had collapsed. Looking at them, they did look a bit lousy. However, a rare smile finally appeared on the face of the Star Lord of Guangda, presumably having captured that deathworm. Kid, you've made a great achievement this time. Get ready and come back to the blind box administration with me in a couple days. Star Lord Guangda came to Ding Ziyu's side and said amiably. Chapter 174, The Realm of Cultivation After Martial Saint. Many thanks to Senior for mentioning me. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed in his heart. Whether or not he could take the step beyond Martial Saint was really too important to him. It really hasn't been easy to get to this point. Returning to the blind box authority, Ding Ziyu hurriedly told Grandpa and Gao Xinu the news that he would be heading to the general administration. Naturally, Ding Shichen had nothing to say, and wherever his grandson went, he also went. In the little Holy Land, he lived a comfortable life, only that his cultivation realm had been stuck at the 9th stage of martial artist, making it difficult to advance any further. Gao Xinyu hesitated for a while before finally deciding to leave Ding Ziyu together with Ding Ziyu from Dingyuan City. Everything about her in the old monarch society was in the past and less important. Kid, haven't you always wanted to know what realm is after Martial Saint? Now is the time to tell you this basic information. The Eye of Truth saw that Ding Ziyu was idle and decided to tell him some useful basic information. In fact, this cultivation system is basically the same as those things told in your mythological stories, and many realms are actually familiar to you, just not systematically summarized. Then please expand on the details. Ding Ziyu was also interested in these things. In the past, he thought that Martial Saint 10th stage was already the end of the universe. It wasn't until he had seen strong people far stronger than Martial Saints that he realized that there was a sky beyond the sky, and that a 10-dan Martial Saint looked strong, but was only stronger than an ordinary person. Transcending the Martial Sage is the only way to truly step into the path of cultivation. Your cultivation has only just begun. The Eye of Truth explained it carefully. It turned out that above the Martial Saints, there was the Purple Mansion Realm, Yuan Ying Realm, Cave Void Realm, Harmonization Realm, and Mahayana Realm. Further up, there are true immortals. Each of these realms is subdivided into early, middle and late stages. There are bits and pieces about these realms on the internet, but most of them are much ado about nothing, and no real masters have come out to explain or confirm them. That's why many people don't care about those nonsense claims on the internet. After all, ordinary people simply can't come into contact with such a master, so naturally they don't know if it's true or not. Many Purple Mansion Realm martial artists like to call themselves real people. For example, that Yu Peng, who was called the Heavenly Peng True Man, was actually a mid-purple fate martial artist. Compared to a martial saint, he was indeed very strong, but he wasn't much stronger in the Purple Mansion realm. For example, the president of the Lao Jun Association, Kai Feng, she was actually a late-stage Zifu realm martial artist, but she had already half-stepped into the Yuaning realm, and was naturally much stronger than Tian Pengzhenren. As for true Yuaning realm experts, they were usually called true monarchs. A more prominent representative was the Flame True Lord, who was an early Yuaning expert. This was the fundamental reason why Kai Feng was afraid of him. That Xuanwu True Monarch, on the other hand, was a mid-Yuaning stage martial artist, and its strength was quite a bit stronger than that of the Flame True Monarch. The Death Worm's strength, on the other hand, was equivalent to a human martial artist's late Yuaning realm, and if it got a breakthrough, it would be a powerhouse on the same level as the Star Monarch of Guangda. On the other hand, Star-Lord Guangda was a higher-level Cave Void realm powerhouse. All he needed to do was to release some pressure out, and it would be too much for martial artists at the Purple Void realm, and those below it, to bear. Then what level of expert is Sect Master Cheng Tian? Ding Ziyu was curious. For the blind box authority to tolerate the existence of the Changtian sect and cede all the dominance of Daning City, the strength of the Changtian sect master was definitely bullish. A long time ago, sect master Changtian was a mid-Mahayana expert, so after so many years, I guess she should be at the late Mahayana stage. With the immortals out of the picture, she's the top battle force. It's not for no reason that the blind box authority can tolerate her dominating Daning City. The 10 experts under her seat are at least strong at the Cave Void realm, and there are 2 at the Harmonization realm. After listening to the real introduction, Ding Ziyu realized what kind of cow the sect master Changtian was. To her, this amount of strength of Ding Ziyu was really not worth mentioning. She could see things that others couldn't see, and she was able to take things that were frighteningly strong and ferocious to others with her hands. The fact that Daning City could be so peaceful also had a lot to do with the Changtian sect. Which realm were you in at your heyday? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Early stage of harmonization, but our Giant Eyes clan isn't very good at fighting, especially in real fights, and is usually weaker than martial artists of the same rank. But the Yuanshan aspect of fighting is our best aspect, the Eye of Truth said with some embarrassment. No wonder he was so shocked when he met sect leader Changtian, and he didn't even dare to say a word at that time. The difference in strength between the two was truly too much. It's not even on the same level. When it came to combat prowess, each race had its own direction of specialization. This was something that Ding Ziyu had understood long ago and was no longer a brat who knew nothing. Humans are actually a race that has a little bit of everything, but not much of anything. The biggest advantage is intelligence, with a relative advantage in enlightenment. The key thing was that humans reproduced quickly, and with a huge population base, a few special natural characters would always emerge. So overall, the number of human experts was really small. It was also a race that was hard to ignore. The Giant Eyes were actually a very rare race. They grew slowly and reproduced even slower, so much so that this race was not thriving. Coupled with the fact that they weren't very good at fighting, it was even harder for them to expand their racial advantage. Before the Violet Mansion realm, a martial artist's Yuanshan was not cultivated into shape and was basically collectively known as spiritual energy. When a martial artist's realm reaches the Yuaning realm, the spiritual energy coalesces and takes shape, which can be called the Yuanshan. Yuanshan can be a powerful means of attack. In the case of our Giant Eye clan, a powerful Yuanshan attack can just as easily kill an enemy and can ignore the vast majority of defensive means. And after killing an enemy, it won't destroy the opponent's physical body. Speaking of his strengths, the Eye of Truth became arrogant again. In terms of Yuanshan attacking means, they were much stronger than the vast majority of races. In the absence of immortals, the Harmonization realm was already a very powerful existence. An existence that could definitely easily sit on one side and override all beings. As soon as Ding Ziyu awakened his power, he was able to obtain the assistance of such a powerful person. This kind of luck really wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Thank you, Senior, for your help all along. I will have to rely on Senior's guidance in the future. Ding Ziyu was sincerely grateful. A small martial artist of his own who couldn't even reach the Purple Mansion realm, with the insight of the true eye, casually reminding him of this would lead to a lot less detours. You don't have to be so polite. The current me has only this much insight left. A lot of memories about the past have been lost, or else I might be of more help to you. The Eye of Truth didn't raise its own identity anymore either. He and Ding Ziyu were in a symbiotic relationship. One glory for all, one loss for all. Chapter 175, Geniuses from all over the world gather. By now, the Eye of Truth had recognized Ding Ziyu's talent and was optimistic about his future. Whether or not he would be able to live a new life depended on Ding Ziyu's growth rate. 2 days passed by in a flash, and on this very day, a huge flying machine descended from the sky and landed steadily on top of the open box square. This thing was very different from the planes Ding Ziyu had seen on the internet. It was more like a flying beast with a full body armor. Don't look, hurry up and go up, Flame True Lord urged from the side. Broad Virtue Star Sovereign and Xuanwu Straight True Lord had both come over. It was impossible to let these two go up first. I thought that I would directly use items like teleportation scrolls, but I didn't realize that I would have to take a flying machine. Ding Ziyu was indeed a bit surprised. It wasn't that no flying machines existed anymore. It was just that the vast majority of them were used within the city, and the distance they could fly wasn't very far. If they really encountered a strong ferocious creature, or an expert, they would be dry-bombed in a single move. Teleportation scrolls? You kid is really daring. That much is old and expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to use it. Flame True Lord laughed and scolded. Ding Ziyu made a fool of himself, so he hurriedly walked up to this huge flying machine. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the flying machine wasn't empty. Not only were there people inside, but there were quite a few of them. Looking at their appearance, most of them shouldn't be very old, no more than 30 at most. And the realms of some of these people were basically martial saint 10th stage, with only a very few being 9th stage martial saints. While Ding Ziyu was looking at them, These people were also sizing up Ding Ziyu and had that hint of hostility in their eyes. We circled all this distance just to come and pick up such a brat? A rough-looking fellow asked in a loud voice. Naturally not. This kid is just along for the ride. The lord who came to pick him up this time is Star Lord Guangda. A pilot walked out and said slowly. When the crowd heard about the Star Sovereign, some were excited, some were scared, and there were also some people who had a blank look on their faces, obviously not knowing what level of expert the Star Sovereign was. Xiao Wu, this time it's you who's piloting the flying machine again, ah? Hard work. As soon as Star Lord Guangda came up, he greeted the pilot politely. Star Lord is polite. This is my part of the job. Recently the flying machines go out more frequently. There are not enough flight crews, so I have to work back to back. Xiao Wu hurriedly replied. I can see that although he is a proud person in his bones, he is still very humble in front of Guangdi Xingjuan, and does not dare to put on airs at all. Yo, there are quite a few people brought back this time. I wonder how many good seedlings that meet the requirements can be screened out. Star-Lord Guangda swept around the faces of the crowd, and even if he didn't say anything, he knew what was going on. Let's hope there are a few more. Wu replied seriously. After seeing Xuan Wu Xinjuan walk up, he simply nodded casually and retreated back into the cabin. Ding kid, they are all excellent power-awakened people selected from the major cities. This time when you return to the Blind Box General Directorate, you have to work hard, cause don't lose the face of this sit. Star-Lord Guangda pointed at those martial artists in front of him and said in a fervent manner. Ding Ziyu was startled in his heart. It seemed that there were still quite a few cities that survived. On this flying machine alone, there were nearly 30 power-awakened people. Even if 2 or 3 came out of a city, it would take more than 10 cities to find this many martial artists. It seemed that the Flame True Lord was mostly just going along for the ride when he helped himself. Even if he hadn't appeared himself, it was estimated that they would have picked 1 or 2 good seedlings to send to the General Directorate of Blind Boxes. Passing along with the loud roar of the flying machine, this iron bird had quickly ascended into the air and was sweeping through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Ding Ziyu was watching from the window. The craft was going pretty fast and was flying higher and higher. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Ziyu estimated that it should have been around half a day. The flying machine finally descended slowly and finally came to a steady stop on an even more magnificent square. Rookies, hurry down. The welcome to your new life is coming soon. Xiao Wu walked out from the cabin and shouted at Ding Ziyu and the others. By this time, Star Goddess Guangda had already arrived at the hatchway, and he only glanced back at Ding Ziyu before drifting away with him. In the next moment, 3 rather stout men walked over from the distance, several pairs of eyes as white as bronze bells. When True Lord Xuanwu saw them coming over, he couldn't help but squeeze out a smile. Only the smile of his was even uglier than crying. Boys, get your asses down here. If you want to enter the general administration of blind boxes, it's not that easy. First you have to pass the first test. If you can't pass this level, then you won't be able to enter the general administration. The big man in the center roared in a very menacing tone, and all 3 of their faces looked hideous and ghastly looking. Fortunately, these guys didn't react slowly and quickly jumped off the flying machine. After that flying machine flew away, everyone only then noticed that this round square was really too big. Conservative estimates suggest that it will be no less than 5 kilometers in diameter. When Ding Ziyu landed on the ground, he immediately felt his feet sink. It was actually still a high-gravity environment, or at least quite a bit higher than the gravity of the urban environment they stayed in. From now on, run 10 laps around this square. Those who finish within an hour, pass. The rest are all eliminated. The man's words roared so loudly that the crowd's ears perked up. At a first approximation, running a lap along this square was at least 15 kilometers. 10 laps would be 150 kilometers. And in such a high-gravity environment, it really wasn't an easy thing to complete within an hour. Even though these guys were basically all 10th stage martial saints, and each one of them was surprisingly powerful, they might not be able to accomplish the task. The guys who had just gotten down from the flying machine were obviously a bit confused, and one by one, they looked at the 3 people in front of them, not knowing whether they should listen to them or not. What are you waiting for? It seems that you are all very confident in your strength, so let's shorten it to 50 minutes. Those who can't finish in more than 50 minutes will be eliminated immediately. The lanky man revealed a devilish smile. Don't look at the fact that he only shortened it by 10 minutes. Just these 10 minutes, he must have eliminated quite a few people, because this amount of movement had long been calculated by them. It was basically the limit of a 10th stage martial saint. Those with poor strength and insufficient potential would have a hard time completing this level. When the crowd heard this, they finally woke up and immediately ran off into the distance. The 3 instructor-like men also followed them, supervising them while incidentally setting the running route for them. The speed of the Tendan martial saints was still very good. At least the first lap was run without feeling anything. They were all calculating the time needed for each lap. They had to run within 5 minutes. Chapter 176. But there is a problem here. The first few laps everyone's physical fitness is still good. 5 minutes to run a lap is not really any problem, but the further back you go, the more physical energy consumption. Whether you can maintain the same speed, it is hard to say. The previous test was basically an hour, and relatively speaking, the chances of completing it were much higher. But due to the relatively slow reaction of these guys, the instructor was not happy in his heart and immediately deducted 10 minutes. Don't look at it as just 10 minutes. I'm afraid that because of those 10 minutes, a number of people won't make it through. Ding Ziyu didn't go out of his way to run to the front as soon as he arrived. His body's muscle strength was definitely much stronger than these people. The physique of a silver body was not something to be taken lightly. The first lap took him about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and it was still an easy run. Even under the high gravity, it didn't suffer much. However, as time went by and 3 laps were run down, dozens of people clearly appeared to be divided. There were only 9 people running at the front, which included Ding Ziyu. After the 9, there was a small group of about 17 or 18 people. Theirs were also gasping for breath, and for the moment, they seemed to be holding up quite well. Further back, those guys' status had obviously slipped a bit. Although their speed 8 was still incredibly fast when compared to ordinary people, they were quite a bit slower when compared to the other 10 Dan martial saints. After 5 laps, the time taken by those dragging behind had already exceeded 5 minutes per lap, and it was obviously impossible to complete this examination task. Guys, do you have any energy left? I'm ready to speed up, yo? A lean man took a look at the people around him and suddenly said, Ding Ziyu knows that this kid's name is Hai Dafu. He is relatively cheerful, and people who know him well have given him a nickname, Duke Hai. The kid wasn't too old, maybe 25. As his words fell, Haidafu immediately sprinted away from the first group of people. Having run more than 5 laps, he was still able to accelerate forward, so he did have a few strengths. At least the 3 instructors still secretly nodded their heads in recognition of the kid's strength when they saw Haidafu's performance. The 10th stage of Martial Saint actually had a strength limit. So far, in this test, the person with the best result only used 41 minutes to run the whole course. On average, it was about 4 minutes a lap. If it was just 1 or 2 laps, a good number of 10 Dan Martial Saints would be able to run a lap in 4 minutes. But after 10 laps, those who could run in that time would be very rare. These 9 people originally had calculations in mind, and they all wanted to wait until the last lap to sprint. I didn't realize that this kid, Haidafu, didn't talk about martial arts and started to accelerate only halfway through the race. Walking 100 miles is half 90. Don't look at this kid now, he has to run happily. In a while he has no energy. Maybe people slow down. Some people didn't agree with Haidafu's approach and still kept running at their own pace. There were not a few guys who held this view, and of the 9 in the first group, 6 of them did not follow, still keeping their original pace and running forward. Only Ding Ziyu and another young woman followed behind Haidafu, and the 3 of them were almost neck and neck. Unable to distinguish between them for the time being, Ding Ziyu glanced sideways at the woman beside him, to the point of feeling slightly surprised. The woman's name was Zhoujin, and her appearance was quite good, with a 6 or 7 points. Her skin was rather oily and black, and she was more talkative. She had made small talk with the others from time to time when she was on the craft before, and was considered the more active type. What are you looking at? Does a girl have to be no good? Zhoujin read Ding Ziyu's eyes at a glance. No. I also thought that you were very powerful, running down half the distance, as if you weren't very tired. Ding Ziyu hurriedly explained. He really didn't have the look of seeing Zhoujin with her mouth open to get out of breath. Physically there should be some reservations. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but think of Gao Xinyu. With her strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to enter the blind box management directorate either. It's just that he didn't have the time to ask for permission from the star goddess of broad virtue, so for the time being, he could only let her stay in the small holy land for a while. This Haidafu fellow did have a few points of strength. Under his lead, the speed of the 3 of them accelerated once again, and soon pulled away from the 6 people behind them by thousands of meters. The time taken to complete the 6th lap actually ran into the 4-minute mark. The guy who was dragging behind had been lapped. The tall, burly instructor also broke away from the line of instructors and came to the 3. Can you guys go a little faster? If you run within 45 bells, there are points rewarded. Yo! The instructor suddenly opened his mouth and said to the 3, points reward? What the hell is that? Is it very useful? Hidaf immediately became interested. Even though they had been delayed for the first 2 or 3 laps, there was still a good chance of accomplishing this goal if they grasped it a bit tighter. Of course, this point can be exchanged for almost all cultivation resources in the general administration, especially for you martial artists who aren't even in the Purple Mansion realm. It's very difficult to obtain points. The more points you have on hand, the more resources you can exchange for, and the faster you grow. The tall and strong instructor's explanation instantly made all 3 of them come to their senses. Anyone who could come here knew that the 10th stage of Martial Saint was only just starting out. and compared to those true experts, it was not worth mentioning at all. Getting the resources to quickly improve your strength is fundamental. How many points are rewarded for running within 45 bells? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but ask as well. 500 bonus points, and 100 more points for every minute shortened after that. If you can run for 40 minutes, 2,000 points are awarded directly. If you shorten it further, 1,000 points will be added for 1 minute. The instructor drew a big pie for Ding Ziyu-san. Although the trio was doing well, it was almost impossible to run in 40 minutes. After all, the best time for so many people coming over was only 41 minutes. What's more, they've already run past the halfway point, so even if they speed up again at this point, how much faster can they go? Running in 45 minutes is already very rare. How many cultivation resources can I exchange 500 points for? Jojin followed suit and asked. It's not much. At least it will guarantee that you will successfully enter the Violet Mansion realm. And if your talent is a bit outstanding, cultivating the middle stage of the Violet Mansion is possible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are the points so powerful? Then what are you waiting for? Charge with all your might. Haidafu's emotions were instantly ignited. For the sake of cultivation resources, fighting for your life is a certainty. However, the moment Haidafu rushed away, a figure flashed past him in an instant, its speed more than doubling almost instantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This brat is actually hiding so deeply. Refueling must chase after him. Haidafu saw Ding Ziyu's rapidly moving distant back and was instantly nonplussed. Chapter 177, Setting a New Record. Previously, although Ding Ziyu also ran along with everyone else, he basically didn't put much effort into it. The running distance that was hard for the vast majority of 10th stage martial saints really didn't feel much to Ding Ziyu. His body had been upgraded many times, and he had gotten a lot of resources on his own. These advantages had accumulated little by little, and it was reasonable to be far beyond a martial artist of the same rank. If the three instructors hadn't mentioned point rewards, Ding Ziyu would have planned to follow Haidafu and the others and run through it. But now not only were their points rewarded, but the shorter the time used, the higher the reward. Had he known this, Ding Ziyu definitely wouldn't have been so meticulous. The good thing is that the laps are just over halfway through the run. There are still almost 4 laps to go, so with a bit of effort you can still try and get under 40 minutes. Ding Ziyu roughly estimated that the previous 6 laps had taken about 26 minutes, mainly because the first 3 laps had been slower, wasting a lot of time. For the remaining 4 laps, the time must be shortened to less than 4 minutes in order to get a decent points reward. The shorter the time taken, the more points you get. Ding Ziyu erupted with all his might, directly pulling himself up to full speed. Almost all of them pulled out residual shadows under the extreme speed, and the tall and stout instructor's eyes were half narrowed as he stared at the frantically running Ding Ziyu, revealing a thing expression. This extreme speed is close to catching up with a martial artist in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm. I just don't know how long he can run in this state. The instructor made an accurate assessment. It was indeed very rare for a 10th stage martial saint to be able to erupt with such strength and speed. Very few people could be this fast. It's just not enough to have explosive power. You also have to have enough endurance to be able to. Don't look at the distance of less than 4 laps left. That's still nearly 20 kilometers. Really not close. However, Ding Ziyu didn't think so much about it. He had already treated himself as a robot, maintaining his extreme speed and frantically charging forward. Quite a number of people were caught up by him, lapping and finally leaving them far behind again. This guy is really a monster. If you had said something about the points at the beginning, maybe he would have really set a new record. The other 2 instructors also recognized Ding Ziyu's strength. Ding Ziyu actually ran through this half circle in less than 3 minutes. Looking at his state, he did not appear to be weak after exerting himself too much, and was still charging forward regardless, just like a ferocious calf. Asterisk 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 a 3-minute run? What kind of speed is that? Haidafu was also surprised by Ding Ziyu's performance. Previously, he had thought that he was already very impressive, but now he realized that the 2 were not even martial artists at the same level. I'll follow. You guys take care of the others. Seeing that Ding Ziyu was still able to maintain his extreme sprinting speed, the tall and sturdy instructor was overjoyed. Some powerful Tendan martial saints would be able to do it if they only ran 1 lap, but after 1 lap, the speed would definitely slow down, and even get slower and slower. After all, the physical exertion brought about by extreme force output was very huge, and not only was the requirement for spiritual energy reserves extremely high, the requirement for muscle strength was also frighteningly high. The instructor quickly followed Ding Ziyu's rhythm and drove alongside him. He was also very surprised when he saw that Ding Ziyu did not show the slightest bit of fatigue. Not bad, kid. How much longer can you hold on with this kind of speed? The instructor took the initiative to ask. He was a late-stage Zifu realm expert. This speed was naturally easy. Should be able to run the entire distance. Ding Ziyu was also able to talk back calmly. At such a speed, Many martial artists were afraid that their mouths would not be able to open, not to mention chatting and talking. Don't brag. You can't hurt your fundamentals just to get points. The instructor obviously rose to love his talent and promptly reminded Ding Ziyu. There had been similar situations in the past, where someone desperately squeezed their potential in order to get the desired cumulative score, and in the end, their results were good, but they had injured their foundation. It had a great impact on the later stages of cultivation. There was even the possibility that one's future would be cut short. The instructor didn't want to see such a good prospect wasted for points. Don't worry, instructor. I can still withstand this test. In fact, what Ding Ziyu wanted to say was, he had been manipulating this speed to be able to finish 10 laps, instead of running the remaining 4 laps. Apparently the instructor got sidetracked. After achieving the silver body, Ding Ziyu's powerful body and muscle strength was far more powerful than his cultivation of the spiritual power Dao, only that he himself didn't even realize it. As a matter of fact, the battle power of a silver body refining martial artist was already equivalent to that of a purple mansion realm expert. The instructor had been following Ding Ziyu around, ready to help him when he ran out of strength. At least he wouldn't break his foundation because he was punishing the strong. However, Ding Ziyu had maintained this speed without any semblance of reluctant discomfort. The instructor was also very surprised to see this. He understood that he had met a genius. Despite the backstroke, Ding Ziyu had a great chance to break the record, because the instructor directly pinched the seconds and realized that the time Ding Ziyu took to run a whole lap was only 3 minutes and 5 seconds. When Ding Ziyu completed his 10th lap, his total time was only 38 minutes and 45 seconds. That's a pretty blistering number and a new lap record has been set. When Ding Ziyu stopped, the instructor even took a special measurement of his physical condition and the frequency of his heartbeat, which put him at ease. Wait here, I'll go and come. The tall and stout instructor rose up into the air and left at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the tall and strong instructor arrived in the middle of a majestic hall. Lu Yi, aren't you examining the new members? What are you doing running over in such a hurry? An old man here watched the tall and strong instructor come in and casually asked. Reporting to Star-Lord Shinobe, an extraordinary kid has appeared in this batch of kids. He has already broken the General Administration's record for the fastest running lap, and his body is frighteningly strong. Lu Yi said in a hurry. How much time did he use? Star-Lord Shinobe sat up straight at once. 38 minutes and 45 seconds. This kid still started from the 7th lap. Before that, he had been hiding his clumsiness, and when he heard that there were points to be taken, he started to run as hard as he could. The fastest lap record is 3 minutes 5 seconds. He has been maintaining this speed for almost 4 laps. Lu Yi spoke in great detail. This was clearly not the explosive power that a 10th stage martial saint should have. Mid-Zifu realm speed. Not bad, not bad. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look at this brat. Star-Lord Shinobe's excitement was very thick, and he decided to go and take a look for himself. He was brought back by Star-Lord Guangda. Should we inform him? Lu Yi asked. It's fine. I'll just squeal to him. Star-Lord Shinobe flicked his fingers, and a ray of light flew out from his fingertips and instantly disappeared. Star-Lord Guangda had just returned from outside and brought the captured deathworms to the prison room at the headquarters that specialized in ferociousness. The light flew in and was gently probed and grabbed. Chapter 178, The Strange Hall of Transmission. Seeing the message sent by Star-Lord Shinobe, Star-Lord Guangda froze for no reason, but when he heard the content of the transmission, he also felt surprised. Regarding this person, Ding Ziyu, Star-Lord Guangda's impression was actually not bad, but he had not taken the trouble to carefully understand Ding Ziyu. After all, the difference in the height of existence between the two was too great, and at the very least, Ding Ziyu had not shown many things that interested him. However, as soon as this kid came, he set a new record, and even though this record didn't represent everything, it could at least show that this son had extraordinary potential. Maybe later he can grow to be a big shot in the base directorate as well. When Star Sovereign Guangda and Star Sovereign Shinobe both arrived at the square, several people looked over with curious gazes. On the plaza, some of the guys who had dropped off the end of their cars hadn't actually completed 10 laps yet, and were clearly approaching the allotted time limit. Kid, come over here for a moment. This is the Directorate Star-Lord on duty, Star-Lord Shinobe. Lu Yi hurriedly brought Ding Ziyu in front of Star Sovereign Shinobe. In the general administration of the Blind Box Authority, there was a weekly rotation of Star Monarchs to deal with some unexpected events. It just so happened to be Star-Lord Shinobe's turn during this time, and it was up to him to deal with these matters. Greetings, Senior. Ding Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. A Star Sovereign level martial artist was already a very impressive figure. Naturally, they could not be sloughed off at will. Obei Chen's gaze was like a torch as he kept sizing up Ding Ziyu. To be able to run 10 laps in such a short period of time, there must be something exceptional about him. With his realm and strength, it should have been easy to see through Ding Ziyu's bottom line, but he was really intent on not being too accurate. fellow Daoist Guangde. This kid was brought back by you. Chen listened to Guangde Xingjuan, and although he hadn't finished his words, Guangde already understood what he wanted to ask. This brat should have taken the route of dual cultivation of spirit and body, and his achievements in body refining are not low. The reason why astrologer Guangde had come to this conclusion was that he had watched while Ding Ziyu was entangled with the deathworm. If it wasn't for Ding Ziyu's body being strong enough, I'm afraid that he would have been finished off by the deathworms. Spiritual body dual cultivation? Not bad, not bad. Chen Oral's eyes towards Ding Ziyu grew more and more satisfied. This brat will be arranged by me for the time being. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Star-Lord Chen Obei asked Guangde. It's fine, you're the rotating star sovereign. Having you arrange it is in line with the rules and procedures. Guangde nodded and looked at Ding Ziyu gently again. Listen well to Star-Lord Chen Obei. Perhaps it won't take long for you to enter the Violet Mansion realm. I honor the teachings of Senior. Ding Ziyu naturally answered. By this time, the vast majority of martial artists had finished running, though there were still nearly 15 people who did not meet the screening criteria of the Blind Box Administration. Send all these people to the lower city. Whether or not they have room to grow depends on their own destiny. Lu Yi waved his hand and drove the eliminated martial artists away. Ding Ziyu did not know where the lower city was. It was estimated that it should be a city under the general jurisdiction of the Blind Box Management, and he did not know how many eliminated martial artists were in this lower city. Come with me. Star-Lord Chen Obei didn't look at those qualified martial artists, and only swept a glance at them before faintly saying to Ding Ziyu. Star-Lord Chen Obei turned to leave, and after a moment's hesitation, Ding Ziyu followed. They didn't go to the previous hall, but instead walked towards a building in the distance. The style of the building was peculiar, not similar to any of the buildings he remembered. It looked like it was made of countless huge pointed steel pipes that were put together and went straight into the sky. At the edges, some of the steel pipes had a black sphere on top of their heads, and the sphere was flashing with obvious electric arcs, causing the space to become a bit unstable. This is the Hall of Merit Transmission, but this Hall of Merit Transmission isn't under our control, and what kind of merit techniques we can obtain is all up to our own strength and luck. Star-Lord Chen Obei casually introduced this odd building. The two of them came to a huge steel pipe, and the thick steel pipe actually became transparent at an extremely fast speed, and automatically opened a portal to it. Star-Lord Chen Obei had long since become accustomed to this, lifting his foot and walking in, and Ding Ziyu hurriedly followed him. After entering it, Ding Ziyu realized that this place did not look like a building, and when he looked up, it was a wilderness that could not be seen at a glance. The wilderness was filled with smoke, something like a winter fog, only not too thick. The ground here was flat, but then again it wasn't hardened pavement. It was real land. Occasional figures flickered in the mist in the distance, but quickly disappeared further away. Is there any danger in here? Ding Ziyu asked cautiously. I always feel that my heart is not very solid, and the more peaceful it seems, perhaps the greater the risk that exists. There's definitely a bit of risk. It's normal for some inheritance feats to be triggered and have tests attached to them. You can just be careful yourself. Go on. It's up to your own luck as to what kind of chance you can obtain. Star-Lord Chen Obei spoke blandly and didn't make too much of an explanation. Ding Ziyu wanted to ask something else, but realized that Star Goddess Chen Obei had already turned around and left, with no intention of staying down. In a short while, Ding Ziyu was left alone in the surroundings, with no one else in sight. This hall of transmission gives off a strange feeling. Does Senior know anything about it? Ding Ziyu was in a fog and could only pin his hopes on the Eye of Truth. It was supposedly possible that with his experience, he might know something about it. I haven't seen it either. The world is so big. There are always some races that will come up with something strange. Since this place is called the Hall of Transmission, even if there is a risk, it shouldn't be very big. You can just barge in there. Real Eyes was looking on the bright side, unconcerned. Why didn't any of the others come in? Ding Ziyu thought of something else. There are a lot of qualified people. Why are you the only one who came in? Why don't the others come in? Is it because they're not strong enough, or not qualified enough? Regarding this question, the Eye of Truth naturally couldn't answer. Star-Lord Chen Obei must have known why, only that he was already gone. Ding Ziyu began to walk into the distance, and as he slowly went deeper, the fog became thicker and visibility became lower and lower. Fortunately, the ground was as flat as ever and did not show any changes, which reassured him quite a bit. With feet on the ground, one's heart would be more or less steady, and one would not have to worry about falling into any traps all of a sudden. Nope, these mists can compress the range of my spiritual probing. Ding Ziyu quickly discovered a new problem. For a place with poor visibility, spiritual probing was a necessary aid. Chapter 179, The Brown Bear Who Asked for Help. With the range of spiritual probing being compressed, the risk would be greatly increased. Even though Star Sovereign Oracular Chen said that there was only a small risk, Ding Ziyu felt that he still had to take it seriously, or else if he really encountered any major problems, he was afraid that it would be too late. In this situation, it was almost similar to blindly trespassing. Ding Ziyu could only appropriately slow down his pace and extend his spiritual power outwards as far as possible, hoping to discover some unknown dangers. Ding Ziyu tried to see if he could fly, but it turned out that he couldn't, which made his vigilance a few points heavier. Not being able to fly increased the level of risk by a few more points. As the fog deepened, visibility compressed to about 10 meters, and anything beyond 10 meters was almost invisible. In the air, from time to time will also come some howling. Do not know whether it is the voice of man, or wild beasts issued by the sound. In short, sounds let a person some scalp numbness. This damn place. Where is there any semblance of the Palace of Transmission? It couldn't have gotten the name wrong, could it? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but spit out that there was no semblance of the imagined Palace of Transmission. Yet no one could answer his questions. Not even the ever-insightful True Eye could offer him anything useful. Ding Ziyu could only carry a stomach full of doubts as he carefully selected a direction to explore forward. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that a huge black shadow appeared in front of him, hazy in the mist. Not being able to see much, Ding Ziyu hurriedly stopped his steps and focused his mental energy to probe forward, resulting in a false alarm. In front of him was actually a stone house made entirely of stone. The so-called feet technique wouldn't be placed in these stone houses, would it? Ding Ziyu slowly approached the stone houses. It was only when he got close that he could see that these stone houses looked very old, as if they had been built up for countless years. Although the outlines of the stone houses were still clearly defined, the traces of wind and splendor were also clearly visible. The entire stone house was about 5 meters tall and 30 meters wide. A wide door in the center was so black that it was impossible to see what exactly was inside. Ding Ziyu tried to probe the inside with his spiritual power, but was blocked by an invisible force, unable to probe anything at all. Is there anyone inside? Ding Ziyu shouted as he stood in the distance. If there was someone inside, he should theoretically be able to hear him if he shouted so loudly. However, Ding Ziyu shouted several times in succession, but no one paid any attention to him. Instead, an unknown howl once again came from the mist in the distance. Apparently hearing his shouts, Ding Ziyu was a little panicked in his heart. The howling in the mist felt a little more dangerous compared to the black hole in the doorway. Whatever, let's go inside and see what happens. Ding Ziyu walked stiffly into the black hole of the door. The light inside was not really gloomy. Instead it was somewhat warm like spring, as if it was not the same world as outside. Within the stone house, it was a very primitive style. All the items were traces of knives and axes, appearing very rough and primitive. Ding Ziyu felt as if he had returned to the tribal era all of a sudden, and if paired with some humans wearing animal skins, it was basically the living abode of a tribal chief. Although there was no one inside the stone house, there were quite a few rooms, and Ding Ziyu carefully walked around the house without finding anything special. It was as if this place had been abandoned for countless years, and no traces of any race's life could be found at all. There are no written records or special items that can carry any information. Even if there was something here, I'm afraid it would have been scavenged by others long ago. Ding Ziyu strolled through all the stone houses and came to a disappointing conclusion. There were no feats or inheritances here at all. Perhaps this place was too close to the entrance, and martial artists who came in to look for a chance would have a high chance of finding their way here. After figuring this out, Ding Ziyu's heart was relieved. Quietly, he exited the stone house. However, just as Ding Ziyu had just stepped out of the gate, he found a giant bear over 2.5 meters tall standing just outside the gate. Seeing Ding Ziyu come out, it immediately turned towards excitement. The thick arms directly hugged towards Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was startled in his heart and dodged to avoid it. As he was about to counterattack, Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that this guy was just an ordinary brown bear, not the kind of demonic creature that had a huge attack power. A brown bear of this level, with Ding Ziyu's current strength, could easily kill it without even using a second move. After the brown bear saw Ding Ziyu dodging away, it didn't charge up again, but instead roared at him, not this, as if it wanted to say something to him. Are you talking to me? Ding Ziyu ghostly asked at the brown bear. I didn't realize that the brown bear nodded his head back and forth with a look of amusement. Ding Ziyu immediately came to the conclusion that this giant bear was most likely a pet raised by someone else, just that the body shape was rather touching. Its actions just now were just to express its goodwill, not to launch an attack on Ding Ziyu. Did you come here specifically to look for me? Ding Ziyu asked again. The brown bear immediately nodded, cracking its mouth to reveal its pale white teeth. It was just that it couldn't speak, and it was always difficult to express itself clearly. Ding Ziyu communicated with it for a while, and finally understood the general idea. This brown bear had come to seek his help. It is not known exactly what the help is for. However, Ding Ziyu ended up letting the brown bear lead the way for himself, following it deeper into the fog. This fellow seemed to have a good sense of direction, and instead became Ding Ziyu's free guide. The brown bear was not very fast, and carried Ding Ziyu for a long time until the flat ground appeared to change, and the preliminary estimate of the distance was at least more than 30 miles. At that moment, a gully more than 10 meters wide appeared in front of him, and although there was not much fog below the gully, it looked black and oily, and he did not know how deep it was. The brown bear stood on the edge, purposely waiting for Ding Ziyu to walk to its side before it began to continue its actions, actually crawling towards the bottom of that gully. Ding Ziyu took a closer look. Below the gully, there were a lot of stones of different sizes protruding out, and there wasn't much of a problem trying to go down. What's down there? Ding Ziyu asked the brown bear. The brown bear was just gesticulating, but it couldn't understand. At least Ding Ziyu really didn't understand what it was trying to convey. Forget it, it's fine to follow down and take a look. Ding Ziyu didn't encounter much danger and became a little more bold. As the brown bear descended continuously, probably more than 50 meters later, it finally landed at the bottom of the gully. The following actually had a fairly spacious stone path, which really made Ding Ziyu greatly surprised. Does this brown bear live down there? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but have this thought, except that he still couldn't figure out what it had brought him here for. This time, however, it didn't take much time for Ding Ziyu to make a new discovery. Chapter 180, Little Layin Temple. At the end of the road, there was actually a temple that scattered a shimmering light. Yes, it's a monastery, and it seems to be quite a large one at that. Just from the exposed portion, you can see that it is quite grand, and a large portion of the elephant is buried in the rocks, so you can't see it in its original form. The brown bear rushed inside and kept making angry noises, as if it was accusing Ding Ziyu of something. Ding Ziyu walked closer and observed for a while, but did not understand what the brown bear was trying to convey. It only had to carefully lean over. However, as he approached, he realized that the shimmering light emanating from this monastery was actually a light shield that easily blocked him out. This is a forbidden spell formation. Ding Ziyu understood the reason at once. It was estimated that the brown bear was also blocked outside by this forbidden spell formation, and could not enter at all. Ding Ziyu slammed a few punches into that light shield, but it did not move. He understood that with his own strength, it was basically unrealistic to try to break this spell formation by means of brute force. Normally speaking, if a spell formation has just been established, it is basically very difficult to open it, unless you know this spell formation and can easily find a way to open it. Either that, or you can use brute force to destroy it, and with enough power, there is still a high possibility of opening it. There is also another situation, which is that this spell formation is established. After countless years of erosion, the formation itself would have some problems and become less stable, or some places appeared loopholes or weak links or all possible things. After experiencing so many things, Ding Ziyu wasn't a white boy who didn't know anything anymore. Judging from the location of this monastery, it was definitely not built directly below this rift valley. Either the crust of the earth here has changed drastically and the monastery has slipped into this gully from its original position, or some special reason has brought the monastery here. Regardless of the reason, the spell formations on the periphery of the monastery could definitely have some problems. As long as he found those places, he would have a great possibility of getting in himself. The brown bear was obviously not here for the first time, and it must have had a reason for luring Ding Ziyu here. You can't even get in from this direction. Is there another way in? Ding Ziyu asked the brown bear. The brown bear froze in place for about half a minute before it began to move around the temple in a walking direction. Ding Ziyu followed behind it, slowly coming to the buried part. The mud and rocks on this side were quite soft, feeling like the result of a collapse. The brown bear crawled some distance, but the band stayed in place, then kept picking up the dirt at its feet with its paws. Is there an entrance or exit down here? Ding Ziyu asked uncertainly. Although he had seen the exposed part before, there was no portal of access there, like the back of a house. The brown bear didn't know how to answer Ding Ziyu's question, but just kept using its claws to pick at the dirt and rocks under its feet. When Ding Ziyu took a look at the situation, he more or less understood in his heart. It is not certain that there was an entrance or exit in this direction, but it has since been buried by the mud and rocks that have collapsed. This slope is not low, just the place where they stepped on their feet. At least there are more than 10 meters. Above the key, there was a black patch, and they didn't know how high it was. Anyway, the brown bear plowed away for a while, and new mud and rocks soon rolled down from above, covering up the area it had raked out again. Ding Ziyu understood that with just the two of them, him and the brown bear, he did not know how much effort it would take to strip the place open. Even if he called out Savage Dragon and Gao Xinyu and the rest of them, it would still be a big job, not a job that could be accomplished by manpower at all. You can have the boundary bead open a portal to the little sacred ground and try to receive as much of this dirt as possible into the little sacred, so it will be much faster. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu an idea, so Ding Ziyu immediately communicated with the boundary pearl. With the power of this cave treasure, it was still very easy to do this. Even if this entire side of the sloped dirt was taken in, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Ding Ziyu took out the boundary bead and it quickly sank into the mud. Ding Ziyu also greeted the brown bear as he hurriedly retreated away, trying to get farther away from this slope, lest he be hit by the rocks rolling down from above. After about a few minutes, all that loose dirt suddenly collapsed downward, as if there was a huge cave underneath. Just as soon as the soil here collapsed, a large amount of dirt and rocks rolled down from above, and the speed and momentum were quite frightening. I'm afraid it would be hard for anyone to survive if they were buried in it. It's a totally realistic version of a mudslide, and the collapse is still very fast. The whole process had lasted nearly half an hour, and it was unknown how many dirt and stones had fallen into the small sacred ground, and it was feared that a mountain had been piled up inside. With so much dirt, if you were to plow it by hand, you would not be able to finish it in a month, and there would be a great deal of risk. As the mass of dirt disappeared, the rocky dirt tumbling down from above finally tapered off. Ding Ziyu realized that there was also a burst of shimmering light coming through from below. It was clearly the glow of the spell formation outside the temple. After another 10 or so minutes, Ding Ziyu discovered a large mountain gate peeking out from the dirt, and there were actually pale fonts appearing on it. Little Thunderbolt Temple. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but stare at these words, a name he really did know. Hundreds of years ago, wasn't there a Little Thundersound Temple that was shown over and over again in a certain TV series? Sun Monkey even suffered a considerable loss at this Little Thundersound Temple. I didn't realize that there was really such a temple in reality, which is a bit of a stretch. I don't know if it has anything to do with that Sun Monkey's mention of the Little Thundersound Temple. Do you know about this Little Thundersound Temple? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. I've heard of it. It's a very famous temple that has produced several bulls. I just didn't expect it to actually crash land here, and I don't know what this Little Thundersound Temple has gone through. Real Eyes sighed a little. It is said that this place is a very famous ancient temple. There is a Taoist monk sitting in the town all year round. Even if the experts of the Mahayana stage, they don't dare to act recklessly. Here, the Eye of Truth kept recalling, searching for relevant memories, a place where all the Mahayana experts dare to put their foot down. I wonder if there is the inheritance that Star-Lord Shen heard about in here. Ding Ziyu's anticipation rose somewhat. You know that he is the one who has a destiny with Buddha. What if his luck breaks out and he gets something unimaginably good? By this time, the entire mountain gate had been revealed. The brown bear was even more unable to hold back and took the lead in charging towards the front, only to see that when it reached outside the mountain gate, the light shield trembled slightly, and it easily passed through. There's a show. I'll go in as well. Ding Ziyu's heart was delighted and he hurriedly followed. With ease, he crossed the forbidden spell formation and entered within the mountain gate. Chapter 181. Ding Ziyu was truly surprised that he had actually found a long-established and prestigious monastery under the brown bear's lead. Little Lei Temple appears many times in some legends, but is not described in too much detail. Instead, it has been mentioned many times in some movies and TV shows and has been depicted in a figurative way. When Ding Ziyu truly entered the mountain gate, as far as his eyes could see, he realized how pale and powerless those descriptions were. The entire temple appeared incomparably tall and could not be seen at all at a glance. The silhouette seen from the outside couldn't even show its internal structure and size. Perhaps it was likely that within the mountain gate was another heavenly paradise. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the heavens and earth, carrying the heaviness of the years, and the sense of the vicissitudes of history. Looking from afar, all around the red walls and green tiles, the divine light is faintly visible, enveloping the entire temple, as if there is a divine light in front of his eyes that is incomparable to the wheel, so that he cannot help but give birth to the heart of pilgrimage. The rolling halls were staggered, majestic and majestic. Countless exquisite carvings are lifelike, as if telling of its former glory, containing countless stories. By now, the brown bear had run away without a shadow, and there was no telling what it was looking for. Ding Ziyu walked to the nearest hall and gently walked in. Inside the temple, a solemn statue of Buddha stood in the middle, its eyes as big as bronze bells, eagle-eyed and angry, overlooking the state of all the living. Let the heart shocked. At least when Ding Ziyu saw this Buddha statue, he couldn't help but feel a tremor deep within his heart. Straight from the heart, Ding Ziyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, which calmed down his feelings. Looking at it again, he realized that the Buddha statue was quite vivid, that it felt like it was made from a living person. It was just a tall figure, 10 times taller than a normal person. Looking at the details of the Buddha's body again, the carving is subtle and every bit of it is handled quite well. The colors of the clothing are also spot on, and it feels as if it was newly molded, but it had existed here for an unknown number of years, and the age of it was beyond the scope of Ding Ziyu's imagination. Which great Buddha is this? Ding Ziyu didn't know much about this aspect. The characters he knew were basically from some familiar classic characters on the internet. Basically he could count them on one hand. The one in front of me was indeed quite unfamiliar. This should be the new Vajra. Only there is not more than one new Vajra. Why is there a separate hall for him here? The Eye of Truth was also puzzled in his heart. Or at least he could not give Ding Ziyu a detailed explanation of the origins of this great Buddha. Alright, no matter what path he is, that God in Buddha. Since he's here, let's make a pilgrimage. Ding Ziyu came to the Buddha statue and organized himself, facing like that great Buddha and bending down to salute. It was a pity that there were no prostrations or incense cases here. Otherwise Ding Ziyu would have wanted to burn a pillar of clear incense for him. However, just as Ding Ziyu finished his salute, a loud bell suddenly sounded in his ears like thunder. Ding Ziyu could be certain that the sound of the bell was not coming from the outside world, but more like it was ringing in his mind. It was as if some sort of switch had been instantly flipped the moment he saluted the great Buddha. The sound of the bell echoed in his mind for nearly a minute before it slowly calmed down. When he looked at the great Buddha again, the great sense of oppression from before had disappeared. This is a very magical feeling. The moment he entered the hall, Ding Ziyu was really able to feel his majesty and solemnity. The feeling he got now was a feeling of kindness and amiability. So magical? Such a big change happened after the salute? Ding Ziyu murmured. But in his heart, he was a bit clueless. It was just that within this great hall, there were no special changes, and there were no items such as the inheritance mentioned by Star Sovereign Chen-Obei. Just as Ding Ziyu exited the hall, a stone door slid open gently behind the Buddha statue. A breeze blew through the stone door. Slightly chilly, Ding Ziyu froze and looked behind the stone door, realizing that it was a passageway. Just where the passage leads is unknown. Should we go in? Ding Ziyu was a little uncertain. The entire monastery seemed too mysterious, and there were countless halls. If one were to find them one by one, there was no telling how much time it would take. The point was that he wasn't sure if there was any danger here. And don't think this was the land of completeness, which was a hard thing to say. The Buddhists also have great killing weapons. Otherwise where would they get the raging bull? There shouldn't be much danger. You are the one who has a bond with Buddha. Perhaps it is not certain that there are certain bonds in the underworld. If not, that brown bear might not have been able to lure it here. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu to go in and take a look. With a heart of awe, Ding Ziyu carefully walked into the passageway. Compared to the outer hall, the middle of the passageway did seem a bit cooler. On both sides of the passageway, there were all sorts of things engraved and painted, as if they were telling a wonderful story to people. It was just that Ding Ziyu didn't have the heart to scrutinize the wonderfully engraved images, but instead kept walking along the passageway. At every distance, there was a bronze-glazed lamp that would automatically light up when Ding Ziyu walked past. Very intelligent. After about 10 minutes of walking, Ding Ziyu finally arrived at the end of the passage, where there was also an open stone door. After entering the door, there were carved beams and ancient colors all around, which made the heart peaceful and the inner peace incomparable. This pattern, it's kind of like the legendary hidden scripture pavilion. Quickly take a look. Are there any bookshelves or something like that here? The Eye of Truth got a little excited instead. Although the small Lei-In temple is not as good as the Spirit Mountain Treasure Chakra, it is also an ancient temple with a long tradition, and some precious hidden scriptures are not strange at all. Ding Ziyu also felt that the Eye of Truth was right, but when he looked around, it was incomparably empty, and there was no so-called hidden scripture shelf at all. There wasn't even a single book in sight. Everything here was empty. Impossible to specifically open a passage for me to come through. Could it be that I came here to see the air? Ding Ziyu could not believe his eyes. Could his spiritual power could not explore anything either? And even the real eye, which was much more powerful than him, could not see anything. There is definitely a mystery to everything here. I'm afraid you'll have to feel it with your heart to find what you want. The Eye of Truth gave this reply after thinking for a while. Buddha, it is said that by the heart is sincere. Ding Ziyu sat cross-legged on the ground, his precious statue solemnized, like a monk who had attained enlightenment. When he really quieted his mind, a faint light immediately flickered on his body, gradually blending into the environment here. Chapter 182, The Great Dream Heart Sutra. Whether it was the techniques or secret arts that Ding Ziyu practiced, they were basically all related to the Buddhist sect. In the words of the True Eye, it was related to Buddhism. If it were not for this, it is impossible that this little thunderbolt temple would have opened the door of convenience for him just because he paid a few obeisances toward the furious Vajra. The Xianmu technique he practiced was also a simplified version of the Buddhist secret technique. However, even this simplified version was still too high-end for the current stage of Ding Ziyu. After such a long period of time, Ding Ziyu was also barely able to get started, and many things were half understood, unable to find the way. Although the realized realm was once very high, he wasn't knowledgeable about the secret methods of the Buddhist sect, and in this regard, the role it played was rather small. The general direction might be something he could ask Ding Ziyu on, but the subtleties still had to be worked out by Ding Ziyu himself. And at this stage, Ding Ziyu was in need of subtleties. A merit law that was suitable for him to cultivate was actually quite important to him at this stage. Even more powerful secret arts were just means to an end, and merit laws were fundamental. Ding Ziyu was in a state of immersion when the melodious sound of the bell rang out once again, going straight into the depths of his soul. At this moment, despite his eyes being tightly closed, strand after strand of words glittering with golden light appeared in his mind, much like what his eyes saw. Could these golden texts be the inheritance? Ding Ziyu was a bit puzzled. There was too much information in the relevant text, and it also appeared to be very fragmented. This should be a means unique to the Buddhist sect, bell and tripod transmission. Receive it with your heart, and when it's all done, it should be coherent. The Eye of Truth only said this, and then didn't speak again. This was because too much communication would likely interrupt Ding Ziyu's process of receiving the secret method. These golden characters were indeed very peculiar, entering Ding Ziyu's mind as clearly as if they were engraved in his brain. As the golden words continued to appear, one after another became complete. The entire process had lasted for about 2 hours or so, and a scripture was already completely being imprinted in Ding Ziyu's mind. The Great Dream Heart Sutra. It was the name of this scripture, and it was not known whether it was a cultivation and movement method or an ordinary scripture. This is a rather powerful inheritance technique in the Buddhist family. With it, there is a great chance that you can directly cultivate to the peak of the Mahayana. The Eye of Truth was a little excited that this Great Dream Heart Sutra was the cultivation method that best suited Ding Ziyu. The Xianwu technique was still a little too high-end for him, and the Void technique was even more so. That Buddhist sect's supreme secret technique. The level couldn't reach it, couldn't even touch the edge. Ding Ziyu also knew that he had obtained an unparalleled Gongfu inheritance. Originally, he thought that he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect to get it and experience much difficulty. Just as Ding Ziyu was preparing to cultivate the Great Dream Heart Sutra in situ, another bell rang out. Everything around Ding Ziyu suddenly changed. The ancient and simple hall directly disappeared in his eyes, and he was moved directly outside the mountain gate. When he wanted to do something more, the small Lei temple, which had a huge building scale, was rapidly shrinking, and right under Ding Ziyu's eyes, it turned into a speck of dust and finally disappeared. This is too incredible, isn't it? Is the temple seat situated here just to pass down this scripture to me? Ding Ziyu's mouth opened wide. When Star Lord Shinohei said that this was the inheritance Great Hall, he had previously found it a bit baffling. Now it was a bit of an inheritance hall again. I should say that the little Thunderbolt Temple is waiting for a fated person here, and as long as that fated person comes, there will be no need for it to continue to exist here. The Eye of Truth didn't find this all that strange. He's seen the same thing a lot. By the way, where is that brown bear? It wouldn't have been taken away by the little Thunderbolt Temple as well, right? Ding Ziyu's mental power covered the surroundings, all without finding the whereabouts of the brown bear. You don't have to worry about that one. A brown bear may not be a real brown bear, and sometimes everything the eye sees may not be true. After Ding Ziyu thought about it, he also felt that the Eye of Truth had some truth in what it said. Perhaps that brown bear was a guide, and it existed for the purpose of bringing himself to this little Thunder Sound Temple. After giving up on finding the brown bear, Ding Ziyu began to climb upwards. No matter what, the huge gully was indeed real, and it did not disappear from one's sight. However, when Ding Ziyu climbed out of the gully, he actually arrived at the exit of the Great Hall of Transmission. Star-Lord Shinobe was waiting for him at the exit with a smile on his face. Not bad, kid. Coming out so soon. I guess you've gotten what you wanted, right? Star-Lord Shinobe said to Ding Ziyu with a smile. How long have I been in there? Ding Ziyu was in a bit of a trance. When he first came in, he felt that everything in here was real. But after all this, it didn't seem so real to him. Anyway, with his strength, there were a lot of things he couldn't see or figure out. Not long, just a month. Several people went in and didn't get a suitable Gongfu inheritance for half a year. The fastest person to come out in the past also took almost a month and a half. You're considered the fastest by far. Chen Oral Star-Lord's words surprised Ding Ziyu. He was truly surprised that he hadn't stayed in there for a long time, and he didn't realize that a month had already passed. Does the ability to obtain an inheritance that suits you have anything to do with the length of time? Ding Ziyu asked in a puzzled manner. He always felt that there wasn't much of a connection between the two. There are a large number of merit laws within the Hall of Transmission, and after you enter, it will automatically test you and find a suitable inheritance for you. The faster the match, the more suitable it will be. The less danger you encounter will also be less. If no one gets a suitable inheritance for more than 3 years, it is likely that they will die in this inheritance hall. This is where the risk of the inheritance hall lies. When Star-Lord Shinohei said this, Ding Ziyu finally understood. It turned out that everything within this inheritance hall appeared to be disorderly, but it actually had its own rules in operation. There was indeed an element of luck in the fact that he had been able to obtain the Great Dream Heart Sutra. Come on, follow me out. See if you can write down the inheritance you've gotten. Star-Lord Shinobe said seriously. The inheritance that everyone who goes in gets is not quite the same. So if possible, we need to try to write down those inheritances. Give others the opportunity to cultivate. For the Blind Box General Bureau to do so, Ding Ziyu could understand. It was impossible for them to collect talents from all over the world without tasting them. However, to Ding Ziyu's surprise, Star-Lord Shinobe brought a pen and paper, and Ding Ziyu did not write down a single word for half a day. It wasn't that he didn't want to write or didn't know how to write, but when a complete word fell from the pen, the sheet of paper immediately became a million pieces. It simply cannot carry the scriptures of the Great Dream Heart Sutra. Chapter 183, The Hall of Resources. Star-Lord Shinobe was watching from the side, and when he saw the situation, he also had an embarrassed look on his face. A similar situation had occurred before, just not as extreme as Ding Ziyu. A good paper actually can't even carry a single word. How can it be written? Forget it, that's it for now. Wait until you've accomplished your cultivation in the future. Star-Lord Shinobe also gave up. However, as long as the person was still in the Blind Box Management Directorate, then this legacy would still be the wealth of the Directorate. Perhaps in the future, Ding Ziyu would have a whim and directly accept a few disciples, and would still be able to carry this legacy forward. This is your token, and all the relevant point rewards are already inside. For you, the most important thing at the moment is to use these points to exchange for cultivation resources and break through to the Purple Mansion realm as soon as possible. While speaking, Star Sovereign Shinobe handed a golden token to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu didn't think much of it and took it directly. Brand your own spiritual imprint, and this will be your exclusive token from now on. Star-Lord Shinobe saw that Ding Ziyu was a bit bewildered and spoke to him again. Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu felt somewhat magical. He was aware of the advanced process of recognizing the owner of a magic treasure, and it was the first time he had used an item that was directly branded with his spiritual power. It wasn't a difficult thing for him to do, though. After his spiritual power invaded the token, the branding process was completed in a few minutes. It was then that he realized that inside, there was not only his identity information, but also the relevant point numbers. 4,000 points. For a novice martial artist who had just entered the Blind Box Directorate, that was a lot of points. Kid, this token is now bound to you, and all your achievements will be recorded in the token. The reward points after completing a mission will also be directly issued to the token. It will be used in many places within the General Directorate, so be sure to keep it safe. Unless your realm reaches the Cave Void realm in the future, only then will you replace the token with a new one. Star Sovereign Shenlisten earnestly admonished Ding Ziyu. In fact, this was not originally his business. There were specialized personnel down there who were responsible for giving new lectures on these things, and he was merely valuing Ding Ziyu's potential and selling a favor of sorts. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I will definitely take good care of it. Ding Ziyu was also very knowledgeable. Coming to this Blind Box administration, he doesn't have much of a backstage. Martial artists at the Cave Void level were already true experts, and having a good relationship with them would only be beneficial and not detrimental to oneself. Star-Lord Shinobe nodded and brought him to the Resource Exchange Hall on the way. There were just a lot of people here, and while the Great Hall was also grand, there was nothing peculiar about it. The same internal structure was basically similar to a bank counter, just without as many defense partitions. There were experts sitting here, so if ordinary members tried to cause trouble here, I'm afraid they would be easily suppressed. Take your time to see for yourself. I'll leave first. After Star-Lord Shinobe finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Ding Ziyu entered the resource hall, he immediately looked around. Coincidentally, he scanned around twice and did see an acquaintance, Hidalfo. Hey, brother Ding, I heard that you went into the inheritance hall. When did you come out? Hidafu was obviously a little excited to see Ding Ziyu. They were the same batch of martial artists who had come in, and Ding Ding had been taken straight away at that time because of his outstanding performance. Regarding the inheritance hall, the Blind Box General Bureau did not hide it from the others. They instead used the inheritance hall to stimulate these martial artists. It became a motivation for everyone to advance. Just came out. Didn't you guys go in? Ding Ziyu asked in surprise. Although his achievements were a bit outstanding, Hidafu and Zhoujian's strengths were also far superior to the others, so by all accounts, they also had a chance to enter the inheritance hall. At least that was what Ding Ziyu thought. We didn't run within 40 minutes, so if we want to enter the inheritance hall, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until after the Purple Mansion realm, Hidafu said with some discouragement. In fact, if they had powered up at the beginning, they would still have had a chance to run within 40 minutes. It's just that a few instructors hadn't even reminded them at the beginning, and they suffered a loss in terms of time. How do you enter the Violet Mansion realm without a legacy? It's not easy, is it? Ding Ziyu froze for a moment and asked. He believed that the vast majority of martial artists who came over from other cities could not be carrying the high extreme inheritance, and it was not an easy task to surpass the martial saints and cross over into the Purple Mansion realm. As long as one can be shortlisted for the general administration screening, one has the chance to obtain a kind of inheritance, the kind that doesn't require spending points, but the good inheritances, they all require spending points to exchange. Haidafu pointed to the counter in the distance. There were quite a few people surrounding that side. There are also quite a few cultivation inheritances within the general administration, and they have divided those inheritances into a total of 9 levels. The ones that martial artists can obtain for free are the 9 levels of inheritance, and any inheritance above the 8th level requires a minimum of 100 points. Those at level 7 require a minimum of 300, and level 6 doubles up to 800 points all of a sudden. Us new martial artists, let's not even think about inheritances above the 6th level because we simply don't have that many points on hand. Haidafu couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly as he spoke about this. He and Zhoujin passed the screening and only got 400 points, and the other few finalists were even worse, basically within 200 points, which was considered a basic reward. If you don't have the points, can't you go on a mission? And when you earn the points, won't you be able to exchange for a high-level inheritance? Ding Ziyu was not amused. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A martial artist who is not even at the Purple Mansion realm can't even take on a mission. For us martial artists, the simplest quests carry great risks. Going on a mission when you can't reach the Purple Mansion realm is a complete act of looking for death. When Ding Ziyu heard him say this, he also came to a realization. It turned out that the mission requirements of the Blind Box Directorate were so high, so it was no wonder that even if it was a 10-dan martial saint, the most powerful of the group had to be picked. But they haven't completely blocked the door. After reaching the Purple Mansion realm and completing certain tasks, we still have the chance to break into the Hall of Transmission. Maybe with some luck, we'll be able to obtain a good inheritance. Haidafu was still hopeful. He had spent 300 points and exchanged it for a 7th level inheritance that suited him, already making many newcomers envious and jealous. If he had known that Ding Ziyu had not only obtained a powerful inheritance, but also held 4,000 points in his hands, he didn't know what expression he would have had. By the way, you don't have a place to live yet, do you? Why don't you go and implement your own accommodation first? Haidafu took one look at Ding Ziyu's state and knew that he was unfamiliar with everything in the Blind Box Directorate, so offered to help him with these little problems. Alright, then let's go find the main residence first. Although Ding Ziyu had his own cave treasure, he couldn't be without a place to stay outside. With the strength of the Blind Box General Directorate, it was only right that all of them, the new martial artists, should have been assigned. Haidafu quickly brought Ding Ziyu in front of a piece of counter, then said, "Take out your identity token and just register directly." Chapter 184, The Treatment of the Golden Token. The Housing Management Office is still relatively quiet because no newcomers have come over during this period of time. If it weren't for the fact that there were still some day-to-day matters that needed to be dealt with, I'm afraid that the dude in charge of management wouldn't even come to work. Ding Ziyu was guided by Haidafu to the counter. The guy just gave him a casual look and asked lazily, "What's up? There's no new room available for a while." "It's not a change of house. My brother hasn't claimed a room of his own." "Trouble claiming a house," Heedleford said ahead of him. "Getting a place to live? Are you new here?" The guy finally came to some spirit and looked Ding Ziyu up and down a few times. "Well, came with a group of them. There were some delays, so I just got here today." "Long-winded. You've been here for a few months and you still haven't collected your accommodation. Take out your identity token. First of all, due to the fact that you didn't receive your accommodation on time, all the good houses have already been picked by others, and now there are only a few left, with limited conditions." The guy opened a random box and rummaged through it at random. There was basically no respect for these newly entered martial artists. There was definitely a good place to stay, but it was impossible to give it to these guys who couldn't even reach the Purple Mansion realm. "It's fine, just have a place to stay," Ding Ziyu replied casually. He didn't have too high requirements in this regard. Anyway, he had his own cave treasure, and the comfort inside was unknown how many times better than an ordinary residence. The reason why he wanted a place to live was mainly for the sake of convenience. After all, in the future, he would have to live here on a regular basis, and without a place to live, it would be easy to arouse others' suspicion and invite some unnecessary trouble. Ding Ziyu unhurriedly pulled out his token. The token, under the illumination of the light, shone with a dazzling golden glow. The staff's originally indifferent eyes instantly widened, and their voices trembled. "Gold! Gold tokens! Brother, what realm are you in?" With this voice, the people standing in the periphery watching the spectacle instantly quieted down, and all eyes focused on the token in Ding Ziyu's hand. Haidafu also opened his mouth wide, half a long time before he came back to his senses. Stuttering, "Ding, brother, what is your situation? We are all black iron tokens. Why are you a gold token? Is the distinction so obvious?" Haidafu's face was envious, and at the same time, His head was full of question marks. Ding Ziyu smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "Secret." The people next to him began to whisper, "What's this kid's origin? It's actually a gold token? Definitely not a simple background. A kid who's not even in the Purple Mansion realm. What makes him get a gold-colored token? Isn't it said that the realm must be at least the Cave Void realm to qualify? Who says it isn't? All the Yuaning powerhouses only have silver tokens. What is this guy's origin?" At this time, a self-righteous fellow came over and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Humph, maybe he went through some back door and got a fake token." Haidafu became furious upon hearing this and rolled up his sleeves to rush up. "What did you say? Go get a fake one and see." Ding Ziyu hurriedly stopped Haidafu and lightly glanced at the man. "Whether it's true or not is not for you to say." At this time, the dude in front of the counter also had his face change one after another, and his attitude changed drastically, while others couldn't see the truth. He was naturally very clear in his heart. This was not the first time he had seen such a token, and every one of them was a bull of the blind box authority. The fact that the person in front of him could get a gold token when he wasn't even in the Purple Mansion realm could only mean one thing, that this person's talent was extremely demonic. Thinking back to the rumors from some time ago, his mind already understood what was going on. The dude hurriedly said respectfully, "Little brother, you are a real person. This way please. The residence that will be arranged for you right away is a detached villa in the Eastern District." This person immediately closed the previously opened box and took out a set of crystal keys from another box. Just from this key alone, it was far better than the previous one. Upon hearing this, Haidafu jumped up in excitement. "Wow! Villa! Boss Ding, you're too good. It must be pretty empty for you to live alone in such a big place. Why don't you leave a room for me?" The guy was also self-effacing and asked for favors. Hidalgo took out his own key and glanced at it with disgust. "We're all West End 3 houses, shabby and old, all dwellings that no one else can see. In the Blind Box Administration General Bureau, new people came in every once in a while. Martial artists who had broken through the Purple Mansion realm basically had new living arrangements. So naturally, they tossed aside their old residences and didn't want them. It was left for the next batch of newcomers." Haidafu's face didn't look too good as he muttered, "This Thai place. It's small and remote. It's really not a place for people to live." However, Ding Ziyu did not take heed of Haidafu's retribution, much less let him stay in his place. This was because he did have quite a few secrets on him, and it was impossible for him to let someone else live in his villa. However, Ding Ziyu could also see that Haidafu was not really without any emotional intelligence. The main reason he said this was to draw closer to Ding Ziyu. "We're all new people coming in from the same group, and it's nice to maintain this bond similar to that of old schoolmates." Ding Ziyu also didn't want to invite slander in the Great Hall, so he took the key and quickly left. Old systems are broken down, and new social systems are always established. After dozens or hundreds of years of turmoil in the Blue Planet, a new order gradually formed again. Ding Ziyu smiled and said, "This is my strength and luck to get. Specific, well, I'll tell you later." Haidafu said defiantly, "You guy, you're still selling out. You wait for me. Sooner or later, brother will be able to get a gold token back. Go for it." Ding Ziyu's impression of Haidafu as a person was still good, and was considered a friend worth socializing with. Arriving at the villa, Hidalgo was stunned by the sight before him. "This is too luxurious. I've never seen such a nice house in my life." Ding Ziyu looked at his unseasoned appearance and estimated that he was afraid that his life was not good in the past. The situation of the Blind Box Administration in various cities is different, but it has not reached the level of assigning villas to employees. Work hard. When the realm strength is up, everything will be there. Just then, another group of people followed, and a few of them were newcomers who came in with them. Isn't this the Ding Ziyu who came in with a group of us? So it was him who took the gold token. Impressive indeed. Humph, maybe it was just a moment of luck. Some people are not convinced and inevitably speak with some acidity. Ding Ziyu clasped his hands to his chest and said confidently, "Luck is also a part of strength. If you don't accept it, we'll see." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to say anything else.